Greetings, I am Adolph H.Y.D.R.A. Indeed, you read that correctly. I have traversed into a realm that initially seemed reminiscent of the world of Toby Spider. It wasn't until I beheld the Stark Group on television, alongside that insufferable playboy and the commanding figure leading the roaring strike force on the enlistment poster, that I realized my time here was limited. Just as I was about to unleash my fury, a dark entity entered my being, proclaiming itself as the reincarnation of Venom. Together, we are destined to reign over the Abyssal Multiverse. His rebirth was prompted by my sacrifice to protect him, resulting in an explosion caused by a being known as the System. Well, it sounds as though it could be true regardless. I now possess a measure of self-defense. Causing chaos within H.Y.D.R.A. Deceiving Mephisto, stealing the heart-shaped herb. Forming a faction to invade the multiverse. Come, H.Y.D.R.A, let the multiverse tremble once more beneath the feet of the god of symbiotes and the sovereign of the abyss. Let us proclaim our names together. We are the grave of countless multiverses. We are the culmination of evolution. We are singular. We are the rulers of Venom. Prologue. When American bullying meets Chinese schoolyard dominance. H.Y.D.R.A. At Midtown Public High School, a tall, striking girl with crimson hair rushed into the classroom, her expression fraught with urgency, making her way to the Chinese youth seated by the window in the back row. The young man possessed a lustrous mane of black hair, deep ebony eyes, and a rugged visage. Unlike many typical Chinese Americans, he bore a striking resemblance to a student from China studying in the United States. Upon hearing the red-haired girl's call, the youth, H.Y.D.R.A, leisurely set aside his scientific journal and inquired, "What troubles you, Mary? Have Peter and Harry found themselves in another predicament?" Mary, panting heavily, reached H.Y.D.R.A's side. "H.Y.D.R.A, hurry. Several new black students have arrived at school, and they are extorting Harry because they know he is wealthy." When Harry refused to comply, they surrounded him, and now Peter has stepped in to assist, only to find himself encircled as well. "Oh, dear, those unfortunate fellows," H.Y.D.R.A remarked, rising from his seat and stretching his neck with a smile. "I shudder to think what those two would do without me. Come, Mary, fear not, lead the way. I wish to confront those wretched hounds." Mary looked up at H.Y.D.R.A, her heart swelling with a sense of security as she beheld his towering height of 6 feet 4 inches and his physique reminiscent of Lazar on Gelef. "Follow me." Mary nodded and turned to guide H.Y.D.R.A, and as they exited the classroom, the students inside exchanged glances before erupting into a cacophony of chatter. A burly student shouted excitedly, "Hey guys, the fun has arrived. Who in Midtown Public High School doesn't know that Peter Parker and Harry Osborn are the lackeys of our local overlord? Are those fools tired of living? My imagination runs wild picturing them sobbing on the ground, snot and tears flowing as they cry for their mothers. I must see this." With that, the burly student charged out of the classroom, followed by a throng of eager students. At Midtown Public High School, the future Spider-Man and Green Goblin, Peter and Harry, stood back to back, adopting a defensive stance as they faced the encircling black students. Should a time traveler have been present, upon seeing Peter's countenance, they would surely exclaim, "Good heavens, it's the suit-wearing thug." The leader of the black students paused, taken aback by Peter and Harry's stance, before bursting into laughter. "What is this? Chinese martial arts? Ha ha ha. No way. Does anyone genuinely believe such flashy moves are effective? I say, Osborn's heir, are you and this bookworm lacking in intelligence? Ha ha ha. Look at this, Chinese martial arts, ha ha ha." As the leader mocked, he mimicked their poses, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Peter furrowed his brow at the ridicule, while Harry's face flushed with embarrassment. The leader of the black students stepped forward, arms spread wide, scrutinizing Harry and Peter, grinning lewdly. "Oh, why is the Osborn heir blushing? Look at that charming little face. Oh dear, it truly captivates me. Sweetheart, if you agree to go on a date with me, I might let your friend go. What do you say?" Mother-of-law. Although Harry was naturally introverted, the humiliation in front of so many was unbearable for any adolescent. As Harry prepared to confront the situation he'd in, the crowd parted in unison, creating a pathway. Harry and Peter turned to see the newcomer, and their eyes gleamed with recognition. Harry excitedly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Ha ha, my brother H.Y.D.R.A has arrived, you arrogant fools are finished." The leader of the black students cast a dismissive glance at Harry before striding toward H.Y.D.R.A. American blacks, handpicked and filtered through rigorous selection processes, represent the pinnacle of the black race. The black student approaching H.Y.D.R.A stood at an equal height, his physique surpassing H.Y.D.R.A's in size. Stopping before H.Y.D.R.A, they stood merely inches apart. The black student looked down at H.Y.D.R.A with disdain, sneering, "Want to be a hero, yellow-skinned monkey? Stay far away once they're done. It'll be your turn. Clean yourself up and wait if I find anything else when I come for you. I'll strip you of everything, understand? At this, the previously raucous crowd fell into an eerie silence, each individual seemingly afraid to breathe. Only the leader's followers cheered, giving thumbs up and chanting, "Yellowskin monkey! Yellowskin monkey!" Amidst the cacophony of insults, the leader of the black students turned back to H.Y.D.R.A, his arrogance unabashed. "Get lost, you foul, rotten, wretched yellow banana." Just as the black student prepared to spit at H.Y.D.R.A, he was met with a powerful punch to the solar plexus. The black student felt a rush of sweetness in his throat, staring incredulously at the calm H.Y.D.R.A before he could utter a word, blood about to spill forth. With a swift motion, H.Y.D.R.A covered his mouth, and before the crowd, as the first drops of crimson appeared at the corners of the leader's mouth, H.Y.D.R.A quickly retracted his hand and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the side of the black student's jaw. The black student collapsed, rendered unconscious by H.Y.D.R.A.'s blow. The sight of their leader falling left the remaining black students bewildered, their previous bravado evaporating. "Yes, that was incredible. Hit him again, H.Y.D.R.A, my brother. Haha." Harry and Peter, witnessing H.Y.D.R.A.'s prowess, moved to embrace him, only to be met with H.Y.D.R.A.'s raised hand in refusal. The matter is not yet resolved. With that, H.Y.D.R.A strode past Harry and Peter, heading towards the group of black students. "Come, you dark-skinned fellows, do not retreat like frightened mice of the 19th century." As a group of African Americans noticed H.Y.D.R.A approaching, they disregarded his racially charged remarks and panicked, attempting to flee. However, they were no match for H.Y.D.R.A, who had been subjected to rigorous training from a young age. Under the watchful eyes of the students, the African Americans fell to the ground, bruised and defeated. After dispatching the group, H.Y.D.R.A rose, brushed off his hands, and walked towards Harry and Peter. As he passed by them, he casually remarked, "Let's go. It's time to head home." Peter exchanged a smile with Harry upon hearing this and hurried after H.Y.D.R.A, with Mary closely following Peter. "Hey, H.Y.D.R.A, wait for us." Current attributes of the protagonist. Intelligence, 5 genius. Strength, 3 limits of a normal human, capable of lifting objects twice his weight. Speed, 2 normal. Endurance, 2 normal. Energy projection, 1 incapable of energy release. Combat skills, 6 mastery of multiple combat techniques. Chapter 1. The Venom of the Second Cycle? Bye, H.Y.D.R.A, see you tomorrow. Bye, see you tomorrow, Mary Peter. After bidding farewell to Peter and Mary, H.Y.D.R.A opened the door to his home. However, he was unaware that at the very moment he opened the door, a dark, viscous entity, resembling oil and seemingly alive, slithered its way into his abode. Upon closing the door, H.Y.D.R.A glanced around the empty room, carelessly tossed his backpack aside, and sank into the couch, reclining with his eyes closed to rest. He was a traveler of worlds, having once been known as Lee Fan, who inexplicably found himself in the Marvel Universe. Fortunately, he was taken in and raised by a reclusive Englishman, who perhaps due to some dark humor or psychological quirk bestowed upon him the name, Adolph Lee. Fortuitously, the surname of his adoptive father also translated to Lee, allowing him to retain his nameless stroke of good fortune. Initially, he had intended to repay the old man's kindness. Yet, tragically, the elderly gentleman passed away a year prior, which could be seen as a fitting conclusion to a life well lived, given he had reached the venerable age of 90. He vividly recalled that sunny afternoon. In the beginning, he believed he had merely traversed into an ordinary world, until one day a boy named Peter Benjamin Parker, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Tobey Maguire, moved in next door. This revelation caused him a moment of concern, although he reasoned that Tobey's Spider-Man posed no significant threat. As long as he kept his distance from America, he would likely remain safe. However, while perusing the internet for information to confirm the existence of Oscorp, he was taken aback to discover not only Oscorp, but also Stark Industries, alongside a Tony Stark who bore the same visage as the film actor. Although he could not fathom why Tobey's Spider-Man intertwined with the cinematic universe, this unexpected twist compelled H.Y.D.R.A to swiftly alter his approach. He would forge a friendship with Peter and subsequently with Harry. Not to mention, both Tobey's Spider-Man and James' portrayal of Harry were undoubtedly of commendable character. According to his memories, the spider that bit Tobey's Spider-Man did not perish immediately, suggesting the potential for him to become a spider himself. Once transformed, he could infiltrate Oscorp to acquire the Green Goblin's serum to enhance his abilities. What of side effects, you ask? Well, I would argue that one must live to experience side effects. If dead, one cannot enjoy even that. If all went according to plan and he gained power, he would form a small team with Harry and Peter, significantly ensuring their survival. Of course, should fortune not favor him, he had alternative strategies at hand, as time remained on his side. As he contemplated his next moves, a dark, viscous substance silently crept towards him. Perhaps sensing some instinctive awareness, H.Y.D.R.A abruptly opened his eyes just as the black goo reached him, revealing a slime-like entity resting upon him. Normally, H.Y.D.R.A would have instinctively stood and removed the strange substance, yet he remained motionless. Consequently, the dark slime effortlessly merged into H.Y.D.R.A's body, vanishing without a trace. Although he could not articulate why he allowed this to happen, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, accompanied by the sudden emergence of a name in his mind, Venom. As he pondered this peculiar occurrence, a jet-black, smooth head slowly materialized on his shoulder. This head bore elongated, pearly white eyes that glimmered like icy blades, radiating an unsettling aura. Its mouth was lined with sharp, menacing teeth, capable of rending anything asunder. Staring at the head upon his shoulder, H.Y.D.R.A found himself momentarily stunned, a singular thought racing through his mind. Could it truly be Venom? The two locked gazes for an extended period, and just as H.Y.D.R.A prepared to introduce himself, the Venom head transformed its cold demeanor. It wrapped its tendrils around H.Y.D.R.A, its expression shifting to one of distress as it exclaimed, "Oh, my dear H.Y.D.R.A, I've missed you so much. Is this some kind of joke?" H.Y.D.R.A's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name he had never revealed to anyone. How could Venom know it already, having only met him mere minutes ago? Alarm bells rang in H.Y.D.R.A's mind had he not contemplated the possibility of overpowering Venom. He might have dashed to the kitchen for a flamethrower to eliminate himself. Sensing H.Y.D.R.A's inner turmoil, Venom released its embrace after a brief moment, and once its emotions stabilized, it recounted its entire backstory to H.Y.D.R.A. After a full hour of exposition, Venom finally concluded, and that is how things stand. H.Y.D.R.A intertwined his fingers, resting his arms upon his thighs, and with a half-squinted gaze, he solemnly summarized, "So you're saying that we were once partners, and together we faced numerous trials, ultimately evolving into the sovereigns of the Abyssal Multiverse, the sole entities of the infinite multiverse. After that, a being within me, referred to as the system, betrayed me. Ultimately, I sacrificed myself to protect you, leading to the demise of both the system and myself following that grand battle. In my search for solutions, I allied with our future comrade, the god of stories, Loki. By utilizing the remnants of the system's essence, we reset the infinite multiverse and resurrected me, albeit at the cost of your powers, correct?" Venom nodded vigorously, pride radiating from him as he replied, "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Ever since Venom and he merged, H.Y.D.R.A could sense Venom's emotions. Judging from the earlier exchange, it was clear Venom spoke with sincerity, without deceit. Observing the vividly expressive Venom before him, H.Y.D.R.A smiled knowingly. He had considered the possibility that Venom might manipulate emotional fluctuations to deceive him. However, he was merely an ordinary man devoid of anything but wealth, so what could he possibly be deceived about? In a fleeting moment of reflection, H.Y.D.R.A chuckled and asked, "So, Venom. Huh? What is it? Do you enjoy chocolate? I have plenty in my fridge." Upon hearing this, Venom was momentarily taken aback. "You trust me that easily?" After a brief pause, H.Y.D.R.A responded with a grin, "Of course." Venom fell silent, and noticing Venom's lack of response, H.Y.D.R.A inquired with concern, "Is something the matter?" Venom, however, embraced H.Y.D.R.A once more, speaking with unusual gravity, "Affin, it has been a long time." Affin chuckled, patting Venom gently, "In this lifetime, my name is Adolph H.Y.D.R.A, just call me H.Y.D.R.A. "Very well, H.Y.D.R.A. Chapter 2, The God of Stories, Loki. Smack, smack. Hey, H.Y.D.R.A, this brand of chocolate is truly delightful. What is it?" The coffee table was adorned with an array of chocolates. Venom skillfully extended a tendril to retrieve one, gently peeling away the wrapper before devouring it. "Custom-made, quite a legendary tale indeed. The man who adopted me hailed from an ancient British aristocracy. Overall, it's a story of a noble artistic youth falling in love with a common beauty and eloping." H.Y.D.R.A, clad in an exquisitely tailored loose bathrobe, lounged on the sofa, swirling a crystal glass of red wine before downing its contents. What the hell? If he eloped, how could he possibly have so much money? And if he had all this wealth, why reside in such a shabby house? Venom quipped while chewing on chocolate. H.Y.D.R.A shrugged nonchalantly. "It was merely an elopement. I wasn't disowned by the family, and I still have what I need. As for why I live in this house, it's a tribute, after all. It is the only place that reminds me of my family, and all my friends are here. Besides, I'm not lacking in funds now. Living with friends feels quite nice, doesn't it?" Pausing, H.Y.D.R.A set his crystal glass down and regarded Venom with a serious expression. "Although you know me well, I am unfamiliar with you, Venom. I need you to properly introduce yourself, particularly regarding your abilities. Swallowing the chocolate, Venom revealed his sharp fangs and grinned. Of course, it is my duty, H.Y.D.R.A. Firstly, I am not the symbiote you remember. As the former god of symbiotes, even stripped of my powers, I still surpass other symbiotes in strength. Unlike the weaknesses of ordinary symbiotes, such as high temperatures or sound waves, they have no effect on me. As he spoke, Venom demonstrated by retrieving a flamethrower from the kitchen and directing it towards his own head. After a few minutes of this, he set the flamethrower aside and rummaged through the house once more. Seeing this, H.Y.D.R.A. quickly raised his hand to stop him. I know of something that emits sound waves. The old man has musical instruments. Just a moment. He stood and walked to the bookshelf, pressing a mechanism that opened a hidden door. Peering inside, Venom exclaimed, "Oh my, you have stairs." H.Y.D.R.A. smiled as he descended the staircase into the underground room, caressing various instruments as he introduced them to Venom. This collection features instruments from around the world. The old man built this for his beloved, a beautiful gypsy girl, as both were passionate about music. To pursue their shared interest without disturbing the neighbors, they constructed this place. When I was younger, he often taught me music here. Grabbing a pair of soundproof headphones, he cranked the amplifier to maximum. Holding a Swona towards Venom, he asked, "Are you absolutely certain you are not afraid?" Venom grinned widely, giving a thumbs up with his tendril. "Bring it on." All right. H.Y.D.R.A. tilted his head back, taking a deep breath and blowing into the instrument with sheer force, devoid of any technique. With his eyes closed and face flushed, H.Y.D.R.A. finished his breath, noticing that Venom appeared unaffected. A singular thought raced through his mind, steady. As Venom approached, tapping H.Y.D.R.A.'s chest with his tendril, he proudly inquired, "How was that?" "I have never felt better." H.Y.D.R.A.'s words were heartfelt. Ever since he learned he was in the Marvel Universe, he lived in constant fear of an unpredictable supervillain who might eliminate him. Venom's arrival had invigorated H.Y.D.R.A., acting as a potent tonic. Venom grinned, revealing his teeth before suddenly recalling something, rummaging through his own body. "Ah, right, regarding Loki, if you had doubted me, this would have served as a backup plan, but it seems it is no longer necessary." As Venom spoke, he produced a green gem from his being and tossed it into the air. Initially, H.Y.D.R.A. thought it was the time stone, but as the gem erupted in a dazzling display of light, transforming into a figure adorned with a green crown of antlers, H.Y.D.R.A.'s eyes widened in astonishment. The god of stories, Loki. Loki, draped in a green cloak, smiled upon seeing H.Y.D.R.A. and Venom, extending his arms as he approached H.Y.D.R.A. and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "It has been far too long, my brother." Hey, what about me? I want one too." Venom exclaimed, watching H.Y.D.R.A. and Loki embrace, transforming two tendrils to join in the hug. After a moment, the trio separated, and H.Y.D.R.A. opened his mouth to speak, but Loki waved his hand to interrupt. "Time is of the essence, my brother. My essence dissipated while saving you and rebooting the multiverse with Venom. What remains of me is merely an illusion, and our time is limited." As Loki spoke, he snapped his fingers, causing the surroundings to shift dramatically, scenes rapidly flashing before them. They witnessed the progression from their initial meeting, growing friendship, to the eventual sacrifice of H.Y.D.R.A. As the final scene faded, they returned to H.Y.D.R.A.'s music room. Loki regarded the pensive H.Y.D.R.A. and spoke earnestly, "Brother, I have 3 matters to discuss with you. First, the power of the Abyss has not vanished. Due to your uniqueness, at the moment you and Venom rejoined as one, the infinite abyssal multiverse took root within you as a seed. If you can find a way, you may reclaim your powers. However, prior to that, you are unable to actively harness the dormant power of the Abyss. But fret not, my brother, for you can still utilize some passive abilities of the abyssal force in the meantime. The second matter at hand is that during your resurrection, I borrowed from Venom a fragment of the system's original essence to reset the multiverse, granting you the ability to traverse beyond it. However, the potency of this ability to traverse worlds is contingent upon your inherent strength. I shall instruct you on its usage shortly. The third point, my brother, is that this is the coordinate of my timeline. You must expedite your growth in power and seek me out. I eagerly anticipate our reunion." As Loki spoke, he extended his hand and cast a spell upon H.Y.D.R.A.'s brow, causing H.Y.D.R.A.'s eyes to gleam with a verdant light. In truth, Loki was unaware of how to wield the traversing ability bestowed upon H.Y.D.R.A. by the system's essence. Yet, once the essence merged with H.Y.D.R.A., it would manifest as his instinct. Loki was merely teaching H.Y.D.R.A. how to awaken and utilize this instinct. As the green light in H.Y.D.R.A.'s eyes faded, he glanced at the mental map and timeline coordinates before looking up at the fading figure of Loki, who was smiling at him. He hurriedly inquired, "How can I awaken the dormant power of the Abyss?" Loki chuckled softly and shook his head, "I do not know. The abyssal power is yours if you are unaware of it. How could I possibly know? Audie fell silent for a moment and turned to Venom, who hastily waved his hands. Don't look at me, I am also in the dark. You are the embodiment of the abyssal power. Audie shook his head, gazing at the gradually dissipating Loki, who laughed and waved goodbye to both him and Venom. Farewell, brother, until we meet again. With that, Loki's apparition transformed into green starlight and vanished, leaving Audie standing in confusion. Feeling compelled as a good brother, Venom approached Audie, who wore a perplexed expression, and decided to offer some encouragement with a sinister grin. Don't worry, Audie. Loki is just a sour grape. Once we reach Asgard, we can give that sour grape a proper thrashing while he's still a youngling. As Venom continued, he suddenly shifted his tone, extending his long tongue to lick his sharp fangs, ominously stating, however, before that, we need to deal with a few pesky nuisances, like the damned black dogs outside our home. Audie was initially inclined to nod in agreement, but upon hearing Venom's next words, his eyes narrowed sharply. Though he had physically traversed realms, let us not forget that he was raised and educated by old English nobility, and he still retained some traditional skills. How shall I put it? Have you noticed the Lee Enfield rifle displayed atop the living room fireplace? It is far from mere decoration, it is a hereditary artifact, its illustrious history well documented. Chapter 3. The Dark Self-Service of Venom by All That Is Sacred. Are you certain this is the abode of that yellow-skinned monkey? Absolutely, boss. Surrounding Audie's residence were several young African-American males, appearing to be around 15 or 16, each wielding a machete, stealthily infiltrating Audie's yard. If Audie or Peter were nearby, they would undoubtedly recognize these youths as the very same individuals whom Audie had dispatched with a single punch earlier that day. The leader of the group, having been knocked down by Audie's 2 swift blows, approached Audie's doorstep and spat angrily. Curse that yellow-skinned monkey. Once we get inside, make sure to beat him severely. We must eliminate that one who knows martial arts. With a swollen visage, the leader spoke fiercely, while one of his subordinates timidly interjected, Boss, that yellow-skinned monkey is too formidable. We might not stand a chance. With a sharp slap, the leader drew a firearm from his waistband. What are you afraid of? No matter how skilled he is, can he outmatch a gun? Pathetic. After reprimanding his subordinate, the leader approached the door and knocked. Immediately, Audie's voice resonated from within. The door is unlocked. Please come in. The youths outside exchanged glances, and the leader tentatively turned the doorknob, only to hear a click as the door swung open. A grin spread across his face as he brandished his gun and entered with his gang, the door clicking shut behind them. Meanwhile, this unsettling scene was inadvertently witnessed by Ben Parker on the balcony. Call the police, May. Having been neighbors for years, Ben sensed the impending danger. He hurriedly dressed and descended the stairs, informing Peter and May of the situation below before retrieving a suitable knife from the kitchen, ready to confront the threat. Upon hearing that intruders had entered his neighbor and dear friend Audie's home, Peter immediately rose to fetch 2 knives from the kitchen and followed Ben. Though Ben intended to dissuade him, Peter, with an unusually grave expression, stated, Audie is one of my 2 best friends. Observing Peter's earnestness, Ben patted his shoulder and remarked, You've grown, choosing not to protest further. Yet, as the uncle and nephew opened the door, anguished cries and gunshots erupted from Audie's house. Audie! Peter's eyes welled with tears, for they had grown up together as friends. He exchanged a glance with Ben, and they raced towards Audie's home, kicking the door open. What lay before them rendered them speechless. Audie was sitting unscathed on the sofa, clad in his custom bathrobe, engrossed in a spy movie, looking at them in astonishment. Uncle Ben, Peter, what brings you here? Audie's bewildered tone snapped them from their stupor. Realizing their breach of decorum, Ben and Peter swiftly concealed their knives behind them, stammering, we saw a few African Americans breaking into your house. African Americans? Upon hearing this, Audie's expression turned to one of confusion. Surely not. There are no African Americans here. As Ben composed himself, he informed Audie with earnestness, Perhaps I was mistaken, but I believe it prudent for us to search, just in case an intruder has indeed entered. Audie nodded in agreement and rose, stating seriously, Then I shall accompany you. After all, it concerns my safety. Thus, the 3 of them searched the premises thoroughly, yet they found not a trace of any intruder. Ben scratched his head in frustration, exclaiming, How can there be nothing? I distinctly saw someone. Peter cast an apologetic glance at Audie and gently advised Ben, Uncle, I think you ought to rest. It seems you are so fatigued that you're seeing things. With a resigned sigh, Ben replied, It appears I am indeed overworked. My apologies, H.Y.D.R.A, for causing you such trouble. H.Y.D.R.A smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, Uncle Ben. Discovering your issues is a minor concern in comparison. Hearing this, Ben's face softened with a smile. You are truly a good child, H.Y.D.R.A. All right, Uncle, let's return and rest, H.Y.D.R.A suggested. Indeed, Ben agreed. After watching Ben depart, Peter turned to H.Y.D.R.A and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, H.Y.D.R.A, for the trouble I've caused you. I truly feel bad. H.Y.D.R.A placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder. It's nothing. We are brothers. Let's go check on Uncle Ben. He has been quite exhausted lately. Yes, see you tomorrow, H.Y.D.R.A. See you tomorrow, Peter. Once he had seen Peter and Ben off, H.Y.D.R.A closed the door and settled back onto the sofa. Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.A.'s shoulder, sticking out its tongue. Ugh. That was repulsive. The stench of those black dogs is nauseating, akin to the odor of a grandmother's unwashed underwear from years past. I must rinse my mouth. Before the sentence was complete, Venom directed its head toward the kitchen, and after a prolonged sound of running water, it finally finished. Oh, thank goodness I have been saved. Returning to H.Y.D.R.A.'s side, Venom snatched the remote control, switching the spy film to a children's channel, while chattering incessantly. So, H.Y.D.R.A, what is the plan moving forward? H.Y.D.R.A rose and retrieved a crystal glass and some red wine, pouring himself a drink. Isn't the symbiote capable of reading its host's memories? Surely. You must know my next course of action. Oh, I nearly forgot. You have yet to regain your memories. But fear not. I shall reiterate. I respect you, H.Y.D.R.A, and will not delve into your thoughts without your consent. By the way, I will teach you how to shield your mind from me, Venom added. As Venom spoke, the method to block it from accessing his thoughts formed vividly in H.Y.D.R.A.'s mind, a gesture of sincerity that deeply moved him. Without hesitation, he divulged his forthcoming plan, to grow stronger. The means to unlock the abyssal power remains unknown, yet my own strength is tangible. You lack the weaknesses of a symbiote, making you a perfect entity, an absolute hexagonal warrior. However, there exists a fatal flaw. Me. Despite your parasitism, my inherent power is still woefully insufficient. Though the power of the symbiote is formidable, it ultimately hinges upon its host. Hence, I intend to adhere to my original plan. You may refer to my memory for specifics. Is that agreeable? Then please wait a moment while I review your strategy. Venom, having spoken, retracted into Eddie's body, only to emerge once more after a brief interlude, remarking with a glint in his eye, Ah, what a splendid plan. We shall proceed as outlined. However, I must admit my surprise that you, Eddie, share a universe with Toby Spider, and to think this universe also harbors the narcissistic nuisance known as Tony Stark. Eddie, while unfazed by Venom's knowledge of Toby Spider, reflected that if Venom's conversation with Loki held any truth, then Venom's awareness was entirely justified. Taking a sip of red wine, Eddie inquired, By the way, how much power do you think we will possess post-fusion? My single hand can lift objects weighing between 300 and 360 pounds. Venom pondered for a moment before responding. Considering various factors and our compatibility, a conservative estimate would place our combined strength at roughly 50 tons. 50 tons, you say? That certainly ranks us among the more powerful superheroes, Eddie mused. Thus, as long as we avoid trouble, there appears to be little that could pose a threat to us. Truly, what a remarkable advantage we possess. Eddie found Venom's assessment credible, despite his unassuming appearance and brash demeanor. Venom's intelligence is rated a formidable level 7 according to official data. To put this into perspective, both Tony Stark and Mr. Fantastic possess an intelligence level of merely 6. One can only remark on Marvel's frequent reliance on established lore. After finishing his glass of red wine, Eddie glanced at Venom, who was engrossed in television, and rose to retrieve his headphones and eye mask, reclining on the sofa. Tomorrow, he would attend the science exhibition organized by Osborn, so he decided to rest. Oh, all right, good night, Eddie, Venom replied, extending a tendril to dim the living room lights and lower the volume of the television. Eddie smiled at this. After a year, the household had regained a semblance of vibrancy. Good night, Venom. Data post-fusion of Venom and Eddie. Intelligence, 7. All-knowing. Strength, 7. Over 100 tons. Venom's strength is somewhat abstract. Eddie's base strength is 30 tons, but with the right emotional state. He can unleash up to 200 tons. Speed, 5. Supersonic at 222 Mach. Endurance, 7. Immortal. Ability projection, 1. Incapable of energy release. Combat skills, 7. Mastery of all combat techniques. Chapter 4. The affluent Adolph Eddie Lee. The morning air of New York exuded a sense of freedom, permeated by the scents of nitrate and burning charcoal. Eddie removed his eye mask and headphones, slowly rising from the sofa, just as he prepared to make breakfast. Venom's voice echoed in his ears. "Hey, Eddie, you're awake? Just in time. I've just finished cooking. Come and eat." As Eddie turned his gaze, he beheld Venom emerging from the kitchen, head extended and tentacles delicately carrying a plate. Hey, the sandwiches are here." Venom placed the sandwiches onto the coffee table, positioning them before Eddie, then, with a tentacle, offered a fork to him, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "Go on, eat up. Remember how much you adored my cooking? It's just that I wonder if my culinary skills have deteriorated since I haven't cooked in so long." Receiving the fork from Venom's tentacle, Eddie glanced at the sandwich before him, enveloped in a layer of chocolate. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Venom's eager expression. "I used to enjoy your cooking." "Indeed. What of it? Your meals were all prepared by yours truly." "All right then." Eddie remained quiet, choosing to trust his former self. Perhaps it truly was delectable. Preparing himself mentally, he cut a small piece with a knife and fork, placing it in his mouth. The rich flavors of cheese and peanut butter burst gloriously on his palate. "How shall I put this? It resembles a Snickers." Nodding, Eddie offered an objective assessment. "Quite good, though not overly sweet, just perfectly balanced." Upon hearing Eddie's praise, Venom's face lit up with a grin. "Ha ha ha, it seems my culinary skills have not waned." As Eddie savored the sandwich, he observed Venom's expression, reflecting on Venom's earlier statement. With a smile, Eddie remarked, "In that case, I shall leave my meals in your capable hands from now on." In high spirits, Venom, oblivious to any underlying implications, readily agreed. "No problem. Leave it to me." Eddie chuckled softly, taking a bite of the chocolate sandwich. "By the way, what time is it? I forgot to set my alarm last night." Venom pondered for a moment, recalling the time he had seen earlier. "It's 7:20. Why do you ask? 7:20? Really?" "Yes." Shaking his head, Eddie continued munching on the sandwich. Since he had missed the school bus, driving was his only option. He recalled a scene from a movie where Tobey Spider-Man was late and almost missed the bus. He wondered if that were still the case, especially since Mary now called Peter every day to go to school together. After finishing breakfast, Eddie wiped his hands with a wet napkin, changed into a suitable outfit, and walked into the garage, where a Cadillac DeVille was parked. This was a gift from the elderly gentleman who adopted Eddie, presented to him on his 15th birthday. "Oh, what an old car," Venom remarked. Eddie chuckled in response. "It's only 2002. This is one of the finest automobiles of this era. Besides, I value safety over appearance. This brand is globally recognized as the most difficult to hijack, offering the highest level of security. Mine is a customized version, maximizing safety." As he opened the garage door and drove out, Eddie spotted Peter and Mary standing at Peter's doorstep. Upon seeing them, Eddie silently sighed in admiration and lowered the car window. "Ladies and gentlemen, what brings you here? How may I assist you?" Initially, Mary and Peter were in a huff when they heard Eddie's voice. Turning to look back, their faces lit up with joy upon spotting Eddie driving a sleek black car, and they hurried over. Eddie smiled and gestured, "Hop in, my friends. We'll miss the science exhibition if we dawdle." Grateful for his invitation, Mary and Peter wasted no time in thanking him before climbing into the back seat. "Thank you for the trouble, Eddie," Peter said, sporting a goofy grin behind his vintage glasses as he turned to Eddie in the front. Eddie started the car and waved dismissively. "Aren't we brothers? It's merely a ride, a trifling matter." Despite his casual demeanor, gratitude was still in order. Unlike Peter, Mary, after expressing her thanks, began scrutinizing the luxurious interior of the car, as her family circumstances made her sensitive to matters of wealth. Noticing the opulence, she earnestly advised, "Eddie, I understand you are grieving for Grandpa Lee, but there are myriad ways to cope. You needn't indulge like this. You should save your money for the future." Upon hearing this, both Eddie and Peter were momentarily taken aback. Unlike Peter, Mary was not particularly familiar with Eddie, despite living on the same street. She assumed they all shared a similar economic background and was unaware of Eddie's affluence. Eddie, recovering from his surprise, burst into laughter. "Peter, I thought you had shared this with Mary." Peter scratched his head awkwardly. "Without your permission, how could I divulge your situation?" "Ha, no worries. Peter, share it with Mary. We're all friends here." With Eddie's consent, Peter turned to Mary and, with a sheepish smile, said, "Mary, the grandfather who adopted Eddie hails from an ancient British aristocracy. And Eddie, being his adopted child, is the sole and primary heir. After Peter's revelation, H.Y.D.R.A chimed in, "Indeed, that is correct. As for how wealthy I am, let us just say, do you recall the Biological Research Institute built in Queens recently? I funded that, and your boyfriend, Peter Parker, is one of my personally recruited researchers, bound by a lifetime contract. In other words, Mary, whether you and Peter enjoy a prosperous life together hinges on how much I choose to pay him." "Good gracious, just how wealthy are you?" Mary asked, curious about the answer she most wanted to know. H.Y.D.R.A, feigning mystery, replied, "Time will reveal the answer." With H.Y.D.R.A's enigmatic response, Mary turned to Peter, who pondered for a moment before chuckling. "I'm not sure, but I remember Harry mentioning that H.Y.D.R.A is wealthier than his family. H.Y.D.R.A holds shares in many well-known conglomerates, including Osborn." My goodness. Time passed swiftly during their conversation, leaving Mary in a state of astonishment as H.Y.D.R.A drove them to the science exhibition. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Let us disembark. It seems we have outpaced the school bus," H.Y.D.R.A announced. He parked the vehicle and stood by the roadside, gazing at the slowly approaching bus in the distance. Peter and Mary alighted from the car and followed H.Y.D.R.A's gaze, a surge of indescribable excitement washing over them, a sentiment unique to adolescence. The school bus arrived, and as classmates descended, they cast curious glances at the trio. Mary, tidying her hair, waved to H.Y.D.R.A before rushing towards her friends. H.Y.D.R.A glanced at Peter, who was transfixed, grinning foolishly at Mary's departure, and asked, "How do you feel?" Peter, still watching Mary's retreating figure and reminiscing about the envious looks from their peers, understood they were admiring his friendship with H.Y.D.R.A. "It feels rather splendid," he replied. H.Y.D.R.A chuckled. Although he was merely 15, his mental maturity surpassed his years. In his youth, he too harbored dreams of being in the limelight, and seeing Peter now allowed him to rekindle those feelings somewhat. Just as Peter and H.Y.D.R.A engaged in conversation, a familiar voice called from behind. "H.Y.D.R.A, Peter." They turned to find Harry, who draped an arm over each of their shoulders. "Hey, brothers, did you sleep well last night?" "Very well," they replied. Amidst their jovial banter, a stern voice interrupted from behind. "Harry, you forgot your backpack." Harry turned to see a middle-aged man in an exquisite tailored suit, from whom he accepted the backpack. H.Y.D.R.A and Peter, upon recognizing the man, greeted him politely. "Hello, Uncle Norman." Norman Osborn responded warmly, "Greetings, children." As H.Y.D.R.A looked at the middle-aged man before him, thoughts began to formulate. Initially, his plan was to become Spider-Man and, when Norman transformed into the Green Goblin, to steal the Goblin Serum after he successfully developed a version without side effects. However, circumstances had shifted. He now intended to prevent Norman's transformation altogether, opting instead to infiltrate Oscorp to either steal or destroy the Goblin Serum. With his newfound powers through Venom, the serum's severe side effects rendered it unnecessary, not to mention the risk of turning a kind figure like Uncle Norman into a formidable villain. Such a venture would yield only detriment, clearly warranting its destruction. As for the Osborn family's hereditary affliction, in the fantastical Marvel universe, it was not insurmountable. At worst, he could improve the serum after procuring it. After a brief exchange, Norman Osborn departed. Once he was out of sight, Harry turned to H.Y.D.R.A and Peter and remarked, "Hey, I feel like you two resemble his sons more than I do." As H.Y.D.R.A and Peter exchanged smiles, the trio entered the science exhibition, where staff members were already enlightening a group of students about spiders. H.Y.D.R.A trailed closely behind Peter, his gaze fixed intently on the arachnids encased in glass, pondering the thoughts of Venom. What if I were bitten by one of these creatures? Would I gain Spider-Man's powers? No sooner had H.Y.D.R.A voiced his query than Venom's response echoed in his mind. Perhaps, but these spiders are merely ordinary genetic products, so the chances are slim. To be on the safe side, let us adhere to our original plan and select the spider intended for Peter. Only that Super Spider possesses a guaranteed connection to the spider totem. We need to ensure that after the spider bites Peter, while it is still alive, it bites you as well, thereby granting you the remaining essence of the spider totem yet to be infused within Spider-Man. Nodding in agreement, H.Y.D.R.A recognized the wisdom in Venom's words. Spider-Man's abilities stemmed primarily from the spider totem, while any mutations would likely result in a monstrous arachnid. Realizing there was little utility in observing the spiders further, H.Y.D.R.A diverted his attention solely to Peter. Fate was not to disappoint him. After Peter finished taking pictures for Mary, H.Y.D.R.A witnessed a spider landing on Peter's hand. Before Peter could exclaim, H.Y.D.R.A swiftly approached, seizing the spider and surreptitiously forcing it to bite him. With a gasp, H.Y.D.R.A called out, prompting Peter to rush over, momentarily disregarding the bite on his own hand. "H.Y.D.R.A, are you all right?" Enduring the pain, H.Y.D.R.A waited until the spider ceased its struggles before releasing it, casting aside the now lifeless creature. "I'm fine, just got bitten by the spider." Spreading his fingers to reveal the wound, he heard Venom's triumphant voice in his mind, declaring success. Suppressing a grin, H.Y.D.R.A feigned discomfort, persuading Peter to help him request a leave of absence before hastily departing the exhibition. On the drive back, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom had intended to celebrate their successful plan. Unexpectedly, H.Y.D.R.A felt a sharp pang in his heart, his hands relinquishing the steering wheel as he slumped against the seat. Observing H.Y.D.R.A.'s distress, Venom immediately took over the driving, extending his tendrils to guide the vehicle. "H.Y.D.R.A, what's wrong?" Confounded by H.Y.D.R.A.'s condition, Venom sensed a rapid increase in H.Y.D.R.A.'s physical strength. Yet he appeared to be in considerable discomfort. After some contemplation, Venom attributed it to the side effects of the transformation. Aware that this was a normal occurrence, he quietly activated his healing abilities in hopes of alleviating H.Y.D.R.A.'s suffering. However, Venom was unprepared for the revelation that H.Y.D.R.A.'s consciousness had manifested within a vast and ethereal dreamscape. Initially intrigued by this unfamiliar realm, H.Y.D.R.A was soon confronted by a diminutive spider totem materializing before him. Upon closer inspection, H.Y.D.R.A discerned that the totem was no larger than his own head, illuminating the realization that this was indeed his spider totem. As H.Y.D.R.A prepared to closely examine his spider totem, tendrils of dark purple energy suddenly surged from all directions within the unknown realm of his dreams, piercing the totem and transforming it into an inky black hue. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Just as H.Y.D.R.A stood in astonishment, a black hole abruptly opened above the now darkened spider totem. A tendril emerged from the totem, diving into the void, accompanied by a forceful pull. As orbs were drawn through the tendril and infused into the totem, the spider totem rapidly expanded, soon becoming 6 times the size of H.Y.D.R.A himself. Curiously, H.Y.D.R.A gazed up at the black hole, eager to discover what could possibly cause such a swift enhancement of the totem's strength. As the saying goes, one does not know until one looks, and upon looking, he was struck with shock. On the other side of the black hole lay an intricate web, densely woven. A single name flashed in H.Y.D.R.A.'s mind, the web of life and fate. Before he could contemplate further, a sharp feminine voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Who could it be? As the voice resonated, the shadowy spider totem retracted its tendrils, linking it to the web of life and fate, and the black hole swiftly closed. At this moment, the spider totem had grown to more than 10 times H.Y.D.R.A.'s size. Gazing at the colossal, obsidian totem before him, H.Y.D.R.A began to surmise that the force responsible for this transformation resided within him, the power of the abyss. He intended to reach out and touch the totem, but just then, it exploded into a myriad of starlight, adorning the dreamlike space around him. Could this possibly be the abyssal multiverse that Loki and Venom spoke of, lying dormant within him like a seed? But how was he to escape? Initially, H.Y.D.R.A pondered how to return to the real world. However, just as this thought flickered in his mind, he was suddenly seized by a powerful pull. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar surroundings of his home. Venom, the symbiote, engrossed in watching television, instantly darted back to H.Y.D.R.A's side upon hearing his call, exclaiming with excitement, "How do you feel now? I must tell you, we've gained several new abilities." "You knew?" H.Y.D.R.A responded, still in a haze. "Of course, I am a symbiote. Naturally, I would be aware of your newfound powers," Venom replied, his tone nonchalant. Despite Venom's assured demeanor, H.Y.D.R.A remained perplexed, though he could distinctly sense that his hearing, vision, and dynamic sight had all seen a remarkable enhancement. As for the rest, it remained to be seen, especially since his spider totem had exploded, leaving him uncertain if he had acquired Spider-Man's abilities. Rising to his feet, he approached the wall and, after ensuring he could adhere to it, he lifted his hands and took a few steps, discovering that he could indeed walk upon the wall. Observing his hands, he noted the absence of barbs, indicating that he had attained a form of bioelectrical adhesion akin to that of Spider-Man. As H.Y.D.R.A sank into contemplation, a peculiar sensation washed over him, causing the fine hairs on his body to stand on end. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, H.Y.D.R.A tilted his head to evade and deftly caught a kitchen knife that had been hurled from behind. Turning to face the source, he beheld Venom, brandishing its tentacles with a mischievous grin. You wanted to test your abilities, didn't you? I'm merely assisting you in assessing your spider sense. Don't look at me like that. Besides, even if you didn't dodge it, you're safe with me around, Adi replied, shaking his head in resignation. I'll let this slide this time, but if it happens again, I'll confiscate your snacks. Do you hear me? Venom quickly acquiesced. All right, I understand. Just don't take away my snacks. I admit my mistake. After hearing about the potential loss of his treats, Venom relented. Shaking his head, he placed the knife upon the coffee table, prompting Venom to activate the mechanism that revealed a hidden door within a bookshelf. Leading Venom into the music room, Adi noted Venom's puzzled expression. Why are we in the music room if we're supposed to be testing abilities? Venom inquired. Surprised by Venom's question, Adi replied, Haven't you seen my memories? Did you not realize I established a base underground akin to Batman's Batcave? Oh my goodness, you only allowed me to glimpse your plans. Not everything else. How could I possibly know? And you actually built a Batcave. This is utterly amazing. Adi, you have a Batcave? It's incredibly cool. As Venom lavished praise upon him, Adi chuckled and gestured for Venom to open the secret door, descending through the elevator shaft. It's not that impressive, really. After all, I'm only 15. Inside are merely high-priced custom devices designed to test strength and some advanced technology. I merely intend to gradually transform it into a Batcave-like facility. Well, if I hadn't come to find you, you might have ended up being the Batman of the Marvel Universe, Venom remarked, playfully morphing his head into the shape of a Batcave, eliciting laughter from Adi. Who knows? Venom surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Since I'm here, it can't be called a Batcave anymore. Let us name it Venom's Lair instead. Adi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, as the name held little significance for him. Sounds good. Chapter 6, The Power of the Abyss Tester, Adolph Adi Strength, 2,635 ton speed, 2,643 meters per second. Mach 2, physical resilience, greatly enhanced. Capable of withstanding small-caliber rifle bullets, jumping ability, 25 meters, height of the base rooftop. Adi sat cross-legged on the ground, engrossed in contemplation as he gazed at the recorded average values in his hands. In comparison to the data provided by Marvel for Spider-Man, it was evident that Adi's metrics surpassed those comprehensively. This was merely the physical data, excluding other capabilities. In a recent assessment, although he did not acquire the ability to produce webs like Tobey's Spider-Man, his spider sense and bioelectric capabilities were significantly enhanced. Firstly, concerning the spider sense. While it may not reach the extraordinary range of 50 kilometers akin to Aunt May, it extends at least 10 kilometers, even allowing for brief glimpses into the future reminiscent of the observation hockey in One Piece. Secondly, with respect to bioelectricity, he can unleash up to 20,000 volts of purple electricity through sheer exertion of physical strength, enabling long-range strikes. Without the constraints of stamina, even greater voltages could be achieved. Moreover, he can manipulate his electromagnetic field via bioelectric currents, facilitating defense, invisibility, and flight. This explains his remarkable speed of 2 Mach during testing. Most importantly, these abilities can be further augmented through his own enhancements. This evaluation was conducted without the amplification from Venom. The astonishing enhancements prompted Adi to reminisce about the dreamscape he had recently entered. Initially, he anticipated possessing a strength of 3 to 4 tons. Yet he was astounded to discover it surged to over 26 tons. For perspective, Eddie and Venom's fusion in the film only reached 30 tons of strength. Adi turned the page to the testing results. Test subject: Adolph Adi, Venom agent, strength 10,456 tons, speed 10,489 meters per second, 10 Mach, with an accompanying image. Although this mode is under the influence of Venom, it is Adi's consciousness that governs the body. Hence, even with enhanced strength, the data does not compare to the primal release achieved through complete symbiosis with Venom. The distinction between this mode and the comic depiction of the Venom agent is merely the absence of the spider emblem on his chest and the lack of a utility belt. Consequently, Adi has named this the Venom agent mode. The primary advantage of this mode lies in its ability to maintain Adi's physique while bestowing upon him boundless stamina and an immortal body, alongside the enhancement of superpowers. The infinite stamina allows him to wield his abilities without restraint. Now, dear friends, I, Adolph Adi, hereby declare that I shall henceforth be known as the Thunder God. Let the likes of Thor and Miles Morales take a back seat. The testing concludes here. As for why the data under complete symbiosis with Venom was not assessed, It is because H.W.D.R.A's current equipment is incapable of accurately measuring Venom statistics. To be candid, initially, when Loki mentioned that one could not actively harness the abyssal power, but could only utilize it passively, H.W.D.R.A did not regard it with much seriousness. Having little understanding of its potency, he assumed that the primary reliance would still be on the seemingly invulnerable Venom. However, after recently inquiring about the intricacies of the abyssal power from Venom, his perspective shifted dramatically. It is truly formidable, my friend. How should I articulate this? Listening to Venom's descriptions, H.W.D.R.A increasingly perceived it as a superior version of H.W.D.R.A. By actively absorbing the energy of others, he could transmute their abilities into his own, discarding the flaws of those abilities while enhancing and mutating them through the abyssal power. Just as H.W.D.R.A absorbed the essence of the spider totem, the mere thought of desiring its power, combined with the latent energy of the spider totem within him, would trigger the abyssal force to interpret and assimilate this essence. Subsequently, it would deconstruct the power, allowing H.W.D.R.A to acquire an enhanced version of the spider totem abilities. In all honesty, H.W.D.R.A felt that he could traverse the Marvel universe with ease, relying solely on this passive ability without even awakening the dormant multiverse of the Abyss within him. After a surge of excitement, H.W.D.R.A compelled himself to regain his composure and conveyed his observations and speculations to Venom for validation. After a moment of contemplation, Venom responded, "Indeed, the abyssal force possesses such capabilities. It was through this very power that you absorbed the likes of fairies, phoenixes, and chaos. This is one of the fundamental and core aspects of the abyssal force. I merely mentioned it casually, and I am surprised that this ability was the first to awaken within you." Intrigued by Venom's words, H.W.D.R.A inquired, "So, does this imply that my passive abilities must awaken gradually rather than all at once?" "Oh, I recall Loki mentioning that I could only utilize certain passive abilities. Could you enlighten me about the nature of the abyssal force?" "Certainly," Venom replied. "The core capabilities of the abyssal force encompass 5 key aspects: devouring, transforming, evolving, infecting, and enhancing." Throughout that night, H.W.D.R.A listened intently as Venom expounded upon the formidable nature of the abyssal force, deepening H.W.D.R.A's understanding of the power residing within him. The following morning, perhaps due to the newfound enhancement, H.W.D.R.A felt no fatigue despite having stayed up all night. He simply sat quietly on the sofa in anticipation of Peter's arrival. To thrive in this world, one must possess allies, although he relished a life of spontaneity. The title of Abyssal Sovereign was inherently provocative. Therefore, now and in the future, he would require companions. Having grown up together, Toby Spider and the Green Goblin were the most fitting allies, akin to his right and left arms. The prospect of a team comprising Venom, Spider-Man, and the Green Goblin was exhilarating. Influenced by H.W.D.R.A, Toby Spider exhibited a newfound confidence, markedly more so than in the films. After realizing something was amiss that morning, he conducted a series of small tests. H.W.D.R.A, keenly aware of all this through his spider sense, was convinced that Peter would seek him out soon. After all, Peter had witnessed H.W.D.R.A's transformation following the bite. Could it be that H.W.D.R.A had also undergone changes? Suddenly, with a loud crash, the front door of H.W.D.R.A's home fell to the ground, and an exuberant Peter stood at the threshold, waving the detached doorknob in his hand. "H.W.D.R.A, I've become a superhuman," he exclaimed, rushing towards H.W.D.R.A, his face alight with excitement as he recounted the events that transpired upon his awakening. Upon completing his narrative, Peter turned expectantly towards H.W.D.R.A. H.W.D.R.A, well aware of Peter's unspoken thoughts, understood that if only Peter were to acquire superpowers, he would be engulfed in confusion. However, if the bond of brotherhood permitted him to possess abilities as well, it would only lead to exhilaration. Without further ado, H.W.D.R.A raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of electricity upon the alarm clock, shattering it into fragments. "Wow, awesome," Peter exclaimed in delight, glancing at H.W.D.R.A. He then attempted to mimic H.W.D.R.A's actions, trying to conjure a shock of electricity himself. Yet, after much effort, he could not summon a spark. Instead, to his bewilderment, webbing shot forth from his wrist. This left Peter puzzled. Both he and H.W.D.R.A had been bitten by the same spider, so why could he not produce electricity? "How did you manage that?" H.W.D.R.A smiled faintly, propping the door with a chair and beckoning Peter to follow him. He then approached the bookshelf and activated a hidden mechanism. Peter, trusting his friend, trailed behind H.W.D.R.A as they entered a concealed passage. He was aware of the hidden music room in H.W.D.R.A's home, having played there in their childhood. Although he was uncertain of H.W.D.R.A's intentions, He assumed there must be a compelling reason for such actions. Following H.Y.D.R.A's lead, they descended into the depths of a chamber resembling a lair, where Peter was profoundly astonished by the sight before him. An array of sophisticated equipment meticulously arranged, alongside a dazzling display of various firearms. My goodness, brother, are you planning to overthrow the White House? Are you truly aspiring to be a dictator? Peter marveled. You know, until today, I thought you were merely jesting when you mentioned wanting to topple the White House and revive the triangular trade. Now, I find it hard to dismiss your intentions. The depth of H.Y.D.R.A's preparations left Peter in awe. The machinery before him was far more advanced than anything he had witnessed at Oscorp. H.Y.D.R.A shook his head and began to articulate the fabricated rationale he had devised. Peter, this world is fraught with peril, concealing threats beyond our imagination, and superhumans are innumerable. You and I, having just acquired our powers, are merely two among many. To safeguard myself and you, I must take preventative measures, hence the establishment of this base. As he spoke, H.Y.D.R.A initiated a pre-prepared video on a large screen. As one of the heirs to an ancient nobility, wealth was but one facet. The more significant aspect lay in connections. He had access to certain supernatural recordings. Do you see this, Peter? This is the truth of our world. At that moment, Peter was no longer attuned to H.Y.D.R.A's voice. His attention was wholly captivated by the footage displaying the might of various superhumans. Images of the roaring assault squad as Captain America, a vampire hunter clad in black leather, and a mysterious figure in a red bodysuit active in Hell's Kitchen flickered across the screen. As he beheld the extraordinary feats of these superhumans, Peter found himself rendered speechless by awe. Satisfied with Peter's reaction, H.Y.D.R.A wished to convey that what he had shown was still within the realm of humanity. After 2008, the chaos would escalate exponentially. However, there is no need. Speaking of it now would only serve to increase our troubles. There are still 6 years ahead, so there is no rush. What do you think? H.Y.D.R.A inquired. Incredulous, Peter found it utterly unscientific. Their strength was simply incompatible with biological structures. Observing Peter's bewildered expression, H.Y.D.R.A was poised to administer another dose of intrigue. Peter, how about I introduce you to a friend? Of course, introducing a friend is always welcome. Your friend is my friend. When Peter heard that H.Y.D.R.A intended to introduce a friend, he assumed it would be another individual with extraordinary powers, so he readily accepted without further thought. H.Y.D.R.A was aware of Peter's assumption, and the thought of Peter's impending reaction caused a smirk to form at the corners of his mouth. Trust me, you will find much common ground with this friend. Come forth, Venom. As H.Y.D.R.A's words resonated, Peter scanned the surroundings, yet no one appeared. Initially, he thought H.Y.D.R.A was merely jesting, ready to rebuke him for his antics. To his surprise, upon turning around, he beheld a fearsome head adorned with sharp fangs resting on H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder. Oh, for heaven's sake, have you been parasitized by an alien? My friend. Startled, Peter recoiled, casting a suspicious glance at H.Y.D.R.A. Venom, undeterred by Peter's reaction, bared his teeth and introduced himself slowly. Greetings, Peter Parker. I am Venom. Upon hearing Venom's name, Peter instantly comprehended that this was the friend H.Y.D.R.A had mentioned. Trusting H.Y.D.R.A, he suppressed his astonishment and replied, Hello, Venom. I am Peter Benjamin Parker. It is a pleasure to meet you. After a brief introduction, H.Y.D.R.A omitted the details about Venom's resurrection and the Abyssal Sovereign, stating instead that Venom had arrived on Earth via a rocket. Following a succinct account of his relationship with Venom, H.Y.D.R.A led Peter to a testing machine. This device assesses physical data. So, Peter, shall we conduct a test? Peter gazed at the equipment in awe. Is it truly possible? Absolutely. Though we will need to run several tests to ensure the accuracy of the data. Then let us proceed. With excitement, Peter stepped onto the testing apparatus, following H.Y.D.R.A's guidance. After nearly 2 hours, H.Y.D.R.A successfully calculated Peter's physical data. Tester, Peter Benjamin Parker strength, 442-ton speed, 1,034 meters per second physical resilience, enhanced body density jumping ability, 335 meters, as Peter marveled at the displayed figures. Exhilaration coursed through him. This is incredible. Hey, could you possibly calm down? You resemble an overexcited monkey bouncing about. Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to. I'm just overwhelmed with excitement. Good heavens, I can hardly believe how powerful I am. What does it matter? H.Y.D.R.A's data far surpasses yours. Venom remarked as he handed Peter the physical data of H.Y.D.R.A. Upon receiving the data from Venom, Peter was filled with awe, exclaiming, as expected of Adidas, "He is significantly stronger than I am." "Of course," came the reply. Ignoring the raucous banter between Venom and Peter, Adidas's attention remained riveted on the screen displaying Peter's data. Despite being recognized as the powerhouse Spider-Man, the fact that Tobey had acquired his superpowers less than 24 hours ago and demonstrated over 4 tons of strength left Adidas utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Peter did not possess the abyssal power like Adidas, which allows for enhancement and energy replenishment. Presently, his strength is anticipated to cease growing after 72 hours, ultimately predicting a value around 20 tons. This already surpasses the official specifications for Spider-Man's strength, truly befitting a powerhouse. Consider that Peter is only 15 years old. As he matures and his physique develops, this figure will only ascend further. After relaying this information to Peter, Adidas observed the palpable excitement in him. The trembling of Peter's hand suggested that if music were to play, he would undoubtedly perform a dance on the spot. In his exuberance, Peter suddenly looked up at Adidas, suggesting, "Adidas, let us become vigilantes, just like we used to play in our childhood." Adidas pondered this for a moment. It was understandable for a young man to aspire to be a hero who hasn't harbored dreams of heroism. Captain America certainly inspires the common folk. Moreover, Peter could use some practice in battling minor foes, accumulating combat experience along the way, fulfilling a childhood fantasy after all, for even an anti-hero can be considered a hero. With this in mind, Adidas nodded. "Oh, I need to think of a catchy nickname. What should it be?" "I got it." "What about you, Adidas? What do you plan to call yourself?" Peter asked. "Oh, I have an idea. Though you can't shoot webs, you can generate electricity. How about Electro Kid? My goodness, I truly am a genius. This idea is splendid. What do you all think?" Adidas nearly broke composure upon hearing Peter dub him Electro Kid, quickly waving his hands. No. I'll just go by Venom. No need for any other name." Seeing his suggestion rejected, Peter felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly rallied, the image of the spider that had bitten them flashing in his mind. "Hey, Adidas, I think we need a suit, just like the one in that footage you showed. I have an idea. Do you have paper and a pen? May I borrow them, brother?" "Of course, they're over on that table." Adidas gestured. "Thank you. Please wait for me." With that, Peter dashed to the table Adidas indicated, beginning to sketch the design for their suits. Adidas approached Peter, glancing at his work, only to find it strikingly similar to the original design from the movie featuring Tobey. To be honest, it looked somewhat unappealing. Upon finishing, Peter held up the design to showcase it to Adidas and Venom, brimming with excitement. "What do you think?" Adi and Venom exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Venom, with unrelenting candor, critiqued, "Your artistic flair resembles a haphazard creation of Down syndrome. It cannot be deemed entirely poor. Perhaps I simply lack an understanding of art. Who knows? If your painting were placed amongst the abstract, you might emerge as a master." "Oh, your words truly wound me." Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment and hesitated to retract his design sketches. Sensing the tension, Adi quickly intervened. "Don't take it to heart, Peter. Venom speaks his mind. It's just his way." Just as Peter intended to express his understanding, Venom interjected in annoyance. "Hey, what do you mean by that? I merely speak the truth. What do you mean by saying that's just how I talk?" "Adi, clarify this for me." Observing Venom's demeanor, Adi raised a hand to signal Peter to wait a moment, then turned to Venom. "Let us soften our words, my friend. We're all on the same side. There's no need for such harshness. If you continue like this, I shall deprive you of your snacks." Venom, displeased at the mention of his snacks, retorted, "You threaten me with snacks again, Adi. You've crossed the line. Wasn't what I said already sufficiently gentle? How else should I phrase it?" Faced with Venom's obstinate stance, Adi conceded a bit, saying, "All right, I don't expect an apology from you, but you must provide Peter with an avenue for retreat." "How did that sound?" The two exchanged glances, and seeing Adi's willingness to yield, Venom relented. "Fine, I'll heed your advice and offer him a way out." Having reached a consensus, Adi turned to Peter. "Actually, Venom didn't dismiss your design. He respects it. He simply harbors a vision of something superior and struggles to articulate it, which inadvertently hurt your feelings. Come on, Venom, show Peter your design." "What? My design? This is not what we agreed upon." Venom, initially bewildered, quickly caught on to Adi's cue. With a resigned sigh, he affirmed, "Ah, yes, my design. Follow me. I shall enlighten you." As he spoke, Venom seized a pen, conjuring memories of Tobey's Spider-Man suit from their previous encounters, and swiftly sketched the battle suit from his recollections onto the paper. Initially, Peter held little hope, recognizing that this was merely H.Y.D.R.A's way of coaxing an apology from Venom. He didn't truly mind. He merely wished to glance at the design, accepting Venom's contrition. However, upon seeing the design, he was taken aback. The more he examined Venom's creation, the more he adored it, as if it were inherently destined to be his suit. A kindred spirit. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely perfect. Chapter 8. The spider suit. Oh, cough, my back, my back. In the Venom cave, H.Y.D.R.A, in preparation for the future formation of a team and the enhancement of its combat capabilities, had earlier established an underground base for training and logistics. At this moment, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were in the meticulously crafted training ground, intensifying Peter's combat abilities through rigorous training. However, it seemed less like training and more like H.Y.D.R.A's unilateral assault on Peter. 4 days had passed since the science exhibition. Due to the lifelong contract Peter signed with H.Y.D.R.A, he could advance his salary, which negated any need to engage in staged fights for money. Consequently, without the pretense of phony match, Uncle Ben remained unharmed. H.Y.D.R.A approached Peter, who lay on the ground, and extended his hand to help him up. You're far too weak, Peter. You must remember that I haven't even resorted to using electric shocks. Venom also emerged, mocking Peter. Hey, Parker, you look like a frail old lady who has thrown out her back at 70. After 4 days of Venom's relentless banter, Peter had developed a considerable immunity to such taunts. This is absurd, H.Y.D.R.A. I genuinely believe that we need not toil so excessively on combat skills. We could simply rely on sheer strength. After all, no human body can withstand over 20 tons of force, not even Captain America. H.Y.D.R.A shook his head, thinking Peter was still too naive. If we look closer to home, this year saw the emergence of the Green Goblin, and next year in 2003, Bruce Banner would be exposed to gamma radiation during an experiment, transforming into the Hulk and embarking on a journey of evasion. In 2004, Dr. Octopus would appear, and by 2007, Venom would arrive. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, as this is a real world where H.Y.D.R.A and H.Y.D.R.A would not simply wait until 2008 to emerge. Preparation is essential. However, H.Y.D.R.A recalled Venom mentioning that once they became the Lords of the Abyss, they would become the singularity of the multiverse, devoid of parallel counterparts, past or future. It was uncertain which symbiote would take Venom's place. As H.Y.D.R.A contemplated this, he stepped off the training ground, saying, I have other matters to attend to. Today's training will conclude here. By the way, you need to follow me. Your suit is ready. Really? That's fantastic. The cessation of training and the news of the completed suit instantly invigorated Peter, who leapt up with excitement and followed H.Y.D.R.A. The trio arrived at a capsule-shaped iron pod. H.Y.D.R.A snapped his fingers, and the pod slowly opened, revealing the iconic red and blue spider suit inside. Observing Peter's enthusiasm, H.Y.D.R.A smiled and began his introduction. This suit was crafted according to Venom's design specifications, utilizing special materials that are waterproof, fireproof, and insulated, while also possessing remarkable elasticity and toughness, making it both comfortable to wear and incredibly durable. The mask is slightly different. While its fire and water resistance is not as formidable as the suit's overall, it incorporates new materials that provide protection against toxins and filter the air, ensuring your breathing remains unobstructed. The rib section of your suit has been enhanced with retractable gliding wings, enabling you to glide short distances through the air. By the way, a friendly reminder, all special materials have been exclusively developed by Venom. What? Peter exclaimed, his eyes alight as he turned to Venom, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Venom. Venom, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth at the acknowledgement, feigned disdain and retorted, Humph, I truly cannot comprehend your sense of aesthetics. If you enjoy wearing such a skin-tight suit, I would suggest you forego it altogether. Wearing it or not makes little difference. Peter merely chuckled at Venom's jibes, now perceiving the creature's sardonic humor as playful banter between friends. With hopeful eyes, he gazed upon the spider's suit nestled within, and, as if struck by inspiration, turned to Eddie and curiously inquired, May I see your suit, Eddie? Eddie nodded, of course. No sooner had Eddie spoken than a black, viscous substance erupted from his body, swiftly enveloping him. In an instant, a figure clad entirely in pitch-black material, save for a pair of pale eyes, emerged in his place. Oh wow, this is incredibly cool. Eddie, Peter exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. May I touch it? Certainly, Eddie replied. Peter hesitantly placed a hand on the exterior of Venom's transformed armor. only to retract it swiftly. Goodness, this feels just like armor crafted from alloy. As Peter marveled, Eddie's form suddenly surged in height, the exterior armor dissipating, revealing a fearsome maw filled with fangs on the original mask. In that moment, a robust creature replaced Eddie before Peter's eyes. What do you think? Now that's what I call aesthetics. As Venom's voice echoed, Peter paused in confusion before realizing that this was Venom controlling Eddie's form, his excitement intensifying. Hey, you can actually change forms. This is amazing. Venom, do you have other symbiotes? I would love to have a symbiotic partner. Venom laughed heartily, relishing the compliment. Peter was a clever lad. Venom is one of a kind. Other symbiotes aren't as righteous or benevolent as I am. Typically, those who bond with symbiotes become supervillains. In that case, perhaps it's for the best, Peter mused, his yearning for a symbiotic partner diminishing significantly upon hearing Venom's words. Noticing Peter's slight disappointment, Venom's grin faltered, and, softening his demeanor, he remarked, well, it's not an absolute. The morality of a symbiote largely depends on the host's heart. Take Eddie and me, for instance. If it were you, I believe you still have a considerable chance of acquiring a symbiotic partner. Peter grasped Venom's implication and chuckled heartily. Is that so? Thank you for the kind words, Venom. No need to thank me, tight-clad Spider-Boy. Upon finishing his words, Venom swiftly diminished in size, returning to H.Y.D.R.A's form. H.Y.D.R.A stepped forward to extract the spider suit from the machine, handing it to Peter. Well, the time has come for me to take my leave. Farewell, Peter. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, H.Y.D.R.A. The two exchanged farewells, and as H.Y.D.R.A turned to depart, he returned home, entered the garage, and drove off towards Oscorp. In recent days, he had revisited the narrative and concluded that the Green Goblin Serum was utterly worthless. Not only did it have a limited duration of enhancement, but it also bore adverse effects. The only aspect of the serum that piqued H.Y.D.R.A's interest was the factor contained within, which possessed formidable powers capable of resurrecting the deceased. In the comics, the Green Goblin relied on this factor to return after being slain by Spider-Man. In one version, Norman even augmented the Green Goblin Serum, rendering the factor within even more potent, allowing for continuous cycles of death and resurrection. Furthermore, in the comics, the Green Goblin Serum remarkably enabled the symbiote to overcome its vulnerabilities to high temperatures and sound waves. However, based on the cinematic portrayal, it remains uncertain whether the symbiote's weaknesses can be eradicated. It appears that the factor is absent, as the Green Goblin indeed met his demise in the film. Nonetheless, this does not detract from the serum's research potential. Parking in a secluded alley devoid of surveillance and populated by few, H.Y.D.R.A exited the vehicle and gazed towards the distant Oscorp tower, where black liquid was slowly seeping from its surface. In an instant, Venom materialized before him. Yet, the transformation was not complete. H.Y.D.R.A harnessed the symbiote's shape-shifting abilities, and after a brief ripple across his form, he morphed into the guise of a similarly built Caucasian man. Let's proceed, Venom. Chapter 9. Enhancing the Green Goblin Serum, assuming the identity of the transformed man. H.Y.D.R.A stealthily followed the laboratory personnel into Oscorp's lab, where he encountered a despondent Norman and his assistant. With the military personnel having departed, had H.Y.D.R.A not arrived, this once benevolent middle-aged man would soon succumb to immense pressure, resorting to injecting himself with the Green Goblin Serum, thus transforming into the Green Goblin and instigating a series of tragedies. H.Y.D.R.A shook his head and directly unleashed a controlled current, sabotaging the power supply to Oscorp's laboratory, subsequently rendering Norman and his assistant unconscious. After securing all the Green Goblin Serum and relevant research materials, he departed with panache. Shortly after H.Y.D.R.A's exit, Oscorp's staff discovered the unconscious Norman and his assistant in the laboratory, hastily transporting both to the hospital for treatment. 2 hours later, a gradually awakening Norman abruptly sat up, scanning his surroundings. Grasping his secretary beside him, he inquired with palpable anxiety, "The serum? What has happened to the serum?" The secretary, taken aback by Norman's frantic demeanor, swallowed hard and replied, "Boss, we just received word from the company that the serum and all related research materials are completely gone." "What did you say?" Norman suddenly erupted with fury, seizing the secretary by the collar and glaring at him. After a moment, he fell despondently onto the bed, his eyes devoid of life as he murmured, "It's over. All is lost. Emily, I'm so sorry. Harry." Meanwhile, H.Y.D.R.A had returned home, bringing with him the Green Goblin Serum along with documentation to the laboratory within the Venom lair. After perusing the documents for a while, H.Y.D.R.A cast them aside. Although he could comprehend them, they were excessively convoluted. As the saying goes, nothing compares to the efficiency of doing it oneself. H.Y.D.R.A intended to venture into other universes to procure a few vials of Super-Soldier Serum or the enhanced Green Goblin Serum for Norman and Harry's benefit. Just as he was about to rise and depart, a sudden epiphany struck him. I recall that Venom's intellect is ranked as the highest level 7 in the Marvel canon. How'd I forget this formidable ally? With a newfound plan, H.Y.D.R.A swiftly pulled Venom, who was indulging in snacks while watching television, into action. Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A's proposal, Venom raised an eyebrow, extending a tendril to retrieve the documents from the table and scrutinizing them carefully. The Green Goblin Serum. H.Y.D.R.A approached, inquiring, "What do you think? Can it be modified?" Venom nodded. Modification is possible. However, it can only eliminate side effects at most. Enhancements would require additional time. H.Y.D.R.A snapped his fingers. "That will suffice. I shall entrust this task to you. How long will it take?" "No more than 2 weeks. I'll have Peter arrange for me to take a leave." In the days that followed, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom immersed themselves in the laboratory, while Peter dutifully brought meals for the two. During this time, Harry visited twice. After H.Y.D.R.A requested Peter to bring Harry down, they disclosed the matter of their newfound superpowers to him. Upon learning that his brothers had each acquired extraordinary abilities, Harry initially displayed a face of envy before promptly expressing his desire to serve as their support staff. H.Y.D.R.A, however, did not acquiesce. Instead, he revealed his own endeavor of infiltrating Oscorp to steal the Green Goblin Serum. After contemplating the situation for a moment, Harry embraced H.Y.D.R.A. "Thank you, brother. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." H.Y.D.R.A replied, "If you wish to repay me, simply handle my breakfast from now on." After parting, Harry playfully punched H.Y.D.R.A.'s arm. "Of course, don't mention breakfast. I can manage all 3 meals." Harry's situation was merely a brief interlude, and time passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as H.Y.D.R.A perused an ancient tome detailing methods of summoning demons, he was suddenly met with Venom's boisterous laughter from behind. "Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I am indeed a genius." H.Y.D.R.A placed the ancient book down and approached Venom, who stood before a lab table neatly arranged with 12 vials of light green liquid. "Is this all of it?" H.Y.D.R.A inquired, gazing at the modified Green Goblin Serum before him with curiosity. Upon inquiring with H.Y.D.R.A, Venom replied with a proud demeanor, "Of course, all of this is true. I have completely stripped away the side effects of the serum. Although the enhancement effects may be slightly diminished, it is of little consequence. Regrettably, the lack of sufficient data prevents me from eliminating the time limitation of the serum. I have only been able to extend it as much as possible. It is still quite commendable." Addis observed the Green Goblin Serum before him, shaking his head in admiration of Venom's ability to improve it. After contemplating for a moment, H.Y.D.R.A posed a question to Venom. "If you had access to the Super-Soldier Serum or the heart-shaped herb, could you eradicate the temporal flaw of the Green Goblin Serum?" "Absolutely," Venom asserted confidently. "Not only that, but I could even enhance the Green Goblin Serum further." Seeing Venom's fervent declaration, H.Y.D.R.A narrowed his eyes and asked Venom, "Do you know the location of the H.Y.D.R.A base and the heart-shaped herb in Wakanda?" Upon witnessing H.Y.D.R.A's serious expression, Venom opened his mouth wide, extending his tongue in a cackling laugh. "Of course I do. Do you have a plan?" H.Y.D.R.A nodded. "I intend to cause a ruckus at H.Y.D.R.A's base in Sokovia to compel them to dispatch the Winter Soldier, also known as Bucky, in order to acquire a replica of the Super-Soldier Serum. Subsequently, I will head to Wakanda to obtain the heart-shaped herb, and ultimately combine these 3 elements to create a brand new, powerful serum." "Oh, H.Y.D.R.A, that sounds magnificent. Shall we set off at once?" In response to Venom's inquiry, H.Y.D.R.A chuckled softly, shaking his head as he returned to his original seat. He picked up an ancient tome and flipped to the page detailing how to summon Mephisto, presenting it to Venom. "Do not rush. Before that, we need to bolster our strength. I happen to have an excellent option at hand. The Lord of the Hell Dimension. If my hypothesis is correct, the power of the Abyss should be effective against the Spider Totem, and it should yield similar results against the Vengeful Spirit, which is also of dimensional or magical nature." Venom leaned closer to the ancient text, scrutinizing the incantations and diagrams inscribed within. A wide grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "This is the real deal. Where did you acquire it?" H.Y.D.R.A closed the tome with one hand, offering a faint smile. "Through gold and familial connections." Although I do not involve myself in family affairs, they still appreciate my investments. Over the years, I have consistently expressed a fervent interest in extraordinary powers and supernatural events. So my family occasionally send me visual materials and ancient texts to maintain our bond. This particular tome, I am told, belonged to a witch slain by her enemies. Venom laughed uproariously. I see. I originally thought attacking H.Y.D.R.A and invading Wakanda was already audacious enough. Who would have imagined you would audaciously seek to usurp the power of the vengeful spirit from that old wretch Mephisto? Truly, you are bold and skilled. How intriguing indeed. Let us proceed. It has been quite a while since I last encountered Mephisto. After all these years, I find myself missing him dearly. Let's discuss the details. For I am well acquainted with that fool, Mephisto. Ha ha ha. Chapter 10. Summoning Mephisto. Without further ado, H.Y.D.R.A first sent a message to Peter and Harry, informing them of a matter that required their absence from his home in the coming days. Subsequently, he procured a series of supplies from the dark web. Once the items arrived, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom commenced their meticulous preparations within the confines of the Venom lair. Are you ready? Venom extended dozens of tendrils toward the candles arranged in the ritual circle. The moment H.Y.D.R.A declared his readiness, Venom would ignite the candles without delay. Wait a moment. I feel as though tears elude me. H.Y.D.R.A knelt before the circle, furrowing his brow as he endeavored to recall sorrowful memories. After a prolonged struggle, he reflected on his time spent with the old man, his eyes gradually reddening. Yet the tears would not flow. Observing this, Venom waved a hand and produced a green jar from within its form. Venom presented the jar before H.Y.D.R.A, grinning broadly. I knew you would struggle to cry. Fortunately, I came prepared. This is a specially crafted, 100% pure mustard paste. Consume it. With that, Venom twisted open the jar, and H.Y.D.R.A beheld a green skull emerging from within. Before he could react, the pungent aroma of the mustard paste overwhelmed him, rendering his eyes unable to open. Cough, cough. Good heavens, where did you procure this mustard paste? Surely it cannot be poison? Venom quietly extended its head further away, wielding a spoon with its tendrils and scooping out a portion from the jar, offering it to H.Y.D.R.A. Do not concern yourself with such matters. It is merely because you cannot shed tears. Consume it quickly, trust me, and your emotions will surely align. Very well. H.Y.D.R.A grimaced as he accepted the spoon from Venom, closing his eyes before placing it in his mouth. Ugh! Just as H.Y.D.R.A prepared to expel the contents, Venom swiftly covered his mouth. In an instant, H.Y.D.R.A felt a wave of suffocation surge to his very core, and tears began to flow uncontrollably, his body curling over as he wept inconsolably upon the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Venom ignited all the candles and began to recite the incantation. As Venom uttered the obscure and cryptic spell, the ritual circle, painted in human blood, began to shimmer with a scarlet glow, while the previously orange flames of the candles transformed into a deep crimson hue. The ground began to churn with billowing black smoke, and in the blink of an eye, a benevolent old man clad in a black suit, adorned with a top hat and wielding a pitch-black staff, materialized at the center of the circle. Feeling the presence of Mephisto, H.Y.D.R.A, with his formidable physical prowess, lifted his head and, choking with rage, cried out, "Great Lord of Hell, Mephisto, grant me the power to punish the sins of the century." Mephisto cast a glance at Venom, then approached H.Y.D.R.A, kneeling before him with a smile. "Child, you already possess immense power. Why do you seek more?" H.Y.D.R.A was oblivious to the depths of hatred. Yet he vividly recalled the moment when Leo glanced back while training in a jeep driven by Seven. With a grin, H.Y.D.R.A trembled as he uttered each word. "Not enough. This is insufficient. I crave the legendary power of judgment. I shall bring to justice those scoundrels who caused my grandfather's demise. If the laws of this world fail to deliver retribution, then I shall invoke the laws of hell. This beautiful world ought not to harbor sin. Every soul burdened by transgressions deserves to descend into hell and face judgment. I beseech you, grant me the power of judgment, even if only temporarily. I willingly offer my soul to you. Please bestow upon me the power of judgment." Mephisto rose, his eyes narrowing as he observed H.Y.D.R.A, contemplating. This human possesses a most peculiar symbiote. Due to the existence of this dark symbiote, I am unable to read his thoughts and memories. However, this indirectly indicates the strength of his symbiote, for such entities exhibit remarkable resistance to magic. If I could harness this individual as my earthly emissary, Even Agamotto would be powerless to intervene. After weighing his options, Mephisto displayed a benevolent smile. Child, I can grant you power, but are you truly willing to surrender your soul to me? Hearing Mephisto's words, H.Y.D.'s heart leaped with joy, and he rushed forward, exclaiming fervently, I am willing. I most certainly am. I implore you, great Lord of Hell, Mephisto, grant me the power of judgment. Mephisto was thoroughly pleased with H.Y.D.'s eagerness, his wariness diminishing. What a fine child. He shall undoubtedly become my most formidable ace. The thought of utilizing H.Y.D. to manifest his power on Earth brought a smile to Mephisto's face. Just wait and see Agamotto. To equip H.Y.D. with the strength to rival Agamotto, Mephisto retrieved the first batch of vengeful spirits, imbued with the power of Zatanos. This was a treasured artifact in Mephisto's possession, should H.Y.D. harness the latent power within, combined with the unique symbiote. Mephisto was confident that H.Y.D. could instantly ascend to the level of a celestial being. That said, to ensure safety, Mephisto added several clauses to the contract, ensuring that even if H.Y.D. became a celestial powerhouse, he would remain firmly within his grasp. Once satisfied with the precautions, Mephisto presented the contract to H.Y.D. Come, child, sign your name in blood upon this document, and you shall acquire the power you desire. Without hesitation, H.Y.D. stepped forward, took the contract from Mephisto, and, channeling the power of the symbiote, transformed his left hand into a blade, slicing his right hand to inscribe his name, Adolph H.Y.D. Witnessing H.Y.D.'s signature, Mephisto erupted in laughter, for he had just gained a formidable subordinate. H.Y.D. felt the surge of power coursing through his body, sharing a glance with Venom that culminated in uproarious laughter. Mephisto, oblivious to any oddity, interpreted H.Y.D.'s tears of joy as a sign of his elation at having gained the strength of vengeance. Venom, too, believed he was merely influenced by his host's emotions. Thus, the trio's laughter echoed throughout the underground base, each party considering the other to be rather foolish. After a prolonged moment, they gradually ceased their mirth. By this time, the effects of the mustard had waned, and as Mephisto prepared to bid farewell to H.Y.D. and Venom, he witnessed Venom sweep all the candles to the ground. In the midst of Mephisto's bewildered gaze, Venom and H.Y.D. exchanged mocking glances, with Venom boldly taunting, "Farewell, and thank you for the power you so generously bestowed upon us. By the way, with your intellect, you ought not to aspire to be a Lord of Hell. I believe playing the fool suits you far better. If age has dulled both your wits and strength, it would be wise to abdicate and pass the mantle. How unfortunate that you cannot best the likes of Dormammu or Odin. Do remain in your hellish dimension, scraping by. Ha ha ha." Before Mephisto could muster a response to Venom's derision, he found himself abruptly returned to hell. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Mephisto dismissed Venom's words with a cold chuckle, perceiving the creature as a mere stray dog attempting to bite the hand that fed it. He simply needed to be taught a lesson. Although curious about how a symbiote could possess knowledge of Dormammu and Odin, he thought it a trivial matter. The truth would eventually reveal itself. For now, he was determined to discipline this audacious creature. With this resolve, Mephisto activated their contract to deliver a lesson to H.Y.D. and Venom. However, as time passed and nothing transpired, he gradually recognized the seriousness of the situation. He hastily retrieved the contract from his waist. Yet before he could even examine it, H.Y.D.'s contract was engulfed in purple-black flames, leaving nothing behind. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Mephisto erupted in fury, causing the very foundations of hell to tremble with the wrath of its lord. Adolph H.Y.D. Chapter 11. To the Father. Ah, what a foolish spectacle. Venom spat at the center of the disrupted magic circle, prompting H.Y.D. to raise an eyebrow. "Don't forget to clean up afterward," H.Y.D. remarked. Venom, taking a moment to pause, quickly shifted the conversation. Of course. How do you feel?" H.Y.D. smiled faintly, raising his right hand before Venom, where a surge of purple-black flames erupted from his palm. At the moment the contract was signed, the abyssal seed awakened the spirit of Zatanos, long dormant within the spirit of vengeance. It fused Zatanos' essence with the original power of the spirit of vengeance, subsequently disassembling it. Now, I have acquired the strength and magic of Zatanos, along with the abilities of the spirit of vengeance. H.Y.D. gazed at the flames in his hand, narrowing his eyes with a hint of regret. The power of Zatanos that he acquired is not that of the elemental lord from the comics. but rather akin to the demon Xetanautos, transformed after the Angel Gothel's fall in the film, similar to Johnny Blaze, although not as formidable as the Elemental Lord Xetanautos. Its diverse capabilities in both offense and defense allow H.Y.D.R.A to wield both hellish magic and angelic magic. The Eye of Judgment and Hellfire can engulf a medium-sized planet in an instant. Notably, each Ghost Rider possesses unique abilities stemming from the host's distinct meme form. For instance, the female Ghost Rider, Alejandra, due to her decisive nature, exhibits an additional suppressive effect of the Eye of Judgment on demonic entities. Robbie Reyes, having encountered mysterious energies in a car accident, finds that his Hellfire disrupts electronic devices. H.Y.D.R.A, due to the abyssal power within him, has developed unique traits pertaining to Hellfire and the Eye of Judgment. Typically, the Eye of Judgment has dual effects, punishing souls and reading minds, but H.Y.D.R.A's powers, being more aligned with the film, additionally allow him to consume souls. However, the efficacy of all these abilities hinges on the subjective judgment of the accused. If the accused believes themselves innocent, the judgment becomes futile, much like the comic version of Thanos, who dismisses the Ghost Rider's Eye of Judgment as mere dessert after a meal. H.Y.D.R.A's Eye of Judgment elegantly circumvents this flaw, as it no longer relies on the subjective interpretation of the accused, but rather on H.Y.D.R.A's personal judgment. In simpler terms, if I deem you guilty, then you are guilty. Conversely, Hellfire does not possess such an extreme quality. It merely gains the ability to be infused with energy, applying enchantments to energy and magic. Give it a try, H.Y.D.R.A said as he took the Venom's weapon and approached a machine gun. The purple-black flames enveloped the firearm in an instant, transforming it before his eyes. "Oh, fire a few shots," urged Venom, and without hesitation, H.Y.D.R.A stepped into the training ground and fired 3 consecutive shots. Bang, bang, bang. The purple-black hellfire morphed into bullets, piercing through the target's center, dissipating just before striking the wall. He tossed the gun back to Venom, pleased with the perfect attack power. Next, he approached the testing device to assess his physical data. While the Spirit of Vengeance and Xetanautos primarily enhance H.Y.D.R.A's energy and magical abilities, his physicality has also been fortified. The results of the test were as follows. Tester: H.Y.D.R.A, strength, 3,674 tons, speed, 3,643 meters per second. Mach 4, tester: H.Y.D.R.A Venom Agent, strength, 14,456 tons, speed, 14,489 meters per second. Mach 15. Impressive strength metrics. H.Y.D.R.A Venom praised. H.Y.D.R.A acknowledged the compliment. The enhancement on the magical side has increased my strength by over 10 tons, which is quite commendable. Once the ultimate Green Goblin Serum is perfected and injected into my body, I anticipate a conservative estimate of my strength rising to 50 tons. This indeed seems plausible. Venom pondered over H.Y.D.R.A's words and offered an objective assessment. H.Y.D.R.A set aside the test results, smiling. It is unfortunate that the Xetanautos power I possess is not of the Elemental Lord version. Otherwise, I would be even more formidable. Venom leaned closer to H.Y.D.R.A, grinning widely as he remarked, "Come on, achieving a godlike strength in less than a month is quite impressive. Scarcely anyone's power has escalated as rapidly as yours." H.Y.D.R.A nodded, making his way toward the elevator shaft. "That is true. Let us celebrate my ascension to a newly minted godlike strength, granting me a modicum of self-defense in this universe. I shall treat you to a lavish meal." "Really? That sounds absolutely splendid." 24 hours had elapsed since H.Y.D.R.A deceived Mephisto. As a person of considerable resolve, he promptly called the school to request a leave after finishing his meal. Following a brief slumber, he informed Peter and Harry before grabbing his suitcase and boarding a flight to Sokovia. Interestingly, on this flight, H.Y.D.R.A encountered a familiar face, the balding middle-aged man from S. H.I.E.L.D. Venom's voice echoed in H.Y.D.R.A's mind. With the acquisition of Xetanautos' magic, H.Y.D.R.A's mental prowess had significantly amplified, allowing them to communicate telepathically. The balding man from S. H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson? The resurrected hero? Indeed, that is him. H.Y.D.R.A's mental scan confirmed the presence of the legendary figure. He believed Coulson's notoriety stemmed not from mere circumstance, but rather from the moniker H.Y.D.R.A had bestowed upon him. While others struggled through the arduous journey of life and death, this gentleman seemed to navigate it with ease. Although H.Y.D.R.A held a deep respect for Coulson's unwavering faith and diligence, he could not bring himself to like him. primarily due to his affiliation with H.I.D.R.A. You see, each time Audie glimpsed that shiny, bald head adorned with a single eye, he always felt an impulse to throw a few punches. Initially, Audie intended to ignore him, but after a moment, an idea struck him. As the saying goes, where there is thought, there is action. Audie connected his mental prowess to Coulson's mind, effortlessly uncovering the purpose of Coulson's visit to Sokovia. In 1999, Sokovia had recently endured a terrorist attack, prompting S.H.L.D. to dispatch Coulson for an investigation. However, the so-called investigation was merely a guise, as Coulson himself was weary and had selected a leisurely and prolonged task from the S.H.L.D. records to take a break. Sipping on a red wine in his hand, Audie shook his head. It appears even this S.H.I.D. workaholic has moments of fatigue. Just as Audie prepared to close his eyes for a brief respite, ready to unleash chaos at the H.Y.D.R.A base upon landing, he aimed to draw out Bucky and other Winter Soldiers for a bit of rest. A voice as refreshing as a spring breeze suddenly echoed in his ears. "Hello, sir." Audie looked up to find Phil Coulson standing beside him. "Is something the matter, sir? Do you require assistance?" Phil smiled kindly. "Not at all. But I couldn't help but notice that you appear to be under the age of 21. I thought it prudent to remind you that early exposure to alcohol is detrimental to one's physical development." Upon hearing this, Audie's expression shifted to one of understanding as he forcefully suppressed the venom within him, ready to erupt. "I see. Thank you for the reminder. No need to thank me. I'm glad to be of assistance." As Audie set down his glass, Phil nodded with a smile and returned to his seat. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Although I know he means well, why do I feel such a strong sense of displeasure?" Listening to the Venom's furious voice in his mind, Audie smiled faintly. "It's nothing. There's no need to be so irate." Just as Audie thought he could finally relax, a rhythmic beeping sound reached his ears, jolting him awake. Isn't that the sound of timer bomb? He recalled not having seen any Middle Eastern individuals when boarding. Scanning the surroundings with his mental acuity, he observed that no one else seemed to react. Audie realized that if he did not take action, the plane might very well meet a disastrous fate. However, this was not a challenge for Audie. He raised his hand and cast a spell to enhance Phil's hearing, then draped a blanket over his abdomen and peacefully fell asleep, leaving the rest to Phil. Chapter 12. A commotion at H.Y.D.R.A true to his reputation as a senior agent of S.H.L.D. Phil Coulson located the terrorists and the bomb before the plane landed. The process of resolution made Audie feel as though he were watching a riveting episode of a crime drama. Upon disembarking, Audie took a taxi away from the airport, conversing with the Venom within him about the details of their upcoming actions. Should they infiltrate quietly or create a ruckus? Certainly, we shall create a ruckus. After all, there are no good souls within H.Y.D.R.A. We shall eliminate them all. Audie nodded at this suggestion. A splendid idea. We will storm in and dispatch the minions. Then capture their leader for memory extraction. Upon retrieving his memories, they would locate Bucky and acquire the Super-Soldier Serum. Yes, exactly. It's simply perfect. I can hardly contain my eagerness to unleash thunder and flames from the skies. Listening to the voice of the Venom in his mind, Audie replied calmly, "No, Venom, you need not take action this time. Allow me to handle it. I must accumulate some combat experience." Audie's words provoked strong discontent from the Venom, who immediately protested. "Hey, Audie, you can't do that. I haven't fought in ages." In response to the Venom's complaint, Audie stood firm. "This is entirely reasonable, my brother. You must understand that your combat experience is unparalleled in this vast multiverse. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a warrior god of the multiverse. However, I am different. I have yet to experience any true battle. At most, I have merely bullied some children at school. Surely, you must allow me to practice my skills. Right?" Venom initially intended to argue with Audie, but after hearing Audie's words, he changed his mind. "You are right, Audie. As the illustrious god of battle in the multiverse, I ought to bestow more experience upon you, a novice in combat." The two reached a consensus, and Audie exited the vehicle beside the forest road, plunging into the depths of the woods. After a while, the driver had not moved far when a dark, humanoid figure emerged in the rearview mirror, encircled by rings of white light, soaring from the forest into the sky, vanishing from sight. This scene unfolded with such rapidity that the driver could hardly perceive it. Woohoo! Audie transformed into Venom's agent. utilizing Venom's enhanced boundless stamina to soar at a breathtaking speed of 15 Mach. This exhilarating sensation of unrestrained flight filled H.Y.D.R.A with joy, awakening the youthful spirit within him. However, H.Y.D.R.A did not become overly arrogant. After all, the H.H.D. and the Spear Bureau were under constant surveillance worldwide, albeit with limited intervention. H.Y.D.R.A cast an invisibility spell from his angelic magic, racing towards the H.Y.D.R.A base. Gazing down at the H.Y.D.R.A base, H.Y.D.R.A smiled beneath his mask. Do you know Venom? What is it? I have wanted to do this for a long time. Without waiting for Venom to inquire about his intentions, H.Y.D.R.A dissipated his invisibility and plunged toward the H.Y.D.R.A base, executing a superhero-esque descent. As the H.Y.D.R.A soldiers caught sight of this unexpected intruder, they prepared to fire their weapons, but the successive Mach rings trailing behind H.Y.D.R.A crashed into the ground. The impact caused the earth to crack, unleashing violent shockwaves that sent the surrounding H.Y.D.R.A soldiers flying, meeting their demise on the spot. In the blink of an eye, no living soul remained around H.Y.D.R.A. After a moment, H.Y.D.R.A slowly rose, and Venom's voice echoed in his ear. Does it hurt? As H.Y.D.R.A walked toward the massive steel door, he casually replied, not really. Facing the imposing entrance, H.Y.D.R.A raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of purple-black hellfire, melting the door away. The alarm of the H.Y.D.R.A base blared across the sky as H.Y.D.R.A strolled through the facility as if it were a game. With each H.Y.D.R.A soldier he encountered, he effortlessly dispatched them with electric shocks, reducing them to charred remains. This was far easier than the last time. After eliminating another H.Y.D.R.A soldier, H.Y.D.R.A curiously asked, "Was it difficult last time?" Venom disdainfully responded, "Not at all. It was just that this time is exceedingly simple. Last time, there were at least a few symbiotes.
But this time, not a single one. Several symbiotes? As fate would have it, during a casual conversation between H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, a figure emerged before them.
Upon glimpsing the figure, Venom let out a whistle, remarking, "It appears fortune smiles upon us. This wet-haired, instant noodle-headed man is conveniently present in this base." Indeed, luck was on their side. Without hesitation, H.Y.D.R.A stepped forward, braving the onslaught of bullets from Bucky's submachine gun. Seeing that the bullets had no effect on H.Y.D.R.A, Bucky swiftly retrieved a grenade from his waist and hurled it towards him. H.Y.D.R.A caught it effortlessly with one hand, glanced at it, and then crushed it with ease. "Do you have any other tricks?" he inquired. Realizing he could not overpower H.Y.D.R.A, Bucky tossed several smoke grenades in an attempt to create some distance. However, H.Y.D.R.A's speed was beyond that of an ordinary super soldier, and he swiftly closed the gap, delivering a powerful blow that rendered Bucky unconscious. But H.Y.D.R.A's actions did not cease there. He raised his hand and unleashed a surge of electricity upon Bucky, dismantling the chip in his brain along with other electronic devices. Before hoisting Bucky and making his way deeper into the H.Y.D.R.A base, H.Y.D.R.A held a profound respect for H.Y.D.R.A's technological prowess. The flames from the gun and the purple-black currents illuminated the dim corridors of the base. With relentless efficiency, H.Y.D.R.A arrived at the laboratory, denying any pleas for mercy as he eliminated all the researchers and collected the untransferred experimental data in one fell swoop, confirming that only remnants remained in the base. H.Y.D.R.A commandeered Bucky's cryo chamber, unceremoniously placing him inside. After puncturing a hole above him, H.Y.D.R.A ascended into the air with the chamber in tow. Harnessing electricity in one hand, he infused it with the fires of hell, delivering a devastating blow that reduced the H.Y.D.R.A base from the Avengers, Age of Ultron, to rubble. Gazing down at what once was a formidable fortress, now transformed into a molten landscape of iron and crystal, H.Y.D.R.A looked at the hand that had unleashed such destruction. "Does it not feel real?" H.Y.D.R.A responded to Venom's voice echoing in his mind. "Indeed, it feels somewhat surreal. Who could have imagined that just a fortnight ago I was merely a high school student with a bit of strength?" He chuckled lightly. "Let us move on. It is time to journey to our next destination." That night, H.Y.D.R.A carried the cryo chamber to a pre-rented residence, where he meticulously arranged a magical array. Together with Venom, they modified the cryo chamber, ensuring it could operate for 2 weeks on a full charge. To be cautious, H.Y.D.R.A cast a sleep spell on Bucky to guarantee everything was foolproof. Surrendering his body to Venom's control, H.Y.D.R.A took flight into the night, heading towards Wakanda. Meanwhile, Alexander Pierce, a high-ranking H.Y.D.R.A official, received news of the assault on the Sokovia base. "What the hell? You mean to tell me that a tall, masked figure clad in black armor infiltrated our impenetrable base, where not even a mosquito could enter?" A massacre ensued, with the Winter Soldier abducted and vast amounts of experimental data seized, followed by the erasure of the base from the map. Are you jesting with me? Carrot coin pool? Do I appear to be a simpleton? Even science fiction would hesitate to depict such a scenario. For heaven's sake, it must be noted that within that facility lay the most advanced energy weaponry in the world, guarded by the highest caliber of soldiers. Even 10 Captain Americas could not possibly obliterate a base from the map within a mere hour. Alexander Pierce, seething with rage, collapsed into his chair, gasping for breath as he berated Crossbones and Sitwell before him. Is Wolfgang von Strucker still alive? Sitwell stepped forward to report quietly. Baron Strucker evacuated at the first opportunity and is now en route here by plane. Upon hearing of Wolfgang von Strucker's successful escape, Alexander Pierce felt a sense of relief wash over him, only to swiftly regain his fervor, commanding, "Mobilize everyone. I demand an investigation. I refuse to believe someone can simply appear and disappear at will. And inform Nick, that black fellow, to involve H.I.D.R.A as well. I want that masked man to understand that H.Y.D.R.A's possessions are not easily obtained. Do not delay." "Yes, sir." Evading the objects hurled by Alexander Pierce, Crossbones and Sitwell hastily exited his office, leaving Pierce alone, panting heavily. Heaven's mercy. Chapter 13. Invasion of Wakanda, sensing the protected future city below with his mental acuity. Audie inquired, "What is the plan?" "Leave it to me." Without a moment's hesitation, Audie rejected Venom's proposal. Wakanda, not merely a foe of H.Y.D.R.A, was their target this time for the heart-shaped herb, and it was best not to attract undue attention. Furthermore, his disdain was directed solely at those he deemed inferior, not out of racial prejudice. As a formidable force, Wakanda's unity in the face of peril was something Audie genuinely admired. Then there is no alternative. The swiftest solution is for me to incapacitate them all directly. Seeing that Venom offered no viable suggestions, Audie resolved to proceed with his own plan, stealthily infiltrating the area. By manipulating his magnetic field to evade technological detection and employing his spider senses to dodge patrolling guards, he navigated the obstacles with relative ease. However, as Audie neared the heart-shaped herb-esque location, a multitude of individuals appeared within his perception, blocking the path ahead. It seems you have been discovered, Audie. Hold on, my friend. It is we who have been discovered. Acknowledging his exposure, Audie ceased his concealment, boldly approaching Chaka, who had been patiently awaiting his arrival. Gazing at the stern-faced elder before him, Audie curiously asked, "Can you enlighten me as to how you detected my presence?" Audacious. Chaka raised his hand to halt the advancing self-defense forces and introduced to Audie, "Your infiltration skills are remarkably potent. We were oblivious to your arrival. It is the Panther Goddess who has bestowed upon me a divine revelation, instructing me to await your presence here." Audie nodded, understanding the logic behind such words. The advanced technology of Wakanda had momentarily made him forget the existence of the Panther Goddess, a minor oversight indeed. Casting a glance behind Chaka at the armed warriors aimed at him, as well as the aircraft overhead, Audie, aware that a confrontation was inevitable, placed his hands in his pockets. "It seems your Panther Goddess is indifferent to your fates, allowing you to remain here for my arrival. In truth, had she remained silent, I would have taken the heart-shaped herb and departed without incident, and the herb would flourish once more, ensuring peace for all." Chaka shook his head and donned a helmet handed to him by an attendant, uttering words that caught both Audie and Venom off guard. "The Panther Goddess has commanded that you approach, offering assistance, and thus, we shall become allies." As Chaka gestured for those behind him to step forward, a young girl ran towards Audie, holding a platter. Upon receiving the platter from the girl, Audie's curiosity deepened, if an alliance was to be forged. What was the significance of this ceremony? Chaka, understanding Audie's thoughts, assumed a battle stance and declared, "I have faith in the Panther Goddess. However, as king, I must be accountable to my people. Come, Mr. Lee, allow me to witness what a warrior esteemed by the Panther Goddess truly embodies. Long live Wakanda." With the rallying cry of "Long live Wakanda," Chaka charged at Audie, his agile movements betraying none of the frailty of age, resembling instead a vigorous young panther. With their king leading the charge, the warriors of Wakanda brandished their vibranium weapons and surged towards Audie. Unfazed, Audie relaxed his body, spreading his arms wide. Venom. Acknowledged. In an instant, a formidable creature, approximately 2.5 meters tall, erupted from Audie's form. Venom licked his sharp fangs and let out a roar as he lunged at the charging Chaka. Both leapt into the air, Venom delivering a powerful blow to Chaka's vibranium helmet. The impact resonated with a thud as Chaka was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a tree nearly a meter in width and sliding several meters across the ground, unconscious. If Chaka, fully armored, could be so easily dispatched, the other warriors stood no chance against the formidable might of Venom. In mere moments, all the elite warriors of Wakanda who had dared to challenge H.Y.D.R.A, alongside their beloved king, lay incapacitated, ensnared in a deep slumber. Apart from Venom, only the little girl who had delivered the platter remained awake. Everyone is asleep now. How dull. Aren't they supposed to be formidable in the movies? Venom, with a sardonic tone, approached the young girl, his sharp claws grazing her delicate face. Little one, what is your name? Startled by Venom's fearsome visage, the girl stifled her tears that threatened to spill from her eyes and timidly replied, Su-Ru-A. Venom extended his tongue and laughed heartily. What a lovely name, Su-Ru-A. When they awakened, do inquire how well they slept, ha ha ha. With that, he reached into his own body and retrieved a note, handing it to Su-Ru-A. This is my contact information. Please give it to your father when he regains consciousness. As Su-Ru-A accepted the note, Venom chuckled, bending his knees slightly, and leaped toward the location of the heart-shaped herb. Left behind, Su-Ru-A wiped her tears with her arm and hurried to the side of the unconscious Chaka, unable to contain her sorrow any longer. Daddy, please don't die. She sobbed. Not far off, H.Y.D.R.A overheard Su-Ru-A's cries and took the opportunity to mock Venom. Look at that. You frightened the little girl to tears. You truly are a scoundrel. Venom, indignant, retorted, Humph. That girl simply lacks appreciation. Just look at my dashing appearance. Amongst symbiotes, I am recognized as quite the handsome one. Seeing Venom's smug demeanor, H.Y.D.R.A quickly dismantled his arrogance. Are you not the most incompetent of all symbiotes? H.Y.D.R.A's words immediately triggered Venom's memories of past failures. H.Y.D.R.A, realizing Venom was about to erupt, H.Y.D.R.A hastily intervened. All right, we've arrived. Look. With a thud, Venom descended at the entrance of a cave, his form gradually shifting to reveal H.Y.D.R.A within. H.Y.D.R.A ventured into the cave, finding no one else, and proceeded unimpeded to the area where the heart-shaped herb thrived. Quite splendid, H.Y.D.R.A remarked. Without further ado, he and Venom gathered nearly a third of the herbs before pausing. Just as they were about to depart, several women approached, carrying a black box adorned with purple patterns. Without exchanging many words, they simply stated, Vibranium can extend the shelf life of the heart-shaped herb, before turning away. H.Y.D.R.A stepped forward to open the box, discovering a piece of vibranium the size of a watermelon inside. Oh my, how generous of them to gift us such a high-purity vibranium. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the heart-shaped herb into the box, smiling faintly. Let's go. It's time to return home. H.Y.D.R.A and Venom first flew back to Sokovia overnight, then promptly purchased a private jet, carrying Bucky and the heart-shaped herb, and flew back to New York the following day. By the time H.Y.D.R.A returned to New York, it was evening. After secretly delivering the heart-shaped herb and Bucky to the laboratory at the base, H.Y.D.R.A finally allowed himself to relax. In just 2 days, he had destroyed a Hydra base and infiltrated Wakanda to obtain the heart-shaped herb. Who else possessed such efficiency and decisiveness? As H.Y.D.R.A was preparing to take a well-deserved rest and continue his research the following day, Venom's voice suddenly resonated. Hey, H.Y.D.R.A, come over here. Goodness. Those folks from Wakanda have truly outdone themselves. All these research materials pertain to the heart-shaped herb and vibranium. Upon hearing Venom's words, H.Y.D.R.A swiftly rushed to his side, gazing at the research documents on the computer regarding the heart-shaped herb. After a meticulous examination and finding no discrepancies, a smile spread across his face. It seems we are about to gain a loyal ally. Chapter 14. The Maximoff siblings' time waits for no one. The next morning, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom rose early to delve into the research materials graciously provided by Wakanda. While they were engrossed in their studies, the large screen in the base suddenly illuminated with the image of a middle-aged man in a suit who rang the doorbell of Aid's home. Venom glanced at the man and turned to H.Y.D.R.A, remarking, This guy looks like a salesman for insurance or health products. Who knows? Let us go see, H.Y.D.R.A replied, tilting his head as he set aside the research materials. He exited the base, returned to his room, and opened the door with a polite smile, inquiring, Hello, how may I assist you? The suited middle-aged man, initially prepared to leave, was greeted by the sight of a tall Asian youth stepping out of the house, his face instantly transforming into a radiant smile. He hurried towards H.Y.D.R.A, extending both hands to grasp his. H.Y.D.R.A deftly evaded and halted the man's advance. "Sir, I am not gay. Please keep your distance." The man, undeterred by H.Y.D.R.A's words, instead responded with a series of apologetic smiles. "May I ask if you are Adolph H.Y.D.R.A? H.Y.D.R.A nodded. "Yes, that's me. What is it?" Upon H.Y.D.R.A's acknowledgement, the man beamed even more, his entire countenance reflecting a somewhat flattering charm. "It is like this, Mr. Lee. I would like to inquire if your grandmother is of gypsy descent." "Yes, what of it? Do you have a question?" H.Y.D.R.A furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the man before him, the fires of hell igniting within his pupils. Was he a sinner or merely an ordinary individual? "Well, I represent a charitable organization dedicated to assisting war orphans in locating their surviving relatives. After 2 years of relentless efforts, we have finally found you, or rather, your grandmother. Your grandmother had a sister who had a son. Unfortunately, this child was caught in the throes of war in 1999, and he, along with his wife, tragically perished, leaving behind a pair of twin siblings in the world." The man paused at this juncture, and H.Y.D.R.A began to grasp his intent. He raised his hand, interjecting, "All right, spare me the pleasantries. Tell me, where are my cousins now?" The man extended his arm, pointing towards the neighboring Parker household. "A couple of days ago, I brought your cousins over, but you were not home. However, I encountered your brother, Mr. Parker, who currently resides next door. Please lead me there." "All right, follow me." The man smiled as he guided the way, while H.Y.D.R.A maintained a neutral expression. H.Y.D.R.A had already used his mental abilities to probe the man's memories, and upon comprehending the nefarious deeds committed by the man and the organization he represented, Venom could hardly contain his urge to devour both the man before him and the organization lurking behind him. "I want to consume him. H.Y.D.R.A, let me out." "Calm down. Don't rush," H.Y.D.R.A replied, sharing Venom's agitation. However, at this moment, H.Y.D.R.A's concern lay elsewhere. He discovered that his previously unseen cousins bore the surname Maximoff. Arriving at Parker's doorstep, he rang the doorbell, and after a moment, a crisp voice of a young boy resonated. "I'll open the door." With a click, the door swung open, revealing a boy with silver hair. Venom internally scoffed. "Oh, great. You're related to that blabbermouth Pietro. How unfortunate. But has Pietro always had white hair? Looks like this kid has been lacking vitality from a young age." Ignoring Venom's comments, H.Y.D.R.A gazed down at the silver-haired boy, who was equally scrutinizing this tall stranger he had never met. The man remained considerate and did not interrupt. After a while, a light, melodic voice emerged from behind Pietro. "Pietro, who is it? Is Brother Peter back?" Accompanying her words, a little girl with flowing golden hair appeared before the trio. The man then began to introduce Pietro, "Wanda, this is Adolph H.Y.D.R.A Lee, Mr. Lee, your cousin, and the only remaining family you have in this world." As the two children turned their gazes towards him, H.Y.D.R.A smiled gently and bent down, speaking softly. "Hello, Pietro, Wanda, I am your cousin, and from now on, you will live with me." The children seemed a bit shy and merely nodded in silence. After a prolonged pause at the door, concerned about the safety of the two children, a figure approached to check. Upon seeing H.Y.D.R.A standing at the entrance, a smile instantly brightened their face. "You're back, H.Y.D.R.A. How'd it go? Are you done?" H.Y.D.R.A greeted back with a smile. "I'm finished, Uncle Ben. Such trivial matters are no challenge for me. Thank you for taking care of these two children." Ben waved his hand, smiling benevolently. "It's nothing. For so many years, you and old man Lee have supported our family. Now being able to assist you brings us immense joy." Just as H.Y.D.R.A and Ben engaged in their pleasant exchange, the man beside them began to reveal his true intentions. "Ahem, gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption, but here are the expenditure bills for Pietro and Wanda over the past 3 years of the institution, an average of $200,000 per person annually. In total, that amounts to $1,200,000 for the two of them over 3 years. Please sign for receipt." The man, smiling, extracted a bill from his briefcase and handed it to H.Y.D.R.A. Upon hearing the outrageous quotation, Ben immediately erupted in a vehement tirade. "Are you robbing us? Two children who have barely entered their teenage years could not possibly incur annual expenses of $2 million, even if they dined on steak daily. What nonsense is this? Do you comprehend that $12 million is an astronomical sum? It wouldn't even fit in a van." The man, confronted by Ben's accusations, merely chuckled, though this laughter was laced with sarcasm rather than the earlier flattery. Mr. Parker, you must understand that for organizations like ours, locating individuals across the globe is exceedingly costly. Thus, this price is remarkably reasonable. He then turned his gaze towards Adi. What do you think, Mr. Lee? You brute. Ben thought of confronting him with reason, but was halted by Adi. What if I don't have that much money? Upon hearing Adi's words, the man's smile abruptly faltered, and after taking a deep breath, he replied cheerfully, Let us not jest, Mr. Lee. Although we are unaware of your wealth, considering the premium wines we deliver to your residents weekly, I suspect this sum is merely a trifle to you. At this juncture, the man paused, clapped his hands, and the cars surrounding them seemed to receive a signal, promptly opening their doors, from which emerged a dozen burly men. The man, casting a glance at the imposing figures behind him, smugly regarded Adi. Of course, Mr. Lee, if you truly find yourself short on funds, I believe a young and robust individual like yourself must possess quite valuable organs. With that, the burly men stepped forward in unison. Sensing the escalating tension, Ben quickly pulled Peter and Wanda behind him, spreading his arms to shield them. Adi regarded the man before him, hands tucked into his pockets, and replied coolly, I am aware of your organization. It is one that seeks out war orphans. While you may assist these children in finding homes, it appears to be limited to the wealthy. Once you ascertain that an orphan has affluent relatives, you deliberately prolong their care for an additional 2 years to inflate the costs. However, as far as I know, even with such tactics, your annual investment in these orphans does not exceed $10,000, a far cry from the $100,000 you claim. And this only pertains to those orphans with confirmed wealthy relatives. The others, the gifted ones, are trained as mercenaries, while the less fortunate are listed for sale on the black market to various buyers, laboratories, hospitals, and so forth. Am I mistaken in my assertions? As Adi spoke, the man's expression grew increasingly grave. Once Adi finished, the man forced a strained smile. Mr. Lee, your background is indeed extraordinary. Let us consider this an opportunity to foster friendship. Before he could finish, Adi struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Witnessing his superior being struck and sent flying, the burly men initially intended to rush to his aid. However, they were caught off guard by Adi's astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched them all to the ground. The infernal flames burned fiercely within Adi's gaze as he cast a glance at the man and his subordinates, etching the mark of hellfire upon their very souls. Flexing his wrists, he disarmed the man's lackeys, then approached the man himself, seizing the collar of his suit with one hand and effortlessly lifting him from the ground. Hey, you wretched cur, go back and inform your boss to cease bothering me and my friends. I care not which faction of the 10 rings you belong to. Should I lay eyes on any of your ilk again, I shall send you all to meet the deity you worship. Do you understand? Now be gone. With a single motion, Adi hurled the man away. His subordinates scrambled to catch him, hastily retreating to their vehicle, igniting the engine in a frantic escape. Adi collected the confiscated firearms and turned his attention towards Parker's residence. As Adi approached, Pietro gazed at him with admiration. You are nothing short of superhero. With a smile, Adi ruffled Pietro's hair. One day, you too shall achieve such feats. Pietro's face lit up with excitement. Really? Adi shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, your potential is boundless. This sentiment stemmed from the depths of Adi's heart. Quicksilver was undoubtedly an underestimated powerhouse, positioned as a counterpart to Marvel's Flash. His abilities extended far beyond mere super speed. Now, with the familial bond established, Adi had mentally included Pietro and Wanda among the ranks of his own allies. Really? If I possessed your prowess, I could surely avenge my parents. Pietro, Wanda interjected sharply, halting his words. Adi understood the gravity of Pietro's statement, yet refrained from probing further. After all, they had only just met. Uncle Ben, these 3 handguns were just confiscated from those ruffians, fully loaded. Do not refuse. Think of Aunt May and Peter. Those scoundrels will not relent. Take these for self-defense. Recalling Ben's military service, Adi selected 3 handguns and handed him 6 fully loaded magazines. While Ben was kind-hearted, he recognized the stakes involved and would never gamble with his family's safety. Peter and May were undeniably his bottom line. He solemnly accepted the firearms from Adi and demonstrated his proficiency. Rest assured, during my time in the military, I was the shooting champion. They call me the king of soldiers. Adi nodded slightly, lowering his gaze to Pietro and Wanda, who looked up at him with eager eyes. Do you have any belongings? Wanda shook her head, while Pietro replied, We have nothing but each other. Upon hearing this, Adi retracted his smile, bending down with a serious demeanor, and said, "From this day forth, that shall no longer be the case, for I shall join you, and together we will forge a new family. I am 15 years of age. May I inquire how old you both are?" Pietro, astonished, replied, 15? Goodness, you hardly appear to be that age. We are both 13, and you tower over us. Adi affectionately ruffled Pietro's hair, saying, "Eat plenty of vegetables and meat, and you too shall grow. Come, let us return home." Adi then looked towards Ben. "Uncle Ben, I will be hosting a welcome gathering at my home this evening, and I sincerely invite your family." Ben responded, "Oh, how splendid. It would be an honor. See you this evening, Uncle Ben." "Goodbye for now, Adi," Ben replied. After bidding farewell to Ben, Adi led Pietro and Wanda back to his home. Observing the curiosity sparkling in their eyes, Adi pondered that as a father himself, there was little to fear, aside from the Ancient One. There was truly no one on Earth capable of challenging him. He had no intention of concealing his identity and was resolved to introduce Venom to Pietro and Wanda. Living together, it would be impossible to keep Venom hidden indefinitely. Sharing secrets could indeed strengthen their bonds. "Pietro, Wanda, please follow me. I have matters to discuss with you." Adi beckoned as he settled into the living room, inviting them to sit. Having lost their parents 3 years prior and subsequently encountered the Ten Rings gang, Pietro and Wanda were particularly sensitive, their hearts racing at the prospect of Adi having something to say. Images of malevolent relatives bullying them flooded their minds. Gritting his teeth, Pietro stepped forward, shielding Wanda behind him, bravely approaching Adi. Adi raised his hand, gesturing for them to sit. "Pietro, Wanda, are you familiar with superhumans?" The siblings exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Seeing their understanding, Adi nodded in return, but sought to quell any unnecessary panic. He discreetly cast a calming spell while stating, "You see, Pietro and Wanda, since we will be living together, I wish to be forthright and not conceal anything. To put it plainly, I am a superhuman." As he spoke, a swirling mass of purple-black flames ignited in the palm of his hand, eliciting incredulous expressions from Pietro and Wanda. "Furthermore, I have a partner, Venom." "Oh, I can hardly contain myself." With Adi's permission, Venom emerged from Adi's shoulder, approaching Pietro and Wanda with a toothy grin. "Hello there, white-haired boy and golden-haired girl." Pietro and Wanda stood frozen, gazing at Venom before looking up at Adi, who nodded encouragingly. Tentatively, they raised their hands in greeting, "Hello, Mr. Venom." In the dimly lit halls of the Wakandan palace, flickering candlelight danced across the walls. "Father, why have you bestowed the heart-shaped herb upon an outsider?" Chala, with a face full of confusion, inquired of Chaka, who sat high upon the throne. At this moment, the royal palace held only the two of them. When an individual's formidable power eclipses that of a nation, I can conceive of no alternative but to forge an alliance. This is the shared desire of both myself and the Panther God, Chala. As Chaka spoke, he cast aside the helmet he wore during his battle with Ao, letting it fall before Chala. The young prince, bewildered, picked up the helmet, and what he beheld caused his pupils to dilate in astonishment. The helmet bore distinct dents, evidence of a fearsome impact. Chaka sighed deeply. "Do you comprehend, Chala? Even a vibranium helmet could be dented by that man's single blow. Such power is beyond our understanding. The Panther God has chosen to retreat. I believe offering the heart-shaped herb as a gesture of alliance may be our wisest course of action." Observing the shattered worldview reflected in his son's expression, Chaka felt a pang of sorrow. "Chala, go forth, prepare yourself, and seek him out in America. Forge a friendship with him, deepen our ties. Aligning with such a formidable being would be immensely beneficial for Wakanda. Perhaps therein lies our opportunity for prosperity." Chala closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and after a prolonged moment, exhaled slowly. "I understand, Father. I shall heed your wishes and strive to befriend him. Please have faith in me." With those words, Chala turned and departed. Chaka watched his son's retreating figure until it vanished entirely within the palace. He placed a hand over his heart, surveying the dimly lit chamber, and murmured, "I entrust him to you, my son. My time is fleeting. That powerful one is merciful. The future of Wakanda rests upon your shoulders." Chapter 16. The Emergence of H.I.D.R.A and the completion of the ultimate serum H.I.D.R.A. Nick Fury glared through his remaining eye at the documents laid before him, his other hand rhythmically tapping the surface of the desk. Do you understand why you were urgently summoned back? Phil Coulson, standing before Nick, nodded in acknowledgement. I do. It's due to Sokovia. This comes from Alexander Pierce. The chairman, Nick replied, glancing at Coulson as he handed over the documents. This incident involves superhuman activity. You were also on mission in Sokovia at the time. For safety's sake, I had to bring you back immediately. We assessed the threat posed by the individual described in these files, rating it at the highest level, 10. So far, there have been no visual records. The satellites captured nothing, only a scene of a castle reduced to rubble. We know nothing, have nothing, merely instructions to investigate. No objectives, no height, nothing. Just a figure clad entirely in black, a faceless menace. Damn it, this is utterly absurd. Nick's agitation grew, his fists pounding the desk with increasing fervor. Damn it all, this is complete nonsense. Coulson glanced at the documents, fell into silence for a moment, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, what shall we do next? What else can we do? Such a monumental threat compels us to locate him. He is far too perilous for the safety of all humanity. We must monitor him. It is the duty of our H.I.D. Nick steadied his emotions, retrieved a file from the drawer, and with a grave expression, stated, Coulson, that unknown individual is exceedingly terrifying. He obliterated a castle in an instant, leaving not even a remnant. We have yet to catch a glimpse of him, and I harbor reservations regarding the notion that he acts alone. It is highly probable that he is part of a larger team. Nevertheless, whether an individual or a collective, the capability to erase a castle in the blink of an eye is dreadfully alarming. This poses a significant danger. I believe it is time to activate that plan. Coulson glanced at the document in Nick's hand. The Avengers Initiative? Quite right. Nick nodded. This incident has made it clear that we must establish our own team of superheroes to safeguard all of humanity. We must seize power into our own hands. The Avengers Initiative can no longer be postponed. I intend to initiate the Avengers Initiative, and this enigmatic individual or team will serve as the first mission for the Avengers. Coulson raised his gaze, perplexed, and asked Nick, do you have any candidates in mind? Nick gestured for Coulson to open the file. With a look of confusion, Coulson unfolded the document, revealing profiles of two individuals, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clinton Francis Barton. On the final page, there were two additional candidates under observation, Daredevil, Matthew Michael Murdock, and Spider-Man, Peter Benjamin Parker. Just two, and one of them is a 15-year-old child. Coulson gazed incredulously at Nick. How can you possibly include a 15-year-old in the candidate list? You must be out of your mind. Mind your words, Agent Coulson. Although he is merely 15, his strength is conservatively estimated at 5 tons, which is nearly twice that of Captain America, who has undergone the Super-Soldier Serum. If he joins, he will be the mightiest Avenger, an indispensable asset in our fight against the mysterious figure in black. Nick regarded Coulson with a serious gaze, his tone leaving no room for dissent. As Nick's longtime partner, Coulson understood that once Nick adopted this tone, it was nearly impossible to sway his decision. I understand. Seeing Coulson relent, Nick nodded in satisfaction. Now go, Coulson. First, meet with Lawyer Murdoch. As for young Parker, there is no need to rush. Understood. Coulson sighed, took the document from the table, and turned to leave Nick's office. At the Ten Rings training grounds, the Death Dealer was training the young Shang-Chi, while Wenwu observed with his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, several soldiers from the Ten Rings gang assisted a man clad in a black suit as he entered. Upon seeing Wenwu, the man was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he stumbled and fell before Wenwu, choking on his words as he recounted the events involving himself and Adi. After listening intently, Wenwu furrowed his brow, crouched down, and gently patted the man's shoulder. Go home and rest. I shall inform Mr. Li of the consequences of laying hands on my subordinates, he said. Just then, a subordinate approached, carrying a stretcher, ready to take the man away. Suddenly, the man began to emit agonizing cries, smoke billowing from his orifices as purple-black flames ignited within him, turning him to ash in an instant. The astonishing turn of events startled Wenwu, prompting him to swiftly position himself in front of Shang-Chi, shielding him. But the ordeal did not end there. Another subordinate rushed in to inform Wenwu that all the men brought back by the man had perished from self-igniting purple-black flames, their deaths eerily mirroring that of the man. The unfolding events which had previously seemed inconsequential to Wonwoo, instantly instilled a sense of caution within him. With his hands hanging naturally at his sides, he contemplated for a moment before issuing a command. Prepare the itinerary. I must pay a visit to Mr. Lee. Meanwhile, in the underground base of H.W.D.R.A's residence in Queens, New York, nearly 2 weeks had passed since the Maximoff siblings moved in, and H.W.D.R.A's progress in various aspects had been remarkably substantial. Firstly, through his considerable financial prowess, H.W.D.R.A swiftly arranged identification for the siblings and enrolled them in school. Over this period, a familial bond had begun to develop among them. Furthermore, with the research data from Wakanda, H.W.D.R.A and Venom, having sacrificed sleep for 2 weeks, successfully achieved a perfect fusion of their abilities. Gazing at the 12 vials of shimmering serum before him, H.W.D.R.A felt a surge of emotion. What do you think? Your Lord Venom is indeed impressive, isn't he? H.W.D.R.A exclaimed, applauding. Indeed, you are worthy of the title of the legendary symbiote god, he continued, acknowledging Venom's prowess. Venom grinned widely and laughed heartily. Enough of that. Let us test the results. Nodding in agreement, H.W.D.R.A reasoned that both Spider-Man and Ghost Rider derived their enhancements from magical sources. In contrast, the Green Goblin Serum, the Super-Soldier Serum, and the heart-shaped herb were rooted in mutation, allowing for a harmonious combination of both. H.W.D.R.A took 2 vials of serum and placed them on the apparatus before entering a chamber reminiscent of the one used by Captain America during his serum injection. He opted for a method similar to Captain America's energy-assisted enhancement, believing that this approach would maximize the serum's potential as calculated by him and Venom. Stripping off his clothing and donning the prepared shorts, H.W.D.R.A stepped into the chamber. Are you ready? Let us begin. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Venom cranked everything to the maximum, unleashing a torrent of electric current into the chamber. As a refreshing sensation enveloped him, H.W.D.R.A's consciousness transcended into an expansive cosmic realm. H.W.D.R.A remained composed, fully aware that consuming the heart-shaped grass would unveil visions from the depths of his soul. To maximize the potency of the serum, this knowledge had been meticulously preserved. After a brief pause, as H.W.D.R.A contemplated what lay within the recesses of his heart, the surrounding environment transformed into a sun-drenched meadow. He scanned the area and noticed a group of indistinct figures emerging from the distant horizon, silhouetted against the sun, beckoning him. Among them were young men and women, children, the elderly and middle-aged individuals. A few bore a striking resemblance to Peter and Harry. To his astonishment, Venom was also among them. H.W.D.R.A, Lee, Adolph, Father, Uncle H.W.D.R.A, Uncle. Upon reopening his eyes and regaining awareness of his body, the hatch opened, and H.W.D.R.A stepped out, raising his hand to examine himself. How do you feel? H.W.D.R.A glanced up at the inquisitive Venom and, recalling the visions he had just witnessed, smiled faintly. I feel absolutely fantastic. Let us proceed and conduct a test. Let us go. Test subject. H.W.D.R.A strength, 5, 674 tons speed. 5, 643 meters per second 6 Mach. Test subject. H.W.D.R.A Venom agent, strength, 24, 456 tons speed. 24, 489 meters per second 20 Mach. Oh wow, a remarkable increase of 20 tons in strength. A resounding success. At this rate, if you do not upgrade the testing equipment, you might not be able to assess your own data. Oh yeah, who is the true genius? That's right, it's me, Venom. What are Tony Stark and Reed Richards compared to me? Haha. With a smile directed at Venom, H.W.D.R.A set aside the testing results, retrieved his discarded clothing, and made his way towards the elevator shaft. Let us go prepare dinner. Pietro and Wanda will be home from school soon. Chapter 17. Wanda, as sensitive heart brother H.W.D.R.A, brother Venom. Wanda rushed into the house, her backpack bouncing behind her. Seeing her flustered demeanor, H.W.D.R.A, who was sitting on the sofa watching television, quickly poured her a cup of hot water. What is the matter, Wanda? Where's Pietro? Take your time. No need to rush. Venom, wearing an apron, poked his head out from the kitchen doorway and jovially chimed in. Your brother H.W.D.R.A is right. Take your time. There is nothing in this world that can trouble your brother Venom and brother H.W.D.R.A. Accepting the hot water from H.W.D.R.A, Wanda appeared somewhat bashful, casting a shy glance at him before quickly lowering her gaze, clearly anxious. Pietro got into a fight at school, and the teacher wants you to come. Upon speaking, Wanda, resembling a child who had erred, dared not meet H.W.D.R.'s or venomous eyes. Internally, she was quite tense. She cherished the atmosphere of her current life. H.W.D.R.A and Venom treated both her and Pietro with kindness, yet she feared that this incident might lead to their disapproval. Despite the time they have spent together, Wanda harbored a lingering fear, convinced that H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were not the type of individuals she could trust. Although H.Y.D.R.A frequently insisted that they were now a family, they had only known each other for a mere fortnight. Wanda, being a girl, lacked the fortitude of Pietro. Before she could fully open her heart, the sensation of being an unwelcome guest continued to haunt her. Just when she anticipated that H.Y.D.R.A and Venom would be angered by the situation, Venom's voice pierced through her thoughts. A fight? Oh yes, that is splendid. Did Pietro emerge victorious? Shortly thereafter, H.Y.D.R.A chimed in. Indeed, Wanda, did Pietro win? If he didn't I certainly won be attending school. That would be utterly humiliating. Wanda, incredulous, lifted her gaze to H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, a flicker of crimson smoke passing through her eyes. As an inner voice assured her that H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were not deceiving her. This was genuinely their belief. With her eyes glistening, she pursed her lips and nodded like a little chick. Yes, he won, even against 3 opponents. Upon hearing this, Venom exclaimed, 3 opponents? He triumphed. How marvelous! Pietro possesses the potential to become a warrior. We must celebrate this evening. H.Y.D.R.A took a sip of Longjing tea, flown in from Huagua, snapped his fingers, and in an instant, his loose bathrobe ignited in purple-black flames, transforming into a well-tailored suit. Adjusting his collar, he approached Wanda and said, Come, Wanda, let us welcome our victorious warrior and procure some ingredients for tonight's celebratory feast. Momentarily at a loss for words, Wanda felt her heart race. Nodding her head and trailing behind H.Y.D.R.A, H.Y.D.R.A drove them to the school and led Wanda into the principal's office. Inside, 3 parents of children who had lost to Pietro sat indignantly, glaring fiercely at him. The principal, the teacher, and the academic director were scolding Pietro, who stood amidst the 6 individuals. As H.Y.D.R.A entered, being both Pietro's parent and a student of Midtown High, he was familiar with everyone except the 3 parents. Upon seeing H.Y.D.R.A enter with Wanda, the 3 parents quickly recognized his identity and stormed toward him, ready to unleash their wrath. However, no one anticipated that H.Y.D.R.A would retaliate with 3 swift slaps, sending the parents sprawling to the ground. Wanda and Pietro were left speechless, while the principal and the others were too stunned to respond. But the spectacle did not end there. H.Y.D.R.A then approached the principal and delivered a slap to each of them as well. Subsequently, he retrieved a roll of dollars from his pocket and tossed it disdainfully before the principal and the others, pointing at the principal's nose and articulating each word with precision. This is for medical expenses, you fools. Do you truly consider yourselves worthy of the title teachers? 6 adults bullying a child who hasn't even reached puberty? Are you aware of their backgrounds? Just because they are orphans, does that justify your cruelty toward them as siblings? I can unequivocally state that they have family, and that family is me. Should there be any dissent, feel free to discuss it with me, whether you choose to involve the authorities or take legal action. I shall be prepared with the finest team of lawyers awaiting your arrival. Bring it on, you wretched individuals. Having finished his statement, H.Y.D.R.A turned and grasped the hands of Pietro and Wanda, departing with them. Before leaving, he delivered a kick to each of the 3 parents. The sharp sound of cracking bones resonating clearly in the silent principal's office. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated through the corridors of the school. While Wanda stared blankly at H.Y.D.R.A's towering figure, her mind replaying the earlier scene. Through the hand that H.Y.D.R.A held, Wanda felt the warmth of his palm. What a peculiar comfort it was. Though merely warm, it inexplicably instilled a sense of security within her. A wave of melancholy washed over Wanda as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. This feeling of being supported reminded her of her parents. As a formidable protector, H.Y.D.R.A was acutely aware of Wanda's emotional state. Yet he made no further gestures, merely tightening his grip on her hand as they continued forward with Pietro. Upon returning home after their trip to the supermarket, Pietro had anticipated a reprimand from H.Y.D.R.A. Yet even after Venom prepared dinner, H.Y.D.R.A offered nothing but praise, leaving Pietro astounded. This was far from the outcome he had envisioned. At the dining table, due to the presence of the 2 children, H.Y.D.R.A had relocated all his red wine to the underground base, for he could not allow the children to be influenced negatively. The once-stocked wine cabinet was now filled with various teas and honey. H.Y.D.R.A raised a crystal glass filled with fruit juice high and proclaimed, "Come now, let us toast to Pietro's bravery." "Cheers!" Venom chimed in, encasing a glass of chocolate milk within his tendrils in agreement. Wanda and Pietro lifted their own glasses, mimicking H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, clinking them together before downing their contents. With newfound courage, Pietro took a deep breath and posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. H.Y.D.R.A, why do you not inquire about my school affairs? H.Y.D.R.A, using his chopsticks to select a piece of pan-seared liver for his bowl, an exquisite dish Venom had specifically researched for the Maximoff siblings, smiled gently at Pietro's query. I possess a keen intuition regarding people, and through our interactions thus far, I do not perceive you as someone who would inflict harm without cause. Therefore, if you acted, there must be a rationale behind it. Pietro was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he responded, Thank you, H.Y.D.R.A. No need for gratitude. Now do sample the dish. It is a gypsy delicacy that Venom has meticulously learned for you. I find it rather delightful. Do let me know how authentic it is. Upon finishing his words, Venom eagerly chimed in, urging Pietro and Wanda, Indeed, you too must try it. I have specifically mastered this recipe. If it does not please your palate, that is of little concern. Today, I acquired a gypsy recipe from the black market, which should arrive in a couple of days. I shall prepare it then. Pietro and Wanda nodded, spearing a slice of cheese and meat with their forks before savoring it. Pietro immediately gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Venom's culinary skills are quite impressive. Venom, flattered by Pietro's praise, chuckled heartily. Is that so? If it pleases you, I shall cook for you every day from now on. Ha ha ha. That evening, the dining table at the H.Y.D.R.A household was filled with laughter and joy, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Chapter 18. The Birth of the Green Goblin. Spider-Man injected with Goblin Serum. The next day, after seeing the Maximoff brothers board the school bus, H.Y.D.R.A returned to the living room to await the arrival of Peter and Harry. After successfully administering the serum, H.Y.D.R.A messaged Peter and Harry, inviting them over that day. Through meticulous calculations by H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, they deduced that Peter's abilities, like H.Y.D.R.A.'s, stemmed from magical enhancement, which did not conflict with the serum. In essence, Peter could enjoy a double enhancement akin to H.Y.D.R.A. Approximately half an hour later, the doorbell rang at H.Y.D.R.A.'s home. Venom extended a tendril to open the door, revealing Peter and Harry standing outside. Good morning, H.Y.D.R.A Venom. Good morning, Peter, Harry. After exchanging greetings, Venom playfully smacked Peter on the head with a tendril. You fool. How could you not notice you were being followed for so many days? What? I was being followed? But my spider sense didn't react. Seeing Peter's bewilderment, suspecting his spider sense had failed him, Venom chuckled. Of course it didn't react. Those who were tracking you have been hypnotized by H.Y.D.R.A. How could your spider sense detect them? Upon hearing this, Peter's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he sheepishly scratched his head. So that is how it is. Truly impressive, H.Y.D.R.A. But do you also possess the ability to hypnotize? That's rather unfair. Noticing that Venom and Peter could chat endlessly, H.Y.D.R.A interjected. All right, enough chatter. Follow me. The serum is ready. Harry hesitated, wanting to say something, but H.Y.D.R.A raised a hand to interrupt. Between brothers, words are unnecessary. Taking H.Y.D.R.A.'s cue, Harry swallowed his words. Nodding solemnly, the four of them proceeded to the laboratory in the underground base. Peter, wide-eyed with wonder, surveyed the surroundings and incredulously asked H.Y.D.R.A, Did you really create all of this in just a week? Upon H.Y.D.R.A.'s nod, Peter gasped. My goodness, you are simply remarkable, brother. H.Y.D.R.A smiled modestly. Which of you two wishes to go first? Hearing H.Y.D.R.A.'s words, Peter looked puzzled. What do you mean by who goes first? H.Y.D.R.A explained the potential for further enhancement. After listening, Peter waved his hand dismissively and laughed. No thanks, brother. My strength is already considerable enough. I don't require any further enhancement. Seeing Peter's refusal, H.Y.D.R.A was not surprised. After all, they had been brothers for many years. And Peter's reaction was entirely within H.Y.D.R.A's expectations. Given their mutual understanding, H.Y.D.R.A knew precisely how to persuade Peter to agree to the serum injection. Without further ado, H.Y.D.R.A simply remarked, Your current strength is woefully inadequate to confront the crises that lie ahead. After uttering this, H.Y.D.R.A fixed his gaze upon Peter, and it soon became evident that H.Y.D.R.A understood him well. Under H.Y.D.R.A's unwavering stare, Peter quickly capitulated. All right, I understand. Let's allow Harry to inject first. H.Y.D.R.A nodded and turned to Harry, saying, Come on, Harry, are you ready to become a superhero? Harry took a deep breath, rubbing his hands together. Oh, of course. What I need to do? H.Y.D.R.A exchanged a knowing glance with Venom, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts, and together they adopted a serious demeanor, pointing towards the chamber. declaring in unison, "You must strip down and step into the chamber in the center." What? Harry followed their gaze and indeed saw the chamber. Strip down? Why must I undress to inject? Isn't there a more dignified way? Adi shook his head. You know, Harry, the serum I am administering is unlike any other. It not only eradicates your hereditary affliction, but also enhances your physique to match Peter's current strength. This method of injection will allow you to fully absorb the serum's power. Of course, you could opt for a direct injection, but that is what I prepared for Uncle Norman and Uncle Ben. It's merely a standard serum that would grant you powers akin to Captain America. Harry, don't you wish to join us three in forming a superhero team? Answer me. Harry, overwhelmed by Adi's barrage of words, Harry took a moment, biting his lip. You've successfully persuaded me, brother. Being men, I have nothing to fear. Let us proceed. With a deep sigh, Harry resolutely shed all of his clothing, stepping into the chamber with the determination of a warrior embarking on a fateful journey. However, Venom had no intention of letting Harry off easily and whistled at him. Well, Harry, it seems you've grown yourself a little sausage. Ha ha ha. Adi and Peter couldn't help but smile at the remark, causing Harry's handsome face to flush with embarrassment. Resigned, he closed his eyes. Hey, this is a serious matter. Don't joke around. Hurry up, let us get on with it. Understood. Heeding Harry's urgency, Adi conveyed some precautions to him before he and Venom manipulated the computer to close the chamber doors. Adi retrieved 2 vials of serum from the secure room and inserted them into the chamber. It's time, Adi. Let us go. Adi and Venom worked in concert, one supplying energy to the machine while the other managed the computer data. As the machinery whirred to life, the serum and energy were infused, and Harry's consciousness was transported to a unique environment. Surveying his surroundings, Harry recognized the familiar setting and understood that this was the inner vision Adi had described. A wave of mixed emotions washed over him. This was his childhood home, a time when his mother was still alive. As Harry felt a wave of melancholy, a familiar yet distant gentle voice emerged from behind. Harry. Instantly, tears welled in Harry's eyes as he turned around, and indeed, he beheld the figure he had long yearned for, his mother, Emily. Mom. Emily smiled tenderly at Harry. Harry, it seems you have found reliable friends. I'm truly happy for you. Harry rushed forward and embraced Emily tightly. It's my brother, Mom. Emily paused slightly upon hearing this, then enveloped Harry in her arms, smiling gently as she said, Seeing you thrive brings my heart peace, Harry. As the enhancement concluded and the hatch opened, Harry emerged, tears streaming down his face. Peter, Venom, and Eddie exchanged glances and approached with concern. Harry, are you all right? Peter inquired first, while Venom, not particularly adept at offering comfort, simply echoed Peter's words. Eddie, aware of the serum's effects, offered reassurance. Harry, the serum contains a special substance that endows those who consume it with powers beyond human capabilities. The origins of this power, be it hatred, love, friendship, or ancestry, have been a subject of debate throughout history. Yet, I believe all these notions hold some truth. Regardless of the source, we must cherish it, for it allows us to delve into the depths of our souls and reconnect with those we cannot forget. Wiping away his tears, Harry's gaze grew resolute. You are right, Eddie. I will treasure my powers. They're a gift from my mother. Eddie tossed a lab coat to Harry and patted him on the shoulder. You've grown stronger. Take a moment to gather yourself. Now it's Peter's turn. All right. Harry donned the lab coat and approached Peter. After calming his emotions, he spoke solemnly. Go ahead, brother. Peter nodded gravely, quickly shedding his clothes before entering the chamber. Following Eddie's instructions, the machine was activated. As it whirred to life, Peter, much like Harry and Eddie before him, found his consciousness transported to a brand new environment. Here, he too encountered the person he had longed to see, Dad Mom. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Peter's face as Richard and Mary Parker approached with smiles, embracing him. It's been so long, Peter. Chapter 19. The twin enhancements in Bucky's restored memories. The atmosphere in Eddie's underground base was somewhat somber, with 2 young men clad only in lab coats sitting despondently in chairs. Eddie leaned against the railing, observing the 2 youths, sipping from his glass of red wine as he remarked to Venom, It has been half an hour, and these 2 still haven't managed to regain their composure. Venom extended his tendrils to caress his chin thoughtfully. Their current state is, in fact, understandable. By the way, what are your plans for Bucky in the base? Will you leave him in slumber until the narrative unfolds years later? Addy shook his head. No, my intention is to awaken him shortly after Harry and Peter depart. The control chip in Bucky's mind has been destroyed, obliterated by Hellfire. He is no longer the Winter Soldier. He is simply James Buchanan Barnes, a hero of World War II. Frankly, I hold a great admiration for this man. As we venture into other worlds or timelines, Pietro and Wanda will require a competent guardian, and Harry and Peter will need a mentor in combat skills. Will they not? Venom nodded in agreement with Addy's sentiments. Indeed, Bucky is a respectable individual. As you have stated, he is currently the best choice available. Let us proceed. It is time for the young men to assess their physical capabilities. Addy downed the red wine in his hand and strode towards Peter and Harry. Gentlemen, it is time to cease reminiscing about the past. As the saying goes, if you weep for missing the sun, you will surely miss the stars. Cherish the present. For now, let's evaluate your physical data and invigorate your spirits. Upon hearing Addy's words, Peter and Harry exchanged a glance, a sense of determination washing over them as they inhaled deeply. Addy was right. They should not dwell in negativity. Armed with the strength of their mother, they will be immensely powerful. The sorrow in their eyes gradually faded as they rose to follow Addy to the testing apparatus. The results of the tests were exceedingly promising. As detailed below, test subject, Peter Benjamin Parker strength, 3, 634-ton speed, 3, 657 meters per second physical resilience, greatly enhanced body density, capable of withstanding small caliber bullets, significantly improved regenerative abilities, allowing for near instantaneous healing of wounds. Peter's enhancement was evident, showcasing an increase of 16 tons in strength. The ultimate serum's effects, influenced by the heart-shaped herb, varied among individuals. However, it surpassed the baseline of merely consuming the herb by several multiples. An increase of 16 tons in Peter's strength was indeed commendable. Next, the strength of his webbing had more than doubled, approaching threefold enhancement. As for his spider sense, while it did not receive direct amplification, the serum perfectly inherited the herb's ability to allow the user to instinctively evade danger. Lastly, regarding his regenerative capabilities, aside from the inability to regrow severed limbs, his healing prowess was somewhat inferior to that of Wolverine, likely a result of the enhancement from the heart-shaped herb. After all, in the film, Black Panther, having consumed the herb, could heal from penetrating injuries almost instantaneously, and considering Spider-Man's inherent regenerative abilities, such results were quite acceptable. Next comes Harry. Tester, Harold Theophilus Helios. Strength, 1,883 tons. Speed, 2,434 meters per second. Physical resilience, enhanced bodily density, significantly improved healing abilities. Jumping ability, 1,849 meters. With 18 tons of strength and a velocity of 24 meters per second, he utterly surpasses Captain America, exhibiting enhancement effects superior to those of Peter. Particularly notable is his healing capability, which astounds both Eddie and Venom, as they also underwent the ultimate serum injection. Harry's regenerative ability is astonishingly only slightly inferior to Peter, the Spider-Man who has undergone a second enhancement. Harry seems to have struck an incredible stroke of luck, or rather, he is perpetually stepping into good fortune. Venom gazes at the data before him and expresses genuine admiration. Surprisingly, Harry refrains from refuting Venom's remarks, merely staring blankly at the figures. Previously, both Eddie and Peter had become superhumans. While Harry sincerely rejoices for his brothers, a medley of emotions churns within him. He has cherished these two friends since childhood, yet he fears that they might abandon him for being an ordinary person. Even though he knows such a scenario is improbable, he cannot help but let his mind wander. Now, however, he too is a superhuman, and though he may not measure up to Eddie and Peter in various aspects, he finally possesses the qualification to stand alongside them. Eddie shakes his head at the dazed Harry, then turns to retrieve 3 vials of orange-yellow serum from the laboratory. This is the Super-Soldier Serum perfected by Eddie and Venom, derived from Bucky's blood through reverse engineering and combined with Hydra's respective data. Its enhancement effects are slightly weaker than the Winter Soldier Serum. Yet the perfected Super-Soldier Serum bears no side effects and offers permanent results. It is precisely because they successfully restored the Super-Soldier Serum that the ultimate serum came into existence. Eddie hands 2 vials to Peter and 1 to Harry. Super-Soldier Serum, enhancing physical functions, delaying aging, and perfecting genes. One for Uncle Norman, one for Uncle Ben, and one for Aunt May. Harry and Peter accept the serum, their hearts swelling with gratitude towards Eddie. The weight of their debt to him feels immense, and they find themselves at a loss for how to repay him, leaving them both feeling quite ashamed. Eddie, however, dismisses their concerns with a pat on their shoulders. Go on, rest well at home. This serum merely requires an injection. I trust you two biology whizzes will manage. Remember to prepare plenty of high-energy food. Energy bars are quite suitable. After all, energy is conserved. Now, stop being so sentimental and hurry home to rest. Tomorrow, remember to come back for special training to learn combat techniques and how to control your strength. Otherwise, possessing over 10 tons of strength could lead to quite a comical situation. By the way, I'll introduce you to a new friend then. After sending off the two overly enthusiastic individuals, H.Y.D.R.A returned to the underground base, strolling through the vast expanse of the facility, the echo of his footsteps reverberating throughout the corridor. Are we really going to awaken Bucky? Venom reiterated to H.Y.D.R.A. Of course, didn't we agree on this? H.Y.D.R.A replied with unwavering confidence, and Venom could only acquiesce. Very well, it is as you say. H.Y.D.R.A and Venom arrived at the chamber where Bucky's stasis pod was housed, directly opening the pod to rouse him from his slumber. With a hiss, the pod door swung open, releasing a plume of mist that carried a chill. Clad in battle attire, Bucky staggered out of the pod, unfastened his mask, and leaned against the door, shaking his head in confusion before squinting at H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. Who are you? Without uttering a word, Venom remained silent, while H.Y.D.R.A offered a slight smile. Greetings, Sergeant Barnes. I've decided to change my appearance. Perhaps this will jog your memory. Walter? Initially perplexed by H.Y.D.R.A's statement, Bucky's confusion dissipated when he beheld H.Y.D.R.A enveloped in a shroud of black liquid, transforming into the visage of a Venom agent, a sight that left a profound impression on him. Without hesitation, Bucky lunged forward, his mechanical arm swinging toward H.Y.D.R.A, but with an astonishing display of strength, H.Y.D.R.A single-handedly caught Bucky's full-force blow. Oh, Sergeant Barnes, you seem a bit anxious. No need to worry. I shall assist you in regaining your memories. Before Bucky could react, H.Y.D.R.A raised his other hand and cast a celestial spell upon Bucky's head, embodying the very essence of protective power. Defensive, functional, and restorative magic comprised a staggering 80% of all spells. As the purplish-black magic infiltrated Bucky's mind, his once sharp gaze gradually dulled, then rapidly transformed to a vibrant red. Observing this, H.Y.D.R.A appropriately released his grip. Bucky collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, Howard. Chapter 20. Bucky joins H.Y.D.R.A reverted from his Venom agent form, standing quietly alongside Venom as they witness the emotional unraveling of Bucky. Undoubtedly, the anguish of having been manipulated into harming one's friends was a harrowing burden. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, Bucky wiped his tears and gradually rose, looking earnestly at H.Y.D.R.A and Venom as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Although I do not know your name, I'm sincerely grateful to you for liberating me from H.Y.D.R.A's control and helping me reclaim my memories. H.Y.D.R.A smiled gently. There is no need for such formalities. I merely lent a hand. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Adolph H.Y.D.R.A, and this is Venom, my partner. Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A's name, Bucky paused momentarily before recollecting. James Buchanan Barnes. H.Y.D.R.A nodded in acknowledgement. Sergeant Barnes, would you like me to give you a tour? At this, Bucky hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. H.Y.D.R.A maintained his ever-present smile, saying, Please follow me, Sergeant Barnes. As they strolled through the underground base, it was hard to believe that this vast facility had been constructed in secret over a mere decade. Although it spanned only the size of a football field, it was a marvel in its own right, boasting a myriad of functions including living quarters, recreation, and laboratories. As H.Y.D.R.A and Bucky explored the base, their conversation flowed, with H.Y.D.R.A speaking predominantly while Bucky listened. H.Y.D.R.A understood that given Bucky's taciturn nature, the fact that he could respond at all was a notable achievement. Their dialogue traversed many topics, and H.Y.D.R.A did not conceal his research involving Bucky's blood for the Super-Soldier Serum. After all, with such formidable strength, discussing it was of little consequence. Bucky, upon learning of this, merely nodded. To him, these matters were trivial, for he had first-hand experience of H.Y.D.R.A's extraordinary prowess. He did not believe that H.Y.D.R.A was concerned with the Super-Soldier Serum. Now, Sergeant Barnes, what are your plans moving forward? After their tour of the base, they settled in the lounge. Bucky, pondering Addie's question, shook his head slowly, his eyes filled with confusion. He was a remnant of a bygone era, and in this new world, he felt utterly unrecognized, akin to a solitary boat adrift in an endless ocean. There were no ships in sight, no land, no islands, not even rocks, only the relentless storms and waves. His dear friend Steve had perished, and he had tragically taken the life of his companion Howard. Decades had passed, and who still remembered him? Perhaps only the young man before him and the members of H.Y.D.R.A. Understanding Bucky's turmoil, Audie smiled and proposed, "How about this, Sergeant Barnes? I have a suggestion that I wonder if you would be willing to accept." Bucky looked up, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Seizing the moment, Audie stated plainly, "I would like to invite you to serve as both an instructor and a caretaker." Instructor and caretaker? Bucky gazed at Audie in disbelief, unable to fathom why Audie would choose a man like him, a sinner. Audie affirmed, "Indeed, Sergeant Barnes." He then informed Bucky about Peter, Harry, and the Maximoff siblings. After absorbing this information, Bucky fell into deep thought. Noticing the opportunity, Audie pressed on, "Come now, Sergeant Barnes, one cannot live perpetually in the past. Life must always look forward, don't you think?" After a lengthy silence, Bucky nodded in agreement. "All right." Seeing Bucky's acceptance, Audie beamed and extended his hand. "Welcome to our family, Sergeant Barnes." Bucky rose and shook Addie's hand, solemnly stating, "It is an honor to become a part of your family, Mr. Lee. From now on, you may simply call me Bucky." Audie nodded in understanding. He recognized that Bucky had fully acknowledged him. It was significant because Bucky reserved that name for those he deemed close. In the television series, Falcon had directly addressed Bucky as such, only to be met with a cold shoulder. "Given the circumstances, Barnes, no, rather, Bucky, feel free to call me Audie. As for Bucky, the same applies." At that moment, Venom interjected, saying, "I have no special title. Simply call me Venom." Bucky nodded in agreement. "All right, Audie Venom." Audie glanced at the time, noting that it was still early, and turned to Bucky. "Since the hour is still young, would you care for a sparring match, Bucky? Let off some steam. I wish to witness the prowess of the instructor I have generously employed." Bucky recalled the experience of being thoroughly defeated by Audie, hesitated a moment, then nodded. "All right." The two took their positions on the training ground, Audie shedding his jacket and assuming a combat stance across from Bucky. "Aren't you going to merge with Venom?" Audie inquired. "Actually, that is unnecessary," Bucky replied. Observing Audie's bravado, Bucky thought him rather audacious. However, he understood that youth often comes with such confidence, and thus resolved internally to impart a lesson to Audie. Venom acted as the referee, and seeing both were ready, declared, "Begin." With a resounding crash, Bucky found himself sprawled on the training ground, disbelief etched across his face. Audie approached the fallen Bucky, extending a hand. "Care to continue?" Seizing the moment, Venom taunted, "Oh." Knocked down with a single punch. How utterly pathetic, Bucky. Bucky pounded the ground in frustration. "Bring it on." With another thundering impact, Bucky was once again vanquished. "Oh dear, Bucky." Later that evening, Pietro and Wanda returned home from school. Upon entering, they beheld Audie, Venom, and a disheveled man with a bruised visage seated on the sofa. The trio sharing camaraderie while watching television. Audie, upon noticing the siblings' arrival, greeted them warmly and made the introductions. "Pietro, Wanda, this is James Buchanan Barnes. You may call him Uncle Barnes. He will be residing with us henceforth, becoming a part of our family." Bucky, meeting the children for the first time, felt a wave of nervousness, fearing he might frighten them. He stood up, somewhat awkwardly introducing himself. "Hello, children, I am James Buchanan Barnes, and I will be living with you." Initially apprehensive, Pietro and Wanda found reassurance in Bucky's own shyness. "Hello, Uncle Barnes. I am Pietro Django Maximoff." "Uncle Barnes, I am Wanda Django Maximoff." Having already learned of the siblings' background from Audie, Bucky felt a deep sympathy for their plight. As fellow wanderers in the world, he found a sense of belonging within this family. Audie, as the apparent head of the household, saw that all were present and announced, "Now that everyone is here, I declare the welcome dinner for Barnes to officially commence." Venom let out a strange cry as it extended its tendrils, presenting an array of delectable dishes from the kitchen. The five of them gathered around the coffee table, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Initially, the atmosphere was rather subdued. After all, the dining table was graced by a troubled youth, a troubled maiden, and now, an elderly gentleman plagued by his own issues. Yet, under Venom's infectious enthusiasm, The dinner gradually transformed into a lively affair. Bucky observed the playful tussle for food between Venom and Pietro, momentarily transported back to the bygone days of the 60s and 70s, catching a glimpse of his younger self alongside Steve. A faint smile began to unfurl upon his otherwise stoic visage, only to be overshadowed by the poignant realization of how much things had changed. He discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and popped a slice of cheese and meat into his mouth. Chapter 21. The Battle of Wits and Arms the following morning, within the underground base. Oh my God. Harry, are you all right? Upon hearing Peter's concern, Harry slowly lifted himself, shaking his head as he glanced towards Peter, who was at the training ground alongside H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, munching on snacks. Before Harry could muster a response, a gleaming silver metallic fist came crashing down upon his head, sending him sprawling to the ground once more. Do not lose focus during combat. Keep your attention on your opponent, Bucky admonished sharply. Witnessing Harry's misfortune, Peter couldn't help but shield his face, unable to bear the sight any longer. H.Y.D.R.A, where did you find this Barnes instructor? His fighting skills are truly impressive. H.Y.D.R.A casually tossed a chip into his mouth, retrieving a wristband from his pocket and tossing it to Peter. I can't say for certain. You should ask him yourself. If he wishes to share, he will. Put this on. It will suppress your strength to match Barnes' level. Peter accepted the wristband without hesitation and adorned it. Initially, both he and Harry had no intention of wearing it, believing it to be of little use. One possessed 18 tons of strength, the other 36. They felt invincible against any threat in the world. However, when H.Y.D.R.A informed them that, due to Peter's recent reckless vigilante actions, he had attracted the attention of numerous organizations, including those harboring superpowered individuals, he realized that honing his combat skills was indeed necessary after his recent education in Hell's Kitchen. As Peter pondered these revelations, Harry approached, supporting himself with one hand on his waist, the same suppressive wristband in hand. It's your turn now, brother. Peter nodded, taking a deep breath as if resolving to embrace his fate, and strode towards Bucky at the training ground. Regrettably, Peter fared no better than Harry. Soon, the air was filled with Peter's lamentations as he endured his beating, prompting Harry to forget his own aches and pains, eagerly waving his fist from the sidelines. Yes, just like that. Awesome. That's the spirit. H.Y.D.R.A watched Harry reveling in Peter's misfortune and shook his head while munching on a chip, inwardly lamenting his choice of friends. Having consumed the last of his snacks, H.Y.D.R.A turned away from the training ground. This morning had primarily been dedicated to a meeting between Bucky and Peter, a testament to his busy schedule. Upon arriving at the laboratory, H.Y.D.R.A spread out all the blueprints before him, which included the spider launcher, Green Goblin armor, Green Goblin glider, and Bucky's mechanical arm. Of course, such resources were made possible thanks to the generous sponsorship from Osborn and H.Y.D.R.A. Seated in contemplation, H.Y.D.R.A pondered his next steps, acutely aware of the myriad ways to gain power in this world. Venom, he mused, what do you suggest we do next? After much deliberation, he decided to consult Venom, hoping to glean insights from their previous successes. Without hesitation, Venom offered a clear path. We should go to Camartage. Camartage? H.Y.D.R.A inquired. Venom nodded. In our previous life, it was there that we rose to prominence. The advantages of going to Camartage are manifold. Once you become the Sorcerer Supreme, not only will you gain access to the vast community of sorcerers on Earth, but also to the Time Stone and the Darkhold, among other treasures. Yet, the most significant benefit lies in the fact that upon attaining the title of Sorcerer Supreme, you will directly connect with all the Dark Dimension Lords, allowing for strategic, opportunistic gains. As Venom spoke with increasing enthusiasm, H.Y.D.R.A grasped the gravity of this opportunity, a direct route to cosmic power. Resolute, he penned a note and prepared to visit the Sanctum of Camartage in New York. According to Venom, by the time Marvel's chaos began in 2008, he could attain near-invincible strength. His thirst for advancement was palpable. However, just as H.Y.D.R.A was about to leave, a peculiar energy wave caught his attention, prompting him to halt his actions. This energy was unfamiliar to him. Venom, do you recognize this energy? After a moment of focus, Venom confirmed the 10 rings. Feeling the energy drawing closer, H.Y.D.R.A narrowed his eyes. He dares to come, indeed. Before we head to Camartage, let us first resolve this minor inconvenience. With that, he opened the car door and drove towards the source of the energy. Meanwhile, Wunwu, en route to H.Y.D.R.A.'s residence, gazed out the window at the seemingly endless stream of families outside. His expression remained serene, concealing the thoughts swirling within. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the driver suddenly halted the vehicle. Curious, Wenwu turned to inquire about the situation, only to find a young man of Chinese descent seated beside him. This revelation set off alarm bells in Wenwu's mind, and he hesitated to act, suppressing his unease as he spoke. "May I ask what business you have with me?" Adi smiled faintly. "Mr. Wenwu has come to find me. Did you fail to recognize who I am?" Venom emerged from Adi's shoulder and confronted Wenwu directly. "Oh, look who it is. Tony Leung." Facing the sudden appearance of Venom, Wenwu responded with a smile. "Ah, it is Mr. Lee. My apologies for my oversight." Adi remained silent, closing his eyes and humming a tune, while Venom mockingly remarked, "Oversight, ha ha ha, at least you possess some self-awareness." Wenwu, undeterred, turned to Adi. "Mr. Lee, may I inquire who this is?" "Your father, Venom, obedient child." Wenwu inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "Mr. Lee, I am here to discuss a collaboration. You are indeed a capable individual. We have both recently lost our most cherished ones, but I know a method to resurrect our loved ones. If Mr. Lee is willing to join forces, success is assured. Would you be inclined to collaborate with me?" Adi slowly opened his eyes, rhythmically moving his fingers, and casually replied, "I recall stating that should I see you again, I would kill you." Upon hearing Adi's response, Wenwu's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he activated his 10 rings and launched an attack towards Adi. A wave of blue shock energy surged forth, causing the car Wenwu occupied to explode in an instant. With two figures emerging from either side of the explosion, Wenwu's 10 rings shone brightly as he fixed his gaze on Adi, who had transformed into a Venom agent. Equally focused on Wenwu, the legendary artifact, the 10 rings, truly lived up to its reputation. Venom's voice echoed in Adi's mind as he raised his hand to unleash a current imbued with hellfire towards Wenwu. In response, Wenwu hurriedly brandished the 10 rings to form an energy shield for defense. The overwhelming energy impact forced Wenwu to stagger backward, while the searing heat cracked the earth, melted the concrete, and vaporized nearby vehicles. The surrounding crowd scattered in panic, their clamor drowned out by the intense heat of the electrical current. Adi observed Wenwu desperately defending himself and inwardly lamented the formidable power of the 10 rings, which allowed an ordinary man like Wenwu to withstand his assault. If his memory served him correctly, Wenwu had even managed to exchange blows with Odin in the Marvel What If series, which was quite absurd. Nonetheless, this only underscored the true might of the 10 rings. To be candid, he rather admired Tony Leung's portrayal of Wenwu. After all, who does not appreciate a pure-hearted warrior, especially one willing to forsake a millennium of legacy for love? Yet, none of this justified Wenwu's perverse actions. Through the eye of judgment, Adi discerned countless sins upon Wenwu's soul. Truly, he was a formidable opponent. Chapter 22, Acquiring the 10 Rings. Meeting Ancient One, Adi mourned for this character he had once held in esteem, amplifying his energy output as he charged towards Wenwu. Struggling to maintain his energy shield against Adi's onslaught, Wenwu, endowed with the perception granted by the 10 rings, sensed Adi's approach and hastily prepared to counterattack. As he locked eyes with a pair of burning violet-black flames, Su Wenwu was instantly transported back through the annals of time, recalling the countless souls he had extinguished over the millennia. Among them were defenseless commoners, the elderly, women, and innocent children. As these memories surged, the violet-black flames blazed within Su Wenwu, and while the 10 rings initially aided him in his resistance, their support waned as his resolve crumbled. Gradually, the rings detached from his arm and gravitated towards Adi, who did not refuse them. After all, who would not desire such a supreme artifact? Upon merging with Adi, the 10 rings expanded, fitting snugly around Adi's arms, replacing the thorned gauntlets conjured by Venom. In that fleeting moment of attachment, the abyssal seed within Adi channeled its power through his arms into the 10 rings, transforming them into a divine relic uniquely belonging to him. This metamorphosis transpired in an instant. Gazing at the rings radiating violet-black luminescence on his arms, Adi smiled beneath his mask, disregarding the ashes of Su Wenwu, and took flight using invisibility magic. The scene erupted into chaos as the New York police arrived belatedly, only to discover the remnants of Su Wenwu reduced to a pile of ashes in the crystallized ground beneath. In Alexander Pierce's office, he scrutinized the video before him, his expression grave. Pointing at the indistinct silhouette on the screen, he inquired, "Is this the intruder at the base?" Sitwell nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it appears to be him." Pierce furrowed his brow. "What can we discern from the footage?" Sitwell handed Pierce a document. "This contains the analyses conducted by our researchers at H.Y.D.R.A. As Pierce perused the document, his astonishment grew. It indicated that the subject's speed could reach a minimum of 100 meters per second. Furthermore, based on field samples, the temperature of the attacks emitted by the masked figure was estimated to be at least 6,000 degrees Celsius, surpassing any known flame-throwing device on the market. The sudden disappearance in the footage suggested that the masked individual possessed cloaking abilities, a hypothesis previously entertained, and thus not shocking to Pierce. After a prolonged contemplation, Pierce tossed the document onto the table and raised his hand. "Let us not rush. We shall wait for S.H.I.L.D.'s actions and remain poised. I know Nick well. He will not tolerate the existence of such an uncontrollable entity." "Understood." Pierce paused and inquired, "What that Spider-Man?" "H.Y.D.R.A. is keeping a close watch. We cannot intervene for now. Do not concern yourself. Once Nick brings him into S.H.I.E.L.D., we shall make our move." "Yes." In the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, Nick Fury urgently summoned all of his trusted allies: Phil Coulson, Maria Hill, Clint Barton, and Natasha Romanoff. In principle, Natasha should not have been qualified to be here, as she had only recently joined S.H.I.L.D. However, with Hawkeye's endorsement, Nick made an exception, allowing Natasha to participate in the meeting, which also served as a test. After playing the video, Nick turned to his 4 trusted confidants, glaring with his single eye. "Do you have nothing to say, boys and girls? 2 superhumans are wreaking havoc on the streets, while we are left trailing behind, merely collecting dust. Aside from a handful of ash, we have gained nothing. Damn it. Is there anything more absurd than this? What is the purpose of our Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics?" Regardless of what follows, that masked figure deemed a level 10 threat by S.H.I.E.L.D. has now appeared, and it seems he has made his presence known right here in New York. They have come knocking at our door. Damn it. Inform all agents to be on high alert. I want to be the first to know when that masked clown shows up. By the way, have we identified the superhuman who has turned to ash? Phil Coulson responded. All nearby electronic devices are rendered inoperative due to the unique magnetic field generated during the battle between the 2 individuals. This footage was captured by satellite, but the magnetic field's interference renders it nearly indistinguishable. This is, in fact, the clearest image we have after restoration. Upon hearing Coulson's report, Nick slammed his fist onto the table. "Damn it. You mean to tell me that this barely discernible image of 2 humanoid figures is the clearest we could obtain after enhancement?" Coulson nodded. "Damn it." Nick banged the table again and then inquired, "What about that pile of ash? Can we use technology to ascertain the identity of the superhuman?" Coulson pressed his lips together. The masked individual's energy attack was of such high temperature that it completely obliterated the superhuman, making it impossible for our researchers to identify him through comparison. Hearing this, Nick slowly closed his eyes, then erupted, "Damn it. Go tell all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to be on full alert. This is a disgrace. A blatant humiliation." "Yes." Coulson exchanged glances with the other 3, and together they exited Nick's office. As the door closed behind them, Nick took a deep breath, pulled out an old-fashioned device, examined it for a long moment, inhaled deeply, and then returned it to his pocket. Rising from his chair, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling traffic below, his mind replaying the masked figure's attack. Nick silently mused, "Carol, I hope it does not come to that." Before the sanctum in New York, Adi opened the car door and looked at the temple before him, adjusting his attire. Is this really necessary? To meet the Guardians of Earth at this juncture, a more formal approach seems appropriate. Indeed, the Ancient One is truly a figure deserving of respect. However, as for the Ancient One I know, I cannot be certain. After a brief exchange between Adi and Venom, they entered the sanctum of New York. However, upon opening the grand doors, both were taken aback by the sight within. The venerable Ancient One, donned in a classic orange robe, was seated in a chair at the heart of the hall, flanked by Mordo and Wong, who were evidently awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Adi, the Ancient One greeted him with a smile, gesturing with a flick of her wrist to summon a chair before her. "Mr. Lee, Mr. Venom, I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Please take a seat. Greetings, Master Ancient One. Hello, Venom. A sense of bewilderment washed over Adi. Given that Venom had previously mentioned their uniqueness, it seemed implausible that the Ancient One could foresee their future through the Time Stone. Yet, the question lingered. Why was she here waiting for them? With curiosity piqued, Adi approached the chair the Ancient One had summoned and inquired directly. How did you know we would arrive? The Ancient One chuckled softly. I presume you have not concealed the immense magical power residing within you. Have you? Others may overlook it, but to my eyes, you shine like a star. As for your name, it was bestowed upon you by the Eternal One. Understanding dawned on Adi. I see. Chapter 23. Tarot. Following Adi's revelation, an unusual silence enveloped the room. After a moment of contemplation, Adi performed a gesture of respect in the manner of camartage. I wish to learn magic from you, Master Ancient One. The Ancient One smiled in response. Yet you already possess formidable magic and power. Why seek further knowledge from me? Adi replied earnestly. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds, Master Ancient One. You are an extraordinary sage, and these are two distinct magical systems. I hope you will become my mentor in the mystic arts, imparting wisdom about the universe. Adi's earnestness elicited a warm smile from the Ancient One. May I call you Adi? Of course, Master Ancient One. The Ancient One nodded. I can teach you the mystic arts and share insights about the cosmos. I would gladly accept you as my disciple at this very moment, for your magical aptitude is unparalleled among all I have encountered. Your uniqueness convinces me that you shall emerge as the finest among us. However, it is still too soon, Adi. You are yet too young. This is an age to relish. You should not be confined to camartage. Embrace your youth and return here in 5 years. At that time, I will formally accept you as my pupil. Without allowing Adi a chance to respond, the Ancient One shifted her gaze to the 10 rings adorning Adi's arms. You possess an unparalleled artifact, yet it appears you are unaware of how to wield it. Follow my instructions closely. With purpose, the Ancient One directed Adi, compelling him to set aside thoughts of the 5-year agreement and focus on learning to utilize the 10 rings. Activating the rings, Adi infused them with hellfire. Guided by the Ancient One's instructions, he activated the 10 rings upon his arms, causing them to shimmer with purple-black patterns, before imbuing them with the essence of hellfire. With a retraction of his fists and a focused mind, he envisioned the destination of his desire. Concentrating the power of the 10 rings into a singular point, he unleashed a force that shattered the space before him. As the rings unfurled, they interconnected through energy, forming a dimensional portal. Following the guidance of the Ancient One, he concentrated his thoughts on his underground base at home, gathering the 10 rings on one hand and delivering a decisive punch. A sound akin to a muffled grunt resonated as the space fractured. He skillfully manipulated the scattered 10 rings with his mind as instructed by the Ancient One, connecting them with energy to uphold the broken space, successfully constructing the dimensional portal. Gazing at the scene beyond the portal, he attempted to close it. The moment the thought emerged, the 10 rings that had formed the portal flew back to his arm. A round of applause echoed in his ears, and the Ancient One's voice resounded once more. In less than 5 minutes, you have mastered the dimensional portal. Adi, I was right about you. Adi retracted the 10 rings, clasping his fists in respect towards the Ancient One. Master. The Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement. While I cannot teach you magic at this moment, I do have a suitable place for you to enhance your strength. Your physical prowess is remarkable, and that place will be most fitting for you. Please enlighten me, Master. The Ancient One raised his hand, projecting a celestial image that unveiled a paradise before Adi's eyes. Venom immediately recognized the place. Tarot. Indeed, it is Tarot, the Ancient One affirmed, gazing at the projection. With the 10 rings at your disposal, traveling to Tarot Village to learn the manipulation of energy would be highly beneficial. It can significantly augment your power. Will you go? It will aid you in developing the 10 rings. Turning to Adi, he found no hesitation in Adi's nod. Tarot Village was undoubtedly an excellent locale for honing combat skills, and Adi was also intrigued by the heart of the dragon and the dragon's magic. Let's go. The Ancient One smiled at Adi. Very well, let us proceed. With that, he raised his hand, opening a portal for Adi, revealing Tarot on the other side. Go ahead. Adi nodded and stepped into the portal alongside Venom, preparing to turn back for a farewell, only to find the portal had already closed, prompting a shake of his head. He turned and lifted his gaze to the verdant paradise before him. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the flora to sway, and the mingled scents of earth and blossoms enveloped him. Venom emerged from Audie's shoulder, remarking, "If we could eliminate that old coot sealed here, this would indeed be a splendid place for seclusion." Audie concurred with Venom's sentiment. "Once we attain a power that remains unaffected by any crisis, we shall carve out a pocket universe like this for our retreat. What do you think?" "Of course, it has always been our dream." Listening to Venom, Audie smiled as he looked down at the wisps of smoke rising from H.Y.D.R.A village. "Let's proceed." Indeed, Audie chose not to soar through the skies and descend abruptly, but instead opted to leisurely walk towards H.Y.D.R.A village alongside Venom. Indeed, as the Ancient One had stated, he already possessed considerable strength. There was no need for haste, and he had no desire to disrupt the tranquility of this idyllic sanctuary. Well, at the very least, he did not wish to appear as a villain. "Venom, what are you doing?" "Once we finish our studies in H.Y.D.R.A village, we shall seek out Loki." "Very well." As they journeyed, they encountered a plethora of extraordinary creatures, such as the phoenix adorned with fiery wings, the emerald-hued Qilin, and the rotund chaos beast. Although these beings did not align with Audie's perception of the Shanghai Jing, he was nonetheless filled with wonder. "Hey, Audie, all the other Ghost Riders have their own mounts. We have absorbed the spirit of vengeance, so we can be considered Ghost Riders too. Shouldn't we also have a steed? These peculiar creatures seem quite appealing. Why don't we select one?" Venom eagerly stretched his neck, glancing left and right, while Audie chuckled and shook his head. "These creatures merely possess the appearance of the mythical beasts from the Shanghai Jing. Their power is far too feeble to keep pace with us, rendering them unnecessary." "What about the divine dragon? Surely its strength could match ours?" Recalling the image of the dragon from the Shang-Chi film, Audie rejected the notion. "Too soft. It does not align with our essence. If I am to insist on both temperament and might, the only creature in H.Y.D.R.A that meets our criteria would be the Soul Eater, which is currently sealed away." Venom pondered for a moment before agreeing. "You make a valid point, yet I simply wish to keep some small animals. They need not engage in battle." Surprised by Venom's words, Audie sighed in resignation. "All right, then, when we depart, regardless of your agreement or not, I shall bring back one creature. However, it must be just one, no more." Upon hearing Audie's concession, Venom transformed, raising two tendrils high in excitement, and exclaimed, "Oh yeah, I knew you were the best, Audie." The duo strolled towards H.Y.D.R.A village, where upon their arrival, the villagers initially paused in astonishment, but soon became agitated upon noticing the 10 rings adorning Audie's arms. "Outsiders have breached our village." In no time, the villagers armed themselves with various weapons, confronting Audie and Venom with a wary gaze, as if they were facing sworn enemies. From the crowd emerged an elderly man wielding a dragon-scale staff, his gaze fixed intently upon the two. This elder was none other than the village elder from the film. Upon seeing the elder, Venom exclaimed, "Hey, Audie, isn't that Yuanhua?" Audie nodded. "Indeed, it is he. I used to watch his films frequently in my childhood." "Oh, really? What does he go by now? Mo Qian?" "That S from Detective Chinatown, too. This is the Marvel Universe, where it seems he lacks a name." "Oh, I see. I was mistaken. It appears he is an unnamed figure." Observing the youth conversing casually with a creature as if completely disregarding their presence, Yuanhua abruptly thrust his staff into the ground and bellowed, "What brings you to H.Y.D.R.A village?" Audie and Venom exchanged glances before stepping forward to clasp their fists in greeting. "Greetings, esteemed elder. We have come to learn martial arts." Yuanhua was momentarily taken aback, then returned the gesture with a slight bow, his expression laced with confusion. "Are you truly sincere in your words?" Audie nodded earnestly, but the elder remained cautious, aware that the 10 rings were in Audie's possession. A miscalculation could render him a historical villain in the eyes of H.Y.D.R.A. Just as the elder grappled with his decision, a middle-aged woman emerged from the crowd. It was none other than Ingnan, the aunt of Shang-Chi. Ah, the illustrious Michelle Yeoh. Ingnan disregarded Venom and focused her gaze on the 10 rings adorning Audie's arm, a complex expression clouding her features. "We can teach you the art of combat, but I have a few inquiries to make." "Speak freely," Audie replied. Ingnan pressed her lips together. "How are Shang-Chi and Xiaoling faring?" Audie paused, pondering how he could possibly know their circumstances, having come solely to learn the ways of Qi. Yet, recognizing his sister's concern for her niece and nephew, he replied, "Their family remains unharmed." Upon receiving the news that her sister's children were safe, Ingnan exhaled in relief. signaling the villagers of H.Y.D.R.A to lower their weapons. She smiled at Adi and said, "Please, follow me." Chapter 24. The Power of H.Y.D.R.A and the Dragon Spirit. Oh my. You eliminated her brother-in-law, and she greets you with a smile, offering to impart the secrets of H.Y.D.R.A. Truly, she possesses a magnanimous spirit. Venom's voice resonated through a mental link, reaching Adi's mind. Adi glanced back at Venom and shrugged. It's not just her. The entire 199,999 universe seems flawed in the context of Shang-Chi. Can you believe that the very nemesis who killed her mother stands before her? Yet he has fled out of weariness from slaughter? To be honest, compared to them, Su Wenwu, consumed by romantic notions, seems the most rational of all. Venom responded with astonishment. Is that so? That is indeed impressive. No wonder you brazenly eliminated Su Wenwu and strutted into H.Y.D.R.A. I assumed you intended to seize power by force. Little did I know, you still possess youthful naivety. If what you say is true, I foresee Shang-Chi coming back to express gratitude in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Adi nodded. You might be onto something there. As the two conversed, they followed Ingnan to a clearing within a grove. Ingnan turned to face Adi, assuming a stance to initiate their practice. Adi understood and stepped back, providing her with the necessary space. With the area secured, Ingnan proceeded to demonstrate the essence of Chi. After completing a series of movements, she concluded and turned to Adi, once more adopting her starting position. Mr. Lee, come and experience the power of Chi for yourself. Adi nodded and mirrored her stance, and both launched their attacks simultaneously. As their fists and feet clashed, Adi distinctly felt a unique force embedded within each of Ingnan's moves, an intangible energy enveloping her. This energy not only shielded her, but also augmented her strength. With each collision, the abyssal power within Adi would react. Strands of energy drawn into his being by this formidable force. A wondrous sensation emerged as Adi gradually learned to release small amounts of energy with each movement. As the battle progressed, the energy he summoned grew increasingly vast. Slowly, Adi mastered the art of harnessing his own energy. This left Ingnan bewildered, prompting her to halt and inquire of Adi, "Have you possessed this ability all along?" Adi shook his head, distinctly aware that while the abyssal power absorbed Ingnan's energy, it subtly transformed his own body. Though the enhancement was not overtly apparent, Adi certainly felt its presence. If there were a game announcement, it would proclaim, "Congratulations. Player has acquired the H.Y.D.R.A physique, abyssal variant." Seeing Adi shake his head, Ingnan sighed, expressing her astonishment. "No wonder you were able to defeat Su Wenwu, who wields 10 rings. Such talent is truly unprecedented. You have already mastered your energy, and your purpose has been fulfilled. I have nothing more to teach you." You made a part. Adi, however, shook his head once more. Beyond mastering energy, he harbored another ambition for his visit to H.Y.D.R.A village, to seek the dragon magic, the power of the divine dragon. Thus, Adi requested an audience with the divine dragon. Upon hearing this, Ingnan immediately grew wary, firmly refusing his request. "I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to meet the divine dragon." Undeterred by the rejection, Adi pressed on. "I wish to converse with the divine dragon. In return, I can assist you in eliminating the soul devourer." Initially, Ingnan dismissed Adi's claim as mere bravado, a ploy to gain access to the divine dragon. Yet, reflecting on Adi's extraordinary talent and the 10 rings adorning his arms, she began to consider that if Adi were to acquire the power of the divine dragon, he might indeed stand a chance against the soul devourer. Caught in a moment of indecision, Ingnan pondered deeply. Observing her contemplation, Adi stepped back and unleashed a bolt of electricity imbued with hellfire, scattering the clouds above. Witnessing Adi's prowess, Ingnan weighed her options. Noting the determination etched on Adi's face, understanding that he would not relent in his pursuit of the divine dragon. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "What do you seek from the divine dragon?" Adi replied candidly, "Power." "Power? Is that all you desire? You are already formidable. What further strength do you require?" In response to Ingnan's query, Adi earnestly asserted, "It is not enough." "Not enough?" "Indeed, you have lived in H.Y.D.R.A all your life. Unaware of the breathtaking vistas that lie beyond, you do not comprehend the vastness of this world, nor do you realize that even someone as powerful as I am but a speck of dust in this boundless universe. To survive in this cosmos, for the sake of my family and friends, I must attain strength sufficient to endure within this infinite expanse. As the words fell, Ingnan fixed his gaze intently on the earnest Adi, attempting to discern something from his expression. However, apart from his seriousness, Ingnan could not perceive anything else. Observing Adi's demeanor, Ingnan solemnly stated, I understand. I can agree to lead you to meet the Divine Dragon. But I must insist on one condition. Please promise me that you will not harm the Divine Dragon under any circumstances. Certainly, I can agree to that. Adi replied without hesitation, as this requirement was one he could comply with. Ingnan nodded and turned to lead Adi, saying, please follow me. They arrived at the dark gate where the soul-eating beast was imprisoned. Pointing to the river before them, Ingnan remarked, the Divine Dragon resides within the waters. Whether you can find it depends on your own abilities. Thank you. Adi expressed his gratitude and leaped into the river from the shore. It appeared clear due to the presence of the Divine Dragon. Yet once submerged, visibility was utterly obscured. Channeling his senses with all his might, Adi discovered that the entire river was evenly infused with energy, rendering him unable to discern anything for the moment. However, he was undeterred. If he could not locate it, he would draw it out. Without delay, Adi ignited his body in violet-black flames, the formidable hellfire fueled by the river's energy rapidly spreading outward. He is coming. A warning from Venom prompted Adi to remain vigilant. He dared not underestimate this Divine Dragon. Although it appeared somewhat amusing in films, its displayed combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable, especially in its own territory. Adi had no desire to become entangled in the waters with it. Suddenly, a massive white head adorned with pink frills emerged in his line of sight. Adi extinguished the hellfire and activated his psychic connection, saying, esteemed Divine Dragon, I have come to discuss a transaction. The Divine Dragon did not immediately respond. Instead, it circled around Adi several times before replying through telepathy. Human, you are quite extraordinary. The peculiar flames and the symbiotic entity, coupled with the 10 rings, are indeed fascinating. Adi nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Thank you for the compliment. Everyone seems to say the same. What transaction do you wish to propose? The Divine Dragon inquired directly. Adi, unambiguous in his intentions, stated, Divine Dragon, I seek your power. In return, I can assist you in eliminating the soul-eating beast and help restore your freedom. The Divine Dragon scrutinized Adi for a while before exclaiming, a commendable deal. Young human, I accept, but I require you to return in 5 years. I still have matters to attend to. Adi nodded, no problem. The Divine Dragon laughed heartily. Good lad, straightforward. Accept my power. As the Divine Dragon spoke, it suddenly swirled its body, encircling Adi, and expelled golden dragon energy from its mouth, infusing it into Adi's being. At the instant the Divine Dragon's power entered Adi's body, the abyssal force within him activated. But unlike the previous occasions with the spider totem and the spirit of vengeance, this time the abyssal force did not surge back through the conduits. Instead, it quietly permeated, mutated, and enhanced the Divine Dragon's power that Adi had acquired. Ceased the infusion of power. The Divine Dragon gazed upon Adi, who radiated a deep purple-black glow, and mused inwardly, what a remarkable lad. I hope Ancient One's words ring true. May my wager not be in vain. Gradually, Adi opened his eyes, and the myriad of dragon magic and the essence of dragon power unfolded in his mind, revealing itself as a gift from the Divine Dragon. Feeling the resurgence of formidable strength coursing through him, Adi expressed his gratitude to the Divine Dragon. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your benevolence. The Divine Dragon chuckled, swaying its majestic form. Depart from here. We shall reunite in 5 years, young one. With that, the Divine Dragon glided back to the riverbed, vanishing from Adi's sight. Having successfully acquired his power, Adi did not linger. He harnessed his abilities and soared out of the river, ascending to land before Ingnan, who awaited him on the shore. As twilight fell, the moon and twinkling stars illuminated Taro's realm, rendering it less shadowy. Upon witnessing Adi's emergence from the river, Ingnan hurriedly inquired, how did it go? Before Adi could respond, Venom's head emerged from Adi's shoulder, laughing heartily. Our Divine Dragon has bestowed power upon us, instructing us to return in 5 years. Ingnan turned to Adi, and upon seeing him nod, exclaimed in astonishment, you truly succeeded. With the Divine Dragon's power, the essence of martial arts, and the energy now in his possession, Adi felt no reason to tarry. He promptly informed Nan. Here is the situation. I must familiarize myself with my newly acquired abilities and take my leave. We shall meet again in 5 years. Nan nodded in agreement. Very well. Until we meet again in 5 years. After bidding farewell, H.Y.D.R.A activated the dimensional portal with a punch, departing the Tarot universe. After watching H.Y.D.R.A leave, Nan's expression grew solemn as he turned and entered the shrine. Chapter 25. The Remnants of an Era Gone by. Farewell, Instructor Barnes. Until tomorrow. Barnes waved goodbye to Peter and Harry, closed the door, and surveyed the empty house, shaking his head. He retrieved a note left by H.Y.D.R.A from his pocket. Bucky, Venom and I have some matters to attend to. Please take care of things at home. The cash is on the cabinet in the living room. With no particular instructions. The message was succinct. Bucky swallowed hard, returning the note to his pocket while raising his gaze to scrutinize the vacant house once more. He stepped into the living room, his hand gliding over the sofa as sunlight streamed through the window, casting rays upon the floor, the sofa, and Bucky's stubbled face. It felt as if he were in a dream. Bucky could not comprehend why H.Y.D.R.A placed such trust in him. He found it perplexing that he possessed any quality worthy of trust. Suddenly, through the window, he spotted a Stars and Stripes flag, his gaze becoming vacant as he stood motionless beside the sofa for a prolonged moment. Abruptly, the sound of a bell rang, rousing Bucky from his reverie. He turned to glance at the clock, recalling that it marked the time the Pietro siblings returned from school yesterday. Casting one last look at the distant flag, Bucky turned and walked into the kitchen, where H.Y.D.R.A and Venom had taught him how to use the stove the day before. Yesterday, it seemed that the Pietro siblings had a fondness for a dish known as cheese and meat slices. Pietro sampled it, which appeared to be merely fried meat accompanied by cheese, a rather straightforward preparation. In the afternoon, upon returning home on the school bus, the Pietro siblings found only Bucky seated alone on the sofa, engrossed in a documentary about Captain America. In bewilderment, Pietro inquired, "Uncle Barnes, where is Brother H.Y.D.R.A?" The sudden sound from behind startled Bucky, causing him to tense up and draw a dagger from his waist, ready to turn and confront Pietro. However, he quickly regained his composure, returning the dagger to its sheath. Realizing the inappropriateness of his reaction, Bucky stood and addressed Pietro and Wanda, pursing his lips as he murmured, "H.Y.D.R.A and Venom have matters to attend to. Do not worry, I shall take good care of you." With that, Bucky dashed into the kitchen, leaving Pietro and Wanda exchanging glances in the living room. Moments later, Bucky emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of what appeared to be somewhat unappetizing cheese and meat slices, placing them before Pietro and Wanda. Presenting them with utensils, Bucky muttered, "I noticed you both seemed to enjoy this last night, so I decided to try making it today, although it may not look appealing. I believe the taste should be satisfactory." Pietro glanced at the unappealing mass before him, raising an eyebrow and looking up at Wanda, only to find her fixedly staring at him, prompting him to understand that she wished for him to taste it first. "Thank you. Why couldn't I have been born a little later?" he mused, steeling himself as he picked up the knife and fork to pierce a slice of meat and bring it to his mouth. Just as he was about to spit it out, he caught a glimpse of Bucky, whose loneliness was palpable, compelling him to swallow the slice with great effort. Although Pietro managed to keep it down, Bucky could still discern from Pietro's subtle expressions just how dreadful his culinary attempt was, deepening his sense of isolation. "I'm sorry, children. I will make something else for you," he declared, not permitting Pietro or Wanda a chance to respond before he took the plates back into the kitchen. Upon glancing at the cheese and meat slices in the plates, he sighed and disposed of them in the kitchen garbage bin. As Bucky pondered what to prepare for the 2 children, Wanda peeked her head through the doorway, gradually entering the kitchen and approaching Bucky, looking up at him. "Uncle Barnes, my mother taught me how to cook. Let me assist you." Bucky looked down at the young girl, remaining silent for a long moment before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, not far from H.Y.D.R.A.'s home, a purplish-black portal opened in the woods, from which H.Y.D.R.A and Venom emerged. Back so soon, the capriciousness of fate is ever evident. Plans never seem to unfold as expected, H.Y.D.R.A remarked, retracting the 10 rings and turning to Venom. "It seems you misused that phrase." In response to H.Y.D.R.A.'s correction, Venom shrugged nonchalantly. "I'll say what I want. This is how I choose to express it. What are you going to do about it?" Faced with Venom's obstinacy, H.Y.D.R.A had no choice but to acquiesce. "Use it however you wish." Venom, seeing H.Y.D.R.A.'s relaxed demeanor, exclaimed, "Now that's more like it. Come on, let's head home. It's time for dinner." H.Y.D.R.A shook his head and first scanned the surroundings with his spider sense, then smiled, casting an invisibility spell as he made his way home. No, we can't go home just yet. Huh, why not? You'll find out when we get there. H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, cloaked in invisibility, returned home, and the sight before them elicited smiles from both. A tough exterior conceals a tender heart. Quite impressive indeed. Make sure to take it all in. In the kitchen, Bucky, resembling a clumsy giant, was being directed by Wanda, the head chef, as sizzling oil mixed with the clattering of spatulas echoed throughout the room. Wanda has the potential to be a 5-star chef. I concur with your assessment. After nearly an hour of labor, several delectable gypsy dishes were completed through the collaboration of Bucky and Wanda and were served at the dining table. Pietro gazed at the food before him with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the same Bucky who had prepared that earlier mess could create such a lavish dinner, especially with the assistance of his sister. What the heck? Did you guys do this? Wanda kicked Pietro under the table, saying, "Mind your language, Pietro. Mom taught me how to cook. Don't underestimate me." Pietro speared a piece of meat with his fork and tasted it. "Oh, this is actually quite good." Wanda nodded in agreement. "Of course it is. Uncle Barnes has excellent knife skills and precise timing. I only had to offer a few reminders, and he did splendidly." Bucky looked at the two youngsters and quietly said, "All right, let us eat before it gets cold." The two siblings nodded and began to dig into their meal, but it wasn't too long before Pietro looked up at Bucky. Perhaps due to their interactions yesterday and earlier, Pietro felt that Bucky was not as cold as he seemed. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Uncle Barnes, I just watched the Captain America documentary, and there was someone who looked just like you. Are you related?" Bucky fell silent, while Wanda curiously lifted her head. Noticing Bucky's forlorn expression, she discreetly kicked Pietro under the table to signal him to be quiet. However, Wanda's gesture could hardly escape the notice of a super soldier like Bucky. He exhaled deeply, forcing a smile while keeping his gaze fixed on the plates on the table. Responding to Pietro's question, "That's me." Bucky's revelation caused both Wanda and Pietro to look up in shock, and Pietro initially thought Bucky was joking. "Come on, Uncle Barnes, that was a figure from World War II. If he were still alive, he'd be in his 80s or 90s. You look barely 28 or 29. How could that possibly be you?" Pietro had thought that Bucky would readily admit to joking, but to his surprise, Bucky shook his head firmly. "No, that's me. I was born in April 1916, making me 86 this year. As for why I appear so youthful, it's because, like Captain America, I was injected with the Super-Soldier Serum." As Bucky spoke, he walked into the living room and effortlessly lifted the sofa with one hand, returning to the dining table while Pietro and Wanda looked on in astonishment. Seeing this, Pietro cautiously asked Bucky, "Can you elaborate?" "Pietro." Wanda punched him lightly, but Bucky managed to smile and wave his hand dismissively. "It's fine, Wanda. There's nothing I can't share." Bucky then slumped into a chair, his expression vacant as he began recounting tales of his experiences with Captain Steve Rogers, seemingly lost in a reverie, occasionally chuckling to himself. Pietro and Wanda remained quiet, refraining from interrupting, while Eddie and Venom stood at the kitchen doorway, listening intently to Bucky's narrative. They understood that this long-haired man needed to release his pent-up emotions. He required someone to lend an ear to his confessions. Chapter 26. The first journey through the multiverse timeline as the clock approached 8 in the evening. Bucky glanced up at the time, reining in his emotions as he cleared his throat and offered a faint smile toward the earnest gazes of Pietro and Wanda. "All right, it's getting late, kids. Time for bed. Thank you for being willing to listen to this old man ramble." With that, Bucky rose to usher Pietro and Wanda upstairs. The siblings obediently stood and began to ascend, but before doing so, they each embraced Bucky. "Everything will be all right, Uncle Barnes." Bucky leaned down to carefully hug them back. "It will be." The siblings darted up the stairs, pausing at the corner to turn back and look at Bucky. "Good night, Uncle Barnes." Bucky pressed his lips together and nodded in response. "Good night, kids." As he watched them ascend, Bucky exhaled sharply, reflecting on how he had inadvertently revealed his vulnerable side in front of the two children, a wave of shame washing over him. Yet, recalling his interactions with them that evening, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. Shaking his head with a light chuckle, Bucky turned to head to the kitchen to tidy up the dining table, when suddenly a voice echoed in his ear. "Everything will be all right, Bucky." He turned to see Eddie leaning against the doorframe alongside Venom, both gazing at him. "You're back," Bucky remarked. Eddie nodded. "You seem to bond well with the kids." Venom added, I didn't expect you to have such culinary talent. Approaching Eddie, Bucky clasped his hands in front of him. Thank you. I truly enjoy this job. Observing Bucky's earnest demeanor, Venom teased. What's this? Have you fallen in love after just 2 days? Bucky lowered his head with a smile and remarked, who knows? Perhaps it is akin to my yearning for life after the war, a vision of having 2 charming children, though sadly, no wife. Venom feigned disdain, exclaiming, oh, Bucky, do you possess the ability to converse? One might misconstrue your words as an invitation for us to become your wives. Bucky exhaled and chuckled. Venom, your manner of speaking is rather infuriating. Venom extended a tentacle in a mock gesture of doffing a hat, saying, thank you for the compliment. Many have echoed that sentiment. Seeing the two continuing their banter, H.Y.D.R.A interjected with a sense of urgency. Well, it is reassuring to see you both in good spirits. Now I can leave with peace of mind. Bucky furrowed his brow. Did you not just return? H.Y.D.R.A replied, indeed, I just returned, but merely finished a task. I'm quite busy. I initially intended to proceed directly to my next endeavor, yet I felt some trepidation about your well-being, prompting me to return to offer some advice. The situation is rather precarious. Peter is now under the scrutiny of H.Y.D.R.A, and H.I.D. agents surround the area. Anyone familiar with Captain America would easily recognize you. However, do not be overly concerned. Those agents have been hypnotized by me. Yet, as with all matters, unforeseen events can occur. You merely need to refrain from venturing outside during this time. For safety's sake, I recommend keeping a firearm at the ready, just in case. Peter and Wanda are now in your care. I must take my leave. We shall return promptly. Farewell, old man with ramen hair. After H.Y.D.R.A finished speaking, he crossed over Bucky to open the door. Just as he was about to close it behind him, Bucky called out, return swiftly and take care. H.Y.D.R.A paused, nodded, and shut the door. Once outside, H.Y.D.R.A employed an invisibility spell, transforming into the form of Venom and soaring above New York. Shall we seek Loki directly? Venom's voice resonated in H.Y.D.R.A's mind as he gazed down upon the city of sin. Nodding, he replied, we are ready to depart. Since acquiring the spirit of vengeance, I have been delving into the magic of traversing timelines and parallel universes, as well as honing my own abilities to travel. I have elucidated some matters. While crossing into other worlds remains challenging, navigating timelines with coordinates is quite simple. As for returning, we can directly locate ourselves through the 10 rings. Let us proceed. Oh yes, traversing the sacred timeline. H.Y.D.R.A glanced at New York below, then suddenly accelerated to his maximum speed, soaring out of the Earth's atmosphere. After circling the globe, he straightened his posture, turned to face the sun, and spread his arms wide, basking in its radiant light. As the god of humanity, Adolph H.Y.D.R.A listened to Venom's voiceover in his mind. He silently lowered his arms, closed his eyes, and cleared his thoughts, channeling the power within him through sheer will. Accompanied by an inexplicable sensation, a dazzling purple-black luminescence enveloped his form, and upon reopening his eyes, the surrounding environment had transformed entirely. One by one, the universes materialized before H.Y.D.R.A like delicate bubbles, interconnected by slender green threads reminiscent of frog spawn. In the presence of these ethereal spheres, H.Y.D.R.A felt diminutive, akin to a speck of dust against the vastness of the sun. Yet the sheer expanse of this realm allowed him to perceive the entirety of the spectacle. Within this boundless space, colors and shapes danced and transformed ceaselessly, lacking any fixed form. Quite beautiful, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, gazing at the scene before him, H.Y.D.R.A was profoundly awestruck. It was truly magnificent. Let us proceed. H.Y.D.R.A nodded, contemplating the timeline coordinates provided by Loki, and continued to harness his abilities, causing the surrounding space to swiftly retract. Time became an abstraction as he lost track of its passage until the space beside him finally ceased its retreat, coming to rest before a verdant bubble. A sense of curiosity enveloped H.Y.D.R.A as he pondered. Is it destined for Loki of this universe to become the god of stories? Venom interjected, clarifying, it is not that this universe's Loki is fated to become the god of stories. Rather, it is a case of causality being reversed. H.Y.D.R.A realization dawned upon H.Y.D.R.A. Is that how it is? He scrutinized the universe before him and reached out to touch the bubble, expecting a barrier to impede his sense of touch. Instead, it felt akin to dipping his hand into water. With a gentle push, his hand effortlessly penetrated the bubble, astonishingly unhindered by the protective membrane of this universe. Ah, it seems it welcomes us. one must recognize that even when possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, breaching the cosmic membrane is a formidable task. This barrier not only boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, but also possesses an unparalleled restorative power. Withdrawing his hand from the cosmic bubble was as effortless as retrieving it from water. I anticipated needing to utilize my time-traveling abilities, yet proved to be remarkably simple. I too did not foresee this. Come, let us hasten. I can hardly wait to encounter the little reindeer. He was much more endearing in his youth. He has grown rather tedious since. Listening to Venom's urging, laced with suppressed excitement, H.Y.D.R.A shook his head in resignation. Buddy, employing my abilities for the first time is quite taxing, so allow me a moment to recuperate. Very well, very well. I cannot argue with you. Take a brief respite. H.Y.D.R.A, have you regained your strength? At this, H.Y.D.R.A, rarely exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Must we be in such a hurry? I have barely rested for 5 seconds. Loki is not going anywhere. Do you take me for a supreme being? No, even a superhero could not endure such treatment. You are treating me like the harbinger of doom. Hearing H.Y.D.R.A's complaints, Venom recognized his impatience. Is it not because I am about to reunite with an old friend that I am so exhilarated? H.Y.D.R.A shook his head in acquiescence, letting out a sigh. Very well, let us go. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we may rest. With that, H.Y.D.R.A plunged into the cosmic bubble, racing towards Asgard of this universe, while Venom exuberantly emitted a series of peculiar sounds. Yow! Chapter 27. The first encounter with little Loki in the outskirts of Asgard. Loki lay on the grass with his head resting on his arms, gazing up at the starry sky. A gentle breeze swept by, yet it could not disperse the sorrow etched on his youthful face. Indeed, he had once again incurred the wrath of his father due to a prank. The mere thought of his reprimand stirred a tempest of frustration within him. After all, he was a prince of Asgard. He could not comprehend why his brother Thor could effortlessly awaken his divine powers while he remained unable to do so. It perplexed him greatly. He considered himself to be the more intelligent of the two. Why was it that Thor, with his simple-mindedness and physical prowess, could succeed where he could not? Was it merely because he lacked Thor's innocence and goodness? Such notions were absurd. Asgard's history was steeped in tales of warfare, and the awakening of divine power surely had no correlation with one's purity of heart. To add insult to injury, those insufferable peers of his had taken to celebrating Thor's awakening, abandoning Loki in favor of his brother, leaving him in isolation. Even their father's attention was predominantly focused on Thor. Aside from his mother, it seemed as though the entire realm of Asgard had forgotten his existence. To further aggravate his plight, he was mockingly referred to as the god of mischief and lies. This label inflicted profound psychological wounds upon the young Loki. With tears welling in his eyes, he was at a loss to understand why, despite being a prince of Asgard and a son of Odin, there could be such a vast chasm between himself and Thor. A chasm so immense that it made him feel as if he were merely a foundling picked up by Odin. Loki intended to weep in solitude, as he often did, to release the pent-up emotions before returning to the palace. However, at that moment, a dark purple portal suddenly opened directly above him. Through this portal emerged a large, glossy, black head, and as their gazes met, the creature grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. With excitement, it exclaimed, "Hey, I found you, a symbiote!" As one of the few individuals in Asgard endowed with intellect, Loki had read about such beings in the Asgardian library. The negative reputation of symbiotes was evident from Loki's reaction. The unexpected situation heightened his caution, and he initially intended to signal the palace to alert them of an intruder. But he did not anticipate that the symbiote would wield magic, casting a binding spell that ensnared him. As he watched the creature emerge from the portal and recalled the descriptions of symbiotes from Asgardian texts, despair enveloped him. He began to reflect on his life, contemplating, if I am to die in battle, does that mean I can enter Valhalla? Will I be reunited with my mother after thousands of years? Loki closed his eyes, bracing himself for death, imagining the pain that awaited him. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated agony never materialized. Instead, he heard two voices nearby. Did you frighten him? The voice sounded youthful and rather amiable, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Loki. Rest assured, I understand him. At this moment, he must be reminiscing about the past, pondering whether he could gain entry to Valhalla. This voice bore a rugged and unrestrained quality, inciting a peculiar irritation within him, compounded by the fact that this individual seemed to have guessed everything correctly. Were they truly acquainted? Loki abruptly opened his eyes, the portal on his forehead having vanished, revealing the dark symbiote standing beside its host, scrutinizing him. From their prior exchange, Loki discerned much. First, they appear to be quite familiar with him, and second, they seemed devoid of any intent to harm him. Realizing he was not in danger, Loki relaxed slightly, returning his gaze to the symbiote and its host. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but feel a sense of recognition. Seeing Loki calm down, H.Y.D.R.A crouched down and poked him gently. "I can lift the enchantment for you, but you must not inform anyone nor raise your voice." Loki blinked and nodded without hesitation. H.Y.D.R.A intended to release him from the spell, but the symbiote interjected, "Do not lift the magic. This fellow is deceiving you." Upon hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A paused and glanced at Loki, noticing his pupils dilate momentarily. He promptly heeded the symbiote's advice. Meanwhile, Loki cursed inwardly. "Damn this symbiote. It is indeed as malevolent as described in the ancient texts." Just as Loki was internally venting his frustrations, the symbiote articulated his thoughts verbatim. "Damn this symbiote. It is indeed as malevolent as described in the ancient texts." Seeing Loki's shocked expression, the symbiote chuckled triumphantly. "Huh, I knew you felt that way. A naturally wicked symbiote, capable of reading minds. How infuriating. By the gods. This is maddening. What a joke." Loki's gaze fixated on the symbiote that had divulged his innermost thoughts, his eyes wide with indignation, his visage flushed with anger, sparks seemingly flickering within his pupils. The symbiote, relishing in Loki's vexation, taunted, "Enough, Loki. Your charade is futile. Your acting remains as abysmal as ever." At those words, the flush on Loki's face faded, replaced by profound bewilderment. This was the first time he had been unmasked by someone other than his mother. There were times he had even managed to deceive her. But this symbiote seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of him. Had it perhaps parasitized him unbeknownst to him? Noticing Loki's serious demeanor, the symbiote smiled faintly and began recounting their shared history to H.Y.D.R.A and Loki. Gazing at the grass beneath them, then up at the starry sky of Asgard, it reminisced, "Ah, what fond memories. I recall our first encounter took place right here on this very grass." The symbiote spoke for an extended period, omitting some details due to time constraints, focusing instead on the significant moments. As time passed, inch by inch, it was only as dusk approached that Loki finally managed to articulate his thoughts. Lying on the grass with a somewhat dazed expression, he felt the gentle release of his binds from H.Y.D.R.A's hand. "In essence, you mean to say we are friends, correct?" Seeing Venom nod, Loki turned to H.Y.D.R.A and inquired, "What about you?" H.Y.D.R.A moved closer to Loki, gazing up at the stars above. "I am uncertain, to be honest. After all, I have only heard it from Venom, and I possess no memories related to you. Yet, I trust that Venom would not deceive me. Moreover, I find you quite likable. Let us be friends. I am Adolph H.Y.D.R.A, but you may simply call me H.Y.D.R.A. As he spoke, H.Y.D.R.A extended his hand toward Loki. Loki looked at the hand, reaching out to him, glanced down at the grass, and then raised his gaze to grasp H.Y.D.R.A's hand firmly. "I am Loki Odinson. You may call me Loki. Where do you hail from?" "Earth," H.Y.D.R.A replied, lying back and resting his hands beneath his head while gazing at the starry sky. "Earth?" Loki's expression turned quizzical. He had never heard of such a place. "In your Asgard, it is referred to as Midgard." "What? Midgard? Is that not the realm of mortals?" "You are indeed immortal? Yet, how can you wield magic? Did Venom teach you?" Loki's astonishment was palpable. In his understanding, Midgard was merely the weakest of the 9 realms. It seemed impossible for a mage like H.Y.D.R.A, capable of using high-level magic, such as dimensional portals, to originate from there. H.Y.D.R.A shrugged. "Not quite. In truth, I initially had no magical abilities. This tale begins with Mephisto." "Mephisto? The Lord of Hell? My goodness. You must tell me more." Loki's curiosity surged at the mention of such a powerful figure, especially since the dimensional portal H.Y.D.R.A had just conjured bore no trace of hellish essence. He could hardly believe that H.Y.D.R.A's magic stemmed from such a realm. If Hell possessed such capabilities, the rulers of the 9 realms would have long since changed. "Patience, let me elaborate." H.Y.D.R.A chuckled, sharing with Loki, who lay beside him, the tale of how he outwitted Mephisto to gain his powers, alongside various factions on Earth, leaving Loki utterly astounded. Chapter 28. Loki's inner turmoil during dinner. Loki returned to the palace. Initially, he intended to gather information about H.Y.D.R.A to report back to his father, but now he found himself hesitating. Both H.Y.D.R.A and Venom exuded a sincerity that he had never experienced before. This was his first encounter with the essence of friendship. Even if H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were merely feigning interest to approach him, a flicker of hope ignited within him. What if they spoke the truth? If he informed his father, would he be risking the loss of these two newfound friends? Yet, if they were deceiving him, allowing them to uncover secrets of Asgard would render him a traitor. Loki remained indecisive, his mind wandering throughout the entirety of the banquet. Odin and Frigg expressed their concerns regarding Loki's demeanor, while Thor merrily indulged in meat, solely delighted by the fact that Loki had refrained from playing pranks on him that evening. What troubles you, Loki? Are you feeling down? You may confide in me. A gentle voice whispered in his ear. Loki glanced up at Odin before averting his gaze to Frigg, who had approached him with a tender inquiry. He pressed his lips together, feigning nonchalance, and replied, I am well, mother. Frigg, noticing the subtle nuances in Loki's demeanor, refrained from exposing his feelings, instead smiling and affectionately ruffling his hair. After dinner, would you join me in my chambers, Loki? There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Loki recognized that Frigg had discerned his inner turmoil. He nodded slightly and turned back to his meal. Odin observed the exchange between the mother and son without much reaction. He was preoccupied with the responsibility of maintaining peace in Asgard and the Nine Realms. He saw no issue in delegating the care of their children to his queen, believing their division of roles, one managing external affairs and the other domestic, was quite effective. After the dinner concluded, Frigg led Loki back to her chambers, while Thor had already vanished to partake in his own adventures, closing the door behind them, leaving only 4 handmaidens at their side. Frigg took Loki's hand and guided him to a seat at the table. Loki, is there something weighing on your mind? Unlike Thor, Loki had grown up closely by Frigg's side, naturally embodying a gentler demeanor. While this was generally seen as a virtue in the warrior-centric realm of Asgard, Loki was often perceived as effeminate, which contributed to the reluctance of others to engage with him. Loki was acutely aware of this perception, leading him to diminish his reliance on Frigg over the years. Yet now, he found himself unable to resist the urge to seek guidance from the one who had nurtured him. After listening to Loki's concerns, Frigg smiled warmly. Loki, in your heart, do you view the unexpected visitor from Midgard and the symbiote as a blessing or a curse? Loki paused in silence before responding with a single word. Good. Frigg grasped both of Loki's hands in hers. Then follow the path your heart chooses. I believe our clever little Loki will not err in his judgment. Loki opened his mouth, gazing into Frigg's eyes, inhaled deeply, and nodded in affirmation. Yes, I understand, mother. Frigg gently stroked Loki's hair and leaned down to kiss his forehead. I'm truly proud of you, my child. Congratulations on finding 2 friends today. Thank you, mother. No need for thanks, Loki. The following morning, sunlight poured over all of Asgard, illuminating the divine realm in resplendent gold. Venom and Eddie, who had been napping on the grass, were stirred awake by the bright rays. Damn it, I really don't understand where this sunlight is coming from in the universe, Venom grumbled. Hearing Venom's complaints, Eddie chuckled and stretched lazily, recalling how they had opened a portal to the outskirts the previous day, as Venom had mentioned that Loki could be found there. Secondly, H.Y.D.R.A wished to experiment with the hidden breath magic within angelic sorcery. It seemed that the effects of the angelic magic, altered by the abyssal forces, were rather impressive. I remarked to the 2 of them, surely you haven't been asleep here the entire night. Loki's voice echoed behind us as Venom elongated himself, reaching over to snatch the food Loki had brought. He tossed him to H.Y.D.R.A while scoffing at Loki. You arrived rather late. If you had delayed any longer, we would have resorted to stealing food. In response, Loki disdainfully replied, Go ahead and steal. I shall inform the guards and have both of you apprehended. Venom chuckled mockingly. The guards? No offense, but even if you called upon your father, it would be uncertain whether he could subdue us. Hearing Venom's words, Loki frowned, as Odin held a significant place in his esteem. He retorted, My father is the mightiest in the 9 realms. While H.Y.D.R.A's dimensional portal is indeed formidable, it does not imply that your combat prowess surpasses that of my father. Is that so? That remains to be seen. Venom countered nonchalantly, successfully provoking Loki's ire. What did you say, you insufferable slime? Stung by the insult, Venom could not hold back and snapped back. I am a slime? Then you're merely a love-starved tsundere. Brother Complex, what did you just say? You're the one who fancies that fool Thor. Loki exclaimed, ready to throttle Venom. Triggered by the remark, Loki lunged at Venom, clutching the connection between him and H.Y.D.R.A, shaking it back and forth. Venom, not one to back down, conjured tendrils that draped over Loki's shoulders, mirroring his movements while taunting, as if I would fear you. In the early morning, H.Y.D.R.A sat upon the grass, enjoying the breakfast Loki had brought while observing their playful scuffle. This continued until Loki's strength waned, at which point Venom leaned in close to the exhausted Loki, bursting into laughter. Are you all right? TSK, what a disappointment, Loki. Such a feeble god. Loki's face flushed crimson, this time not in jest, as he was genuinely incensed by Venom's mockery. Once Loki regained some energy and prepared to engage Venom in another round, H.Y.D.R.A suddenly interjected, "Enough of this bickering. I wonder if Prince Loki could escort me to witness Asgard? I am quite curious about this mightiest of civilizations in the Nine Realms." At this, Loki's previous defiance ebbed away like a receding tide, and he regarded H.Y.D.R.A with utmost seriousness. "Very well. But you must promise me that you will not engage in any actions that could harm Asgard." Understanding Loki's apprehensions, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom solemnly assured him, "Of course. That is absolutely guaranteed." With the assurances from H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, Loki's expression softened, revealing a smile. "In that case, let us proceed. If anyone knows Asgard best, it is not the builders, nor that fool Thor, who merely runs about all day. Indeed, I am Loki, and it appears you have found the right person. Cool me. Let me guide you to find some attire." "No need." Loki, initially curious about the refusal, was taken aback the next moment as H.Y.D.R.A snapped his fingers, igniting his garments in a purple-black flame, which then transformed into his Asgardian attire. "Oh my goodness." H.Y.D.R.A snapped his fingers again, causing his hair to lengthen. "Angel magic. Should you wish to learn, I can certainly teach you." Taking a breath and pressing his lips together, Loki inquired, "What must I offer in return?" Both H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were aware that Loki was reluctant to learn magic without compensation. "I am deeply intrigued by Asgardian magic. Might you escort me to the library of Asgard?" Loki paused in surprise at the mention, and H.Y.D.R.A, sensing the moment, added with a smile, "There is also hellish magic. Although it may be somewhat challenging, Lord Loki knows of a secret passage that can lead you inside. By the way, what is that mustard-like substance? Is it a tear-inducing prop? It seems to have even deceived the Lord of Hell." H.Y.D.R.A paused for a mere fraction of a second. It is indeed quite effective. I have a bit left. I can give it to you later for you to try." "Is that so? I feel rather embarrassed." "Not at all. We are brothers." Chapter 29. Loki's martial arts, training the sun, once again illuminated Asgard, the most powerful and prosperous civilization among the Nine Realms. By the passage of time, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom had been residing in Asgard for nearly 2 weeks. During this period, they had been diligently studying Asgardian magic in the library while awaiting Loki, who came to deliver meals. Throughout this time, H.Y.D.R.A was increasingly astonished by the vast collection of tomes in Asgard, truly deserving of its title as the mightiest realm. The library held an extensive array of magical knowledge and secrets from various races within the Nine Realms. Utilizing Venom's shared learning ability, H.Y.D.R.A practiced a form of astral projection akin to Doctor Strange in the films, engaging in uninterrupted study of magic around the clock. H.Y.D.R.A's learning approach inadvertently inspired Loki, prompting him to abandon his mischievous ways and embark on his own magical studies, much like H.Y.D.R.A. Perhaps Loki had an innate fondness for learning, but the martial nature of Asgard had caused his young psyche to resist what he cherished. However, with the companionship of H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, Loki was able to liberate himself and immerse fully in the experience of learning. It must be said that Loki is indeed destined to become the most formidable sorcerer in the Nine Realms. His magical aptitude is exceptional, mastering 3 to 4 minor spells a day and accomplishing a significant spell every 2 to 3 days. On this particular day, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were engaged in their studies at the Asgardian library as usual, while Loki, as per routine, brought them their meals. Yet, today, Loki appeared troubled. "H.Y.D.R.A, Venom, I have arrived." "Oh, our melancholy prince seems rather displeased today." Venom extended a tendril to take the lunchbox from Loki, placing it in front of H.Y.D.R.A. Loki approached, sat down beside them, and sighed, unusually refraining from retorting to Venom's comment. In a few days, Asgard is set to host the Warriors competition, a prestigious event aimed at selecting a promising cohort from the next generation for specialized training. With Asgard presently enjoying a period of relative peace, this competition represents a rare opportunity for cross-domain advancement. The entire realm of Asgard is poised for a national celebration. As princes of Asgard, both Thor and I are obliged to participate in every edition of this event, serving as a source of inspiration for our people until we reach adulthood. Upon hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A expressed his confusion. Why not just fight? Your strength is commendable, after all. Venom, who prides himself on understanding Loki better than anyone, interjected before Loki could respond. While his strength is indeed noteworthy, it predominantly lies within the realm of magic. It is important to recognize that Asgard holds martial prowess in high esteem. The very title of this competition is the Warriors Competition. This clearly indicates a preference for brawny physical combat. Although magic is permissible, our melancholic little prince is adept at illusion magic, which in the eyes of the straightforward and earnest people of Asgard is regarded as a cowardly tactic, fit only for the cunning. Do you honestly believe that Loki, a prince of Asgard, can triumph in such a grand election using illusions? Yet, without employing such magic, Loki lacks the formidable fighting spirit that Thor possesses, making victory quite challenging. Thus, I surmise our brooding little prince is currently troubled about how to achieve a commendable ranking and earn our father's approval without resorting to illusions. Am I correct, Loki? Loki, observing Venom's smug demeanor, felt an urge to retaliate, but could only begrudgingly nod in agreement. Venom is not mistaken. Venom is not mistaken. Let me ponder. Our melancholic little prince has today directly referred to me by name, perhaps seeking my and H.Y.D.R.A's counsel on combat techniques? Venom squinted his eyes mischievously, leaning closer to Loki. Stifling the impulse to punch Venom, Loki feigned indifference and spread his hands, forcing a conciliatory smile. Indeed, I have come here to seek your advice, to explore if you possess any methods to swiftly enhance my combat abilities. Venom extended a tentacle to pat Loki's back, emitting a peculiar chuckle. H.Y.D.R.A abruptly closed the book he had been holding with a resounding clap. In that case, I do have a method to elevate your strength in a short period. Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A's words, Loki swiftly shrugged off Venom's tentacle and rushed to H.Y.D.R.A, his eyes brimming with anticipation. What method? H.Y.D.R.A smiled softly. Chi. Loki's face displayed a look of confusion, unable to comprehend what H.Y.D.R.A meant by this term. Recognizing Loki's bewilderment, H.Y.D.R.A began to elucidate. Chi is the vital energy shared by all living beings. It can enhance bodily functions, and by concentrating Chi, the user can attain superhuman strength, speed, and reflexes. It also facilitates healing and prolonging life, including the ability to self-heal wounds, reverse aging, and even heal others. One can also attach it to the surface of the body to form a protective energy shield, safeguarding oneself. As H.Y.D.R.A elucidated, Loki's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, and he eagerly inquired, "So, the bioelectric energy shared among all life forms means that I possess this power as well? How should I harness it?" H.Y.D.R.A smiled gently, placing his hand on Loki. "Do not rush. I shall guide you. First, I will activate your energy with my own. Focus and feel. All right, clear your mind." Following H.Y.D.R.A's instructions, Loki began to relax, while H.Y.D.R.A simultaneously channeled his energy into Loki's being. In an instant, a wondrous sensation enveloped Loki. "Ugh, oh dear, that's quite disgusting, Loki," Venom remarked. Ignoring the taunt, Loki reveled in the experience, feeling a gentle pleasure radiate from every cell within him. He glanced down at his body, realizing it was shrouded in an invisible force. He could distinctly sense that, in this state, both his strength and awareness had escalated to a new level. As H.Y.D.R.A ceased to channel his energy, the intangible force around Loki gradually dissipated. Loki clenched his fists, determined to summon his own energy as he had felt moments ago. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite successfully perceiving the energy within, he could not evoke it. Observing Loki's flushed face and his tense, crouched posture, Venom silently employed his enchanted memory stone, then mocked, "Are you attempting to relieve yourself, Prince Silverhorn?" Already feeling frustrated by the obstruction, Loki seized upon Venom's ridicule as an outlet. Venom, initially disinterested, Venom's eyes brightened at Loki's retort, invigorating his spirit. "I understand what you mean, Loki. Curse the magic." Seeing the two about to clash, H.Y.D.R.A swiftly intervened. All right, Loki, your talent is beyond question. At this pace, you will surely master the energy before the warrior competition. Come, let me teach you, and I shall also impart some combat techniques. Let us try the Asgardian martial arts I've just learned." Loki paused, then smirked with a hint of arrogance. "Oh, Adi, my brother, you don't believe my combat skills and physique are lacking, do you? Come now, do not forget that I am decades your senior." Upon noticing Adi and Venom has silent gazes upon him, Loki awkwardly pressed his lips together and spread his hands. "What I mean is, while my combat skills and physique may not match yours, to think you can master the Asgardian martial arts in just a few days and teach me, an Asgardian prince who has trained for decades, is rather underestimating." Exchanging glances, Adi and Venom acknowledged his words, and Adi said, "I apologize. Now, let me demonstrate the application of energy." Chapter 30. Odin's Fury. Asgard prepares for battle. It is no surprise that Loki, destined to become the god of stories, exhibits such remarkable talent. In merely 2 days, he has mastered the manipulation of chi and grasped the essence of Tai Chi. Although his progress pales in comparison to that of Adi, it surpasses that of heroes like Shang-Chi and Iron Fist, who also wield chi. It is essential to recognize that Loki is not an ordinary human like Shang-Chi or Iron Fist. He possesses the pure royal blood of the Frost Giants. As a formidable force capable of contending with Asgard, the physical prowess of the Frost Giants is not inferior to that of the Asgardians. Thus, Loki's form of existence is considerably more robust than that of Shang-Chi and his ilk, which renders his chi both more potent and more challenging to unleash. Loki's ability to learn to harness and utilize chi within such a brief span attests to his extraordinary aptitude. The day of the warrior tournament in Asgard arrives, enveloping the realm in a cacophony of excitement. Brilliant fireworks illuminate the sky, and throngs of people surge through the streets, their faces beaming with joy as they shepherd children along. Adi, having altered his appearance, mingles within the crowd, having promised Venom he would attend Loki's match today. "Oh, my goodness, are the people of Asgard truly this exuberant?" Venom's astonished voice echoes in his mind. It is only natural, given the free-spirited nature of the Western world. Adi muses as he observes the sea of bearskin around him. Men and women alike are clad in scant fabric as they venture outdoors. Along the way, several women cast flirtatious glances in Adi's direction. He shakes his head in disbelief, choosing to feign ignorance of the striking dark circles around their eyes, reminiscent of Venom. Following the throng to the Asgardian arena, they arrive at an imposing circular structure, reminiscent of the Grand Colosseum of ancient Rome, but far larger. The venue is packed to the brim, and to describe it as a sea of humanity would be an understatement. Adi and Venom secure seats close to the arena center, ensuring that Loki can easily spot them. "That old man is Odin," Venom points out. Adi follows Venom's gaze and beholds a commanding one-eyed figure, wielding a spear and descending majestically on an 8-legged steed, alighting upon the elevated platform. He taps the ground lightly with his spear, the resonant sound reverberating throughout the arena, plunging it into an immediate hush. Heimdall, standing at the center of the arena, plants his mighty sword, Hofund, into the ground and declares in a booming voice, "The Asgardian Warrior Championship commences now." As Heimdall's words resonate, the arena erupts into a thunderous cheer. If I were still vulnerable to sound waves, I might have already crumbled. Adi massages his ears, wholeheartedly agreeing with Venom's assessment. The people of Asgard are truly passionate. Indeed, they are. After announcing the start of the tournament, Heimdall exits the arena, bows before Odin, and returns to the Rainbow Bridge to resume his watchful duty. Adi and Venom initially presumed that this selection of warriors would follow a one-on-one progression format. However, as the gates of the arena swung open, a throng of Asgardian children surged in like a tidal wave. Among them were Loki, Thor, and the future 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace. To their astonishment, it turned out to be a chaotic melee. Venom let out a stream of expletives, while Adi furrowed his brow, gazing down at the arena. It was no surprise, given Asgard's martial prowess. The approach was indeed wild. After all, when one truly enters the battlefield, who engages in a solitary duel? In the arena, Loki, Thor, and the future 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace formed a united front. The 3 warriors had always held a disdain for Loki, the second prince, whose effeminacy they found unappealing. Their alliance with him was merely a concession to Thor's presence. "Ha ha ha, Loki, we shall fight side by side again," Thor exclaimed, launching an uppercut that sent an enemy flying. Turning with excitement, he addressed Loki. Loki, delivering a kick that sent an adversary sprawling, shot Thor a sidelong glance before striking out with a punch. Utilizing his energy, he sent another foe who attempted to ambush from behind, hurtling away, and then remarked in a calm tone, "Do not be distracted during battle." With that, he delivered another punch, dispatching his opponent. Thor paid little heed to Loki's tone. His attention was captivated by the ethereal energy emanating from Loki's form and the newfound combat techniques he exhibited, skills Thor had never before witnessed. Seizing an approaching adversary with one hand, he hurled them aside, gazing at Loki as though he had discovered a rare treasure. "Hey Loki, what is this? A new spell? What is this combat technique of yours? You're too talkative, Thor. This time, victory in the warrior competition shall be mine," Loki declared, sweeping his leg to fell another foe before dashing toward the crowded fray. Thor watched as Loki plunged into the throng, wielding unknown magic and martial arts with lethal efficacy, his face alight with exhilaration. "I will not be bested by you, Loki." With that declaration of invincibility, Thor charged into the crowd, employing his innate brute strength to plow through. In this moment, if Loki could be likened to a cheetah, masterful in the art of hunting, then Thor was akin to a relentless bull, barreling through everyone in his path. Venom observed Thor's savage display below, reflecting, truly, a genius with an intellect level of 2. With such antics, I would believe he is a 1. Oh dear, he is actually grinning foolishly while he bulldozes through others. Good heavens. Unlike Venom, Audie's gaze was fixated solely on Loki. Fueled by rage and endowed with the physical prowess of a frost giant, Loki, even in his youth, was capable of dispatching each child with a single punch. The people of Asgard began to notice Loki's remarkable prowess. Upon witnessing their own children being sent flying by a single blow from him, they initially thought they had fallen prey to Loki's illusions. Yet, as reality sunk in, they realized they were not under any enchantment, leading them to question whether they were still ensnared in a dream. The people of Asgard sensed an unsettling disturbance. And how could Odin possibly remain oblivious? Gazing upon the aura enveloping his youngest son and his unique combat techniques, Odin squinted his remaining eye, channeling his mental prowess to sweep across all of Asgard and even the entire 9 realms. Yet he detected no anomalies. This only heightened Odin's vigilance. As the All-Father, he possessed unparalleled power, Odin's strength, omniscience, and omnipotence. Yet, at this moment, he could not perceive what his son had been up to in recent days, as if that period had been erased from existence. Turning to his queen, Frigga, seated beside him, he recalled the peculiar behavior of his son from a few days prior and sensed that Frigga was aware of the situation. Upon meeting her husband's gaze, Frigga, attuned to his thoughts through years of companionship, smiled gently and recounted the tale of Loki and his 2 new friends. After sharing this, Frigga intended to urge her husband not to interfere with Loki's companions, for she had witnessed her son's newfound vivacity and, as a mother, wished for it to persist. However, Odin's expression turned grave. "Why did you not tell me sooner, Frigga? How could you possibly conclude that those 2 are benevolent based solely on intuition? They are malevolent symbiotes. Fortunately, it is not too late." With that, Odin donned his armor. Frigga sought to dissuade him, but was met with his apology. "Forgive me, Frigga, but even now, one of these symbiote-possessed beings has infiltrated Asgard, and more alarmingly, even my omniscience cannot detect him. I acknowledge I may have erred, yet I cannot gamble the safety of Asgard and the 9 realms on the assumption that this symbiote-possessed individual harbors a good heart. We both understand the odds are exceedingly low. Rest assured, I shall apologize to Loki afterward. If that individual truly possesses goodness, I will offer him recompense." With these words, Odin raised the eternal spear, unleashing his power to envelop the entire Asgard in a protective energy shield. The Asgardian soldiers present instantly donned their armor, ready to maintain order within the arena. Amidst Loki and his companions' confusion, Odin leaped from the high platform, landing before Loki with a serious demeanor. "Loki, tell me, where can I find the symbiote and the person it has possessed?" Chapter 31. A battle against Odin. Loki immediately understood whom Odin was referring to, his heart racing with apprehension. Could it be that H.Y.D.R.A and Venom harbored ulterior motives? Loki was reluctant to believe that his friends were exploiting him, nor did he wish to accept that they could be villains. Clutching a flicker of hope, he tentatively inquired of Odin, "Father, what has transpired?" Odin comprehended Loki's sentiments, and, truthfully, he lamented not having employed his omniscience to discern the reasons behind Loki's distress on that fateful day. Had he exercised a modicum of caution, this entire farce might have been averted. Odin regarded Loki with a gaze steeped in complexity. There were no children involved. Yet your companions pose a peril so profound that even I cannot discern their true nature. We cannot guarantee that the one imbued with such formidable power is just. You must comprehend this. I need to confer with him. Upon learning from Odin that neither Eddie nor Venom had perpetrated any harm against Asgard, Loki exhaled in relief. However, Odin's subsequent words rekindled his anxiety. The present-day Odin, having conquered the 9 realms a mere 2 centuries ago, is far from the benevolent figure he would become over a millennium hence. Father, I assure you, my friends are undeniably just. They will pose no threat to Asgard. Loki declared earnestly, yet Odin remained unmoved. My child, you're still young and too easily deceived. I can assure you, Loki, as long as your friends truly mean no harm to Asgard, I shan't take action against them. Loki yearned to plead further. He knew his father all too well. Do you think the treasures of Asgard were acquired without consequence? Father, I implore you to trust me. I, Loki Odinson, vouch for my friend's integrity. Gazing at Loki's expectant countenance, Odin slowly shook his head. I am sorry, my child, but as the All-Father, I must bear responsibility for all of Asgard. A peculiar silence enveloped the room as Loki, with reddened eyes, lowered his gaze to conceal his vulnerability. In a tone bordering on desperation, he implored Odin, please believe me, father. Frigga, witnessing her beloved youngest son in distress, contemplated stepping forward to dissuade Odin, but was restrained by his commanding gesture. Observing his son's bowed head, Odin concealed the tumult of his emotions. He had squandered too much time already. If earlier Odin had embodied the duality of father and king, now he was solely the All-Father, resolute and commanding. Loki, he intoned solemnly, in the name of the All-Father, I command you to reveal the whereabouts of that Midgardian and the symbiote. After a lengthy pause without response from Loki, Odin's voice thundered, Loki, tell me where that Midgardian and the symbiote are. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder from the heavens, Thor, perplexed, could not fathom why his father berated Loki, nor could he understand Loki's defiance. Surely, if he simply divulged the truth, there would be no need for such strife. Thor resolved to assist his brother, stealthily approaching Loki and whispering, Loki, just tell father. There is no need to provoke his ire. Thor's words ignited a fervor within Loki, and his voice echoed throughout the arena. Odin, Frigga, Thor, and all present regarded Loki with disbelief. It was crucial to note that at this moment, Odin's formidable presence loomed large, and defiance against his word was a rare and perilous act. Today, Loki boldly shouted before all of Asgard, addressing Odin directly. What did you say, Loki? Odin narrowed his eyes, fixating on the youthful figure before him, his divine power surging and stirring up fierce winds that pressed down upon everyone present. Garments flapped violently in the gusts as Loki, with tear-stained eyes, lifted his gaze to Odin, proclaiming with fervor, I said no. Odin's voice, filled with fury, reverberated throughout the arena, his anger palpable as he confronted his son, who dared to raise his voice in defiance of authority for the sake of 2 outsiders. Loki's eyes glistened with tears that cascaded down his cheeks. Father, if it weren't for my friendship with Thor, would you still trust him? Loki's words fell like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples, yet the lake remained unruffled. After a moment of silence, Odin replied, for the sake of Asgard, it matters not whether it is you or Thor. His response seemed equitable, and even Thor would face the same scrutiny. However, the weight of silence left Loki feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Just as Odin was about to continue questioning Loki, a loud thud echoed through the arena. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a tall, robust young man striding confidently towards Odin. The Asgardian soldiers attempted to intervene, but were halted by Odin's command. You are the Midgardian, are you not? The young man paused beside Loki, offering him a handkerchief before turning his gaze to Odin. With a flicker of deep purple flames, Adi revealed his true form. Your Majesty, Loki exclaimed, his expression shifting drastically at the sight of Adi, who raised a hand to silence him. I bear no ill intentions upon my arrival in Asgard, Your Majesty. Odin scrutinized Adi, who, having shed his disguise, now emanated a powerful aura, devoid of the magic that had concealed him. Odin narrowed his eyes, sensing Adi's formidable strength, yet deemed it insufficient to rival his omniscience. This led Odin to believe that H.Y.D.R.A was harboring ulterior motives. Venom, ever the hothead, showed no fear of Odin. Loki's tears had already ignited his fury, and now H.Y.D.R.A's calm demeanor only exacerbated the tension. Venom erupted from H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder, hurling insults at Odin. Old man, don't push your luck. Being biased is one thing, but who do you think you are to scowl at me? Odin's rage boiled over it being publicly insulted. After all, Thor had inherited his temper. In his current state of vitality, Odin was not one to be trifled with, especially not by a stranger. You dare challenge me? H.Y.D.R.A intended to mediate the conflict, but Venom was undeterred. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Fine, H.Y.D.R.A replied. Odin, with decisive action, summoned the Bifrost Bridge using his eternal spear, realizing that a confrontation was unavoidable. H.Y.D.R.A exchanged a reassuring glance with Loki and allowed the bridge summoned by Odin to transport him away. Two vibrant rainbows traversed the 9 realms. Arriving at a desolate meteor field, clad in his armor, Odin gazed at H.Y.D.R.A, who had transformed into a symbiote agent. Cunning little rat. Let me unveil what you are concealing. As Odin spoke, he raised his hand and unleashed a cosmic energy beam towards H.Y.D.R.A, moving so swiftly that even H.Y.D.R.A, enhanced by the ultimate serum, could not evade it. Struck directly, H.Y.D.R.A collided with several meteors before coming to a halt. Damn, is this the strength to challenge the 9 gods? Truly the mightiest of the celestial fathers. But what is happening? H.Y.D.R.A clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. A supercharging battery, perhaps? Intriguing. If there were game notifications, H.Y.D.R.A would surely hear, "Congratulations, player has acquired the Royal Asgardian physique mutation. Progress 10. Congratulations, player has gained cosmic energy manipulation." Sensing the transformation in his body, reminiscent of the Tarot's time lag, H.Y.D.R.A began to speculate. It seemed that the power of the Abyss was far greater than he had anticipated. Slowly rising from the meteor, Odin, wielding the eternal spear, descended above him. You're unharmed? Your strength has indeed increased. You are hiding something. Odin was certain that his previous strike had hit H.Y.D.R.A squarely. Although it might not have been lethal, it should have left him gravely injured. Yet H.Y.D.R.A appeared unscathed, with no visible changes in the symbiote. Given the temperature of that cosmic energy beam, which could rival the sun, it was unfathomable that the symbiote remained unaffected. With all these factors considered, H.Y.D.R.A had, in Odin's eyes, become a nefarious being concealing his true power and infiltrating Asgard. Prepare to perish. Odin raised the eternal spear, channeling energy from the cosmos to its tip, then charged towards H.Y.D.R.A. H.Y.D.R.A crossed his arms, activating the 10 rings on his arms. The eternal spear crashed heavily upon the 10 rings, the collision unleashing a wave of energy that instantly reduced the surrounding meteors to dust. Odin was astonished that H.Y.D.R.A could withstand his strike. However, despite his surprise, Odin quickly reacted, enveloping his feet in divine power and delivering a kick that sent H.Y.D.R.A flying. Ah, you seem to be in quite a predicament. Enough with the taunts. Come forth and assist. Leave it to me, let us switch. As their conversation concluded, the symbiote within the airborne H.Y.D.R.A surged, and soon a monstrous figure, entirely cloaked in darkness, replaced him. Venom adjusted his form in midair and landed on a meteorite, pausing briefly to stretch his neck and lick his fangs with his tongue. He gazed into the distance at Odin and let out a resounding roar, augmented by cosmic energy, which shattered nearby meteors. Odin could only raise a magical shield to defend against the onslaught. Seizing the moment while Odin was occupied, Venom leapt powerfully, enhanced by electromagnetic acceleration, hurtling towards Odin like a missile traveling at the speed of light. His arms, adorned with rings of purple-black flames, glowed with cosmic energy as his colossal fist struck Odin's shield with ease, shattering it. At the moment Venom's fist was about to connect, Odin decisively crossed his spear to block, successfully intercepting the blow. Yet, Venom merely grinned, his arms' flames erupting violently. Odin was sent flying, but with his formidable tactical prowess, he quickly stabilized himself in the cosmos. The fury that once filled his eyes had dissipated, replaced by a growing tranquility. With a mighty shout, he unleashed his divine power, the runes on his armor glowing with blinding brilliance, while the eternal spear became even more resplendent. Odin charged at Venom, wielding the eternal spear to unleash a flurry of fierce thrusts. Venom adeptly dodged, his arms transforming into shields for defense, then morphing into blades for counterattacks, the rings enhancing the potency of his weaponry. The two became radiant streaks of light, weaving through the cosmos in a dazzling display of combat. As time progressed, Odin grew increasingly alarmed. Not only was this symbiote growing stronger with each exchange, but each time he employed a new ability, the symbiote would effortlessly replicate it, often more powerfully. This was utterly perplexing. From initially overpowering his opponent to now being toyed with like a cat plays with a mouse. Odin had exhausted nearly all his resources, save for the power of the runes and a few hidden techniques. Observing the purple-black lightning entwining around the symbiote, Odin couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. It resembled his own Odin force, merely altered in hue. But how had this symbiote acquired such a skill? Its potency exceeded his own. Was it because he had once wielded the Odin force? This was absurd. It was precisely this realization that made Odin hesitant to utilize the rune power or his secret techniques. The situation was daunting. Even the powers of chaos and the Phoenix were not so bewildering. After such an extended engagement, Odin gradually recognized that the symbiote bore no ill intent. This was indeed a misunderstanding. Acknowledging this, he lost the will to continue fighting, sheathing his armor and the eternal spear, concealing his trembling hands within the folds of his grand robe. Upon sensing Odin's mental shift, Venom ceased his assault, dispersing the lightning from his hands and the flames from the rings. "What is wrong, old furball? Are we not fighting anymore?" Odin's face radiated a benevolent expression, and he smiled gently, saying, "Let us cease hostilities. I have discerned your goodwill. I apologize for my earlier actions and am willing to offer reparations." Venom burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Old man, to be frank, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." Upon hearing this, Odin's brow twitched, though his smile remained amiable. H.Y.D.R.A understood that negotiations were best left to him rather than Venom. After conferring briefly with Venom, H.Y.D.R.A obtained control over his own body and reverted to his original form. Upon witnessing H.Y.D.R.A's transformation, Odin realized it was H.Y.D.R.A who was in command, and he felt a wave of relief. After all, H.Y.D.R.A was undoubtedly more amenable than Venom. "How shall I address you, dear nephew?" Odin inquired. "I am Adolph Adili. The one you encountered earlier was Venom. As you are Loki's father, you may simply call me H.Y.D.R.A, he replied. Upon hearing the respectful address, Odin's face lit up with an exuberant smile. "It seems you share a strong bond with Loki. In that case, there is no need for formalities. Just call me uncle." H.Y.D.R.A's eyes shifted beneath his mask, contemplating the appropriateness of addressing him as uncle. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, Uncle Odin. Much time has passed, so we should return swiftly. Otherwise, the Queen and Loki may become anxious." Odin nodded with a smile. "Of course, let us depart at once." With that, Odin summoned the Eternal Spear, invoking the Rainbow Bridge to transport himself and H.Y.D.R.A back to Asgard. Meanwhile, in the Asgardian arena, Loki sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing up at the sky in anticipation of the Rainbow Bridge's return. Thor arrived bearing dinner, plopping down beside Loki and playfully patting his back while laughing. "Fear not, Loki, our father is undefeated in battle. He shall surely vanquish that symbiote and the intruder. You need not blame yourself. You were merely misled, and our father will forgive you." Loki, hearing Thor's words, initially contemplated retaliating with a curse he learned from Venom, but then recalled that they shared the same mother. Consequently, he swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. After a moment of silence, he looked up at the starry sky of Asgard and murmured, "I truly envy you, brother." "A what?" Thor, engrossed in his dinner, had not clearly heard Loki's remark and quickly inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. I said nothing at all." "You must have misheard," Loki replied, turning his gaze back to the night sky. At that moment, his emotions were tumultuous. He wished for Odin to return with the injured H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, rather than merely as trophies of victory. Yet, he also hoped for their safety, contemplating that the best outcome would be for H.Y.D.R.A and Venom to escape unharmed, though that seemed unrealistic. The prolonged absence of the Rainbow Bridge underscored the formidable power of H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, compounded by the dimensional portal they had encountered earlier. This stirred within Loki a flicker of hope for the survival of the two. Though unable to fight, one could always flee, could they not? Frigga entered the arena, carrying food, and delivered a playful punch to Thor, who was indulging in Loki's dinner. "I knew you would pilfer your brother's meal," she chided. Thor rolled on the ground, clutching his head. "Ouch, mother." "Good, it should hurt," she replied. Frigga settled beside Loki, gently urging, "Loki, have something to eat, my child." Upon hearing Frigga's tender voice, Loki's heart swelled with emotion. Mother Frigga reached out, caressing Loki's hair softly, whispering, "Let all your feelings out, my dear child. Mother is here." Chapter 33. The Banquet of Asgard. Loki buried himself in Frigga's embrace. A dazzling beam of light pierced the starry night sky of Asgard, capturing everyone's attention. Startled, Loki quickly freed himself from Frigga's arms, hastily wiping away his tears, fists clenched as he fixated on the point of the rainbow bridge. His heart raced, breath quick and light, as time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. With a thunderous sound, the rainbow bridge descended into the center of the arena, gradually revealing two figures. This unexpected scene left everyone in shock. Loki, in particular, was filled with disbelief. H.Y.D.R.A had survived under Father's hand. Moreover, he appeared unscathed. The words of Venom were indeed true. "Oh, those red-rimmed eyes. Has our little prince been crying just now? Let me guess why. It's because of me. Isn't it?" Venom's mocking voice reached Loki's ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a moment of hesitation, he scoffed, "Don't flatter yourself. I could never cry for you. In fact, I haven't cried at all." Frigga observed the exchange between Loki and Venom, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she turned to Odin, who stood beside H.Y.D.R.A. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Odin addressed the Asgardian soldiers with an authoritative voice, "My people, lower your weapons. This is a misunderstanding born of confusion. Prepare a feast to honor this formidable warrior from Midgard. Let us display our Asgardian hospitality to him." A chorus of cheers erupted from the assembled Asgardian soldiers. Although H.Y.D.R.A did not fully comprehend, he smiled and greeted the soldiers in respect. Following Odin into the palace, H.Y.D.R.A was astonished by the efficiency of the Asgardians. From a moment Odin announced the feast to their arrival at the palace, not even half an hour had passed, yet the palace was already adorned, and the food was meticulously arranged. Could it be that Asgard has pre-prepared meals? Indeed, I'm somewhat astonished. Their efficiency is remarkable. Venom gazed at H.Y.D.R.A's expressionless face and shrugged. "I truly fail to comprehend why your emotions can only be discerned through your tone." H.Y.D.R.A merely shrugged in response. "This is what one refers to as emotional management." How utterly dull. "I'm off to find Loki," Venom declared. "Go ahead." The entire banquet bore no distinction from those in Europe. H.Y.D.R.A savored the exquisite cuisine of Asgard while engaging in a casual conversation with Odin. "Uncle, as an outsider, I ought not to meddle in your familial disputes. Yet as a friend of Loki's, I must express my thoughts. Loki is not happy in Asgard." Odin chewed on a piece of meat, contemplating for a protracted moment before letting out a deep sigh and nodding in acknowledgement. "You speak the truth, H.Y.D.R.A, but I find myself at a loss." It was, in fact, rather amusing that Odin, endowed with omniscient power, was incapable of resolving his son's psychological turmoil. Observing Odin's helpless expression, H.Y.D.R.A reflected upon the Marvel narratives he had once perused, internally musing, "Odin is a competent king of the gods. Yet he is decidedly not an adept father. Does Odin love Loki?" The answer is undoubtedly affirmative, but such love is fraught with discrepancies. If Loki were akin to Thor, it might be simpler. However, Loki's sensitivity allows him to acutely perceive this disparity. After sipping Asgardian wine to gather his thoughts, H.Y.D.R.A delicately remarked, "While your actions today are commendable as a king, they may be rather disheartening for a child. I believe it might be beneficial for you to communicate with Loki. It would serve both your interests." Upon hearing this, Odin chuckled softly and shook his head. "Dear nephew, you underestimate Loki's intelligence. Were it Thor, I would offer comfort. But Loki requires no such consolation. He is astute enough to discern priorities, and this tacit understanding is part of our father-son bond." As Odin spoke, a smile graced his face, seemingly proud of having such a clever child. H.Y.D.R.A observed the proud expression on Odin's countenance, hesitating momentarily. "I fear Loki may not desire such an understanding." Odin, perplexed by H.Y.D.R.A's assertion, inquired, "What leads you to say that?" "If you doubt me, uncle, you may inquire directly with Loki. He would undoubtedly comprehend." Gazing at Odin, H.Y.D.R.A suddenly realized that this was not a matter to be resolved through mere subtlety. Considering his limited time, H.Y.D.R.A pressed his lips together. "Let me be candid, uncle. What Loki seeks is not your understanding, but the same treatment afforded to Thor." Odin was taken aback by H.Y.D.R.A's abrupt revelation, taking a considerable moment to respond. Sensing the weight of his words, H.Y.D.R.A continued to elaborate, "Perhaps for you, the tacit understanding between father and son is paramount, yet the essence of life is distinct. Each being is an individual with unique needs. What Loki requires is your concern as a father. H.Y.D.Ra's words served to clear the fog, and Odin instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Is that so? I understand now. Please wait a moment. Very well. After conversing with H.Y.D.R.A, Odin strode directly towards Loki, approaching him as he was introducing his friends to Thor. Hearing the sound, Loki turned around in surprise, feeling somewhat flustered upon recognizing his father. Father, Loki uttered. Reflecting on H.Y.D.Ra's words, Odin did not hesitate to kneel down. Grasping Loki's hands in his own, gazing earnestly into Loki's eyes, he said, I apologize for today's events, my child. As a father, I believe in you. However, as the king of Asgard, it is my duty to safeguard our realm from any potential peril, no matter how remote. This unexpected apology caught Loki off guard. He had envisioned countless scenarios like this in his mind, yet when the moment arrived, he found himself at a loss for words, only feeling a twinge of emotion in his nose. First, he glanced at Frigga, who offered him an encouraging expression. Then he looked at H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. Since the banquet began, H.Y.D.R.A had been conversing with Odin, and Loki surmised that Odin's actions were undoubtedly influenced by H.Y.D.R.A. H.Y.D.R.A and Venom exchanged knowing winks, energetically spelling out in the air, you can do it. Loki pressed his lips together, facing Odin with sincerity as he proclaimed, I understand, Father. As the Prince of Asgard, I have always been prepared to confront danger on behalf of our realm. Odin, moved, opened his arms and embraced Loki, whispering, I am proud of your excellence, my son. It has always been so. Odin's words struck Loki's heart like an arrow with a barbed tip. Thank you, Father. No need to thank me, my son. I should have told you this long ago. The father and son embraced for a long while before parting. From that moment on, a smile never left Loki's face. Odin rose and returned to H.Y.D.R.A, raising his goblet. Thank you, Lee. No need to thank me, your majesty, H.Y.D.R.A replied, clinking his cup with Odin's and downing the contents in one swift motion. I don't know how to adequately express my gratitude. Odin wore a melancholic expression, having believed that reconciliation with his younger son would only exist in dreams. H.Y.D.R.A smiled slightly and candidly said, How about you let me select a few items from your treasury? I have long coveted the treasures of Asgard. Odin laughed heartily. I knew the symbiote would amplify your darker desires. After the feast, I shall personally take you there, but you may only select 2 items. I could also arrange for the dwarves to forge a weapon tailored for you. Forged from you, are you metal? Loki inquired. However, if you could assist me with a small task, I could additionally grant you the eternal flame. What task? Pray tell. Help me eliminate H.Y.D.R.A. If successful, I shall teach you the runes. Chapter 34. Eliminate H.Y.D.R.A and acquire the artifact. After the banquet, H.Y.D.R.A took 2 treasures from Odin's vault and, declining the invitation to stay at the palace, made his way towards the Asgard library. Inside the palace, Odin and Frigga stood by the window, watching H.Y.D.R.A's retreating figure. This does not bode well, Odin. Frigga wore a visage of deep concern, while Odin's countenance radiated anticipation. Nay, Frigga, there is nothing amiss. I have rendered the appropriate recompense, and this serves as a trial. Should Ragnarok come to a swift conclusion, our children and Asgard may dwell in peace. Frigga found herself at a loss for words, grappling with the implications. Indeed, if he could vanquish H.Y.D.R.A, the twilight of the gods would cease, ensuring the safety of her progeny for eternity. Meanwhile, H.Y.D.R.A had not returned to the library. Instead, he ventured directly to the outskirts where he first encountered Loki. Are we heading straight to Muspelheim? What other course is there? The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Moreover, Surtur's abilities align well with ours. Paired with the eternal flame, our powers will ascend to an unprecedented level. H.Y.D.R.A remarked with a smile, directed towards Venom. Indeed, let us proceed. With a shake of his head, H.Y.D.R.A utilized the 10 rings to open a dimensional portal, gazing upon the fiery realm beyond, a smile gracing his lips. His confrontation with Odin earlier had granted him a profound understanding of the abyssal power. As his strength surged, so too did the abyssal energy within him, expanding his arsenal of capabilities. Stepping through the portal into Muspelheim, the realm of fire. Even H.Y.D.R.A, imbued with the royal essence of the Asgardian lineage, could not escape the intense heat that enveloped him. This was no trivial matter, for H.Y.D.R.A's Asgardian form was far from ordinary. Under the influence of the abyssal power, the ultimate serum coursing through H.Y.D.R.A was transformative in nature, rendering him a veritable super-soldier among the Asgardians. Craving combat to satiate his burgeoning might, H.Y.D.R.A charged into Surtur's palace, fists clenched and ready for battle. Not a single adversary could withstand his onslaught. Upon witnessing H.W.D.'s intrusion, Surtur, seated upon his throne, intended to speak, but as he opened his mouth, a surge of purple-black lightning struck him head-on. The Titan was hurled away, his throne reduced to rubble. Surtur's crown tumbled to the ground. In the unmanifested twilight, sword dissolved into motes of light. H.W.D. approached and seized Surtur's crown, which was swiftly enveloped by his symbiote. A sound akin to digestion resonated, and moments later, the symbiote receded like a tide, causing Surtur's crown to vanish from H.W.D.'s grasp. Thus, the ruler of Muspelheim, the fire giant Surtur, met his irrevocable demise, with no possibility of resurrection remaining. Feeling a renewed surge of power within him, H.W.D. turned his palm, and the twilight sword, ablaze with purple-black flames, materialized in his hand, yet another artifact of immense power. The Twilight Sword, also known as the Sword of Doom, the Sword of Destruction, or the Flame Sword, was forged from an unknown metal, a testament to its formidable nature. It was Surtur who annihilated a galaxy, forging a supreme artifact at the blazing heart of that galaxy. Legends tell that when Surtur wields the colossal Twilight Sword, he possesses the power to obliterate or reshape reality, even shattering dimensional barriers. This formidable weapon can indeed be likened to Odin's eternal spear in terms of its grandeur. H.W.D., it seems we have acquired an exhilarating ability. I must test it, Venom declared, receiving no objection from H.W.D. With H.W.D.'s consent, Venom swiftly completed the possession, contemplating the now enlarged Twilight Sword in his grasp. Venom's eyes sparkled with delight. Cool. This is far more suited to me than the Black Death Sword. Indeed, a great sword is my true calling. Let us explore this new power. As he spoke, purple-black flames erupted around Venom, the intense heat distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. In an instant, a towering giant, engulfed in purple-black flames and wielding a massive sword of fire, materialized before them. Oh, what a damn sensation. It's not merely an increase in energy form. My physical body has grown. This is utterly magnificent. Initially, Venom intended to wield the great sword to test his prowess, but he suddenly found himself unable to control his body. What is happening? While Venom pondered this perplexity, H.W.D.'s voice resonated from the giant's mouth. Can I also control this body? H.W.D. attempted to move, discovering that not only had his speed not diminished, but had actually increased significantly. Is this an all-encompassing enhancement? Just as H.W.D. prepared to experiment further, he too found himself unable to move after only a few attempts, and Venom's voice boomed from the giant's mouth once more. Oh, I can move again. At this moment, H.W.D. comprehended that in this form, their bodies were jointly governed by both of them. Realizing this, H.W.D. conveyed his thoughts to Venom. Oh, doesn't that make us akin to a Pacific mech? H.W.D. shook his head, analyzing. There are still distinctions, as our form allows a singular consciousness to control the body. After a moment of contemplation, Venom resolved to relinquish all responsibility to H.W.D., deciding he would solely focus on the thrill of battle. With both wielding the Twilight Sword, they conducted further experiments in Muspelheim, ultimately content to revert from their giant form, knowing the true exhilaration of their newfound capabilities could only be fully appreciated through experience. Upon their return to Asgard, the sky was gradually brightening. Within the palace, Odin and Frigg gazed at the Twilight Sword in H.W.D.'s possession with disbelief. Are you saying you ventured to Muspelheim last night and vanquished Surtur? Odin exclaimed, springing from his throne, his eyes wide as they fixed on the genuine sword in H.W.D.'s hand. Is this real? Such efficiency? Frigg was so astonished she hardly knew how to react. Venom reveled in the astonished expressions of others. It was immensely gratifying. All right, old man, stop staring with those big eyes of yours. Quickly bring forth the eternal flame and also grant us the power of runes. At this very moment, Odin found himself in a state of bewilderment. Initially, he had approached the situation with a mere sense of curiosity, yet to his astonishment, the adversary had indeed vanquished Surtur. Regaining his composure, Odin utilized his omniscient powers to survey Muspelheim, confirming that Surtur had truly vanished from the world. A radiant joy illuminated his countenance as he struck the armrest of his chair with a resounding clap, his fists clenched tightly. I shall bestow upon you the eternal flame. Follow me. Odin led H.W.D. once more into the treasury, arriving before the eternal flame, his gaze fixed intently on H.W.D. as he absorbed its essence. Further solidifying his inner convictions, Odin's eyes bore into H.W.D.'s as he articulated, word by word, "You are the embodiment of hope." Having absorbed the eternal flame, Adi noticed Odin's penetrating stare and grasped the meaning behind it. However, he recalled that the Twilight of the Gods was merely a reference to Surtur in the film. Could be akin to the comic book narrative? Yet, was the god of stories, Loki, not a parallel universe within the cinematic realm? Adi had anticipated that Odin would unveil a clandestine mission, leading him to confront the unseen puppeteer while acquiring newfound power. To his surprise, Odin's subsequent words shattered Adi's assumptions. Thank you for aiding us in breaking the curse of Ragnarok. From this moment forth, you shall be the closest ally of Asgard. In gratitude, I shall not only impart the power of the runes to you, but also appoint you as the god of hope and dawn of Asgard. And I hope you will accept this honor. What about me, old man? Adi inquired. You shall be the god of life and emotion. Odin nearly blurted out god of evil, but recollecting that Venom had indeed saved Asgard, he swiftly crafted a title befitting the symbiote's nature. Chapter 35. Forging divine artifacts. The following day, the citizens of Asgard convened in the Grand Plaza, eager to hear their king, Odin, announce a momentous occasion. My people, you may not yet realize that the twilight of the gods is imminent. Odin's solemn expression conveyed the gravity of news, inciting a tumultuous uproar among the Asgardian populace. Silence, my subjects. Odin's commanding voice resonated throughout the plaza, underscoring the authority of their king. The twilight of the gods was originally destined to unfold as foretold, yet just yesterday, two valiant warriors succeeded in bringing it to an end. Henceforth, Asgard shall be liberated from the cyclical torment of Ragnarok. Today, I shall bestow upon these two warriors the titles of God of Hope and Dawn, as well as God of Life and Emotion, and grant them the esteemed title of Princes of Asgard. They are Adolph, H.Y.D.R.A, and Venom. Initially, the citizens of Asgard had been disheartened by the impending doom of Ragnarok, losing interest in Odin's proclamations. However, when they heard that someone had thwarted the twilight of the gods, the dramatic turn of events sent the Asgardians into a frenzy. The plaza erupted with jubilant cries as Adi and Venom emerged slowly from behind Odin. Gods of Hope and Dawn, the deity of life and emotion. Adi raised his hand in greeting to the people of Asgard, while Venom exuberantly extended his tendrils to high-five the crowd. What a sensation! A resounding cheer erupted from Venom, prompting Adi to shake his head in exasperation as he glanced at Odin. The present Odin visibly radiated a newfound benevolence, reminiscent of his appearance over a millennium later. Let us proceed. The creation of a bespoke artifact necessitates your presence, Adi asserted with a nod. Wait, Adi, what are you doing? I haven't finished greeting everyone yet. Venom protested as he was forcibly pulled away by Adi, who then accompanied Odin across the Rainbow Bridge to Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves. There, Adi encountered the dwarf king, H.Y.D.R.A. Standing at a towering 5 meters, King H.Y.D.R.A approached with great reverence upon Odin's arrival, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, he acknowledged. Odin inclined his head slightly, stepping aside to reveal Adi. H.Y.D.R.A, I require your expertise in forging an artifact for my friend using URU metal. H.Y.D.R.A regarded Adi with keen interest, appraising him briefly. Certainly, your Majesty, but might I request a demonstration of this gentleman's abilities? It would assist me in crafting a truly unique artifact for him. Odin turned to Adi, who stepped forward, summoning lightning in his left hand and the hellfire fused with eternal flame in his right. Subsequently, Adi conjured the Twilight Sword, articulating his request. H.Y.D.R.A, I already possess a fiery artifact. I seek a thunderous greatsword akin to the Twilight Sword. H.Y.D.R.A did not respond immediately, but was entranced by the sight of the Twilight Sword in Adi's grasp. He recognized it well, as it was of the same caliber as the Eternal Spear. H.Y.D.R.A had longed to witness its splendor, yet it had remained in the possession of the fire giant Surtur. Today, however, he beheld this artifact in the hands of another. Turning to Odin, H.Y.D.R.A understood the implication. Adi had slain Surtur and seized the artifact from him. With an expression of disbelief, H.Y.D.R.A gazed at Adi, discerning the crucial detail in Odin's words. Killed, not merely defeated or sealed away. This revelation attested to the fact that this young man was a formidable powerhouse, rivaling Odin himself. At least, from H.Y.D.R.A's perspective, even Odin lacked the means to slay Surtur. Cultivating this alliance was paramount. The Dwarf King's foremost thought was that befriending a strong ally would undoubtedly benefit the entire dwarf race. Moreover, the prospect of crafting an artifact of equal stature to the Eternal Spear and the Twilight Sword held a compelling allure for H.Y.D.R.A. Very well, H.Y.D.R.A replied solemnly, acquiescing to H.Y.D.R's request. H.Y.D.R.A, too, was inclined to forge a rapport with H.Y.D.R.A. After all, who could decline the favor of a premier logistics expert? To avoid any ill will with H.Y.D.R.A, H.Y.D.R.A informed him of his intentions post-forging the artifact. H.Y.D.R.A's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at H.Y.D.R.A, taken aback by the remarkable prowess of the young man before him. This was the first time he had heard that the Twilight Sword possessed such extraordinary capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, H.Y.D.R.A took a deep breath and consented to H.Y.D.R.A's proposal. With the negotiations concluded, the entire Dwarven clan plunged into a flurry of industrious activity. H.Y.D.R.A and Odin were also not idle. They too were needed, for crafting a supreme artifact is no trifling matter. At this juncture, the dwarves had yet to face the invasion of Thanos, and H.Y.D.R.A, with his substantial wealth, procured a considerable chunk of URU metal for H.Y.D.R.A. The forging commenced as H.Y.D.R.A activated the neutron star, setting the entire Nidavellir forging machinery into motion. The URU metal was poured into the container, and with a decisive command, H.Y.D.R.A connected the energy of the neutron star. A deep purple-black abyssal flame ignited around H.Y.D.R.A, who simultaneously struck the ground with his hands, enchanting both the neutron star energy and the forging machinery, igniting the whole of Nidavellir. Odin infused the URU metal with runic energy. Seizing the moment, H.Y.D.R.A added the core of the neutron star into the forged URU metal. Under the influence of the abyssal flame's enchantment, the URU metal and the neutron star core melded perfectly. However, the enchantment caused the neutron star energy to undergo a mutation, continuously surging into the URU metal, increasing its density and reducing its volume. Observing this, H.Y.D.R.A furrowed his brow and decisively introduced more URU metal and the neutron star core into the already forged URU metal. As time flowed inexorably onward, the density of the URU metal finally ceased to escalate, bringing forth tears of joy from the Dwarven clan. At H.Y.D.R.A's command, the molten metal was poured into the mold. Holding his forging hammer, H.Y.D.R.A approached the mold, and, as the iron cooled and solidified, he extracted the sword blank, repeatedly hammering it into the shape of a divine sword. H.Y.D.R.A arrived alongside Odin to infuse the sword with runic energy. With H.Y.D.R.A's final strike, the divine sword erupted with a surge of energy. Seizing the opportunity, H.Y.D.R.A hurled the Twilight Sword toward the divine blade, and together with Odin, they conjured a magical shield to protect the dwarves from the surging energy. Upon the collision of the Twilight Sword and the divine sword, a brilliant white light exploded forth, rendering all present unable to open their eyes. After a considerable time, as the radiant light dissipated, the onlookers reopened their eyes to behold a massive, jet-black sword suspended in the air, resembling the Twilight Sword, yet appearing more luminous and orderly. The blade was adorned with runes that shimmered with a purple-black glow. H.Y.D.R.A raised his hand to summon the divine sword, which instantly erupted in purple-black flames and thunder, soaring into H.Y.D.R.A's grasp. Truly magnificent, H.Y.D.R.A concurred with Venom's remark. What shall we name it? Odin and H.Y.D.R.A approached H.Y.D.R.A, who examined the blade closely, contemplating the devouring capability bestowed by the abyssal power. He couldn't be bothered to devise an elaborate name. Let it be called the Abyssal Sword. H.Y.D.R.A's naming convention may not have aligned with the Asgardian style. Yet Odin and H.Y.D.R.A refrained from comment, for H.Y.D.R.A was indeed the rightful master of the artifact. With a swift motion, H.Y.D.R.A sheathed the Sword of the Abyss and turned to face Odin and H.Y.D.R.A. Thank you, my lord, for assisting me in forging this artifact. H.Y.D.R.A waved his hand and laughed heartily. Dear brother H.Y.D.R.A, there is no need for such formality. We are brothers in arms. To partake in the crafting of such a magnificent creation is a fulfillment of my life's purpose. H.Y.D.R.A smiled and turned to Odin. I am grateful for your guidance. Uncle, Odin replied with a smile. It is merely a matter of keeping one's word. Venom glanced at Odin's jovial face and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked to H.Y.D.R.A, this old man is utterly devoid of humility. Chapter 36. The Asgardian saga concludes in the days that followed. Tranquility reigned. Each day was spent studying at the Asgardian library alongside Loki. Perhaps due to the conclusion of Ragnarok, the people of Asgard regarded him with an almost idol-like reverence. Under his influence, the martial Asgardians began to frequent the library daily. Whenever they encountered difficulties, they would approach H.Y.D.R.A and Loki for answers, who patiently elucidated their queries. Throughout this process, Loki's reputation as the god of deceit gradually faded, transforming into that of the god of knowledge and wisdom. His popularity eclipsed even that of Thor, as the scholars, having witnessed Loki's intellect, willingly pledged their allegiance to him, even forming a collective of scholars. An atmosphere of inquiry and diligence enveloped Asgard, reminiscent of a renaissance. Loki's smile never wavered during this time. H.Y.D.R.A and Venom also ventured to Earth in search of the lost Tesseract. However, due to time constraints, their quest bore no fruit. The blissful and leisurely moments were fleeting, and it was inevitable that H.Y.D.R.A and Venom could not remain in Asgard indefinitely. The time to bid farewell had arrived. Loki stood amidst a throng of scholars, gazing at H.Y.D.R.A and Venom as they donned their familiar attire, waving at him with smiles. In an instant, Loki comprehended the situation. He cleared his throat, licking his lips, suddenly aware of a dryness within. He had known this day would come. He had cherished every moment spent with H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. As he stepped from the crowd to stand before them, his eyes reddened with each stride. "Are you leaving?" H.Y.D.R.A nodded affirmatively. Venom, having embraced the essence of the god of emotions, could sense the atmosphere's weight. To lighten the mood, he teased, "Look at you. Still a child at heart, shedding tears. Are you truly going to miss us?" Loki paused and then burst into laughter. "I can hardly wait for you. This inherently malevolent symbiote to depart." Venom feigned hurt. "Oh, is that so? How disheartening. I had intended to offer you some comfort." "Huh, who needs your foul mouth for consolation?" Loki's playful retort was met with Venom mimicking his tone in a mock-serious manner. Yet, Loki merely regarded him in silence. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Venom halted, gently tapping Loki with a tendril. "Do not be sorrowful. We shall meet again in the future." With a deft gesture, H.Y.D.R.A conjured the 10 rings, which gracefully soared to Loki's arm, observing the rings emitting an ethereal green glow on his own limb, and the ones on H.Y.D.R.A.'s arm radiating a mysterious purple-black light. Loki displayed a look of perplexity. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. H.Y.D.R.A raised his hand once more, materializing a stone tablet that shimmered with a blue luminescence, its surface adorned with intricate inscriptions. He extended the tablet toward Loki, saying, "Loki, these 10 rings belong to your universe. I discovered them alongside Venom during our visit to Earth. This tablet, known as the Tablet of Life and Time, contains the secrets of life's evolution and the mastery of time itself. It is one of the 2 treasures granted to me by your father from the vault. I have comprehended its entirety, and now I bestow it upon you, hoping you too may grasp the profound truths of life and time. Remember, Loki, your father, mother, and Thor love you dearly, though they, like you, may struggle to express it." Loki solemnly accepted the Tablet of Life and Time from H.Y.D.R.A's hands, carefully stowing it away in his storage space. He then produced a luminous green eye and a purple-blue orb for H.Y.D.R.A. "These are spoils from my clandestine foray into Odin's treasury," Loki revealed. H.Y.D.R.A and Venom instantly recognized the artifacts, the Eye of Agamotto and the Orb of Agamotto. The former possesses the ability to peer into the future, dispelling all illusions and the dark forces of deceit, while the latter can detect cosmic dangers and sources of magic. It was indeed the means by which Ragnarok was foretold to Odin. With a slight pursing of his lips, H.Y.D.R.A accepted the Eye of Agamotto. However, he refrained from taking the Orb of Agamotto, understanding its significance to Asgard. He feared that should a crisis befall Asgard, there would be insufficient time to react. He recalled Odin's impending confrontation with the Celestials and deemed it prudent for the orb to remain with Asgard. Upon explaining his reasoning, Loki comprehended the orb's importance and chose to conceal it once more, instead retrieving a small green dagger, his cherished possession, crafted by Frigga during his studies in magic. This time, H.Y.D.R.A graciously accepted the dagger without hesitation. "Farewell, Loki. We shall meet again in 1,500 years." Loki pressed his lips together, responding, "Until we meet again in 1,500 years, H.Y.D.R.A, Venom." As H.Y.D.R.A prepared to activate his traversal ability, Venom interrupted with a thoughtful expression. "Wait a moment. I just remembered something." Extending a tendril, Venom produced a glass vial from within his form, revealing a viscous, dark green substance within. He placed the vial into Loki's embrace, feigning sorrow as he spoke. "This is a mustard I crafted overnight. It can be consumed directly and is 100 times more potent than ordinary mustard. Farewell, Loki." Upon hearing that Venom had remembered their initial conversation and had labored through the night to create this gift, Loki tightened his grip around the vial, fearful of accidentally shattering his friend's sentiment. "Goodbye, Venom." H.Y.D.R.A glanced at Venom, whose face bore a semblance of tears while concealing a smile, then at Loki, who was visibly touched. Ultimately, he refrained from speaking further. "Farewell, Loki." With a swift motion, he vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Loki stood rooted to the spot, gazing vacantly in the direction where H.Y.D.R.A and Venom had departed for a long while. Finally, he exhaled a deep sigh and settled into the very spot H.Y.D.R.A had occupied these past few days. "Farewell, my brothers. Until we meet again in 1,500 years," Loki murmured, lowering his gaze to the 10 rings on his arm and the mustard jar in his hand. After some time, a faint smile crossed Loki's lips as he twisted open the mustard jar and dipped his finger inside to retrieve Adolph. Clinging to the notion that this provided him with a reason to weep, he placed it into his mouth. The moment he tasted it, a sharp spiciness caused him to grimace as he quickly stuck out his tongue to inhale, hoping to alleviate the burning sensation. However, the instant he inhaled, an extraordinary feeling surged through him, reaching the very crown of his head. In an instant, Loki's face contorted, tears, snot, and saliva streamed uncontrollably from him as he collapsed onto the ground, convulsing. A group of scholars rushed forward to encircle Loki, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally began to regain his composure. Meanwhile, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were traversing the multiverse's timelines. The effect is magnified 100-fold. Didn't Loki realize at the moment he opened the lid? No. This is my exclusive improved version, colorless and tasteless. Only upon consumption can one truly experience its flavor. You are quite the trickster, and you are no different. We are alike. In another universe, Batman, are you well? Peter, clad in his spider suit, darted through a hail of gunfire. I am perfectly fine, Spider-Man. Hovering in the sky on a flying apparatus, Harry, donned in a black tactical suit with the lower half of his face concealed and high-tech goggles shielding his eyes, casually tossed a pumpkin bomb, sending a group of white-clad ninjas and drug dealers flying. After obliterating a white-clad ninja with a powerful punch, Peter inquired, "What exactly are these creatures?" Harry's goggles displayed several crosshairs as the flying apparatus began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Who knows? For the past fortnight, I've only encountered these things. Venom was right. This world is about to spiral into madness. Watch your back. Harry launched a dart, effortlessly hitting a drug dealer attempting to ambush Peter. Once all the ninjas and dealers were dispatched, Peter leaped onto the rooftop beside Harry. "Thanks, Harry. Stay alert, and remember to use my alias outside. Call me Batman. This world is anything but stable." Peter nodded. "I understand." Harry descended from the flying apparatus, gazing at the heaps of ashes below. "What on earth are these?" "I brought the ashes home for my father to examine, but he only found plant ash. This is absurd. If only H.Y.D.R.A were here. He would undoubtedly have a solution or some information. I wonder what he has been up to for the past 2 weeks." Peter approached Harry, saying, "Indeed, if only H.Y.D.R.A were here. Nevertheless, at least we have eliminated another group of drug traffickers, cleansing our beautiful world of some filth and making it a bit cleaner. Wouldn't you agree?" "You are right, Spider-Man." The middle-aged man, robust and clad in a white suit, pushed the laptop in front of the elderly woman. The screen displayed footage of Peter and Harry wreaking havoc in Hell's Kitchen over the past few days. "If you don't demonstrate some real capability soon, I fear our collaboration may no longer be necessary." The woman, known as Madame Gao, gazed impassively at the images on the screen. Once the video concluded, she turned her attention to the man. "Mr. Kingpin, rest assured, these past few days have merely been a test. We will make good on any losses you have incurred during this time. As for these 2 individuals, leave their resolution to our organization. I guarantee that I will eliminate both them and Daredevil within a week." "Is that so? I shall await your favorable news," he replied, and after exchanging pleasantries, Madame Gao departed from Fist Tower with her band of ninjas. Kingpin, cigar clenched between his teeth, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching her leave. "Have we gathered any intelligence on Spider-Man and Batman?" he inquired, as a subordinate in a black suit approached. "No, sir. They seem to have undergone highly professional counter-surveillance training, and we are unable to track them effectively." Kingpin inhaled deeply on his cigar, releasing a cloud of smoke that obscured his face. "Continue the search. We must ascertain the identities of Spider-Man and Batman. They are not like that fool Daredevil, who adheres to some nonsensical no-kill principle. We have already lost numerous men during this period, and the drug dealers in Hell's Kitchen are too terrified to show their faces. It's death or worse for them. Previously, I thought Daredevil was merely a minor player, believing I could let them tear at each other. Who would have imagined that Daredevil, that ineffective waste, would fail to overcome them? They are far too formidable and must be dealt with swiftly." He recalled the shock he felt upon witnessing the so-called Spider-Man dance amidst a barrage of new rifles, completely unharmed. That bastard even endured 2 grenades to protect a child. And all that happened was his clothing was torn. If not for his inability to fly or shoot lasers from his eyes, I would almost believe Superman truly existed. Taking another deep drag from his cigar, Kingpin said, "Go. I have heard that Stark Industries has developed new high-explosive and demolition rounds. Procure some." I refuse to believe that this Spider-Man and Batman are anything more than mere mortals. Understood. The subordinate exited Kingpin's office, leaving him alone to survey the bustling city of New York below. When the world is happening, he mused. First, a blind freak emerges. And now we have a spider aberration that can spin webs and a skateboard oddity. And let us not forget the undying ninja army. What next? Vampires, wizards, aliens? This is utterly absurd. In the headquarters of H.I.D.R.A, in Washington, in the director's office, lawyer Matt Murdock has declined to join the Avengers. Nick's face darkened as he glared with his singular, round-eyed Coulson before him. Yes, Matt Murdock has refused our offer. Upon seeing Coulson nod, Nick tapped his fingers on the desk. Inform Agent Hill to record the danger level of Daredevil, Matthew Michael Murdock, as level 5. Coulson acknowledged and turned to leave, only to be halted by Nick's voice. Have we ascertained the identity of Batman? Coulson responded. We have confirmed that it is Harry Osborn, son of the Osborn Group, who is a close friend of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Nick slightly closed his eyes. The scion of the Osborn Group. I recall they have a project studying the Super-Soldier Serum. Do they not? Indeed, but the experiments were unsuccessful. However, given the current results, it appears the Osborn Group's research has borne fruit. Upon hearing Coulson mention the success of the Super-Soldier Serum research, Nick's eye widened in surprise. Excellent. The Super-Soldier Serum must be under our control at S.H.I.D. Otherwise, should it fall into the hands of those with ill intent, it would spell disaster for the world. Agent Coulson, while we still have the advantage of discretion, I need you to head to the Osborn Group immediately. Employ any means necessary to secure the Super-Soldier Serum. Understood. Coulson, having received the order, was about to depart when something seemed to strike him. He furrowed his brow and returned to Nick's presence. Director, I just realized something. What is it? Peter Parker and Harry Osborn have another friend who has always been regarded as their leader. His name is Adolph Lee. I suspect that if Harry Osborn can entrust the Super-Soldier Serum to Peter Parker, he could just as easily give it to his close friend Adolph Lee. Moreover, according to our intelligence, it is a curious coincidence that the masked figure appeared in Sokovia at the same time I saw Adolph Lee on the plane heading there. When a masked figure appeared in New York, Adolph Lee had also returned to the city. Upon hearing about the masked figure, Nick abruptly stood up. Good heavens. Are you suggesting that Adolph Lee is the masked figure? Coulson nodded earnestly. The likelihood is quite high. Nick squinted slightly, his brow furrowed. What is the general perception of Adolph Lee among those around him? Humble and polite, yet proud and condescending. Nick pondered deeply for a moment. What do you think would happen if I were to recruit him into the Avengers? Nick. Coulson was taken aback by Nick's suggestion, exclaiming his name in surprise. Nick raised a hand to interrupt Coulson. The previous 2 incidents remain inconclusive. However, from what we can observe, if the masked figure is indeed Adolph Lee, it is highly probable that the side effects of the Super-Soldier Serum have amplified the darkness within him. Though there is also a chance he may be acting with good intentions. Please provide me with Adolph Lee's address. I wish to speak with him in person, and I would like all the information you have gathered. Before Nick Coulson could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Nick raising his hand. We cannot have 3 super-soldier adversaries appear at once, and for what we currently know, they're not ordinary super-soldiers. Do you understand, Coulson? Coulson hesitated. No. Nick, what I meant to say is that Adolph Lee is not particularly friendly towards black individuals. Perhaps it would be better if I went, as I am more knowledgeable about the situation. At the home of Addie, Bucky was watching a report about Stark on television. Uncle Bucky, what are we having for dinner today? Pietro and Wanda burst into the living room, tossing their backpacks onto the floor and settling beside Bucky. As the siblings entered, Bucky switched the television channel and sat up, displaying a warm smile towards them. What would you like to eat? Well, as long as it's made by Uncle Bucky, we love it, Pietro replied with a grin, while Wanda nodded enthusiastically. In that case, I shall prepare a barbecue for you. An American farm-style dish, Bucky decided after a moment's thought. Long live Uncle Bucky. Pietro, being an energetic boy, wholeheartedly supported Bucky's decision, though Wanda felt indifferent. She feigned happiness to avoid dampening the mood. Just then, The sound of a door opening caught their attention, and all three turned towards the entrance. Bucky squinted his eyes, pressing down on Pietro and Wanda's heads to shield them, while his other hand reached for his pistol. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Addie, who was carrying 2 large bags. "Hey everyone, I'm back. How is everyone?" Bucky put away his weapon and stood to greet Addie, taking the bags from his hands. "Welcome back safely." Addie paused for a moment at Bucky's words before smiling. "I wasn't doing anything dangerous. I just visited some friends. By the way, a few guests will be arriving soon." "A few guests?" "From S.H.I.D.R.A. Upon hearing S.H.I.D.R.A, Bucky instantly tensed up. Addie stepped forward to reassure him. "Don't worry. They are here to see me. You need not be concerned. With me around, whether it's Hydra or S.H.I.D.R.A, they are nothing but a pile of dung." Seeing Addie's confidence reminded Bucky of his formidable combat prowess. And he nodded. "Do you need my assistance?" "It's all under control, brother." Venom emerged from Addie's shoulder. "You seem to be looking much better, Bucky." Bucky shrugged as he walked into the kitchen. "I owe it all to you too." Addie entered the living room, and Venom extended a tendril to pat the children's heads. "Hey, long time no see, kids. Did you miss us? Welcome home, Brother Addie and Brother Venom." Addie settled onto the sofa and inquired, "How have you been during this time? Are you adjusting well?" Pietro nodded. "Very well. Uncle Bucky has been exceptionally kind to us." "Uncle Bucky?" Addie paused at this address, then smiled. "It appears you two have formed quite a bond. By the way, I have gifts for you." With a flourish, he produced 2 bracelets, one red and one blue, adorning both Pietro and Wanda. The siblings were taken aback by this display of skill. Pietro curiously asked, "Is this one of your superpowers?" With a gentle smile, Addie replied, "No, it's a spatial storage magic taught to me by a friend." "Magic!" they exclaimed in unison, their interest piqued. "Can I learn it too?" Pietro gazed at Addie with eager anticipation, while Wanda, though silent, had stars sparkling in her eyes that spoke volumes. Noticing their eagerness and recalling their yearning for revenge, Addie teased, "Of course, but you are both still too young. I shall teach you when you turn 18. "What? We can only learn at 18? Pietro's face fell in disappointment, but Wanda quickly spotted a flaw in the reasoning. "But Addie, aren't you only 15? Venom chuckled softly at this remark, and Addie, casting a glance at Venom, patiently explained to Wanda, "Indeed, but I can lift a car with one hand. Can I?" Wanda, taken aback by Addie's assertion, displayed a fleeting look of dejection, which quickly transformed into hopeful anticipation. Then, "Addie, we made a promise. When we both turn 18, you must teach us magic." "Pinky swear?" "Yes, pinky swear." Addie, smiling, nodded and linked his pinky with Wanda's outstretched finger, reassuring her. Turning to Pietro, he declared, "Now that our pact is sealed, Pietro, go answer the door. Your guest has arrived." Pietro, somewhat begrudgingly, grimaced, "But Addie, I didn't hear the doorbell." Noticing Pietro's reluctance, Addie exchanged a knowing glance with Venom, who promptly utilized his tendrils to lift Pietro and place him at the door. With a heavy sigh, Pietro turned back to the living room to cast a lingering glance at the grinning Venom before opening the door. Initially suspecting a prank by Addie and Venom, he was taken aback to find 2 sharply dressed men standing at the entrance, one of whom, slightly balding, appeared poised to ring the doorbell. Pietro turned to glance back at the living room, but Venom had vanished. Scratching his head in confusion, he faced the 2 men. The balding gentleman exuded a warm demeanor, while the other, for reasons unknown, rubbed him the wrong way. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. As a top-tier agent, Coulson was adept at managing various situations, including the one at hand. He smiled gently and said, "Greetings, handsome boy. I am Phil Coulson, and this is my colleague, Clinton Barton. We are here to see Mr. Adolph Audie. May I inquire if Mr. Lee is at home?" Pietro glanced at Barton and then turned back to Coulson, nodding. "Yes, he sent me to let you in." Upon hearing this, Barton and Coulson exchanged subtle nods before following Pietro into the living room. "Welcome, Agent Coulson and Agent Barton. Please have some tea. This is Venom, my partner. Hey, how are you, Baldy and Bird Eyes?" Barton frowned slightly, appearing displeased, while Coulson maintained his composure. Just as Coulson was about to speak, he noticed the teacups had been set, and the teapot was levitating, pouring tea into the cups. Seeing this, Coulson smiled and gestured for Barton to sit on the opposite sofa. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Audie. With an even expression and a neutral tone, Audie stated, I am aware of the purpose of your strategic homeland intervention, enforcement, and logistics division, and I know what you seek. I have no time for your games. Go back and tell Nick Fury not to provoke me or trouble my friends. Otherwise, for every one of you that comes, I will take one down. Even summoning Carol Danvers from the cosmos won't save him. Understood? If you comprehend, finish your tea and leave with your agents nearby. Coulson's smile faltered, especially upon hearing the name Carol Danvers. His heart skipped a beat. He feigned calmness, gulped down his tea, and stood to take his leave, pulling Barton along. Before departing, Coulson took a deep breath and asked Audie, "Why is there such a disparity in your attitude towards us?" Audie smiled in response. "I welcome Phil Coulson and Clinton Francis Barton, but I do not welcome the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Coulson regarded Audie thoughtfully, nodding as he replied, "I understand," before exiting. Barton intended to ask Coulson whether to withdraw the surrounding agents, but upon opening the door, he was taken aback. The agents dispatched to this location stood before them, expressionless and unyielding. Just then, a snap echoed from the living room, startling the agents into awareness as they turned to Coulson and Barton, confused. Coulson inhaled sharply, commanding everyone, "Follow me." Though puzzled, the agents complied, following Coulson and Barton out. On the drive away, Coulson called Nick, informing him of everything that had transpired at Addie's residence. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had just arrived at the Osborn building, ready to demonstrate his prowess as the king of spies. Upon receiving the call from Coulson and hearing his report, Nick's remaining round eye widened in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Nick ended the call with Coulson and cast a deep glance at the Osborn building before driving away. Adolph Lee's final remarks indicated that there was room for negotiation. Thus, it was prudent to avoid escalating the situation to an irreparable state. Presently, he lacked the means to withstand temperatures exceeding those of the sun's surface. It appeared that the director himself must intervene. He felt compelled to meet Adolph Audie Lee in person. Chapter 39. The plan after Coulson's departure. Bucky emerged from the kitchen. "Thank you." Audie waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Do you require assistance?" Bucky shook his head, raising his hand to show Audie the already prepared egg mixture. "No, I'm nearly finished. You should take some time to rest after your return." Venom, observing Bucky's demeanor, couldn't help but tease, "Oh, Bucky, with such domesticity. Whoever marries, you will be exceedingly fortunate." Bucky shrugged, perhaps. That night, after dinner, Audie returned to his room. "What is the next plan? To activate Wanda's chaos magic and absorb chaotic energy?" Venom inquired, emerging from Audie's shoulder. "No, I do not intend to pursue that course of action. Wanda is still too young. I plan to allow her a few years of stability." Leaning against the headboard, Audie gazed out the window. "What do you intend to do?" Venom extended a tendril to kindly open the window for Audie, who stared vacantly outside before finally responding. "The Marvel Universe is profoundly intriguing. The variances between universes are significant. Identical abilities and artifacts can exhibit disparities in strength across different universes. Take Odin, for instance. In an alternate scenario, if Wunwu wielded 10 rings, he could contend with Odin. Yet the Odin we encountered could effortlessly vanquish Wunwu, even with the rings. Without delving further, just one cosmic energy beam would be insurmountable for Wunwu. He wouldn't even have time to react. Although I have flawlessly absorbed Odin's and the runic powers, as well as inherited the might of the fire giants and the Asgardian pantheon. My observation suggests that the Odin and fire giant powers we faced rank merely in the mid-tier of the multiverse. We have a long way to go, despite our invincibility granted by the abyssal power. Audie raised his hand to summon the abyssal sword. According to Marvel's official stance, the primary Marvel universe is the mightiest among all universes. Yet, from Marvel's perspective, both the Cinematic Universe 199999 and the 616 universe are considered primary. The universe we currently inhabit is not the main cinematic universe, but a parallel one, thus lacking the developmental potential of the primary universe. Even if we harness the abyssal power to reach the zenith of this universe, we would not be deemed supreme across the multiverse. Therefore, I aim to enhance the potential of our universe. Listening intently to Audie, Venom's eyes gradually narrowed. "Are you suggesting a merger of universes? By assimilating and merging with other universes, we can elevate the power tier of our own universe." Audie nodded. "Indeed, I aim to merge our universe with others. Due to the aberration of rune power by the abyssal force, I have acquired extensive knowledge regarding the multiverse. For instance, the anchors are of utmost importance. They can dictate the trajectory of an entire universe. Loki, as we know, is the anchor of his universe. Provided the anchor possesses sufficient strength, we can maintain a dominant position during the fusion of universes. Fortuitously, the anchors of our universe are you and I. It is precisely due to our unobservable nature that our universe exists independent of the timeline, rendering it both unobservable and untraceable. Thus, our universe shall forever remain unnumbered. Venom grinned at H.Y.D.R.A. So, do you have a target in mind? H.Y.D.R.A. did not respond but snapped his fingers, utilizing astral projection to display the observed universe within the room. Venom glanced at the image H.Y.D.R.A. had projected. The X-Men? You intend to introduce mutants into our universe. H.Y.D.R.A. nodded, extracting and enlarging the image of Wolverine. Indeed, the cinematic universe of the X-Men. To expand our cosmic tier, mutants are an indispensable part of the Marvel Universe. They represent a crucial force. Venom nodded, then posed another question. However, how do we draw the universe closer for merging? Although our current strength is formidable, it has yet to reach the level required to attract a universe. H.Y.D.R.A. smiled mysteriously, retracting the astral projection of the X-Men universe with a wave of his hand, replacing it with an image of his own universe and the 6 Infinity Stones. He then magnified Earth, stripping away its outer shell to reveal the celestial being, Tiamat. Venom paused at the sight of the celestial, then erupted in laughter. Oh, ha ha ha. Are you directly plotting to harness the power of the Celestials? You're becoming increasingly audacious. H.Y.D.R.A. Ha ha ha. H.Y.D.R.A. smiled faintly. Indeed, the power of the Celestial group is undoubtedly formidable, yet their birth requires time. During this interval, I shall adeptly master my own powers while cultivating the combat abilities of Peter and the others, so that when the worlds merge in the future, they may assist me. Logically, their potential is not exceptionally high. However, it matters not, for with my presence, strength is not an issue. They merely need to refine their combat experience. This is also why I have refrained from directly eliminating H.Y.D.R.A. and the likes, as they represent invaluable experience packages. I have already prepared for Peter and the future superheroes. The minor villains such as Kingpin, the Hand, and various gangs. The elite foes like H.Y.D.R.A. and other professional supervillains. Mephisto, Dormammu, and other dimensional lords. Occasionally, I shall take them through other worlds, tackling various quests. It is simply perfect, don't you think? This entire process will undoubtedly forge an unprecedented team. As H.Y.D.R.A. spoke, he utilized astral projection to manifest all the allies he had gathered. Venom cast a glance at the list of his subordinates and was taken aback to find a certain purple sweet potato on it. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wait, what is this? You actually included the director of reproductive planning in the list of subordinates?" H.Y.D.R.A. shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't worry, my friend. Although Thanos is quite abstract, his actions within the cinematic universe are not entirely incomprehensible, albeit a tad radical." After pondering for a moment, Venom conceded that H.Y.D.R.A. had a point. In the multiverse of films, Thanos could indeed be considered a force for good. Well then, now that we have a rough plan in place, what are you intending to do next? We can't just sit idly, can we? H.Y.D.R.A. shook his head. Not at all. I plan to wait until I arrange things with Peter and Harry, and take care of Bucky's matters at home before heading to the universe of the X-Men to scout the territory. I also aim to acquire the Phoenix Force, draw a vial of Wolverine's blood, and procure some adamantium. Ideally, I would successfully navigate through Jean to obtain the entirety of the Phoenix Force and subsequently merge the two universes. By harnessing the combined life energy of both universes, we could expedite the awakening of celestial beings within Earth, thus maximizing our benefits. Oh, what a brilliant idea. The two continued to deliberate over the specifics until H.Y.D.R.A.'s spider sense alerted him to Bucky ascending the stairs to find him. They halted their conversation. H.Y.D.R.A. waved his hand to disperse the astral projection and opened the door, looking at Bucky, who was poised to knock. "Come in," he beckoned. Bucky raised an eyebrow, lowering his hand that had been ready to knock, and followed H.Y.D.R.A. into the room, closing the door behind him. "Is this also one of your superpowers?" Bucky inquired. H.Y.D.R.A. hesitated momentarily. "Yes." Bucky nodded and found a sturdy-looking chair to sit on, placing his hands on his thighs in a fist, appearing quite conflicted. "H.Y.D.R.A., I don't know what to say. I'm sorry for wasting your time, but I just needed someone to talk to. Besides you all, I couldn't think of anyone else." H.Y.D.R.A. nodded and took a seat in front of Bucky. "It's all right, Bucky. Feel free to come to me whenever you need to chat." Venom extended a tentacle to pat Bucky's shoulder. "Oh, Bucky, don't be so reserved. How have you been during this time? Would you care to share with us? Bucky looked up at H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. Nodding earnestly, of course, I've been doing exceptionally well, truly. Pietro and Wanda are like my own children. And then there's Peter and Harry. They are like the reincarnations of Steve and me. You might not realize this, especially about Peter. He is as kind-hearted as Steve. Every time I see him, it feels as if Steve is standing right before me. It is an honor to be their mentor, particularly when they go out into the world to combat crime using what I've taught them, and then return to share their experiences. It always gives me a sense of redemption. Chapter 40. Prince of Wakanda. T'Challa after sending Bucky on his way. H.Y.D.R.A took a moment before exiting the room and closing the door. Bucky's concealed issues were substantial. He had been mired in a quagmire of turmoil within his heart, H.Y.D.R.A. I understand, yet certain matters cannot be rushed. Human emotions are intricate, capricious, and ever-changing. Nonetheless, I hold faith that Pietro, Wanda, Peter, and Harry will mend Bucky's troubled heart. The bond between Wanda, Pietro, and Bucky will serve as a mutual redemption, with Peter and Harry acting as catalysts in this transformative journey. We merely need to await the alchemical reaction that will unfold among them. It is indeed a splendid notion. Pietro and Wanda embody the innocence of hope, while Peter and Harry reflect the essence of Bucky and Steve, with Peter being particularly charming. In matters of the heart, your talents surpass those of Dormammu and Mephisto, H.Y.D.R.A. I shall take that as a compliment. H.Y.D.R.A and Venom engaged in a telepathic conversation as they approached the door of Pietro and Wanda's room. Although H.Y.D.R.A had prepared 2 rooms, the siblings initially seemed to lack a sense of security, prompting him to allow them to share a space for the time being. Knock. Knock, knock. Come in. H.Y.D.R.A pushed the door open, scanned the room's arrangement, and closed the door behind him with a smile at Wanda and Pietro. How have you two been lately? As he spoke, H.Y.D.R.A waved a chair over and sat down. Quite well. Wanda climbed down from her bed and settled on Pietro's. Observing the 2 children sitting obediently together, H.Y.D.R.A adopted a serious demeanor. Is that so? That's wonderful. Children, I need your assistance with something. Would you be willing to help me? Exchanging a glance, Wanda and Pietro nodded in agreement. Of course, Brother H.Y.D.R.A, whatever you need, we shall assist you. H.Y.D.R.A did not hasten to reveal the nature of his request. Instead, he shifted his gaze back and forth between Pietro and Wanda before finally articulating his thoughts. Do you know about Bucky's past? The siblings nodded, and upon noticing a hint of sadness in their expressions, H.Y.D.R.A seized the opportunity to convey Bucky's plight. Here is the situation. I wish for you to help me. More precisely, assist Bucky in emerging from the quagmire of his heart, to restore his spirit and instill hope within him. Would you do that for me? With reddened eyes, the siblings nodded, and Wanda, unusually taking the lead, declared, We will certainly help Uncle Bucky, Brother H.Y.D.R.A. Upon hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A smiled with relief. Then I entrust this to you. I have complete faith in your abilities. It is getting late. Good night, children. Venom extended a tendril to gently place Wanda back into bed, tucking both her and Pietro in with care. Good night, children. Good night, Brother H.Y.D.R.A. Good night, Brother Venom. H.Y.D.R.A smiled and nodded, turning off the lights for the siblings before retreating to his own room. Bang! Damn it! Venom, why did you hit me? H.Y.D.R.A rubbed the back of his head in confusion. Venom turned away, refusing to meet H.Y.D.R.A.'s gaze. How could you deceive such delightful children? H.Y.D.R.A at a loss for words. Sensed that Venom was behaving oddly today, perhaps due to an overindulgence in chocolate that had impaired his faculties. As soon as H.Y.D.R.A focused his thoughts, he perceived a dark whip striking towards him. Fortunately, H.Y.D.R.A was prepared and swiftly grasped the tendril of Venom. What are you doing? Are you cursing at me? Were you eavesdropping? How could it be considered eavesdropping if you weren't isolated? H.Y.D.R.A retorted. You're really pushing it. Behold my electric poison dragon drill. I fear you not. Witness my evil god's tendril. A night of silence passed until the sun rose from the east, illuminating the entire Queen's area. Abruptly awakened from his slumber, H.Y.D.R.A opened his eyes wide, drew the abyssal sword from the wall, and utilized molecular manipulation to restore the wall to its former state. He then used a loud clap to rouse Venom from his dreams. Confused and disoriented, Venom sat up, glancing around and muttering, What is happening? Did the Celestial group break in? H.Y.D.R.A used telekinesis to dress himself and patted Venom on the shoulder. We're leaving. Guests are arriving. More guests? It feels like I'm running a reception service, Venom complained, yawning. H.Y.D.R.A descended the stairs to the living room, where Bucky had already risen early, preparing breakfast for several people in the kitchen. Good morning, Bucky. Good morning, Audie Venom. Audie glanced at the clock. Bucky? Bucky set the breakfast on the coffee table and untied his apron. What is up? Audie took a bite of a sandwich. Today, someone will be staying with us. Who? Both Venom and Bucky inquired simultaneously. Audie swallowed his food and explained, he is my ally, the first heir and the next king from an African nation. Upon hearing this, Venom immediately deduced who it was and lost interest, beginning to eat the breakfast Bucky had prepared. Bucky, unfamiliar with the situation, furrowed his brow and asked Audie, an alliance? You have an alliance with a country? An African one. After a moment of contemplation, Bucky realized the logic behind it. After all, constructing such a vast underground base in secret could not solely rely on family support. However, he was puzzled about which African nation could manage such a feat without attracting the attention of H.Y.D.R.A. Audie nodded, his gaze toward Bucky laden with significance. He recalled that Black Panther T'Challa was known as the Winter Soldier Slayer. If Bucky were to confront T'Challa, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage, especially considering Bucky's current lack of combat desire. Audie briefly introduced Bucky to the situation in Wakanda, prompting Bucky to display a look of utter shock. I can't believe it. The world truly is vast and filled with wonders. This world is becoming increasingly insane. An African nation possesses technology that surpasses the world. Just as Bucky finished speaking, Wanda and Pietro descended from upstairs, and Bucky, noticing the time, quickly urged both to join for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Audie, Wanda, and Pietro sat in the living room, eagerly awaiting T'Challa's arrival. Today, Peter and Harry did not come for training, as they had the responsibilities of students. A taxi pulled up in front of Audie's house, and a robust young black man descended, carrying 2 suitcases. He retrieved a note from his pocket, glancing back and forth between it and the house. This was indeed the place. Confirming his destination, T'Challa adjusted his suit, approached the door, and raised his hand to knock. Although he was there to foster friendships, he also represented Wakanda in diplomatic discussions with allies. With a soft click, the door swung open automatically, halting T'Challa's hand midair. A cheerful voice emanated from within, Prince T'Challa, please come in. Momentarily taken aback, T'Challa collected his luggage and stepped inside. Just as he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him. The sudden sound prompted T'Challa to react, instinctively turning to glance back, but he saw nothing, which heightened his tension. Steeling himself mentally, he took a deep breath and walked toward the living room. What he encountered was a scene of unexpected warmth, starkly contrasting his preconceived notions of a serious and tense atmosphere. In the living room, a young man with dark hair sat in a rocking chair, smiling warmly at him, while a small black creature with several tentacles was eagerly shoving a chocolate-covered sandwich into its mouth from the young man's shoulder. On the sofa sat a tall, fair-haired man with chiseled features that exuded a cool demeanor, though he bore a mechanical prosthetic limb. Having done his homework, T'Challa quickly recognized Audie and Venom. Well, it was easy to identify them, especially with a creature's head perched on Audie's shoulder. Clearing his mind of distractions, T'Challa set down his luggage and raised his hand in greetings, Mr. Lee, Mr. Venom. I am T'Challa from Wakanda, Adolph Audie Lee, and this is my partner, Venom. The gentleman beside you is James Buchanan Barnes. Please take a seat, Prince T'Challa. I am aware of your purpose here. We are delighted to welcome you. Your room is ready. Please follow me, Audie replied, setting down his cup and rising to stand beside T'Challa. Please lead the way, Mr. Lee, T'Challa nodded. Suppressing his curiosity about the stoic man, Bucky, who followed behind. Audie guided T'Challa and Bucky to the living quarters of the underground base, assigning T'Challa to one of the rooms. How does it feel, Prince T'Challa? T'Challa stood in the center of the room, surveying his surroundings. The space spanned nearly 40 square meters, equipped with all the essential amenities of a bathroom and kitchen, adorned in a style that reflected the meticulous craftsmanship of Wakanda. This attention to detail left T'Challa in awe of Audie's prescient abilities, deepening his appreciation for Audie's regard for Wakanda, which weighed heavily on his heart. In T'Challa's mind, the initial image of Audie formed, a powerful yet humble figure, embodying strength without arrogance, approachable and kind. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Your consideration honors me greatly. Observing T'Challa's serious demeanor, Audie chuckled and shook his head. As long as you are pleased, there is no need to feel anxious. Maintain a calm disposition. As allies, we shall have much to discuss in the future. Venom extended a tendril to pat T'Challa on the shoulder. While I'm not fond of Negroes, you, my friend, are impressive. You are not a Negro. You are a black man, and I have high hopes for you. Chala took no offense, fully aware of how bothersome Negroes could be. Truth be told, had it not been for his mastery of various combat techniques, he might have been robbed by one on his way here. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Mr. Venom. Oh, for heaven's sake, you are truly polite. H.Y.D.R.A smiled at the interaction between the two. All right, Venom, let us proceed. Prince Chala, I will show you the underground base, as it will be your future residence. It is prudent to familiarize yourself with it. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Lee. Chala nodded, but did not immediately comply. Instead, he crouched down to open his luggage. Although H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were already aware of its contents, they were nonetheless astonished by Wakanda's determination. Wakanda was indeed broadening its horizons. As he opened both suitcases, Chala revealed the heart-shaped herb and an abundance of vibranium. But that was not all. He also produced several discs to hand to H.Y.D.R.A. These contain Wakanda's research data on vibranium. Venom extended a tendril to accept the disc from Chala, inserting it into his appendage. After a moment, Venom communicated telepathically to H.Y.D.R.A. It is authentic. Upon hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A smiled warmly. I sense Wakanda's sincerity. Next, I shall demonstrate my own goodwill. Please follow me. As Chala prepared to open his luggage, Bucky had already retreated to the doorway, understanding that there were matters better left unknown to him. Seeing H.Y.D.R.A and Chala exit the room, Bucky addressed H.Y.D.R.A. I will head up first. H.Y.D.R.A did not deter him. Indeed, Bucky needed to avoid what was to come. Initially, he had planned to discuss it with Bucky, but now that Bucky had brought it up himself, it saved him the trouble. After Bucky departed, H.Y.D.R.A and Chala proceeded to the Serum Research Laboratory. Indeed, he intended to administer a serum to Chala. After acquiring so much from Wakanda, it was only fitting to offer something in return. Otherwise, it would be rather unbecoming to take without giving back. Ultron at least knew to pay for vibranium. However, he was also aware of the importance of holding back a little. The serum prepared for Chala was different from the ultimate serum, being a fusion of 3 elements. The serum prepared for Wakanda is a fusion of heart-shaped herb and Super-Soldier Serum. Although its enhancement effects are far inferior to the ultimate serum, it perfectly inherits the advantages of both without the flaws associated with either. This means there is no risk of losing strength upon consuming the heart-shaped herb again, nor does it amplify negative emotions from within. In addition to the serum, H.Y.D.R.A is also prepared to share H.Y.D.R.A's scientific technology to facilitate a technological exchange with Wakanda. H.Y.D.R.A informed Chala about the serum, and as he gazed upon the 4 vials of purple serum, Chala's breathing quickened. This was nothing short of perfection, even surpassing their heart-shaped herb in Wakanda. The permanence of the enhancement and the potential for it to be inherited by future generations were enough to command Chala's attention. Though he held the identity of the next king, he understood that this path would be fraught with challenges. His rigorous training since childhood did not guarantee his ascension to the throne. However, with the injection of this serum, his kingship would be assured, and so too would the fate of his descendants. Chala turned to H.Y.D.R.A with a serious expression and solemnly pledged, Mr. Lee, I vow to you as the next king of Wakanda, that Wakanda shall be your most loyal ally, and you and your descendants will forever be friends of Wakanda. Indeed, Prince Chala, H.Y.D.R.A replied with a smile, acknowledging the Black Panther, Chala, a superhero endowed with both wisdom and strength, as well as a rare capacity for broader vision. In the zombie universe, Chala buried his own calamities deep within, all for the safety of the cosmos. He is truly an exceptional individual. H.Y.D.R.A gestured toward the center of a laboratory, that is the apparatus for administering the serum. After you disrobe, simply step inside, and I shall take care of the rest. Chala followed H.Y.D.R.A's and observed the chamber, exhibiting no hesitation or doubt as he swiftly removed his garments, revealing his athletic physique. Observing this, H.Y.D.R.A jested, Aren't you afraid I might harm you? Chala shook his head, Not at all. Although our time together may be brief, you have given me a very amiable impression, which makes me feel at ease. I trust my instincts. My grandfather once told me that the first impression between people often reveals the conclusion of their story. I have faith in my grandfather, and his words have been validated many times throughout my life. H.Y.D.R.A regarded him with newfound respect, indeed. Experienced and wise elders always provide us with insights. Your grandfather must have been a benevolent king. As Chala spoke of his grandfather, his demeanor softened, and a smile graced his face. Yes, though he passed away when I was very young, he held a significant place in my life. By the way, you need not call me Prince. Simply addressing me as Chala will suffice. Adi adjusted the instruments and smiled, saying, all right, there is no need for you to call me Mr. Lee. Just call me Adi. Among friends, formalities are unnecessary, and it sounds more endearing. Besides, I am several years your junior. Then I shall heed your wishes and call you Adi, Chala replied with a smile as he stepped into the chamber. Observing Adi's youthful visage, he reflected on his own experiences over the years, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. You possess such remarkable strength at such a young age. You must have endured considerable hardships. Throughout these years, in my quest to become the king of Wakanda, I have engaged in relentless training every single day. At these words, Adi recalled his past. Ever since he learned that this world was part of the Marvel Universe at the tender age of 2 or 3, he had not dared to pause for even a moment. He feared that, at a critical juncture, he might falter and lose his life. Thus, he had scarcely rested since. He had diligently studied combat, science, and political affairs without neglecting any aspect. It's manageable, he replied. Though it is indeed exhausting, at least my efforts have borne fruit. Haven't they? Chala paused, then smiled. That is true. To be honest, I never imagined I would converse with you so freely, as if we were friends. I assumed that someone of your caliber would be enigmatic and serious. Adi turned to Chala, grinning. Are we not friends? Furthermore, your perception is somewhat incorrect. At least the strong individuals I know tend to be rather lighthearted. Now, are you prepared? Upon hearing this, Chala quickly assumed a ready stance, crossing his arms over his chest and nodding. I'm always ready. Satisfied that Chala was prepared, Adi turned to activate the machinery, sealing the chamber and injecting the serum and energy. Manipulating the symbiote, Adi conjured the vibranium he had acquired in Wakanda. To be honest, were it not for Chala opening his suitcase today, he might have forgotten about the vibranium entirely. Chapter 42. Chala joins the fray. The organization takes shape gazing at the vibranium in his hands. Adi initially intended to enhance it with the power of the Abyss, allowing the Sword of the Abyss to consume it and thereby acquire the properties of vibranium. However, as he contemplated the vibranium, a new idea sparked within him. He recalled that after consuming Surtur's crown, he had gained all of Surtur's abilities. Could he not also absorb vibranium to attain its capacity for energy absorption, both kinetic and thermal? Determined, Adi commanded the symbiote to consume half of the vibranium. The power of the Abyss within him began to stir, and a glimmer of purple light flashed in his eyes. As he had anticipated, he truly obtained the abilities of vibranium, and due to the enhancement from the abyssal power, his capacity to absorb energy transformed from merely kinetic and thermal to all forms of energy. Additionally, the density of his body increased to a new level. Well, it's acceptable, he mused. I become a bit stronger. He then reinforced the remaining half of the vibranium with the power of the Abyss and fed it to the Sword of the Abyss, after which he awaited Chala to finish administering the serum. Overall, time progressed quite swiftly. As the hatch opened, Chala emerged from the chamber, gasping for breath, his physique illuminated by the surrounding light. Perhaps due to the influence of the heart-shaped herb, both Chala, who had undergone the serum infusion, and Adi, who had received the ultimate serum, possessed a slender and refined physique. Venom extended a tendril to hand Chala a piece of clothing, inquiring, "How does it feel?" Chala, intending to don a garment before responding, inadvertently tore it in half. With a hint of embarrassment, he looked up and stated, "I didn't mean to." Venom nodded. Tossing another piece of clothing his way, "We understand. Don't worry, this happens frequently." Adi offered Chala a glass of water, asking, "How do you feel?" "Thank you." Chala replied cautiously as he accepted the cup and drank it all in one go. "It's excellent. I feel incredibly exhilarated, as if my adrenaline has surged, akin to having taken a stimulant." Adi tilted his head. "Shall we test your physical data?" "Certainly, I can hardly wait." An hour later, before the testing equipment, Adi and Chala examined the results concerning Chala's abilities. Test subject, Chala. Strength, 1242 tons. Speed, 2,634 meters per second. Jumping ability, 1,935 meters. The data was impressive, exceeding 10 tons of strength. However, it was unfortunate that Chala was already an adult, unlike Peter and Harry, who had immense potential due to their still developing bodies. Although Chala might achieve some enhancement through training, the improvements would not be significant. Nonetheless, it was remarkable, at least several times greater than before. "Shall we spar?" Audie discerned H.Y.D.R.A's eagerness from his expression and was equally curious to test the combat prowess of a hero capable of overpowering Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Upon hearing Audie's invitation, T'Challa readily agreed, eager to gauge the strength of the man who instilled fear in the Black Panther. Of course. Follow me, Audie replied with a smile as he led T'Challa to the training arena. Before the bout commenced, Audie affixed a restraint bracelet to himself. This is a suppression bracelet, designed to modulate the wearer's strength according to their desire. I will reduce my power to match yours, ensuring a pure contest of combat skills between us. T'Challa nodded in appreciation of Audie's fairness. As the battle began, they exchanged blows. T'Challa's fighting style embodied the unique martial arts of Wakanda, with his hands poised like claws. Each move, while brimming with the ferocity of the Black Panther, retained a semblance of human rationality. Perhaps due to his university experiences abroad, T'Challa's combat repertoire exhibited influences from karate, Muay Thai, and other martial arts. Audie's fighting techniques, in contrast, were dynamic and unpredictable, a reflection of his mastery over numerous combat styles. The unpredictable nature of T'Challa's fighting style left him grappling for any semblance of consistency. At times, what appeared to be one martial technique would suddenly transform into another upon impact. Consequently, Audie maintained a decisive advantage during their duel, knocking T'Challa to the ground with a single blow. Approaching him, Audie extended a hand, inquiring, "Are you all right?" T'Challa, panting heavily and lying on the ground, grasped Audie's hand to rise. "I'm fine," he replied. Audie then offered T'Challa a suppression bracelet, and the two made their way to the lounge, pouring themselves glasses of juice to converse. While engaging T'Challa in dialogue, Audie discreetly summoned the powers of both hellish and angelic magic. "I intend to assemble an unprecedented team, T'Challa, and I sincerely invite you to join." Accepting the bracelet and fastening it around his wrist, T'Challa calmly inquired, "Could you elaborate on your reasons for forming this team?" Nodding, Audie raised his hand to project a series of pivotal Marvel events, swiftly cutting through the sequences. "To safeguard our universe." T'Challa stared at Audie, the visuals having left him profoundly shaken, and with a serious expression, he asked, "Are those events truly real?" Upon seeing Audie nod, T'Challa struggled to grasp the reality of such fantastical imagery. After much contemplation and weighing his options, he looked to Audie and declared, "I will join, leader." Audie chuckled softly, shaking his head. "There is no need to call me leader. I have merely constructed a basic framework. Including you, myself, and 3 reserve members, we total only 8 individuals." 8 people, T'Challa exclaimed, taken aback. With numerous crises looming over the future universe, their current count felt alarmingly insufficient, evoking a sense of having stumbled into a trap. "Please, T'Challa, do not rush. The nearest disaster is at least 8 years away. We have ample time to grow," Audie reassured him, introducing the existing members. After hearing Audie's descriptions, T'Challa felt a pang of betrayal. If a mirror stood before him, he believed he would see an absurd, foolish donkey reflected within. Following Audie's arrangements for him, T'Challa felt not only like a foolish donkey, but also a donkey destined for labor. The notion of traveling from Africa to America for work felt increasingly out of place. Growing more uneasy with each revelation, T'Challa pressed Audie, "And what about you?" "Me?" Audie feigned weariness. "I will seek like-minded companions and methods to enhance our collective strength." This clarification eased T'Challa's concerns, alleviating the notion that he bore the burden alone. However, T'Challa soon furrowed his brow, recalling the current tasks Audie had assigned him, which included resolving the animosity between the Maximoff siblings and ensuring that Peter and Harry become competent warriors, and to help Barnes regain his spirit and hope. While Peter and Harry were manageable, upon learning about the past of the Maximoff siblings and Barnes, T'Challa felt that Audie was acting inappropriately. The prior impression he held was swiftly overturned within a mere day. Although the sensation of being trusted was rather pleasant, this task seemed rather burdensome, did it not? Audie placed a reassuring hand on the contemplative shoulder of T'Challa. "Do not be anxious, T'Challa. It is not as daunting as it appears. I have arranged most of it. You merely need to observe them. You may also join Peter and Harry in their endeavors to combat crime and stay active. Come now. A welcome dinner is prepared for you tonight. I shall gather everyone to introduce you." T'Challa shook his head, given the circumstances. He had no choice but to proceed as such. Having witnessed Audie's astral projection abilities, T'Challa understood that escaping this den of thieves was impossible. Since escape was not an option, he resolved to embrace the situation. After all, he and Wakanda would benefit, would they not? Moreover, with so many future calamities looming, it was vital to cultivate a favorable alliance with a formidable figure like H.Y.D.R.A for the future of Wakanda. H.Y.D.R.A smiled at T'Challa, who was becoming increasingly serious, discreetly dissipating the hellish and angelic magic. Chapter 43, Recruitment of Logistics. That evening, H.Y.D.R.A summoned Peter and Harry to his home to introduce them to T'Challa. The introduction went rather smoothly. Upon seeing H.Y.D.R.A return safely, both Harry and Peter were elated. However, after the dinner concluded, Harry jokingly remarked to H.Y.D.R.A, "I never expected you to have a black friend." H.Y.D.R.A chuckled, "Nothing is impossible. By the way, I saw the news. What on earth does your Batman nickname signify?" Harry shrugged. "It's just that my dad designed the flying vehicle to resemble bat wings, and since I happen to be quite wealthy, my dad could also be referred to as the butler hero. Thus, the nickname Batman was born. It pairs nicely with Peter's Spider-Man, clearly indicating we are a brotherly duo. Oh, and you should stop calling him Venom. Let's simply call him Electric Eel Hero, as the three of us fit together perfectly." As soon as Harry finished speaking, Venom extended a tendril and struck Harry on the back of the head, exclaiming, "You curly-haired brat. What's wrong with Venom? It's a splendid name. Do you have any objections? Do you wish to challenge me?" As Venom spoke, his tendril morphed into a fist the size of a watermelon, waving in front of Harry. Harry, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, quickly raised his hands in apology to Venom. "Sorry, buddy, I didn't mean to say Venom was a bad name. Rather, it's too good. It's distinctive and special, immediately indicating that he is a leader among us." Now that is more like it. H.Y.D.R.A took a sip of his juice and inquired of Harry, "How have you been lately? During my absence, Batman and Spider-Man have become quite renowned." Upon hearing this, Harry's expression began to shift uncomfortably. He drained the juice in his hand and, with a troubled expression, lamented, "Don't say anything. I don't know why. Despite Peter and I ridding the city of so many addicts and drug cartels and saving countless lives, the Horn Herald insists on branding us as the city's vermin. I am somewhat indifferent to it, but Peter has really suffered. I can't quite fathom why. It seems the owner of the Horn Herald has taken a personal vendetta against him, constantly criticizing Spider-Man. Perhaps it has to do with Peter's frequent appearances, which surpass my own. You know, I can't always roam about with my glider." H.Y.D.R.A shook his head as he poured juice for himself, and Harry, muttering, "Being a superhero is not as easy as it seems." Harry chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, being a superhero is no simple task. Nevertheless, it's heartening to witness the declining crime rate in New York and the increasing number of children on the streets. I believe our efforts are worthwhile. The two clinked their glasses, and Harry exhaled deeply, turning to H.Y.D.R.A. "By the way, H.Y.D.R.A, my father wishes to meet you." H.Y.D.R.A nodded. "Of course. How does tomorrow sound?" "Good." Their conversation concluded, Harry and Peter departed from H.Y.D.R.A.'s home, leaving H.Y.D.R.A to ponder the future on the living room sofa. "Venom, what is it? Do you understand nanotechnology?" "I have a rudimentary grasp." The following morning, H.Y.D.R.A drove to Oscorp Tower, leaving T'Challa and Bucky at home. To be honest, he was quite eager to see what chemical reactions might unfold between the future Black Panther and the future White Wolf. Upon entering Oscorp Tower, no one hindered H.Y.D.R.A, as everyone who wasn't new recognized him as one of the shareholders of Oscorp. On the top floor, after a considerable interval, H.Y.D.R.A finally encountered Norman Osborn. "Uncle Norman, long time no see." Norman's face brightened with a smile upon seeing H.Y.D.R.A's calm demeanor. He immediately sprang from the sofa and embraced H.Y.D.R.A. "Thank you, my boy, for saving me and for rescuing Harry. You are like a constellation illuminating the night sky, bringing hope to the Osborn family while lighting the path ahead." H.Y.D.R.A patted Norman's back. "There's no need for thanks, Uncle Norman. Harry and I are brothers. Neither Peter nor I would ever allow harm to come to him." As they parted, Norman urged H.Y.D.R.A to sit on the sofa, expressing with heartfelt emotion, "I am proud and honored that Harry has brothers like you too." Their conversation meandered through various topics, from trivial family matters to the vast potentials of future technology. During their exchange, H.Y.D.R.A used magic and mental acuity to verify repeatedly that Norman had not developed the Green Goblin persona before extending an invitation. "Uncle Norman, I sincerely invite you to join our organization as logistical support." Norman paused, taken aback. Although he was unsure of what H.Y.D.R.A meant by organization, he was well aware that his son and Peter had recently garnered significant notoriety. Were it not for his recent financial constraints, He would undoubtedly purchase the entire Horn daily and dismiss that insufferable Jonah Jameson, relegating him to the menial task of scrubbing toilets. Upon reflection, Norman surmised that it was indeed akin to a vigilante squad formed by the trio of H.Y.D.R.A, Peter, and Harry, and he cheerfully acquiesced, stating, "No problem, H.Y.D.R.A. I am more than willing to assist you. For me, you, Peter, and Harry are akin to my own children. It brings me great joy to aid you. Rest assured, I shall provide you with the finest logistical support, much like Alfred Pennyworth from the comics." Understanding Norman's intentions, H.Y.D.R.A did not simply accept, but instead conveyed his thoughts on Black Panther to Norman. Listening intently, Norman was initially taken aback, suspecting H.Y.D.R.A was jesting. Until H.Y.D.R.A demonstrated astral projection, it took Norman a considerable while to regain his composure. After H.Y.D.R.A finished speaking, Norman remained silent, his eyes reflecting determination. As a father, with my children engaged in battle, how could I possibly retreat? There is an ancient saying in the East, brothers fighting tigers, fathers and sons on the battlefield. Fear not, H.Y.D.R.A, I shall handle the logistics. I, Norman Osborn, will be your most steadfast support. With a deep breath, Norman turned and opened a secret chamber, retrieving several discs to hand to H.Y.D.R.A. These contain all of Oscorp's research achievements. Today, I entrust them to you. By the way, I believe Oscorp Tower should be repurposed into the organization's headquarters. What do you think? Upon hearing Norman's suggestion to convert Oscorp Tower into the headquarters, H.Y.D.R.A promptly declined. No need, Uncle Norman. I have already established a research facility in Queens, and if all goes as planned, the organization's headquarters will be there. Upon learning that the base had already been established, Norman nodded with regret. However, as a newly initiated member of the organization, he was eager to contribute and inquired of H.Y.D.R.A, "Is there anything you require of me?" H.Y.D.R.A pondered for a moment, realizing there was indeed something he needed Norman to do. Thus, he asked, "Uncle Norman, do you know Curtis Connors and Otto Octavius?" Norman paused briefly before nodding. "I am acquainted with them." H.Y.D.R.A smiled broadly at this revelation. "I would like your assistance in introducing me. Of course, today would be ideal. I will provide you with their contact information." "Thank you, Uncle Norman. Do not mention it. It is my duty." In half an hour, Norman had arranged a meeting time with Otto Octavius and Curtis Connors. H.Y.D.R.A departed from the Osborn residence, heading straight for the biological laboratory at Oscorp Tower. Indeed, that fellow Curtis Connors was currently within the confines of Oscorp Tower. Adolph Lee entered the laboratory and found himself face to face with Dr. Curtis Connors, who was alone at that moment. Norman had granted a respite to the other researchers to facilitate H.Y.D.R.A.'s conversation. Glancing at the man's empty sleeves, H.Y.D.R.A approached with a smile and greeted him. "Hello, Dr. Connors. It is an honor to meet you. My name is Adolph Lee." Though Connors was irked by the interruption of his work, he could hardly express his frustration given that this meeting was orchestrated by his employer. He managed to force a smile in response. "Hello, Mr. Lee. I am Curtis Scott Connors." H.Y.D.R.A, with no time for pleasantries, spoke directly, his urgency evident. Connors stared blankly at him, suddenly realizing that he was privy to something extraordinary. A wave of cold sweat drenched his shirt as he anxiously regarded H.Y.D.R.A. If he disagreed, would he be safe after revealing so much? Yet if he acquiesced, what would become of his arm, the very dream he had cherished? Connors closed his eyes in anguish, thoughts of his wife and children flooding his mind. Surely, an organization dedicated to safeguarding the world would not resort to silencing him. After a long pause, he clenched his teeth and declared, "I agree, but I have one condition. I wish to continue my experiments." Chapter 44. The emergence of a family. Very well, H.Y.D.R.A replied. Those two simple words fell upon Connors like a refreshing dew, inspiring a quiet sigh of relief within him. It seemed he was indeed dealing with a serious organization. Relaxing slightly, Connors extended his remaining hand to shake with H.Y.D.R.A. "All right then, I will join." H.Y.D.R.A grasped Connors' hand with a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, Dr. Connors, the organization will not let you down. As guardians of the world, we prioritize the welfare of our members, even those in logistical roles." As he spoke, H.Y.D.R.A ignited flames in his right hand, manipulating the fire to hover near Connors' severed arm. Initially, Connors thought H.Y.D.R.A was merely showcasing his power, but to his shock, H.Y.D.R.A hurled the flames toward him. The searing pain radiated from his amputated limb, causing Connors to writhe on the floor, drenched in sweat. He desperately sought something to extinguish the flames, but was immobilized by agony, his cries echoing throughout the laboratory. In profound suffering, Connors could not comprehend why. After his agreement, Adi would still seek to eliminate him. Was this merely a cruel jest before his demise? Just as he felt the edges of unconsciousness beckoning, the burning sensation abruptly ceased. Lying on the ground, he took a moment to recover, a surge of uncontainable rage igniting within him as he recalled his ordeal. Instinctively, he pushed himself up with both hands, his face contorted in fury as he advanced toward Adi, ready to seize his collar. Yet, just as a curse was about to escape his lips, he froze. He gazed incredulously at his hands, repeatedly caressing the newly grown arms, and after a considerable pause, Connors lifted his head to look at Adi with disbelief. Adi merely smiled slightly, stating, "Only with good health can one better serve the organization." Upon hearing this, Connors solemnly pledged, "I vow by the name of Connors that I shall never betray the organization. From this moment forth, the organization's commands shall supersede my very existence." Adi expressed his satisfaction with Connors' words, saying, "Excellent, Dr. Connors. The organization shall now entrust you with a task, to continue your research and extend it into the realm of medicine." Connors nodded emphatically, thumping his chest in assurance to Adi, "I understand. I will not disappoint the organization." "Very well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Remember to keep notes at each stage. I will check in periodically. Should there be any other tasks, I will have Mr. Osborn relay them to you." With that final admonition, Adi departed from the Osborn building. Why not wait until he transforms into a lizard man before recruiting him? Venom inquired, emerging from Adi's shoulder, his confusion evident. Adi started the car, responding, "There's no need, brother. The experience package is nearly complete, and we are not lacking a lizard man. Aside from the ability to regenerate lost limbs, the lizard serum holds little of interest for me. Moreover, I observed several different species of lizards among the experimental equipment, indicating that he has already commenced his research. I believe that in the near future, we will acquire the lizard serum." With that, Adi drove toward the address provided by Norman, heading to the residence of Otto Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus, a character with a Marvel official intelligence rating of 6. Time rewound to 8 hours earlier. Due to geographical differences, there exists approximately a 5-hour time lag between the United Kingdom and the United States. At that moment, London was cloaked in the embrace of night, the clock striking 11. The city was ablaze with lights, while the outskirts remained dark and tranquil, illuminated only by the moon and stars. A raven perched atop a towering edifice, surveying the sprawling metropolis. After resting for a while, it slightly tilted its head and took flight towards the outskirts, its ebony feathers melding seamlessly with the night, no longer reflecting the glow of neon lights. It soared across the street, diving into the forest, deftly avoiding branches, ultimately landing upon an ancient castle. To observe more clearly, it adjusted its position slightly, its dark eyes mirroring the scene within the castle. Inside the castle, a world of revelry unfolded, vibrant and intoxicating, with handsome men and beautiful women entwined. Moving to the enchanting music, the raven, captivated by the melody, began to sway in rhythm, but in the next moment, a slender hand seized it, and before it could cry out, it swiftly lost consciousness. The individual who captured the raven casually tossed it out of the window and turned to a woman clad in a maid's outfit, instructing, "Let such an occurrence not happen again." The maid bowed her head, responding, "Yes, Butler Cullen." The individual known as Kieran nodded slightly, his expression impassive as he turned to depart. The banquet hall remained a joyous paradise, undisturbed by his exit. However, within a chamber of the castle, the atmosphere was decidedly grave. A group of youthful and striking individuals gathered around a long table, seemingly engaged in deliberation. It had been over a year since Quentin's demise, and this meeting was convened to discuss whether to allow his foster grandson, Adolph Adolai, to join them as a member of the family. The man seated at the center of the table cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and spoke aloud. The woman to his right was the first to voice her opinion. "I dissent. While it is true that Quentin's foster grandson possesses remarkable talent and has substantially increased the family's wealth, he lacks our bloodline and remains an outsider. Moreover, Quentin was inherently rebellious. I have interacted with his grandson on several occasions, and he harbors no affection for the family. His gaze mirrors that of Quentin in his youth. Beneath a congenial exterior lies a ferocious beast. I propose we allow him to live out his days in the world. Yet we can send someone to ensure his lineage continues, and we shall raise that offspring ourselves. This would not diminish his contributions to the family." Her sentiments found favor among the others. In truth, had Quentin's grandson not been so exceptionally gifted, they would have preferred to sever ties entirely. They viewed such an association as a potential taint upon their pure and esteemed lineage. Observing the consensus. The man in the center refrained from further advocating for Adolph's inclusion and instead shifted his focus. Now, are there any young ladies among you who have just come of age and would be willing to undertake this task? At this, numerous hands were raised in eager response, each individual keen to present their daughters. Despite their misgivings about marrying their daughters to Adolph, the allure of his wealth was undeniable. Marrying off their daughters to him promised a future where, decades hence, his fortune would become theirs. Furthermore, since it would merely be a union with an illegitimate child, the implications seemed minor. The man, with his crimson eyes, observed the table of individuals boasting about their daughter's cleverness and hypnotic abilities, the scene resembling a chaotic market brawl. Very well, I grant you 1 month for preparations. In 1 month's time, I shall extend an invitation to Adolph in the name of Grandfather Quentin, requesting his presence at our family gathering in London. At that juncture, you may act as you see fit. Whoever succeeds will claim their prize. However, I must caution against excess. In these times, coexisting with humanity is paramount. Should anyone overstep, I shall have no qualms about purging our ranks. With that, the man transformed into a cloud of red mist and vanished. The assembly fell into a prolonged silence, their gazes shifting toward the woman, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother. As they looked at her with eager anticipation, she offered no further words, likewise dissolving into a cloud of red mist. The remaining individuals exchanged glances filled with ulterior motives before departing the room. After the crowd departed, the man and woman who had vanished reappeared in the room. The man swirled the goblet in his hand and took a sip of the ruby liquid within. It was rather unpalatable, having been stored for too long. You should inform Cullen to procure fresher supplies instead of relying on the hospital's freezer. The woman let out a soft hum as she settled beside the man. What's wrong? Are you still brooding? The man gently closed his eyes. I come to terms with it. I can't fathom what possessed Quentin to elope with that which of dubious origin. If he must run away, he could at least have left behind a child or two. Instead, he adopted one, making things easier for himself. It infuriates me. The woman reached out, caressing the man's face, her voice tinged with melancholy. Adolph is a good boy. How wonderful it would be if he were Quentin's biological grandson. The man grasped the woman's hand in reassurance. Do not worry, things will improve. Chapter 45, Photon Manipulation. Greetings, Dr. Octavius. Hello, young one. What brings you to me? Otto's tone was flat, resolute, and direct, clearly indicating his desire to avoid wasting time. In light of this, Adi swiftly conveyed his purpose to Otto. Upon hearing Adi's words, Otto stot momentarily stund. My goodness, are you truly saying all of this? Otto had encountered stellar projection before, yet adhering to the rigor of a scientist. He couldn't help but seek confirmation from Adi once more. His somewhat plump face was filled with astonishment, and his small eyes widened in disbelief. Adi produced a disc, presenting it to Otto, containing technology on energy from the Kree, composed of venomous insights. Of course, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Dr. Octavius, this is extraterrestrial energy technology. Otto accepted the disc from Adi, turned, and hurriedly approached his computer, eager to insert it for examination. After viewing the contents, Otto was utterly awestruck. His entire visage transformed into a round chart of emotions. Bewilderment, shock, admiration, and joy played across his features. Observing the fluctuations in Otto's expression, Adi cleared his throat and extended another invitation. Join us, Dr. Octavius, for the sake of our universe. Otto stood there, momentarily at a loss. He felt elated by the recognition of his talents, and contributing to humanity's advancement had always been his aspiration. However, when Adi mentioned inviting him to safeguard the universe, he hesitated. The weight of such a responsibility felt daunting. With just a brief glance at the Kree's scientific advancements, he grasped the profound complexity contained within. Moreover, the young man before him had generously included numerous annotations to aid his understanding, indicating that he had thoroughly mastered the technology at hand. Otto was a quintessential self-made genius. He had always excelled, rising through the ranks with his intellect. Yet, upon reaching a higher echelon, he discovered that heroes were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Stock, Osborne, Pym, and Banner, among others, are formidable geniuses, perhaps even surpassing him. As Otto was lost in contemplation, his wife approached and gently clasped his arm. He looked up to meet her tender gaze, recalling the cosmic crises that H.Y.D.R.A had just shown him. Otto slightly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then opened them wide, his expression towards H.Y.D.R.A revealing a newfound seriousness. There is an ancient Eastern proverb that states, "Under a fallen nest, how can there be unbroken eggs?" He knew he could not escape the cosmic crisis. To protect the universe is to protect humanity, a goal that resonates with his own dreams. Even grander than he had imagined. "I'm in," Otto declared, his voice ringing with conviction. H.Y.D.R.A nodded, smiling, "Excellent. Welcome aboard, Dr. Octavius." With the recruitment successful, Otto invited H.Y.D.R.A to stay for dinner, and they embarked on a series of discussions. It must be said, the genius with an IQ of 6 is indeed remarkable. During this time, H.Y.D.R.A introduced Venom to Otto, who was left in awe, though his gaze towards Venom was somewhat peculiar. As they were about to part ways, H.Y.D.R.A suggested that Otto move in with him. Upon learning that H.Y.D.R.A had an underground base fully equipped with experimental apparatus, Otto readily agreed, promising to pack his belongings and relocate in a couple of days. H.Y.D.R.A had no objections, as there was no rush. After bidding farewell, H.Y.D.R.A drove away. What are the plans next? Venom's head emerged from H.Y.D.R.'s shoulder, grinning as he inquired. H.Y.D.R.A, driving the car, casually played a tune and asked, "Are you familiar with Ms. Marvel? Ms. Marvel? I know her. What's up? You're not planning to steal the little girl's bracelet, are you?" Venom exclaimed. "Oh, come on, H.Y.D.R.A, that's just wicked." H.Y.D.R.A chuckled at Venom's startled expression. "I haven't fallen so low as to steal from a child. Besides, by my calculations, Ms. Marvel hasn't even been born yet." Venom, puzzled by this, asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" H.Y.D.R.A pondered before speaking. "I recall that Ms. Marvel's bracelet was originally part of a pair, yet she only possesses one. We can retrieve the other. The other bracelet resides on planet 418. It possesses remarkable abilities, capable of traversing time and space, enhancing our temporal capabilities." Venom nodded in agreement. "That sounds feasible. That bracelet is indeed potent and can unlock human potential, strengthening its wielder, somewhat akin to the Ten Rings." "Exactly. I envision merging two universes, and the bracelet's powers will undoubtedly assist us." H.Y.D.R.A's mind brimmed with plans, contemplating the likes of the extinction virus and the Hulk. Upon reflection, there truly are numerous treasures within the Marvel realm. However, without the requisite strength, these treasures remain merely a sight to behold. One could say that H.Y.D.R.A's fortune is exceptional, as his abilities align perfectly with the tasks at hand. Upon returning home, H.Y.D.R.A intended to greet Takura and Baki, but alas, he found no trace of them. Utilizing his spider sense, he discovered that the two were engaged in an amiable exchange within the underground base, their interactions vibrant and spirited. Considering that his visit would not take long, H.Y.D.R.A chose to forego notifying them. As time progressed, H.Y.D.R.A's mastery over the Ten Rings grew increasingly refined. He no longer required the preliminary act of shattering space to open a portal. He could now wield the rings with his mind to construct dimensional gateways directly, greatly enhancing his efficiency. Crossing through the portal, H.Y.D.R.A arrived on planet 418. Thanks to the divine constitution of the H.Y.D.R.A race and the cosmic energies, he had acquired the ability to thrive in the vastness of the universe. He surveyed the desolate planet before him, reminiscent of the desolate realm where the female Kree from Captain Marvel 2 obtained her bracelet. Indeed, it was a barren wasteland. Venom, ever the master of sarcasm, chimed in with a quip, prompting H.Y.D.R.A to tilt his head. "Of course, there are no birds in space, my friend." Venom turned sharply, narrowing his eyes at H.Y.D.R.A. "Are you attempting to tell a cold joke, H.Y.D.R.A?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, H.Y.D.R.A quickly added, "Well, perhaps not entirely. Considering the Marvel and Ultraman crossover, who knows, there might be a few lingering behemoths in the cosmos, right?" Venom huffed in response, "You've managed to pass this time. What's your next move? Digging slowly?" "Certainly not. I possess a more efficient approach," H.Y.D.R.A replied, shaking his head. He crouched down, igniting the abyssal flame in his right hand and placing it upon the ground. The violet-black flames rapidly spread outward from his core. Almost instantaneously, the entire planet was engulfed in flames, transforming into a blazing sphere. At the moment the planet became a fiery orb, H.Y.D.R.A lifted his gaze. A subtle smile gracing his lips found it. He raised his hand once more and clapped it against the ground, releasing a surge of flames that radiated outward, causing the very planet to tremble. The earth cracked like a spider's web, revealing a statue. Seizing the opportunity, H.Y.D.R.A employed his telekinesis to retrieve the bracelet from the statue. With the artifact in hand, Adi waved his sleeve to dissipate the flames enveloping the planet, scrutinizing the bracelet closely. It was a relic of the Kree. Shaking his head, he tossed it to Venom, who eagerly opened his maw and swallowed it whole. The power of the Abyss began to manifest, and Adi felt the surge of his newly acquired abilities. Opening time-space portals and photon manipulation, far more potent than I had anticipated. As he spoke, a cascade of violet-black energy began to emanate from his eyes and envelop his body, transforming him into a being reminiscent of Quasar. Venom, observing Adi's transformation, remarked, "You're starting to resemble that square-faced woman's binary form." Adi glanced at his hands. "No, I have not linked with a white hole. I am merely absorbing and releasing photons." Venom, unfazed, extended his tendrils and cheered. "So what? Let us try flying at light speed, partner." Of course. After Adi spoke, he transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring into the sky. "Woohoo! Can you go any faster, Adi?" "No problem. I have devised a new technique inspired by the light sphere transformation from Ultraman. Let's give it a try." As he spoke, a brilliant light erupted from Adi, intertwining to form a purple-black sphere that enveloped both him and Venom. They surged towards Earth at an astonishing speed, surpassing the speed of light. Chapter 46. The werewolf game begins. Player. Nick Fury within a spaceship in the cosmos. A young man with golden hair lay languidly in a hammock, idly counting the planets outside his window. He expected today to be just as uneventful as any other, but unexpectedly, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. A purple-black light sphere flashed past the spaceship, and the young man curiously approached the window. Yet the sphere vanished without a trace. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again, but still there was nothing. This left him questioning his sanity, and in a panic, he rushed out of his room, seeking assistance. "Courage! I must be losing my mind. On Earth, at Adi's home in America, woohoo! This is exhilarating," Venom exclaimed, waving his tendrils in excitement. Adi stretched his body, commenting, "The speed is adequate, but using a portal is still more convenient. Besides, it feels a bit noisy right now." Shaking his head, Adi performed a spell to isolate the influx of information entering his mind through the photons. "Oh, much better now." As Adi organized the information in his mind, his expression grew peculiar. "Oh dear, I just discovered that the old man's family is actually a lineage of vampires." Noticing Adi's odd demeanor, Venom inquired, "What is the matter?" "Oh, it's just a minor issue to handle," Adi replied, shaking his head. He utilized an illusion spell learned from Loki, merging it with photon control to create a photon clone. The two Addis exchanged a glance as the photon clone ascended into the sky. Watching it depart, Adi raised an eyebrow. "I have some new ideas now." Venom shook his head in agreement. "You always have a stream of ideas. What is your latest inspiration?" Adi turned towards the house, saying, "What if I were to inform that one-eyed fool about the plans of H.Y.D.R.A and the Skrulls? What would the currently hapless one-eyed fool do? Would he immediately summon Carol Danvers to cause a ruckus, or would he tread carefully, surviving the cracks?" Venom pondered for a moment. "I believe he would choose to tread carefully, surviving in the margins. The ensuing scenario would be akin to a thrilling battle for supremacy reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms. Let Nick handle H.Y.D.R.A and the Skrulls. It would keep him from bothering us, a threefold success." "You truly are a genius, Adi." Hearing Venom's thoughts, Adi wholeheartedly agreed. "You are absolutely right. Therefore, I am now prepared to find our dear Fury some tasks to occupy him, so he isn't idle all day." On the other side, the photon doppelganger arrived above New York City, swiftly locking onto a black van. Without any unnecessary movements, it harnessed the magnetic field to summon lightning, striking down upon the vehicle. A thunderous explosion erupted as the moving van detonated, obliterating the Skrull, disguised as Nick Fury within. After eliminating the Skrull who was en route to his home, the photon doppelganger utilized photons to receive information and soared towards Nick Fury's concealed location. Meanwhile, in H.I.D. safe house, Nick Fury was wearing headphones, conveying instructions to the Skrull impersonating him. However, as he spoke, a crackling sound emanated from the headphones, instantly alerting Nick to the predicament faced by the imposter. Just as he fell into contemplation, a voice emerged from behind. "Nick Fury, do you believe H.I.D. is the world's sole superorganization?" Without a moment's hesitation, Nick instinctively drew his weapon and turned to fire, but was astonished to find himself immobilized, frozen in place. The photon doppelganger stepped forth from the shadows, redirecting the suspended bullet towards Nick with a mere gesture, before leisurely taking a seat in Nick's office chair. Initially, the doppelganger intended to toy with some objects to elevate its presence, but was dismayed to find little of worth on Nick's desk. Left with no options, it used telekinesis to seize the handgun from Nick's grasp, which hung motionless in the air. A gentle flick from the doppelganger caused the handgun to disassemble into its individual components, which then floated in the air, assembling and disassembling under its influence until, seemingly fatigued, the doppelganger squeezed its hand. In an instant, the entire assembly of gun parts coalesced into a solid iron sphere, which then clattered onto the desktop. Raising its gaze to meet the immobile Nick Fury, whose eyes were the only moving part of his body, the doppelganger approached and gave a light pat on Nick's dark complexion. "Nick, do you realize there are ghosts in your home?" Initially perplexed by the doppelganger's words, Nick soon found an overwhelming influx of memories flooding his mind, details of the H.Y.D.R.A's Caduceus project and Skrull's harvesting scheme. These revelations sent chills down Nick's spine, as he was struck by the gravity of the situation. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.D.R.A. Merely the director of H.Y.D.R.A. How utterly laughable, the doppelganger declared before dissipating into a flurry of light. The paralysis on Nick and the bullet was lifted, causing the bullet to cascade onto Nick, hurling him violently against the wall. Thud! Coughing, Nick disregarded his pain and staggered to his feet, intent on dialing his satellite phone. However, just as he was about to make the call, he abruptly hung up, a dark expression clouding his face. At that moment, Nick could no longer trust anyone. Who was H.Y.D.R.A? Who was a Skrull? Uncertain whether the doppelganger had deceived him, he knew he could not afford to take any risks. His inherently suspicious nature rendered photon duplication as nothing short of a celestial weapon in Nick's eyes. In the Queens District of New York, the Life Evolution Endpoint Research Institute was initially constructed by H.Y.D.R.A merely to prevent the underground base from becoming insufficient. However, H.Y.D.R.A's ambitions have shifted. He now envisions transforming this place into a subterranean fortress akin to the Umbrella Corporation. What may have once posed a challenge is now considerably simpler for H.Y.D.R.A. He promptly conjured 10,000 photon duplicates to undertake the construction of the underground bastion, while his original self, in collaboration with Venom, delved into nanotechnology research, utilizing the already established facilities above ground. Through the monolith of life and time, H.Y.D.R.A elevated his own life tier to the limits of his current physique, enhancing his intellect and all other attributes to their utmost potential. After meticulously reviewing the vibranium research from Wakanda, along with the technologies of H.Y.D.R.A and Osborn, a blinding epiphany struck H.Y.D.R.A, compelling him to immerse himself entirely in his studies. As night descended, H.Y.D.R.A departed the Life Evolution Endpoint Research Institute and returned home. "Brother H.Y.D.R.A, Brother Venom," he greeted with a smile before drawing Chala aside. "What is it, Mr. H.Y.D.R.A?" Chala inquired. "Just call me H.Y.D.R.A. Can you reach your father now?" Chala, puzzled by the question, nodded. "I can." "That is good. Of course, if you cannot, it is of no consequence," H.Y.D.R.A reassured him, patting Chala's shoulder. "I was merely asking. By the way, would you like to return to your homeland? I have matters to attend to in Wakanda." Chala hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. I have been missing my sister. When shall we depart? I need to pack my belongings." "Now," H.Y.D.R.A replied, turning to the living room, calling out, "Bucky, Chala and I will not be home for dinner tonight." Bucky's voice soon echoed back from the living room. "Let's go," H.Y.D.R.A said, tilting his head as the 10 rings flew from his arm, conjuring a portal at his mental command. Stepping through the portal, H.Y.D.R.A glanced back at the bewildered Chala, urging him, "Hurry up." Chala stood in awe at the sight within the portal, which was unmistakably the royal palace of Wakanda. At the sound of H.Y.D.R.A's call, Chala snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Coming." He crossed the threshold of the portal and looked around, finally realizing he had indeed returned to the Wakandan palace, his expression reflecting a sense of wonderment. With a firm slap to his own face, accompanied by a resounding thud, he mumbled to himself, "This is not a dream?" Turning around, he found no trace of the portal behind him. Taking a deep breath, Chala's perception of H.Y.D.R.A's power was forever altered in that moment. Meanwhile, Chala secretly rejoiced that Wakanda had formed an alliance with H.Y.D.R.A. Otherwise, with H.Y.D.R.A's formidable powers combined with his spatial manipulation, Wakanda would have been utterly defenseless. Chapter 47. Vibranium Nanosuit as the current king of Wakanda, T'Chaka intended to extend the warmest hospitality to Adi, who had come as an ally. Their last meeting had been rather hasty, as T'Challa had lost consciousness. Regrettably, upon arriving in Wakanda, Adi headed straight to the Wakandan laboratory, and they exchanged only a few brief words. T'Challa and T'Chaka strolled through the technologically advanced corridors of the royal palace, engaging in conversation about their ally, Adi. T'Challa, what are your thoughts on Mr. Lee? Was our decision to ally with him wise? Reflecting on his recent experiences, T'Challa walked alongside T'Chaka and thoughtfully replied, Mr. Lee possesses the aura of a true champion. I believe allying with him is the right choice. Is that so? I trust your judgment. The father and son continued their leisurely walk through the palace, where the architecture harmoniously blended traditional Wakandan elements with futuristic technology. The exterior mirrored the majestic shapes of Wakanda's mountains, while the interior featured modern materials such as metal and glass. This perfect amalgamation of nature and technology created a distinctive artistic expression. As they walked through the corridors, it felt as though they were in a cozy cabin nestled within a rainforest. T'Chaka learned from his son about Adi administering the serum to him, and rather than feeling pleased, he furrowed his brow. Understanding his father's concerns, T'Challa quickly reassured him, Father, the serum Mr. Lee bestowed upon me is permanent, devoid of side effects, and cannot be nullified. Furthermore, it can be inherited by my descendants. The two paused and turned to face each other. T'Chaka placing a hand on T'Challa's shoulder and nodding. My son, I am proud of you. I believe Wakanda will flourish because of you. You will become a king greater than I. Meeting T'Chaka's increasingly clouded gaze, T'Challa solemnly nodded. I will, father. They locked eyes for a long moment, a smile spreading across T'Chaka's face as he embraced T'Challa's shoulders. Come now, my child. Your mother and sister have missed you dearly. At the mention of his mother and sister, a gentle glimmer appeared in T'Challa's eyes. Yes, father. Time slipped away silently, and 3 days passed in an instant. Adi and Venom had secluded themselves in the Wakandan laboratory for 3 days and nights, abstaining from food and drink, with no communication from the outside world. Before them lay a silver necklace, a mechanical arm, a flying apparatus, and 2 bracelets, one blue and one red. We have succeeded. Venom squinted at the floating equipment. Adi nodded with a smile. Indeed, we have succeeded. The vibranium nanosuit. Firstly, there is the necklace, which is unmistakably the classic Black Panther suit. However, Adi has added a unique touch by incorporating a pair of leopard heads on the arms, enabling the wearer to release sound waves or electromagnetic pulses, much like his sister. The mechanical arm is designed for Bucky, utilizing both H.Y.D.R.A technology and Wakandan advancements. Adi and Venom have synergized the strengths of both to forge it from vibranium. It can directly interface with its owner's consciousness, generating a white wolf vibranium nanosuit in a mere 2 seconds. Furthermore, the vibranium arm is equipped with an electromagnetic pulse cannon and laser weaponry, and it can even generate an energy shield capable of withstanding the explosion of a small nuclear bomb. Next is Harry's aircraft, which, after much deliberation between Adi and Venom, received only material enhancements and a layer of vibranium on its surface, along with the addition of some weaponry. These include sonic weapons, electromagnetic pulses, and lasers, albeit not overly extensive. Inside, it also houses a vibranium nanosuit, similar in style to Harry's current attire, but equipped with a tactical belt. Since it is intended for a dear friend, Adi employed nanotechnology to allow the aircraft to transform into a backpack when not in use. Upon activation, the backpack first releases the nanosuit and tactical belt before autonomously detaching to become the aircraft. Lastly, there are 2 bracelets prepared for Wanda and Pietro, both capable of generating vibranium nanosuits. Considering their abilities, Adi intentionally omitted helmets for both. Wanda's design resembles Gwen's spider-themed hood, while Pietro, possessing rapid healing abilities, is styled with a mask and goggles. The distinction lies in their colors, one adorned in red and the other in blue. Wanda's suit features additional aesthetic designs, giving the nanosuit a trench coat-like appearance once deployed. To be honest, had it not been for the film's portrayal of Pietro being shot, he might have deemed the vibranium suit superfluous. As for Peter, after a discussion, Adi and Venom unanimously concluded that a technological suit was unsuitable for Tobey's Spider-Man and decided to prepare an appropriate symbiote for him, crafting 4 nanosuits in 3 days. Even Stark would be compelled to pay homage, and Richards would have to serenade me. Venom, filled with bravado, had long harbored disdain for those 2, particularly Stark, whose foul mouth and unappealing visage hardly compared his own grandeur. H.Y.D.R.A waved his hand, storing the completed gear in a spatial compartment, stretched, and exited the laboratory. With the equipment complete and everything in place, only the final piece is missing. Let me ponder what our next step shall be. Ah, yes. The matter concerning the family, an array of vampires with inherently formidable combat prowess, though regrettably, few could be utilized. Venom extended a tendril, scratching his head in confusion, and inquired, "Why must we wait a month to go to London? We have no pressing matters at hand. Can't we go now?" H.Y.D.R.A shook his head, adjusting his collar as he began to expound his philosophy. "We must maintain a balance, my brother, and not be overly anxious. Learn to relax." Sensing that H.Y.D.R.A was about to launch into a lengthy discourse, Venom quickly interjected, "All right, enough. Stop right there. I understand. Let us pause the discussion. Someone is approaching." Upon hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A raised an eyebrow. "So you could just call for halt? Do I not have any dignity? This time, I shall let it go, considering the arrival of others." The two continued onward, only to encounter the hurriedly approaching Chala family. King Chaka smiled as he stepped forward, extending his hand. "Mr. Lee, Mr. Venom." H.Y.D.R.A grasped Chaka's hand in return. "Your Majesty." They exchanged knowing smiles, and Chaka joined H.Y.D.R.A's side, standing beside him. "Mr. Lee, we have prepared a banquet, and are simply waiting for your arrival. I kindly request that you and Mr. Venom do not decline. You must experience the culinary delights of Wakanda." Upon hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom's expressions subtly shifted. African cuisine? As seasoned food enthusiasts, their immediate thoughts turned to grilled monkey head and a chaotic stew. However, with Wakanda's advanced technology and the diplomatic nature of the banquet, it was likely that such rustic dishes would not be served. H.Y.D.R.A utilized photon reception to gather information about the banquet's offerings, and upon receiving reassuring tidings, he sighed in relief and replied with a smile, "Of course, I am also looking forward to the culinary treasures of Wakanda. I appreciate your efforts, Your Majesty." Delighted by H.Y.D.R.A's acceptance, Chaka laughed heartily, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for cultural exchange, and took the lead to guide H.Y.D.R.A. "Mr. Lee, Mr. Venom, please after you." As H.Y.D.R.A and Venom basked in the vibrant celebrations of Wakanda in New York's Hell's Kitchen. "Oh no, not again. Spider-Man and Batman have returned." A gang member shouted in terror upon spotting the two figures in the sky, only to be ensnared by a web that plummeted from above, shattering his bones under the immense force. "Damn it, those two wretched freaks. Run, everyone. Those super freaks are back." Panic ensued throughout Hell's Kitchen, as gangsters and drug dealers fled in every direction. However, Peter and Harry remained unfazed. During H.Y.D.R.A's absence, they had inquired about the Hand organization, and upon learning of its threats from H.Y.D.R.A, they promptly initiated daily cleanup operations, even shouting a resounding slogan, "To prevent the world from destruction." Chapter 48, The Fate of Failure. "Spider-Man, have you received any news?" Peter casually tossed aside a gang member who was completely oblivious, just as he was about to respond to Harry, when suddenly his spider sense alerted him. An explosion erupted behind him. Instinctively, Peter leaped into action, as time seemed to slow in his perception. In the midst of his somersault, he discerned the object that had attacked him, an armor-piercing shell. At that moment, Peter discerned the identity of his assailant, a fellow concealed behind a vehicle. In an instant, he made a decisive judgment, skillfully projecting webbing to seize the explosive round, which he then hurled towards his attacker. The ensuing explosion resonated with a thunderous boom as Peter landed gracefully. "Are you all right, Spider-Man? I heard an explosion on your end," came Harry's voice through the earpiece. Peter adjusted his headset and stretched his limbs, responding, "All is well, Batman." Harry exhaled with relief. "That's good to hear. Stay put. I'll come to you." Peter turned his gaze towards the burning vehicle, the orange-red glow standing out starkly amidst the darkness of Hell's Kitchen, where even the streetlights had dimmed. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a ragged little girl and a similarly tattered woman huddled together in a corner, likely mother and daughter. They were trembling, clutching their knees in the shadows. Without Peter's enhanced vision, he might have overlooked their plight. Moved by their desolate state, Peter fell silent, retrieving crumpled bills from his suit, money he had intended for a gift from Mary Jane, to shield the mother and daughter from any potential danger linked to him. He discreetly shot the money into their corner with his webbing. Harry arrived just in time to witness this act, shaking his head in resignation. He felt grateful to have a friend as kind-hearted as Peter, though he pondered whether Peter's generosity was perhaps a touch excessive. Hovering above on his aircraft, Harry whispered, audible only to Peter, I'm not quite sure how to address you. Peter shook his head, casting a fleeting glance at the grateful mother and daughter, whose joyful expressions elicited a goofy smile from beneath his mask. I think it's wonderful. What's wrong? Harry, hearing the mirth in Peter's voice, could only respond with a resigned shake of his head. You know, when you hand out a few dollars every day, do you realize what the people in Hell's Kitchen call you? Peter turned to Harry, puzzled. What? H.Y.D.R.A replied teasingly, Dollarmon. Is that so? Peter scratched his head, seemingly unfazed by the moniker. Harry, exasperated by Peter's reaction, chose not to dwell on his friend's philanthropic tendencies. All right, I placed trackers on the gang members. They're all gathered together now. Let us go. We might glean some useful information. Sounds good, Peter nodded, and the two brothers vanished into the night. After a delightful dinner in Wakanda, H.Y.D.R.A and Chaka formally established a strategic partnership. H.Y.D.R.A expressed his enthusiastic agreement, generously revealing several resource locations to Wakanda, allowing them to send teams for excavation. Once Wakanda completed the digging, H.Y.D.R.A would benefit, though it couldn't be strictly termed as free riding, as he was also providing technical support. With all arrangements in place, H.Y.D.R.A and T'Challa returned home. At this moment, Wanda and Pietro had already succumbed to slumber, while Bucky remained awake in the living room, engrossed in the footage left by Captain America. Observing Bucky's deeply sentimental expression, H.Y.D.R.A and T'Challa chose not to disturb him. They exchanged good-night wishes and retreated to their respective chambers for rest. Perched on the edge of his bed, H.Y.D.R.A gazed out of the window as Venom emerged from his shoulder, inquiring, What troubles you? H.Y.D.R.A leaned against the wall, sighing, I'm feeling a bit weary. Venom nodded, following H.Y.D.R.A.'s gaze outside. I share your sentiment. You have been exceedingly busy and deserve a proper respite. You've been running about without a moment's peace. While the body may not feel it, the fatigue of the spirit is difficult to alleviate. If only you could relinquish your conscience. Disregarding the lives of others in this world, you could merge with it without trepidation. Alas, you cannot become a villain, though neither are you a paragon. At Venom's words, H.Y.D.R.A chuckled softly, relaxing his entire being. You, my dear symbiote, truly understand me. How far do you think we are from our retirement plans? Venom extended a tendril to open the window, contemplating. Who can say? The multiverse is replete with countless matters. Perhaps we ought to revise our retirement strategy. Instead of secluding ourselves in the mountains, how about we embark on travels to appreciate the wonders of different worlds and savor their culinary delights? Oh, the mere thought is exhilarating. As H.Y.D.R.A entertained Venom's suggestion, a smile instinctively graced his lips. What a splendid idea. I find it rather promising. Indeed, Venom replied, basking in the praise, and H.Y.D.R.A, observing Venom's exuberance, recalled a film from his previous life. He proposed, shall we visit the seaside to witness the sunrise? Venom shook his head in response, and upon noticing H.Y.D.R.A's raised brow, explained with a smile, we have seen it before. Understanding dawned upon H.Y.D.R.A, and after a moment of silence, he inquired, could you recount our story? Venom nodded and projected images from his mind, narrating their past adventures as the visuals filled the room. The scene shifted to the following morning. H.Y.D.R.A, Venom, Uncle T'Challa, you're back. Upon arriving at the dining table, Pietro and Wanda were taken aback to see the trio seated there, exclaiming in surprise. Venom extended a tendril to pull out chairs for the siblings. Indeed, we have returned. Children, for a considerable time ahead, we shall remain at home. How has your time been, kids? The siblings exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, especially Pietro, whose recent experiences have been nothing short of extraordinary. Since the altercation, the following day had seen teachers approaching him to apologize, leading to a surge in his reputation. Now, he could be regarded as a formidable figure among the younger grades. As H.Y.D.R.A observed the sibling silence, he quickly grasped their academic circumstances. Although neither of them planned to pursue a career in technology, H.Y.D.R.A held high expectations for Pietro. Following Pietro's awakening of superpowers, his abilities would parallel those of Mr. Fantastic, allowing him to enhance his cognitive functions. This would endow Pietro with an extraordinary thought process, resulting in a formidable capacity for learning. I hope you both dedicate yourselves to your studies. Forming alliances merely illustrates your leadership potential. As long as you do not bully your classmates, I will not interfere. But there is one condition. Your studies must not suffer. Do you understand, children? Pietro and Wanda nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, Big Brother H.Y.D.R.A, we understand. H.Y.D.R.A nodded approvingly. That's good. Now let us eat. Seeing that H.Y.D.R.A had finished speaking, Bucky rose to ease the atmosphere and retrieved a letter from the bookshelf in the living room. Handing it to H.Y.D.R.A. I almost forgot, this letter arrived yesterday morning, addressed to you. H.Y.D.R.A. took a bite of his sandwich, accepted the letter from Bucky, and upon noticing the family crest on it, set it aside. Thank you, Bucky. No need to thank me. But aren't you going to open it? I don't need to look. I already know it's an invitation for me to attend a gathering in a month. Bucky regarded H.Y.D.R.A. with skepticism, prompting H.Y.D.R.A. to smile and offer the letter back to him. If you don't believe me, you could take a look. Is that appropriate? Come on, just open it. Bucky reluctantly accepted the envelope, opened it, and then looked up at H.Y.D.R.A. in disbelief. X-ray vision? H.Y.D.R.A. gave a mysterious smile, tilted his head, and took another bite of his sandwich. Indeed. Chapter 49. Hell's Kitchen. Mayhem in Hell's Kitchen. The streetlights flickered, emitting a soft, buzzing sound, casting faint shadows of people upon the aged walls. Bat Spider, how are you two? With a swift motion, T'Challa, clad in his nanotech suit, broke the neck of a red-clad ninja and promptly inquired about Peter and Harry's situation. Black Panther, we're fine, just encountered a minor issue. Peter and Harry kept their gazes fixed on a man in a blue bodysuit and a woman in a red bodysuit. A month had passed since they had placed the tracking device, and through it, they had gathered considerable intelligence. For instance, they had identified the individuals before them as elite assassins working for Kingpin. The man was known as Bullseye, and the woman as Erica. They relayed this information to H.Y.D.R.A., who, along with Venom, expressed genuine astonishment, reminiscent of a child's eye growth. However, as previously stated, Hell's Kitchen was intentionally designated as a training ground for novices by H.Y.D.R.A. If he were to join the fray, it would merely result in an overwhelming victory for him. What then would be the value of experience? Thus, H.Y.D.R.A., under the pretense of having other matters to attend to, informed Peter and Harry that he could not assist them, and instead directed T'Challa to them. This moment presents a perfect opportunity to enhance teamwork among the three individuals and deepen their bonds. Venom, adopting a lighthearted approach, suggested to H.Y.D.R.A. that he balance the combat capabilities of both sides. Upon reflecting on Venom's words, H.Y.D.R.A. realized the wisdom in this advice. Given that Spider-Man, who operates without a no-kill policy, is already formidable, the enhanced version of him would be even more so. Consequently, H.Y.D.R.A. refrained from providing the symbiote and the completed nanotech suit to Harry, instead entrusting the application of their abilities to the group. T'Challa turned to face Lady Gal, accompanied by a formidable cohort of 20 red-clad ninjas, and assumed a battle stance, revealing the razor-sharp claws on his fingers, his expression beneath the mask turning serious. As long as all is well, take care. I am encountering a few minor troubles on my end. We shall meet shortly. Understood, Commander. See you soon. After concluding the call, T'Challa sprang into action, resembling a black panther charging towards its prey, a streak of darkness hurtling towards Lady Gal. At the moment T'Challa launched himself, Lady Gal and her ninjas surged forward like arrows released from a bow. As the two sides approached within 10 meters of one another, they both leapt into the air. T'Challa's claws and the ninjas' weapons gleamed ominously, hurtling towards each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Peter and Harry, having ended their call, were on the brink of a fierce confrontation. Bullseye initiated the attack, unleashing a barrage of playing cards and blades. While Bullseye's precision was impressive, Peter's spider sense proved superior. He adeptly dodged to the side and retaliated with a stream of webbing aimed at Bullseye. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Bullseye swiftly drew his massive weapon and unleashed a frantic barrage towards Peter. Sensing the danger, Peter evaded with urgency, his spider sense alerting him to the lethal threat of Bullseye's bullets. On Harry's side, Erica lunged towards him like a specter, her twin blades glimmering menacingly. As Harry ascended in his flying apparatus, evading her attack, he flung two throwing knives in response. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with Venom, Harry felt compelled to make a remark. Hey lady, are you Goldfinch's lover? Or do you have a penchant for exposure? Running around in fetish leather at this hour. If you enjoy being exposed so much, why not just cover yourself with a few leaves? And, honestly, you don't look that alluring. Just look at how saggy your chest is. Lady, Erica exclaimed, whirling around to glare at Harry, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated each word with palpable anger. You little brat. Who are you calling a lady? Is there anyone else here besides you? Damn it. With that, Erica drew a dagger from her waist and hurled it at Harry, who tilted his head to narrowly avoid it, retorting disdainfully, Is that all you've got? Goldfinch must have very low standards if a clumsy lady like you could be a top assassin. Even the elderly men in nursing homes are quicker than you. And what's with your shaky hands? Are you suffering from Parkinson's? If you're ill, you ought to seek proper treatment, lady. Gazing down at the grim visage of Erica, Harry's lips curled into a smirk, his expression rife with disdain. Enough of this banter. Off you go to hell, you spandex-clad matron. As he spoke, 3 pumpkin bombs erupted from his hand, soaring in a triangular formation towards Erica, swiftly followed by Harry brandishing a machine gun to secure his position. Just as he believed Erica would surely perish from the impact, a cane shot forth from a nearby corner, striking the pumpkin bombs mid-air and triggering a detonation. The lethal strike was thwarted, prompting Harry to scan his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer through his enhanced vision, he was momentarily taken aback. Daredevil? Meanwhile, T'Challa was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Lady Deathstrike and her ninjas. He weaved through the throng of assassins, his claws slicing through the air, claiming a life with each deft movement. Lady Deathstrike, ever watchful, sought to exploit any weaknesses in T'Challa's defense. Suddenly, she formed intricate hand seals, chanting incantations that enveloped the surrounding ninjas in an eerie glow, intensifying their ferocity. Observing her limited abilities, T'Challa's body emanated a brilliant purple light as he slammed his hand against the ground, releasing the accumulated kinetic energy in a single, tremendous burst. The earth shattered beneath him, the force sending the nearby ninjas hurtling away. Lady Deathstrike was also thrown back by the sheer power, yet she adeptly regained her balance mid-air, executing a graceful flip before landing. Her gaze fixed on T'Challa, astonishment washed over her. All her elite ninjas had perished. What a farce! T'Challa, undeterred by her plight, seized the opportunity to strike, lunging towards Lady Deathstrike with claws aimed at her throat. With no time to ponder, she instinctively drew a long sword from her cane, relying on her years of combat experience to defend herself. Unfortunately, this proved futile. The vibranium claws crafted by H.Y.D.R.A were the same variety found in the original text. Utilizing Antarctic vibranium, a variant capable of liquefying other metals, including adamantium, T'Challa's claws sliced through Lady Deathstrike's sword effortlessly, advancing towards her form. Though fear gripped her heart, her centuries of combat prowess led her to react swiftly. Channeling her energy, she repelled T'Challa and fled without a glance back. T'Challa remained unperturbed, quietly invoking another ability of his suit. He lunged forward, mimicking a throwing motion, condensing the kinetic energy absorbed from Lady Deathstrike into a long spear, simultaneously harnessing his inner energy. With a whoosh, the energy spear detached from T'Challa's hand, transforming into a violet arrow that streaked across the night sky. Piercing through Lady Deathstrike's head, a splatter of crimson cascading to the ground. T'Challa stretched his neck, then leapt onto the rooftop, heading towards Peter and Harry to provide support. Hypocrite! Harry chastised the figure of Daredevil, who stood before Erica, his frustration palpable. Night Devil, chastised by Harry, found himself in a state of utter humiliation. Yet he remained immobile. His relationship with Peter was strained, as he adhered to a strict no-kill principle, viewing both Harry and Peter as wayward children straying into darkness. However, as time progressed, Hell's Kitchen began to flourish with Peter and Harry's influence, causing Night Devil to question his own convictions, pondering whether he had grown outdated, unable to keep pace with the changing times. On this particular day, Night Devil was at home, diligently organizing case files in an attempt to alleviate his troubled mind. Yet, when the sound of an explosion reached his ears, he could not resist donning his battle attire. Upon arriving at the scene and witnessing Erica in peril, he instinctively hurled his cane to shield her. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hands in a gesture of peace, addressing Batman. I believe we need to have a conversation. There must be some misunderstanding here. Harry, however, regarded him with disdain, consumed by a singular thought, his growing annoyance with Night Devil. It was no wonder that each time he and Peter attempted to clean up the chaos, Night Devil always intervened. Initially, he and Peter had thought of each other as classic embodiments of American superheroism. Now, he finally grasped the reality. They were all in cahoots. Who the hell wants to talk to you, you despicable little man? In Chapter 50, the strongest superheroes and supervillains of Hell's Kitchen gathered at H.Y.D.R.A's underground base, where H.Y.D.R.A and Venom lounged on a large sofa, snacks in hand, before a screen conjured by H.Y.D.R.A's photon control combined with magic. The screen displayed the ongoing battle in Hell's Kitchen alongside a game of Werewolf featuring Nick Fury. Venom, observing Nick's gaze that seemed to suspect everyone of being H.Y.D.R.A, burst into laughter. "Ha, that egghead is absolutely hilarious. Can you believe he actually drew blood from Coulson for a personal health check?" "Ha." Audie shook his head, chuckling at the absurdity of Nick's antics over the past month. Despite the amusement, Nick had undeniably demonstrated his prowess as the king of agents. In just a brief span, he had discerned several agents who were not affiliated with H.Y.D.R.A, including Maria Hill, Hawkeye, Coulson, and some veteran agents from the S.H.L.D. series. This revelation earned Audie a degree of respect for Nick, though he realized that moving against H.Y.D.R.A and the clandestine Skrulls would still be a formidable challenge for him. Turning his attention to the ongoing conflict in Hell's Kitchen, Audie scratched his head and inquired of Venom, "Do you think we've elevated Peter and their combat abilities too high? Their current prowess seems to be indiscriminate slaughter, lacking any real experience." Venom, glancing at the one-sided battle on the screen, manifested his tendrils and scratched his head. "It does seem that way. It feels rather uninteresting. If they don't encounter any setbacks, there will surely be significant problems ahead." Audie expressed his strong agreement with Venom. Although Peter and his companions had experienced a surge in their abilities, Audie felt that something essential was still amiss without the experience of challenges. After a prolonged contemplation, Audie suddenly opened his eyes wide, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, I have an idea." Upon hearing this, Venom eagerly leaned closer, inquiring, "What idea? Do tell. If the villains are lacking, let us enhance them." Venom's initial reaction was one of skepticism, questioning the merit of such an idea. However, his doubts dissipated as he beheld Audie transform into the form of Mephisto through illusionary magic. Venom burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, so that is how it is." The two shared a knowing smile before vanishing from their underground base with a photon teleportation. Shortly thereafter, in Fist Tower, Kingpin, who was watching the Hell's Kitchen surveillance footage, was suddenly confronted by an elderly man clad in a suit. Kingpin's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing like those of a wolf. Though he maintained a calm facade, his muscles tensed, and he was mentally poised for both offense and defense. Mephisto seated himself in the chair across from Kingpin, one leg crossed over the other, hands intertwined over his abdomen, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Gradually, he closed his eyes, and the office lights dimmed, allowing the pale moonlight to filter through the window, illuminating half of Mephisto's figure in the dimly lit room. The sound of a notebook's fan became notably distinct, the screen's glow casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon Kingpin's face. Abruptly, Mephisto opened his eyes, revealing orbs that seemed to burn with the fires of hell. Gazing at Kingpin with a knowing smile, he spoke in a gravelly, aged voice, "Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin. Your wife is Vanessa Fisk, and your son, Richard Fisk, is currently studying in Switzerland. You possess a rebellious spirit, brimming with self-awareness. Your father was a minor mob boss, tragically perishing in a gang conflict on the streets. At that time, you did not succumb to excessive grief over your father's death. Instead, this event deepened your understanding of the brutal laws of survival in society, igniting within you the ambition to establish your own criminal empire. Consequently, you engage in rigorous training daily, often sparring with elite fighters from around the globe, consistently defeating 10 opponents within 20 seconds. Am I correct in my observations, Mr. Fisk?" Gazing at the smiling old man before him, Kingpin forced a smile, placing his hands on the table to indicate he posed no threat. He yearned to act, but refrained, as he had heard his wife and son's names. "You're quite right, old man." Mephisto, pleased with Kingpin's demeanor, replied with a gentle smile, "Relax, Mr. Fisk. I have come to discuss a transaction with you." Jean Bing maintained a facade of forced smiles, respectfully stating, "Please, go ahead, sir." Mephisto feigned confusion. "Go ahead? Do you trust me so readily, Mr. Fisk?" Jean Bing nodded with a smile. "As the Underground Emperor of New York, I possess a certain audacity." Applause erupted from Mephisto, who remarked, "Indeed, you are truly the Underground Emperor of New York. I shall refrain from further verbosity. I wonder, Mr. Fisk, do you desire superpowers?" "Superpowers?" Jean Bing hesitated, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the screen of his notebook. His expression shifted to seriousness, eyebrows furrowing as he grasped the crux of the matter. "What must I sacrifice?" Mephisto grinned, his form shrouded in darkness, obscuring his features. Even the light that streamed into the room was devoured by this gloom, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. It is quite simple. Defeat Spider-Man and his companions. Jean Bing narrowed his eyes. You must be aware that those freaks are far too formidable. I cannot accomplish that. Do not fret. I shall grant you the power sufficient to vanquish Spider-Man and his friends. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Bing rose. Very well, I accept your terms. At the instant he uttered those words, an eerie laughter echoed around him, a chorus of men and women, old and young. Even Jean Bing felt an unbidden surge of panic. Sir? Jean Bing glanced around, searching for the source of the laughter, but found nothing. He intended to inquire of Mephisto. Yet the chair before him was devoid of Mephisto's presence. The contract lies upon the table. With blood as ink, sign it, and you shall acquire power. Mephisto's voice resonated. Growing nearer, Jean Bing lowered his gaze to the table, where indeed lay a parchment contract. The events of the night conjured images of legendary demons in his mind. But what of demons? He needed power. In a world teeming with monstrosities, only strength would ensure his survival. Without hesitation, Jean Bing pricked his finger, inscribing his name upon the parchment. At the moment he finished writing, crimson flames ignited upon the parchment. Jean Bing's eyes transformed into a fierce red, and his canines sharpened to points. Roar! Mephisto reappeared, having returned to H.W.D.R.A's underground base, as H.W.D.R.A dispelled his illusionary magic, reverting to his true form. I hope Jean Bing, that weasel, proves useful and does not squander the time I spent 3 minutes locating those vampires, H.W.D.R.A remarked, settling onto the sofa and stretching his neck. Venom emerged from H.W.D.R.A's shoulder, interjecting, You don't think Daywalker's power can truly confront Peter and the others, do you? H.W.D.R.A chuckled heartily. Rest assured, the vampires we are seeking are among the highest echelon of bloodlines. My vampiric lineage possesses a power that is distinct from the ordinary bloodline of vampires, having been enhanced through reverse engineering. Additionally, I wield the ability to control the power bestowed upon Kingpin. Thus, there is no need for concern. The fate of Kingpin rests entirely within our thoughts. Let us proceed. For the hour is late, and tomorrow we must journey to London to recruit new employees. Venom, upon hearing H.W.D.R.A's words, found them quite reasonable. The strength of the vampiric power is neither excessively formidable nor too feeble, making it just right for Kingpin, and thus chose to remain silent. However, it appears Peter and his companions might endure some hardships, though it is of little consequence. Chapter 51. A renewed spirit. Bucky officially joins the team the following morning. Bucky rose early, as was his custom, to prepare breakfast. Compared to other days, today felt significantly more relaxed. H.W.D.R.A and Venom had departed at dawn, boarding a flight to London. Chala was also absent, reportedly preoccupied with matters concerning one Otto Octavius, leaving Bucky to prepare meals solely for himself and the Maximoff siblings. The familiar sounds of cooking echoed from the kitchen as Wanda and Pietro descended the stairs, their hearts heavy with contemplation. They stealthily approached the living room, perching themselves on the back of the sofa, gazing at Bucky. A month had elapsed since H.W.D.R.A had made his appeal, during which time Wanda and Pietro had pondered extensively on how to rekindle Bucky's fighting spirit. They had even prepared an array of comforting phrases, such as, Uncle Bucky, you were merely under control, it was not your fault. If that failed, they had additional lines ready. We can accompany you as you express your apologies to the victims' families. Originally, they had intended to convey these sentiments to Bucky much earlier, but just days prior, during a conversation, they discovered that their nemesis, Tony Stark's parents, had been killed by Bucky's hand. This revelation stirred a tumult of emotions within them. How could they articulate their feelings? A sense of relief? Perhaps. But more so they felt pity, which was soon eclipsed by anger. How could they feel compassion for their enemy? They deserve to die. This is Stark's retribution. They endeavored to maintain a facade of cheerfulness, yet the inherent goodness within them rendered it impossible to smile. Experiencing the sudden loss of their parents overnight, they empathized deeply with Bucky. However, this emotional turmoil was fleeting, as their pity was swiftly supplanted by fury. Your parents are gone. Does that justify the destruction of ours? Having lost your umbrella, must you now tear away ours? Evil Stark. The siblings grappled with the oscillation between compassion and wrath until a few days ago, when Bucky shared information about Stark Industries. Upon reading that all weapons produced by Stark Industries were sold by Obadiah Stane, and that Stane had even violated company regulations by selling arms to terrorists, they fell into a profound silence. Indeed, not only do Wanda and Pietro wish to help Bucky regain his spirit and resolve, but Bucky himself harbors the same desire. Moreover, he seeks to eradicate the animosity between the Maximoff siblings and Tony Stark. That evening, H.Y.D.R.A not only conveyed a request to the siblings, but also spoke with Bucky. Humans are inherently emotional beings, especially heroes like Bucky, who possess a kind heart. Under the deliberate guidance of H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, over the past 2 months, they have treated one another as family. Having endured their own sufferings, both sides yearn for the other to find fortitude, to let go of the past, and to embrace life anew. Since learning that Wanda and Pietro lost their parents due to weapons manufactured by Stark Industries, Bucky has been determined to alleviate the siblings' resentment. Were it anyone else, he might have confronted the individual responsible, perhaps even tossing him into the sea to feed the fish. However, when it comes to Tony Stark, Bucky finds himself at a loss. On the same day, the siblings discovered the connection between Bucky and Stark, which incited their anger. Their initial reaction was to assume that Bucky was in league with Stark and that the information he provided was merely a ruse to deceive them. Following a harmonious month together, the trio ceased all communication after that day. As time passed, Wanda and Pietro's emotions gradually stabilized. Upon regaining their composure, the siblings sought confirmation from H.Y.D.R.A, who ultimately affirmed that Bucky's words were indeed true. This revelation plunged them into deep contemplation, leaving them uncertain about how to interact with Bucky moving forward. When Bucky finished preparing breakfast, the siblings quickly turned away, attempting to mask their earlier curiosity. Bucky entered the living room with a tray of breakfast, placing on the coffee table and setting down spoons for the siblings. A faint smile breaking through his otherwise stoic expression. "Eat up, kids." Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, biting their lips, and looked toward Bucky in unison. "Uncle Bucky." Upon hearing their call, Bucky looked up, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, and his smile became more genuine. "What's wrong, kids?" They simultaneously apologized. "Sorry, Uncle Bucky. We shouldn't have spoken to you so loudly that day. We deeply regret our words." Bucky offered a gentle smile. His deep voice soothingly replied, "It's all right, kids. I understand how you feel." They exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, Bucky broke the silence with a cheerful tone. "Let's eat, shall we?" Pietro and Wanda nodded, and after a while, Wanda raised her gaze to Bucky, her small face earnest as she addressed him. "Uncle Bucky." "What is it, Wanda?" Bucky inquired, curiosity piqued. Remembering the task H.Y.D.R.A had given her, Wanda suddenly felt this was an opportune moment. Admittedly, she felt somewhat awkward, but there was truly no better opportunity than this. Wanda took a deep breath, her hand instinctively brushing against her pocket to confirm the note from H.Y.D.R.A was still there. Biting her lip nervously, she said, "Uncle Bucky, I've been contemplating for a while, and I've come to a realization. The past is behind us, and the future has yet to unfold. All we can truly grasp is the present. We ought not to dwell on past regrets or be overly concerned about what lies ahead. As Brother H.Y.D.R.A said, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a divine gift. We must cherish today as we would a precious present. Uncle Bucky, I believe if Captain Steve were still alive, he wouldn't want to see you in this state of disarray." Bucky's lips parted slightly, Wanda's words striking him profoundly, evoking a torrent of memories that flashed through his mind like a film reel. The smiling visage of Steve, now departed, seemed to materialize before him, and he remembered his emaciated yet ever-spirited friend. This time, Steve's voice echoed in his mind. "Bucky, live well, carry on my spirit. Go forth, Bucky. I will always be by your side." "Steve, but I have failed you, just as you have." Bucky bent down, rubbing his forehead, momentarily overwhelmed with thoughts. The foremost being, do I deserve this? As a former assassin of H.Y.D.R.A, do I truly deserve redemption? He remained silent, yet Wanda seemed to perceive the turmoil within him. She earnestly replied, "You do deserve it, Uncle Bucky. In the eyes of both Pietro and me, you are worthy. Since the past is irretrievable, why not seek redemption by saving others? Is that not true, Pietro?" Wanda nudged the stunned Pietro, pulling him from his reverie. Yes, exactly. The impact of Wanda's words had left him astounded. Was it really Wanda who spoke such profound truths? It felt as though she had pierced through to his very soul. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she subconsciously touched the note from H.Y.D.R.A in her pocket, then gazed earnestly at Bucky. Uncle Bucky, the numbness on Bucky's face began to shift, and at that moment, a faint crimson mist began to envelop the air around them. Before Bucky could fully comprehend what was happening, The mist coalesced into the form of Steve. Bucky stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he beheld Steve before him. Steve nodded with a gentle smile. So conflicted, this isn't like you, Bucky. Has all your foolishness truly vanished? With those words, Steve dissolved back into the mist, but just before completely dissipating, he turned to Bucky with a smile, saying, "Go do what you must, Bucky. You now have new companions, and I am genuinely happy for you, my brother." Bucky felt a lump in his throat. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with newfound resolve. If H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were present, they would surely exclaim, "That's the look, the Winter Soldier's gaze, the Road Warrior. I understand now. Thank you, Wanda. I believe it is time for me to seek out H.Y.D.R.A. You two remain at home, and should anything arise, feel free to call me or visit the park residence next door." Wanda and Pietro noticed the subtle shift in Bucky's gaze, their hearts swelling with delight as they eagerly nodded in agreement. "All right, Uncle Bucky." "Thank you, children," Bucky responded, casting a reassuring glance at the siblings. He donned the black coat that H.Y.D.R.A had purchased for him, along with a mask and sunglasses. Exuding the distinctive cold demeanor of the Winter Soldier, he stepped outside, facing the crowd as he made his way toward the Research Institute. This day felt peculiar. Not only did the throngs of people approach him, but even the wind seemed to blow directly towards Bucky, although fortunately, the sun also shone upon him. Inside the laboratory, H.Y.D.R.A chuckled teasingly at the sight of Bucky standing before him, a sense of clarity washing over him. Bucky removed his mask and sunglasses, stating, "I've come to seek your assistance in crafting a glove to conceal my mechanical arm and a mask to disguise my visage." H.Y.D.R.A nodded, gesturing for Bucky to follow him. He led Bucky to a hidden laboratory, where he showcased the items left by H.Y.D.R.A. Once the footage concluded, H.Y.D.R.A, with a solemn expression, extended an invitation to Bucky. "James Buchanan Barnes, I am following the leader's orders to invite you to join our organization." Recovering from his shock, Bucky looked at H.Y.D.R.A and smiled faintly. "I look forward to your guidance, Prince H.Y.D.R.A." Observing Bucky's countenance, H.Y.D.R.A, despite the serious atmosphere, struggled to suppress a smile, responding, "Welcome aboard, Sergeant Barnes." Chapter 52. The appearance of White Wolf. Bucky and H.Y.D.R.A exchanged knowing glances, sharing a moment of laughter as the situation escalated. They were on the verge of halting, yet the sight of each other's faces prompted another bout of laughter. The sound echoed throughout the laboratory. As their laughter became uncontrollable, H.Y.D.R.A quickly interjected, prompting them both to regain their composure. Adjusting his demeanor, H.Y.D.R.A prepared to speak, but upon glancing at Bucky's face, he found himself unable to resist and turned away, snapping his fingers in a particular direction. Following H.Y.D.R.A's gesture, Bucky beheld a capsule-shaped silver instrument, approximately 2.5 meters tall, slowly parting down the center. A billowing cloud of white smoke erupted as the capsule opened, revealing a suit adorned with metallic arms and white gold patterns before Bucky's astonished gaze. Instantly captivated, Bucky stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the suit. "What is this?" he inquired. In response to Bucky's question, H.Y.D.R.A smacked himself to regain his composure, turning to introduce the suit. "This is the White Wolf suit, crafted with cutting-edge nanotechnology, primarily composed of vibranium, the same material as Captain America's shield. It can absorb energy for storage and release the kinetic energy when needed. The White Wolf battlesuit can be stored within the vibranium arm when not in use." Speaking of the vibranium arm, it has the ability to unleash attacks in the form of lasers, sound waves, and electromagnetic pulses from its palm. "This suit has been meticulously crafted for you by Mr. H.Y.D.R.A and Mr. Venom, who mentioned that once you regain your fighting spirit and rejoin us, I am to present the suit to you." Hearing this, Bucky pursed his lips, a smile escaping him. Did H.Y.D.R.A and Venom anticipate my return? Those two have truly calculated my every move. As he spoke, Bucky's tone grew somber, reflecting, without H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, I would be utterly lost. T'Challa, aware of Bucky's story, understood that words were unnecessary between friends. He placed a reassuring hand on Bucky's shoulder. "As long as we are together, everything will improve. Of it I am certain." Bucky nodded in agreement. "I feel the same." He then turned to the mechanical arm of the suit, inquiring with curiosity, "How is this metallic arm attached? Does it simply envelop my body like the suit?" T'Challa shook his head. "No. It involves removing your current arm and replacing it with this one, and I will be the primary surgeon." Meanwhile, in London, England, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom quietly awaited their ride at the airport after disembarking from their flight. "Why is no one here to pick us up?" Venom pondered. No, there should be someone. Through a psychic connection, they communicated. Damn it, those filthy bats dare to leave me. Venom waiting? How infuriating. Calm down, brother. Let us search properly. I'm here for Mr. Cullen. Our exchanges have always been with him. He is a good fellow, albeit rather taciturn. Many of my combat skills were taught by him. Ah, there he is. H.Y.D.R.A spotted Cullen among the crowd, holding a sign and wearing a single lens with a look of reluctant duty. Mr. Cullen, I'm here. H.Y.D.R.A called out, waving as he approached. Amidst the throng, Cullen, with his superhuman hearing, perked up at the sound of H.Y.D.R.A's voice, his eyes gleaming with renewed energy. He quickly waved back, eager to reunite with H.Y.D.R.A and escape the bustling crowd. Master H.Y.D.R.A, over here. The two successfully met and embraced. Long time no see, Mr. Cullen. Indeed, Master H.Y.D.R.A, as the only member of the family with a connection to H.Y.D.R.A and a foundation of emotion, Cullen was naturally assigned to welcome him. Cullen held no grievances about this. He had devoted his life to serving the Lee family, having watched over H.Y.D.R.A since his childhood alongside the family patriarch, Swindling, with whom he shared the deepest bond. Upon receiving the news of Swindling's passing, the steward found himself momentarily unable to stand. Perhaps it was the affection derived from his service, for now that Swindling was no more, Cullen shifted his concern for Swindling onto H.Y.D.R.A. As the luggage was placed into the vintage automobile, H.Y.D.R.A entered the vehicle, with Cullen observing him intently, missing not a single nuance. Noticing that H.Y.D.R.A exhibited no signs of distress over Swindling's demise, Cullen smiled with relief. Young Master H.Y.D.R.A, this is your first visit to the family estate, is it not? H.Y.D.R.A nodded with a smile, realizing that Cullen was the only connection he had to the family thus far. Cullen's smile had not waned since picking up H.Y.D.R.A. Although Cullen was delighted to have H.Y.D.R.A with him, as the family's trusted steward, he was aware of certain matters. Young Master H.Y.D.R.A, the family's invitation for your return is not merely for a banquet. The true purpose is to select a suitable young lady to become your wife. H.Y.D.R.A had long been aware of this, yet feigned ignorance as he inquired of Cullen. Oh, is that so? What if I do not find anyone to my liking? Cullen paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. If it were not for the fact that you, young Master H.Y.D.R.A, are of Asian descent, I might have mistaken you for the late Lord Swindling's own grandson. As he spoke, a glimmer sparkled in Cullen's eyes, as if he were lost in a distant memory. I recall several decades ago, young Master Swindling uttered similar words while seated in this very car, occupying the same position as you, and expressing the same thoughts. H.Y.D.R.A, noticing Cullen's slip of the tongue, chose not to interrupt, instead listening intently. Young Master H.Y.D.R.A, your temperament closely resembles that of young Master Swindling, yet I hope you will heed my advice this time and choose a lady from the family to wed. It would be for the best. After Cullen's words, he observed H.Y.D.R.A merely smile lightly, and he understood that his counsel had not been absorbed. With a gentle sigh, Cullen seemed to reach a decision. His smile faded, replaced by a grave expression, his tone filled with earnestness. Young Master H.Y.D.R.A, do you believe in the existence of vampires? Without waiting for H.Y.D.R.A.'s response, he continued, regardless of your beliefs, please trust me when I say this. I swear I would never deceive you. Though it may be difficult to accept, the truth is as follows, young Master H.Y.D.R.A. The family you are associated with is indeed a vampire clan, and I am a werewolf in service to them. To convince H.Y.D.R.A, Cullen's body swiftly sprouted white wolf fur, but he quickly retracted it to avoid frightening H.Y.D.R.A. As Cullen braced himself for H.Y.D.R.A.'s startled reaction, he waited in vain for a response, but H.Y.D.R.A remained still and silent. Young Master H.Y.D.R.A, Kieran was momentarily taken aback, thinking that H.Y.D.R.A had been rendered speechless by fright. He swiftly pressed the brake and turned to check on H.Y.D.R.A.'s condition, only to witness a scene that left him utterly astonished. A pitch-black head emerged from H.Y.D.R.A.'s shoulder. What kind of head was it? Long and pale with sharp, menacing teeth reminiscent of a demonic apparition. Even more alarming was the fact that this head could speak English. Hello, Mr. Kieran, good morning. Kieran found himself momentarily at a loss for words. H.Y.D.R.A turned his head and smiled at Kieran, saying, Mr. Kieran, have you forgotten that I have been diligently collecting ancient tomes? Most of them pertain to magic and sorcery, and you were the one who provided them to me. How can I not believe? By the way, allow me to introduce my partner, Venom. Chapter 53. Mr. Kieran parked the car in front of the castle, his gaze fixed ahead, hands resting on the steering wheel, his cold, stern expression now softened by an uncontainable smile. I'm truly happy for you, young Master H.Y.D.R.A. I believe young Master Swindling must be immensely proud of you. H.Y.D.R.A unbuckled his seatbelt and replied with a gentle smile, Yes, he always keeps that phrase on his lips. Thanks to him, I have built a formidable confidence. By the way, Mr. Kieran, have you considered my proposal? Upon hearing Audie's inquiry, Kieran smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. I would very much like to assist you, young Master Audie, but my master has shown me great kindness, and I vowed to protect him for life. Of course, should it be his command, I would never refuse. Is that so? Well, I suppose that's that. A note of deep regret colored Audie's tone. Kieran was, apart from Peter and Harry, the person Audie trusted most in this universe. Although Audie had anticipated Kieran's refusal, hearing it from his lips still left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Do not be saddened, young Master Audie. I assure you that, as long as you require assistance, no matter the distance or circumstances, I will always come to your aid. Kieran's voice was cool yet soothing. Audie often thought he should participate in a reading program or act in films, playing the role of a sage, imparting words rich with life experience and philosophy. A wandering poet or a wayfaring vagabond would suit him perfectly. I know, Mr. Kieran, you've mentioned it to me before. Kieran tilted his head and opened the car door. Indeed, young Master Audie, but I wanted to reiterate that this is the most straightforward expression of emotion among werewolves. At this, Audie raised an eyebrow, opened the door, and stepped out of the car. Stretching his limbs, he turned to Kieran and jested, I recall you telling me that this is a tradition of yours. Kieran shrugged and spread his hands. That is indeed the case. I did not lie. Audie chuckled, turning his gaze towards the villa and rubbing his hands together. You win this time. Let us proceed. I am utterly eager to meet the charming family of the old gentleman. Upon observing Audie's demeanor, Cullen, who had watched Audie grow up, could easily discern his thoughts. With careful consideration, Cullen advised, Young Master Audie, I implore you to maintain your composure. The Leaf family, unlike other vampire clans, does not harm humans. They procure blood through channels from hospitals. The children of the family are inherently kind-hearted, yet, as you are aware, to preserve the purity of their bloodline, certain understandings must be respected. Thus, I urge you not to engage with foolishness. Unable to restrain himself, Venom interjected sarcastically, Oh my, are you all indulging in internal consumption? Cullen hesitated, contemplating his words before finally conceding. Indeed, there are unions with other families, but due to differing ideologies, the Leaf family faces considerable ostracism. Consequently, there are very few families willing to ally with them over time. Venom, ever perceptive, seized upon Cullen's implication. Isn't that tantamount to inbreeding? Cornered by Venom's observation, Cullen furrowed his brows and, after much deliberation, resignedly admitted, Yes, Mr. Venom, you are correct. It is indeed inbreeding. Venom, delighting in the unfolding drama, jested, So, haven't you produced at least one Einstein? Surely not all of you can be simpletons. At this remark, Cullen glanced at Audie, and it became evident that their unspoken understanding had not waned with time. Audie quickly intervened. Enough, brother, let us not delve into the merits of inbreeding and genius. Let us not forget our purpose. Turning to Cullen, Audie continued, Let us proceed, Mr. Cullen. Rest assured, in light of your standing, I shall not harm them. At most, they will receive a lesson. Cullen nodded with a smile. I trust you, young Master Audie. Please follow me. The Master and others have gone to great lengths to prepare for your arrival. As Cullen led the way towards the castle, Audie glanced up at the blazing sun, quickening his pace to catch up with Cullen, and playfully remarked, Mr. Cullen, your dark humor has become increasingly sharp. Cullen, with a slight smirk, replied, Thank you for the compliment. I have always held that belief. The two soon arrived at a meticulously manicured garden, and Audie surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. The garden was exceptionally well maintained, reflecting the owner's dedication. One flower bed caught Audie's attention, a riot of blooms that, though chaotic, exuded a wild beauty that felt intimately familiar. This is the work of young Master Quentin, a gift he bestowed upon the lady decades ago, Audie acknowledged, fully aware without needing external confirmation or the passage of time. Indeed, Quentin was truly one of a kind. The news of his passing had left them all in profound shock. Yet, given his devotion to his beloved, choosing to fast in a display of such sincerity was, ultimately, not entirely unexpected. To me, Master Quentin resembles a character sprung from the pages of a tale. Magnanimous, untamed, and unrestrained, he epitomizes the ideal. Audie nodded, finding it hard to fathom that in the exuberant realm of Europe, this bold old gentleman had known but one woman throughout his life. However, Cullen's assertion was not entirely accurate. The old man and his wife indeed passed away in a state of innocent simplicity, having, during their elopement, magically dispelled the powers of witches and vampires. At that time, the old man had recounted his experiences as if they were mere stories, and H.Y.D.R.A, unaware of his vampiric nature, had genuinely believed these to be figments of his imagination. No wonder the tales were so richly detailed, as though he had lived them. H.Y.D.R.A had merely thought the old man possessed remarkable literary talent. As for Cullen's previous oversight, it stemmed from the fact that the old man's attire had been imbued with vampiric magic, a deliberate remnant left by him before he relinquished his powers. After a brief moment of reflection, the two entered the ancient castle, encountering several human servants along the way, who greeted H.Y.D.R.A in unison. He acknowledged them with a slight nod. These individuals were children adopted by the Leaf family from an orphanage. Cullen intended to escort H.Y.D.R.A to change into suitable attire, but he was taken aback when H.Y.D.R.A snapped his fingers, igniting his form in a blaze of purple-black flames. In an instant, H.Y.D.R.A was clad in a splendid suit. "You look remarkably handsome, Master H.Y.D.R.A, Cullen remarked with a glimmer of satisfaction. H.Y.D.R.A offered a faint smile, replying, "It is only fitting, Mr. Cullen." Bypassing the need for a wardrobe change, Cullen led H.Y.D.R.A directly to the entrance of the banquet hall. As they stood before the door, the smile vanished from Cullen's face, reverting to that of a meticulous, stoic steward. He placed his hand upon the doorknob, casting a neutral gaze upon H.Y.D.R.A, and in a calm tone inquired, "Are you prepared, Master H.Y.D.R.A?" Upon receiving a nod from H.Y.D.R.A, a flicker of amusement danced in Cullen's eyes as he pushed open the grand doors. With a soft creak, the cacophony within the banquet hall fell silent, all eyes converging upon H.Y.D.R.A standing in the doorway. The spectrum of gazes ranged from scrutiny to admiration and even desire. Through his superhuman hearing, H.Y.D.R.A discerned whispers suggesting that his robust physique promised fresh blood, and that perhaps a discreet sip in the bedroom would be permissible. Such murmurs were not in short supply. Scanning the crowd, H.Y.D.R.A.'s gaze settled upon a young couple. Through his photons, he gleaned that these seemingly youthful individuals were, in fact, the castle's owners, the grandparents of the old gentleman. With purpose, H.Y.D.R.A strode forward, intent on addressing matters with those who held authority. Yet, this approach stirred discontent among some of the younger attendees. Unlike H.Y.D.R.A, these young vampires had grown up together, and their shares had long been distributed. Suddenly, a notification arrived from the family elders, summoning all unmarried vampire girls to attend a grand soiree. Initially, it was presumed to be an ordinary gathering. However, upon learning the true reason, the young vampire boys erupted with dismay. A selection of brides was to take place. What would happen if one of them were chosen for my girl? A wave of imagined betrayal washed over the minds of many young vampire boys. They collectively resolved to oppose H.Y.D.R.A, who had intended to teach him a lesson at the soiree, only to find themselves completely disregarded by H.Y.D.R.A. How audacious! As their frustration mounted, the young vampires exchanged glances and dispatched a representative to confront H.Y.D.R.A. This representative was unlike any other. He possessed the greatest physical prowess among the younger generation, boasting an astonishing strength of up to 16 tons, a truly formidable force. Chapter 54. The Bloodline Banquet. The young representative approached H.Y.D.R.A, holding a goblet filled with red wine in each hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. If one overlooked his imposing physique that strained against his suit, they might mistake him for a gentleman. He was the adopted grandson of the esteemed Lord Curlington. Meeting H.Y.D.R.A for the first time, H.Y.D.R.A, perceiving the thoughts of the young vampires, held no particular concern, understanding the jealousy and rivalry of youth. With a smile, he accepted a goblet from the young representative. "Thank you," he said, as he gracefully moved past the young man toward the host of the castle. The young representative, feeling dismissed, was ignited by a flicker of anger and turned to seize H.Y.D.R.A.'s shoulder. However, to his astonishment, he found himself utterly immobilized. The sudden change left him bewildered. He attempted to alert his peers of the impending danger, but realized he could not even part his lips. In that moment, as he watched in horror, H.Y.D.R.A, with his back turned, snapped his fingers. Initially, the young representative was perplexed by H.Y.D.R.A.'s intent, but soon he realized that following the snap, he regained control of his body. "Thank you," H.Y.D.R.A said, approaching the couple who presided over the gathering. "How should I address you?" The trio clinked their goblets together, and the woman, with a gentle smile, replied, "He is Oliver. I am Bobby. You may address us as you wish, dear child." Nodding, H.Y.D.R.A took a sip of the red wine. Reflecting on the complexities of English, bemused by the notion that his great-grandfather's name was so directly linked to his own. How ludicrous, he thought. Once I acquire the chaotic powers from Wanda, the first thing I shall do is change the universal language of the Marvel Universe to Chinese. Shaking his head, he finished the wine in his goblet, setting it down on a nearby table as he turned his gaze back to the couple. Goodness, Grandpa Oliver, Grandma Bobby, have you heard of the Daywalker? The Oliver couple had been smiling at Audie, but the moment he uttered the words Daywalker, their expressions froze instantly. As a seasoned vampire, Oliver prided himself on his extensive knowledge and quickly accepted Audie's awareness of the Daywalker concept. Calmly sipping his red wine, a smirk returned to his lips. I recall Quentin mentioning that he never disclosed matters pertaining to the bloodline to you. Audie nodded slightly, casually reaching for the bottle of red wine on the table. He uncorked it and poured himself a glass, his tone laced with nostalgia. Some truths remain unspoken, yet they are still known. Oliver regarded the spirited youth before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he were gazing upon his rebellious grandson, renowned for his defiance. Unbeknownst to him, his voice had softened, contrasting sharply with his usual icy demeanor. Quentin has nurtured you remarkably well. Indeed, his guidance has shaped me profoundly. Without him, I would not be who I am today. Audie concurred, standing tall and glancing at Oliver's wine glass, gently swirling his own. Care for a bit? Certainly. Oliver raised an eyebrow, extending his glass toward Audie, who met him with the wine bottle. The garnet liquid flowed from the bottle into Oliver's goblet, and he sighed softly. You know, my boy, your choice of decorative wine mirrors Quentin's taste. At Oliver's remark, Audie subtly stiffened, filling his glass before returning the bottle to its place. Ah, so that's why I couldn't find the corkscrew, he remarked nonchalantly, feigning indifference. Is that so? After all, I was raised by the old man. Isn't it only fitting? Oliver remained oblivious to Audie's unease, taking another sip of his wine and continuing his musings. True enough, who among us resembles him? Yet, I genuinely cannot fathom whom he might resemble. None of us possess his level of rebellion. You know, his affection for witches is not entirely surprising. But this troublesome lad happened to fall for a gypsy witch. Goodness, I scarcely know how to address his choices. Audie listened quietly as Oliver vented about Quentin, having heard whispers of a tumultuous romance between the Marvel vampire and the gypsy witch. To delve into this matter would require tracing back to the time of Dracula, when he had yet to embrace his vampiric nature. Amidst his conversation with the Oliver couple, Audie also observed his surroundings, noting that the family was, on the whole, rather ineffectual. Only a handful of them were truly capable, while the others displayed glaring personality flaws. As the banquet progressed, Bobby discreetly elbowed Oliver, jolting him from his reverie. Oliver instinctively turned his gaze towards Bobby. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, he received a magical message from Bobby, instantly recalling the purpose of the banquet. Realizing he had squandered too much time, Oliver shifted his attention to Addie. Half of the time had already elapsed, and he deemed it unwise to let Addie engage in conversation alone. Thus, he decided to bypass the intermediary steps and act decisively. In a remarkably brief moment, Oliver made his judgment. He looked up at Addie and gravely uttered a statement that Addie had never even contemplated. Little Addie, choose one of the ladies tonight, and take her to bed. Compete to bring a child into the world soon. Oliver's earnest demeanor seemed genuine, and Addie, licking his lips, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, while the echoes of Venom's laughter resounded in his mind. He had previously claimed not to know whom Quentin resembled, but now it was abundantly clear. Addie shook his head in resignation, and upon seeing this, Oliver's brows furrowed, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. None of them to your liking? When Addie nodded in acknowledgement, the smile vanished from Oliver's face. With a cold snort, he admonished, your standards are rather lofty, much like your rebellious grandfather. I'm not here to negotiate with you. If you find none suitable, I shall select one for you. You will remain in London for the time being, and until that girl is with child, you shall not think of leaving. As he spoke, Oliver surveyed the assembly, selecting an exquisite young woman. You come forward. The chosen girl approached, trembling, and Oliver pointed at Addie, beginning to utter a sentence that suddenly caught in his throat. Recalling Addie's penchant for collecting ancient tomes and the name Daywalker he had spontaneously proclaimed upon their first meeting, a conjecture formed in Oliver's mind. To validate this hypothesis, he abruptly raised his gaze to Addie, his previously gentle visage contorting into a fierce expression. Before anyone could react, he lunged at Addie, only to be suspended in midair amidst gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Oliver, my grandson, I believe we need to have a discussion. Despite his frantic struggles, Oliver found himself immobile. Yet, upon seeing Addie approach, a smile unexpectedly crept across his fierce countenance. Quentin has indeed trained you well. Addie raised his glass towards Oliver. I have never denied it. As Oliver relinquished his vampiric powers, his once monstrous face softened into a comforting expression. You have immobilized me, rendering me powerless. Your magic has surpassed that of most wizards in this world. Such formidable prowess must surely free you from the constraints of mortality. No? Addie replied candidly. I regard Dracula as an insect. His voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly throughout the banquet hall, inciting yet another wave of gasps and commotion among the attendees. Oliver let out a chuckle, perceiving Addie's youthful bravado as mere folly. I understand now. Release me, child. I concede your strength is indeed formidable, but to be frank, you still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching Dracula's level. I have encountered Dracula, and his power surpasses our wildest imaginations. Addie pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. There was indeed a vast chasm between him and Dracula. Chapter 55. Getting back on track, Addie snapped his fingers, gently lowering Oliver from the air. He chose not to elaborate on Oliver's disbelief, trusting that time would unveil the truth. Although he had not explicitly stated it, Addie sensed that he had liberated himself from the shackles of mortality, allowing him to set aside the notion of finding a wife for Addie. Mortality was a lingering thought bestowed upon him by Quentin, a legacy he had once wished to pass on. After all, America was rife with freedom, and one must always be prepared for contingencies. Now, witnessing Addie's tremendous power, he felt a sense of reassurance. With a void in his heart filled, Oliver felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He placed a hand on Addie's shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face. Should you ever need anything, you can always turn to your grandpa, Oliver. Rest assured, Grandma Bobby and I will do our utmost to assist you. Though Addie was moved by the genuine affection of humanity, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Oliver's words. Observing Oliver's benevolent demeanor and his resolute promise, Addie suppressed a smile that threatened to break free and inquired, Really? Of course, I speak only the truth. In Queens, New York, Peter, how are you? Uncle Ben has come to see you. Ben's robust voice echoed from downstairs. I'm fine, Uncle Ben. And Harry, just come up. Peter grinned, propped up on his bed, one hand rubbing his back while the other used webbing to open the door, calling down. The sound of rubber soles against the wooden stairs echoed, halting abruptly as Harry's strong figure appeared at Peter's door. Hey, brother, how are you? With a swift motion, he closed the door, casually tossed his backpack aside, and sat down beside Peter's bed, patting his back. Peter buried his face in the pillow, mumbling, Don't say a word, I'm in agony. Thank goodness for my strong healing abilities, otherwise I would have been done for. Harry shook his head in disbelief, rising to retrieve the damaged spider suit from Peter's dresser. That scoundrel, Kingpin, dared to bury high explosives underground. He is utterly deranged. From the depths of his pillow, Peter's feeble voice emerged. Who could argue with that? By the way, is that kid all right? At the mention of the child, Peter seemed to revive, suddenly energized as he propped himself up, his face alight with eagerness as he gazed at Harry. Harry, witnessing Peter's sudden enthusiasm, playfully punched him. You shielded the explosion's impact with your own body, while the child merely experienced a moment of fright. Upon hearing that the child was only frightened, Peter let out a sigh of relief, his anxiety dissipating in that instant. With a simple smile, he gently patted his chest, murmuring, That is truly wonderful. As long as the child is unharmed. Observing Peter's expression of relief, Harry felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him, though he stifled his indignation. Adopting a tone as gentle as possible, he expressed his dissatisfaction to Peter. Hey, Peter, couldn't you consider your own safety before trying to save others? You always do this. Yesterday, I thought you were on the brink of death. Your bones were exposed, and I feared I might lose another loved one. Peter, taken aback by Harry's serious demeanor, struggled to find the right words and tentatively shared his thoughts. H.Y.D.R.A. That was the least harmful way I could think of in that moment for the child. Upon hearing this, Harry paused, a smile breaking through as he found humor in Peter's words. Ha ha, you idiot. I really want to give you a good punch, Peter. He had expected Peter to remain silent, but to his surprise, Peter looked back at him earnestly and replied, "If it will ease your frustration." Peter's candidness caught Harry off guard. He stared at Peter, pursing his lips, feeling as though he had struck a pillow. The room fell into a prolonged silence until Harry, unable to contain his vexation, exclaimed, "If you die, I will marry Mary Jane." According to his expectations, Peter would react with anger. Yet he merely gazed at Harry with a bemused expression and said, "Sure, if I were to die, that would be the best outcome. I believe you can take good care of Mary Jane." Harry looked at Peter in disbelief, searching for words but finding himself at a loss. A fire of frustration flickered within Harry, unable to extinguish itself nor find an outlet, leaving his face flushed as he paced back and forth in Peter's cramped room, his hands endlessly picking up and putting down items. Noticing Harry's agitation, Peter tentatively spoke up. "Harry? What?" Harry snapped, turning abruptly at the sound of Peter's voice. Peter, with a smile on his face, inquired, "Was the boy severely frightened?" "Damn it!" Harry exclaimed, collapsing onto the edge of Peter's bed, his hands clutching his head as he raked through his hair. "The child is fine. I heard he also lives in Queens. His mother took him to Midtown for a day out, and when they were heading home, they got separated by the crowd, which is how he ended up in our battle zone. Apparently, his father is a soldier." Harry shared what he knew with Peter, his impatience evident. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up as he erupted in anger. "What frustrates me the most is that damn Daredevil. If he hadn't interfered, none of this chaos would have occurred, and there would have been no casualties. He and his lover have saved quite a number of people. Otherwise, I would have certainly stuffed a pumpkin bomb into the mouth of that infatuated fool, sending him and that one called Bullseye straight to hell." Observing Harry's fierce demeanor, Peter offered some words of solace. "It's all right, Harry. No casualties, that's what matters." Harry turned and shot Peter an exasperated glance, muttering, "You seem rather unconcerned. Do you know what the Hornet Daily is saying about us? They claim this explosion was a terrorist attack orchestrated by Spider-Man." How does it feel at the Life Evolution Endpoint Research Institute?" Chala removed his lab coat and adjusted the lighting, inquiring about Bucky, who was lying on the operating table. Bucky opened his eyes, stretched his brow, and sat up, moving his newly attached vibranium arm. He lowered his gaze to inspect his pristine limb, furrowing his brow once more. "Doesn't he feel as responsive as before?" Chala approached, tapping the mechanical arm with his finger, offering his professional assessment. "The anesthesia has not yet worn off." As Chala turned to tidy up the surgical table, Bucky looked up, his expression incredulous. "Did you give me anesthesia?" "What?" His words caused Chala, who was organizing the surgical instruments, to pause, glancing at Otto, who was also arranging equipment. "Mr. Otto, did you not administer anesthesia to him?" Otto turned, bewildered by Chala's inquiry. "I saw him lying there, eyes closed and utterly still. I assumed you had given him anesthesia." Otto and Chala exchanged glances, ultimately directing their focus back to Bucky. Under Bucky's scrutinizing gaze, Chala spoke earnestly. "The reason you feel less responsive is due to the excessive pain from the previous surgery, which has triggered your body's defense mechanism, diminishing your nervous system sensitivity. Rest assured, this is a normal phenomenon and will soon resolve." As comrades on the same front, Otto seized the moment to pat Bucky's shoulder, gazing at him with admiration. "Sergeant Barnes, you truly embody the spirit of a hero from World War II, the most reliable companion of Captain America. Undergoing surgery without anesthesia and remaining silent, you are a true man." Bucky descended from the surgical table, his gaze shifting between Chala and Otto, his expression stoic as he buzzed. "If this were decades ago, I would have sent both of you to a military tribunal, leaving you with naught but a fig leaf or a moldy pair of shorts." With that, Bucky exited the operating room, leaving Otto and Chala to exchange bewildered glances. "It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Dr. Otto." Chala extended his hand to Otto. After a moment's hesitation, Otto confirmed there was no malice intended, and a smile broke on his face as he grasped Chala's hand. "Likewise, you have imparted invaluable knowledge to me, Dr. Chala." Chapter 56, Bucky and Oddie. The serum of the Daywalker as night enveloped the world. Oddie returned home to find Wanda and Pietro already fast asleep. Only Bucky remained alone, seated on the couch in the living room, lost in his thoughts. "Welcome home," Oddie Venom greeted. A smile graced Oddie's face as he approached Bucky and took a seat beside him. It filled Oddie with joy to see Bucky in a state of improvement. This was the outcome he had longed for. "We are becoming more like a true family. Bucky, how is the new arm? Is it functioning well?" Venom emerged from Audie's shoulder, extending a tendril to poke at Bucky's vibranium arm. Fortunately, Audie had the foresight to replace the couch's material with a new, durable substance. Otherwise, given Bucky's current weight, this home would hardly accommodate him. Bucky smiled faintly, flexing his vibranium arm, and teasingly remarked in his characteristic deep voice, "When it comes to weight, I cannot compete with you, Audie." Venom dismissed Bucky's words with a scoff. "That's quite normal. A denser body naturally weighs more. But can you generate a force field using magnetism like we can?" Bucky pouted and tilted his head, adopting a comically distressed expression. "Well, I cannot do that." "Then that settles it," Venom proclaimed triumphantly, resembling a victorious peacock, which elicited laughter from both Audie and Bucky. As Bucky observed the proud Venom, alongside Audie's frequently upward-curving smile, his own expression gradually transformed. This time, it was not a mask of numbness or forced cheer, but a genuine, heartfelt, and enduring smile. "Thank you." Audie placed a hand on Bucky's shoulder, giving him a gentle shake. "No need for thanks, Bucky the caretaker." Bucky replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. "No, truly, Audie. We should not dwell on the past or be overly anxious about the future. Those words were conveyed to you through Wanda, weren't they? I am aware, but do not underestimate the Winter Soldier's powers of observation." Audie reclined on the couch, adopting a casual demeanor, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" He chuckled softly. "Well, actually, I wanted to express that I knew you would know, but I still let Wanda relay it." "Do you know why?" Bucky looked puzzled. "Why?" Audie glanced at Venom, who understood the cue, mimicking Bucky's deep voice with feigned gravity. Venom spoke. "Because of identity, Wanda's identity is more suited to convey such sentiments to you." As Bucky fell into contemplation, Audie conjured 2 crystal glasses filled with red wine. Handing one to Bucky, Audie took a sip from his own glass. "All right, let's move on. What are your plans next?" "Don't speak. Let me guess. Destroying H.Y.D.R.A's base in Siberia? Good idea, my friend. This will be our organization's first true collective operation." Upon hearing Audie's words, Bucky shook his head and downed his glass of wine. "You are not discussing this with me. You are assigning me a mission. However, how did you come to know that I am preparing to obliterate the H.Y.D.R.A military base in Siberia? This, too, is one of your extraordinary abilities. Goodness, your powers are remarkably comprehensive. Is there anything you are unaware of?" Upon hearing this, Audie was reminded of the information he had received when he first acquired photon manipulation, albeit this revelation was rather explosive. In his previous life, Audie had always regarded it as mere folklore, yet in this universe, it had manifested into reality, prompting both him and Venom to share a hearty laugh. Glancing at Bucky, Audie commanded the wine in his glass to refill itself, then raised an eyebrow, feigning hesitation as he stated, "There are few things that elude my knowledge. However, I happen to possess a piece of information concerning Steve. Would you care to hear it?" Bucky exhibited no surprise at the self-refilling wine, as he had nearly grown immune to Audie's seemingly endless array of abilities. Yet, he was exceedingly intrigued by the story related to Steve, having rarely seen Audie appear so reticent, and given its connection to his friend, Bucky's interest soared to unprecedented heights. "Oh, it pertains to that fellow Steve, does it? Do share. I am eager to discover what information about him could possibly escape my notice." Audie nodded. "Very well. Do you know that Steve is no longer a virgin?" Bucky scoffed dismissively, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Please, I thought it was something significant." "So it's just this. I told you, what could Steve possibly have that I am unaware of? He is merely a brooding romantic." "Are you referring to when he was selling war bonds in 1943? I'm aware of that. He mentioned a rather beautiful girl who was his fan, reportedly attending every one of his performances." As Bucky finished speaking, he tilted his head back, ready to down the wine in his glass. Audie, observing Bucky's nonchalant demeanor, turned to exchange a glance with Venom, grinning widely, unable to contain himself. That girl later became pregnant. The child was Steve's, a girl. It must be said, the captain certainly has a way with women. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Audie's revelation, the wine Bucky had just sipped was promptly spewed forth, with most of it erupting from his mouth and a portion from his nostrils, transforming into 3 splendid cascades of red in the air. Cough, cough, cough. Ah-ha-ha. Venom, amused by Bucky's plight, erupted into laughter, then theatrically extended a tendril to pat Bucky's back. "Are you all right, Bucky?" Bucky set his wine glass upon the coffee table, taking a moment to recover before waving off Venom, and after a brief pause, lifted his gaze, adopting a look of incredulity directed at Audie. Are you serious? Adi shrugged. Of course, that fan later had another child, this time a boy. If we calculate the time, he is nearly 20 years old now. Unfortunately, that fan remarried. So the girl born from that union does not bear the Rogers surname. Oh my, that Steve is such an insufferable, brooding fellow. In response, Bucky found himself momentarily at a loss for words, trembling as he lifted his glass again, seeking solace in the drink to calm the tumult within. The revelation of his friend's lineage left Bucky profoundly shaken. However, as the initial shock subsided, it was replaced by a sense of relief and joy. A genuine smile began to blossom on Bucky's face. How could there be any greater delight than knowing that a part of Steve still exists in this world? Thank you. Adi was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Bucky would ask to meet the child. I thought you wanted to take you to see that child, he remarked. Bucky shook his head with a smile. Merely knowing that Steve has a descendant in this world is enough for me. I do not wish to intrude upon that child's life. Let the child continue to lead a normal existence. However, the knowledge I have gained today has only strengthened my resolve to protect. A normal life? Huh, that is quite an ambitious request, Adi replied, pursing his lips as he nodded. I must say, Bucky, your choice surprises me greatly. I believe it is time to entrust you with something significant. What? Bucky inquired. But Adi did not respond. Instead, he stood, tilting his head as a signal for Bucky to follow. Bucky felt a mix of confusion and curiosity. Adi had many intriguing things to share. The two made their way to the underground facility where the serum was administered. Beyond their focus on equipment, Adi had diligently pursued research on the serum itself. Over the past month, he and Venom had been investigating how to reintroduce the serum to individuals who had already received it. They also delved into the nature of vampires. Strictly speaking, vampires are magical beings, as Marvel's first vampire was transformed by a sorcerer wielding the Darkhold through the dark magic contained within. Yet, as seen through Blade's narrative, vampires have also evolved into distinctly extraordinary beings. This transformation provided Adi and Venom with significant insights, leading to the creation of the first batch of enhanced serum for super soldiers, known as the Daywalker Serum. According to Adi and Venom's calculations, this serum could endow recipients with abilities akin to those of Blade, yet without the insatiable thirst for blood. It would retain Blade's core ability to heal from injuries. Emerging stronger, bones would mend more robustly, and muscle tissue would become more resilient after healing. Unlike the heart-shaped herb and Super-Soldier Serum, the Daywalker Serum does not merely enhance, but rather grants new capabilities, thus avoiding any conflict. It could subsequently be administered to Peter and Harry as well. Chapter 57. The organization takes shape. Bucky surveyed the array of instruments in the laboratory, his eyes brimming with curiosity, especially when he caught sight of the injection chamber. His gaze nearly glued to it. After staring intently at the chamber for a considerable time, he turned to Adi, who smiled and nodded in affirmation. This can be considered an upgraded version of Captain America's injection chamber. However, you may find it unnecessary. Come, lie down here. Adi approached the wall and tapped the surgical table, gesturing for Bucky to take his place while he went to retrieve the needles. Given that Bucky was a super soldier with a metabolism far exceeding that of an ordinary human, Adi found a few 0.7mm needles on site. Venom, observing Bucky's apprehensive expression towards the surgical table, jested, "What's the matter? Is our Sergeant Barnes afraid of a little injection?" Bucky, his pupils reflecting the sight of the surgical table, shook his head. "No, it's not that. It merely brings back some unpleasant memories. By the way, where did this surgical table originate?" Venom pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps from Osborn. I recall Adi purchasing many medical instruments from the Osborn group." "Very well. I shall remember that name." As the two conversed, Adi prepared the serum by attaching the needle. "Lie down, Bucky. You may feel a bit warm. Even experience a sensation of tearing throughout your body, but do not fear. These are all normal occurrences and will subside in about half an hour." Bucky nodded and approached the surgical table, turning to lie down. Initially, he assumed that Adi would apply some antiseptic to his skin, then use a rubber band to constrict his veins before the injection. However, to his surprise, he merely caught a glimpse of Adi darting about. Before he could react, 3 injection devices had already been inserted into his arm, and with a swift motion, the crimson serum was injected into his body. "Hey guys, this feels like a joke," he remarked, noticing Adi. "I know," Adi replied, clearing his throat as he stepped forward to remove the syringes from Bucky's arm. In truth, it's not that sophisticated. This serum is quite unique. Its effects are gradual, so a simple injection suffices. Bucky sat up, rubbing his forehead, and complained, I understand and trust your expertise. But this process feels rather trivial, almost like a jest. At least put some effort into creating a sense of ceremony. I brought you to the lab for the injection. ISNT, that ceremony enough? You hold your expectations too high. Bucky. Audie shrugged, stepping closer to Bucky. How do you feel now? Bucky removed his hand from his forehead, attempting to sense the changes within himself. The subtle sounds in the laboratory became exceptionally clear at that moment. The hum of electricity coursing through wires, the various machines operating in the underground base. Additionally, the array of metallic and chemical scents in the laboratory became increasingly distinct. When Bucky attempted to open his eyes to look at Audie, he could only perceive a vague figure standing before him. What is happening? My hearing and sense of smell have significantly improved, yet my vision seems to have diminished. Disbelieving, Bucky rubbed his eyes vigorously. This time, he could see distinctly, but with that clarity came an overwhelming sensation of hunger and dizziness. This sensation transported him back to a World War II prisoner camp. Audie had anticipated this moment and presented a prepared nutrient solution to Bucky. Upon seeing the bottle, Bucky hastily accepted it, disregarding all else, and gulped it down. Oh, what an unsightly display. It resembled an addict who had long been deprived of their substance, suddenly receiving a meager donation. Venom, observing Bucky's desperate manner, voiced his thoughts, and Audie, noticing that Bucky had finished one bottle, handed him another. You always speak with such vivid and illustrative metaphors. Thank you for the compliment, but I am merely stating the truth. How could I not know the flavor of the nutrient solution I developed? It cannot even be classified as food or even something edible. It lacks any semblance of taste. Its texture is akin to fermented kiwi, soft, smooth, yet viscous. In truth, it resembles mucus. The color is green. I must commend Bucky. I acknowledge him as a true man. As Venom spoke, he reminisced about the time he had first concocted the nutrient solution, recalling that he had taken a tentative taste. Heavens, just thinking about it makes me shudder, he recalled, sticking out his tongue. To speak frankly, if one disregards the texture, this invention is indeed remarkable, for it is incredibly satiating while providing a substantial amount of energy necessary for life. Just one bottle can sustain a person for 3 days without any additional sustenance. After finishing the second bottle, Bucky placed the empty container beside him, breathing heavily. I feel exceptionally well. Audie raised an eyebrow. Shall we test your current strength? I have the necessary equipment. Bucky glanced down at his body. Having been frozen for years and only awakened when tasks required him, his physique had inevitably borne some residual effects. However, after the injection of the Daywalker serum, he could distinctly feel his body had become significantly more agile, with his muscles exhibiting greater vitality than before. Indeed, I'm also curious about my current physical state. An hour later, in the testing area of the underground base, Audie and the others reviewed the test results. Test subject, James Buchanan Barnes strength, 522 tons base strength of vibranium arm, 1157 tons speed, 1,934 meters per second jumping ability, 371 meters. An impressive result. More than doubling your initial scores, which will enable you to better harness the power of your vibranium arm. Indeed, if only your bone and muscle density were further enhanced, it would amplify the foundational strength of your vibranium arm even more. During the creation of the arm, Audie and I employed the most advanced technology in the world. Its hidden strength is far from simplistic as it currently appears, and it requires thorough exploration on your part. Bucky listened intently as Audie and Venom exchanged their insights. He harbored no particular demands regarding his own strength. Sufficient was all he sought, as he believed his innate power was already adequate. However, upon witnessing the formidable abilities of Peter and his companions, he found his perspective altered. After all, he could not afford to be the one dragging the team down. Could he? Bucky looked up at Eddie and Venom, yet words faltered on his lips. Aside from his mother and Steve, he had encountered 2 genuine friends who truly cared for him once more. How should I express my gratitude to you both? You have bestowed upon me a wholly new lease on life. Seeing the profound emotion etched across Bucky's face, Venom seemed poised to utter some sentimental phrase, but quickly interjected. Hey, hold up. You're not about to start crying and calling us daddy, are you? Goodness, that is utterly revolting. Just the thought of a long-haired, bearded fellow addressing me as father makes my skin crawl. I'd rather face down a slaughterer than endure such a scene. Bucky pressed his lips together, concealing his heartfelt feelings. Although he was unfamiliar with the slaughterer, he understood that Venom's words were far from refined. He composed himself. He too was averse to such sappy displays, preferring to keep certain emotions private. Damn you, Venom. You wretched lump of clay. I truly wish to toss you into a toilet and flush you into the Atlantic. Drink up? I feel the same way, Bucky. You long-haired sissy. Sissy, are you referring to me? As Venom and Bucky exchanged playful banter, Eddie observed quietly from the side, noting that Bucky appeared to be in excellent spirits. It was noteworthy that just 2 months prior, Bucky had exuded an air of languor reminiscent of a walking corpse, giving off an impression of being half alive. Eddie flipped his hand to utilize the recording stone gifted by Loki, capturing this moment. This would mark a promising beginning. He, along with Venom, Peter, Harry, Bucky, and Shala, formed the primary combatants. Wanda and Pietro served as reserve members, while Otto, Norman, Connors, and Cullen, whom he had recruited from his family, handled logistics. The initial team had been successfully assembled, laying a solid foundation. Now, it was time to expand methodically. What would be the next step? Ah, yes. Let the military base of H.Y.D.R.A in Siberia serve as the inaugural adversary for the nascent organization. However, before proceeding, he needed to recruit 2 more individuals. Chapter 58. Quentin, Carnival, California. The people here are bold, uninhibited, and brimming with primal energy, their thirst for excitement surpassing that of their contemporaries. Consequently, various carnivals began to emerge, with the Quentin Carnival shining the brightest among them. Oh, the sound of heavy metal rock reverberated through the air, the dynamic rhythms of the drums pulsating with emotion. On the open stage, the volume was cranked to its maximum, with several colossal speakers working in unison, allowing anyone standing nearby to feel the earth tremble beneath their feet. The entire area danced in harmony with the rhythm of the stones. The stage is alive with performers adorned with nails and oil paint, clad in spiked leather jackets and tattered jeans, as they thrash their heads in rhythm. Below, sun-kissed blondes donning exceedingly short shorts and tiny tank tops sway closely with brawny, bare-chested men. Colorful lights dance upon the crowd, harmonizing with the pulsating music, creating an atmosphere that leaves one parched. While the air is thick with the scent of youthful exuberance, have they all succumbed to indulgence? Venom muses, observing the couples entwined in fervent embraces. Adi follows Venom's gaze, seeing a man, much like a gorilla, violently tearing his clothing, letting out a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, a woman sensually undulates, exuding her allure. Adi calmly sips his cola, contemplating the essence of the age. I suppose this embodies the spirit of the American West. Oh, indeed. It's quite wild. Even that fellow Wade knows to tread carefully. Who knows? Perhaps this is the very reason Deadpool enjoys such popularity in America. Come, let's seek out our new member. Noticing Venom's disdainful expression, Adi shrugs and discards his empty cola can into a nearby bin. He turns away from the outdoor music spectacle, heading toward a circus-like tent nearby. The hormone-fueled rock performance pales in comparison to the true main event housed within the Grand Dome. What could possibly rival the exhilarating performance of the recently acclaimed, supposedly immortal stunt motorcycle rider, Johnny Blaze? Johnny! As Adi and Venom reach the audience, the crowd erupts in fervent cheers for Johnny Blaze, their voices overwhelming the rock concert outside. Many impassioned youths strip off their shirts, revealing painted images of Johnny on their skin. The girls are equally spirited, one emblazoning a letter on her chest, as they line up to spell out Johnny's name in jubilant celebration. Goodness, it is hard to fathom that at 30, this old chap, Johnny, still commands such admiration. It's utterly insane. Venom is taken aback by Johnny's popularity. One might mistake this scene for that of a super idol. Adi concurs, explaining the phenomenon. In America, one's appeal is not gauged by mere appearance, but rather by how cool one is. In simpler terms, it's about being quirky. Johnny, with his audaciously reckless bravado, is perceived as the epitome of cool. Indeed, the coolest. Is that so? Venom turns his gaze toward Johnny, who has commenced his performance. It's astonishing. Despite being merged with the vengeful spirit of Zarathos, Johnny has somehow become the Ghost Rider. Adi tossed the popcorn into his mouth nonchalantly and remarked, "Isn't it quite natural for there to be differences between alternate universes? Moreover, Each universe possesses a cadre of malevolent knights, which aligns perfectly with the narrative. After all, the malevolent knights form a collective rather than merely signifying a single individual. I observed the vengeful spirit within Johnny. It belongs to the same batch as the one Mephisto granted me. Though the distinction lies in the fact that Johnny's vengeful spirit is fused with a formidable demon, while mine is intertwined with the fallen angel, Satanos. Venom extended its tendrils, morphing into the shape of a telescope, and pressed it against its eyes. Ah, that Nicolas Cage fellow, truly remarkable, amused. I do appreciate Nicolas Cage. I wonder if he might unexpectedly unleash a heat ray upon me, or cover my face with black webbing. As Audie continued to munch on popcorn, he reminisced about the scenes where Nicolas Cage's superhero battled a colossal spider, pondering why villains are so often depicted as arachnids. Finishing his popcorn, Audie glanced at his phone to check the time. It's nearly time. Let us head to the back and await his arrival. With that, Audie transformed into a cascade of light and vanished. Strangely, those around him, including those behind him, remained oblivious to any irregularities, exhibiting no response, as if Audie had never existed at all. As the performance concluded, a middle-aged man clad in a top-tier rider suit and wearing a motorcycle helmet entered backstage. He strode toward a chair and, without a care, plopped down, removing his helmet to reveal the visage of Nicolas Cage beneath. Discarding the helmet, Johnny rested his hands on his knees, his head bowed in contemplation. His life had been riddled with failures. His father had passed away due to his premature demise, and he had parted ways with his first love. Initially, he had no desire to follow in his father's footsteps as a stunt motorcyclist, yet here he was, the finest rider of them all. "Huh, I'm more popular than you ever were, Dad. The cheers you longed for are within my grasp," he breathed. Rising, Johnny approached a red and blue Harley motorcycle, caressing its gas tank. It was elegant, his motorcycle, a name bestowed upon it by his father, a cherished memento. Recently, the demon that had forged a contract with him over a decade ago sought him out once more, claiming that if he could locate someone named Adolph Lee, the demon would restore his father's soul to him, granting him resurrection. Slowly, Johnny extended his hand to caress the gas tank of the motorcycle, his gaze vacant as he murmured, "I was deceived once. I shall not be fooled again. Yet I will find that fellow named Adolph, and I shall protect him." That old fiend awakened a power within me, a force more formidable than even Captain America. This will be my final performance. Will you take pride in me? I truly hope to hear you say that I am now qualified to ride with elegance. Johnny forced a smile, patted the motorcycle's fuel tank, dismounted, and prepared to pack his belongings and depart. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Johnny gasped, clutching his chest, incredulously gazing at the young man in black standing before him. Noticing that the young man made no further movements and merely smiled at him, Johnny attempted to compose himself, casting an annoyed glance at the young man before picking up a pen from a nearby table and extending his hand towards the youth. "How'd you get in here?" The young man remained silent, which left Johnny feeling somewhat awkward. "If you're unwilling to speak, then at least hand me something. I'll sign it for you. Consider yourself fortunate, as this will be my last performance, and thereafter, my signatures will be rare." The young man still offered no response, and Johnny sensed something amiss. Although the expression on his face remained unchanged, the intensity of his gaze grew increasingly grave, and his legs began to retreat slowly. "Are you all right, mate?" Just as Johnny was engulfed in suspicion, several of his colleagues entered the room. "Hey, Johnny, what are you doing here all alone? Weren't you supposed to be packing up? Alone?" The words of his colleague made Johnny realize the gravity of the situation. He abruptly looked up at the young man, only to find him maintaining the same expression, standing still without moving. His colleagues, though seemingly oblivious, subtly maneuvered to avoid the young man. Johnny swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. The young man's intentions were evidently directed at him. He needed to dismiss his colleagues to prevent them from being entangled in whatever was unfolding. While Johnny was engulfed in a mental tempest, the young man took a step forward and extended his hand. "Hello, Johnny Blazer. I am Adolph Adolph. Pleased to meet you." Chapter 59. Johnny Blazer joins the team. Adolph Adolph. What a familiar name. Johnny keenly realized that this young man was the very person he had been searching for and was supposed to protect. The individual he sought was right before him, exhibiting an astonishing power that left Johnny momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Johnny inadvertently glanced at his colleagues, only to discover they were frozen in place. "What is this?" Adolph smiled and clarified for Johnny, I have momentarily suspended their time. Rest assured, once our conversation concludes, I will restore them, and they shall remain unaffected. Hearing that his colleagues would be unharmed, Johnny felt a weight lift from his chest. What brings you to me? I apologize for my disarray. I initially intended to seek you out. Johnny's words tumbled out in a flustered sequence, prompting Adolph to raise his hand and gently interject, Allow me to speak, Johnny. Not offended by the interruption, Johnny recognized that his current state made it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Since he struggled to express himself, why not listen to what another had to say? Subsequently, Johnny encountered something that would utterly disrupt his worldview. Initially, he believed that the existence of demons was sufficiently shocking. However, the cosmic crisis revealed through astral projection and the myriad calamities recounted by H.Y.D.R.A made Johnny involuntarily swallow hard. Oh my God! Johnny found himself at a loss for how to express his feelings. He had thought demons were already extraordinary enough. Join us, Johnny, H.Y.D.R.A said, his face adorned with a smile from the very beginning, leaving Johnny bewildered as to how one could smile in the face of such impending cosmic disasters that sent shivers down his spine. Damn it, he didn't even understand why he believed what H.Y.D.R.A said. The atmosphere was remarkably quiet as Johnny pondered for a moment before looking up at H.Y.D.R.A. Do you know about my past? H.Y.D.R.A nodded and proceeded to share his own story along with that of Mephisto with Johnny. Johnny's expression turned to one of incredulity. My God, you actually toyed with a demon. This is simply magnificent. No wonder that old fool wanted me to find you, that bastard. Even the old beast has his day. As Johnny laughed heartily, the laughter suddenly morphed into tears as he staggered backward, leaning against his motorcycle and collapsing to the ground in despair. That bastard ruined my entire life. My father and Roxanne, that wretched demon. H.Y.D.R.A approached Johnny, crouching before him. Observing the man on the brink of middle age, he spoke softly, It's not too late, Johnny. I can nullify your contract with Mephisto and allow you to regain complete control over the power of the spirit of vengeance. I will take you to hell to liberate your father's soul. Johnny, in a moment of clarity, looked up at H.Y.D.R.A, his eyes filled with hope. Tentatively, he asked, Can you truly do that? I keep my promises, H.Y.D.R.A replied. Seeing the sincerity in H.Y.D.R.A's expression, Johnny composed himself and stood up, his eyes resolutely fixed on H.Y.D.R.A. Very well. As long as you can fulfill your word, I swear by the honor of the Blazer family that I will stand by your side forever. H.Y.D.R.A regarded Johnny's steadfast gaze. With his right hand igniting in violet-black flames, he placed it on Johnny's shoulder and earnestly said, Welcome to our ranks, Johnny. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Adolph H.Y.D.R.A, and this is my partner, Venom. Venom emerged in tandem with H.Y.D.R.A, greeting Johnny. Well aware of Venom's presence from H.Y.D.R.A's earlier narrative, Johnny greeted him with composure. Hello, Mr. Venom. Just as Johnny finished speaking, H.Y.D.R.A located the spirit of vengeance that resided within him. Without further ado, H.Y.D.R.A harnessed his power to eliminate the demon that had fused with the spirit of vengeance. With the demon's demise, the spirit was liberated, ready to seek a new host. Seizing the opportunity, H.Y.D.R.A employed magic to merge Johnny, the spirit of vengeance, and the residual power of the demon. Accompanied by a lamentable wail, Johnny underwent his first transformation. Gazing at the fiery skull before him, Venom inquired with curiosity, How does it feel? Johnny assessed his new form, intending to articulate a response, only to discover that speech eluded him. After several futile attempts, he resorted to conjuring letters in the air with hellfire, his entire being brimming with power. Is that so? Well, that's reassuring, Venom remarked, circling Johnny in observation. After a moment, he withdrew his head and H.Y.D.R.A, in turn, reined in his energy, explaining the timeline. 3 days. You have 3 days to acclimatize to your powers. After that, we shall venture into hell to confront Mephisto. Would you care to accompany me to the organization now? Our primary combatants are masters of martial arts, well equipped to aid you in mastering your newfound abilities. Johnny found no reason to decline, not even pausing to gather his belongings. He mounted the motorcycle left to him by his father and followed H.Y.D.R.A through the portal, leaving his bewildered colleagues behind. Where'd he go? Such a large presence. Vanished? Who's missing? Has Johnny already departed? In the realm of hell, Mephisto sat upon his throne, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, he sensed the connection between himself and Johnny weakening. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, conjuring forth the contract binding him to Johnny. only to witness it ignite in a familiar purple-black flame the moment it was unveiled. This provoked an immediate fury within Mephisto. Yet, the situation escalated before he could react. The ashes of the contract floated in the air, arranging themselves into a gesture of defiance. Before Mephisto could unleash his wrath, the ashes morphed again, proclaiming, "I've taken the human. What can you do to me, fool?" Thumbs up, then slowly turning it down. The words formed by the ashes lingered in the air for 10 seconds before disintegrating into ordinary ash, cascading to the ground. That day, the demons of hell once more heard Mephisto's furious cries. Adolph Adili. Upon returning home, Adi arranged for Johnny to reside in the Life Evolution Research Institute, introducing him to the others. "Oh my, it's you, the immortal Johnny." Harry and Peter instantly recognized Johnny's identity, for he was hailed as the finest motorcycle rider in America, his reputation among American youths rivaling that of a future basketball star. Johnny was equally surprised to find a fan among his future comrades. "Greetings, I am Johnny Blaze. You may simply call me Johnny." "Bucky, Chala," and others rose to greet him. Observing the camaraderie blossoming between Johnny and the others, Adi approached Cullen. "How do you feel, Mr. Cullen?" Cullen smiled warmly. "I feel splendid. Master Adi, I am delighted that you have befriended so many capable and like-minded individuals." Adi nodded as the two conversed for a while, until he noticed Bucky and Chala approaching him. "What brings you here?" Bucky and Chala exchanged a glance before turning their attention to Adi. Bucky spoke first. "It is this. Although Wanda and Pietro have not entirely set aside their animosity, Obadiah Stane is certainly no paragon of virtue. We discussed the matter, and you mentioned that Wanda and Pietro possess immense potential within them. Therefore, we would like to consult with you about the necessity of commencing their combat training in advance, to prepare for the future." Following Bucky's statement, Chala added, "Upon our observation, Wanda and Pietro, due to their experiences, exhibit a level of maturity beyond that of their peers. Thus, we do not foresee any inadvertent disclosures. Considering various factors, we both agree that even without the cultivation of their powers, combat training is indispensable for them." After a brief contemplation, Adi responded, "I concur with your thoughts. I have faith in Pietro and Wanda, and our time is limited. I will grant you 1 year. During this year, I expect Pietro and Wanda to proficiently master and integrate at least 2 combat techniques. Also, let us not forget Johnny. He is no less formidable than either of you, and, aside from myself, is currently the strongest in our team. Moreover, he must not shy away from rigorous training. I need to see significant improvement in him within a short period." Gentlemen, upon hearing Adi's requirements, Bucky and Chala exchanged amused glances and quipped, "It seems we are volunteering for additional work. Rest assured, we will handle it." Chapter 60, Blade, New York, a city of wonders, where superheroes and supervillains converge. Tossing a bottle into the street, one is more likely to strike a superhuman than an ordinary person. On the rooftop of an old building in Queens, Adi stood clad in a bespoke suit, facing a man in a black leather coat and dark sunglasses. The evening breeze swept by, yet the two remained silent, fixated on one another, creating an oddly eerie atmosphere. However, Venom's voice erupted in Adi's mind. "Are you two engaged in a duel atop the Forbidden City? And that guy is simply too advantageous, with his bright white teeth, perfect for night battles. Yet, it is Mahershala Ali portraying Blade. I had expected Wesley Snipes in the classic role. Nonetheless, I do quite admire Mahershala Ali. His performance in Green Book has somewhat shifted my perspective on black individuals. Overall, he seems to be a commendable person, though I am curious how his rendition of Blade will fare. Who knows? He appears to embody a clear sense of morality. He possesses compassion for the weak, yet remains unyielding towards sin. From the information currently at hand, he appears to be an unequivocal anti-hero." Adi and Venom engage in a meandering discourse regarding their perspectives on Blade. In stark contrast to the light-hearted exchange between Adi and Venom, Blade, though seemingly stoic, is drenched in perspiration and cold sweat. Blade possesses a unique, albeit inconspicuous, ability that is crucial to his character. Similar to Spider-Man's Spider-Sense, Blade's power enables him to perceive the presence of magic and supernatural beings in proximity, even allowing him to gauge their strength. Historically, Blade seldom employed this ability, but today is blaring an alarm. It feels as if the young man before him is a primordial beast or an inundating deluge. This sensation is peculiar unprecedented. Yet Blade comprehends that it is a sense of despair from which escape is futile and confrontation is insurmountable. This is the primal fear embedded within his very being. The young man standing before him embodies the most formidable entity he has ever encountered, unfathomably powerful and unparalleled. H.Y.D.R.A, having gauged the time and believing the intimidation has reached its zenith, solemnly calls out Blade's name, Eric Brooks. Upon hearing his name from H.Y.D.R.A's lips, Blade's pupils dilate, his heart races uncontrollably, and his breathing becomes erratic. Damn it! Blade curses inwardly, his rational mind urging him to remain calm. Yet his body is engulfed in relentless terror. H.Y.D.R.A is pleased with Blade's reaction. Since the last time he frightened Kingpin, he has discovered that this sensation of intimidation is rather enjoyable. Do not be alarmed, Eric Brooks, listen to me, H.Y.D.R.A says, lifting his right hand and slowly rotating it towards the sky. In that instant, Blade witnesses an unforgettable spectacle. Purple-black flames obscure the heavens, and colorful threads of power weave through, transforming into myriad screens. Through these screens, Blade sees much: the snap of demise, the Dark King, the zombie universe, the 6 Infinity Stones, the battle realm, the axis of good and evil, among others. In comparison, his relentless pursuit of vampires seems trivial. Utilizing stellar projection to unveil the crises of the multiverse, H.Y.D.R.A grants Blade a 5-minute reprieve. Join us, Eric, and fight for our universe. Oh my god! Blade swiftly removes his sunglasses, revealing his astonished eyes, which have been concealed behind the lenses. His previously stoic demeanor shatters, as he stares blankly at the ground for several seconds before delivering a swift punch to himself. Fuck, is this not a dream? Blade raises his gaze to H.Y.D.R.A, earnestly inquiring, is everything you said true? H.Y.D.R.A chuckles softly. I have no reason to deceive you, do I? Taking a deep breath, Blade swallowed hard and nodded, producing a business card from the pocket of his leather coat and handing it to H.Y.D.R.A. I understand. I am in, but you should know that I am on a quest to hunt vampires. When the organization requires my assistance, you may contact me through this number. After passing the card to H.Y.D.R.A, Blade turned to leave, only to be called back once more. Eric, do not be hasty. Vampires are hardly a formidable threat. Come with me to the organization first, H.Y.D.R.A urged. Of course, if you're truly eager to eliminate some vampires, I can assist you. That would expedite the process. Before Blade could respond, H.Y.D.R.A waved his hand lightly, and together they vanished from the rooftop. They reappeared in a nightclub pulsating with dynamic music and illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colorful lights. As Blade surveyed his surroundings, he instinctively reached for his weapon, only to discover that the patrons were enveloped in a strange purple-black flame. Even more bizarrely, despite the flames consuming them, the individuals showed no signs of distress. Not a single scream escaped their lips, and they remained utterly still. Lowering his hand from the hilt of his blade, Blade cast a perplexed glance at H.Y.D.R.A before rushing towards the flaming figures. After a brief exploration, he returned to H.Y.D.R.A, his eyes filled with questions. What is this ability of yours? He had observed that every individual was reduced to charred remains, dusted with ash. H.Y.D.R.A smiled faintly. The eye of judgment. It can discern and condemn those who harbor evil. Blade fixed his gaze intently upon H.Y.D.R.A's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he posed a question. Am I guilty? H.Y.D.R.A refrained from a direct answer. Everyone has erred, but it depends on the willingness to repent. If one's virtues exceed their faults, and there exists just cause, I believe such faults may be forgiven. However, this is not absolute. Each case must be evaluated on its own merits. Blade nodded in understanding. I see. Let's proceed. Of course. Welcome aboard, Eric. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Adolph H.Y.D.R.A, and this is my partner, Venom. Hello, Dr. Shelley, Blade greeted, though he was perplexed as to why Venom referred to him in such a manner. Greetings, Venom. I'm Eric Brooks. After a month of relentless efforts from H.Y.D.R.A's photon clones, the first 7 levels of the underground stronghold were now operational. The first and second levels served as defensive constructs. The third and fourth primarily catered to visitors. The fifth and sixth were designated training areas, and the 7th level was for habitation. Otto and his wife, along with Johnny and Chala, were currently residing there. Notably, there were no prison cells, as H.Y.D.R.A had not considered such a feature in his design. At that moment, in the training area on the 5th level, Chala was following H.Y.D.R.A's instructions, delivering fierce elbow strikes to Johnny, while Bucky was instructing Wanda and Pietro in the fundamentals of combat. Cullen was engaged in conversation with Harry and Peter, who were considered acquaintances. The two had met Cullen during their childhood visits to Audie's house to play. It was quite surprising to discover that Mr. Cullen was a werewolf. No wonder he told so many stories about werewolves when we were young. Listening to Peter's reflections, Cullen smiled faintly. Of course, how could one speak so knowledgeably without understanding? The trio conversed, and Peter and Harry learned much about the supernatural from Cullen. Likewise, Cullen gleaned information about Audie from the two. As the conversation flowed, Cullen shared one of his infamous cold jokes. Children, the term father was invented in the year 1500. Do you know what fathers were called before 1499? Peter and Harry exchanged glances and shook their heads. Just as Cullen was about to unveil the punchline, Audie's voice resonated from behind. That's a rather amusing cold joke, mister. Cullen. Cullen stood up, bowing politely to Audie. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Audie. May I ask who this is? Blade, Eric Brooks, a vampire hunter. Chapter 61. The Hell Dimension. Cullen reacted swiftly, trusting Audie. He turned to Blade, extending his hand with a smile. Greetings, Mr. Brooks. It is a pleasure to meet you. Audie had already briefed Blade on certain matters during their journey back, so Blade had some understanding of Audie and the organization. He grasped Cullen's hand and replied earnestly, Hello. Mr. Cullen, I have heard about you from the leader. Your deeds command my respect. Although Cullen was unaware of any notable deeds of his own, he recognized that smiling was the appropriate response. Ah, you flatter me. I am but an unremarkable pawn. The true hero is Mr. Brooks. In my humble opinion, those who disrupt the relationship between vampires and humans ought to meet their demise. Sensing that the two were about to engage in mutual flattery, Audie quickly interjected, All right, gentlemen, may I interrupt? I believe we have more pressing matters to attend to. Can we continue this later? Of course, young Master Audie, Cullen replied, stepping aside graciously for Audie, while Blade silently followed behind. Audie turned to the individuals who were training and clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please set aside your tasks. We are convening a meeting, and I wish to introduce a new member. Upon hearing Audie's call, both Chala and Bucky immediately ceased their activities and approached him, while only Johnny remained, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Observing this, Audie swiftly cast a restorative spell on Johnny and turned to Chala in surprise. Was that necessary? Chala shrugged. Isn't that what you requested? Moreover, I want to see just how formidable this person you acknowledged as the strongest beneath you truly is. Audie chuckled lightly. That is indeed a valid point. In the communal lounge, Audie introduced Blade, the Daywalker, Eric Brooks, a being of half-human, half-vampire lineage, now a new combat member of the organization. Let's extend a warm welcome. Audie initiated the applause, and the others followed suit, as he introduced Blade to each individual present. Upon hearing Audie's introduction, Blade felt a deep appreciation for the remarkable talents within the organization. With an African prince, a World War II veteran, hellish spirits, Batman, and Spider-Man among them, he, as a half-vampire, felt somewhat out of place. Once the introductions concluded, Audie stepped back, allowing everyone the freedom to converse and engage with one another. He then took a seat beside Wanda and Pietro. How are you feeling today? Are you adapting? Wanda and Pietro shook their heads, with Pietro candidly expressing that Bucky was being overly harsh, treating him as if he were not a child. Audie listened quietly to Pietro's grievances, showing no inclination to intervene. No one understood the impending crisis better than he did. The current training hardships were merely temporary. To comfort the siblings, Audie discreetly communicated with Bucky through telepathy to intensify the training regimen. After devising a training plan for Wanda and Pietro, Audie turned to arrange accommodations for Blade. At the door of his room, Audie handed Blade a vial of specialized serum and a disc. This serum has been specifically crafted for you. It will alleviate your craving for blood. The disc contains information about all vampire territories and gathering places across North America. Blade lifted his gaze to Audie, accepting the serum and the disc. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just rest well. After patting Blade on the shoulder, Audie turned and departed. Having ensured Blade's needs were met, Audie sought out Peter and Harry, who were training with Cullen, and led them to the laboratory above, where he produced the Daywalker serum. What is this? Upon seeing Audie unveil the serum, Harry and Peter exchanged puzzled glances. Venom, indifferent to the situation, swiftly manifested tendrils that bound the two, seizing the serum from Audie and injecting it into their arms. as Venom administered the serum to the two thrashing individuals. H.Y.D.R.A explained the serum's effects. Just as he finished, Venom completed the injections. "How do you feel?" Peter and Harry assessed their bodies and began to move. "It feels quite good, especially our hearing and sense of smell. It seems we've acquired that vaporization ability you mentioned earlier." As they spoke, both transformed in a black mist, disappearing from sight, only to reappear behind H.Y.D.R.A. "Excellent. Go find Mr. Cullen. He possesses extensive knowledge about vaporization and can certainly assist you both." With that, H.Y.D.R.A dismissed them, returning to solitude in the empty laboratory. The organization was progressing remarkably well. Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder, to which H.Y.D.R.A nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it has been remarkably smooth. The Pietro Rwanda organization has now assembled 9 combatants, achieving a commendable scale, truly worth celebrating. However, as fate would have it, tomorrow we shall descend into the hellish dimension, and I must admit, I feel a tinge of anticipation." As Venom spoke, he extended his tongue and emitted a sinister chuckle. H.Y.D.R.A offered a faint smile and conjured a cup of coffee with a wave of his hand. Initially, he regarded Mephisto with a degree of seriousness, perceiving him as a significant figure. Yet now, H.Y.D.R.A merely wished to declare to Mephisto, a mere peddler of insignificance. On the following morning, as H.Y.D.R.A opened the door, his gaze was immediately met by Johnny, who was eagerly awaiting on his motorcycle in the courtyard. H.Y.D.R.A tossed the breakfast prepared by Baki to Johnny, inquiring, "In such a rush?" Johnny accepted the meal and devoured it in mere bites, then patted the sleek motorcycle, lifting his gaze to the sun. "I have awaited this day for far too long. Damn that Mephisto, that wretched scoundrel. How dare he deceive me?" Observing Johnny's expression of profound enmity, H.Y.D.R.A exchanged a knowing glance with Venom. "Then let us venture into hell and deliver a resounding kick to that scoundrel Mephisto's behind," H.Y.D.R.A proclaimed, utilizing the 10 rings to open a dimensional portal, revealing the fiery realm before them. Without hesitation, Johnny revved the throttle, transforming into the Ghost Rider as he rode through the dimensional portal into the hellish dimension, with H.Y.D.R.A and Venom closely trailing behind. Just as H.Y.D.R.A and Johnny entered the infernal realm, Mephisto, seated upon his throne, abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, clutching his abdomen in a fit of manic laughter. "Ha ha ha! Ah ha ha ha! They have arrived! How dare they come! Ha ha!" With eyes ablaze, Mephisto gazed into the distance, where H.Y.D.R.A and Johnny, as the Ghost Rider, surged towards him at an astonishing speed. "Ha ha ha! Ah ha ha ha! Rather than fleeing, they dare to attack me? Ha ha!" Mephisto clutched his forehead with one hand while the other supported his throne, laughing so heartily that he could scarcely stand upright. His laughter resonated as sound waves, scattering with infernal magic, causing numerous unstable souls to flee in terror. Not only souls, but even the weaker demons were similarly affected. Do they truly believe that wielding 2 spirits of vengeance grants them the power to contend with me in hell? Mephisto appeared to be jesting at some grand folly, bursting into laughter once more before finally subsiding after a considerable time. "Dark-hearted demon, father," a pitch-black demon manifested beside the throne. Mephisto gestured with a wave of his hand. "Go, inform all demons not to impede those 2 intruders. I shall personally entertain them." "Yes, father." The black demon dissipated into a cloud of darkness, leaving the surroundings desolate. Mephisto's visage twisted into a grotesque snarl, his voice laced with malevolence as he enunciated each name with gritted teeth. "Adolph, Adolai, Johnny Blaze, and that accursed black symbiote. Since you have descended into hell, you shall remain here, and I shall ensure your torment is eternal." Chapter 62. A day tour of hell. H.Y.D.R.A soared through the air, maintaining pace alongside Johnny. When the moment seemed right, H.Y.D.R.A divulged the location of Johnny's father. "Go find your father. I will handle Mephisto." With that, the 2 parted ways, and as H.Y.D.R.A embarked on his solitary quest for Mephisto, a myriad of thoughts occupied his mind. He contemplated strategies for enhancing his team, factoring in the impending introduction of mutants. He could afford to disregard mind control and Magneto's magnetic manipulation, but his comrades could not be so cavalier. While mind control posed a manageable threat, encountering Magneto clad in vibranium armor could spell disaster. Only Peter and Wanda might remain unscathed. Although vibranium naturally resists electromagnetic forces, it still fell short in certain aspects. After a moment of reflection, an epiphany struck H.Y.D.R.A. he could create a sixth variant of vibranium by altering reality. This new variant would possess two distinct abilities: immunity to electromagnetic influence and the capacity to seamlessly merge with other vibranium types. Without undermining other capabilities, he could endow the vibranium with immunity to magnetic forces. As Adi assessed the feasibility of his plan, he realized it was indeed plausible, provided he did not produce an excess that might disrupt the universe. As for telepathy, Wanda and Johnny need not concern themselves, and Peter could be exempt as well. For the others, a simple enchantment on their armors would suffice. It was a flawless scheme. Next, he merely required fragments of the hellish dimension to bolster Johnny's strength, and he could excavate the unique resources of this infernal realm. While lost in thought, Adi navigated through the skies, his speed remarkable even without the velocity of light. The figure of Mephisto grew increasingly distinct in his line of sight. A sly grin spread across Adi's face, while cosmic energy faced substantial suppression in hell. Adi had more than one means at his disposal. In an instant, he transformed into his Venom agent form, activating the 10 rings on his arm, and surged towards Mephisto with tremendous speed. Adi could see Mephisto, and naturally, Mephisto could see him as well. Rising from his throne, Mephisto unleashed a deafening roar, summoning every ounce of his strength. Adolph! The next moment, Mephisto was engulfed in crimson flames, transforming into a scarlet streak that hurtled toward Adi. The collision was thunderous, sending violent shockwaves rippling outward, fracturing the ground and obliterating every demonic entity within a 100-mile radius, reducing them to mere wisps of smoke. Had Johnny not been shielded by the defensive magic Adi had previously cast, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Sensing the tremendous commotion behind him, Johnny couldn't help but murmur to himself, "I hope Adi and Venom are all right. I must act swiftly to assist them." Amidst the inferno and rocks of this hellish realm, violet-black and blood-red fireballs clashed in a stalemate, a smile gracing Adi's visage beneath his mask. Suddenly, the 10 rings upon his arm erupted with intense radiance, intertwining thunder and flames. With renewed vigor, Adi concentrated the rings together on his arm. Boom! Mephisto was propelled backward like a meteor, shattering his throne and skidding across the ground for thousands of meters before finally coming to a halt. "This is impossible." Adjusting his posture, Mephisto's face contorted with an expression of savage fury. Drawing upon the power from the depths of hell, he unleashed a torrent of hellfire from his mouth, the diameter of his breath rivaling that of the moon. Facing this onslaught, Adi did not flinch nor defend. Instead, he opened his arms wide, allowing the fiery breath to engulf him entirely, accepting the entirety of the infernal assault without missing a beat. Mephisto's eyes widened in disbelief. "What a joke!" Adi flexed his body, casting a disdainful glance at Mephisto. "The power of hell is magnificent. I shall play with an entire dimension as well." Venom acknowledged. The sword of the Abyss manifested in his hand, and Adi's form surged dramatically, soon morphing into a colossal figure towering thousands of meters, cloaked in violet-black flames. The voices of Adi and Venom resonated simultaneously from the giant's mouth. "Ku-ha-ha-ha, Mephisto, we shall gladly accept your power." Upon finishing, the giant raised the enormous sword of the Abyss high above, plunging it heavily into the ground. The power of the Abyss was thus unleashed, continuously transforming the hellish dimension, and the giant involuntarily displayed a look of contentment. "Ha ha ha! Indeed, the power of dimensions is formidable. Stop this at once." As the essence of the hellish dimension waned, Mephisto's eyes widened in horror. He scrambled to his feet, soaring towards the giant in a desperate attempt to halt the devastation. He had labored tirelessly to ascend to the throne of the hellish dimension and had invested an immeasurable amount of time to shape it into its current form. "Stop now." As he neared the giant, Mephisto gathered all his strength, coalescing it in the palm of his hand. This strike, harnessed through the authority of the Lord of the hellish dimension, possessed sufficient power to grievously wound a celestial being, given the vast soul energy it contained. Using it would leave him weakened for a time, which was why he seldom resorted to this attack. Yet, the situation demanded it. These two scoundrels were truly pushing their luck. Receive this. Feel the wrath of the Lord of Hellfire. To hell with you. Boom! With a powerful swing, the giant sent Mephisto hurtling like a kite severed from its string, transforming into a shooting star that soared backward for hundreds of kilometers. With a resounding thud, Mephisto crashed heavily to the ground. As fate would have it, the magical sphere he had conjured detonated, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud that rose to a height 4 times that of the giant. The giant waved his hand, dispersing the shockwave, and disdainfully spat toward Mephisto's direction. Time passed gradually, and the smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, revealing a pitiable Mephisto at the epicenter of the blast. He was utterly desolate, devoid of the imposing presence he once held as the lord of the infernal realm. His body was nearly obliterated, and his soul was in an even worse state. Were it not for his status as the ruler of the underworld, enabling him to draw upon its power to restore himself, Mephisto would have perished long ago. Please, I beg you stop. Mephisto trembled as he raised a hand, his gaze fixed intently on the abyssal sword plunged into the ground. Feeling the flow of infernal power, his heart twisted in agony, and tears of frustration streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Just as despair threatened to consume him, Johnny appeared, riding the hellish chariot alongside a man. H.Y.D.R.A and Venom understood, well, the principle of not harvesting the crop all at once, and they deftly extracted the abyssal sword from the earth, reducing it to its original size before bringing it to Johnny. Is everything settled? Johnny emerged from his state as the Ghost Rider and nodded. Yes, this is my father, Barton. The man seated behind Johnny leaned forward, waving to H.Y.D.R.A, his eyes filled with gratitude. Good day, sir. I am Barton Blaze. Thank you for taking care of my son. H.Y.D.R.A nodded and cast a spell of magic, effortlessly opening a dimensional portal with the 10 rings. This is not a place for conversation. Let us depart. Very well. The group traversed the dimensional portal, leaving the infernal realm behind. As Mephisto sensed their departure, the sorrow and despair on his face gradually morphed into hatred. He clenched his teeth, fists tightening in fury. Adolph, H.Y.D.R.A. Meanwhile, back on Earth, H.Y.D.R.A and his companions materialized within the Life Evolution Research Institute. H.Y.D.R.A resolved to grant the remaining time to this father-son duo who had transcended death. After all, Barton was a deceased individual and could not linger in the mortal realm for long. Once the time elapsed, free from Mephisto's interference, Barton's soul would be guided to the afterlife by heavenly forces. Gentlemen, it is now 12:30. You have only 24 hours. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out. You know my number, brother. H.Y.D.R.A winked and turned to depart. Watching H.Y.D.R.A's retreating figure, Barton turned and smiled at Johnny. You have made a wonderful friend, my son. Johnny felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening and his nose tingling with unshed tears. How many years has it been since he last heard his father's voice? Perhaps only heaven knows, for he has long since grown numb to the passage of time. Yes, Father, from this day forth, he shall be known as Johnny Blazer's brother. Chapter 63. The Blazer father and son Burton gently patted Johnny's shoulder. Do not dwell in sorrow. My son, come, share with me how you have fared these past years. By the way, do you have a cigarette? I could use one. I haven't had a single smoke in 13 years in hell. Johnny sniffed, gathering his emotions, and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, specifically purchased with his father in mind, for he remembered well that his father favored this brand. The factory producing these cigarettes had long since shuttered, and it took him considerable time to procure them from an old smoker, costing him nearly $5,000. Burton paused, taken aback by the sight of the cigarettes in Johnny's hand, before regaining his composure and accepting the cigarette and lighter from him to light one for himself. He inhaled deeply, white smoke billowing from his nostrils, a look of sheer enjoyment crossing his face. Ah, this feels wonderful. Turning to Johnny, he glanced at the cigarette in his hand. Aren't you going to smoke? When Johnny shook his head, Burton chuckled. Hey, Johnny, we have but one day together. I would rather not spend it watching you frown. Cheer up, lad. How have you been? What work are you doing now? That girl, what was her name, Roxanne? How are things between you? How old is the child? Have you had any quarrels? If you have, make amends. It was a rare gift for her to elope with you when you had nothing and a bleak future ahead. Burton spoke cheerfully, but Johnny abruptly interrupted Dad. Burton, puzzled, replied, What is it? Johnny lowered his gaze, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. We broke up the very day you left us. Upon uttering these words, Johnny seemed to shed a burden, raising his head and taking a deep breath. I have never married, not until now. Burton was momentarily stunned, swallowing hard as the smile faded from his face. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, then managed a relaxed smile. I see. Being alone can be quite pleasant. liberating even. Burton had thought that such words would offer Johnny some solace. Yet he noticed the atmosphere around Johnny seemed to dim further. Tentatively, Burton inquired, "Do you still have feelings for that girl?" Johnny did not respond, but instead forced a smile, rising to grasp Burton's arm and lead him into the research facility. "I no longer have feelings for her, Dad. It was merely youthful impulse. By the way, weren't you curious about what I've been up to these years? Follow me." Johnny guided Burton to his quarters in the underground stronghold. "What do you think? This is where I reside now." Batten surveyed the surroundings, vast and opulent, 100-fold more luxurious than the home of their past. Johnny chuckled heartily, leading Batten to the television, where he showcased a compilation of his performances over the years, along with videos of his accolades. "What do you think, Father? Impressive, right?" Johnny's pride radiated from him, eliciting a genuine smile from Batten, who nodded in admiration. "Indeed remarkable. Johnny, it appears you have earned the right to ride with elegance." Batten turned his gaze towards Johnny, acutely aware of his son's thoughts. Although Johnny had refrained from answering his question about Roxanne, Batten understood that the girl lingered in his son's mind. Johnny had envisioned one final motorcycle performance with his father, but Batten's subsequent words left him momentarily speechless. "Let's seek out that girl, Johnny. I wish to hear you declare your love for her, provided she is still unmarried. If she is wed, then I wish to hear you express your apologies." Johnny looked up, astonished, but found only sincerity reflected in Batten's eyes. Tears welled silently in his eyes as he feigned nonchalance, wiping away the moisture at the corners with a casual gesture. He pressed his lips together and replied, "All right, Dad, I understand. It's no trouble at all. I'm more than willing to assist you." The father-son duo sought out H.Y.D.R.A, who, upon hearing their request, readily agreed. He relished the opportunity to help others fulfill their desires, finding a profound sense of accomplishment in witnessing their happiness as a result of his aid. H.Y.D.R.A promptly activated his photon control to gather information, swiftly pinpointing Roxanne's current whereabouts and her marital status. Ceasing his abilities, H.Y.D.R.A turned to Johnny and Batten, choosing not to prolong the suspense unnecessarily, and directly relayed Roxanne's location and marital status. Upon learning that Roxanne remained single, Johnny was elated. Yet a wave of guilt washed over him. He wished to believe that she had been waiting for him, yet he also feared that this was the case, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. As Johnny's father, Batten discerned his son's turmoil and gently patted his shoulder, addressing H.Y.D.R.A. "Thank you immensely for your assistance." H.Y.D.R.A chuckled lightly, tilting his head. "No need for thanks. I shall see this good deed through and escort you further." With that, H.Y.D.R.A cast a spell of deep purple magic towards Johnny. In an instant, Johnny's attire transformed into a sophisticated suit. His hairstyle became trendy yet mature, and he found himself holding a bouquet of exquisite roses. Just as Johnny was about to express his gratitude, he noticed H.Y.D.R.A handing him a black card. The password is 666666. With this card, all high-end establishments across America will be at your disposal. Johnny gently moved his lips and took the black card from H.Y.D.R.A.'s hand. "Thanks, brother. No need to thank me." H.Y.D.R.A chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers as a portal opened before them. Without further prompting from H.Y.D.R.A, both Johnny and Barton recognized this as Roxanne's residence. Holding a bouquet of roses, Johnny took a deep breath and stepped through the portal, glancing back at H.Y.D.R.A and Barton before turning to ring the doorbell of Roxanne's home. Accompanied by the chime of the bell, a mature female voice resonated from within. "Coming." The sound of the door clicking open echoed, while H.Y.D.R.A simultaneously closed the portal. "Aren't you going to take a look? After all, your time is limited." H.Y.D.R.A directed his gaze toward Barton, who stood rooted in place, fixated on the spot where the portal had just been. Barton snapped back to reality and shrugged at H.Y.D.R.A, replying, "No, I'm already quite content just seeing how much Johnny has matured." Hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A nodded and opened another portal, gesturing for Barton to follow him inside. Noticing Barton's puzzled expression, H.Y.D.R.A smiled and said, "I promised I would see this through to the end. Come on, let us quietly follow them and observe how they date." Barton, undeterred, stepped forward briskly into the portal, earnestly expressing to H.Y.D.R.A, "I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Lee." "No need to thank me, Mr. Barton." Barton Blazer, Johnny's father, had raised Johnny alone without remarrying, a man deserving of admiration, and indeed, Johnny had lived up to Barton's expectations. H.Y.D.R.A cast an invisibility spell, rendering himself and Barton unseen to ordinary eyes. Naturally, Johnny, as the Ghost Rider, could perceive their presence, but unfortunately, he did not turn back. The door swung open, and at first glance, Roxanne was taken aback by the roses thrust towards her face, the fragrance momentarily overwhelming her senses, causing her to step back. Roxanne. Upon hearing that longed-for voice, Roxanne's body stiffened as she looked up abruptly. Upon seeing Johnny's face, she instinctively covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Johnny!" They gazed at each other, their eyes swirling with unspoken emotions, and without exchanging further words, they embraced tightly. Venom, using his tendrils to mimic a hand, pretended to cover his eyes, yet peered through the gaps between his fingers to observe Johnny and Roxanne. "Oh my, how shameless! In broad daylight like this. It seems your grandchild may be born next year," Venom remarked, lightly patting Barton's shoulder with a tendril. Barton, watching the embrace between Johnny and Roxanne, wore a contented smile. "Yes, when the time comes, I hope the boy will be named Mateo or Theodore, and the girl will be named Emily or Lucy." Chapter 64. The Matter Settled. The First War Council Johnny and Roxanne remained locked in their embrace, reluctant to part for what seemed like an eternity. "I am deeply sorry, Roxanne, for the events of the past. If it is within your grace, might you grant me another chance?" Roxanne pressed her lips together, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and released Johnny, placing her hands upon his shoulders as she gazed into his eyes. In her brown irises, Johnny's visage was reflected, and the tenderness within them, akin to glistening honey, made Johnny's heart tremble. "I am willing, Johnny. I have always been." With that, Roxanne leaned in and kissed him, and they embraced once more. "Oh, this is utterly exhilarating." Venom's gaze fixated on Johnny and Roxanne, casually accepting a slice of watermelon handed over by Addie. Both Addie and Barton indulged in watermelon while observing the couple kiss. The live spectacle far more thrilling than mere television. "Mr. Barton, I have a feeling your grandson might truly be born next year." Barton sported a satisfied smile as he spat out a watermelon seed. "Indeed, I concur. Hey guys, don't you think they look like two vampires engaging in a feast?" It's been 15 minutes. Upon hearing Venom's remark, Addie glanced at his phone for the time. "Oh my God, I can understand Johnny. But does Roxanne possess such lung capacity?" Unlike the astonishment of Venom and Addie, Barton wore a mysterious smile. "That lad Johnny is indeed fortunate." Addie and Venom turned to Barton with disdainful looks. "You old lecher." Barton's face flushed, and he feigned calmness. "What is wrong, fellows? It's perfectly normal, all right?" "Hey, don't be like that. At least show some regard for this old man." The trio engaged in light banter, while Johnny and Roxanne finally concluded their kiss after what felt like an eternity. They gazed at one another, feeling the warmth of each other's breath caressing their faces. Johnny cleared his throat, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Roxanne, as he fumbled with the remaining hand to retrieve the black card that Addie had given him from his suit pocket. "Shall we go on a date, Roxanne?" Roxanne glanced at the black card in Johnny's hand, snatched it away, and returned it to his suit pocket with a swift motion, licking her lips that resembled the hue of rose petals. Shaking her hair, she pulled at her shirt collar, her hands once again resting on Johnny's shoulders. Her gaze was seductive, resembling a temptress of enchanting allure, her teeth lightly grazing her crimson lips as she seductively stated, "Johnny, we are both 30 now. Let us cease the frivolous pursuits that bear no practical value." Before Johnny could respond, Roxanne swiftly pulled him inside and shut the door. What followed was of a more private nature, as Addie and Venom, in unison, cast a soundproofing spell around Johnny's abode. Addie pursed his lips and turned to Barton. "Would you like to see? I can cast a peering spell to reveal what they are up to." Barton hesitated for a moment, a peculiar smile flickering across his face before he chose to wave his hand in refusal. "No, I will wait outside." Addie nodded in agreement. "I shall keep you company." Barton regarded Addie with a solemn gaze, hesitating as if grappling with unspoken words. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Lee. I take pride in Johnny having a friend like you." Addie patted Barton's arm and conjured 2 motorcycles, turning to Barton. "Johnny may be a while. How about you teach me some motorcycle stunts? I have a keen interest in motorcycle performances." Barton glanced at the motorcycles, recognizing the model he once rode. He turned to Addie, his expression earnest. "I shall be entirely forthcoming with you." "That would be a great honor, Mr. Barton." As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Johnny hurriedly sat up from the soft bed and dressed himself. Roxanne was perplexed by Johnny's actions, even suspecting he was about to don his trousers and disavow her. "What's wrong, Johnny?" Johnny fastened the buttons of his shirt and looked at Roxanne, who lay on the bed, completely unclothed, a hint of desperation in his eyes. Roxanne, quickly put on your clothes. I need to take you to meet someone. Meet someone? Although puzzled, Roxanne hastily dressed, reasoning that as long as Johnny wasn't about to disown her, everything would be fine. Once they were both dressed, Johnny and Roxanne rushed out the door, only to collide with Baden and Audie. Dad? Audie. A broad smile illuminated Baden's face, even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes gleaming with happiness as he teased Johnny. You are a man now, my son. Have you been outside this whole time? Did you see everything? Baden nodded, but Audie raised his finger to halt further inquiries. No, to be precise, we didn't TC the paid content. Oh, thanks a lot. Johnny buried his face in his hands, appearing utterly disheartened. The trio's interaction left Roxanne, who stood by in astonishment, utterly bewildered. She poked Johnny with her finger, expressing concern. Johnny? What's wrong? Why are you talking to yourself? Who is Audie? And didn't your father pass away 13 years ago in an accident? Upon hearing Roxanne's words, Johnny instantly realized that Audie had employed some form of magic, rendering them invisible to her. He quickly turned to Audie, and upon meeting Johnny's beseeching gaze, Audie smiled slightly and snapped his fingers, dispelling the invisibility spell. Oh my goodness! The sudden appearance of the two men startled Roxanne, nearly causing her to topple over. Fortunately, Johnny was there to steady her. Ghosts, Johnny? Ghosts? Roxanne stammered, her eyes wide as she gazed at Baden's face. Noticing her distress, Johnny hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events to Roxanne. The overwhelming information regarding demons, contracts, and hellish dimensions took Roxanne nearly 20 minutes to process. With Johnny's assistance, she gradually rose to her feet and approached the two men. Upon our first encounter, Mr. Lee, it has been a while, Uncle Barton. Greetings, Miss Roxanne. It has indeed been some time, my dear. Thank you for your patience in waiting for Johnny. I have inadvertently caused a delay for both of you. As the father-in-law and daughter-in-law formally meet, Audie, displaying great tact, graciously vacates the space for this family reunion, making his way back to the base. He has an abundance of research to pursue, including serum fusion technology, advanced artificial intelligence, further upgrades to nanotechnology, and a refinement of vibranium, among others. Recently, he has been engrossed in energy technology research, specifically micro-cold fusion devices. This particular area proves to be quite manageable, especially with Otto's assistance, significantly alleviating Audie's workload. On the third day, Johnny arrived at the Research Institute with Roxanne, burdened by a considerable amount of luggage. Oh, what is this? Are you moving? Audie teased, observing Johnny and Roxanne with a smile. Johnny chuckled, dropping the baggage in place, and approached Audie directly, offering him a warm embrace. Thank you, brother. Audie smiled, patting Johnny on the back. No need for thanks. I'm pleased to help alleviate your regrets. As they parted, Johnny's demeanor was notably improved compared to their initial meeting, where he had worn a stern expression, his eyes lifeless and dull. Now, however, a smile often adorned his face. My father asked me to convey his gratitude to you, Mr. Lee. He expressed that your presence has been like the rising sun, dispelling all darkness for the Blazer family. Audie nodded solemnly, acknowledging Mr. Barton's words. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and after a moment, Audie composed himself, his expression turning serious as he addressed Johnny. In 1 hour, we will convene the first strategic meeting in the conference room. Do not be late. Johnny nodded earnestly in response, understood. Chapter 65. Iron Batman and Symbiotic Spider-Man. An hour later, within the conference room of the Life Evolution Research Institute, all 7 primary combat members of the organization were present. In the brightly lit room, Audie sat at the head of the table, with Peter, Harry, and Bucky to his left, and Chala, Johnny, and Blade to his right. Behind Audie, a screen displayed footage of H.Y.D.R.A's military base in Siberia, as he briefed everyone on the current defensive capabilities of H.Y.D.R.A at the base. Following Audie's recent covert operation against H.Y.D.R.A's facility in Solvay, H.Y.D.R.A had become exceedingly vigilant regarding the security of its critical bases. Their defensive measures had nearly tripled, and this was merely the beginning. As a super-soldier research base for H.Y.D.R.A, it housed a significant number of experimental subjects, which only served to enhance its defensive strength further. Although Audie viewed H.Y.D.R.A as rather unremarkable, believing that their defensive capabilities were inconsequential, he understood the necessity of presenting a grave perspective to ensure that his team did not underestimate the threat. He was determined that his members would not suffer the same fate as the Illuminati of the 838 universe, who had fallen prey to their own complacency. In the Marvel universe, underestimating the enemy is the gravest of mistakes. With that said, let's take a moment to recalibrate. We shall embark on our mission in 3 days. Peter and Harry shall remain behind, as I have something to share with you. As the meeting concluded, the attendees gradually vacated the room until only H.Y.D.R.A and his 2 companions remained. Harry inquired, "What is up, brother? Is there something special we can assist with?" Peter remained silent, yet his gaze mirrored Harry's curiosity. H.Y.D.R.A shook his head and retrieved a sleek, black metallic backpack from the void, tossing it to Harry. Upon catching it, Harry nearly stumbled under the weight, looking up at H.Y.D.R.A with a puzzled expression. "It's the vibranium nanosuit. Try it on," H.Y.D.R.A instructed. Harry's face lit up at the mention of the vibranium nanosuit, fully aware of its remarkable capabilities. He had witnessed both Bucky's White Wolf suit and T'Challa's Black Panther suit in action, and their effectiveness was nothing short of extraordinary, particularly with Bucky. Despite Harry's superior physical statistics, Bucky's mechanical arm was an overwhelming advantage, absorbing kinetic energy and growing stronger with each strike. Only Peter could hold his own against Bucky. After shouldering the black backpack, Harry followed H.Y.D.R.A's instructions, using his mind to control the nanosuit. In less than 2 seconds, the suit enveloped him, while the backpack detached and transformed into a hoverboard that floated beside him. Excitedly, Harry explored the tactical belt. His left wrist could launch grappling hooks, and his right wrist could deploy blade projections equivalent to his forearm length. "This is incredible, brother." H.Y.D.R.A smiled, remaining silent, as Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder, addressing Harry. "Initiate close combat mode." "Wait, what?" Harry was momentarily taken aback, prompting Venom's impatient retort, "What do you mean, wait?" "Just say, initiate close combat mode." "Oh, thank you. I adore you all, brothers." "There's even a second form? Let me try it. Initiate close combat mode." With exhilaration, Harry spread his arms wide. The hoverboard, upon receiving the command, surged toward Harry, knocking him slightly off balance before swiftly reassembling into nanoparticles that adhered to his exterior. Before long, a figure clad in an armored suit reminiscent of Iron Man appeared in the meeting room. As Venom described, he appeared to be a fusion of Mark 50 and Batman's armor, essentially a masked Batman adorned with a cape and ears, combined with the prowess of Iron Man. Recognizing the hoverboard's limitations in certain scenarios, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom had deliberately crafted this second form for Harry. "I feel as though I could single-handedly take on 10 Winter Soldier warriors." Without hesitation, Harry stowed away his nano armor and dashed towards the conference room door. "I'm off to seek vengeance on Bucky, my brothers. Just watch me, ha ha ha." With a resounding thud, the conference room door swung shut. Venom raised an eyebrow, fixating on the direction in which Harry had departed. "What is the urgency?" he mused. "I haven't even detailed the functionalities yet. Will he know how to utilize them?" H.Y.D.R.A stroked his chin, contemplating, "I have integrated the latest research into the auxiliary system of the armor. It should be fine, I suppose." Dismissing the thought, he called out to Peter, who approached with a smile, reassured that H.Y.D.R.A would never overlook him. H.Y.D.R.A clapped Peter on the shoulder. The hellish essence absorbed by H.Y.D.R.A previously had not vanished. Rather, it had been transformed into an entirely new dimension by the abyssal force. This dimension resided within H.Y.D.R.A, making him the sovereign of this nascent realm. The symbiote prepared for Peter was now nestled within this dimension. Originally, H.Y.D.R.A intended to venture into other worlds to procure a symbiote for Peter. However, upon sharing his plan with Venom, he was informed that it was unnecessary. Venom explained that as their strength increased, he could now effortlessly conjure a symbiote at will, determining its potency and capabilities entirely, with absolute dominion over its creation. Upon learning this, H.Y.D.R.A was momentarily taken aback, but soon recovered. Such prowess alleviated concerns about his teammates' limited growth potential. He dismissed the need for further serum research, considering the option of simply granting each person a symbiote. Soon, however, Venom elucidated a drawback. Gnarl was still alive. Though he was the god of symbiotes in the first cycle, he was not in this one, thus his abilities were constrained. They faced 2 choices: either create a multitude of subpar symbiotes or forge a singular, exceptional one. Upon receiving this information, H.Y.D.R.A's first instinct was to eliminate Gnarl. However, after attempting to locate him through photon reception, he found himself at a loss. He contemplated having Venom search, But Venom had already liberated himself from Gnarl's control and completed his evolutionary journey, becoming fundamentally distinct from Gnarl's symbiote. Unable to find Gnarl, H.Y.D.R.A reluctantly abandoned the idea of eliminating him and turned to Venom to deliberate on which option to pursue. Ultimately, they concluded to select the latter choice. A strategy of sheer numbers proved futile. In the current landscape, who among the celestial beings lacked a few area of effect skills? Thus, the symbiote's potential was born. This newly crafted symbiote bore none of the known weaknesses associated with symbiotes. In terms of special abilities, its strength was not particularly formidable, yet it possessed a unique quality. Its power was entirely contingent upon its host. While the potential itself was not inherently powerful, it could transform into the ideal battle suit form for its host, enveloping them and maximizing the expression of their latent abilities. The host is capable of unleashing an immense surge of power, surpassing even the capabilities of other symbiotes in terms of bodily control. For instance, if Thor were to become the host of potential at this stage, he would be able to awaken the thunderous force within him. Additionally, this potential possesses an exceptionally unique ability, albeit usable only once. H.Y.D.R.A extracted a crimson and obsidian potential from the dimensional realm, promptly slapping it onto Peter. Just as the red-black symbiote was about to merge with Peter, he grasped it firmly. With determination, Peter tore the potential away from his body, gazing at H.Y.D.R.A in confusion. What is this? H.Y.D.R.A exchanged a glance with Venom and raised an eyebrow. This is a symbiote potential, your partner from now on. However, during the initial phase of adaptation, it may affect you somewhat, but things will improve thereafter. Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A's words, a smile gradually illuminated Peter's face. H.Y.D.R.A always seemed to notice the subtle details and surprise him. Thank you, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. Peter released his grip on the potential, beaming with joy. Hello, little one. I apologize for my earlier actions. My name is Peter Parker, and we shall be partners from now on. It is a pleasure to meet you. The potential remained silent in Peter's hand for 2 seconds before it began to merge into his body along his arm. A timid voice echoed in Peter's mind. Hello, Peter. I am potential. H.Y.D.R.A observed the completed fusion of the two with a smile. Now, let us test the power of potential. Peter looked at H.Y.D.R.A and nodded vigorously. Then, mimicking H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, he spread his arms and softly called out, Potential. In an instant, the symbiote enveloped Peter's skin, and a Spider-Man clad in a striking red and black suit materialized before them. The suit, formed by potential, featured a gradient design, the upper half red and the lower half black, adorned with intricately sculpted web patterns. The spider emblem on his chest and back was enormous and fierce, while the eyes displayed the classic black outlines paired with white centers. Chapter 66. The Ultimate Spider-Man. Peter's face, hidden beneath the mask, displayed an expression of incredulity. Cool. How does it feel? H.Y.D.R.A inquired with a smile as he observed Peter examining his new form. I feel as though I possess boundless strength, along with additional abilities. As Peter spoke, guided by an instinctive sensation, he vanished before H.Y.D.R.A's eyes. This was the magnetic invisibility that Spider-Man could achieve at a certain threshold of bioelectricity. H.Y.D.R.A was quite pleased with the potency of the combination of potential and Peter, yet he knew this was not their ultimate limit. He manipulated the 10 rings to form a dimensional portal, glancing at Peter and gesturing for him to follow. Let us see just how powerful our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man has become. All right. Peter deactivated his invisibility and stepped through the portal with H.Y.D.R.A. Not questioning how H.Y.D.R.A had discerned his stealth, he was aware that H.Y.D.R.A possessed a similar ability and had previously explained the principle to him. H.Y.D.R.A brought Peter to the training ground of the underground base. After creating some distance between them, H.Y.D.R.A opened his arms and urged, Come at me, Peter. All right. Peter nodded in agreement, mimicking H.Y.D.R.A's stance with his hands poised like claws. Suddenly, with a surge of energy, golden arcs of electricity began to dance at Peter's fingertips. I'm coming. With a prompt, Peter directed his hands toward H.Y.D.R.A, unleashing a brilliant wave of electrical energy that surged directly at his face. Though swift to H.Y.D.R.A's eyes, it was still too sluggish. He stood firm, chest out, allowing Peter's attack to strike him. After absorbing the impact, H.Y.D.R.A assessed that it was manageable. This must be the pinnacle of Peter's efforts, approximately 50,000 volts. Considering Peter was only 15, this value would undoubtedly increase in the future. With a wave of his hand, H.Y.D.R.A dissipated the electrical wave. Do you have any other techniques? Peter nodded. With the aid of his latent abilities, His regenerative powers had reached their zenith, rendering him virtually tireless, almost invincible. Once again, Peter shaped his hands into claws, and from his fingertips, a series of crimson blades resembling small sickles emerged, gleaming ominously and matching the length of his finger joints. Isn't this ability akin to Spider-Man 2099's? This seemed quite reasonable. As the original Spider-Man utilized the hooks on his fingers to climb walls, the presence of blades, after enhancing his potential, was logical. H.Y.D.R.A manipulated the magnetic field to gather some discarded metal from the laboratory, reforging it through the abyssal fire, and then rapidly cooling it using temporal energy. Positioning it before him, the reforged metal possessed remarkable strength. While not on par with vibranium, it was only slightly inferior to titanium. Nevertheless, even this was effortlessly sliced through by Peter's blades. Impressive strength, H.Y.D.R.A remarked, kicking Peter several meters away and generously offering high praise. Peter landed gracefully after executing a somersault, sheepishly scratching his head. It's not too bad, really. The next two are my trump cards. H.Y.D.R.A's interest peaked at the mention of more techniques, and he assumed a combat stance. Oh, is that so? Then let us continue. All right, Peter replied with a soft grunt before, to H.Y.D.R.A's astonishment, sprouting 4 additional arms from his armpits. Even Venom couldn't suppress his surprise, erupting from within H.Y.D.R.A. What the? Spider genius. Instead of charging at H.Y.D.R.A, Peter struck several athletic poses, his voice brimming with excitement. But that's not all. He retracted the 4 newly grown arms and turned his back to H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. To their bewilderment, the spider emblem on the back of Peter's suit began to animate, transforming its 8 legs into appendages reminiscent of the Iron Spider suit. The only discernible difference was the color. The Iron Spider's legs gleamed gold, while Peter's symbiotic spider legs were black. What the? External soul bone. 8 spider spears. Venom gaped wide, and Peter found the visual impact overwhelming. H.Y.D.R.A furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was quite reasonable, indeed. Tobey Spider, as a mutated variant of Spider-Man, sprouted 4 additional arms and spider legs, which was entirely plausible. How do you feel now? H.Y.D.R.A expressed curiosity about Peter's manipulation of the 8 spider legs behind him, moving them with effortless grace. Upon finishing his sentence, Peter demonstrated his control over the 8 spider legs. H.Y.D.R.A, still frowning, nodded. Shall we test the data? I'm quite intrigued by your current metrics. Absolutely. Tester, Peter Benjamin Parker. Strength, 13,063 tons. Speed, 12,034 meters per second. The 3 of them sat before the testing machine, absorbed in thought as they examined the data. Venom, through telepathy, couldn't he help but mock in H.Y.D.R.A's mind. Oh. Now it's no longer Spider-Man who is dubbed the Little Hulk. Instead, it is the Hulk who is referred to as the Little Spider-Man. Quite amusing, my friend. H.Y.D.R.A glanced at the excited Peter beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Congratulations, brother. You have successfully supplanted Johnny, becoming the 2nd most formidable member of our organization. Just after me. Theoretically, Johnny possesses the Eye of Judgment skill, making him the strongest aside from H.Y.D.R.A. Yet, looking into Peter's innocent eyes, H.Y.D.R.A felt the theory falter. Really? That's splendid. Oh no, well, you understand. H.Y.D.R.A nodded slightly, setting the test report aside, and placed his hand on Peter's shoulder. All right, Peter, take a good rest. We have an event in 3 days. Understood, Peter replied with a smile as he stood up, ready to leave. Just then his phone rang. Hello? What? Harry is stuck in his battle suit? Yes, H.Y.D.R.A is right here with me. All right, we're on our way. After hanging up, Peter turned to H.Y.D.R.A, who shook his head in exasperation and stood up, manipulating the 10 rings to open a portal before them. Let's go see. The H.Y.D.R.A military base in Siberia, nestled amid the mountains, experienced turbulent magnetic fields, with light unable to penetrate the howling blizzards and thick layers of ice comparable to alloy. It was arguably H.Y.D.R.A's most clandestine base. Ever since H.Y.D.R.A's surprise attack on H.Y.D.R.A's facility in Solvaya, they had become increasingly cautious, fearing the repercussions of their past actions. Regardless of whether one was an ally or foe, everyone was subjected to the super-soldier experiments. Consequently, the number of failed experiments surged, which in turn necessitated an increase in guard forces. This led to a self-perpetuating cycle of escalating security and experimentation. Presently, within this base, 2 pivotal H.Y.D.R.A figures were present, Wolfgang von Strucker and Ophelia Sarkissian, known as Baron Strucker and Madame H.Y.D.R.A. On the experimental table, Baron Strack lay supine as the H.Y.D.R.A scientist severed his right arm, replacing it with a punk-inspired crimson appendage. H.Y.D.R.A Madam swayed gracefully beside him, leaning in to tease Strack's chin with her slender fingers. Her sensuous lips, in a playful tone, whispered, "Sweetheart, is it truly necessary to be so harsh?" Upon catching a familiar scent, Baron Strack opened his eyes, immediately met by the depths of her cleavage. Frowning, he scolded, "Get away. Ophelia Sarky, keep your distance. If you dare to employ your tiresome charms again, I shall have you removed." H.Y.D.R.A Madam chuckled lightly, undeterred by his rebuke, her fingers gliding teasingly across Strack's chest as she glanced down with a mocking smile. How disingenuous, Wolfgang. Feeling exposed, Strack's face flushed, prompting him to shut his eyes and ignore her. Noticing his indifference, H.Y.D.R.A Madam found the amusement waning. She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "If you feel unwell, come to my room tonight." With that, she stood and turned away. Chapter 67. Invasion of H.Y.D.R.A. The 3-day deadline had arrived. H.Y.D.R.A and his companions gathered in the conference room of the Life Evolution Institute, fully equipped with Blade donning a specially tailored bulletproof trench coat and tactical sunglasses. H.Y.D.R.A scanned the room, a faint smile gracing his lips before adopting a serious tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, this marks our inaugural mission against a world-class terrorist organization. Our singular objective is clear: eradicate them to the last. Is that understood?" The group responded in unison, "Understood. We will leave no survivors, not a single one." "Excellent. Spirited indeed. Let us proceed." Transforming into a symbiotic agent, H.Y.D.R.A manipulated the 10 rings to open a dimensional portal, the frigid winds of Siberia rushing forth. Grasping 2 Gatling guns positioned nearby, he boldly stepped through the portal. After deliberation with the symbiote, they concluded that their involvement would negate any need for Peter and the others. However, given it was their first team operation, they felt compelled to engage. Thus, H.Y.D.R.A retrieved 2 Gatling guns from the symbiote's lair, preparing to enchant them with abyssal fire for a barrage upon the H.Y.D.R.A base. As H.Y.D.R.A and the symbiote entered, Peter and his team followed suit, donning their combat suits and transforming as they mirrored H.Y.D.R.A's steps into the portal. The relentless Siberian snow fell, and the soldiers stationed at H.Y.D.R.A, clad in their meticulously fitted gear, not only for defense, but also to fend off the biting cold, anticipated a day that would unfold like any other, calm and uneventful. Strangely, amidst the ceaseless snowstorm, they beheld a flicker of light. Before the H.Y.D.R.A soldiers on guard could discern the source, several small pumpkins plummeted from the heavens. Boom! An explosion resonated, and the stationed H.Y.D.R.A soldiers evaporated in an instant, leaving only a dark silhouette upon the ground. With the sentinels eliminated, Peter and Harry descended upon gliding devices, seizing control of the entrance. In the distance, a purple-black pillar of flame, approximately 10 meters in diameter, surged toward the base's gates, instantly melting the 2-meter-thick door forged from hard alloy. A chasm, hundreds of meters long and over 10 meters wide, materialized in the icy expanse. The assembly of individuals at the H.Y.D.R.A base was accompanied by the blaring of alarms. The purple-black flames extended along H.Y.D.R.A's arms to the twin Gatling guns. "All right, comrades, split up, and remember to leave none behind." One must commend the H.Y.D.R.A soldiers for their exceptional discipline. They regrouped with remarkable speed. H.Y.D.R.A pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets formed from the abyssal fire, averaging 360 rounds per second. H.Y.D.R.A could not help but marvel at how much more exhilarating this was than magic, primarily due to the captivating sound of incessant gunfire. The others were not idle. H.Y.D.R.A drew the bulk of the enemy's fire at the entrance. Harry, alongside Peter, commandeered the skies with their gliding devices. Thanks to H.Y.D.R.A's tutelage, while Peter had yet to master flight, he could effectively maneuver and glide. Bucky, Chala, and Blade charged into the depths of the H.Y.D.R.A base, their superior physical prowess and combat skills rendering them formidable, akin to gods of war. Johnny glanced at H.Y.D.R.A, who wielded the Gatling guns enchanted with abyssal fire, wreaking havoc, and then down at the chains in his hands, momentarily lost in contemplation. Was it any wonder he was the leader of the organization? With a resigned shake of his head, Johnny infused his chains with hellfire, then mounted his motorcycle to ascend the walls of the H.Y.D.R.A base, swinging the blazing chains against the H.Y.D.R.A soldiers. Each swing of the hellfire-infused chains reduced dozens to ashes. The tide of battle tilted overwhelmingly in their favor, presenting little challenge. Madam H.Y.D.R.A and Baron Strucker, witnessing H.Y.D.R.A at the entrance, unleashing a frenzy of gunfire. Felt their hearts race. Initially intending to flee, they were informed that the base was enveloped in a special magnetic field, rendering their aircraft inoperable. With no alternatives, they retreated into the base and decisively unleashed all failed experiments, hoping to buy time for their escape. They originally planned to exit through the rear, but unexpectedly encountered the trio, who were systematically eliminating super soldiers. They watched in horror as the sunglasses-clad figure transformed into a red mist and then resumed human form, beheading the failed experiments with a single stroke. They witnessed a figure clad in a tight black suit dancing in a barrage of laser fire, evading every shot with remarkable agility. They beheld another individual, adorned in a white bodysuit, deliver a devastating blow that shattered a steel door capable of withstanding an impact of 400 tons, subsequently unleashing an electromagnetic pulse that reduced a super soldier to a mist of blood. Aware of their impending defeat, Madame H.Y.D.R.A and Baron Strucker hastily sought an alternate route, only to confront the two most renowned superheroes in America at present. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil as the four pairs of eyes met. After vanquishing Hydra's aerial forces, Peter and Harry intended to find a way into the Hydra base to assist Bucky and the others. However, just as they discovered a door, it swung open to reveal a striking blonde woman in a green, provocative outfit, accompanied by a bald man sporting a mechanical arm akin to Bucky's. For a moment, silence enveloped them before both sides sprang into action almost simultaneously. Baron Strucker intended to raise his arm to unleash the Gatling gun concealed within his metallic limb. But Peter was swifter. He shot two strands of webbing, ensnaring both Strucker and Madame H.Y.D.R.A against the wall. Strucker perished instantly, while Madame H.Y.D.R.A, having once forged a pact with the ancient malevolent deity Thawne, managed to endure Peter's webbing, qualifying her as a superhuman. Initially, she planned to feign death, hoping to corrode the webbing with her venom and ambush Peter and Harry with her poison stingers. However, Peter's spider sense detected her survival, prompting him to unleash a wave of electrical energy directed at Madame H.Y.D.R.A, devoid of any mercy. The screams and wails were drowned by the howling wind and snow, marking the demise of two significant Hydra figures. There was no grandiose battle. They were simply dispatched by Spider-Man with ease, leaving no ashes behind. To be candid, that woman's figure was truly stunning. Wouldn't you agree, Peter? Harry clapped Peter on the shoulder, and Peter, lost in thought for a moment, nodded earnestly. Indeed, among all the women he had encountered, none surpassed the allure and sensuality of the one they had just seen. For reasons unknown, Mary Jane suddenly flickered in Peter's mind. Approximately half an hour later, after clearing the battlefield and retrieving all valuable items, the group gathered at the main entrance. H.Y.D.R.A sensed the surroundings and confirmed that apart from their 7 members, no other lives remained within the Hydra base. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent work, everyone. This mission can be deemed a resounding success. How do you feel? No issues here. Very well. I feel the same as them. The group expressed their contentment, and Bucky removed his helmet, revealing his face as he looked at H.Y.D.R.A, who offered a slight smile. Relaxed? Bucky nodded, eager to say something, but H.Y.D.R.A raised his hand to silence him. No need for words. Hearing this, Bucky chuckled lightly and nodded. As he surveyed the crowd, H.Y.D.R.A proclaimed, I declare this mission to be nothing short of perfect. Each of you has performed exceptionally well. Now, my friends, let us return home. Chapter 68. The bully Maquiel in the depths of the Venom Cave in Queens. H.Y.D.R.A, upon returning home, gazed contemplatively at the glowing blue cube in his hand, the Cosmic Cube. He had discovered it at the Hydra military base in Siberia, a consequence of the butterfly effect. His destruction of Hydra's base in Solvay had significantly increased their pressures, prompting them to borrow the Cosmic Cube from H.I.L.D. for research on super soldiers. Regrettably, before H.Y.D.R.A could glean any useful insights, H.Y.D.R.A and his team had obliterated their operations. What do you intend to do with it? H.Y.D.R.A shook his head as tendrils of deep purple-black energy erupted from within him, intertwining with the Cosmic Cube. The energy of the space gem surged ceaselessly into H.Y.D.R.A, emanating a cerulean glow from his eyes that alternated with the dark violet radiance. Within him, dimensions expanded rapidly as ominous clouds crackling with blue lightning emerged from the Cosmic Cube, engulfing the entire Venom Cave. In silence throughout the night, H.Y.D.R.A with his eyes shimmering with violet light, scrutinized the cosmic cube in his grasp. Truly, it is the infinity gem. I feel absolutely invigorated. As he spoke, clouds charged with purple lightning surged forth from him, swirling before vanishing in an instant, reappearing with H.Y.D.R.A and Venom at the edge of the solar system. Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder, stating, "Now you could be considered the second space gem in the universe." H.Y.D.R.A nodded, once again harnessing spatial powers to return to the Venom cave, concealing the cosmic cube. An unparalleled force, Venom chuckled, indeed. The infinity gems represent the fundamental 6 laws of the universe. Mastery over their power can elevate one to the pinnacle of strength within this cosmos. H.Y.D.R.A wholeheartedly agreed with Venom's assertion. The potential of spatial energy was immense and required thorough development. With arms outstretched, he examined himself, realizing the true magnitude of the cosmic power he had acquired. As he released his perception, he recognized that the enhancement of his abilities was comprehensive. Noticing H.Y.D.R.A's furrowed brows, Venom inquired, "What troubles you?" With a calm smile, H.Y.D.R.A replied, "Our preparations to deal with Peter have borne fruit." Instantly comprehending H.Y.D.R.A's words, Venom's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "The bully Macwheel, is it? Let's go see." The two exchanged knowing smiles, retrieving the recording stone and activating spatial powers to vanish from their location. At the Parker residence, Peter awoke early. Memories of the previous day's assault on H.Y.D.R.A vivid in his mind, particularly the impression left by Madame H.Y.D.R.A. Frustrated, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. But upon seeing his dazed reflection in the mirror, he was abruptly reminded of Venom's mocking laughter at Harry. "Honestly, brother, you truly resemble a child." The phrase echoed in Peter's mind like an incantation. The images of H.Y.D.R.A and Harry clad in suits materialized before him. Peter attempted to make a fierce expression in the mirror, yet no matter how hard he tried, he appeared dazed. This frustration momentarily flared within him, and he inadvertently caught sight of Ben's hair gel nearby. With a snap, Peter emerged from the bathroom, a smile gracing his face, and headed to the kitchen to retrieve breakfast before stepping outside. His spirited demeanor left May and Ben momentarily stunned. May, uncertain, turned to Ben and asked, "What has gotten into Peter?" Ben, with a puzzled expression, pondered for a moment before replying, "Didn't Peter and the others have a mission yesterday? I believe it must have been a resounding success, hence his elation." Upon hearing this, May nodded in understanding. "Is that so? Well, let's eat then. That lad is now a renowned Spider-Man. We needn't concern ourselves with him. By the way, what is for breakfast?" "I made meat pies." "Oh, what is wrong?" "Nothing. Just a fleeting thought." After leaving his home, Peter cast a glance toward Mary Jane's house, his eyes shimmering with determination. He had been too weak before. Today, he was resolved to ask Mary Jane out and share a kiss. Before that, however, he needed to purchase an outfit suitable for a date. Peter fished out a few crumpled bills from his pocket, having previously given away most of his money to those in need. He felt too embarrassed to borrow from H.Y.D.R.A and Harry, as he owed them far too much. Instead, he sought a menial job as a photographer. Yet that insufferable boss paid him less than an intern. What a joke. The photos he took made headlines. How could he possibly receive such meager compensation? He was determined to confront the Daily Bugle and reclaim what was rightfully his. With a fierce resolve, he shook his hair out his eyes and made his way toward the Daily Bugle. Meanwhile, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, hidden within a space constructed by spatial powers, observed Peter's actions with commentary. The world's contraction, is it? Quite intriguing. Has he even lost the ability to hail a cab? It seems Peter has escaped the shackles of solitude, yet has only fortified his destined poverty. H.Y.D.R.A tilted his head slightly. Well, one must choose between the departure of loved ones and a life of destitution. It appears that henceforth, we cannot pay Peter in cash. We must provide him with tangible goods. Venom nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seems prudent. Under their watchful gaze, Peter took a full hour to arrive at the Daily Bugle's building, straightening his posture and striding confidently inside. They observed as he entered the elevator to reach the floor where Jonah Jameson resided. Upon exiting the elevator, amidst the bemused stares of the crowd, he engaged in an awkward dance before proceeding to knock on Jameson's office door. "Knock, knock. Come in." At this moment, Jameson was engaged in conversation with his African-American subordinate. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Peter, his smile instantly vanished, replaced by a stern expression as he admonished, "Peter, have you once again captured a photograph of that pest? Today, I am in a splendid mood, and I shall accept the image. After you have placed it down, proceed to the finance department to collect your payment, just as before. Noticing that Peter remained motionless, Jameson turned around, perplexed, and queried, "What are you still doing here?" Peter flicked his hair back, gazing at Jameson with his cerulean eyes, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "If you desire the photograph, you must barter it for work. And the price has doubled." With that, Peter pivoted and plopped himself onto Jameson's leather chair, resting his feet on the desk, casually seizing a cigar from the tabletop. After a moment's contemplation, he set it down and instead grabbed a piece of candy, popping it into his mouth. Jameson and his subordinate were left utterly dumbfounded. Jameson's gaze flitted back and forth between Peter and the feet he had placed on the desk, blinking in silence, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. After a brief pause, he licked his lips, casting a worried glance at Peter before turning to shout towards the secretary at the office door, "Hey, grant him a formal title and double the price." Having successfully secured his salary, Peter exited the Daily Bugle, dancing joyously, attracting the attention of passers-by. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he pranced into a clothing store adorned with sale signs, thinking to himself, "Oh, this is going to be a memorable scene. If I capture it, I can mock him for a decade." Understood, understood. Don't rush me. Cursed Loki, why is this so difficult to manage? Soon, Peter emerged from the store wearing a discounted black suit, arms raised triumphantly above his head. After performing a brief and flamboyant dance at the doorway, he hailed a taxi and departed contentedly. "Did you capture it?" "Of course. I am a professional." Eddie and Venom watched Peter's retreating figure. "Hey buddy, how about a wager?" Upon hearing Eddie's proposition, Venom's interest peaked. "What shall we bet on?" "I wager that after their date today, Mary Jane will slap Peter and then head home." Venom stroked his chin with a tentacle. "Oh really? I believe the two shall end up spending the night together. Shall we wager?" "Absolutely." Peter alighted from the taxi, making his way directly to Mary Jane's residence. He knocked vigorously. Knock, knock. Click. "Peter?" Mary Jane gazed at the transformed figure before her, confusion etched across her face. "Are you all right, Peter?" Peter struck a pose he fancied to be charming, attempting to mimic Bucky's low growl. "Let's go on a date." "All right, but wait a moment." Mary Jane furrowed her brow, sending a message to Eddie. "Eddie, what is going on with Peter? He seems off." To her surprise, Eddie responded almost instantaneously. "Audie, recently, he has been under considerable stress, but he will be fine in a couple of days." Learning from Audie that Peter was all right, Mary Jane let out a sigh of relief, yet her concerns for Peter soon followed. "Let's go, Peter." Mary Jane exited the house, linking her arm with Peter's. The feeling of being linked to her made Peter feel that today was truly splendid. He even contemplated the idea of wrapping up their date and returning to Addie's place to repay the salary he had previously borrowed. "All right, let's go. I know a fantastic pizza place." Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Audie and Venom, Peter took Mary Jane to lunch, visited an amusement park, watched a movie, and indulged in a candlelit dinner. Everything felt remarkably normal. So normal it hardly resembled a romantic outing, as the two did nothing beyond holding hands. Useless Peter. Then, Peter transformed into Spider-Man, swinging through the air with Mary Jane in his embrace. With the moon shining above, they lay on the web Peter had woven, gazing at the stars, wrapped tightly in each other's arms. "Peter, let's go home." Into space, Audie tucked away the recording stone, raising an eyebrow. "I won." Venom retorted, dissatisfied. "How did you win? You clearly missed." Audie shifted the space back to Venom's lair. "How did I not win? Just admit you kissed." Venom paused, then realized, "You're cheating. That's only half a win." Audie grinned. 0. 5-0, that still makes me the victor." Seeing Addie's shameless demeanor made Venom's head spin. "Humph. A loss is a loss. We didn't even set a wager to begin with." Upon hearing this, Audie realized they hadn't team-made any bets. His eyes twinkled as he feigned distress, saying to Venom, "How can you cheat? That's simply wrong." I will cheat, I will cheat." End of Volume 1. Chapter 69. 1 year later, in the underground fortress laboratory, Audie examined the various battlesuit data displayed on the virtual screen, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Venom emerged from Addie's shoulder, peering at the virtual screen before them. After adding antimagnetic vibranium, the purity of the vibranium has increased by 5%. That's quite impressive. "I know," Audie replied, diverting his gaze from the virtual screen. A year had passed since the eradication of the H.Y.D.R.A military base. During this year, Audie had acquired the ability to modify reality by extracting a small amount of chaotic energy from Wanda. Of course, Wanda's powers had not awakened. H.Y.D.R.A merely absorbed the chaotic energy she unconsciously released and, through a series of connections, encountered a significant figure and borrowed some power. The anti-magnetic vibranium had also been developed by H.Y.D.R.A within this year and was utilized in nanotechnology for crafting battle armor. H.Y.D.R.A approached another machine in the laboratory. Justin, display all the battle armor data. Justin, the artificial intelligence of the underground stronghold, can even be described as a data entity, primarily guided by Venom, with assistance from H.Y.D.R.A, Otto, and others in its development. As the headquarters of the organization, a singular data entity is certainly insufficient, considering comprehensive security and various factors. H.Y.D.R.A and his team subsequently developed a second data entity named Dean. Together, Justin and Dean, one embodying the light and the other the shadow, safeguard the data security of the base. A mechanized, emotionless electronic sound suddenly resonated, initiating the machinery before H.Y.D.R.A as virtual models of battle suits, Black Panther, White Wolf Bat, and others materialized in front of him. These were the upgraded nanosuits that H.Y.D.R.A and Venom had engineered, utilizing the fusion of vibranium. Handing these over to you won't be an issue, will it, Justin? The electronic sound reverberated once more, this time infused with a hint of merriment. Leave it to me. H.Y.D.R.A nodded slightly, conjuring a lounge chair with a casual flick of his wrist, and summoned an endlessly refillable bucket of cola to sit down. This past year had been relatively normal. Peter and Harry continued their roles as vigilantes on the streets. T'Challa made a brief return to Wakanda. Bucky embraced his role as a homemaker, and Blade relentlessly pursued vampires. Meanwhile, Johnny and Pietro trained diligently every day. The Pietro siblings engaged purely in combat training, while Johnny's regimen was more extensive. H.Y.D.R.A procured a fragment from the Hell Dimension for Johnny, causing his strength to surge dramatically. Although he did not reach the level of a celestial being, it fortified Johnny's hellfire considerably. Consequently, in addition to his regular combat training, Johnny also needed to learn hellish magic from H.Y.D.R.A. Ding ding ding. Mr. Cullen's call. Answer. A blue virtual screen unfurled before H.Y.D.R.A, abruptly revealing Cullen's face. You've successfully startled me, Mr. Cullen. Cullen, smiling broadly, adjusted the camera angle. You don't appear to be the least bit startled, Master H.Y.D.R.A. H.Y.D.R.A calmly sipped from his cola. How goes the progress, Mr. Cullen? Very smoothly, Master H.Y.D.R.A. We have located the wreckage of the aircraft according to the coordinates you provided. I believe Captain America should be in this vicinity. We should be able to return in a few days. Cullen stepped aside, revealing the partially excavated aircraft wreckage behind him. H.Y.D.R.A nodded slightly. Exercise caution, Mr. Cullen. The Arctic is no place to underestimate. Rest assured, Master H.Y.D.R.A, I am a werewolf, enhanced by the serum of the Super Daywalker. Not some feeble old man. Faced with Cullen's exuberance, H.Y.D.R.A found himself somewhat exasperated, uncertain of Cullen's transformation. Logically, the serum should not have side effects. However, since Cullen received the amalgamated serum of the Super-Soldier and Daywalker, he seemed invigorated, almost as if on a stimulant, unable to remain idle without discomfort. H.Y.D.R.A underwent a thorough medical examination, the results of which were remarkably positive, beyond all expectations. Over time, he ceased to be overly concerned, adopting a more relaxed approach. And in deference to the Elder's wishes, he dispatched Kieran to the Arctic to excavate frozen remains. It is quite a tale, for while Howard retrieved the Tesseract, Captain America remained elusive. Shaking his head, H.Y.D.R.A engaged in a brief conversation with Kieran before ending the call. Reflecting on his current circumstances, H.Y.D.R.A reclined in his chair and mused, It has been a year. It is time for our departure. I understand, but do not rush. There are a few matters I still need to address, he added, taking a sip of his cola. It was indeed time to embark on their journey. He had been observing the universe of the War Avengers for quite some time, and now was the moment for a tangible exploration. With a wave, he stored the cola can in his spatial pocket and dialed Bucky's number. The virtual screen swiftly displayed Bucky's face. A year had passed, and Bucky still sported his flowing locks, though his expression appeared considerably more endearing compared to the Winter Soldier days. Has something happened? He inquired. H.Y.D.R.A shrugged. I have a business collaboration that requires your presence for negotiation. Bucky, puzzled, did not grasp H.Y.D.R.A's intention. He was hardly the right person for business dealings. Surely, he could not simply confront the other party and compel them to sign. Could he? Just as Bucky was about to decline, H.Y.D.R.A interjected, Do not refuse, Bucky, this is a unique opportunity. The entity with whom we are negotiating is Stark Industries. I have insisted on meeting with Tony Stark. This chance is exceedingly rare. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Venom emerged from Audie's shoulder. Indeed, Bucky, you cannot fathom how difficult it is to secure an appointment with that scoundrel Stark. This opportunity is invaluable. Success is secondary. The pivotal aspect is to foster a closer relationship with Stark, understand? The path to redemption lies therein. Hey, could you refrain from reciting lines from movies? It's rather awkward, you know? Bucky retorted, just say, what can you do to me? Observing the playful banter between Audie and Venom on the screen, Bucky smiled gently, recognizing the unspoken understanding. He nodded affirmatively. I understand. Leave it to me. Audie ensnared Venom with his golden serpentine grip, turning to face Bucky. I have sent you all the necessary information. Review it carefully. The meeting is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. No need for disguises. H.Y.D.R.A and H.I.D.R.A are currently embroiled in fierce conflict and will not have time to concern themselves with you. By the way, Venom and I have some matters to attend to, so we want to be home for a few days. That's all. I'll hang up now. Goodbye. Goodbye. And remember to stay safe, Bucky replied. Understood. Stop behaving like an old mother hen, Bucky. As the virtual screen projected by his vibranium arm shut down, Bucky chuckled to himself, realizing he had once again allowed these two to concern themselves with his affairs. Shaking his head, he rose from the sofa, preparing to return to his room to select a suit. Over the course of the past year, he had gathered insights into Tony Stark's character, and it was imperative to approach this meeting with utmost seriousness. In his mind, he envisioned Bucky retrieving a brown notebook from the bookshelf. After flipping through several pages, he finally discovered the name Howard Stark. Keep going, James Buchanan Barnes, you can do it. In the underground fortress, Otto entered the laboratory, holding an experimental report, and was greeted by a comical scene. Oh, what peculiar game are you playing? Audie lay on the ground, ensnared by Venom's tendrils, only able to extend one hand to firmly grasp Venom's neck, creating a rather humorous spectacle. Upon Otto's arrival, Audie and Venom finally separated and stood up. Of course. You understand, Doctor. Dusting himself off, Audie approached and took the experimental report from Otto's hands. After a year of observation, Audie provided Otto with 2 vials of Super-Soldier Serum, and, with the aid of carbon alloy combined with nanotechnology, they produced 6 mechanical tentacles together. This led to Otto's successful evolution into Dr. Octopus. Chapter 70. Time-Traveling Warriors O. Dr. Otto, I am in awe of your intellect. Upon seeing the items listed in the experimental report, Audie initially thought he had misread it. Look at what it says here. Quantum Collider. Oh no, I've gone too far. After some contemplation, Audie marked a check on the report and returned it to Otto. What a brilliant idea, Doctor, but this approach is not safe. Do you understand? I hope you prioritize safety. After all, the organization's purpose is to resolve issues, not create them. With a beaming smile, Otto accepted the report with satisfaction. With Audie's signature, the project was officially approved. Rest assured, Audie, I will prioritize safety, you know? If this experiment succeeds, the benefits to the organization are evident to both of us. Audie nodded, recognizing the truth in Otto's words. Then I wish you success, Dr. Otto. Venom and I will be away for a while. I entrust the research facility to you. Otto, holding the experimental report, patted his chest. Leave it to me. Though I may not compare to you, combat members. Do not forget, I'm now also a super soldier. After that, Otto departed with the report, leaving Audie and Venom alone in the laboratory. When we set off, Audie did not respond immediately, but waited quietly for 5 minutes. Accompanied by a series of chimes, Justin's voice reappeared. The battle suits have all been completed. Audie smiled, tilted his head, and turned to collect the suits. Thank you for your hard work, Justin. Let's go. Time to set forth, warriors. Venom emerged from Audie's shoulder, baring his teeth and exclaiming, finally, I've been waiting for this moment for ages. As his strength increased and his abilities became more refined, Audie's control over time travel grew ever stronger. Dark purple energy waves spiraled around him, while a creamy white light flickered in his eyes. Audie remained motionless, yet the surroundings continually transformed. Wilderness, snowy plains, deserts, and cities, ultimately settling in a dimly lit harbor. As he dispelled the energy enveloping him and the flicker of white light from his eyes, he stepped out of the harbor and gazed around. The voice of Venom echoed in his mind. Where are we? Audie stretched his neck. Washington 2003. In terms of the narrative timeline, it's probably during the events of X-Men 2. What should we do? Should we seek out the host of the Phoenix Force directly? After a moment of contemplation, Audie began to walk toward the White House. No need to rush. I believe we can indeed go directly to find the Phoenix. However, for now, we need to acquire a blood sample from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. I have a keen interest in genetics, though I cannot quite fathom why. All the offspring of Marvel superheroes are mutants, even Spider-Man, who is a magical superhero. It's utterly fascinating that every child born is a mutant. Venom, however, seemed indifferent, remarking that genetics were not inherently favorable. Aside from that one fellow with 1,000 personalities and the other who can manipulate the universe with his bare hands. Mutants are rather unremarkable. Inside the White House, in front of Lincoln's portrait, a guide was elaborating to tourists, the sound of the microphone resonating through the corridor. At that moment, the guide recounted Lincoln's inaugural address. We are friends, not enemies. We cannot be estranged brothers. Passion may wane, but the bond of kinship cannot be severed. Damn Lincoln, he ruined my dream of a farm. Venom cursed at the figure in the portrait from the back of the crowd. Calm down, my friend. Our first blood sample is here. Audie replied with a subtle smile as he approached a tourist clad in a beige trench coat and a blue hat. Hold still. My friend, I only require a vial of your blood. With that, Audie placed a hand on the tourist's shoulder, and before the tourist could react, he utilized his spatial powers to whisk them away from the White House. In the forests of Pennsylvania, a swirling black cloud crackled with purple and black lightning as Audie descended from the sky with the tourist. At that moment, the tourist's disguise was fully stripped away, revealing his true form. With blue skin, pointed ears, and a long tail, he was none other than the renowned mutant, Nightcrawler. As Nightcrawler regained his senses, he attempted to distance himself from Audie, but before he could activate his abilities, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him, collapsing to the ground in a faint. Audie retrieved a syringe from a void, showing no regard for the grass beneath his feet as he approached the unconscious Nightcrawler. Audie, you think in this world, Nightcrawler's parents are Mystique and Azazel? Upon hearing Venom's inquiry while extracting blood from Nightcrawler, Audie pondered for a moment. Indeed, in Audie's original timeline, Hell's Kitchen, Peter and Harry effortlessly dispatched the ninjas before them. What in the world is going on? ISNT, that old hag, Lady Gao, supposed to be dead? Peter raised his hand to catch a grenade, crushing it with a perplexed tone. I have no idea. It's been nearly a year, and yet these ninjas seem inexplicably entwined with the gang again. Could it be that the Hand has dispatched more agents? Harry tossed a few pumpkin bombs, responding, that seems plausible. It can't be that Kingpin has joined the Hand to usurp Lady Gao's position, can it? As the two conversed while dispatching their foes, a dart suddenly shot out from the shadows, aimed directly at Harry's head. Reacting swiftly, Harry raised his hand to block it, the dart landing on his nanotech suit, creating a ripple of azure energy. Who? A chilling laughter echoed from the darkness, as a pale-skinned man slowly emerged from the shadows. Good bang, bang, bang. Before the man could utter another word, Harry preemptively hurled 3 pumpkin bombs at him, engulfing the figure in a cloud of smoke and fire. Harry, hovering in the air, glanced at the spot where the man had stood, laughing heartily. What a fool. He revealed his position while trying to snipe. As he continued to chuckle, Harry raised his hand to block another dart, following his trajectory to see a man clad in a blue bodysuit, blood covering his form, gasping for breath as he stared at him. Can't you just bang, bang, bang? The man's words were cut short as 3 more pumpkin bombs were unleashed. Unlike the past, today, as pumpkin bombs had undergone significant enhancement, Norman had devoted nearly all his efforts to ensuring Harry's safety. The bombs had been reduced in size to 1/5 of their original dimensions, making them more portable while doubling their potency. To facilitate Harry's throwing, Norman even equipped the bombs with bat-like blades, allowing them to be utilized as darts, striking with surprise and causing explosive damage. Once again, smoke and flames erupted, and the man hastily used a smoke screen to evade. Yet, as he distanced himself to dispel the mist, he suddenly felt his vision lowering and in a daze. He caught sight of a headless body clad in a blue bodysuit. Whose body was that? With no time for contemplation, the man's consciousness faded into darkness. After decapitating the man, Harry retracted his arm blade and used the flamethrower on his device to reduce the body to ashes. Although he was uncertain how this bullseye had been resurrected or transformed into a vampire, Harry resolved to ensure that he would never return to life again. Batman, how are things on your end? Harry collected a sample from the pile of ashes and placed it in a small glass vial. I'm well, Spider-Man. Let us move. All right. 10 minutes later, at Fist Tower, Kingpin received the news of Bullseye's demise, his eyes burning with rage, his face contorted like a demon. Damn it. A whole year. I devoted an entire year to resurrect him, and yet this foolish creature was slaughtered in less than a week. How infuriating. Jean, in a fit of rage, struck the ground repeatedly with his scepter. Having successfully joined the Alliance and usurped Lady Gao's position, he had initially invested time and energy into reviving someone he believed to be noteworthy. Little did he know that this wretch was nothing but a complete failure. Indeed, relying on others proved less fruitful than depending on oneself. Fortunately, he had now mastered the power of Chi. With this force combined with his vampiric abilities, he was confident that he could contend with both Spider-Man and Batman. Chapter 71. Wolverine the Nightcrawler's abilities hold significant research value. As he collected the blood in his spatial pocket, Adi crouched down, examining the unconscious Nightcrawler sprawled on the ground. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of Nightcrawler's powers. Unlike mere teleportation, Nightcrawler first transports himself to another dimension before using his abilities to emerge from that space, thus achieving instantaneous movement. This phenomenon explains the accompanying black mist and sulfurous scent that accompany Nightcrawler's powers. Adi couldn't help but marvel at the potency of genetics. First, there was Cyclops with his eyes connecting to another dimension, then Franklin, who could single-handedly manipulate Galactus. The multitude of personalities within Legion, each with its own distinct ability, was simply beyond measure. Shaking his head, Adi extended his hand above Nightcrawler's head, a burst of purple-black light emanating from his palm. Strands of blue energy began to emerge from Nightcrawler's head, intertwining with the radiance in Adi's hand. As the blue strands flowed into his palm, Nightcrawler's azure skin and tail gradually faded away. In the span of a short tea break, the blue strands fully integrated into Adi's hand, and the fallen Nightcrawler no longer resembled the blue demon, but transformed into an ordinary human. Rising to his feet, Adi assessed his own body. It was as he had anticipated. He had acquired Nightcrawler's ability without inheriting his genetics. Didn't TU absorb his powers? Why do I still sense his abilities? Venom's deep voice resonated in his mind. Adi clapped his hands and snapped his fingers, utilizing his spatial power to deposit the temporarily ordinary Nightcrawler at the entrance of the academy run by the professor. I merely absorbed his abilities, not erased his genetics. Thus, his powers remain intact. However, restoration may take approximately a month, Adi replied with an unusually relaxed tone. If there were anything in the X-Men universe that piqued his interest, it would be genetics, adamantium, and Sentinel robots. These three elements were of paramount significance. Adamantium speaks for itself, while the Sentinel robots are truly unrivaled. The moment when one of them crushed Iceman's head left a profound impression on Adi. When he watched Days of Future Past, the sheer intimidation exuded by the Sentinels was nothing short of overwhelming. In terms of expressiveness, they outclassed Ultron from Avengers, Age of Ultron, setting aside other matters. While Bolivar Trask may not be particularly impressive as a person, Adi held great respect for his abilities. For the moment, the matter of genetics can be set aside. The Brotherhood of Evil Mutants remains stationary, and Bolivar Trask cannot be eliminated just yet. Logan's current objective is to reach the base beneath the reservoir, where he hopes to acquire the adamantium used by Wolverine to vanquish Deathstrike, along with pertinent information regarding this metal. Amidst the frigid landscape, a solitary figure traverses the frozen lake, a diminutive silhouette starkly contrasting against the white expanse. As the view draws closer, the figure's visage is revealed to be that of a middle-aged man, clad in a black backpack, a leather jacket, and a pair of trousers. It is difficult to fathom how he, with such minimal gear, dares to venture alone in this near-zero world. With measured steps akin to a leisurely spring outing, the man approaches an abandoned edifice, brushing the snow from the doorplate with his hand. Leaning in, he reads the inscription, Alkali Lake Industrial Complex. The combination of location and character clarifies his identity. He is none other than Logan, the Wolverine, who has come specifically in search of his own past. Exhaling a plume of warm breath, Logan raises an eyebrow at the expansive doorway before him. A surge of excitement mingled with caution swelling within. After all these years, this is the closest he has ever been to reclaiming his lost memories. Yet, the closer he draws to this place, the heavier his heart feels, accompanied by an unsettling sense of anxiety, as if his very essence is warning him against approaching. Furrowing his brow, Logan would typically retreat without a second thought. But not today. The memories of his past have morphed into an obsession that he must resolve. Clenching his fists, muscles taut, his claws poised for action, Logan steps forward and slips through the partially ajar door, only to be struck dumb by the scene before him. Before him lies nothing but the ruins of several buildings and a frozen reservoir. The sight fills Logan with profound disappointment, causing him to frown and shut his eyes in dismay. How could it be like this? Ruins? It seems his memories may forever elude him. Just as he prepares to depart, enveloped in disappointment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly reverberates in his mind, echoing with a striking resemblance to the professor's powers. A telepath. Logan, everything you seek is here, the voice asserts. On high alert, Logan scans his surroundings, his sharp claws instantaneously unsheathing. Who are you? He demands, glancing around, yet failing to perceive any corporeal presence. The enigmatic voice does not respond directly, but instead indicates a path forward. Taking a deep breath, Logan remains vigilant, aware that the opportunity to reclaim his memories lies tantalizingly close. With the readiness for battle ever present, he follows the guidance of the voice in his mind. Arriving at a steel door, carved into a triangular shape. Gazing at the familiar scratches on the steel door, Logan instinctively stepped forward, extending his hand to caress the surface. As vivid images surged his mind, the square fish tank, filled with a multitude of syringes, and a naked man breaking through the water, Logan's breaths quickened. And despite the frigid temperatures of the icy expanse, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. What on earth is this? Logan was perplexed, yearning to unearth the truth. With his claws, he widened the opening, following the echoes of sounds in his mind. He dashed urgently into a pitch-black laboratory. Utilizing his exceptional vision, he beheld the square fish tank and the chaotic tangle of syringes he had just recalled. The blurry images flashed through his mind like a train racing at full speed. Staggering backwards, he collided with a concrete pillar, sweat soaking through his shirt. What is this? Logan's face was a mask of confusion and bewilderment, unable to see clearly. The memories flickered too swiftly. The dark laboratory was enveloped in silence, save for Logan's labored breaths reverberating in the stillness. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Logan muttered under his breath, seeking to vent the turmoil within. At that moment, a familiar yet foreign voice resonated once more, this time not originating from within his mind, but seemingly nearby. Wolverine, the voice was deep and slow. Yet Logan discerned the speaker was youthful, or rather, the physical form of the voice belonged to a young individual. This wretched world was fraught with too many absurdities. He could not believe that someone possessing powers akin to that old bald-headed man could merely be a child. Who are you? Chapter 72, Jean Grey. Logan's voice rang out powerfully, imbued with a wild ferocity unique to beasts, as he directed his wolf-like gaze toward the source of the voice. He intended to ascertain the identity of the individual, but just as he focused intently, narrowing his eyes to discern the figure, he witnessed the person raise a hand and snap their fingers. In an instant, the laboratory lights illuminated all at once. The contrast of black and white flashed in rapid succession, rendering Logan momentarily blind. The sudden glare filled him with apprehension. His claws, glinting ominously, pierced through the skin as he emitted a series of low, warning growls, crouching defensively yet hesitant to make any rash movements. The reason for his caution was singular. Logan could not locate his opponent by scent. It is essential to note that, compared to his sight and hearing, his sense of smell was his greatest pride. His olfactory prowess could discern friend from foe, unravel the entire sequence of events through scent, and, akin to serpents, detect spectrums. Yet at this moment, his esteemed sense of smell had utterly failed him. Logan, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to see you. Without allowing Logan a moment to ponder the intentions of his opponent, he acutely sensed a sharp prick in his arm, as if pierced by a needle. He retaliated with a swipe of his claws, yet the opponent's speed was evidently superior, and apart from the whoosh of his claws slicing through the air, Logan felt nothing else. Who are you? Being effortlessly attacked while unable to land a blow in return rendered Logan feeling like a mouse toyed with by a cat. His temper flared. He could hardly endure such provocation and let out a furious roar, seemingly seeking to vent his anger. Oh, he now appears to be a feeble, enraged pup, doesn't H.Y.D.R.A? Indeed, I share that sentiment, came the response from two distinctly different voices. The younger voice was familiar to Logan. It was the very voice that had lured him here. As for the other, Logan had never heard it before, but its rough timbre suggested a burly individual. As time passed, Logan's vision gradually returned, and upon suddenly opening his eyes, he beheld a young man clad in a suit, conversing with the head that emerged from his shoulder. "Who are you?" Logan asked, eyeing H.Y.D.R.A and Venom warily, his claws still poised. "Did he just inquire about our identities?" "H.Y.D.R.A? I am aware," H.Y.D.R.A replied, a subtle smile gracing his face. "Greetings, Mr. Wolverine. I am Adolph H.Y.D.R.A, and this is my partner, Venom. It is a pleasure to meet you." Logan remained on guard, noting H.Y.D.R.A's courteous demeanor, which only deepened his suspicion. Previous encounters with polite yet seemingly harmless adversaries had often proven to be the most troublesome. Noticing Logan's silence, H.Y.D.R.A maintained his smile, and an intriguing thought suddenly sprang to mind. "Mr. Logan, do you wish to recover your memories?" At H.Y.D.R.A's words, Logan's pupils constricted sharply. Disregarding H.Y.D.R.A's motives, he rushed forward. "What do you know? Please tell me. I will agree to any request." Upon seeing Logan lunge at him, H.Y.D.R.A's smile widened as he swiftly vanished, reappearing behind Logan. Startled by his empty grasp, Logan spun around to strike again, but his primal instincts could not surpass H.Y.D.R.A's enhanced spider sense. After several futile attempts, Logan's mind was thrown into disarray. He could not fathom the origin of this formidable opponent. Having grown somewhat bored with the game, H.Y.D.R.A decided against further teasing Logan and distanced himself with a swift movement. He waved cheerfully at Logan. "No need to rush, Mr. Logan. There is still ample time. I will be at the Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters." "Oh yes, at the Xavier Academy, Mr. Logan. I shall restore your memories then. Do remember to arrive promptly, or I cannot guarantee what may transpire. Farewell." "Wait." Logan sought to intervene, yet as H.Y.D.R.A spoke, a tumultuous black cloud enveloped him, and with a thunderous boom, he vanished. With H.Y.D.R.A's departure, the laboratory was once again shrouded in darkness. Logan, surveying his surroundings and confirming that H.Y.D.R.A had indeed left, furrowed his brow in concern. Adolph's venomous mother invoked the law. Had the Nazis returned to duty? Within the museum, the white-haired Storm was recounting history to a group of mutant children. At the back of the line, a boy clad in a red vest exchanged flirtatious glances with a little girl savoring her ice cream. The interactions among children are often straightforward. The girl playfully stuck out her tongue at the boy, who then, in a moment of mischief, revealed a forked tongue, startling her into a swift retreat. Storm, noticing the commotion, promptly called out to the boy, "H.Y.D.R.A, stop fooling around." Upon hearing her, the boy turned towards her, retreating slightly. Meanwhile, before the skeleton of a saber-toothed tiger, a young boy in a blue shirt stood, accompanied by a woman with short red hair dressed in casual black attire. "Come on, let us go listen to the lesson," the red-haired woman said, gently patting the boy's shoulder as she guided him towards Cyclops, nudging him towards Storm. It seemed as if there was an unspoken connection, a shared understanding between the couple. Cyclops turned to the woman, exchanging a knowing smile and a nod before returning his attention to his animated show. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the red-haired woman's mind, prompting her to look around in confusion. "This is maddening. I can't take it anymore. Make it stop." Various voices clamored within her head, and she glanced at the bewildered faces of those around her, elderly patrons, travelers, and janitors alike. A distorted electronic sound filled the air, causing all nearby electronic devices to malfunction inexplicably. The woman shut her eyes tightly in discomfort. Jean Grey, a playful male voice echoed in her ear, reminiscent of water droplets falling upon a tranquil surface, seemingly dispelling her anguish. "Who?" The voice was unfamiliar, belonging to someone she did not recognize. Jean lifted her gaze, hoping to identify the source of her relief, only to discover that everyone around her was frozen in place, motionless. Initially, she suspected the professor had used his telepathic powers to immobilize them, but when she spotted a coin poised in midair, she instantly realized that it was not the professor who had stilled the crowd. Following the sound, Jean beheld a young man clad in a sleek black suit, a peculiar alien head protruding from his shoulder, approaching her with a smile. "Miss Grey, Adolph Lee, This is my partner Venom. Chapter 73. The Power of the Phoenix. Jean cautiously surveyed her surroundings, then feigned composure as she turned her gaze towards the approaching H.Y.D.R.A. "Hello, Mr. Lee. How may I assist you?" H.Y.D.R.A. smiled nonchalantly and stepped forward leisurely. "Of course, Miss Gray, you could be of great assistance to me." Jean felt a surge of curiosity. She did not believe H.Y.D.R.A. possessed the ability to immobilize everyone, nor did he require her assistance. In terms of power, she considered herself merely an unremarkable telepath, with numerous mutants surpassing her abilities. Rather than seeking her help, it would be more prudent for him to approach the Professor, the most formidable telepath known. As Jean raised her gaze to meet H.Y.D.R.A.'s, their eyes intertwined in the air, and in that fleeting moment, her mind went blank. She could not form a thought, nor could she move her limbs, only feeling an overwhelming heat coursing through her body. She stood there, dazed like a statue frozen in place. Had anyone else witnessed Jean in such a state, they might have mistaken her for a person afflicted with dementia. However, H.Y.D.R.A. and Venom perceived much more. At that moment, Jin's eyes morphed into a solid black, resembling obsidian, piercing and reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Yet, even within the depths, there flickered a tiny glimmer of light, an infinitesimal orange-red speck at the very center of her inky pupils, so minuscule that one would need to peer closely to discern it. To others, this would hold no significance, but for H.Y.D.R.A., it was the very purpose of his visit, the power of the Phoenix. With unparalleled vision, H.Y.D.R.A. was able to discern the true nature of that orange-red highlight, a bloodfire phoenix composed entirely of flames. In the context of the narrative, this marked Jin's first unconscious activation of the Phoenix's power, and even this minute manifestation was sufficient for H.Y.D.R.A. to trace the elusive Phoenix force hidden within the cosmos. In the vast, boundless universe, the potent and fervent Phoenix power roamed aimlessly, searching for a host. Each blood-red feather was shrouded in an aura of destruction, melting the very fabric of space and distorting time wherever it passed. He had found it. By virtue of the subtle connection between Jean and the Phoenix Force, H.Y.D.R.A. successfully pinpointed its location. Turning to the still and motionless Jean, H.Y.D.R.A. waved his hand. "Miss Gray, we shall meet again shortly." With that, he vanished in an instant. As H.Y.D.R.A.'s departure unfolded, the spatial stasis within the museum dissipated, restoring normalcy. The suspended currents resumed their flow within the wires, and the stones that had hung in midair plummeted to the ground with a thud, transforming the previously serene atmosphere into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Jin's eyes returned to their original hue, her consciousness intact. Furrowing her brow, she scanned the area, seeking the youth who had just conversed with her. Uncertain of the reason, she distinctly recalled everything that had just transpired, yet the name and visage of that individual eluded her memory. Only two names echoed in her mind: Adolph and Venom. With a furrowed brow, Jean pondered why, if the persons sought her assistance, they had chosen to remain silent. Her perplexity drew the attention of those around her. Cyclops, her boyfriend, swiftly approached with concern, inquiring, "What is the matter, Jean? Did you see someone just now?" Jean's eyes lit up at Cyclops' presence, initially intending to ask if he was aware of the recent events, but as she spoke, she realized she had forgotten the individual's attire and appearance. "Who? What person?" Cyclops pressed, noticing the confusion in Jean's gaze. Alarmed, he feared something was amiss with her health, and grasped her hand. "Come on, Jean, let us find the professor. He can surely help you." His words pierced through the haze enveloping Jean's mind like a beacon in the dark, instantly illuminating her bewildered eyes. "Yes, the professor. He can undoubtedly resolve my dilemma," she murmured to herself, freeing her hand from Cyclops' grip and hastily striding towards the museum's exit. Cyclops hesitated for a moment before quickly following her. "Wait for me, Jean. I'll accompany you." In the cosmic realm of the Avengers, H.Y.D.R.A. stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the Phoenix Force before him with the keen eyes of a predator. At that moment, H.Y.D.R.A. maintained his original form, the disparity in their sizes akin to that of the moon and a tardigrade. The roar of the Phoenix reverberated through H.Y.D.R.A.'s mind, as if the magnificent entity sensed the profound threat posed by this diminutive creature. Taking a moment to appraise the Phoenix Force, he allowed the cosmic winds capable of extinguishing stars to buffet his face. After a brief contemplation, H.Y.D.R.A. rendered a professional assessment. This power far exceeds that of a single gem, No, it is the combined strength of two gems. Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder, baring its formidable fangs and extending its tongue towards the Phoenix Force, its gaze akin to that of one eyeing a rare delicacy. Cosmic fire roasted chicken. It has been far too long since I last indulged, it cackled. With a subtle smile, H.Y.D.R.A observed the approaching Phoenix Force and summoned the Sword of the Abyss. Venom. Let us proceed. The colossal figure, engulfed in the flames of the Abyss, reappeared, though this time slightly smaller than the Phoenix. In the cosmos, the blazing giant swung the immense sword towards the Phoenix, which was composed of blood-red flames. Sensing the peril, the Phoenix flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a barrage of fiery feathers like razor-sharp blades towards H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. The giant wielded the Sword of the Abyss, cleaving through the oncoming feathers. Yet a few grazed its form, only to be absorbed entirely into its being. The power of the Phoenix let out an enraged cry, transforming into a colossal torrent of flames that surged towards the giant. The giant roared, and the abyssal sword radiated a brilliant light, colliding fiercely with the fiery deluge. In an instant, the cosmos erupted with intense waves of energy, distorting the very fabric of space. In the depths of the universe, violet-black flames ravenously consumed the crimson fire, each force ebbing and flowing, causing the giant to grow ever larger while the Phoenix weakened. The cry this time was not one of triumph, but a mournful lament. Who could have foreseen that this ancient power, born from the previous universe, was on the brink of its demise? I apologize, H.Y.D.R.A. I cannot find a visage of that individual in your mind, only two names. The professor regarded H.Y.D.R.A. with a grave expression. H.Y.D.R.A. felt no surprise. She understood that to halt time required methods beyond ordinary comprehension. Although she remained composed, Cyclops could hardly contain himself. What a jest it was that a mysterious figure, one whom even the professor could not scrutinize, had set its sights on his beloved. Chapter 74. Devouring the Phoenix's Power Professor. Both the professor and H.Y.D.R.A. turned to Cyclops, and seeing his anxious demeanor warmed H.Y.D.R.A.'s heart. She gently grasped his hand, hoping to soothe his restless spirit. The professor empathized with Cyclops' anxiety. He too had once cherished someone he wished to protect. Scott, do not fret. The individual possesses formidable power, yet has not harmed H.Y.D.R.A., indicating a lack of malevolence. We need not be overly pessimistic. Moreover, someone capable of mastering the manipulation of time is exceedingly rare. Should they wish to join us, it could play a pivotal role in our coexistence with humanity. The professor's words were gentle and soothing, seemingly imbued with a magical quality that effortlessly calmed Cyclops' turbulent heart. You speak truly, Professor. But what should we do now? Cyclops inquired, his voice now steady, posing the most crucial question. H.Y.D.R.A. also turned her gaze to the professor. Seeing both their eyes upon him, the professor smiled warmly. There is no need for haste. Did the individual not mention they would come to find H.Y.D.R.A. soon? We shall wait patiently. H.Y.D.R.A., during this time, it would be best if you did not venture outside. This way, should they arrive with ill intentions, we can provide support more readily. H.Y.D.R.A. nodded in agreement. Understood, Professor. Cyclops, upon seeing this, tightened his grip on H.Y.D.R.A.'s hand and declared, I will stay by your side. H.Y.D.R.A., feeling Cyclops' grip tighten, H.Y.D.R.A. turned to him, her eyes glistening with affection. Thank you, Scott. In that moment, their gazes locked, and within their eyes, only each other existed, completely oblivious to the professor, who sat alone in his wheelchair. As the two individuals were on the verge of sharing a kiss, the professor, unable to bear the sight, cleared his throat twice. Ahem. The interruption snapped Q in and the laser-eyed one back to reality, prompting them to hastily separate. Observing their flustered expressions, the professor felt a wave of satisfaction. How dare they flaunt their affections before an elder? In my youth, when I still had hair, I was quite the charming youth myself. The professor, with a silent grin, kindly announced, I shall take my leave now. Children. Q.N. and the laser-eyed one blushed. Yet they did not loosen their tightly clasped hands, which brought the professor a sense of inner joy. We shall take our leave, Professor. Go on. He cheerfully waved them off, watching as they exited. Once the door clicked shut, the smile on the professor's face gradually faded, and he let out a long sigh. He wheeled himself to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside, where children frolicked joyfully on the grass beneath the sun. A shadow of sorrow crossed his brow, and his heart grew heavier as though an immense stone were pressing down upon him. From the images he had gleaned from Q-In's mind, it became evident that the mutant's ability was not akin to the teleportation of the Red Devil, but rather a true manipulation of space. Even if it were not space, time itself should not be underestimated. Moreover, it appeared that this individual possessed mental capabilities that surpassed both Q-In and himself, a dual-ability mutant, formidable beyond words. This reminded the professor of an old adversary, one who also wielded psychic powers, the White Queen, a mutant capable of manipulating space or time. May you be a friend rather than a foe. In the cosmos, the lament of the Phoenix echoed continuously in the minds of H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, yet they seemed utterly unaffected. Commanding the giant's colossal form, they wielded the abyssal sword, slicing through the Phoenix as if it were mere flesh. The severed essence of the Phoenix was then forcefully fed into the giant's maw, lined with sharp, glinting teeth. Slice a piece, devour a piece. Thus, the potent power of the Phoenix was consumed piece by piece. With a triumphant roar, the giant, having completely devoured the Phoenix's power, brandished the abyssal sword and howled at the heavens. Venom's voice resonated from the giant's mouth. "Ha ha, delightful." Shortly thereafter, H.Y.D.'s voice followed. "Let us depart. There are matters to attend to, such as meeting Boulevard Tlas to hasten the production of Sentinel robots, and also to see the Sentinels." The giant's form suddenly shrank, reverting back to H.Y.D.'s appearance. Venom emerged from H.Y.D.'s shoulder. "I can understand Boulevard Tlas, but what are Sentinels?" H.Y.D. smiled slightly, always generous in answering his friend's queries. "After the merging of the two universes, both the population and resources will double. I had initially planned to merge the worlds directly, but now I have devised a better method. The power of the Phoenix, the force of chaos, and the Infinity Stones are far more formidable than we can fathom. I shall harness the abyssal power to acquire the ability to alter reality derived from chaos. During the convergence of worlds, I will reshape the perceptions of all individuals, ensuring that the inhabitants of both universes remain blissfully unaware of any anomalies. As for the X-Men, I have contemplated extensively. They indeed represent a formidable force. However, Professor X possesses glaring weaknesses and significant character flaws, rendering him exceedingly manipulable. Rather than extinguishing the life of such a capable yet easily controlled individual, it would be more valuable for him to remain alive." Upon hearing this, Venom narrowed his eyes. "Oh, so you already have a plan in mind?" H.Y.D. nodded slightly. "Indeed. The relationship between mutants and humans embodies the professor's lifelong aspiration, making it an excellent entry point." Venom pondered H.Y.D.'s words carefully, reflecting for a moment before acknowledging. "You are correct. This is indeed a superb angle to approach. However, not all mutants heed the professor's guidance. What are the others? Such as Cyclops?" H.Y.D. chuckled. "Cyclops is indeed a notable figure, yet as long as the professor lives, he will remain powerless, much like the rest of the X-Men. There exists a more radical faction of mutants, such as Magneto's Brotherhood, which is rather promising. It has been a year. It is high time that Gambit stepped aside. Omega-level mutants surpass Gambit, who has proven himself to be rather ineffectual. It is truly perplexing why Gambit in our world is so lacking. In other realms, he stands his ground against numerous superheroes without faltering. Yet here, he has become a vampire and acquired the powers of both Chi and beasts, only to be bested by Peter and Harry. One would be hard-pressed not to shake their head in disbelief." As H.Y.D. spoke, his disappointment in Gambit's performance was palpable, and he sighed in resignation. Venom remained speechless. After all, Gambit is a vampire. Had Peter and Harry not injected themselves with Daywalker Serum, would Gambit be affected while Peter and Harry would not? To be fair, Gambit enduring for so long under the hands of Spider-Man, who adheres to a no-kill principle, is already quite impressive. Unbeknownst to Venom, H.Y.D.'s thoughts were not aligned with his. Even if he were aware, it would not alter H.Y.D.'s perspective. He retained Gambit to enhance Peter and the others' understanding of the darkness in their world. They have nearly grasped it. When experience is lacking, it is only natural to provide them with a new challenge. Let us proceed to discuss matters with Boulevard Trask. Chapter 75. Encounter with the X-Men in the Trask Industries laboratory. A deep, resonant voice imbued with the authority of a superior echoed through the experiments. "This will not suffice. Certain data points are erroneous." The respondent appeared somewhat intimidated, his tone quivering slightly. Then continue, commanded the owner of the robust voice decisively, refraining from reprimanding the speaker, which alleviated the tension in the room and allowed the respondent to visibly relax. Understood. The scientists in the laboratory methodically attended to their tasks. In a realm beyond comprehension, H.Y.D.R.A and Venom observed everything, particularly the diminutive H.Y.D.R.A. Venom could not help but scoff. Is Marvel truly in such a state of decline? H.Y.D.R.A and the Dwarf King are portrayed by the same actor. Their resemblance is strikingly uncanny. Surely that cannot go unnoticed. H.Y.D.R.A remained unconvinced, recalling that the X-Men had not originally been produced by Marvel, and it was not uncommon for actors to cross over into different roles. Rest assured, even if you were to place the Dwarf King alongside H.Y.D.R.A, apart from us, no one else would discern their similarity. Is that truly the case? Venom questioned H.Y.D.R.A's assertion, pondering how identical appearances could possibly escape notice. Of course, why would I deceive you? H.Y.D.R.A chuckled, engaging in conversation with Venom as they approached H.Y.D.R.A, while Mystique's ability merely allowed for transformation. H.Y.D.R.A possessed the remarkable skill to create sentinel robots capable of replicating mutant abilities. Even H.Y.D.R.A could not help but admire H.Y.D.R.A's brilliance. Had H.Y.D.R.A not previously conducted a thorough examination of H.Y.D.R.A, confirming the absence of any genetic enhancements or superhuman powers, he might have believed Trask wielded the ability to manifest his desires. Standing beside H.Y.D.R.A, H.Y.D.R.A quietly observed as he delved into his research. After a considerable time, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in H.Y.D.R.A's eyes. He raised his right hand and cast a spell towards Trask. Struck by H.Y.D.R.A's magic, H.Y.D.R.A initially stood in stunned silence, but then an eruption of inspiration surged through his mind like a volcano. Data that had previously required extensive calculations and vague formulas became remarkably lucid. H.Y.D.R.A felt as though he had transformed into an extraordinarily sophisticated supercomputer. Quick, bring me paper and a pen, he urged anxiously, eager to capture the cascade of thoughts flooding his mind. Oh, you have enhanced his cerebral capabilities at the cost of his vitality. You are truly wicked, H.Y.D.R.A. With this frail body, he cannot sustain himself for long. H.Y.D.R.A chuckled. Though I am not particularly fond of H.Y.D.R.A, his intellect is indeed impressive. Achieving such heights with mere mortal limitations is quite remarkable. Rather than dispose of him, I believe it best for him to live out his brief, yet brilliant life in solitude. Next time we return, I expect the Sentinel robots will have been unveiled. Let us go. Wolverine should also be returning to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. We must witness the legendary X-Men. As they departed, H.Y.D.R.A cast a lingering glance at H.Y.D.R.A, fervently scribbling away on the ground, his face alight with excitement, before harnessing the power of space to exit the Trask Industries laboratory. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Wolverine rode in on his motorcycle. In stark contrast to the original timeline, Wolverine's return occurred much earlier than anticipated. He parked his motorcycle hastily at the entrance, neglecting to remove the keys, and rushed towards the professor's office. Along the way, he merely acknowledged Iceman, Shadowcat, and Colossus with a brief nod, without pausing for conversation. Shadowcat, initially elated by Wolverine's return, grew perplexed upon witnessing his hurried demeanor and lack of engagement. She turned to Iceman, her brow furrowed in confusion, and inquired, "What is going on with him?" Iceman, though slightly envious, maintained his composure. "I'm not certain, but judging by his appearance, he must have something significant to discuss with the professor." Shadowcat found merit in Iceman's words, her expression shifting to one of disappointment as she pouted slightly. "All right then." Wolverine forcefully swung open the door to the professor's office. "Charles, have there been any unfamiliar visitors to the academy recently?" Inside the office, the core members, Professor Xavier, Beast, Jean, Cyclops, and Storm, were engaged in a discussion regarding Jean's recent experiences. Wolverine's abrupt entrance interrupted their dialogue. "What's wrong?" Noticing Wolverine's breathless and frantic state, the professor refrained from chastising him for his lack of decorum, and instead inquired gently, "What has happened? Weren't you supposed to be searching for your memories? You appear to have encountered some challenges." Wolverine cast his gaze over the faces present, ultimately resting his eyes upon the professor. As his breathing gradually steadied, he seized a chair and sat before the professor, recounting his experiences in meticulous detail. Upon hearing Wolverine's account, the others, who had been deliberating on Jean's situation, simultaneously considered the enigmatic figure he had encountered. Having lived for an extensive period, Wolverine possessed a keen sensitivity to the emotions of others, and he quickly sensed an underlying tension among those present. "What is troubling you?" The group exchanged glances, prompting the professor to step forward and share Jean's ordeal with Wolverine. "You encountered a mysterious individual, and they mentioned they would seek out Jean later?" Jean's memory does not recall the appearance of this mysterious person. Wolverine's brow furrowed deeply, his eyebrows knitting together in a perplexed frown. He attempted to recollect the features of the individual he had met, but as he pondered, his expression faltered. He realized that he held no clear memory of the mysterious figure. All he could recall was that he indeed had encountered such a person. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, revealing his predicament to the group, which elicited astonished reactions from all. The shared experience strongly suggested that Wolverine and Jean had encountered the same individual or perhaps a common organization. Just as the group fell into contemplation, two voices chimed in from the side. "Hey folks, is something the matter? Share it with us. We can help brainstorm some ideas." "Absolutely. Tell us what's going on. We have plenty of suggestions that could prove beneficial." As the crowd turned to discern the source of the voice, they beheld a young man clad in a black suit, seated gracefully upon the professor's antique wooden chair. Perched upon the young man's shoulder was a peculiar black entity resembling a head composed of a viscous substance akin to oil. Strangely, despite the absurdity of the young man's presence alongside this black creature, neither the professor nor the others exhibited any sign of surprise, as if the young man and the black monster were indeed meant to be there. Chapter 76, The Wolverine's Restoration of Memory. Of course, the professor responded kindly, directing his gaze toward the young man and the black creature. He proceeded to recount the experiences of Wolverine and Jean-Grey, candidly expressing his own and the others' concerns. Upon finishing the professor's explanation, the young man and the creature exchanged contemplative glances, and the professor and his companions refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting the young man's insight. The office fell into a prolonged silence, everyone's expectant eyes fixated on the young man, as if he were a beacon of salvation. Sensing the weight of their anticipation, the young man broke the silence with a chuckle. "I apologize, everyone, but I am no savior. However, I can indeed assist in resolving your predicament, as I certainly do not wish to be crucified." As he spoke, he took a sip from a steaming cup of coffee that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Upon hearing his words, the crowd displayed expressions of confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the young man's reasoning. The black creature, observing the bewilderment on their faces, erupted into laughter, its toothy grin gleaming. "Ha, look at their faces. It's utterly hilarious, H.Y.D.R.A, especially that kid with the ruby sunglasses, perpetually wearing a sour expression as if someone owes him money. I've never liked him." Venom ceased to conceal himself, emitting an imperceptible mental wave from his forehead. Instantly, the professor and his companions grasped the myriad inconsistencies around them, their collective gaze fixated on the young man, still sipping his coffee, not daring to divert their attention. By now, cold sweat had soaked their backs. The capacity to influence the professor's mind was a grave concern. Had the young man harbored any ill intentions, everyone present, no, the entirety of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, and indeed all of New York, would have faced annihilation in an instant. The professor, as the leader among them, struggled to maintain his composure, forcing a smile as he maneuvered his wheelchair towards H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. "Greetings, gentlemen. My name is Charles Xavier, Adolph Lee, and this is my partner, Venom," H.Y.D.R.A replied, taking a sip of his hot coffee, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The professor recognized that the young man before him possessed greater strength, and thus he sought to avoid conflict. Seeing H.Y.D.R.'s demeanor devoid of malice, he felt a sense of relief. Setting his cup of coffee upon the nearby round table, H.Y.D.R.A turned to Jean-Grey with a smile. "Miss Grey, it's a pleasure to see you again." Without pausing for her response, he then shifted his attention to Wolverine. Wolverine can be considered one of the earliest superheroes known to H.Y.D.R.A, second only to Spider-Man. Gazing at Wolverine's visage, strikingly reminiscent of Hugh Jackman, H.Y.D.R.A smiled softly, rising to extend his hand before the formidable mutant. "I mentioned that at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, I would restore your memories. I wonder, have you decided whether you wish to regain them?" Wolverine sensed the shift in H.Y.D.R.'s demeanor and felt the astonished gazes of others upon him. Yet, he was too preoccupied with his own desires to dwell on their reactions. He yearned to reclaim his memories. He was not merely Logan. He reached out to grasp Audie's hand, his expression grave, his eyes fixed intently upon Audie. With a clarity unusual for his typically tempestuous nature, he articulated his plea. I implore you, Mr. Lee, please assist me in recovering my memories. Even if those memories are steeped in pain and sorrow, I wish to know. Recognizing Wolverine's resolve, Audie offered a serene smile, meeting the intense gaze of Wolverine's eyes. I shall grant your request, Mr. James. Upon hearing the name James, Wolverine's pupils dilated instinctively as he locked eyes with Audie. In an instant, a multitude of images flooded his mind, vivid memories resurfacing with remarkable clarity. The vast reservoir of recollections, akin to a compressed file, was downloaded into his consciousness. Scenes of a farm, claws, a lover, a torch, a forest, 2 children, and more. He remembered everything. Wolverine, or rather James, or even Logan, recalled it all. Observing Logan's expression, which gradually darkened, Audie inquired with genuine concern, How do you feel, Mr. James? Logan exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to meet Audie's with a complex expression. I am profoundly grateful, Mr. Lee. What I have said previously remains true. Audie nodded slightly, understanding the profound impact the past held for Logan. For him, the most cherished moments of his life might have been those before his powers awakened. Yet, everything changed that fateful night, a night that marked a pivotal turning point in Logan's destiny. When I have made my decision, I will seek you out, Mr. James, Logan stated, raising his head to meet Audie's eyes once more, but finding only kindness reflected there. To be candid, he had anticipated that Audie might request something sinister or morally dubious of him, yet there were no such demands. Having lived for over a century, Logan understood that nothing comes without a cost. However, such considerations were irrelevant to him. A life lived without returning favors was not in Wolverine's character. It was the pursuit of justice and vengeance that defined him, James Logan Howlett. Clearing his throat, Logan raised his hand momentarily in the air before gently patting Audie's arm. All right, I trust you'll find me. With that, Logan turned to face the others in the room, lingering on Jean for a moment before his gaze settled on the professor. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low, rumbling tone. I think I need to rest now, everyone. Suddenly, I have many matters to attend to. Do not worry. I shall return to visit often. The crowd gazed silently at Logan. Not a single soul attempted to intervene. They all understood that Logan had matters of utmost importance to attend to. Logan turned his head and nodded at Audie, then proceeded towards the shattered doorway. In a place unseen by anyone, his expression sharpened, filled with lethal intent. It was the gaze of a seasoned wolf preparing for a vengeful hunt, crouched, restrained, yet resolute in his deadly conviction. As Logan departed through the damaged entrance, the crowd's attention shifted back to Audie and Venom. However, Audie did not grant anyone the opportunity to speak. Before the professor could utter a word, Audie smiled and gestured to the assembly, stating, My affairs are concluded. Thus, our meeting must come to an end. Until next time, dear friends, I trust that day is not far off. No sooner had Audie's words fallen than he was enveloped by swirling clouds of purple-black lightning, vanishing before anyone could react. Left in the room, the onlookers were at a loss, while Beast cast a hopeful glance at the professor. Observing Beast's demeanor, the others turned their eyes toward the professor, equally yearning for guidance. They all hoped he would provide direction. Noticing the expectant gazes upon him, the professor paused for a moment, a gentle smile gradually emerging on his face. There is nothing to be alarmed about. Everyone should return to their respective duties. Mr. Lee has shown us no malice. On the contrary, he has displayed a hint of goodwill. There is no need for excessive concern. Hearing the professor's words, the crowd reflected and found merit in his reasoning, exchanging glances and nodding in agreement. We understand, Professor. Chapter 77, Bucky and Tony Stark at Stark Tower. A robust man clad in a black suit surveyed the passing vehicles with eyes akin to those of Brown Bear. Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's bodyguard, friend, and brother in all but blood, was one of the few individuals in the world whom the arrogant playboy trusted. A few days prior, he had received notice that someone was scheduled to meet with Tony today, and, as his bodyguard, he naturally took it upon himself to be on the front lines, assessing the situation for his boss. Arriving 2 hours before the appointed time, Happy stood vigil outside, intent on eliminating any potential threats. As the hours passed and the meeting time approached, a black Cadillac slowly came to a halt before Stark Tower, the rear door swinging open. A muscular man, also dressed in black, with long hair, stepped out of the vehicle. At first glance, Happy noted the man's inverted triangular physique and instinctively measured their combat capabilities. He concluded that this individual could likely match his own battle-hardened prowess, while Tony would stand no chance whatsoever. In pursuit of further information for comparison, Happy scrutinized the man's hands. Noticing their pale complexion devoid of calluses, he let out a sigh of relief. The absence of calluses on his fists suggests a lack of experience in combat, while the smoothness of his palms indicates he has rarely handled a firearm. Despite his muscular physique, the absence of calluses implies that his muscles have been artificially enhanced and are, therefore, inconsequential, merely dead muscle. He possesses the confidence to subdue the man before him within 3 seconds. In a matter of moments, a self-assured smile graces the face of Happy, who believes he has discerned everything as he approaches the long-haired man. "Good day, Mr. Barnes. I am Happy Hogan, the personal bodyguard of Tony Stark, and I shall be your guide from here on." Bucky glanced at the stout figure before him, mustering a smile by manipulating his facial muscles. "Hello, Mr. Hogan. I am James Barnes. Let us proceed." "Very well, Mr. Barnes. Please follow me." Happy's confident grin widened as he stepped aside to lead Bucky. The duo walked side by side into Stark Tower, with Happy proudly explaining its features along the way. Bucky nodded in agreement, occasionally feigning expressions of awe. In truth, Stark Tower held no astonishment for him. He believed there was nothing in this world more technologically advanced or impressive than his current home. Bucky was not particularly fond of conversing, and his compliance with Happy was merely a ruse to mask his inner turmoil. Even though he had prepared himself, his heart raced uncontrollably. How should he initiate the conversation? A self-introduction? That might be too cliché. Should he directly inform Tony that he was the one responsible for his parents' demise? Burdened with complex thoughts, Bucky followed Happy to the door of Tony's office. Happy halted, casting a glance at Bucky, now entirely at ease with him. During the security check, aside from his shirt buttons and phone, no other metal had been detected on Bucky's person. "My boss is in there, Mr. Barnes. Please come in." Bucky cleared his throat and nodded. Happy turned to knock on the office door. "Come in." A languid voice emanated from within, and Happy pushed the door open, ushering Bucky into the office. "Mr. Barnes has arrived." Bucky beheld Tony, clad in a red shirt and sporting slick-back hair, lounging on a sofa. At that moment, Tony was embracing a stunning supermodel clad in scant fabric with one hand, while the other held a cerulean cocktail. Observing Tony's irreverent demeanor, Bucky felt no anger. Instead, a smile crept onto his face. "How remarkably similar you are. It takes me back to Howard, who was much the same, though he had two." Tony took a sip of his cocktail, glanced at Bucky standing beside Happy, and raised an eyebrow at Happy. "Hogan, I recall that a certain Mr. Barnes was scheduled to arrive today. Why has a real estate agent shown up instead?" Tony completely disregarded Happy's attempt to speak, turning his attention to Bucky and teasingly remarked, "How is it that you appear younger? I recall you being at least 55 this year, yet you look merely in your 20s. However, your hairstyle is far more appealing than that golden mane from before. It's quite fashionable, reminiscent of a street performer. What is your secret to maintaining it? Care to share?" Happy understood that Tony was deliberately mocking him, but he refrained from intervening, hastily reminding Tony, "This is Mr. Barnes, not Mr. Donald." Upon hearing this, Tony feigned a look of realization and offered a verbal apology to Bucky, though his demeanor and tone betrayed no genuine remorse. "Oh, I truly apologize, Mr. Barnes. You bear an uncanny resemblance to that real estate agent, Goldilocks Simpson. I simply recognized you." "Surely, you wouldn't suggest otherwise?" "Of course not," Bucky replied with a light smile, finding the humor quite fitting. It reminded him of an old friend. Indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. They both possessed the same sharp tongues, provoking an urge to land a few punches. Noticing Bucky's nostalgic smile, Tony had raised his hand, intending to sip his cocktail while observing Bucky's displeasure, only to be taken aback by Bucky's laughter. This unexpected reaction sent a shiver down Tony's spine, leading him to wonder if Bucky harbored some peculiar inclination, diminishing his desire for a drink. Raising an eyebrow, Tony placed his glass on the coffee table before him. His singular thought was to distance himself from this potentially eccentric individual. "Very well, Mr. Barnes, I have no intention of wasting time. Let's commence swiftly." Bucky nodded, his heart lightening in the presence of the familiar Tony. Indeed, Mr. Stark, I am here representing the Life Rescue Association under our Institute for the Study of Evolutionary Endpoints. As you are aware, many villains have recently emerged, and we aim to provide medical and housing insurance for those affected by calamities in an unknown world beyond the Earth. After departing from the X-Men universe, Eddie and Venom did not immediately return to their own universe. Having absorbed the Phoenix Force from the X-Men universe, their powers had evolved to transcend dimensions, allowing them to reach worlds beyond Marvel. Considering that returning to their own universe posed no immediate urgency, Eddie conferred with Venom about exploring realms outside of Marvel. "Where are we?" Venom inquired, emerging from Eddie's shoulder. Uncertain, Eddie replied, glancing at his own form, surprised to find that his abilities were neither suppressed nor constrained. This was unexpected, as each Infinity Stone within the Marvel Universe represented a distinct law governing that realm. The laws varied between universes, and now that they had transition dimensions, Eddie's powers remained unaffected. Instead, he continuously adapts autonomously to the current universe. Chapter 78, The Arrival of the Super Baby. H.Y.D.R.A harnesses his abilities to absorb information about this world, and in an instant, all the events occurring across the globe flood into his mind. "Oh, what is happening?" Venom, noticing that H.Y.D.R.A has finished processing the information, hurriedly inquires about the situation in this place. "This is America in 1938. Is an ordinary world?" Venom presses on, and H.Y.D.R.A raises an eyebrow. Turning to look at Venom, not quite, this is the universe. Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A proclaim that this is the universe, Venom's eyes widen in astonishment. The universe is far more extravagant than Marvel. The combat prowess is immensely inflated, and the mysteries of the characters' powers far exceed those in Marvel. It is no jest that with every major event, a superhero meets their demise first. However, danger and opportunity coexist, as the adage goes. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. The chance of achieving rapid success in the universe is significantly greater than in Marvel. Venom grins wickedly, letting out a series of sinister chuckles. Hee. What will you do? H.Y.D.R.A gazes at the golden wheat fields illuminated by the setting sun, his thoughts becoming agile. Kryptonians, the life equation, Shazam, Black Adam, and so much more occupy his mind. As for merging this universe with his own, H.Y.D.R.A has contemplated it, but the thought was swiftly extinguished by his own hand. Even within his own universe, he only dared to select the Warworld universe for fusion, having observed it for quite some time before making his choice. Even then, H.Y.D.R.A feared provoking a collision of multiverses, continuously augmenting his power, worried that it might lead to uncontrollable chaos. If he were to merge this universe with his own, lacking absolute certainty to mitigate the repercussions, it would no longer be merely a collision of multiverses, but rather a grand melee between the universe and the Marvel Universe. As H.Y.D.R.A pondered, a purplish-black light glimmered in his eyes, various images surfacing before him. The locations of 3 mother boxes, the Golden Trident, the Dark Trident, and so forth. The Earth at this stage is far more thrilling than Marvel, whether in technology or power. While H.Y.D.R.A was deep in thought, a voice reached his ears. He directed his gaze towards the source of sound. In a vibrant universe dominated by black, a spaceship was hurtling towards Earth at speeds rivaling that of light. With his unparalleled supervision, H.Y.D.R.A pierced through the steel barriers of the spacecraft, discerning the figure within. It was a small infant with sparse black hair and striking aquamarine eyes, exquisitely sculpted in appearance. H.Y.D.R.A was at a loss for words. His understanding of the universe did not match that of Marvel, yet he was aware of what a spaceship combined with an infant implied. 1938? Did Superman arrive on Earth this early? Is this the version of Superman? H.Y.D.R.A stood still, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He once believed that a journey to Krypton was necessary to obtain the Codex of Life. Venom, what is the matter? There is work to be done. In the H.Y.D.R.A original universe, Hell's Kitchen buzzed with its usual fervor. Today, Batman and Spider-Man mingled seamlessly with the crowd to commemorate the arrival of these 2 superheroes. The people of Hell's Kitchen prepared a grand display of fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. Peter danced through a hail of bullets, utilizing his spider sense, evoking envy in Harry, who was currently charging his suit by enduring blows. Peter's reflexes were astonishingly swift. His body instinctively evaded danger in the most effective manner. It was utterly confounding. Batman, cover me for a moment while I evacuate the crowd. Understood, Spider-Man. As soon as Harry finished speaking, he retrieved a pumpkin bomb from his waist and hurled it towards the criminals. Try this, a new gadget. Alfred, lock onto their positions. Certainly, Master Harry. A voice resonated. Aged yet robust. Alfred, the artificial intelligence integrated into Harry's suit by H.Y.D.R.A, though not an entity like Justin or Dean, possessed remarkable growth potential. As for the origin of its name, one might inquire with Harry. After all, how could Batman be without Alfred? The pumpkin bomb detached from Harry's hand, seemingly sensing something mid-flight, and abruptly transformed, releasing a swarm of mosquito-sized robots that surged towards the criminals. This was the latest weapon developed by Norman in collaboration with Otto, the mosquito robot, which housed a neurotoxin potent enough to be lethal to an adult male. The pumpkin bomb's overwhelming force risked unnecessary casualties, while the mosquito robots offered a safer alternative. By deploying the pumpkin bomb to release the mosquito robots and utilizing the suit's newly integrated AI, Alfred, for targeting precise strikes, could be executed. As he observed the criminals collapsing to the ground, their pupils dilating from the toxin's effect, a smile emerged beneath Harry's mask. Alfred, assist me in locking onto New York City's communication channels. I intend to eliminate all those damned criminals. Of course, Master Harry. I will secure the communication channels for you immediately. Meanwhile, Peter was busy evacuating the crowd. Lately, the criminals had become increasingly brazen, consistently choosing moments of high density to commit their crimes, compelling Peter and Harry to divert some of their energy to protect the populace. Indeed, as H.Y.D.R.A had remarked, these criminals displayed no semblance of conscience. They were pure malevolence, deserving of hell. With this thought in mind, Peter intensified his efforts to shield the fleeing crowd. Drawing upon his enhanced stamina, he unleashed relentless waves of electrical shock, incinerating every assailant struck and reducing them to charred remnants, scattered against the walls. In the dimly lit office of Fisk Tower, Kingpin gazed into the distance, his grip on the scepter tightening further, his countenance growing increasingly somber. Spider-Man, that scoundrel, had become ever more ruthless. Previously, the bodies could be salvaged, but now they were reduced to mere charred remnants and ashes. This abomination was truly cursed. Exhaling deeply, Kingpin recognized that he could no longer prolong his efforts. Over the course of a year, he had employed all his resources. It had failed to uncover the identities of Spider-Man and Batman. Instead, he had squandered considerable power in the process. After careful contemplation, Kingpin resolved to cease his delays. If he had not found them in a year, the likelihood of discovering their identities henceforth was slim. Since the shadows had proven ineffective, it was time to embrace the light. Spider-Man was a grotesque anomaly, and he too had made pacts with demons. Perhaps Spider-Man would not be his match. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze grew increasingly dark, and a black mist emanated from his form, swiftly enveloping him. When the mist dissipated, Kingpin's massive figure had vanished from the office. In the now silent and empty office, moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a serene glow upon the marble floor. Chapter 79. Kingpin, Spider, Bat. Under the influence of H.Y.D.R.A, Peter had become exponentially more capable in every aspect, yet the sheer number of criminals was overwhelming. Even someone as formidable as Peter could not attend to them all in a short span of time. In a small harbor, they had ventured beyond the confines of Hell's Kitchen. However, it was well known that the color black possessed a highly infectious and aggressive nature, even outside of Hell's Kitchen. Criminals and villains were in abundance. In the filthy, dimly lit harbor, a blonde woman clad in a brown coat clutched a small boy of 5 or 6 years, who was dressed in Spider-Man pajamas, trembling as she retreated deeper into the harbor. Though her demeanor appeared calm, the incessant shivering of her arms revealed that her inner turmoil was far from serene. 2 young men of African descent, sporting unkempt braids and brandishing knives, approached the mother and child with a nonchalant swagger. Seeing their advance, the blonde woman hastily removed all her valuables, discarding them before her, her voice quivering as she pleaded, "Please, do not harm us. I will give you everything." The 2 men exchanged smirks. One bent down to gather the discarded possessions, while the other continued to advance with his dagger drawn. As it became apparent that the men had no intention of sparing her or her child, fear finally washed over the woman's face. She could not comprehend why they were still unsatisfied after taking her belongings. Did they truly not fear Spider-Man and Batman, who were known to be in the vicinity? Her grip on her child tightened in her terror, causing the boy to acutely sense his mother's distress. The boy turned his head to look at the approaching figure of a black man, then glanced up at his mother before finally lowering his gaze to his Spider-Man pajamas. I believe that our David will one day become a hero like Spider-Man. The faces of his parents suddenly loomed before him. The encouraging smile of his father was replaced by the terrified expression of his mother, and the boy's eyes gradually filled with determination. He donned a Spider-Man mask that accompanied his pajamas and looked up at the black man, who was now less than 2 meters away. A youthful voice rang out defiantly in the small harbor. "Stop! Don't move!" The harbor fell silent, and after a moment, erupted into tremendous laughter as 2 black men, brandishing small knives, pointed at the boy and laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha! Kid, do you think wearing Spider-Man pajamas makes you Spider-Man? Is this little brat an idiot? Ha ha!" The boy did not understand what the 2 men found so amusing. He only knew that he was Spider-Man now, and he needed to protect his mother in his father's absence. "Shut up, you two! Stand still, or I'll shoot my web." The blonde woman intended to intervene, but the boy ducked his head, peering through the small holes in his mask, fixated on the 2 men. "Hey, what did you say? Damn white pig." One of the men, incensed that a child dared to call them such a name, stiffened and brandished his dagger, ready to teach the boy a lesson. The blonde woman quickly crouched down, shielding the boy as a mother hen would protect her chicks. The man who had been about to advance was halted by another man, who stepped forward and squatted down, pressing his face close to the woman to peer at the boy in her arms. "Come on, Spider-Man, shoot your web to defeat me." The man leaned in arrogantly, and the boy extended his arm from the woman's embrace, mimicking the gesture of shooting webbing at the man. Observing the boy's movement, the man smirked mockingly, glancing back at his companion before taunting the boy. "Come on, little spider, shoot your web over here." The man brought his face closer, the distance between them now less than a fist's length. Suddenly, 2 swishing sounds emanated from the boy's mouth. No webbing emerged from his wrist. And just as the man prepared to continue his ridicule, 2 strands of webbing descended from above, ensnaring the 2 men and pinning them to the ground, rendering them immobile. Unlike the previous instance where sheer force had crushed bones, Peter, considering the presence of a child, moderated his strength this time. Instead, he infused the webbing with spider venom. Dressed in his symbiotic suit, Spider-Man descended from above, coming to the aid of the blonde woman. The boy in her arms widened his eyes, sparkling with wonder as he gazed at Peter. "You failed." Peter ruffled the boy's hair and said, "You did well too, little Spider-Man. Good job, kid." The boy was elated by the praise from his idol. He swiftly removed his mask, revealing his face. "Spider-Man, do you remember me? I am David Castle. You saved me a year ago." Peter, having undergone multiple enhancements through Serum and Symbiote, possessed a memory far superior to that of an ordinary person, capable of recalling even the most fleeting encounters. "Yes, I remember you, David." The boy's face flushed crimson. He felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, with Spider-Man himself acknowledging him. David scrutinized Peter's new suit and tentatively inquired, "Is this your new costume?" Just as Peter was about to respond, Harry's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Come help, Spider-Man." Harry's words were brief, and Peter sensed that his friend was in some trouble. He glanced down at the adoring boy and nodded slightly. "Indeed, this is my new suit. Until next time, David, Batman needs my assistance." With that, Peter shot out a web and vanished into the towering buildings. "Oh, today has been simply marvelous." The boy gazed at Spider-Man's receding figure, unable to shake the moment from his memory, completely oblivious to his mother's furious glare. Smack! "Ah, Mom, David, I warned you against being reckless. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" The blonde woman slapped the boy and immediately scooped him up, fleeing from Hell's Kitchen, determined never to return. "Kingpin, I never imagined you were Wilson Fisk, one of New York's top 10 most influential figures, and a philanthropist to boot. This is utterly outrageous." As Harry stood before the rotund man in a tailored suit wielding a scepter, he found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by the revelation that Kingpin was indeed Wilson Fisk. Just days earlier, he had seen Fisk at a gala, where his father had shared drinks with him. Everyone in New York's business circles had some degree of acquaintance with each other. Kingpin was not surprised that Harry recognized him. His visage graced the streets of New York daily, serving as an inspirational figure. It was no wonder he would eventually ascend to the role of mayor. "The renowned Batman knows me. What an honor," Kingpin remarked, his stance relaxed, hands resting on his scepter, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Harry. Harry, not daring to be careless, hurled 2 pumpkin bombs at Kingpin. He had observed keenly that Kingpin had arrived enveloped in a shroud of black mist. This was a technique he was familiar with, one associated with vampires. Though he was unsure how Kingpin had acquired such powers, the fact that he could operate during daylight indicated he was no ordinary vampire. The target he had encountered must have been resurrected by Kingpin. Now, Harry aimed to test Kingpin's abilities while awaiting Peter's arrival, planning to join forces to bring down the formidable foe. Chapter 80. Adopting the baby Superman. As the pumpkin bombs hurtled towards him, Jean Bing remained utterly unperturbed. With a deft tap of his staff against the ground, two ninjas clad in black materialized from the shadows, positioning themselves in front of Jean Bing to absorb the impact of the bombs. This remarkable display of human interception left Harry utterly astonished. He was aware of Jean Bing's collaboration with the Hand Association, but had never contemplated that Jean Bing could command their ninjas. H.Y.D.R.A had previously remarked that when confronting adversaries, one could directly inquire about any uncertainties, as there was a considerable likelihood that they would divulge the entire truth. Trusting in his good friend's wisdom and adopting a nothing ventured, nothing gained mentality, Harry, peering through his goggles, pointed an accusing finger at Jean Bing and demanded, "Jean Bing, how can you summon the ninjas of the Hand Association? And how did you become a vampire?" "Ha ha!" Jean Bing erupted in laughter, his previously calm demeanor morphing into a menacing glare directed at Harry. He raised a hand, clutching at the air. "How did I become a vampire? And how did I summon the ninjas of the Hand Association? Now, that's an intriguing question. To elaborate, I must credit you all. Were it not for your interference, I would never have been sought out by the demons, nor would I have supplanted that elderly woman of the Gao surname to ascend the ranks of the Hand Association." As Jean Bing's spittle flew in a manic display, Harry couldn't help but mutter to himself, did he truly just say that? However, this revelation provided him with a prime opportunity to strike. From the concealed space on his wrist, Harry produced a miniature pumpkin bomb and, while Jean Bing was still delivering his tirade, hurled it at him with fervor. Since acquiring the ability to harness chi, Harry's perception had grown formidable, complementing Jean Bing's enhanced vampire powers. As soon as the mini pumpkin bomb was cast in his direction, Jean Bing instinctively transformed into a cloud of black mist to evade it. In terms of augmentation, Harry possessed the same skills as Jean Bing, and even those he lacked. Though Jean Bing had wielded vampire powers for a year, Harry had also trained under professional guidance for the same duration. When it came to mastering and utilizing vaporization, Harry surpassed Jean Bing. Noticing Jean Bing's mist escaping towards a narrow, complex terrain, Harry smirked disdainfully, switched his combat suit to close quarters mode, sent a message to Peter, and pursued the direction in which Jean Bing had fled, also utilizing vaporization. In an unknown universe, H.Y.D.R.A intercepted the spacecraft containing the small infant just as it entered the solar system. In the profound and tranquil vastness of space, H.Y.D.R.A gazed through the spacecraft's door at the sleeping infant within. The child, seemingly sensing something, opened his eyes, separated only by a door in the boundless starry expanse. H.Y.D.R.A and the infant exchanged glances. In an untimely manner, Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder, baring its teeth and pressing its face against the door. To an ordinary child's eyes, Venom needed do nothing more than stand there, and that alone was sufficient to quell their cries. In this terrifying scene, the small infant inside the spacecraft not only refrained from crying, but instead burst into joyous laughter, his innocent eyes sparkling with wonder. He raised his tiny hands, playfully grasping at the air, seemingly attempting to touch Venom. Witnessing this, Venom's heart melted. Oh dear, he resembled a little angel. How could I not adore him? It is no wonder that people are enamored with Superman. He truly possesses a captivating charm. Observing Venom's infatuation, H.Y.D.R.A couldn't help but smirk. The current Venom gave him the impression of a character straight out of a Disney animation, particularly one characterized by an overflow of maternal affection. One of those figures who would clasp their hands to their chest in delight upon encountering something adorable. H.Y.D.R.A phased into the interior of the spacecraft, gazing at the infant before him. He reached out, gently poking the baby's cheek with his finger. Indeed, like any ordinary baby, the cheek was soft and springy, seemingly no different from others. H.Y.D.R.A looked down at the little one, who reached out with both hands, eager to play. Venom, you have a better understanding of genetic matters than I do. I leave the intricacies of the life code and Kryptonian lineage to you. Understood, Commander, Venom replied, manifesting a tendril to salute H.Y.D.R.A before turning back to the infant. He extended a tendril, engaging the baby in playful antics while utilizing the abyssal power to replicate the life code and Kryptonian heritage without causing any harm. Watching Venom stick out his tongue and make silly faces, H.Y.D.R.A smiled softly. As the abyssal power facilitated the replication and transformation of the Kryptonian lineage and life code, H.Y.D.R.A could distinctly feel something new within him, albeit still too minuscule to manifest. The life code is indeed a remarkable asset. Countless genetic fragments danced in H.Y.D.R.A's mind, imparting knowledge of various Kryptonian professions. Once the replication was complete, Venom detached his tendril from the infant, leaving one to continue teasing the baby while he turned his gaze back to H.Y.D.R.A. How does it feel? H.Y.D.R.A shrugged nonchalantly. It feels fine, though I sense no significant changes. Perhaps I need to bask in a rays of a few yellow stars daily. Venom redirected his attention to the cheerful infant in the crib. What shall we do with this Kryptonian baby? Should we send him along the original trajectory to the Kent farm, or shall we keep him as a helper? H.Y.D.R.A looked at Venom, seemingly presented with two options, yet he understood that there was truly only one course of action. He was well aware of Venom's thoughts. While H.Y.D.R.A could not manipulate the cosmic dimensions to affect both worlds, acquiring one individual was rather straightforward. Although Superman is the protagonist of the universe, perhaps even its core, the universe will undergo infinite resets in the future. Taking away a small Superman would bear no consequence. If the Superman of the Marvel Universe were to receive the nurturing light of a yellow sun from a young age, he would merely need to grow, ultimately becoming his most formidable ally. In his heart, after weighing the pros and cons and ensuring that no issues would arise, H.Y.D.R.A reached a conclusion. However, before proceeding, he needed to acquire something to enhance the infant from Krypton. I believe we can keep him. After all, he is merely a baby Superman from a certain time period, and his presence should not pose any significant impact. Nevertheless, prior to that, I must attend to him in some manner. Oh yes, Venom eagerly made way for H.Y.D.R.A. As long as H.Y.D.R.A agreed to adopt the baby Superman, what H.Y.D.R.A intended to do was of no concern to him. He understood H.Y.D.R.A all too well. Once it was established that they were allies, any actions H.Y.D.R.A took concerning the infant would only benefit him. H.Y.D.R.A locked eyes with the baby Superman, who responded with peals of innocent laughter, prompting H.Y.D.R.A to chuckle softly. It seems we share quite a bond. As they spoke, a purple-black light surged within H.Y.D.R.A's eyes, revealing and aligning the genes within the baby Superman. H.Y.D.R.A prepared to eliminate some of the infant Superman's genetic weaknesses and then enhance them. The life evolution formula obtained from the monument of life and time enabled him to evolve any being into its most perfect form. But just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A soft, innocent voice emerged from the baby Superman. Bubba. Chapter 81. Name, Cyrus. H.Y.D.R.A paused momentarily and turned to glance behind him. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the glass of the hatch, illuminating the pure, innocent face of the baby Superman. Yet, this alone was insufficient to prompt the infant to speak. Even as a Superman, one could not be born with knowledge. H.Y.D.R.A cast an expressionless glance at Venom, devoid of any emotion. Noticing H.Y.D.R.A's gaze, Venom immediately turned away, pursing his lips to whistle nonchalantly, though his furtive glances betrayed him entirely. Witnessing Venom's antics, H.Y.D.R.A sighed in resignation, extending his hand under the infant Superman's armpits to lift him from the crib. The lifted baby Superman beamed with a radiant smile, emitting joyous giggles while reaching out to pat H.Y.D.R.A's arm, his little legs kicking playfully. Bubba. H.Y.D.R.A's gaze intertwined with that of the baby Superman, a bolt of purple-black lightning shooting from H.Y.D.R.A's eyes directly into the infant's pure gaze. Everything transpired in an instant. The purple-black lightning dissipated, and the baby Superman, placing one hand in his mouth, stared blankly at H.Y.D.R.A. However, this time, his expression held a hint of confusion and curiosity. H.Y.D.R.A gazed upward at the baby Superman he held aloft, a subtle smile gracing his otherwise stern face. Just moments ago, he had woven his own genetic lineage pertaining to the Asgardian gods into the fabric of the baby Superman's genes. In a certain sense, the infant Superman is indeed the biological offspring of H.Y.D.R.A. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Cyrus Quindenly. It seems that the infant Superman comprehended H.Y.D.R.A's words. The confusion and bewilderment in his eyes dissipated, replaced by sheer joy, as the spacecraft drifted through the cosmos. At the very instant H.Y.D.R.A uttered the name of the infant Superman, the sun emerged perfectly positioned between H.Y.D.R.A and Cyrus. The golden sunlight penetrated the glass of the cabin door, illuminating the faces of the two with a radiant glow. Venom, standing nearby, chose not to disrupt this moment of significance. To him, even if they were counterparts, each was an independent entity. There is no decree that Superman must be called Clark. Venom pondered over the name chosen by H.Y.D.R.A. Cyrus? The sun and the throne? It appears you have high hopes for him. H.Y.D.R.A. cradled Cyrus in one arm, turning to squint at Venom with a smile. Ultimately, it was you who facilitated this, wasn't it? Venom, observing H.Y.D.R.A.'s squinting gaze, shuddered slightly and quickly shifted the topic, leaning towards Cyrus and conjuring tentacles to make silly faces, playfully teasing him. Hello, Cyrus. I am your second uncle. Come learn from me, second uncle. Upon hearing this, Venom's eyes narrowed, hastily correcting Cyrus. No, it's not second uncle, it's second uncle. Within an abandoned factory, Harry, having switched his battle suit to combat mode, found himself encircled by dozens of red-clad ninjas, while Jean, clad in a white suit, stood before him with hands resting on his staff. Batman, I never anticipated your battle suit could transform, and that you are indeed a vampire. Jin's expression grew grave, his brow furrowing. He had intended to restrict Batman's flight and Spider-Man's agility using the terrain, yet he was taken aback to discover that Batman's flying apparatus could merge with his battlesuit. To add to his astonishment, he observed Batman utilizing the vampiric ability to shroud himself in mist. All signs indicated that his side was at a disadvantage. Yet Jean remained unfazed. You possess the power of a vampire, and so do I. You wield energy, and I have acquired that skill as well. Moreover, I have set traps. Do not doubt that today I shall bring down both of you, you wretched pests. Without further ado, Jin's muscles tensed as he launched himself towards Harry with his staff in hand. The legion of red-clad ninjas followed closely behind. This had been Jin's plan from the outset. He would take the lead while the others provided support. Jean understood that the red-clad ninjas of the Hand Association could handle ordinary foes, but they would be insufficient against anomalies like Spider-Man and Batman. As Jean charged forward, Harry recalled the teachings of Bucky and H.Y.D.R.A. Even when facing a mere rabbit, one must exert their full strength. Even if the adversary were ordinary, he must first engage in ranged attacks to gauge their capabilities before resorting to close combat. Harry first used the grappling hook on his arm to latch onto the ceiling, creating distance between himself and Jean along with the ninjas, while simultaneously leaving behind several pumpkin bombs. As Jean observed the situation, he swiftly hurled his staff, intending to sever the rope of the flying cable. The staff struck the rope, producing a resonant metallic clang before being deflected. Before Jean could fully grasp the unexpected turn of events, the pumpkin bomb left behind by Harry detonated with a resounding blast, sending Jean careening several meters away. Tumbling across the ground, Jean had just regained his footing when an enormous foot descended from above, striking him squarely in the face. With a crack, his teeth shattered, his nasal bone fractured, and blood foamed from his mouth. A fleeting moment of blankness swept through his mind as he toppled backward like a cannonball, only coming to a halt after colliding with several steel pipes. Harry, intending to deliver a finishing blow, was suddenly beset by the crimson-clad ninjas, forcing him to momentarily abandon his pursuit of Jean. After launching 5 pumpkin bombs toward Jean, he turned his attention to fend off the ninjas. Meanwhile, Jean, leveraging his vampire regenerative abilities, staggered back to his feet, seething with fury as he glared at Harry, who was entangled with the ninjas. With swift hand gestures, Jean conjured tendrils of black smoke that billowed into the air. The ninjas, upon contact with the dark mist, emitted an eerie glow. Their attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Adopting a reckless approach, even clad in vibranium armor, Harry found his rhythm disrupted by this sudden change. Observing Harry caught in combat, Jean resolved to flee, astonished by the extent of Batman's power. Jin's desperate retreat did not go unnoticed by Harry, who would not allow a supervillain to escape right before his eyes. Where do you think you're going? Harry summoned the energy stored within his armor, unleashing a force that sent the surrounding ninjas sprawling, allowing him to chase after Jean. Realizing Harry was in pursuit, Jean cursed the hand ninjas for their incompetence. Stealing his resolve, he hastily retrieved a remote control from his pocket, preparing to detonate the explosives buried beneath the ground. He didn't need to set off all of them, just a few to obstruct Harry and buy himself some time. Surveying the area, Jean quickly identified the type of bombs concealed there, the 50-second bomb cluster. Just as he was about to press the detonation button, a lightning bolt unexpectedly struck, severing his arm at the elbow along with the remote control. Gene recoiled, clutching the stump of his severed arm, retreating in shock. The high voltage had charred the wound, leaving no blood to flow, and a faint aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Sweating profusely from the pain, Gene trembled. His face contorted in rage as he glared at the figure that had appeared before him, gritting his teeth and letting out a hysterical scream. Failure. Chapter 82. The Fall of a Tyrant. The resolve of Steel Peter descended from above, crushing Jin's charred arm underfoot, and unleashed a bolt of electricity that obliterated the remote control. He then raised his gaze to the loathsome visage of Gene. Gene, gritting his teeth, fixed his glare on Peter, his pupils reflecting the figure before him. Gene Bing, you have nowhere left to escape. Gene Bing turned slightly, and there stood Harry, who had chased after him. Ha ha! The underground emperor of New York laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing with a sinister and grotesque tone. Little did he know, he had intended to retire after a brief period, but a year ago, these two peculiar beings had emerged from the shadows. Despite lacking any deep-seated enmity, they had resolutely opposed him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Is this what they call the inevitable reckoning of good and evil? A man who had never believed in fate. Gene Bing found himself convinced of the existence of a higher power in that moment. Regrettably, he had originally planned to embark on a world tour with Vanessa and Richard. As Gene Bing's laughter gradually faded into silence, he took a deep breath, extending his remaining arm and straightening his back, a proud smile re-emerging on his face. One befitting the underground emperor of New York. The victors ascend, while the vanquished fall. There was nothing more to discuss. Observing Gene Bing's acceptance of his fate, Peter and Harry exchanged glances and nodded. Harry's arm blade shot forth from his armor, while Peter's symbiote surged, transforming into a curved blade. In the dimly lit, narrow corridor, the shadows of the three men flickered against the walls, illuminated by a flash of electricity, their figures intertwining. The center shadow quivered slightly, and with a soft sound, a spray of blood erupted from its neck onto the wall. With a dull thud, the head of the central shadow detached from its body. Peter and Harry simultaneously retracted their arm blades and turned, directing a surge of electrical shockwaves and laser beams at Gene Bing's lifeless form. Only after reducing his body to ashes did they cease their assault. Finally, it's done. Harry exhaled deeply. After more than a year of wits and battles against the old scoundrel Gene Bing, they had finally eliminated the detestable pest. Peter sensed something amiss in Harry's tone and hurriedly stepped forward to caution him. Harry, do not let your guard down. It is merely Gene Bing. Audie mentioned that after Gene Bing's demise, the greatest challenge awaits. Harry paused at this, recalling Audie's previous words, and his expression beneath the mask turned serious as he nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I grasped the gravity of the situation. In Stark Tower, Bucky was explaining the significance of a Life Rescue Association to Tony. Meanwhile, Tony, with one hand roaming over the attractive woman beside him and the other clutching a cocktail, feigned indifference to Bucky's discourse. It was evident that Tony held little respect for Bucky, yet Bucky remained silent. Following his injection of the Daywalker serum, his hearing had surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He could distinctly hear that Tony's inner thoughts were far from the nonchalance he displayed. I've finished my explanation. What do you think, Mr. Stark? Tony loathed the feeling of being dominated, so even if he agreed, he ensured he maintained control over the situation. He wrinkled his nose and, with a dismissive pout, remarked in a teasing tone, don't you think your concerns are rather excessive? Just because of a few oddballs, you wish to establish some sort of rescue association? Moreover, if compensation is to be made, it should be directed toward those peculiar individuals in tight-fitting attire. I have no desire to clean up after those who don such outfits. Indeed, while their presence has led to a noticeable decrease in New York City's crime rate, what does it matter? New York still ranks among the cities with the highest crime rates. Tony regarded Bucky with a look of disdain, yet Bucky remained unfazed, merely lowering his head with a smile. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to Tony, wearing a sincere expression, and requested, may I borrow your computer for a moment? Mr. Stark? Tony raised an eyebrow, glancing at Happy, who promptly understood and exited the office. Within 2 minutes, Happy returned, cradling a laptop, which he handed to Bucky. Thank you, Mr. Hogan, Bucky replied as he accepted the computer. After booting it up, he quickly accessed a video online. glancing at it for a moment before passing the laptop to Tony. Tony, however, did not take it, instead gesturing for Bucky to place it on the desk. Initially, Tony appeared indifferent, but as the video progressed, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. Eventually, he pushed aside a nearby woman and sat up to focus on the content of the video. The video showcased a brightly lit biological laboratory, where armed guards indicated that the military was conducting some form of biological experiment. As the experiment unfolded, an unexpected incident occurred, culminating in a massive explosion. From the smoke emerged a humanoid creature clad in blue shorts and entirely green. This monstrous being wreaked havoc amidst the military's gunfire, smashing everything in sight before ultimately retreating, leaving Tony in a state of existential doubt. Damn, the military. Tony couldn't help but curse, lamenting their incompetence. Observing Tony's reaction, Bucky initially wanted to laugh, but quickly composed himself. Reflecting on some sorrowful memories, he suppressed his smile and turned to Tony with a serious expression. "What do you think, Mr. Stark?" Tony lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a mix of complexity. The ability to breach the military's firewall within a minute without detection indicated that Bucky was no ordinary computer expert. Thoughts swirling in his mind. Tony relaxed his furrowed brow and responded, "Mr. Barnes, you have successfully convinced me. I am prepared to donate $50 million to the Life Rescue Association. However, I have one stipulation. I wish to hold a senior position within your organization." $50 million. A senior position in the Life Rescue Association. Everything that H.Y.D.R.A had predicted was coming to fruition. Bucky stood there, momentarily stunned, struggling to process the revelation that every move Tony Stark made was anticipated by H.Y.D.R.A. "Mr. Barnes?" Tony observed Bucky standing in a daze, furrowing his brow as he attempted to rouse him from his reverie. Having been jolted back to reality by Tony, Bucky quickly adjusted his mindset. "I extend my gratitude for your generosity towards those afflicted by disaster, Mr. Stark. As for the position within the Life Rescue Association, our chairman has stated that as long as you are willing to join, the role of vice president is entirely at your disposal." Upon hearing the offer for the vice presidency, Tony raised an eyebrow once more. He had anticipated a struggle for a higher position, but to his surprise, they were readily offering him the vice presidency, indicating their sincere intent. As he watched Happy escort Bucky away, Tony dismissed everyone else from the office. Rising from his seat, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze eventually resting upon a laptop displaying a video of the green monster. Lost in thought while staring at the creature on the screen, the office television suddenly broke in with an urgent news bulletin about Spider-Man and Batman. Observing Spider-Man in his battle suit and Batman on his flying apparatus, alongside the panicked crowd depicted in the footage, Tony turned to the laptop once more, murmuring blankly, "Heroes? I believe I now require a suit that envelopes my entire being and allows for flight." Chapter 83. A temporary farewell. When the tiger is away, the monkeys assume dominance. H.Y.D.R.A was engaged in cosmic exploration. Bucky was negotiating business at Stark Industries. Peter and Harry were upholding justice in Hell's Kitchen. Chala had yet to return, and Cullen was excavating in the Arctic. Everyone had their own pursuits, leaving Pietro and Wanda free from supervision. It is well known that the growth spurts of Caucasian adolescence can be akin to genetic mutations. Within a mere year, Pietro and Wanda had evolved from children to adulthood. Wanda's figure had become graceful, beginning to resemble her future self as the Scarlet Witch. Pietro, on the other hand, had started to grow facial hair and had shot up approximately 10 centimeters in height over the year. Wanda was quite responsible, taking the initiative to assist Otto in the underground fortress when no one else was around. Pietro, however, was a different story. With no one to keep him in check these past few days, he was almost losing his mind. The combination of adolescence and an empty house had driven him to sheer exuberance. In the dimly lit living room, with all the curtains drawn, Pietro lounged on the sofa, a roll of toilet paper placed on a coffee table before him. The television was broadcasting a wildlife documentary, the vibrant colors illuminating Pietro's face and revealing his glazed expression. As the plot progressed, dark clouds crackling with purple lightning swirl behind him. Just as he registered the sound, H.Y.D.R.A's leg emerged from the clouds. Mother of! The exclamations of Venom and Pietro echoed throughout the living room. Peter was startled by the sudden appearance of H.Y.D.R.A and Venom behind him. Springing up from the sofa, in surprise, he sought the remote to turn off the television, but his mind went blank and he forgot where it was. After a prolonged search for the elusive remote, his face turned ashen as he turned to H.Y.D.R.A and Venom in a daze, only to lower his head again. The awkwardness was palpable, and Peter, unable to meet their gaze, felt utterly embarrassed. H.Y.D.R.A, reacting swiftly, cast a containment spell around the infant Cyrus cradled in his arms. A silence enveloped the room, and just as H.Y.D.R.A prepared to break the uneasy tension, the television emitted a distinct sound, indicating that the plot had reached its most thrilling moment. H.Y.D.R.A swallowed his words, which were on the tip of his tongue, and after a brief pause, he attempted to speak again. "It's all right, I understand. You're of age now. It's a normal need, isn't it?" Venom reached out a tendril and patted Peter's shoulder, speaking in a contemplative tone. "Indeed, the little rascal has grown up since a year ago, but remember to keep some privacy next time. You have a computer in your room, after all." H.Y.D.R.A and Venom's comments only deepened Peter's embarrassment, his face flushing from his neck to the roots of his ears, stumbling over his words. After what felt like an eternity, he caught sight of the infant in H.Y.D.R.A.'s arms, and his eyes lit up as he attempted to shift the conversation. "Who is this child?" Understanding Peter's intent to change the subject, H.Y.D.R.A discreetly used telekinesis to turn off the television, then lifted the infant slightly. "Cyrus Lee. Full name Cyrus Quinton Lee, my son." Peter, with remarkable composure, momentarily set aside his earlier embarrassment upon hearing that the child in H.Y.D.R.A.'s arms was his son. Curiosity overtook him as he glanced at the baby, then back at H.Y.D.R.A, his gaze shifting between the two before finally nodding. "You do bear resemblance, but how old is he? He doesn't look like a newborn." A soft smile graced H.Y.D.R.A.'s lips at Peter's inquiry. "He is precisely 2 years old." Indeed, Cyrus was genuinely 2 years old, not a fabrication on H.Y.D.R.A.'s part, but a testament to the fact that, after departing from Krypton, Cyrus had traveled through the cosmos for several millennia. Due to his near-light speed travels, time had slowed for Cyrus, resulting in a time dilation effect, causing his physical form to resemble that of a human toddler of 2 years. 2 years. Peter regarded H.Y.D.R.A in disbelief, realizing that 2 years equated to 24 months, plus an additional 10. Good heavens! He thought he had unraveled the mystery. His expression was one of sheer astonishment, and H.Y.D.R.A, without needing to read Peter's thoughts, could discern precisely what he was contemplating. H.Y.D.R.A chose not to elaborate, deeming it unnecessary. "Who is the child's mother?" Peter posed a new question. "There is none." "None." Peter was once again astonished by H.Y.D.R.A. With a nod, H.Y.D.R.A instructed, "No time for hesitation, Pietro. I need you to inform everyone to assemble at the underground fortress tonight." Without granting Pietro a moment to respond, H.Y.D.R.A turned and ascended the stairs. Having acquired a considerable amount of resources, including the technology and power of Atlantis, as well as the artifacts from Paradise Island, H.Y.D.R.A showed no restraint. He had seized everything, even from Superman. With the universe on the brink of a reset, it seemed more prudent to utilize these assets rather than let them lie dormant. H.Y.D.R.A had essentially taken everything he could from that universe. Initially, he felt exhilarated, but gradually, he came to a profound self-reflection. In worlds like Marvel's, regardless of how formidable darkness may become, justice ultimately prevails. Thus, as long as one stands on the side of righteousness, defeat is impossible. A sentiment echoed in the events of Avengers, Infinity War and Avengers, Endgame. This principle had always guided his actions. Enlightened by this realization, H.Y.D.R.A resolved to cease while ahead. Crafting a righteous rationale. "The powers you wield are too immense. For the sake of universal peace, I must confiscate them." To substantiate his claim, he even ventured to Apocalypse, acquiring the Omega beams from Darkseid, effectively robbing both the forces of light and darkness. As night fell, stars twinkled in the vast expanse above, and all members of the organization gathered in unison, including Norman and Connors, as well as the distant Cullen from the Arctic and Chala from Africa, who were transported via a portal. "Everyone, allow me to introduce my son, Cyrus, full name Cyrus Quinn Lee," H.Y.D.R.A announced during the meeting, receiving heartfelt blessings from all, with Cullen's face beaming with joy. However, there is always someone to cast shadow. "What? You have a 2-year-old son?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide, mouth agape, hands cradling his head in disbelief. "By the timeline, this is absurd. You, looking so serious with your thick brows and big eyes. We're the first to find a partner. So now, among the 3 of us, I'm the only one left single? What a joke. Batman should be the one ruling Gotham, not here in New York. But that doesn't add up either. ISNT Gotham, one of New York's archetypes? Harry's expression contorted as jealousy, envy, anger, and disappointment melded into a perfect display on his face. Everything unfolded as H.Y.D.R.A had anticipated. He was well aware of Harry's impending reaction and thus delivered a statement he had long prepared. The flow of time varies between universes. The gathered crowd, composed of no fools, instantly grasped H.Y.D.R.A's implication. As for the child's mother, being adults, they understood that if H.Y.D.R.A chose to speak on the matter, it was his prerogative, and they had no intention of prying. Given H.Y.D.R.A's character, bringing back the child suggested that the mother must have encountered some misfortune. As this thought crossed their minds, the crowd turned their gaze towards H.Y.D.R.A and the Cyrus cradled in his arms, a flicker of compassion evident in their eyes. Chapter 84. Thriving H.Y.D.R.A remained unfazed by the onlookers' expressions, casually entrusting Cyrus to Venom's care before pivoting to face the assembly. His gaze lingered on each individual, ultimately resting on the central table. After a moment of contemplation, H.Y.D.R.A looked up at Johnny. I recall that Roxanne is with child. Mr. Barton once shared a few names with me, 2 for each gender, intended for your son or daughter. Johnny nodded earnestly. H.Y.D.R.A then turned his attention to H.Y.D.R.A, a smile gracing his face. Your wedding is approaching. How are the preparations coming along? H.Y.D.R.A shrugged. Everything is in order. As he spoke, he surveyed the room, straightening his posture. I hope everyone in the organization can attend our wedding. Of course. I have yet to attend a prince's wedding, came the unanimous reply. H.Y.D.R.A inquired about each person's circumstances, and it was heartening to see that everyone was progressing positively, their faces radiating hope for the future. While H.Y.D.R.A quietly listened to the group share their recent experiences, his mind was occupied with thoughts of their next steps. A year had elapsed since their last team operation, and H.Y.D.R.A felt the time was ripe for a new challenge, perhaps a foray into a more demanding quest. He tapped his fingers on the table, and the discussions quieted as everyone turned their attention to him. Ladies and gentlemen, would you be interested in embarking on an adventure through parallel universes? The expansive conference room fell into a hush, the sound of breaths and heartbeats resonating in the silence. Wait, H.Y.D.R.A, are you suggesting traversing other universes? Harry's voice trembled, laced with an indescribable excitement. H.Y.D.R.A smiled and nodded. Indeed, the notion of traversing parallel universes felt both alien and familiar, a concept they had only encountered within the pages of science fiction. The group exchanged glances, aware of H.Y.D.R.A's capacity to traverse the multiverse, yet surprised that he intended to include them in this venture. Eager expressions emerged among them, though a few fell silent, most notably the scientists led by Otto, who were merely logistical support and lacked combat prowess. Such explorations would undoubtedly prioritize the fighters. It seemed unlikely that this inaugural journey would include them. Then there was Johnny. With Roxanne pregnant, he wished to remain by her side. Johnny began, but H.Y.D.R.A raised his hand to signal him to refrain from further words. The flow of time varies across worlds. A month spent in another realm equates to merely a day passing here. Upon hearing that a month in an alternate world would only result in a day passing in their own, Johnny breathed a sigh of relief, mirrored by Bucky, who had also considered declining due to his work with Stark. With time no longer a constraint, he found no reason to refuse participation in the team endeavor. Excellent. Now, does anyone have any questions? H.Y.D.R.A glanced at the crowd, observing the silence that enveloped them. Gradually, his expression shifted to one of solemnity as he spoke with gravitas. So, it is settled. In 2 months, I shall personally lead Peter, Harry, Bucky, Chala, Johnny, and Eric into the parallel universe. The realm we are about to enter is exceedingly perilous. It is one of the great cosmic events. Though it may be termed a trial, it is indeed life-threatening, so prepare yourselves accordingly. Shortly, I will transmit the details of that universe into each of your battle suits. And Peter, I will send you the information separately. Now, does anyone have any questions? Seeing the group shake their heads in unison, H.Y.D.R.A clapped his hands and straightened in his chair. Excellent, everyone. Let us commence our preparations. I would rather not return from that universe in 2 months to attend anyone's funeral. Meeting adjourned. Bucky, please stay behind. The others dispersed from the conference room, leaving behind only H.Y.D.R.A, Bucky, and Venom, who was amusing himself with Cyrus. Noticing the troubled expression on Bucky's face, H.Y.D.R.A raised an eyebrow. What troubles you? Bucky sighed, interlacing his fingers over his abdomen and leaning back against the chair, tilting his head back. Things are going well. Tony, as you predicted. has joined the Life Rescue Association and taken on the role of vice president. However, H.Y.D.R.A, I believe we should refrain from involving Tony. He is merely an ordinary man. At Bucky's words, H.Y.D.R.A first nodded in agreement, then shook his head. Trust me, Bucky, Tony Stark can never truly be an ordinary man. I would wager that. In no more than 3 months, you will see. Bucky looked up at H.Y.D.R.A. Having lived together for over a year, he understood that H.Y.D.R.A never spoke without purpose. The fact that H.Y.D.R.A was willing to wager indicated he possessed knowledge. Have you seen the future again? H.Y.D.R.A chuckled softly. Yes and no. Bucky exhaled, his fingers cracking as he clenched his fist. If I weren't at a disadvantage, I would love to land a punch on you. I despise those who speak in half-truths. Feigning indifference, H.Y.D.R.A replied. Is that so? Then next time I encounter such a person, I shall be sure to inform you, so you can give them a proper thrashing. Looking at Bucky, H.Y.D.R.A suddenly recalled the idea of Bucky from the Thunderbolts. Senator Barnes. The thought struck him as remarkably feasible, prompting him to inquire, Bucky, would you consider running for President of the United States? Bucky regarded H.Y.D.R.A with a bemused expression, as if to say, are you joking? With a click, Bucky opened the door and exited the conference room, not outright rejecting H.Y.D.R.A.'s proposition, but stating that he needed time to contemplate it. H.Y.D.R.A was unperturbed. It had merely been a casual inquiry, and if it succeeded, it would be a delightful surprise. A great cosmic event? Their experience is still rather insufficient. Is it wise to involve them in such monumental occurrences? Venom leaned closer to H.Y.D.R.A, expressing his concern. H.Y.D.R.A rested his elbows on the armrests of the chair, his hands crossed, exuding an air of casualness. It's not too bad, really. It's not some monumental event. In fact, from a certain perspective, it's quite simple. Venom, harboring doubts regarding H.Y.D.R.A.'s statement, queried, is there such a thing as a simple monumental event? H.Y.D.R.A chuckled. Actually, I'm merely teasing them. The universe we are destined for is merely related to a significant event, serving as a prelude for what is to come. Oh, Venom pondered, struggling to recall anything of note, while H.Y.D.R.A, not wishing to disturb him, turned to amuse young Silas. H.Y.D.R.A made a funny face, eliciting a series of delightful giggles from Silas, who reached out with his chubby little hands towards H.Y.D.R.A. At 2 years of age, Silas was at the most endearing stage of childhood. However, being a superhuman, it was likely that he would not be as bothersome as an ordinary child in a year's time. H.Y.D.R.A stroked his chin, musing idly, noting H.Y.D.R.A.'s lack of engagement. Little Silas seemed to lose interest and flipped over to play with a stone pendant hanging on his chest. The stone's surface shimmered like glass, its center radiating a golden glow tethered to Silas's neck by a thin, purple-black thread. This pendant was no ordinary trinket. It was a newly discovered yellow star that H.Y.D.R.A had found in the cosmos, compressed using spatial power and magic. The glass-like exterior captured all the energy emitted by the yellow star, continuously channeling it to Silas, thus providing him with a constant supply of stellar energy. After a prolonged silence from Venom, H.Y.D.R.A snapped back to reality and cheerfully offered a hint. It's a world related to Hawkeye and Wolverine. A world related to Hawkeye and Wolverine? Venom's mind suddenly ignited with clarity, exclaiming, could it be 21,923? H.Y.D.R.A chuckled lightly, teasingly responding, perhaps it's 807128 instead? Confusion crossed Venom's face, but didn't you say it was related to a monumental event? Is there no connection? Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A.'s words, Venom's eyes widened. Well then, do as you wish. Chapter 85. The first collective transmigration 2 months later, during which H.Y.D.R.A had largely refrained from any mischief. Dedicating most of his time to caring for the child and studying cosmic technology, he found himself in a conference room, observing the fully equipped individuals around him. A surge of boldness welled within him. Are we all prepared? He inquired, receiving nods from everyone, though their expressions directed at him were somewhat peculiar. Excellent. Let us proceed. Everyone, we shall grasp each other's arms during the traversal. You may feel some pulling sensations, but do not be alarmed. It is a normal phenomenon. As H.Y.D.R.A raised his hands, signaling for Peter and Chala to grasp him, he noticed that everyone remained motionless, their eyes fixated on Silas, who was hanging in front of him. Realizing their collective thoughts, H.Y.D.R.A chuckled and shrugged. What is the matter, everyone? Peter pressed his lips together and voiced his concerns. H.Y.D.R.A, we do not doubt your capabilities. However, the world we are about to enter is a wasteland ruled by supervillains. The number of superheroes still barely clinging to life, there is alarmingly few. Is it wise to bring Cyrus along? As soon as Peter finished speaking, Everyone nodded in agreement. Adi also nodded in acknowledgement. Normally, Peter and the others' words would hold validity. Yet, Cyrus was not comparable to Clark. Until adulthood, Clark relied solely on absorbing energy from his sun, which resulted in a painfully slow growth rate due to the minimal energy intake. In contrast, Cyrus bore a yellow sun pendant around his neck, and Adi had employed magic to ensure that every drop of energy from the yellow star was transferred to him. This allowed Cyrus to grow at a pace not dissimilar to Zod when he first arrived on Earth, perhaps even faster. Now, Cyrus had unlocked all of Superman's conventional abilities, successfully surpassing Peter to become Adi's foremost disciple, with his strength continuously escalating, even considering the limitations of his age. However, this remained unknown to the others. Adi's gaze swept over the group before settling on Harry. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words, and he decided Harry would be the one. Harry, don your battle armor. What? Seeing Harry and the others display expressions of confusion, Adi raised his hand to cast a magical barrier to prevent any damage to the meeting room walls. Put on your battle armor, Harry. After establishing the magical barrier, Adi urged Harry once more, leaving everyone exchanging puzzled glances regarding Adi's intentions. Harry met Adi's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and then, gritting his teeth, activated the melee mode. Upon witnessing Harry donning the battle attire, Adi's lips curled into a broad smile. He leaned down and playfully poked Cyrus's cheek with one hand while pointing at the armored Harry with the other. Cyrus, look at those electrifying eyes. Cyrus, hearing Adi's words, first looked up at him with a cheerful smile, then shifted his gaze to the Harry Adi was indicating, under the bewildered stares of the others. His eyes gleamed with a brilliant red light. Realizing something was amiss, Harry was about to call for surrender when, in the next moment, he was struck by two slender beams of crimson energy crashing against the magical barrier behind him. Boom! 3, 2, 1, cease. Adi counted down, and as the 3 seconds elapsed, he covered Cyrus's eyes, halting the release of his heat vision. Perhaps due to the Asgardian genes inherited from Adi, Cyrus's heat vision reached temperatures of 10,000 degrees Celsius, delivering powerful impacts accompanied by electrical damage. Had anyone observed Cyrus's heat vision closely moments ago, they would have noticed the flickering red and black arcs of electricity surrounding it. With a thud, Harry fell to the ground after being propelled off the barrier wall behind him. Harry, prone on the ground, had frequently interacted with miscreants over the past year, inevitably picking up some undesirable habits. A phrase nearly slipped from his lips, but upon remembering the presence of children, he stifled it. As he rose from the ground, Adi pursed his lips and regarded Harry with a serious demeanor, inquiring, "How do you feel?" The battle armor shed from Harry's form, reverting to a mere backpack. He stretched his body and shot Adi a sideways glance. "If it weren't for the vibranium armor, your son would have pierced my heart with those 2 laser beams. Do you have any idea how high the temperature of your son's heat ray is? It's 10,000 degrees Celsius, while Superman's heat vision is merely set at 5,000 degrees. Venom emerged from Adi's shoulder, extending a tendril to pat Harry's shoulder, reassuring him with a smile. "Do not fret, Harry. The melting point of ordinary vibranium is 20,000 degrees Celsius, and your suit is composed of a special vibranium alloy with a melting point around 35,000 degrees. Furthermore, the suit is equipped with a mechanism that automatically forms an energy shield on the surface if energy saturation occurs, so there's no need for concern." Harry shrugged. All right. You have a point, but I remain skeptical. High offensive power does not necessarily equate to formidable defense. Adi, understanding Harry's intentions, smiled at everyone present and said earnestly, "Rest assured, everyone, this lad is not as fragile as you might think. He can lift objects weighing 1,000 tons with a single hand. That's a conservative estimate. 1,000 tons? Is that for real? You're not joking with us, are you?" Harry's eyes nearly bulged. The concept of 1,000 tons was staggering, considering he currently possessed a strength of merely 20-some tons, which was but a fraction of that. The crowd gasped, their expressions reflecting disbelief. "I'm not joking," Adi replied, rubbing his hands together. "Now let us go." He extended his hands once more to Peter and Chala. The others glanced at the Cyrus emblem hanging on Adi's chest, then looked back up at him, grasping his arm. Given their understanding of Adi, they knew he would never joke about the safety of those around him. Based on Cyrus's earlier demonstration of laser vision, There was a 99 chance that H.Y.D.R.A's words were true. With that in mind, what was there to worry about? This young lad was stronger than they were. Trusting in H.Y.D.R.A, they believed him even if he claimed that Cyrus was Superman. Perhaps due to their first journey across the multiverse, everyone appeared slightly anxious, ensuring their battle gear was donned before taking hold of each other's arms. This included Johnny and Blade, both seasoned veterans for whom H.Y.D.R.A had prepared new equipment. Blade's ensemble resembled a Falcon-inspired Captain America, albeit without wings, replaced by a trench coat, while the backpack on his back housed various nanomaterials capable of generating an array of weaponry. Johnny possesses a triad vehicle crafted from vibranium, capable of traversing land, sea, and air. Utilizing nanotechnology, it alters its form according to the terrain and can transform into various weapons. Within the motorcycle, there resides a vibranium battle suit, albeit one that offers only the most rudimentary defense, as Johnny primarily contends with magical assaults. As the group prepared themselves, H.Y.D.R.A nodded slightly and raised an eyebrow, proclaiming, "Well then, shall we embark?" Upon uttering these words, H.Y.D.R.A immediately activated his abilities, causing the surrounding environment to undergo a rapid metamorphosis. Fantastical forests, futuristic epics, cyberpunk realms, and apocalyptic crimson moons, transitioning seamlessly from three-dimensional to two-dimensional and back again. Before they could fully appreciate the wondrous spectacle of traversing the multiverse, a formidable force suddenly emerged, tugging at their bodies. The 7 individuals clung tightly to each other's arms, fearful that a misstep on their part might result in calamity for their companions. Chapter 86. The return of the evening hawk in a desolate and barren desert. The swirling yellow sands obscured all sense of direction. Not a soul could be seen, nor even the faintest trace of flora or fauna. A flash of purple-black luminescence heralded the arrival of H.Y.D.R.A and his companions, who emerged hand in hand in this forsaken land. Upon reaching their destination, all but H.Y.D.R.A released their grip, bending at the waist and resting their hands upon their knees, gasping for breath. Observing the panting individuals, H.Y.D.R.A shook his head in exasperation. The gravitational pull of time-space traversal was not particularly strong, and their state was a result of excessive tension. Prior to departure, H.Y.D.R.A had urged everyone to maintain a calm demeanor. Yet it appeared they had not relaxed as he had hoped. Nevertheless, H.Y.D.R.A could empathize, for who would not feel exhilaration and excitement at the prospect of time travel? Seizing the opportunity while the others recuperated, he utilized his abilities to absorb information about this new world. Peter, with his remarkable regenerative powers, and Johnny, who possessed immortality, were the first to regain their composure, straightening up to survey their surroundings. The cracked earth, the crimson wasteland, the withered cacti, and the pale remnants of lizards painted a grim picture. Johnny instinctively stepped forward, gazing in bewilderment at the scene before him. My goodness, is this what it means to be ruled by villains? Through his enhanced vision, attained from a complete fusion with the spirit of vengeance, Johnny discerned every intricate detail of this boundless desolation. Scattered every few meters lay skeletal remains of animals, monsters, and humans alike. In the distance, a ruinous expanse loomed, strewn with debris, devoid of any living presence, or rather, there were shadows of bones, half buried by the relentless sands. Johnny surmised that this place had once been a city, yet no city, no matter how dilapidated, could possibly reach such a state. In Johnny's mind, only H.Y.D.R.A and natural disasters could bring about such devastation. Mephisto could also be considered among them. "Oh my God!" exclaimed the others as they regained their composure and approached Johnny. Through their own abilities or the technology of their battle suits, they too beheld the grim realities that Johnny had witnessed. After gathering the information, H.Y.D.R.A approached the group. His eyes narrowed in a feigned expression of concern, shaking his head and sighing. "If we too meet with defeat, it may very well dictate the future of our universe." Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A's words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Each individual present held someone dear, and the prospect of such a future was unbearable to them. At that moment, Peter and his companions felt an unprecedented weight upon their hearts. The images H.Y.D.R.A had previously projected through stellar projection were mere visuals, akin to watching a film. Although they had felt something, it lacked a significant impact. They had presumed themselves prepared to safeguard the world. Yet this scene starkly illustrated the formidable burden resting upon their shoulders. H.Y.D.R.A observed the emotional shifts within the crowd. which was precisely why he had chosen the Twilight Wolf universe. Its desolation, despair, and chilling aura were overwhelming. After a sufficient pause, H.Y.D.R.A discerned the current timeline of the Twilight Wolf universe, which coincided with the eve of the storyline where the old Hawkeye sought vengeance for fallen superheroes. Speaking of Hawkeye, H.Y.D.R.A cast a glance at Peter, musing on the old fellow's rather spirited nature, having fathered a daughter with Spider-Man's offspring. Such shamelessness. Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Concealing his disdain for the elderly Hawkeye, H.Y.D.R.A stepped into the midst of the group. Let us proceed, my friends, and allow the villains of this world to experience the judgment from another realm. In a canyon in South Dakota, a yellow freight truck, embodying a futuristic aesthetic, traversed the rugged terrain, kicking up dust and embodying a wild spirit. Inside the vehicle sat two individuals. One, a middle-aged man with glasses and slick-back hair, occupied the passenger seat, while the other, an elderly gentleman with flowing silver hair, drove. This aged figure, not merely an ordinary man, was Hawkeye, struggling to survive in a world dominated by villains. The man in the passenger seat was named Harmon. On the surface, it appeared that Hawkeye and Harmon were merely driving the truck, yet in reality, Hawkeye served as Harmon's bodyguard. Why are we taking such a long detour? Harmon questioned Hawkeye's decision. Hawkeye shot him a glance, solemnly explaining, the original route is far too perilous and prone to ambushes. This path is less populated, significantly enhancing our safety. Harmon nodded in understanding, evidently convinced by Hawkeye's reasoning. However, before Harmon could voice his admiration for Hawkeye's expertise, the latter abruptly slammed on the brakes. His once clear eyes now wide with shock as he stared intently through the windshield, seemingly transfixed by something extraordinary ahead. Harmon, initially thinking that danger had prompted Hawkeye's sudden stop, instinctively braced himself to evade any threat. Yet, a fleeting glance revealed a sight so astonishing that he froze in place, abandoning his instinct to hide. A mound of corpses obstructed the path ahead, their tragic fates unworthy of mention. What was most horrifying was that these bodies not only wore identical attire, but also bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. The elderly Hawkeye gazed at the grotesque heap of cadavers and the blood pooling on the ground. His voice hoarse as he uttered the name of the deceased, the duplicitous one. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings while his hand instinctively reached for the bow and arrows resting nearby. Judging by the blood oozing from the corpses and their condition, it was evident that the perpetrators responsible for slaughtering the duplicitous one had not ventured far. He and the duplicitous one were old acquaintances, though not particularly formidable. The duplicitous one was significantly stronger than an ordinary human, capable of wreaking havoc with numerous duplicates. The mere thought of such carnage compelled even Hawkeye to take heed. Remember, regardless of what transpires, do not open the car door, he cautioned Hammond before decisively opening the door, bow in hand, as he stepped out of the vehicle. He meticulously surveyed the area before swiftly approaching the lifeless forms of the duplicitous one. The conditions of the cadavers were bizarre. Some had been reduced to ashes, others torn asunder, some decapitated by a sharp blade, while others had their bodies obliterated by sheer force or electrocuted to death. There were even those who left no remains, just charred remnants and half-carbonized bodies. Drawing upon his experience as an agent of H.Y.D.R.A, Hawkeye swiftly deduced the time of death. The most recent had perished less than 10 minutes ago, their bodies still warm. This indicated that the killers were likely lurking nearby, hidden from his view. Upon arriving at this unsettling conclusion, Hawkeye's pupils constricted sharply. He rose swiftly, stringing his bow and warily scanning the vicinity, cautiously inching toward the cargo truck. At the slightest hint of movement, he would not hesitate to release his arrow. In this tense moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind him. Instantly, Hawkeye pivoted, his arrow poised to be unleashed. However, as he beheld the figures approaching, he was momentarily frozen in disbelief, lowering his bow with quiet resignation. Past encounters had etched the likenesses of each teammate into his memory. Despite some differences, an inexplicable instinct whispered to him that these were indeed his comrades. Spider-Man, Black Panther, Blade, Ghost Rider. A look of astonishment painted Hawkeye's face, but this shock was fleeting. He realized that his allies had long since perished, and those before him were likely a mockery devised by the vile perpetrators. Drawing his bow once more, he aimed at H.Y.D.R.A and the others. His eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched as he roared in fury. Who are you? Who are you really? They are dead. Why can't you let them rest? Why? Tell me, who are you? Is it the mysterious one? Or someone else? Show yourselves if you dare. The elderly Hawkeye gasped for breath, his fury having reached an unprecedented peak. He had no desire to succumb to death. Vengeance for his fallen comrades still stirred within him. Yet today, it appeared that his survival was in jeopardy. If that were the case, then let these scoundrels witness how this old eagle seizes a piece of flesh from their very beings. He would not exhibit a hint of cowardice. He would not bring shame upon the memory of his deceased allies. Chapter 87. The Wasteland Hawkeye and the Aged Wolf. Is this the person you seek? Is he truly the superhero of this universe? Audie, have you made an error? Harry questioned, pointing at the disheveled old man with silver hair before them, whose eccentric demeanor led him to doubt Audie's judgment for the first time. He failed to discern any semblance of heroism in the old man. Rather, he appeared more akin to a deranged lunatic who had escaped from a mental institution. It is indeed him, without a doubt. Audie stepped forward, closing the distance to the elderly Hawkeye, and gently nudged aside the bow and arrow. Clint and Francis Barton, we hail from alternate universes, and I trust you grasp my meaning. Alternate universes? The elderly Hawkeye understood, having encountered beings who traverse the cosmos. However, this revelation did little to sway him, as it was merely Audie's assertion. Yet he hesitated. By all accounts, the elderly Hawkeye should not easily place faith in the words of a stranger, for that was the survival rule in the wasteland. Yet, inexplicably, the young man before him possessed an extraordinary charm that compelled him to believe. With a throaty cough, the elderly Hawkeye labored to breathe. After a prolonged silence, he rasped, his voice tinged with emotion, and trembled as he pointed a finger toward the group behind Audie. Who are they? Audie nodded slightly, his tone teasing as he introduced the elderly Hawkeye to his companions. Spider-Man. Peter waved a greeting to the elderly Hawkeye. Batman. Harry, feigning aloofness, crossed his arms and nodded. Audie continued to introduce each member, and when Johnny transformed into his Ghost Rider form, the elderly Hawkeye became fully convinced of Audie's words. He turned to Audie, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and tentatively asked, "And you are?" The elderly Hawkeye could distinctly sense that this team of heroes from other universes was led by the young man before him. To gather such a formidable group, this youth could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Audie offered a faint smile, remaining silent, as Venom emerged from his shoulder, startling the elderly Hawkeye. A symbiote. Venom leaned in close, their faces mere inches apart, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. You may call us Venom. Venom? The elderly Hawkeye stumbled backward, inadvertently stepping on a stone and falling to the ground. This moment seemed to trigger something profound within him. The aged Hawkeye collapsed onto the parched earth, arms outstretched, forming a grand character that resembled a large man. His silvery hair cascaded wildly upon the cracked ground, akin to a broom fashioned from slender bamboo strips. Under the gaze of all, he erupted into loud laughter. Yet amidst his mirth, he suddenly broke into tears. Tears and mucus cascading down his weathered face to the arid soil below. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha, I've waited for this. After 45 long years, this day has finally arrived. Heroes from other universes. Ha ha ha. Natasha, Thor, Tony, my friends, brace yourselves. I am coming to avenge you. The aged Hawkeye sprang up from the ground, dusting himself off, and extended a hand toward Audie. Clint Francis Barton, the Hawkeye of this world. Adolph Audie clasped the hand of the aged Hawkeye, a surge of violet-black energy coursing through their clasped hands into the Hawkeye's being. As the energy flowed within, a warm sensation enveloped the aged Hawkeye. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld his once wrinkled skin regaining its youthful elasticity. His previously emaciated arms began to swell, and his once pallid silver hair began to darken at the roots. He marveled at his rejuvenated state, feeling as though he had returned to the pinnacle of his 20s. The Wasteland Hawkeye hastily drew a dagger from his belt, the blade's reflection allowing him to clearly see his youthful visage. Gazing at the blade that revealed his young reflection, the aged Hawkeye's eyes turned crimson, his mouth agape. This was not mere sensation. He had genuinely reverted to his youthful appearance. What is this? The Wasteland Hawkeye raised his head, looking at Audie with disbelief. A small token of our meeting, as we will soon require your guidance. Audie nodded slightly. Though the Wasteland Hawkeye was brutish, one could not deny his formidable prowess. The Wasteland Hawkeye inhaled sharply, gravely posing his final question. What are your names? H.Y.D.R.A raised an eyebrow, turning to the 6 individuals behind him. It was an excellent question, one he had not contemplated regarding the name of their organization. But that mattered little. Turning back to the Wasteland Hawkeye, a smile graced his face as he declared the name of their squad. The Rescuers Alliance. The Rescuers Alliance. A splendid name indeed. The Wasteland Hawkeye voiced his admiration, not because he genuinely found the name remarkable, but because he was unable to suppress his bloodlust at that moment, yearning to storm the lair of the supervillains and eviscerate them. H.Y.D.R.A understood the Wasteland Hawkeye's thoughts, refraining from discouraging him. Instead, raising a hand to signal him to temper his impatience. A counteroffensive was inevitable. They needed to gather manpower, for even if they obliterated the villains, it would not alter the fate of this world. The Wasteland's Hawkeye paused momentarily, then grinned with a somewhat sinister smile. Of course, it is no trouble at all. I know many who can become our reliable comrades. I shall lead you. Very well. H.Y.D.R.A beckoned the others to follow Hawkeye as they departed. However, before leaving, H.Y.D.R.A cast a spell towards the ground, and astonishingly, nothing occurred. Shortly after H.Y.D.R.A and the others had left, a white-bearded, bald old man clad in a black trench coat, equipped with a high-tech artificial eye, arrived at the location previously occupied by the Wasteland Hawkeye. This white-bearded elder was none other than Crosshairs, whose true identity was revealed. In this world, the Red Skull had ascended to the presidency of America, and Crosshairs served as one of his marshals. As Crosshairs crouched down, yet to ascertain the cause of the demise of his counterpart, purple-black flames began to erupt from the fissures in the ground. Boom! The distant group, having moved far from the canyon, turned back upon hearing the explosion, just in time to witness a mushroom cloud rising hundreds of meters into the air from the canyon's direction. Under the dim light of the setting sun, the red orb was half obscured by the horizon, while a dark crow perched on a withered tree, bobbing its head as it observed the elderly figure wielding a hoe. Though he was an old man, this particular elder was unlike others. His physique was muscular, even more robust than many young fitness enthusiasts. Suddenly, the old man ceased his labor and straightened his back, twitching his nose before squinting towards the sun. How could this be possible? His pupils dilated sharply, as if he had witnessed something unfathomable. The old man stood there in a daze, staring at the approaching figure, muttering, "How can this be? It's impossible. Even a clone would possess a distinct scent. How could a person inexplicably revert to youth? Could it be the mysterious stranger?" Realizing a potential truth, he instinctively clenched his teeth, muscles tense throughout his body. At that moment, the rejuvenated Wasteland Hawkeye waved and called out to the old man, "Hey, Logan." Chapter 88. The Resurgence of the Aged Wolf Clinton? Is that truly you? The old farmer's hoe clattered to the ground, his hands unsure of where to rest. Confusion, anguish, and fury flickered across his face. As Hawkeye had called out, the old man's identity was revealed. Logan, the legendary Wolverine, who, like many others, had survived the cataclysmic event 45 years prior. The Wasteland's Logan closed his eyes in torment, his hands hanging limply, and in a hoarse voice laced with desperation. He pleaded, "Please kill me. I only ask that you spare my wife and children." His voice, though faint, resonated with the extraordinary presence of those around him. The smile on Hawkeye's face froze, while H.Y.D.R.A and the others came to an abrupt halt, standing still in place. Throughout their journey, the group came to understand one another more deeply, particularly regarding Wolverine, the last remaining hero whose plight was emphatically detailed by the Wasteland Hawkeye. However, the current demeanor of the Wasteland Logan starkly contradicted Hawkeye's portrayal. A profound silence enveloped the gathering as they absorbed the harrowing tales of a battle from 45 years past, learning of the immense suffering endured by Logan, one of the few surviving superheroes. Yet, the Logan before them seemed woefully weak, far removed from the legendary bravery attributed to Wolverine. Among those present, only Venom and H.Y.D.R.A were aware of the true horrors faced by Wasteland Logan, who had tragically slain nearly all the Sentinels under the illusion cast by Mysterio. The girl he regarded as a daughter, Li Qianhuan, had died in his arms. Witnessing the stunned reactions of everyone, Wasteland Hawkeye felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave, but H.Y.D.R.A restrained him, signaling for patience. He then approached Wasteland Logan with a steady gait, placing his hand on Logan's shoulder. "We are not your enemies, Logan. We hail from other universes. The aged Logan opened his eyes, surveying the young man before him and the child he carried, his expression still laden with despair. Other universes? You seem to know me. H.Y.D.R.A nodded slightly, reassuringly patting Logan's shoulder. Indeed, I am familiar with you from other realms. You all bear striking resemblances. Is that so? Logan sensed a dissonance. The illusion cast by Mysterio did not evoke this sensation. He inhaled deeply, the sense of everyone present flooding his senses. His sight, touch, and even his once proud sense of smell confirmed the reality of the moment. This was no mere figment of his imagination. With moistening eyes, Logan gazed up at H.Y.D.R.A, studying his eyes for an extended moment before choking out, "Is this all truly real?" With a solemn expression and a serious tone, H.Y.D.R.A affirmed, "It is real, Logan." Upon receiving this confirmation, Logan abruptly lowered his head, biting his lip before looking up at Wasteland Hawkeye. "Congratulations, Clinton, you have successfully awaited this moment." At Logan's words, the previously frozen smile of Wasteland Hawkeye finally softened, and he seized the opportunity to express his thoughts. "Yes, Logan, my brother, it is not merely us who have waited. These allies from other universes are our trump card for vengeance against all who have wronged us. Come, Logan, let us reclaim the name of Wolverine in America, and together we shall avenge our fallen comrades." Hawkeye spoke these words with clenched teeth, a fierce determination evident in his voice. However, upon hearing Hawkeye's impassioned plea, Wasteland Logan fell into an eerie silence. Sensing something amiss, Hawkeye swiftly stepped forward and grasped Logan's arm. "Logan, what troubles you? The opportunity for vengeance is at hand. Why do you remain silent?" In a desolate wasteland, Logan dared not meet Hawkeye's gaze directly. He turned his head away, pain etched across his features as he uttered, "I'm sorry, Clinton. There are no more Wolverines in this world. I have a wife and children now, and my life is quite fulfilling. Moreover, my self-healing abilities have significantly waned. All I desire is to live out my twilight years in peace." "What did you say?" Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Logan, staggering back in shock. He had intended to demand answers regarding the fates of their fallen comrades. Were they to perish without justice? Yet, as the words hung on the tip of his tongue, they became lodged in his throat. He was reluctant to sever ties with the last remaining brother. Ultimately, his myriad of words coalesced into a distant, sorrowful sigh. Hawkeye retrieved a carefully prepared gift from his backpack and extended it toward Logan. "This is for the children." After speaking, he turned to H.Y.D.R.A, his eyes filled with regret. "I apologize for the awkwardness. Logan merely seeks rest. He is truly exhausted. Let us depart. I will guide you to the next individual." As Hawkeye prepared to leave, a hand grasped him firmly. Turning back, he found H.Y.D.R.A holding his arm. "Allow me a chance," H.Y.D.R.A said with a confident smile that compelled Hawkeye to trust his words. If he could rejuvenate me, perhaps he could persuade Logan as well. With a nod of acquiescence, Hawkeye stepped aside. H.Y.D.R.A acknowledged him with a slight bow before directing his attention to the despondent Logan. "I possess the ability to glimpse into the future, to behold the original fate of this world. Would you like to see?" Logan, incredulous, lifted his gaze to H.Y.D.R.A, forcing a strained smile as he waved a dismissive hand. "No, thank you for your kindness, but I would rather not." Seeing Logan's refusal, H.Y.D.R.A remained silent, his eyes sparkling with warmth as he fixed his gaze upon Logan's. "It pertains to the future of your wife and children." Logan's body trembled slightly. The implication hit him like a thunderclap. H.Y.D.R.A's meaning was clear. His wife and children were his greatest taboo, the driving force behind his existence. Should anything befall them, he feared he would descend into madness. Damn it! Even in this state, will those bastards not leave me be? The mere thought of his wife and children facing peril sent tremors through Logan's body. Gasping for breath, he turned to H.Y.D.R.A, fury barely contained in his voice. "Please, tell me what the future holds." "Of course, no need to resist," H.Y.D.R.A replied, placing his hand upon Logan's forehead, a dark violet glow emanating from his palm. A surge of memories concerning the Moonwolf universe and Moonwolf's quest for home flooded into Logan's mind from H.Y.D.R.A's third-person perspective. The Wasteland Logan, fully embracing the memories, felt his muscles tense and his eyes widen upon glimpsing fragments of his past. His 6 claws pierced the skin once more after a span of 45 years, and a series of low growls erupted from his throat. The Hulk gang demanded protection fees, and when he could not pay, they granted him a mere 2 months' grace. Desperate for funds, he collaborated with Hawkeye to deliver goods, eventually returning home with the money. Yet, the Hulk gang, untrustworthy, took advantage of his absence and slaughtered his wife and child, mere weeks before the payment was due. Bruce Banner, you wretched dog. Chapter 89. Night raid on the Hulk gang with claws unsheathed. The Wolf King returns. Wasteland Logan needed no words. The blood drawn by his claws spoke volumes. Audie placed a hand on Logan's shoulder, a dark purple energy swirling in his palm, akin to what he had bestowed upon Wasteland Hawkeye, channeling energy into Logan's being. His white hair turned black, vitality surged through his form, and his self-healing abilities reached their zenith. Before everyone, the once ailing old wolf was transformed into a spirited Wolf King. As Logan felt the changes within him, he comprehended why Wasteland Hawkeye had regained his youth. However, unlike Hawkeye, Logan displayed no exuberance. Instead, he fell into silence. Hawkeye intended to inquire further, but Logan raised a hand to halt him. Sheathing his claws, Logan turned to Audie, uncertain of the price for restoring another's youth. Yet observing that Audie seemed unaffected by his actions, Logan remained silent for a long while, summoning the courage to tentatively voice his concern. May I ask, will restoring our youth pose any danger to you? Upon seeing Audie shake his head, a flicker of joy crossed Logan's face. But before he could speak, Venom emerged from Audie's shoulder, confronting Logan with scathing words. Old fool, do you think I am oblivious to your thoughts? You really believe we are engaged in charity? Casually restoring youth? Logan paused, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of disappointment. Yet, he recognized that restoring youth was a miracle. He had already achieved the impossible and could not be too demanding. While Logan understood this, his love for his current wife was profound. Even at the risk of angering those before him, he wished to advocate for her. Resolute, Logan gazed at Audie with hope in his eyes, bending his knees as if to kneel. Venom quickly extended a tendril to support Logan. Oh, come on, you old coot, what are you trying to do? Why are you so quick to kneel? Seizing the opportunity, Logan articulated his request. I wish to ask for your assistance in restoring my wife's youth as well. I know my request is unreasonable, but I want you to understand what she means to me. She has followed me for decades, enduring a life of subservience. Now that hope has arrived, I wish to wait until matters are resolved so that I can provide her with a life of comfort and enjoyment for the years to come. As long as you acquiesce to my request, I shall comply with any of your demands, even if it means contravening my principles. Logan, the expression on Wasteland Hawkeye's face was one of astonishment. He could not fathom why Wasteland Logan held such deep affection for his wife. He quickly turned to glance at Audie, noticing the smile that usually graced Audie's face slowly fading, replaced by an impassive demeanor directed at Wasteland Logan. Wasteland Hawkeye inwardly feared the worst. Wasteland Logan also lowered his head in silence, awaiting Audie's wrath. Audie meticulously noted the expressions and actions of the Wasteland duo. It must be said that in comparison to the entirety of the Wasteland world, Wasteland Logan and Wasteland Hawkeye were practically angels. Adhering to the principle that good deeds are rewarded, Audie could have easily granted Wasteland Logan's request. However, regrettably, there was an old scoundrel nearby watching, and Audie could not simply acquiesce to Wasteland Logan's plea. At this moment, there was no need for telepathy. Venom, Peter, and Harry stepped forward to speak in Logan's favor. As they knew Audie best, they were aware that had Audie disagreed, he would have already sent Wasteland Logan flying with a slap. His silence indicated he was waiting for someone to offer him an out. With one person leading the charge, others gradually joined the chorus of support for Logan. Surrounded by the crowd, Audie raised his hand to signal for silence, and those who had spoken were immediately quieted. Audie regarded Wasteland Logan with a neutral gaze. Your story is quite moving, and I admire your love for your wife. I can agree to your request. Once we have cleared this world of its miscreants, I will grant you half of your youth to share with your wife. Upon hearing Audie's words, a radiant smile spread across Wasteland Logan's face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you immensely for agreeing to my request. This is indeed wonderful. Although he was set on eradicating the villains of the Wasteland, Wasteland Logan did not believe it would require much time. After all, the notorious villains were either aged or deceased, leaving only a handful capable of putting up a fight. Not to mention, he had already restored his youth, and judging by the equipment worn by Audie and his companions, it was clear that they were formidable adversaries. Audie nodded slightly and glanced at the elderly woman and two red-haired children watching them from a distance, addressing Wasteland Logan. Go bid farewell to your family. We must depart. As he spoke, H.Y.D.R.A cast 2 spells towards the children beside the elderly woman. Wasteland Logan instinctively tensed to the sight. But recalling that H.Y.D.R.A was there to assist them and that the children were unharmed, he suppressed his urge to attack and inquired of H.Y.D.R.A, perplexed. What is this? This activates the genes within your children, ensuring that even in our absence, they possess a measure of self-defense. In the desolate wasteland, Logan expressed his gratitude to H.Y.D.R.A, proclaiming him as his brother by another mother. Had it not been for Venom urging Logan to cease his rambling, he would have eagerly sworn brotherhood with H.Y.D.R.A on the spot. After thanking him, Logan turned to bid farewell to his wife and children, but paused, recalling something and inquiring of H.Y.D.R.A, who shall we target first? Or rather, who shall we recruit? H.Y.D.R.A smiled faintly, his lips whispering a name, the Hulk Gang. Upon hearing that familiar name, Logan momentarily stunned, then grinned wickedly. Is that so? Splendid. I can hardly wait to eliminate that beast, Bruce Banner. At the foot of a barren mountain, the once lush forest had been ravaged by overdevelopment, transforming it into a desolate plain littered with dilapidated trailers. The few houses stood in ruins, resembling a vast landfill. This was the headquarters of the Hulk Gang, presided over by the green giant Bruce Banner, his progeny, and the gang itself. On this moonless night, fraught with murder and arson, the members of the Hulk Gang were the offspring of Bruce Banner and his cousin, She-Hulk. Though they possessed considerable strength, most had not inherited the immense power of their forebears, lacking even half of it. 2 members of the Hulk Gang, stationed as guards, dozed on the ground, oblivious to any impending danger. The reputation of the Hulk Gang was well known, and no one would be foolish enough to challenge them on their own turf. With such complacency, the 2 members failed to notice the looming threat. In quick succession, 2 beams of white light flashed, and the guards lost their lives in their slumber. Chapter 90. The fall of the Hulk Gang and the journey to Hammertown. As night descended, the Hulks gathered around numerous campfires, voraciously tearing into roasted human flesh those who had failed to pay their protection fees. The heinousness of the Hulk Gang's members could hardly be overstated. Their savagery, madness, and brutality were unfathomable, a stark contrast to the noble legacy of their ancestor, the superhero Bruce Banner. According to the original timeline, the Hulk Gang was poised to dominate this land for another 5 years, yet this nefarious organization faced premature annihilation. From the depths of hell, a knight soared through the night on a flying apparatus, unleashing a hail of bullets from the machine gun it transformed into. Hellfire rained down upon the unsuspecting Hulks, igniting chaos among them. Untrained, the Hulks faltered, scrambling in panic to escape the onslaught. Seizing the moment of their disarray, Peter and his allies sprang from the shadows, unleashing a merciless assault. Spider-Man's web legs pierced through the chests of the Hulks. Batman's wrist blades effortlessly severed heads, and White Wolf's vibranium fist obliterated a foe into a pulp. Black Panther reveled in hard extraction, while Blade wielded various weapons to sever joints, as Hellfire scorched the bodies of the Hulks, leaving Peter and his companions unscathed. Wasteland Logan casually discarded the severed head impaled on his steel claws and gazed at the fray unfolding before him, a fleeting glimmer of confusion flickering in his eyes. In his memory, these individuals did not exhibit such ferocity, particularly Spider-Man. Logan's gaze shifted to Peter, who had just torn apart a corpulent Hulk with his spider legs, effortlessly intercepting a punch from behind and delivering a devastating blow that sent the assailing Hulk's head flying. The Spider-Man he knew was neither so brutal nor so powerful, nor was he so taciturn. Yet, Logan felt no sense of wrongness. Instead, a knowing smile crept across his face. Yes, exactly like that. Strike them down without mercy. Their universe had been riddled with leniency, granting villains repeated opportunities, leading to the tragic convergence of foes and the annihilation of heroes. Contemplating this, Logan's mood darkened momentarily, but he quickly rallied, transforming his sorrow into strength, wildly swinging his claws as warm blood splattered across his face and body. In a world rife with sin, he was a warrior, a beacon of hope in the eyes of the people. How could he merely survive? He sought redemption for years of aimlessness, for the lives he had taken, and for betraying the trust of his comrades and the people. In stark contrast, Wasteland Hawkeye laughed maniacally, having awaited this day for far too long. Witnessing Peter and the others' prowess in battle, he could no longer contain his raucous laughter. The prospect of vengeance lay tantalizingly close. The group briefly diverted their attention to Wasteland Hawkeye before returning to their mission of subduing the remaining Hulks. They understood that avenging the Avengers had become Hawkeye's obsession, a fixation that had driven him to the brink of madness. This was precisely why they felt a stronger affinity for Wasteland Logan, who, despite his fierce temperament, embodied a self-sacrificing spirit for the sake of his family, undoubtedly earning him the admiration of a team that prioritized their loved ones. "Father, save me. Grandfather, I'm afraid." The Hulks wailed towards the cave, hoping that their indomitable green giant, Bruce Banner, would emerge to lead them against the invaders. Yet, regardless of their cries, no matter how desperately they shouted, Bruce Banner did not emerge from the depths of the cave. Believing themselves abandoned, the Hulks' faces turned to despair. Their will to resist extinguished, resigned to their fate. In truth, it was not that Bruce Banner wished to remain hidden. He simply could not leave the cave. At that moment, the once mighty Bruce Banner, the strongest of the Avengers, faced the most formidable adversary of his life. A young man clad in a black suit, cradling a sleeping boy against his chest, approached Bruce Banner, who was immobilized and unable to move. Before Bruce Banner, a young man was enveloped by a mass of viscous black substance, which then coalesced into a head filled with sharp teeth. The youth's expression remained placid, his eyes icy with indifference. "I initially intended to leave you to Peter and his companions, but I must apologize. I possess a keen interest in gamma energy and its source, Venom." Within the wildly vibrating pupils of Bruce Banner, the toothy black head suddenly expanded and lunged toward him. The sound of gnashing echoed within the cavern, as the green gamma energy of the Hulk was transmuted by the deep purple-black force of the Abyss. Audi refrained from probing the source through gamma energy. He had yet to completely unleash the power of the Abyss. In the face of Marvel's pinnacle, it was wise to exercise caution. With a flick of his telekinetic power, Audi crushed several disheveled female Hulks within the cave, adjusting his suit as he leisurely exited the cavern. At the mouth of the cave, Peter and the others had been waiting. "You are exceedingly slow, Audi. We have already dealt with the situation," Harry remarked, placing a hand on Audi's shoulder. Audi offered a faint smile in response. "Indeed, it has been resolved, though there are still matters to attend to." After casually explaining the reason, Audi turned to the Wasteland Hawkeye beside him. "Take us to Thunderbolt Town. We have some tasks to accomplish." As he spoke, Audi cast a sidelong glance at Peter. The Wasteland Hawkeye, upon hearing Audi's words, was filled with excitement. His daughter, born to the daughter of Spider-Man from this universe, resided in Thunderbolt Town. Having not seen her in ages, he was eager to agree. However, as he noticed the look in Audi's eyes, his smile faltered. He realized that such a reaction would be quite inconsiderate and understood that this Peter was not the Peter from his own universe. Yet he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The onlookers, unaware of the underlying circumstances, turned to the Wasteland Hawkeye, puzzled by his sudden shyness. Venom, privy to the situation, emerged with a mocking grin directed at the Wasteland Hawkeye. "Hurry along, old man. We can discuss matters once we reach Thunderbolt Town." Aware of his own shortcomings, the Wasteland Hawkeye was grateful for Venom's diversion. Thus, the group, having vanquished the Hulk gang, set forth toward their next destination. In less than a day's time, news of the Hulk gang's demise reached the tables of various factions. The leaders of these factions, perusing the intelligence at hand, wore expressions of bewilderment, angrily rebuking their subordinates. "What do you mean?" The scene was char-black. Among these leaders, only Dr. Doom remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the intelligence report. Perched upon his throne, one hand cradling his chin while the other rhythmically tapped the armrest. The Master of Magic swiftly deduced from the photographs and videos that the traces were left by Hellfire. Sensing something amiss, Dr. Doom contemplated for a moment before dispatching his robots to investigate the location of the Hulk gang. Chapter 91. The God of Thunder, Peter. The town of Thundertown, named after the fall of Thor's hammer, was once a bustling metropolis adorned with towering skyscrapers and radiant lights. However, it has since transformed into a quaint, 18th-century Western cowboy settlement, bearing the scars of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. This unique city is populated by individuals clad in superhero attire, as it serves as the largest marketplace for superhero memorabilia in this desolate world. Devotees of these heroes flock here to pray before the fallen hammer, beseeching the return of their champions to vanquish evil and save humanity. A group led by Audi arrived in a vehicle of uncertain origin, cruising slowly into Thundertown without pretense. They left a trail of destruction in their wake, and even the Red Skull dispatched imitators to intercept them, only to be thwarted by Bucky's decisive blow. This confrontation catapulted H.Y.D.R.A and his companions into notoriety. Their reputation for ruthlessness preceded them, comprising 9 adults and a young child. They left no gang member intact in their path. As they ventured deeper into the town, some residents recognized H.Y.D.R.A and his cohort, abandoning their tasks to observe. Their gazes reflected a mixture of hope, curiosity, anticipation, and fear. The hope and anticipation stemmed from the significant number of villains H.Y.D.R.A's group had eliminated, while the fear arose from their merciless methods. None of the evildoers had survived, their approach more ruthless than that of the very villains they opposed. Seemingly indifferent to the residents' scrutiny, H.Y.D.R.A recalled the saying, "When I enter the gates, a great scholar will surely defend my cause." The group parked their vehicle near the location of Thor's hammer, and H.Y.D.R.A lowered the window, gazing at the hammer in the distance, his primary reason for coming to Thundertown. The Midnight Wolf universe belongs to the Marvel Comics realm, where Thor's hammer possesses far greater power than its cinematic counterpart. Within the comic universe, Thor's hammer houses an ancient deity known as Storm. Long ago, Odin foresaw an impending energy storm capable of engulfing all of Asgard. Unlike conventional energy tides, this storm bore a semblance of consciousness. To avert Ragnarok, Odin intercepted the divine storm before its arrival in Asgard. The strength of the divine storm was formidable, rivaling Odin's own, resulting in a protracted battle. Ultimately, Odin's superior prowess allowed him to temporarily suppress the divine storm, sealing it within a unique H.Y.D.R.A metal for which Thor's hammer was forged. H.Y.D.R.A held a keen interest in the power of Storm. As the car door swung open, everyone was beckoned to disembark. Wasteland Hawkeye initially believed that H.Y.D.R.A was interested in Mjolnir and was about to crack a joke, but he swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips the very next moment. Thunder rumbled, and to the astonishment of all present, H.Y.D.R.A bent down and effortlessly lifted Mjolnir, his demeanor as casual as if he were merely picking up a bottle of mineral water. Thick-skinned crap, what on earth? Wasteland Hawkeye and Wasteland Logan exclaimed in disbelief as the residents of Drop Hammer Town widened their eyes, casting incredulous glances at H.Y.D.R.A, who held Mjolnir aloft with one hand. Wasteland Hawkeye even punched himself, wondering if his elation had conjured an illusion. After all their battles, could H.Y.D.R.A truly lift Mjolnir? Was this mere bragging? Seeing the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, Peter and his companions were puzzled. Wasn't it just lifting a hammer? Why the excitement? Unable to comprehend, Peter and his friends voiced their confusion to Wasteland Logan and Wasteland Hawkeye. The latter exchanged glances and began to recount the legend of Mjolnir. Upon hearing that only those possessing noble qualities or the spirit of a warrior could be deemed worthy, and that such worthiness was contingent upon one's inner character rather than sheer strength, Peter and the others instinctively puffed out their chests, their faces beneath their masks glowing with pride. They felt genuinely honored to have a brother and leader like H.Y.D.R.A, and in their hearts, they believed he was indeed deserving of wielding Mjolnir. Meanwhile, after H.Y.D.R.A had harnessed the abyssal power to replicate the abilities of the divine storm, he approached the group, Mjolnir in hand. He chose not to consume the divine storm with the abyssal power, for even if he did, the enhancement it offered him would be negligible. Instead, he deemed it wiser to replicate the abilities of the divine storm and then bestow Mjolnir upon Peter and the others to bolster their collective strength. As H.Y.D.R.A returned holding Mjolnir, everyone congratulated him in unison. He graciously acknowledged their well wishes and then presented the mighty hammer before them. Understanding his intent, the group began to dissuade him. H.Y.D.R.A, you are the strongest among us, yet lack proper gear. This hammer is a formidable artifact that could fill that void. With it, you would be akin to a tiger with wings. Now that you have lifted it, you are its master. Accept it. Indeed, H.Y.D.R.A, please take it. We lack for nothing in terms of equipment, they urged. Yet, H.Y.D.R.A shook his head, summoning the abyssal sword, and spoke, revealing his reasoning amidst their puzzled stares. I already possess a divine artifact, but my previous adversaries were too feeble to require its use, rendering Mjolnir's enhancement nearly inconsequential for me. It will be a waste for me to wield it. Therefore, I wish to see if any among you can lift Mjolnir, thereby enhancing our team's combat prowess. As everyone listened to H.Y.D.R.A's words, their gazes shifted back and forth between Thor's hammer and the abyssal sword, and after a prolonged silence, they finally nodded in agreement. However, who would be the first to step forward? Each person humbly yielded, believing that their own strength was sufficient, wishing to give others the opportunity. Ultimately, it was H.Y.D.R.A who decisively declared that Peter would go first, a decision that met with unanimous approval. In their hearts, they all believed that Peter was the one most likely to wield Thor's hammer. Peter, chosen for this honor, glanced back at the crowd, then turned to face H.Y.D.R.A and the hammer, his robust chest rising and falling, betraying his evident anxiety. Observing this, H.Y.D.R.A offered soothing words to Peter. "Come on, brother. You can do it." Encouraged by H.Y.D.R.A and the others, Peter took a deep breath, exhaled, and lifted his hand to grasp the handle of Thor's hammer, affirming, "I can do this." "Excellent," H.Y.D.R.A replied. "I will let go now, but be cautious not to stumble." Peter, heeding H.Y.D.R.A's advice, nodded repeatedly and adjusted his stance to signal his understanding. H.Y.D.R.A gave a slight nod, raised his other hand, and extended 3 fingers, beginning the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As he spoke the final word, H.Y.D.R.A released his hold on Thor's hammer. Without H.Y.D.R.'s strength, Peter was momentarily yanked off balance by the hammer's weight. Yet, he quickly regained his footing. Before the crowd could express their astonishment, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. A bolt of lightning struck Peter directly. As the thunder subsided, Spider-Man, now wielding Thor's hammer, floated in the air, surrounded by crackling energy. Chapter 92. Peter's Ascendance. "Harry wields the divine hammer, my goodness," exclaimed Roken, reiterating his well-known adage. Everyone present looked up in awe at Peter, who was soaring through the sky. The hammer, untouched for a staggering 45 years, had now been lifted twice in one day. H.Y.D.R.A gazed up at Peter with a knowing smile. Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.'s shoulder, tilting his head to gaze at Peter, enveloped in lightning. With narrowed, pale eyes, he turned to H.Y.D.R.A and remarked, "I believe it's time to activate that." H.Y.D.R.A, still smiling, nodded slightly. "You are correct. It is time to initiate that." As he spoke, his eyes erupted with a purplish-black glow. It seemed that Peter's latent potential was influenced by H.Y.D.R.A as tendrils began to sprout, wrapping around Thor's hammer. A mournful wail emanated from the hammer, as immense thunderous power and ethereal green currents flowed through the tendrils into Peter's body. The atmosphere around Peter grew dense with a sense of impending doom, as the very fabric of reality shifted, plunging into darkness. An overwhelming cosmic energy surged into Peter, causing an intense expansion that elicited pained groans. Harry and the others wished to intervene and separate Peter from the hammer, but H.Y.D.R.A held them back. "Do not disturb Peter. If he can endure this baptism, he will gain unparalleled strength to fully integrate a special life form into the host body, allowing the host to permanently and flawlessly acquire the entirety of the special life form's power without any adverse effects. This is a potential ability that, under normal circumstances, can only be utilized once in a lifetime. In the realm of the Twilight Wolf universe, within the town of Hammerfall, Peter has attained the divine storm power residing within Thor's hammer, and everything is proceeding methodically according to H.Y.D.R.A's plan. After a considerable duration, the dark clouds above dissipate, and the thunderous power has been entirely absorbed by Peter as he gently descends to the ground, the luster of Thor's hammer dimming in his grasp. He gazes at H.Y.D.R.A with a complex expression and solemnly nods, fully aware of the immense strength he now possesses, power capable of obliterating a planet with a single strike. Yet, he also comprehends the weight of this power, symbolizing the strength to protect all, alongside the formidable responsibility it entails. Approaching the group, Peter presents Thor's hammer once more, mirroring how H.Y.D.R.A had earlier offered it to them, and speaks earnestly. "I have acquired formidable strength from Thor's hammer. Typically, this weapon resonates most harmoniously with me, yet I'm not adept at wielding weaponry. The hammer is indeed magnificent, but regrettably, I have already unlocked my potential, rendering Thor's hammer unnecessary for me at this moment. Due to a portion of its power being drawn away by me, its strength has been significantly diminished, yet remains an extraordinary artifact. It can still provide considerable assistance to you. Would you care to try?" The crowd exchanged glances, none questioning Peter's words, for they had all witnessed him enveloped in the destructive aura of thunder just moments prior. Wasteland Logan and Wasteland Hawkeye shook their heads, acknowledging that encountering 2 individuals capable of lifting Thor's hammer in a single day was a rare occurrence, thereby ruling out the possibility of a third. Ultimately, after deliberation, they resolved to determine the order through a game of rock, paper, scissors, and Blade fortuitously emerged victorious. Blade approached Peter, lifting his hand to grasp the hammer's handle. Peter nodded in acknowledgement and then relinquished his hold. Thud! Thor's hammer struck the ground, yet Blade was unable to lift it. However, he remained undeterred, nonchalantly shrugging and stepping aside. Next came Johnny, Chala, and Bucky, but unfortunately, none succeeded in earning the hammer's recognition. At last, it was Harry's turn. He was the final contender. Nervously rubbing his hands together, he stepped forward to Peter. To be candid, Harry felt anxious. Upon hearing Hawkeye articulate the conditions for lifting Thor's hammer, he knew he lacked the qualifications, lacking both the warrior spirit and noble character. His journey into heroism stemmed solely from a desire to remain close to his two best friends while occasionally rescuing those in need. It was as simple as that. Devoid of any convoluted thoughts, Peter nodded at Harry, softly encouraging him. "You can do it, Harry." Harry nodded slightly, exhaling a breath, rubbing his hands together once more before grasping the handle of Thor's hammer. Summoning all his strength, he pulled with a sudden, forceful motion, crashing to the ground. Remarkably, Harry had successfully lifted Thor's hammer. The Wasteland's Rogan and Hawkeye erupted with expletives, incredulously gazing at Harry, who had drawn forth the mighty weapon. While H.Y.D.R.A and Peter understood the significance, they could not fathom why Harry was able to do so. Unlike others, H.Y.D.R.A was not surprised by Harry's feat, for he had always sensed that Harry possessed a purity that set him apart. His youth meant he lacked extensive experience, and his innocent nature contributed further to his worthiness. The emergence of three individuals capable of wielding Thor's hammer within a single day sent a resounding signal throughout the wasteland. The leaders of various factions surveyed the information they held, their eyes flickering with an array of emotions. Some were exhilarated, others contemplative, some hopeful, and still others filled with dread. In an instant, the entire wasteland seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, reminiscent of the calm before tempest. Within an auto repair shop in Drophammer Town, H.Y.D.R.A and his companions sat around a table, similarly engulfed in this unsettling quietude. H.Y.D.R.A, seated with eyes gently closed, felt the weight of disdainful gazes directed at Hawkeye from the wasteland. It was clear that all present deemed Hawkeye's actions to be rather dishonorable. Ultimately, it was Venom who shattered the silence with a sharp, scathing remark aimed at Hawkeye. "You truly have no shame, old man, to father a daughter with Peter as child. Given the vast age difference, your little sour pickle is quite impressive." Tanya, the daughter of the Wasteland Spider-Man, exhibited her dissatisfaction as she prepared to defend Hawkeye, only to be restrained by his hand. There was no denying the validity of the criticism. Hawkeye stole a glance at Peter, who had unmasked himself. Though the two Peters bore no resemblance, which relieved him somewhat, they were nonetheless counterparts from parallel universes, leaving Hawkeye feeling somewhat intimidated by Peter. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Harry, who was eyeing him intensely while wielding Thor's hammer. Hawkeye feared that in the next moment, the hammer might come crashing down upon his head. Peter remained silent, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the faces of his daughter Tanya and granddaughter Erica in this world. He comprehended that in this universe he had not wed Mary Jane, and as a genius, he understood the disparities among parallel universes. However, he could not grasp why his daughter was of African descent. While he held no prejudice against black individuals, he found himself perplexed. After all, if she were to embody the character of Chala or Eric, he might have accepted it. But why did Erica have such a stern demeanor? The once honest and conservative Peter found himself struggling to accept this reality. The room was enveloped in an unusual silence when the rebellious Erica abruptly stood up, intending to slam her hands on the table. Yet, she was immediately overwhelmed by several formidable forces that forcefully pressed her back into her chair. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Otron VIII, the current husband of Tonya, swiftly intervened to ease the situation. "After our long journey, you must all be famished. Come, indulge in my culinary skills," he proclaimed. But as soon as his words fell, Peter seemed to sense something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically. "We have enemies." H.Y.D.R.A slowly opened his eyes and calmly stated, "Prepare for battle." Without hesitation, Peter and the others donned their masks and armed themselves with an array of weapons, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. At that moment, dozens of kilometers away from Hammertown, the Winter Soldier led Red Skull's army, a formidable force advancing through swirling clouds of yellow sand towards their destination. Chapter 93. The Spider Thief, Erica, the Wasteland Dwellers, Logan and his companions looked on in bewilderment at H.Y.D.R.A and his group. What is happening? Why are we suddenly preparing for battle? Though they did not fully grasp the motivations behind H.Y.D.R.A's actions, they understood that the strength of his group was not to be underestimated. Logan extended his claws, Hawkeye readied his bow, and the Ultron couple brandished their firearms, while Erica folded her arms, observing the commotion with a look of bemusement. The group paid little heed to Erica, their impressions of her largely negative. Soon, Logan sensed the ground trembling beneath them. Aware of the ominous signs, he turned to H.Y.D.R.A, who sat placidly, preoccupied with the creature in his arms, Cyrus. Logan's gaze finally settled on Peter as he asked in a low voice, "Can you sense how many are approaching?" H.Y.D.R.A did not lift his head, engrossed in his task, while Peter furrowed his brow and replied, "Many." Upon hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A raised his gaze, scanning the group before settling on Bucky. "This team will be led by Bucky from this universe." Suddenly called out, Bucky froze for a moment before regaining his composure. He cracked his neck and replied to H.Y.D.R.A in a low voice, "Rest assured, the Bucky of this universe will handle it personally." H.Y.D.R.A nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Peter. "Peter, you will accompany Bucky to familiarize yourself with your newly acquired powers." "Absolutely," Peter affirmed eagerly. H.Y.D.R.A shifted his gaze, this time not lingering on any single individual, but addressing the collective group. "We face not only Red Skull's minions, but also the gold of this universe and various allied organizations. These adversaries are entrusted to you. Do you all understand? Now, let's set forth." As H.Y.D.R.A's words concluded, Harry was the first to step forward in agreement. "Let us go, comrades. Let this band of scoundrels witness what true Judgment Day looks like. Indeed, let us see who can take down the most." Another chimed in, "No way. Johnny's hellfire is too overpowering. I won't compete with that," came the retort. The group, abuzz with excitement, exited the garage and made their way to the battlefield, leaving the once bustling workshop empty, save for the Ultron family and H.Y.D.R.A's sons. Perhaps due to the scarcity of people around, Erica's audacity began to burgeon. Growing up amidst the desolation of a wasteland, she had learned from an early age to read the nuances of human expression. From her keen observations, it was evident that while everyone else donned combat attire, the man before her, clad in a suit and cradling a child, was not a member of the fighting contingent. Furthermore, her inherited spider sense, which had never once failed her, remained dormant, reinforcing her conviction that H.Y.D.R.A was merely a decision-maker hiding behind his grandfather. This realization bred contempt within Erica towards her grandfather and Hawkeye for allowing an ordinary individual devoid of power to overshadow her. Superheroes? How laughable! A mere assembly of thoughtless fools. As for H.Y.D.R.A's possession of Thor's hammer, Erica was well aware. However, in its absence, H.Y.D.R.A appeared nothing more than an ordinary man in her eyes. As the granddaughter of Spider-Man and the daughter of Hawkeye, Erica had not inherited any commendable traits from her lineage. On the contrary, not only did she starkly contrast Peter's benevolence, but she also perfectly embodied Hawkeye's most ruthless qualities, surpassing them even. At this very moment, she was methodically advancing upon H.Y.D.R.A, intent on leveraging him to coerce Peter and the others into serving her, becoming mere instruments for her ambition to conquer the world. One must concede that Erica was quite the actress. Even now, Tanya and Ultron 8 had failed to discern any irregularities, believing Erica merely wished to converse with H.Y.D.R.A. After all, H.Y.D.R.A's youthful and handsome visage radiated charm. A smile graced their faces, and they regarded Erica with approving eyes. As Erica approached H.Y.D.R.A, she leaned forward, halting just 2 fists away. "Do you share a close relationship with my grandfather?" H.Y.D.R.A regarded her with a serene smile, subtly withdrawing his chair to widen the distance between them. "Indeed, we are akin brothers." Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A's response, a triumphant smile blossomed on Erica's face. "Is that so? How splendid." Yet, before her words could fully dissipate, Erica lunged fiercely, aiming to grasp H.Y.D.R.A's chest with her hand. However, to her astonishment, H.Y.D.R.A remained completely unperturbed by her assault, leading her to initially believe he was stunned into silence. Internally, she mocked him, but before she could contemplate further, 2 crimson lasers shot forth from an unknown source, striking her abdomen and propelling her backward. A piercing pain, accompanied by numbness and burning sensations, radiated from her midsection. Caught off guard, Erica's body arched as she was hurled backward, crashing into 2 walls before tumbling out of the auto repair shop and losing consciousness several meters away. Meanwhile, the Ultron couple, undeterred by the chaos, hastened to leap through the gaping hole Erica had created, seeking to find the unconscious girl. Audie glanced at the hollow in the wall before lowering his gaze to Cyrus, who was waving his tiny fists and pouting in the direction of Erica, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. He playfully poked Cyrus's little belly, teasing, "It's certainly not in vain to have cared for you, little one." Upon hearing Audie's words, Cyrus looked up in confusion, and upon seeing Audie's smiling face, he too opened his mouth to emit a series of giggles. Venom emerged from Addie's shoulder, prodding Cyrus's armpit with a tendril, then turned to inquire, "So what's next?" Audie met Venom's gaze, and, after a moment's silence, he rose slowly from his chair and walked calmly toward the door. In this world, the villains had, since that fateful year, scattered like grains of sand, failing to coalesce into a formidable force. Therefore, to raise the stakes, I plan to seek out someone. Venom's eyes narrowed at this revelation, asking, "Who?" Stepping over the threshold, Audie looked up at the sun overhead. Doom, Dr. Doom's domain. One of the few villains who had managed to carve out a territory during the great villain assembly of H.Y.D.R.A. In a dimly lit room filled with a labyrinth of metal conduits, only a few screens flickered with blue light. Doom, draped in a green cloak, sat in a grand chair, his gaze fixated through the small openings of his mask on the images displayed on the screen, his eyes ablaze with fervor and anticipation. On the screen, Spider-Man, clad in a symbiote suit, unleashed a thunderous strike, decimating much of the Red Skull's army. The figure in the white wolf suit was equally impressive, dispatching the Winter Soldier with a few deft moves. The Ghost Rider, riding a vibranium nanotech motorcycle alongside Blade, wielding the hammer of Thor, and the second-generation Green Goblin in vibranium armor, as well as the formidable Black Panther, each a master of combat capable of taking on thousands. The seamless blend of technology and magic formed a truly formidable team. Doom let out a suppressed, raspy laugh, tinged with excitement. Finally, I have found an opponent worth battling. Chapter 94. Doom's final performance. Victor Von Doom's cold voice resonated within the laboratory, the sudden disturbance sending a chill through Doom's heart as he abruptly stood and turned toward the source of sound. Who? From the shadows of the lab's corner, a young man clad in a black suit slowly emerged. As Doom recognized the young man, having just witnessed him raise Thor's hammer on the screen, his eyes narrowed. They regarded each other in silence for a long moment, before Doom broke the stillness with a derisive chuckle. Doom spread his arms wide and laughed heartily, his tone dripping with arrogance as he addressed the youth. "I concede that your team is indeed formidable, but it is still insufficient. No matter how powerful you may be, you are but a handful, while we have long since spread across the globe in endless numbers. Even if you successfully liberate this world, what difference does it make? After 45 years, desolation and savagery have deeply ingrained themselves in the hearts of the people." Doom attempted to continue his discourse, only to be interrupted by the young man raising his hand. The typically arrogant Doom felt a surge of dissatisfaction at being interrupted, but before he could rebuke the youth, the latter's next words left him momentarily speechless. "Doom, how is your cancer?" The most profound secret of his heart was laid bare, and rather than feeling anger or indignation, Doom stood still, gradually lowering his outstretched arms. "Did you not know?" His voice had transformed entirely. The previously haughty and disdainful Doom now spoke with fatigue, hoarseness, and an air of age. It was evident from his tone that he was struggling to maintain his composure. Audie did not respond to Doom's inquiry. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Shall we stage a magnificent, authentic farewell performance?" The two gazed into each other's eyes, for intelligent individuals require little dialogue. This time, there was a hint of excitement in Doom's voice. "Let us discuss the script, my friend. By the way, may I ask your name?" "Adolph Adi Victor von Doom." The two stepped forward and clasped each other's hands. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Audie and his companions had spent 3 months in the Wasteland universe. 3 months prior, the overwhelming battle in Hammertown had reverberated throughout the desolate world, bringing hope and light. Rather than leaving Hammertown, Audie and his comrades chose to radiate outward from this epicenter. As their reputation grew, along with their string of victories, more individuals flocked to Hammertown, including those fortunate enough to survive: the White Queen, the second Hawkeye, the Punisher, the second Black Widow, and others. The ranks of heroes swelled, prompting a sense of urgency among the villains. Under Dr. Doom's counsel, they regrouped to confront the resurgent superheroes. Yet, despite their efforts, the villains struggled to maintain momentum. Apart from Dr. Doom, none could stand against Peter and his allies. Recognizing their dire situation, the supervillains, at Doom's suggestion, resolved to engage in a final battle that would determine their fate. The agreed-upon site was a nameless plain, the very boundary where the two factions met. In the superhero camp, H.Y.D.R.A sat at the forefront, observing the heroes of the Wasteland universe as they strategized with Peter and his companions. As the majority of the inhabitants of the Wasteland had embraced their true natures, many of these individuals, under Doom's persuasion, had joined the ranks of the villains. The disparity in numbers reached a staggering 34-1. Not only that, but their own ranks were prone to defection to the opposing side. Upon seeing these figures, Peter and his group fell into a profound silence. The opposing camp was united in purpose, while their own was the target of scorn. The question arises, who, in this desolate world, embodies villainy, and who embodies heroism? The denizens of this wasteland seem to have little need for heroes. Rather, they appear to prefer a world dominated by the rogues and criminals. Each individual has experienced a form of growth, not only in physical strength, but also in matters of the heart and spirit. Presently, Peter and his companions are engaged in a debate with the Wasteland heroes regarding the morality of employing devastating attacks for the sake of victory. The denizens of the Wasteland advocate for the prohibition of lethal force, whereas Peter and his group argue in favor of its necessity. The Wasteland faction asserts, they are living beings, precious lives, merely misled. We must strive to assist those who have been led astray. After all, they too fight for survival, compelled by circumstance. In contrast, Peter and his allies maintain, individuals must be accountable for their actions. They have made their choices. Their betrayal in the face of adversity is a testament to our mercy, for we cannot neglect our own in order to protect our enemies. Even if we show restraint, we face a band of desperate criminals. Can we guarantee they will reciprocate our mercy? We cannot inflict harm upon the virtuous to shield the vile. As for the notion of being compelled by circumstance, that has never been a justification for harming others. They must face appropriate consequences for their actions, barring exceptional circumstances. But do you truly believe that everyone qualifies as an exceptional case? Neither side can sway the other. H.Y.D.R.A sits quietly, observing the heated debate, occasionally sipping from his cup of steaming coffee. As the coffee dwindles, he glances at the time, places the cup on the table, and straightens his posture. Clearing his throat, a hush falls over the assembly. No matter the outcome of their discourse, H.Y.D.R.A remains the ultimate decision-maker. All eyes turn expectantly toward him. H.Y.D.R.A surveys the room, absorbing the weight of their gazes, adjusts his collar, and addresses Peter and his comrades. This universe is not our own. We must heed their counsel. Therefore, Peter, your mission is to confront Doom and Red Skull directly and eliminate them. Leave everything else aside. Peter and his group seem poised to respond, but H.Y.D.R.A halts them, turning his attention to the Wasteland heroes led by Logan. Dr. Doom is no benevolent entity. Thus, collateral damage is inevitable during combat, and I trust all present are aware of the magnitude of a world-ending adversary's power. Logan comprehends H.Y.D.R.A's implication and nods in agreement. We understand. In war, there are no casualties-free confrontations. H.Y.D.R.A acknowledges Logan's words with a slight nod before raising his gaze to the assembly once more. So, my friends, tomorrow marks the pivotal moment for the fate of this universe. Are you all prepared? With the course set, H.Y.D.R.A's tone brooks no negotiation. The group exchanges glances, and after a prolonged silence, they collectively affirm, we are ready. A slight smile graced the lips of the Green Goblin as he declared, very well. Let's adjourn the meeting. The hour grows late. It is prudent to rest, for tomorrow we shall engage in another battle. With that, the strategy session came to an end, and all participants exited the grand tent, retreating to their personal quarters to repose. In the encampment, only a handful of fully armed sentinels patrolled the grounds. As night deepened, a profound silence enveloped the area, and the myriad insects ceased their buzzing. In this tranquil moment, as all had succumbed to slumber, a diminutive figure suddenly materialized above the heroic assembly. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the grotesque green visage of the newcomer, the Green Goblin of the Wasteland universe, Norman Osborn. The goblin cackled, his feet planted upon his glider as he hovered over the camp, gazing down with a sinister grin. Fools, who engages in battle according to schedule, With a mocking taunt directed at the superheroes, he busily rummaged through his backpack, retrieving several pumpkin bombs poised for descent. Just as the pumpkin bombs were about to be released, an enormous foot descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon the Green Goblin's face. Oof! The impact sent the goblin spiraling backward, transforming him into a projectile. Ha ha! Green-skinned goblin, do you now comprehend the prowess of your grandfather Batman? I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chapter 95. Harry's personal slaughter. Show Harry, perched upon his glider with the mighty Mjolnir in hand, hovered above the wasteland goblin. Coughing and trembling, the goblin struggled to rise, his gaze fixed vacantly upon Harry in the air, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He shakily extended a hand toward Harry, exclaiming, "Harry, my son, I am your father." The goblin's expression was one of profound sorrow, his tone laden with despair. Under ordinary circumstances, one might hesitate, even attempt to persuade their paternal counterpart from a parallel universe to mend their ways. Yet, Harry was unfazed. He erupted into hearty laughter, his voice laced with disdain for the wasteland goblin. Nonsense. Clearly, I am your father. Harry's thunderous proclamation left the goblin momentarily stupefied, a thought flickering in his mind. Could it be that in that universe, their father-son roles were reversed? Fortunately, the wasteland goblin, a seasoned villain of that realm, quickly regained his composure and tearfully lamented to Harry, "Child, I understand your grievances, but I acted out of necessity." The goblin's expression conveyed a vivid portrayal of his suffering and longing for Harry, while Harry remained motionless in the air, his emotions concealed beneath his mask. Observing Harry's demeanor, the wasteland goblin lowered his head, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his sorrowful eyes. Superheroes, a band of mindless imbeciles. As Harry remained motionless, seemingly ensnared within a vortex of emotions, dark shadows erupted from the underbrush beside the wasteland green goblin, lunging towards Harry, suspended in midair. The malevolent assembly included the likes of the Mothman, the Soul Siphoner, the Haunting Witch, and the Wild Child. The antagonists converged upon Harry, who appeared dazed, hanging in the air without a trace of movement. The Haunting Witch was the first to sense something amiss, as their attacks passed through Harry's form without resistance. Her instincts were validated. It was an illusion. The six nefarious figures of the wasteland realized they had fallen into a trap and quickly huddled back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, too apprehensive to act impulsively. The evening breeze rustled the leaves, while the silvery moonlight illuminated the six villains with an unerring glow. "Come out!" the Mothman bellowed, unleashing energy beams that obliterated trees and underbrush, igniting a roaring inferno. The silence was pierced by the crackling sound of flames. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the darkness, impacting the six villains of the wasteland. The thunderous explosion resonated through the jungle, scattering the group, sending them flying in all directions, with the Haunting Witch meeting her demise instantly. The group transformed from 6 to 5, and before the chaos subsided, a hammer inscribed with enigmatic runes emerged from the shadows, crushing the Wild Child's skull as if it were a watermelon. The remaining 4 heard the Wild Child's agonizing wail and turned to see only the headless corpse sprawled on the ground. Witnessing the sudden deaths of 2 comrades without even glimpsing the assailant instilled profound psychological terror in the remaining 4. For the first time, they experienced the sensation of being hunted. The wasteland green goblin anxiously scanned the vicinity, while the Haunting Witch conjured a magical shield. The Soul Siphoner transformed his body into metal, and the Mothman enveloped himself in energy, forming a protective armor. Despite their heightened vigilance, it proved futile. The threat surged anew, though this time it was not a direct assault. Just as the remaining 4 believed the initial wave of attacks had concluded, blood erupted from the Mothman's facial orifices, accompanied by a dripping sound resonating in his mind. Realizing something was amiss, the Mothman raised his hand to signal the Green Goblin and others for aid. But in the next instant, he exploded like a water balloon. Blood and viscera were encased by the Mothman's energy armor, but as the power source waned, the armor dissipated shortly thereafter. The Mothman collapsed into a puddle of flesh with a sickening thud. Even the cruel miscreants of the Green Goblin's cadre felt a chill. The battlefield shifted in an instant, as the 3 remaining Green Goblins recoiled in horror at the Mothman's gruesome fate. The Thunder God's hammer soared from the darkness, aimed at the haunting witch. There, the Green Goblin, akin to a gambler who, having lost everything, finally tasted victory, frantically dashed toward the trajectory of the hammer, with the soul siphoner closely behind, wielding a meteor hammer. As the two figures dashed into the darkness, their formation disbanded, a cold glimmer sliced through the air. The silvery blade cutting through the metallic neck of the absorber as effortlessly as one might slice through tofu. Thud, plop. The two sounds echoed in succession, and the wasteland Green Goblin turned to look back, catching sight of the severed corpse of the absorber and Harry, who stood nearby, retracting his arm blade. Witnessing this scene, the wasteland Green Goblin's pupils quivered violently. He gritted his teeth and, in a frenzy, bolted toward the shadows of the forest. At that moment, all will to fight had evaporated from the wasteland Green Goblin. He only desired to flee to survive. As he ran, glancing back to see Harry remaining stationary and not pursuing him, the wasteland Green Goblin felt a surge of relief, believing that Harry was being merciful due to their shared bloodline. However, a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze, only to find a hook-like object protruding from his torso. Trembling, he turned to see Harry's raised hand, from which a slender silver cord extended from his gauntlet. Had he been struck down by a grappling hook? Before he could contemplate further, another wave of agonizing pain seized his chest. Looking down again, he saw the hook unfurling its blades, ensnaring him. It was over. The surrounding trees rapidly receded as Harry, retracting the grappling hook, pulled the wasteland Green Goblin back toward him. The relentless torment, compounded by the goblin's advanced age, had rendered him feeble. By the time the hook drew him close, the wasteland Green Goblin's eyes had already lost focus. Without uttering a word, Harry silently stowed the grappling hook, using his arm blade to behead the wasteland Green Goblin before casting both his remains and those of the absorber into the sea of flames, vanishing once more into the shadows. Meanwhile, the enchantress was exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the Thunder God's hammer. The loss of divine storms had diminished its power significantly, yet due to Odin's curse, it still bestowed the wielder with the might of Thor. Even though the enchantress hailed from Asgard and was a formidable sorceress, she could only manage to resist, unable to escape. The emerald magical energy shimmered beneath the night sky as Harry, clad in his vibranium nanosuit, emerged from the darkness, stepping through the flames. Approaching the enchantress, his vibranium boots fell upon the ground soundlessly, yet each step elicited a tremor in her heart. Harry halted approximately 5 meters from her, raising a hand toward the enchantress, powerful energy gathering steadily in his palm. Sensing the immense power accumulating within Harry's grasp, the enchantress realized she could not withstand it. Her once alluring visage contorted into one of rage. No! Her anguished cry reverberated through the forest as a blinding white light illuminated the area, momentarily transforming the forest into daylight. Within that radiance, the enchantress vanished, leaving her original position devoid of presence. Harry raised his hand to summon back the Thunder God's hammer, turning to exit close combat mode, silently leaping onto his aircraft, soaring toward the enemy camp engulfed in chaos. Those skilled in nocturnal ambush were not solely the villains. Which righteous soul ever adhered to the rules of engagement? Chapter 96. Peter Doom within the command center of the battlefield. H.Y.D.R.A cradled the slumbering Cyrus, utilizing his enhanced vision to survey the entirety of the combat zone. Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder, directing its gaze through the ether towards Harry's retreating figure as he approached the fray. Harry was ill-suited for Thor's hammer. While it might amplify his strength in the present moment, the hammer, devoid of divine storms, would ultimately serve as a limitation for Harry in the future. H.Y.D.R.A nodded slightly, in agreement with Venom's assertion. You are right, Thor's hammer is ultimately not meant for Harry. Hence, I have prepared something else for him. Let's not forget, we have acquired quite a few remarkable artifacts in the universe. As he spoke, H.Y.D.R.A retrieved a meticulously prepared item from his own dimensional space, extending his palm to reveal a luminous green ring that floated serenely within it. Upon seeing the object hovering in H.Y.D.R.A's hand, Venom's eyes widened in disbelief. You intend to give this to Harry? Are you certain he can handle it? With his carefree demeanor, he hardly strikes me as someone with a vivid imagination. H.Y.D.R.A gently shook his head, the radiant green ring beginning to twist and morph, gradually transforming into a jelly-like substance of the same hue. I have modified the ring, removing its limitations. As for the energy concerns, it has been altered to autonomously absorb cosmic energy. Other adjustments may still be required for further refinement. What are the other rings? Venom inquired curiously about the fate of the remaining artifacts. H.Y.D.R.A waved his hand, retracting the green, gelatinous material back into his dimensional space, shrugging. The other rings are unsuitable. Hence I have alternative plans for them. Very well, your word is final. Just as the two concluded their discussion regarding H.Y.D.R.A, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the night, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed across the enemy encampment. H.Y.D.R.A turned towards the sound, a smile gracing his lips. It seems this war is nearing its conclusion. Similar to how Red Skull dispatched the Wasteland Villain 6 into the enemy base, H.Y.D.R.A had sent Peter, Johnny, and 3 others to infiltrate the opposing camp. Both sides appear to harbor the notion of capturing the leader first. However, it was unfortunate that they operated on disparate levels of capability. At that moment, within Dr. Doom's encampment, Bucky faced off against Red Skull and the Hydra forces. Blade confronted the assembled gang members. Johnny battled the army of Doom's robots. T'Challa clashed with the lizard folk, and Peter engaged in a one-on-one duel with Dr. Doom himself. Each individual had their own adversary as the sky brightened and the sun began to ascend, signaling the impending end of the conflict. Bucky delivered a powerful punch, shattering the skulls of Red Skull and Baron Strucker, casting a cold gaze around him at the scattered limbs and severed body parts strewn across the ground. Blade swung his blade, cleaving the last gang member in two, flicking the blood from his weapon, which splattered into pools of crimson. Johnny rode upon his flying motorcycle, using chains forged from Hellfire to incinerate the neck of the final Doom robot, allowing its lifeless form to tumble into the debris of fallen machines below. T'Challa concentrated his accumulated energy into a singular point, unleashing a sudden explosion that shattered the massive form of the Lizard Man. As everyone gasped for breath after defeating their adversaries, they turned their gazes skyward, where 2 figures intertwined amidst the chaos. Marvelous, Peter Parker, you are indeed a rare opponent. The glint of excitement flickered in Dr. Doom's eyes as he unleashed a green magical beam towards Peter in the distance. Unyielding, Peter retaliated with a thunderous ray imbued with cosmic energy, hurtling it back at Dr. Doom. The 2 powerful energies converged in the air, instantly triggering a violent explosion. A shockwave, akin to a 100-meter tidal wave, radiated outward from the point of convergence, sweeping across the land and scattering the debris and blood below. Bucky anchored his mechanical arm into the ground, piercing it with 2 blades, while Johnny grasped the chains extending from the earth. T'Challa utilized the adhesive capabilities of his battle suit. The 4 displayed their unique abilities, bracing against the onslaught of the tumultuous shockwave, which crashed upon them like a ravenous tiger. In stark contrast to the others who strained to withstand the force, Peter and Doom treated the shockwave as an inconsequential matter. They continued to engage one another mid-air, with Doom unleashing a flurry of spells while Peter showcased the might of thunder and tempest. Having fused with the divine storm, Peter now wielded the powers of wind and lightning, along with the ability to absorb and store cosmic energy. This enhancement fortified Peter's own abilities. His webs became more resilient, capable of suspending him amidst the tempest and thunder. His spider sense expanded its reach, granting him glimpses of the future. Today, Peter stood as a veritable celestial powerhouse. As Peter grew increasingly adept in his mastery of power, the aged and ailing Doom found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Peter shot forth a strand of webbing, which was no ordinary web. It was a fusion of the force of thunder and silk. This ensnared his foe while inflicting significant harm. The web unfurled in the air, transforming into a thunderous net miles in diameter, hurtling towards Dr. Doom at supersonic speed. With his frail condition, Doom could hardly evade. He could only unleash another magical beam in a futile attempt to dissipate the thunder net. Yet, fate was unkind. While the magical ray diminished the net's size slightly, it failed to neutralize it entirely. Ultimately, the thunder net ensnared Doom successfully, and Peter, recognizing the moment was critical, showed no mercy. The immense forces of the storm and the destructive power of thunder intertwined around Peter's form, and bolts of lightning erupted from his eyes. With arms outstretched, he thrust forth, generating a vortex enveloped in thunder, surging toward the bound Dr. Doom. In his final moments, Doom's eyes reflected the impending tornado as he resigned himself to his fate. In truth, such a grand assault and battle embodied the very death he had long desired. The colossal thunderstorm, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, engulfed Dr. Doom and surged skyward, showing no inclination to halt even amidst the cosmos. Thus, the nefarious Dr. Doom was obliterated, vanishing beneath the tempest and thunder. Peter ceased the energy output, and the tempest ultimately dissipated just before colliding with Mars. The thunderstorm dispersed the clouds above, and the first light of dawn bathed Peter and his companions in its glow. To be candid, Dr. Doom had been their most formidable adversary, yet, regrettably for him, they emerged victorious. They liberated this universe, ushering in a renaissance from this moment forth. Johnny emerged from his demonic form, gazing upward at Peter, suspended in the air. "We have triumphed," he exclaimed. The heroes engaged in fierce combat on the front lines, along with all those who fought, witnessed the scene of Doom's demise at Peter's hand. Everyone beheld that cataclysmic blow, momentarily frozen in astonishment. It was only when Johnny's voice, imbued with magic, resonated across the battlefield that they regained their senses. The members of the Hero Alliance jubilantly raised their arms, exclaiming, "We have won. It is all over." Chapter 97. Departing the wasteland universe, the dawn sun illuminated the earth, and the cheers of the people reverberated through the skies. The reign of the chaotic entities, spanning 45 years, concluded at this juncture, heralding the dawn of a new era. Peter and his companions emerged from the supervillain camp, with all voices raised in unison. "Long live the Alliance of Saviors! Long live the Alliance of Saviors!" Peter, Bucky, T'Challa, Johnny, Blade, and Harry, who arrived at the last moment, stood in a line, reveling in the adulation of the wasteland's denizens. "I feel invigorated. How about you?" Harry said, supporting the weary Blade and T'Challa from the intense battle, as he removed his mask and smiled at the approaching crowd. Almost in unison, they shared faint smiles, while Johnny wiped his nose and, with a hint of shyness and pride, proclaimed, "We have saved a world. The Alliance of Saviors. We are heroes." The group exchanged glances, and Bucky lowered his head, a pensive expression gracing his weathered face. He cleared his throat and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we are heroes." The people of the wasteland surged forward, encircling Peter and his companions, as the sun slowly ascended from the earth, transforming the brown earth and yellow sands into a dazzling gold under the dawn's light. The heroes returned to their camp amidst the throngs of people, gathering once more in the conference room. The post-war cleanup was beyond the purview of H.Y.D.R.A and his companions. Their only task was to vanquish the villains, nothing more. The heroes of the wasteland understood that H.Y.D.R.A and the others were preparing to depart, prompting Wasteland Logan to hastily call out, "Stay for the victory celebration before you leave. Let us properly express our gratitude to you." Observing the hopeful gaze of Wasteland Logan, H.Y.D.R.A chuckled and shook his head, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers, eliciting puzzled looks from all present. A beautiful and sensitive young girl with red hair appeared in the conference room, and the moment Wasteland Logan laid eyes on her, he recognized her as his beloved wife. However, he felt no sense of life slipping away. At that moment, he understood H.Y.D.R.A's intention and stepped forward to embrace the red-haired girl. Marilyn, the young woman, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why she had suddenly regained her youth and found herself in this place. Yet, upon hearing her husband's voice, she realized that pondering these questions was of little consequence. She extended her arms to embrace her husband, burying her face deep in Logan's chest. Softly calling out his name, "Logan." No one disturbed the reunion of this couple. In that moment, they were perceived by all as the embodiment of newfound happiness. H.Y.D.R.A, with a smile gracing his face, observed the couple, then gradually stepped back, using telepathy to communicate with Peter and the others. "We must leave now, my friends. It has been 3 months, and it is time to return home." Listening to H.Y.D.R.A's voice in their minds, Peter and the others exchanged knowing smiles and reached out to grasp the arms of their nearby companions. "To all in this universe, may we meet again." As the farewell unfolded, H.Y.D.R.A and the others vanished from the conference room before anyone could react. The heroes of the wasteland universe stood in a daze, staring at the spot where H.Y.D.R.A and his companions had once stood. After a prolonged silence, the mutant artificer broke the stillness, incredulously asking, "They just left?" Wasteland Logan and Marilyn separated from their embrace. Being closest to Adi and the others, Logan exhaled deeply while gazing at the spot where they had stood. Yes, they have departed. Gazing at the place where Adi and the others once stood, Logan seemed momentarily lost in thought, yet his expression quickly sharpened. He turned to the others, his demeanor solemn, his voice resolute. "Let us not dwell on farewells. Separations are inevitable. Come, let us begin to build our home, for it is what our friends deserve, having traversed the cosmos to aid us." In that moment, Logan exuded a certain magical charisma, inspiring the heroes of the Wasteland universe to respond in unison. "Yes, no problem. I will design the blueprints. I will manage those rascals. I will provide psychological guidance for the people." In an instant, the conference room buzzed with activity once more. In the primal universe, Adi and the others returned to the conference room of the Life Evolution Research Institute. As Adi had stated, they had spent a full 3 months in the Wasteland universe, while only 3 days had elapsed in the primal universe. Nevertheless, their physiological ages differed from their actual ages. For instance, Peter had successfully experienced 17 years in the Wasteland universe. Yet in the primal universe, he remained a 16-year-old youth. "I'm back. Ha ha ha, sorry folks. I must go see Roxanne. I've missed her so much after 3 months." Johnny, without a backward glance, dashed out of the conference room. The camaraderie amongst everyone had reached a level of familiarity, with interactions becoming quite casual and devoid of rigid protocols. Johnny's abrupt departure was akin to puncturing an inflated balloon, prompting a swift farewell among the others who hurried home to visit their loved ones. Despite his solitary demeanor, the brooding figure of Blade, with his prominent brow and piercing eyes, was not devoid of personal connections. He had a girlfriend, currently serving as a private physician at the Institute for Life Evolution. The situation appeared promising, as per the estimations of Adi and Venom. The second-generation members of the organization would soon begin to emerge one after another. However, the only source of concern for Adi was Bucky. This peculiar old man seemed disinclined to consider matrimony, despite Adi's previous discussions with him regarding the topic of aging. Surprisingly, Bucky was contemplating the role of guardian to Pietro and Wanda. To Adi's astonishment, he found Bucky's idea rather intriguing and plausibly feasible. Then there was Harry. Adi bore no worries for him, considering Harry's youth and lack of urgency. Yet, as thoughts of Harry lingered, Adi curiously glanced at the now empty conference room, realizing that everyone had departed for home. "Why do you remain here, Harry?" Out of respect for his brother, Adi refrained from probing deeply into Harry's thoughts and simply inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Harry nodded, exhaling deeply as he placed Thor's hammer upon the conference table, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. "There's not much to say, really. I'm just not accustomed to wielding this, and I prefer not to carry a hammer daily, so I thought I might pass it on to you." Adi glanced down at the hammer before looking back at Harry, whose expression conveyed an unexpected realization. With a wave of his hand, Harry absorbed the hammer into his own dimension. Adi then produced a small, glistening, greenish gel-like substance, roughly the size of a red date, and extended it towards Harry. "What is this?" Harry inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Adi tilted his head slightly. "Are you familiar with the Green Lantern? This can grant you his abilities." "What?" "It can bestow upon me the powers of the Green Lantern." Harry stared in astonishment at the shimmering substance in Adi's hand. Adi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it can confer the powers of the Green Lantern upon you, and the strength of those powers will correlate with your willpower and imagination. However, the baseline is significantly elevated compared to the Green Lantern, as it allows you to harness and utilize cosmic energy." Chapter 98. The arrival of Green Lantern Batman. Harry's mouth fell slightly agape, staring blankly at Adi. "How do I use it?" Adi offered a gentle smile. "Open your arms, relax, and leave everything to me." Upon hearing this, Harry nodded, taking a deep breath as he followed Adi's instructions, opening his arms and easing his body. Without further ado, Adi lifted Harry's backpack, noting that while the portable vibranium nanosuit was convenient, it was still rather cumbersome compared to others. Using telekinesis, Adi guided the vibranium backpack toward the luminescent green, gelatinous substance. To Harry's astonishment, the backpack was drawn into the glow emitted by the gelatin. "What on earth is this?" Harry wondered, bracing himself for what might be a slight itch and a touch of breathlessness. though these sensations were entirely normal. Rather than directly addressing Harry's question, H.Y.D.R.A, sensing Harry's confusion, guided the gelatinous substance with his mind, allowing it to flow into Harry's body like a gentle stream. As the green gelatin permeated Harry's being, it fused with his heart. The transformation brought about a peculiar sensation, beginning with a coolness, followed by warmth, until he abruptly felt as though he could not breathe. Just as he thought he might suffocate, he realized, in a daze, that he seemed to no longer need to inhale. In a moment of panic, Harry tore at his clothing, revealing that the area over his heart was radiating a bright green light. Moreover, his veins glowed with the same hue, though the light was less intense than that of his heart. In that moment, Harry resembled a luminescent jellyfish drifting in the depths of the ocean. This remarkable phenomenon brought him no adverse effects. Rather, it invigorated his body further. What could this mean? Observing the look of confusion on Harry's face, H.Y.D.R.A smiled gently, explaining, "That gelatinous substance can absorb cosmic energy and store it for utilization. Now that it has merged with you, a portion of the energy it absorbs will be stored, while another portion will be used to enhance your physical form. This has yet to be tested, but theoretically, the stronger your willpower, the greater the enhancement, perhaps even without limits." "Wow, cool," Harry exclaimed, glancing down at himself. Suddenly recalling H.Y.D.R.A's mention of gaining the powers of the Green Lantern, he focused his imagination and conjured a pumpkin bomb in his hand. To his delight, it materialized before him, filling his face with exhilaration. He knew H.Y.D.R.A would not let him down. After experimenting with his newfound abilities, Harry composed himself and, with open arms, smiled at H.Y.D.R.A, inquiring, "Will I always look like this?" H.Y.D.R.A shook his head with a smile. "Not at all. This is merely a result of your first exposure to cosmic energy enhancement. In about 2 or 3 days, you will return to your usual appearance." "Phew, that's a relief," Harry sighed, realizing that maintaining a glowing green aura would come at too great a cost. "By the way, what about my suit?" He was curious, having seen it absorbed by the green, gelatinous substance. He had grown quite fond of that suit. "You can communicate with it through your mind." "Huh? Could you not be a bit clearer?" With a gaze laden with melancholy, Harry turned his eyes toward H.Y.D.R.A, pondering how he could possibly know how to communicate telepathically without any form of mind reading. Trusting in H.Y.D.R.A, Harry resolved to experiment with the fabled mental communication capabilities. To his astonishment, it proved to be far simpler than he had anticipated. Almost instantaneously, a nanosuit enveloped his entire being, appearing no different from before, save for the addition of several luminescent green patterns that he could adjust at will. "Oh my goodness," Harry exclaimed, feeling akin to a child who had just received a new toy, brimming with excitement. Observing his enthusiasm, H.Y.D.R.A cautioned him, "The strength of your power is contingent upon your will and imagination. I recommend you immerse yourself in more science fiction novels or films." "I understand. Thank you, brother. I must return now. Oh shoot, I can hardly wait to test my newfound abilities." Harry embraced H.Y.D.R.A warmly before exuberantly exiting the conference room. He resembled an adventurous Dora. While Batman would never prance about in such a manner unless he intended to amuse his adversaries. Otherwise, Arkham Asylum would not be housing anyone other than the Joker. Venom emerged from H.Y.D.R.A's shoulder, casting a sardonic glance at Harry's retreating figure. "Don't be so harsh, my friend. I find it quite admirable." Harry's pure heart is precisely what enables him to wield Thor's hammer. H.Y.D.R.A noticed that Cyrus, suspended around his neck, had awakened from slumber. He unfastened the straps confining Cyrus and set him down on the ground. Cyrus had now mastered walking with remarkable proficiency. With his super speed and ability to fly, this delightful little creature could vanish without a trace if one did not pay careful attention. This was why H.Y.D.R.A felt compelled to bring Cyrus with him wherever he went. No one on Earth could keep an eye on Cyrus like H.Y.D.R.A could. Perhaps this was one of the drawbacks of awakening superpowers prematurely. "You are right," Venom concurred, extending a tendril toward Cyrus. "Oh my, he adores children." Those eyes, radiating innocence and kindness, utterly captivate him. Of course, anyone observing a child would inevitably face chaos, even formidable beings like H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. Just as now, when Cyrus seized Venom's tendril, both H.Y.D.R.A and Venom were caught off guard. Bang! Hee! Cyrus tilted his head back, marveling at the gaping hole in the ceiling and the free-flying H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, erupting into joyous laughter while clapping his plump little hands. "Darn it, Venom, you've soiled my suit." H.Y.D.R.A's voice echoed from above, followed by Venom's dismissive retort. Why not just clean it with some magic? The youth are so impatient. As the two black dots danced in the sky, the conference room door swung open at that moment. Kieran trudged in, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. A gaping hole in the roof and Cyrus, sitting alone on the ground, clapping and laughing heartily, with scattered stones strewn about. My God, Master Cyrus, what transpired here? Did you fend off some adversary? Upon hearing Kieran's voice, Cyrus turned his head, waved excitedly, and pointed at the hole in the roof, his voice high-pitched as he exclaimed, Daddy Fly. Second Daddy Fly. Kieran was left perplexed. 10 minutes later, H.Y.D.R.A sat in a conference room chair, listening to Kieran report on his tasks. Master H.Y.D.R.A, I have successfully completed your assignment. Captain America is currently undergoing thawing at the designated location, with an expected awakening time of 30 days. You have worked hard, Mr. Kieran. It was no trouble, Master H.Y.D.R.A. I'm eager to find something to occupy my time. Chapter 99. The awakening of Steve. Joyful moments are often fleeting. A month after returning from the Howling Wolf universe, H.Y.D.R.A arranged a private meeting with Peter. What is the matter? Do you need my assistance? Noticing the puzzled expression on Peter's face, H.Y.D.R.A shook his head and utilized Venom's abilities to evoke potential from within Peter. A viscous red and black substance surged forth from Peter's shoulder, gradually coalescing into a head adorned with sharp teeth. H.Y.D.R.A reached out and gently patted the head of the potential, extracting a ball of black slime from his own dimension and tossing it to the potential. Like a playful puppy, the potential tilted its head and bit down, subsequently swallowing the black slime as if it were taffy. After the potential devoured the black slime, Peter, who had been silently observing, keenly sensed a subtle enhancement in his own abilities. Curiosity piqued, Peter promptly inquired about the phenomenon. What is happening? H.Y.D.R.A tilted his head and casually replied, patting the potential's head, it's a symbiote from the wasteland world known as Venom, which once parasitized you in that universe. Don't be alarmed. Symbiotes can evolve through mutual consumption, so it is normal for you to feel a change. Upon hearing this, Peter nodded, his expression shifting to one of realization. So that is how it is. In that universe, my symbiote was Venom, not the potential. Sensing Peter's misunderstanding, H.Y.D.R.A paused momentarily, halting his actions. No, that is not quite right. In fact, nearly all of Peter's symbiotes are Venom, including yours. It is only due to my influence that you possess the potential, which is indeed unique. Oh, is that so? People often desire to believe that they or what they possess is exceptional. Superheroes are no exception. Peter gazed at the potential with a look of delight, and the potential, sensing Peter's gaze, turned to meet his eyes. Peter beamed a goofy yet sincere smile and declared, I love you, buddy. The personality of a symbiote tends to reflect the inner essence of its host. As the first and only host of the potential, Peter's traits have been thoroughly absorbed by it. I love you too, Peter. The conversation between Peter and the symbiote stirred Venom, who emerged from Eddie's shoulder. Witnessing this extraordinary confession in its entirety, Venom composed itself, turned to Eddie, and moved its lips, preparing to speak, only to be firmly silenced by Eddie's hand, accompanied by a stern warning. Stop, don't indulge in such sentimental nonsense. It's utterly distasteful. Some things are better left unsaid. Upon hearing Eddie's words, Venom nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Assured that Venom would not cause any trouble, Eddie released his grip. With Venom settled, Eddie stood up and addressed Peter. All right, Peter, I have no other matters to discuss, but I am handing over the symbiote to you. Keep in mind that it is a symbiote that has existed for quite some time, and digesting its essence may prove somewhat challenging. This may subject you to some negative emotions. Be mindful of controlling your feelings and desires. I believe you can manage. Peter nodded earnestly, responding, rest assured. I will be careful. Excellent. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Feel free to do as you wish. Take care. Watching Eddie exit the conference room, Peter lowered his gaze to his own body, furrowing his brow. Negative emotions, but I don't feel anything? Never mind. I have a date with Mary Jane later, so I will set it aside for now. Though perplexed, Peter decided not to dwell on it further. He shook his hair and danced joyfully out of the conference room. Meanwhile, Eddie, having left the research facility, opened a portal and arrived in front of a house that exuded the architectural charm of the early 20th century. This house was built out of Eddie's affection for the elderly. Considering the man had been frozen for decades, he understood the importance of respecting one's elders. Naturally, This respect was predicated on mutual regard. Otherwise, Eddie's demeanor might have exhibited a slight deviation. Waiting patiently was Cullen, who rushed forward upon seeing Eddie step through the portal. "Master Eddie, Captain Rogers is expected to awaken in about half an hour." Eddie walked at a leisurely pace, listening to Cullen's report, as they made their way to Steve's room under Cullen's guidance. Upon arriving at the door of Steve's room, Eddie paused, turning to Cullen. "Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. You may leave the rest to me. I have some matters to discuss with our Captain Rogers." Cullen inclined his head slightly, replying, "Very well, Master Eddie. My hearing is quite acute. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." "No problem." Watching Cullen depart and vanish around the corner of the hallway, Eddie unfastened the top button of his shirt and pushed open the grand door to Steve's room. At first glance, Eddie beheld Steve, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Chris Evans, resting on the bed. After nodding to the staff within, the room soon contained only Eddie and Steve. Since its establishment, the influence of Peter and his associates has grown increasingly formidable, and H.Y.D.R.A has seized the opportunity to recruit a considerable number of grassroots personnel. Although they are termed grassroots, in reality, these individuals are elite members from various fields, totaling 217. As for the matters of loyalty and identity, there is no cause for concern in this current universe. Aside from a few individuals of similar standing, no one can escape H.Y.D.R.A's keen perception. It is needless to say that ordinary earthlings, under the influence of the power of time, leave no trace of their past, rendering all secrets utterly transparent. The question of loyalty has always been elusive, and H.Y.D.R.A has emulated Grindelwald to devise a magical test for loyalty, identical in effect to Grindelwald's enchantment. Those loyal pass unscathed through a sea of flames, while the disloyal are consumed by fire, their souls scattered. This method proves exceedingly effective, which account for the precise number of individuals within the organization. It can be said that those who remain are meticulously selected devotees, each possessing unwavering loyalty. H.Y.D.R.A strolled to Steve's bedside and sat down, observing the quiet figure of Steve lying before him, before reaching out to grasp the thrashing tendrils of Venom. "What are you planning?" H.Y.D.R.A mused, uncertain of Venom's intentions, yet cognizant that this creature harbored no benevolent designs. Venom withdrew its tendrils from H.Y.D.R.A's grasp and leaned towards a nearby instrument, gesturing towards it. "Don't tell me you're unaware that he has awakened." H.Y.D.R.A leaned back, casually draping his left leg over his right, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, "Of course I know, but what of it? You can never awaken one who feigns sleep. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Rogers?" A hint of playful mockery tinged his voice as he smiled at the reclining Steve. Realizing there was no evading the inevitable, Steve slowly opened his eyes and sat upright, turning to regard H.Y.D.R.A and Venom, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with gravity as he inquired, "Who are you? Or rather, who are you both?" Chapter 100. Steve joins the team. H.Y.D.R.A offered a gentle smile to Steve and softly introduced himself. "I am Adolph H.Y.D.R.A, and this is my partner, Venom." "Adolph!" Steve exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively leaping from the bed, his wary gaze scanning the surroundings, landing first on H.Y.D.R.A. "But you don't seem like a German." H.Y.D.R.A shrugged nonchalantly. "That is certainly the case. I am not German, Captain Rogers." Steve did not lower his guard. He resembled a startled tiger, poised to pounce at any moment. This demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Venom, further agitating Steve's already restless spirit. Fixing his gaze on H.Y.D.R.A, Steve recognized that H.Y.D.R.A was the authority in this room. He endeavored to quell his tumultuous emotions, adopting the most composed tone he could muster to ask H.Y.D.R.A, "Where am I?" H.Y.D.R.A did not directly respond to Steve's words. Instead, he abruptly stood up, startling Steve, who instinctively took a few steps back. Observing Steve's reaction in silence, H.Y.D.R.A approached the window, raised his hand to grasp the curtain, and declared in a booming voice, "Welcome to New York in 2004, Captain Rogers." As he spoke, H.Y.D.R.A forcefully drew back the curtain, and with a whoosh, the midday sun flooded into the room, bathing it in a golden hue. Steve was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness, yet at that moment, such trivialities were of no consequence. Shielding his eyes from the glaring light, he crossed his arms, squinting, and hastened to the window. When Steve finally discerned the world outside, he was rendered speechless, for the reality before him was utterly distinct from the one he had known. Slowly lowering his defensive arms, his mouth slightly agape, he stared blankly, uttering a few words in disbelief. "Mother of..." As night fell, the starry sky was indeed mesmerizing. In the room that Audie had prepared for him, Steve sat on the sofa, his hands clasped before his mouth, and after a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply. "So, I've slept for decades?" Audie, seated opposite Steve, took a sip of his hot coffee and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, Captain Rogers, you are absolutely correct." Upon receiving this answer from Audie, despair washed over Steve as he closed his eyes, leaning back against the sofa, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "I missed a dance." Audie raised an eyebrow, taking another sip of his coffee before glancing at Venom, who instantly grasped Audie's intent and leaned towards Steve, using his tendrils to gently remove the hand that obscured Steve's face. With a mischievous tone, Venom remarked, "In fact, it made no difference whether you were there or not. Agent Carter married shortly after that dance. By the way, she met that person at the very dance." Each letter of Venom's words pierced Steve's heart like a sharp needle, completely deflating the already fragile balloon that was his spirit. Steve lay on the sofa, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had departed. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he might have been mistaken for lifeless. After a considerable time, Cullen wheeled a cart into the room, presenting tonight's dinner before Audie, slightly bowing. "Enjoy your meal, Master Audie. Tonight, I have prepared your favorite H.Y.D.R.A. cuisine, and the flavors are absolutely authentic." Audie surveyed the colorful and aromatic dishes on the tray and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Mr. Cullen. It has been quite a while since I last enjoyed your H.Y.D.R.A. cuisine." With that, Audie picked up his chopsticks, selected a piece of fish, and savored it, relishing the soft, tangy, and spicy flavors that melted in his mouth. After a brief taste, Audie generously offered his assessment. "It is simply exquisite, Mr. Cullen, just as I remember." Upon hearing Audie's praise, Cullen's face instantly brightened with a smile. "It is an honor to receive your commendation, Master Audie. I shall attend to other matters for the time being. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. I am at your service." Of course. As Cullen exited the room, Audie and Venom each took up a pair of chopsticks and began to partake in the evening's repast. Perhaps due to having just awakened without having consumed anything, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air like the delicate hand of a beautiful enchantress, teasingly tracing the outline of Steve's nose, effortlessly drawing his thoughts back to the present. Gazing at the table laden with food, Steve, whose metabolism was already several times that of an ordinary person, felt an overwhelming hunger. Yet, he hesitated to voice his appetite, only managing to swallow hard and lightly moisten his parched lips with his tongue. Audie observed Steve's every movement with a gentle smile, pushing a plate of rice toward him, along with a spoon and fork. "Eat up." Having said that, he resumed his own meal. Steve regarded the rice before him, along with the elegantly dining Audie and the more boisterous Venom, with a complex expression. Instead of indulging in the food, he earnestly posed his concerns. "Who are you? Why have you sought me out? And why did you unfreeze me?" Upon hearing Steve's inquiries, Audie picked up a nearby napkin to dab his mouth. "Good questions, Captain Rogers." As he spoke, Audie raised his hand to manifest a celestial projection. In that instant, the entire ambience of the room transformed, prompting Steve to involuntarily part his lips, his eyes wide with astonishment. Truly, times have changed. That night, Audie provided Steve with a wealth of information and assigned Cullen to remain by Steve's side, both to monitor him and to facilitate his swift adaptation to the present era. Once all arrangements were in place, Audie activated the portal and departed from Steve's room. The persuasive discourse remained effective, particularly against someone with Steve's strong moral compass. Without any hesitation, Steve joined the organization, becoming a proud member of the combat team. Notably, Audie refrained from mentioning Bucky's existence. However, this suited him just fine, as it would provide a delightful surprise for Bucky. Speaking of Bucky, after much contemplation and experiences within the Midnight Wolf universe, he ultimately resolved to enter politics, contingent upon earning the forgiveness of those he had wronged. Audie believed this would not pose an issue. He had faith that Bucky would find his way. Back in the conference room of the Life Evolution Research Institute, Audie stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, tilting his head to gaze at the starry sky above. Bolivar Trask's research is nearing completion. I believe we should embark on a journey to the X-Men universe. Once this trip concludes, we can attempt cosmic fusion. Venom emerged from Audie's shoulder, uttering no further words, simply following Audie's gaze to the night sky and inquiring, "When do we depart?" Audie took a sip of steaming coffee, the origin of which was a mystery to him, savoring the taste and uttering two words, now. However, before that, we still need to seek a companion in the cosmos. Chapter 101. Thanos on Titan, a colony of the eternal race, once one of the most prosperous civilizations in the universe. A war born from internal strife had turned everything to dust. Amidst the endless ruins, a golden palace loomed tall, starkly contrasting the desolate planet. A narrow black carpet stretched 1,000 meters from the palace's grand entrance, flanked by rows of soldiers clad in armor, wielding energy rifles, standing rigidly as if anticipating something. The sound of footsteps echoed against the stone steps as a young man, with a stern countenance, approached with measured strides, holding the mechanical eye of a leviathan. Ascending the steps, first his head, then his neck and shoulders emerged into the soldier's line of sight. The young man paid no heed to the soldiers present, casually tossing the mechanical eye aside as he walked along the black carpet toward the golden palace. The soldiers remained motionless like statues, devoid of any action, for their king had just issued a command forbidding any aggression. Upon entering the palace, the interior was shrouded in darkness, with light filtering through the grand doorway, illuminating only the area beneath the throne, barely casting light upon the feet of the figure seated there. The young man raised his gaze to the throne directly before him, and to the person occupying it, a smirk gracing his lips. Thanos, a first encounter. Before the young man could finish his thought, the figure upon the throne remained still. From below the throne, an elderly fellow resembling an octopus stepped forward, chastising the youth with a voice tinged with age. Impudence. You are the one who is impudent. The old man had not finished his retort when a hoarse, wild voice echoed, accompanied by a dark, toothy visage. Taken aback, the octopus-like elder seethed with anger, poised to retaliate, but the figure on the throne spoke slowly. Ebony Maw, stand down. At this command, Ebony Maw hesitated, retreating silently to his previous position. The figure referred to as Thanos by the youth rose from his throne, descending the steps and halting about 5 meters from the young man. At this moment, Thanos' appearance became apparent. A massive, muscular form with purple skin. Perhaps a different name would better resonate with the masses. The Mad Titan. With a smile, Thanos regarded the young man before him, slowly articulating the names of both the youth and the dark, grotesque face. Adolph H.Y.D.R.A. Venom, a pleasure to finally meet you. I am curious as to the purpose of your visit. Recognizing his identity, Audi was not surprised. He harnessed the power of space to transport himself and Thanos to a lifeless planet. We need to talk, Thanos. Though Thanos found the spatial shifts intriguing, he did not display any overt astonishment. In his perspective, it was only natural for one who could outwit and defeat Mephisto to possess some measure of skill. In contrast, he exhibited greater interest in the discussions proposed by Audi. Please elaborate, he urged. Audi nodded slightly and initiated a stellar projection to unveil Thanos' plan, to gather 6 Infinity Stones, snap his fingers, and eradicate half of all life. According to the principle of energy conservation, these vanishing lives would not truly disappear. Rather, they would transform into pure energy, nourishing the cosmos and effectively increasing resources. A magnificent scheme indeed. Thanos listened intently to Adi's exposition, his initial amusement gradually giving way to a weightier demeanor. Upon the conclusion of Adi's narrative, Thanos regarded him with a gaze replete with complexity. If initially Thanos viewed Adi with respect befitting a formidable adversary, now he felt the exhilaration of discovering a kindred spirit, as one similarly cursed with the burden of knowledge. He could not overlook the implication that the annihilation of half of life would inevitably encompass plant life as well. All was predicated on the notion that after the obliteration, life would revert to pure energy, re-entering the universe, a testament to the conservation of energy and an immutable principle. How astonishing it was to realize that within such a vast cosmos, there existed another who comprehended his vision. Even his own kin had ostracized him for this very belief. Thanos found himself deeply moved. While a true confidant is indeed a rare find, Thanos did not succumb to impulsive excitement over being understood. He paused, then inquired of Adi in a somber tone, "Thank you for your understanding. What stance do you take? To thwart me or to assist?" In response to Thanos' inquiry, Adi offered a faint smile and shook his head. Neither. Adi's response evidently surpassed Thanos' expectations, causing the idealistic Eternal to furrow his brow. Nonetheless, Thanos maintained his decorum. Rather than embodying a conqueror or a warrior, he now resembled a humble scholar. "Could you elucidate?" he asked. "Certainly. There is nothing to conceal," Adi replied with nonchalance. He glanced around, located a rocky outcrop, and led Thanos to sit upon it, where he elaborated on his method. Devouring other universes to augment oneself? Thanos' brow furrowed deeply at Adi's proposition, the tension in his forehead seemingly capable of crushing a cockroach. Rising to his feet, he paced thoughtfully, contemplating Adi's words, and he discerned that this approach was indeed quite feasible. In that moment, Thanos comprehended why Adi had sought him out. It was because Adi had devised a method and now sought like-minded individuals to assist him. With this realization, Thanos turned to face Adi, his gaze imbued with complexity. They were both madmen, and only those who shared the same madness could truly understand one another. Yet, it was undeniable that if Adi's method proved effective, it would far surpass Thanos' own. After a period of profound contemplation, Thanos turned to Adi, his gaze resolute. "What is it that you require of me?" Adi rose and approached Thanos, their eyes locking in an intense exchange. With a flourish, Adi retrieved the Tesseract from his own dimension and presented it before Thanos. "The fusion of the universe necessitates time to avert any potential calamities. I need you to safeguard the cosmos, to prevent any significant crises. Furthermore, light invariably breeds darkness. The universe does not require an excess of convoluted disasters. All life unites only in the face of a common catastrophe. Space and mind are well suited to you." Listening intently to Adi's words, Thanos solemnly accepted the Tesseract from his hands, crushing its exterior with great force, unveiling the azure space stone within. "No problem. Leave it to me." Observing Thanos' serious demeanor, Adi nodded slightly. "Very well. Let me instruct you on how to wield the power of the space stone. By the way, may I borrow the Mind Stone for a moment?" "Of course," came the reply as Adi watched Thanos depart using the space stone, Venom emerging from his shoulder. "Do you truly trust him so easily?" Venom inquired. "He is trustworthy. After all, he never lies, does he?" Adi shrugged, countering Venom's skepticism. During their recent exchange on how to utilize the space stone, they had shared much. Although this version of Thanos was significantly more powerful than in the films, he posed no mental threat. As Nebula had stated, he was a creature of truth. Adi even speculated that this individual might be capable of lifting Thor's hammer. Stretching his limbs, Adi turned to Venom. "Let us proceed. We have much to accomplish." Chapter 102. The initial encounter with Bully Maguire and the Spider-Man. Meanwhile, on Earth, Peter and Mary Jane lay in a hotel bed, dreaming of the future. "Peter, do you really think this world will face such great calamities?" Mary Jane asked, her brow furrowed with concern. As Peter's partner, she had received a vial of the same Super-Soldier Serum as Uncle Ben and the others. After 2 years of understanding, Mary Jane had gleaned that the future harbored crises beyond mere human extinction and the destruction of Earth. Though the specifics eluded her, the mere thought was terrifying. Especially after Peter had recounted his experiences in the Moreland universe. Her fears deepened. She was terrified of losing her beloved through a moment's inattention. Having been in love for several years, she had never considered what it would be like to lose Peter. Yet, she felt a swell of pride for him, knowing her partner was a hero. Sensing Mary Jane's distress, Peter turned to embrace her, gently holding her delicate hand as he soothed, "Do not worry. I will be fine. Besides, we have Adi, don't we? With him around, there will be no issues." "But what if Adi is not there? What will you do then?" Mary Jane abruptly turned to Peter, their eyes locking in a moment of shared concern. Gazing into the depths of Mary Jane's anxious pupils, Peter found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, what if they encountered trouble in Adi's absence? Sensing Peter's confusion, Mary Jane twisted her body and embraced him, burying her face in his broad chest. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully extricated herself from his embrace, rising from the bed to gather her scattered garments and dress in a haphazard manner. Halfway through putting on her clothes, she paused, her gaze dropping to Peter as she spoke earnestly. "We cannot always rely on Adi, Peter. We owe him so much already. If we continue to take without giving, even the strongest friendship may deteriorate." As if struck by a particular keyword, the bewilderment on Peter's face vanished, replaced by a serious determination. "I understand, Mary Jane. I will be mindful." Seeing Peter's expression of comprehension, Mary Jane smiled, believing he had grasped the essence of her words. Yes, hurry and get dressed. It's getting late. Let us go home. All right, Peter replied, managing a smile. He took her words to heart. With H.Y.D.R.A often exploring other universes, what would they do if a crisis arose in his absence? They had become overly dependent on H.Y.D.R.A, Peter mused. Once they were both dressed and prepared to leave, Peter's symbiote instincts erupted in a fierce buzz. Every hair on his body stood on end, as if forewarning him of an impending threat. Peter was no novice. He was a battle-hardened, invincible Spider-Man, whose synergy with the symbiote was second only to that of H.Y.D.R.A and Venom. In an instant, he donned his symbiote suit, cradling Mary Jane as he sought refuge. Almost simultaneously, a sparking circular portal opened behind the spot where Peter had just stood, and a crimson trident plunged into that very position. There was no need for words. The viciousness of the attack revealed the presence of an adversary. Fortunately, they were on the third floor, not too high. Peter smashed through the window, sending Mary Jane to safety before calling for reinforcements. He wasn't foolish. The lack of a warning from his spider sense in the face of danger was already telling. As the circular portal closed, a figure clad in a medieval noble's attire, adorned with punk elements and resembling an archaic diving suit, materialized before Peter. Without the customary exchange of greetings, both parties charged at one another with speeds imperceptible to the naked eye. Lacking the advantage of his spider sense, Peter relied on his innate sense of danger and his reflexes, honed through continuous training, allowing him to outpace his opponent. Realizing that close combat was not to his advantage, the masked assailant began to distance himself, seeking to exploit the advantage of the long trident in his grasp. Based on the past experiences of the masked man, Spider-Man possesses no significant ranged abilities. Thus, maintaining distance and leveraging the advantage of his long spear should suffice. However, the masked man did not anticipate that creating space would align perfectly with Peter's strategy. Upon realizing that the masked man posed no real threat and that only the spear in his possession could potentially harm him, Peter seized the opportunity. He unleashed a bolt of lightning that sent the masked man hurtling away, followed by ensnaring the spear's handle with his webbing, effectively disarming him. Seemingly distraught over the loss of his cherished weapon, the masked man emitted a hoarse and furious growl, disregarding his injuries as he lunged at Peter. If the masked man was no match for Peter even with a weapon, he was certainly no contender without one. With a powerful punch to the masked man's chest, Peter sent him soaring into the street. It was nighttime, and the streets of America were generally devoid of pedestrians at this hour. Brandishing the recently acquired spear, Peter leaped from the gaping hole created in the hotel room, landing on the pavement and observing the masked man slowly rising from the ground. Peter furrowed his brow and unleashed a cosmic energy beam infused with wind and thunder elements. The bluish-green ray struck the masked man, propelling him backward and carving a deep trench in the roadway. Sensing that he had inflicted sufficient damage, Peter ceased his energy discharge and scrutinized the fallen figure of the masked man, who lay in tattered clothing, his chest scorched and emitting wisps of smoke. Peter's keen intuition sensed something amiss. Given the masked man's earlier display of physical resilience, it was implausible that his previous strike could have killed him. At most, it would have rendered him unconscious. He intended to extract valuable information from the masked man, having no intention of ending his life, especially in a bustling trade district. Realizing that the masked man was merely feigning death, Peter approached with feigned curiosity. At that moment, as the masked man prepared to ambush Peter upon his closer approach, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. The seemingly lifeless figure swiftly rolled to evade, yet it was a moment too late. In a flash of red light, Peter's left hand transformed into a blade, severing one of the masked man's arms at the root. With a heart-wrenching scream, the masked man clutched his injury and staggered to his feet, vowing, "I shall remember you." A circular portal opened behind him, just as he prepared to escape. In a swift motion, Peter shot out a web, ensnaring the masked man and yanking him back just as he had 1 foot within the portal. Without hesitation, Peter unleashed 3 rapid strikes, severing the masked man's remaining limbs at the roots. When Peter raised his gaze once more, the portal had already closed. In the fleeting moment, he caught sight of a colossal web and an elderly figure with a bald head and spider-like lower half, lying upon it. Before Peter could fully comprehend the unfolding events, another portal materialized not far from him. As Peter beheld the figures emerging from the newly activated portal, and as his spider sense returned to normal, he was momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? Why were there so many Spider-Men? Yet, Peter was not the only one in a state of bewilderment. The Spider-Men who had just stepped through the portal, upon witnessing the chaos around them and the masked figure that Peter held aloft, were too taken aback to introduce themselves. They collectively exclaimed a classic Marvel line, "Mother of God." Chapter 103. Spider-Man, how did you manage this? The British Captain Spider-Man approached Peter, followed by a multitude of various Spider-Men. In order to combat the Inheritors, the British Captain Spider-Man traversed numerous parallel universes to recruit fellow Spider-Men and unite their strengths. He had recently intercepted the magical fluctuations of the Weaver, leading him to this unfamiliar universe, prepared to assist its Spider-Man in repelling the Inheritors while simultaneously gathering allies. To his surprise, upon emerging from the portal, he witnessed this universe's Spider-Man valiantly battling the Inheritors. Good heavens, was this universe's Spider-Man truly this formidable? One must realize that against the Inheritors, their spider sense was rendered ineffective, and they were physically subdued. Victory was nearly impossible in one-on-one confrontations. Only through collective effort was there hope of success. But what was that in the hands of the Spider-Man before him? Truly, it was unbelievable. With such a powerful asset joining their ranks, could they not manage the Inheritors? With this thought, the spirits of all the Spider-Men present brightened. A jubilant crowd of Spider-Men surrounded Peter, eagerly inquiring how he had defeated the masked figure. Peter, having never encountered such a scene, was already under the influence of negative emotions due to the potential absorption of toxins, and the cacophony of voices was overwhelming. In a fit of annoyance, he glared beneath his mask, his brows furrowing in an inverted V, and bellowed, "Silence!" Peter's voice reverberated down the street, leaving the Spider-Men frozen in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a reprimand. Oh dear, it appeared the Spider-Man had a rather short temper. Upon hearing the commotion, Peter abruptly turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. The Spider-Man hastily cleared space around the instigator, creating a vacuum of sorts. Seeing Peter's attention fixated on him, the speaking Spider-Man felt a pang of fear and attempted to retreat into the crowd, only to be pushed back by his peers. With no other recourse, he hastily raised his hands in apology. "I'm sorry, mate. I meant no offense. I'll just give myself a few slaps as penance." As he spoke, he raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his own face. The audible sound of skin meeting flesh echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, and the surrounding Spider-Men gasped in unison, reflecting inwardly on the audacity of this particular Spider-Man. Amidst the sound of applause, Peter gradually quelled his restless spirit and quickly raised his hand to halt the self-inflicted reprimands from his Spider-Man counterpart. "Hey, come on, stop it, my friend. I apologize. I've been feeling rather out of sorts lately." Upon receiving Peter's forgiveness, the Spider-Man who had been chastising himself paused, appearing as if the earlier scolding had not originated from him. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "It seems you're not as difficult to get along with as I imagined." "Indeed, it appears so. As men, there are always a few days each month when our moods dip. We can empathize with that, can't we?" "Yes." A jest dissipated the tense atmosphere. Laughter erupted, and the scene regained the lively ambience of a bustling morning market, observing the easing of tensions. Captain Britain's Spider-Man was about to invite Peter to join their ranks when a cheerful voice rang out from the horizon. "Spider-Man, I'm here to back you up." The Spider-Men, including Peter, looked up to see a figure clad in an Iron Batman suit soaring towards them at supersonic speed. "Oh shoot, it's Batman." Before anyone could react, the individual in the Iron Batman suit had already landed before them, standing back-to-back with Peter. "Spider-Man, are these beings all clones?" Alfred's scan reveals that 80% of them share your genetic makeup. "Fascinating. This is my first encounter with clones." Harry surveyed the surrounding Spider-Men, while the AI, Alfred, swiftly analyzed everyone's vulnerabilities and simultaneously devised optimal strategies for Harry. The Spider-Men recognized that this figure in the Iron Batman suit was a comrade from their universe and promptly raised their hands in a gesture of goodwill. Still, several Spider-Men could not contain their astonishment. "Oh my, this universe's Spider-Man is actually a teammate of Batman? How do you know he is Batman? Doesn't he your universe of comics? Can't you tell from his distinctly Batman attire?" The cacophony of chatter left Harry somewhat bewildered and maintaining his vigilance. He quietly inquired of Peter, "What is going on, Spider-Man? They aren't enemies, so what is happening here? Don't tell me these clones were created by H.Y.D.R.A." Before Peter could respond, Some of the Spider-Men expressed their discontent with Harry's remarks. "Hey, buddy, what do you mean by clones? That's rather rude." Harry's eyes lit up at their words, stepping forward with a heavy tone. "Isn't that true? Hey, everyone, now is not the time for infighting." The atmosphere grew tense. Observing this, Captain Britain Spider-Man quickly interposed himself between Harry and the Spider-Man, explaining why they had come and the matter of the Inheritor family. Upon hearing Captain Britain Spider-Man's account and learning of an organization dedicated to hunting Spider-Man across the multiverse, Harry's expression turned exceptionally grave, immediately turning to Peter. Disregarding the risk of exposure, he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right, Peter?" Peter shrugged, lifting the masked figure he had been holding. "Don't worry, Harry. I'm fine. This guy is indeed formidable, but he is not my match." Utilizing artificial intelligence to scan Peter's body, Harry confirmed his well-being, letting out a sigh of relief as he patted Peter's shoulder. "I'm glad to hear that." The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile, while the other Spider-Men erupted in astonishment. "What did you say? You are Harry. Harry, the Harry I am thinking of? What is your name? Are you Harry Osborn?" A throng of Spider-Men clad in the classic red and blue colors surged towards Harry, who donned the armor of an Iron Batman. This scene left Harry utterly perplexed. However, understanding they were alternate universe versions of Peter Parker, he found some solace. Surely, in other worlds, Peter and I must also be brothers. Contemplating this, a smile graced Harry's face beneath his armor as he responded with confidence. "Yes, I am Harry Osborn." "What of it?" Harry had anticipated that the alternate universe Peters would chatter excitedly about their own Harry, yet reality exceeded his expectations. Upon declaring himself as Harry Osborn, all the Spider-Men seemed to be frozen in time, rendered speechless and motionless. The atmosphere thickened instantly, enveloping Harry in confusion as he pondered the sudden silence. As if sensing his thoughts, a more mature Spider-Man approached, gently patting Peter and Harry on the shoulders, his tone imbued with nostalgia. "It's nothing, guys. We were just reminded of our Harry. Peter Parker and Harry Osborn are the best of brothers. Aren't they, folks?" This Spider-Man's words ignited the crowd like fireworks. As the Spider-Men, nay, the Peter Parkers, enthusiastically raised their arms in agreement, shouting, "Indeed, Peter Parker and Harry Osborn are the best of brothers." "Well said, mate." The Peter Parkers erupted in cheers, and the British Captain Spider-Man stepped forward, requesting silence before formally extending an invitation to Peter. Harry, witnessing this, intended to interject, wishing to wait for Oddie's return, yet Peter accepted the offer. Harry removed his helmet, casting a puzzled glance at Peter, only to hear him earnestly declare, "Harry, I do not wish to burden Oddie with everything." What does he mean by not wanting to trouble Oddie? Are we not brothers? Are we not a team? Harry swallowed hard, the words on the tip of his tongue, but upon meeting Peter's resolute gaze, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Harry finally lowered his head, pressing his lips together, and made a concession. "I have one request. I want to go with you." Peter's expression changed dramatically. Having previously encountered members of the Inheritor family, he understood their prowess, and while he could best them in combat, he recognized that they posed a significant threat to Harry. "I have already made concessions, Peter, and with the new resources provided by Oddie, I am not at a disadvantage. You must agree to my terms, otherwise, I will promptly inform Oddie," Harry stated, sending a message to Oddie while fixing Peter with a serious gaze. As Peter looked into Harry's eyes, perceiving the depth of the green within, he realized Harry was truthful. Reluctantly, he nodded, "Very well, but you must ensure your safety." "Rest assured," Harry replied. Chapter 104, The Ancient One, The Observer, and the Arrival of the War Police Universe. Oddie, having acquired all the data on the Sentinels, was attending the funeral of Bolvar Trask, paying sincere tribute to the genius who had, with mere human intellect, created the devastating Omega-level mutant Sentinel robots. As the funeral concluded and Oddie prepared to return to his universe, a message from Harry came through on his communicator. "Oh, the Inheritor family? How intriguing." Venom emerged from Oddie's shoulder, leaning closer to the communicator. "Is this about the Inheritor family's Spider-Universe incident? What do you intend to do?" Oddie shook his head slightly, sending Harry the document detailing the abilities of the Inheritor family members, followed by a message. "I'm currently occupied with urgent matters." After sending the final message, he turned off the communicator, preparing to return to his own universe. Venom, curious, inquired, "Aren't you going to intervene?" As the surroundings continuously transformed, Audi cleared his throat and replied, "Of course I will intervene. I have a keen interest in the Inheritor family, particularly their resurrection technology and the War Soul divine sword of the 400 Annies. However, the Inheritor family is not a formidable force. I can simply dispatch a doppelganger to assist when needed. Our primary focus now is the fusion and absorption of the two universes. Do not underestimate the difficulty of this fusion. Many ancient entities will undoubtedly emerge to thwart our efforts." After listening to Adi's words, Venom nodded in agreement. If Adi's assessment was accurate, then indeed, the fusion of the universes took precedence. Regarding the Inheritors, he was well aware that, considering Peter and Harry's current capabilities, they could at least defend themselves, if not outright confront the Inheritor family. As their conversation concluded, Adi and Venom returned to Earth, the core of the Marvel Universe, an ideal foundation for the merging of the two realms. Time was of the essence. Upon his return, Adi harnessed spatial powers to delve deep into the Earth's core. Utilizing his dimensional traversal abilities, he constructed a bridge between the two universes. Soon, purple-black flames ignited around him, fueled by the immense power of the Abyss. As he pulled the two universes together, under the weight of Adi's colossal strength, the two universes gradually drew near until their barriers collided with a resounding impact. Such a tremendous commotion naturally attracted the attention of some individuals. The first to appear before Adi was the long-absent Ancient One, but this time, he approached not as the Earth's protector, but in the guise of an eternal messenger. Unlike other universes, due to the influence of Adi's Venom, the power of the Time Stone in the primordial universe was considerably diminished. Consequently, the Ancient One of the primordial universe exhibited greater strength than his counterparts from other realms, even reaching a level where he could resist the dimensional lords with his own might. Adi's power had grown exceedingly rapidly, yet he still held a profound respect for the Ancient One, who had once imparted knowledge to him and laid the foundation for his ascent. "Master Ancient One, it has been a long time," Adi greeted, and, as the Ancient One beheld Adi's current form, his first impression was that of a human supernova ablaze with energy. "With your current strength, you still call me Master? To be honest, this truly takes me by surprise." Adi offered a subtle smile, but unfortunately, the Ancient One could not discern his expression. The teachings of yesteryears remained etched in his heart. The Ancient One gently shook his head, purple energy pulsating from his hands as he gradually distanced himself from Adi. With a sigh, he remarked, 2 years have swiftly passed, and you do not seem to be a person driven by deep-seated hatred. Why instigate a collision between two universes?" Adi chose not to elaborate, but instead conveyed his plans to the Ancient One through his mental prowess. Upon reviewing Adi's scheme, the Ancient One dissipated the purple energy surrounding him and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "What are the chances of success?" Adi's voice resonated with conviction. 10 out of 10. The Ancient One fell silent, appearing as if he had lost his essence, floating in place, motionless. Adi understood that the Ancient One was currently in communication with Eternity. He had no intention of launching a surprise attack. Rather, he hoped that Eternity would come forth in person. As the Ancient One communed with Eternity, the barriers between the two universes gradually eroded under the onslaught of the abyssal power. The energies of the universes began to flow into one another. Theoretically, energy flows from high to low, akin to water. However, under the influence of Adi's abyssal power, the energy of the War Police universe continuously flowed into the primordial universe, leading to the gradual consumption of the War Police universe. The primordial universe began to expand incrementally, yet there was still no sign of movement from the Ancient One or Eternity. In the crevice between worlds, an observer, keenly watching the unfolding cosmic changes, grew anxious. The observer belonged to an ancient race within the Marvel Universe, having emerged during the universe's formation. Their technological advancements surpassed that of other civilizations by millions of years, granting them the ability to manipulate time, space, and molecular energy. Possessing the strength to confront Ultron armed with all 6 Infinity Stones and retreat unscathed. They were not to be underestimated, regardless of individual variances. Based on hypothetical scenarios, a single observer possessed the power to vanquish the celestial host. Draped in a cerulean high-collared cloak, the giant with an oversized head suddenly materialized before Adi, his eyes glimmering with a blue luminescence, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Adolph Lee, Cease your actions, or I shall resort to extreme measures. Chapter 105. The Dawn of Cosmic Convergence. Why has the lofty observer descended to the fray this time? Surely, I pose no threat to the multiverse? Adi mused, observing the observer's serious countenance, which struck him as somewhat amusing, resembling that of a villain, while he, Adolph Adi, was indisputably a paragon of virtue. Do not persist in your folly, Adolph. If you continue down this path, it will precipitate the collapse of the multiverse. As the observer witnessed Adi not only refusing to relent, but also mocking him, he began to marshal his powers, poised to intervene. Observing the observer's every move, Adi chuckled inwardly. He had anticipated the arrival of both the Ancient One and the observer. The core of the earth was indeed a formidable place, as the saying goes. Easy to enter, but difficult to exit. Since he had entered, he might as well remain, for he had yet to employ the abyssal powers of infection. The observer, sensing Adi's prolonged silence, felt a chill in his heart. Each member of their race had their designated universes to observe, and initially, he had thought this universe merely contained a singular entity named Adi, which seemed quite intriguing. Little did he realize that this individual was a harbinger of calamity, inciting a collision between two universes through sheer force. No, it was not a collision. It was an act of consumption. The observer's gaze swept across the nexus between the two universes, realizing that he was attempting to augment his universe by allowing it to devour others. Perhaps to this universe, he appeared as a hero, but to the others, he was a harbinger of doom. Clenching his fists, energy surged forth directed at Adi. As he proclaimed, "I'll warn you for the final time, halt." Adolph. After 3 stern warnings, he was met only with Adi's silent smile. The observer, rarely consumed by rage, found this lofty demeanor infuriating. It was intolerable to be dismissed so casually. He resolved to impart a profound lesson to this man. As the observer contemplated this, he waved his hands, summoning a colossal surge of energy. Just as he prepared to unleash a beam of power, a massive shadow suddenly enveloped him. Bewildered, he glanced around, only to behold a colossal black hand, stretching thousands of meters upward, as if emerging from the very depths of the infernal abyss. This hand was pitch black, exuding a chilling aura, its fingers robust and elongated, with nails sharp as daggers, each one surpassing the tallest peaks of the world. What was happening? The observer intended to utilize spatial teleportation to evade this threat, but discovered that the surrounding space had been sealed. Not only was teleportation impossible, but even the slightest movement proved exceedingly challenging. Boom! No! A thunderous sound reverberated, as a shadowy hand gradually closed around the observer amidst his terrified wails, transforming into a dark fist. "Let me out, Adolph. You cannot do this." A muffled, fearful voice emanated from the clenched fist, for at that moment, the observer was no longer a multifaceted entity, but merely a child confined within a small, dark room. Despite the observer's desperate cries, Adi remained indifferent. To him, the observer was merely a fleeting distraction. The most arduous task in existence was to create something from nothing. This was his inaugural attempt to harness the power of the abyss to compel one universe to devour another, and it demanded his utmost focus and diligence. As the vanguard of cosmic fusion, he stood at the nexus and bridge between two universes. Earth became the initial site of transformation, where urban legends of mutants began to surface on the screens of the native universe. Reports of Spider-Man and Batman emerged in the War Police universe. The archives of H.I.D.R.A began to catalog the War Police and the Brotherhood of Mutants. Everything felt so bizarre and absurd, yet there was an uncanny sense of normalcy, as if it were all meant to be. Even a top-tier telepath like the Professor failed to perceive any anomalies. "I'll leave him in your care, Venom. Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch over him." The voice of Venom resonated from beneath the colossal hand. To preempt unforeseen circumstances, Adi and Venom temporarily separated. Venom would momentarily inhabit the slumbering deity Tiamat deep within the Earth's core, providing covert protection. This arrangement constituted a transaction between Adi and Tiamat. As a member of the Pantheon, Tiamat was reluctant to annihilate Earth due to divine birth, thus establishing a telepathic link with Adi the moment he arrived in the underworld, expressing a desire for Adi to end her existence. Had Adi lacked sufficient power previously, he would have readily acquiesced, for he desperately needed to enhance his strength for self-preservation. However, the circumstances had changed. Now, devouring Tiamat was the least advantageous option. The deities were inherently of singular, universe-level caliber, epitomes of advanced combat prowess. With a thirst for talent, H.Y.D.R.A and Tiamat struck a bargain. Regardless of the means employed by H.Y.D.R.A, as long as Earth remained intact, Tiamat would abide by their agreement and serve as H.Y.D.R.A's subordinate. Though H.Y.D.R.A found Tiamat's inexplicable affection for Earth and humanity rather abstract, he saw no reason to refuse a universe-level ally. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, and after an indeterminate passage of time, as H.Y.D.R.A immersed himself in the fusion of universes, the Ancient One finally awoke from her soulless state. Master Ancient One. H.Y.D.R.A had kept a fragment of his consciousness attuned to her movements. Upon witnessing her soul return to her body, he softly called out. No excessive words were needed. As soon as the Ancient One's soul re-entered her corporeal form, her expressions and actions conveyed to H.Y.D.R.A that eternity had acquiesced. It is indeed the case that by consuming other universes, the four great abstract entities are the first to reap the benefits. How could they possibly refuse? The Ancient One gazed at H.Y.D.R.A, making no extraneous movements. She directly extracted the time stone from the eye of Agamotto, which hung from her chest, and presented it before H.Y.D.R.A, leaving him with a remark. Once the fusion of the universes concludes, do remember to return it to the sanctum in New York. With that, she casually opened a dimensional portal and departed from the core of the world. Casting a glance at the time stone floating before him, H.Y.D.R.A then looked up at the spot where the Ancient One had stood moments prior. Using his telekinetic abilities, he drew the time stone closer to himself, enveloping it with the power of the Abyss. Subsequently, he continued the fusion of the two universes. To date, among the 6 Infinity Stones, he had acquired 3. An inexplicable feeling surged within him, yet at present, H.Y.D.R.A had no time to dwell on it. This place is the realm of the mightiest Spider-Man, the universe of Captain Spider-Man. It is precisely for this reason that a multitude of Spider-Men had congregated here, including many familiar faces: Spider-Ham, Shadow Spider-Man, the Spider-Man from Universe 616, Scarlet Spider, Six-Armed Spider-Man, Mecha Spider-Man, Gwen Spider-Man from Universe 65, Penny Parker, and others. The assembly of such numerous Spider-Men indicated that they were poised to launch a counterattack against the Inheritors. Chapter 106, The Messenger from Hellwait. Are you telling me that all this information came from your brother, a fellow named H.Y.D.R.A? The Spider-Man from Universe 616 stepped forward, disbelief etched across his face, his tone replete with astonishment. Of course, is there a problem with that, mate? Harry shrugged, regarding it merely as H.Y.D.R.A's usual modus operandi. The Spider-Man from Universe 616 was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Captain Spider-Man then spoke up, articulating the collective concern. That's a significant issue, mate. How did your brother H.Y.D.R.A acquire intelligence on the Inheritors? That is a force capable of traversing the multiverse. Is traversing the multiverse really that difficult? Harry scratched his head, perplexed. H.Y.D.R.A often dashes about through the multiverse, and you all have individuals who can traverse it too. What is so remarkable about crossing into other universes? It is indeed challenging, my friend. Even I cannot traverse the cosmos, Captain Spider-Man replied, his tone tinged with exasperation as he patiently explained to Harry. Thus far among us, only 2 individuals can traverse the multiverse, Captain Spider-Man from Britain and Ultimate Spider-Man. Not to mention acquiring intelligence on the Inheritors. Despite our numerous encounters, we remain largely uninformed about them. Your brother's intelligence is crucial, yet its source raises concerns. Upon hearing this, Harry pondered and realized he might be falling into a cognitive bias. He had witnessed H.Y.D.R.A's astral projection and knew that those capable of traversing the multiverse were not few in number. The Spider-Men from parallel universes seem oblivious to this. With this thought, Harry patiently explained to the Spider-Men the capabilities of H.Y.D.R.A and their organization, even demonstrating the suit's functions to enhance his persuasion. Walter nanotechnology, nano-armor? Except for a few, most Spider-Men are recognized geniuses, and upon witnessing Harry's display, they all turned their gazes to Peter. To them, Peter and Harry belong to the same universe and organization. Based on Harry's earlier narrative, it was presumed that Peter's suit also utilized nanotechnology. Feeling the weight of their collective gaze, Peter felt a bit awkward and shyly waved, revealing a small red head on his shoulder. I don't possess nanotechnology. That isn't suited for me. However, I have something even better. This is my partner, Potential. With a cheerful smile, Peter introduced his partner, leaving the Spider-Man once again astonished. Spider-Ham exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness, dude, the shock you've brought us rivals that of the Inheritors." This remark instantly garnered the Spider-Man's agreement, with everyone nodding in unison. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The Spider-Man from Universe 616, having quietly absorbed the information Harry provided, stepped forward to the center of the gathering. "Quiet down, folks. Since Harry's information is accurate, it is time for us to start our counterattack. Everyone, come over to review the Inheritor family intel." He urged them to strategize together, stating, "Once Parker returns, we will initiate our offensive." The 616 Spider-Man proved to be an adept leader. His words possessed a certain magic that compelled the diverse array of Spider-Men to settle down and heed his directives. All right, all gathered quietly formed a line to take turns reviewing the information. Meanwhile, Harry, Peter, and the 616 Spider-Man, who had already perused the intel, stood off to the side. The 616 Spider-Man turned to Peter and Harry, a hint of amusement glimmering in his masked eyes. "I've only dreamed of a duo like you two, Batman and Spider-Man. A combination I never dared to imagine." Upon hearing this, Peter and Harry exchanged glances. They were no fools and could glean from the Spider-Man's snippets of conversation that the Harry from other universes did not fare well. After a prolonged silence, Harry's carefree voice emerged from beneath the Batman nanoarmor. "Other universes are just that, other universes. Even if they are counterparts, they're not the same person. If you haven't seen them before, then you simply haven't. But now you have, haven't you?" The Batman and Spider-Man duo. The 616 Spider-Man paused, taken aback by Harry's words, then nodded in agreement with a smile. "You're right. Even if they are counterparts, they are not the same individual." As the conversation continued, the 616 Spider-Man sighed deeply, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Ah, Spider-Man and Batman. I wish my Harry could be as carefree as you." Harry and Peter exchanged no words, merely offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder of the Spider-Man from Universe 616. Just as everyone was intently preparing to confront the Inheritors, a portal to another realm opened before them. Out leapt the Ultimate Spider-Man, Miles Morales, clad in a striking red and black suit, who exclaimed with a notably flippant tone, "Guys, I brought in some serious backup. That bunch of Inheritors is in for a world of trouble." As his words hung in the air, a Spider-Man, strikingly different in demeanor from the others, sprang forth from the portal behind him, landing dramatically and striking an eccentric pose. "Greetings. I am the messenger from the depths of hell, the formidable Aunt May." In the original universe, the merging of two realms was underway, with Harry and Peter engaged in the battle against the Inheritor family. The task of cleansing New York of its criminals primarily fell upon Johnny and Bucky. Johnny managed well enough, but Bucky's days were markedly more demanding. Upon rising each morning, he would tidy their abode and prepare meals for the Pietro siblings. His mornings were filled with visits to console the families of victims, followed by afternoons dedicated to the study of scientific principles, and then heading to Stark Industries. After witnessing Bucky's computer prowess during their last encounter, Tony insisted on discussing scientific knowledge every time they met. For Tony's sake, Bucky, a veteran of World War II, found himself compelled to dedicate time each day to learning. Thankfully, the Super-Soldier Serum had enhanced his cognitive abilities, propelling his learning speed to an extraordinary level. While not quite a super genius, he certainly belonged to the ranks of the gifted. Through their prolonged interactions, Bucky and Tony forged a friendship. After much internal deliberation, Bucky tentatively shared a story with Tony about a soldier who had been brainwashed. He vividly recalled Tony's reaction upon finishing the tale. "Come on, buddy, do you realize what this means? A war hero turned murderer due to brainwashing? Well, not exactly a murderer, but what a story." The conclusion, that the brainwashed hero is killed by the son of his friend? That is a terrible narrative. The friend's son, too, is a pathetic figure, mindlessly following orders. It's not even his fault. What a fool. "Oh, buddy, you've completely ruined my good mood today. You really know how to kill the vibe." In truth, Bucky had felt elated hearing Tony's words that day, yet he ultimately lacked the courage to divulge his own struggles. He understood that while some things are easy to articulate, they are far more challenging to enact. As the day drew to a close, he prepared to don the persona of the White Wolf, ready to address the chaos that erupted in New York following Kingpin's demise. As the former Winter Soldier, Bucky's assassination skills ranked among the finest in the Marvel Universe, making him significantly more efficient at dealing with criminals than the inexperienced Peter and Harry. Chapter 107. Bucky and Steve Barnes, the instructor, we will handle the rest from here. A group of individuals clad in distinctive uniforms, fully armed, emerged from the shadows and respectfully saluted Bucky, who was adorned in his white wolf battle attire. As a competent leader, H.Y.D.R.A has always been adept at recognizing talent, determined to maximize the abilities of everyone within the organization. Teaching one is akin to teaching a multitude. Thus, H.Y.D.R.A entrusted all to Bucky. After all, as the only assassin and a tactical master in the organization, Bucky's knowledge proved far more pragmatic and valuable than that of the numerical experts like Peter. Knowing his own students well, Bucky hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in acceptance. Theory must be complemented by practical learning. He set a personal benchmark of eliminating 5 dens in a single night. In the nefarious city of New York, various lowly criminals continued to emerge from the dark corners daily, making it impossible to eradicate them all. The most effective strategy was to employ exceedingly ruthless methods to eliminate the most brazen offenders, serving as a deterrent. This approach has proven remarkably effective. The number of individuals engaging in illicit activities on the streets of New York has drastically diminished from 10 to 1 every 10 steps. Although still numerous, this improvement was significant compared to the past. Each time Bucky witnessed this transformation, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, believing that his efforts were worthwhile. Departing from Hell's Kitchen, Bucky returned to his current residence. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning in New York. By all accounts, he did not require sleep. Yet, Bucky insisted on resting for 3 to 4 hours each night. Not for any other reason except that he could always dream of the days before he and Steve enlisted in the military. In H.Y.D.R.A's words, this phenomenon is described as daytime thoughts manifesting in dreams at night. "Father, wake up!" A clear male voice resonated in his ear, pulling Bucky for his foggy slumber. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed his face. He had not dreamt the previous night. Shaking his head, Bucky composed himself and looked up at Pietro, who stood by his bedside, managing a faint smile. He had indeed become a guardian figure. After receiving H.Y.D.R.A's consent, Bucky proposed the idea of becoming a father figure to Pietro and Wanda. Upon learning this, the siblings did not refuse. After some contemplation, they joyfully agreed. Perhaps in their hearts, they had already regarded this brooding man with long hair as their father. "Apologies for rising late today. I shall prepare breakfast for you, children." Bucky swayed slightly, preparing to get up, but was halted by Pietro. "No need. You should rest today. Wanda and I have already eaten. I merely called you to encourage you to rise for a meal. The food is on the table. Remember to eat it while it's warm. It's getting late, so we'll head to school now. See you tonight." As Pietro spoke, he bent down to pick up the backpack resting at his feet. Understanding that the siblings were nearly 15, Bucky refrained from speaking, simply smiling and waving goodbye as Pietro left his room with the backpack slung over his shoulder. The sound of the door closing resonated, and Bucky took a deep breath, lying down once more as a new day commenced. He had intended to linger in bed a little longer before visiting the families of the victims. However, at that moment, a phone rang, disrupting his thoughts entirely. "Little hairdresser, I extend to you a video invitation." Furrowing his brow, Bucky gently tapped his mechanical arm, which promptly projected a blue screen. "Bucky." The image revealed H.Y.D.R.A clad in casual home, where, cradling Cyrus in his arms, the backdrop a dormitory of the Life Evolution Endpoint Research Institute. Bucky recalled H.Y.D.R.A mentioning he had something of great importance to attend to, and that if anything arose, his consciousness avatar would reach out to him. Straightening his posture, the drowsiness from just waking faded, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness and focus. "Is there something that requires my attention?" H.Y.D.R.A swayed slightly, eliciting a series of giggles from the infant in his arms. "Not exactly. Do you remember what I told you before? This matter pertains to Captain Rogers, and I cannot elucidate it fully at the moment. In any case, the individual is currently in the organization's conference room. You should hurry over. I'll hang up now. See you shortly." H.Y.D.R.A said this without allowing Bucky any time to respond before abruptly ending the call. Left alone in his room, Bucky sat on the bed, lost in thought. After hearing H.Y.D.R.A's words, he fell into a dazed state, murmuring to himself, "Did he mention this before? Is it related to Steve? The person is in the organization's conference room? Could it be?" His thoughts drifted back to a distant past, where he vividly recalled H.Y.D.R.A mentioning that Steve had a great-grandson still living. In that moment, Bucky internally lamented H.Y.D.R.A, who had insisted on not disturbing others' lives. Frustration bubbled within him as he chastised H.Y.D.R.A for his meddling. yet his actions betrayed him. Who would have imagined that the usually unconcerned Bucky would now be styling his hair? Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Life Evolution Endpoint Research Institute, Steve sat silently in a chair, his gaze cast downward, his expression vacant. As he began to grasp and adapt to this world, H.Y.D.R.A's consciousness avatar found him. Initially, Steve believed he was summoned for a task and greeted H.Y.D.R.A with cheerfulness, only for H.Y.D.R.A to deliver shocking news. Bucky is alive. He is now a combat member of the organization and holds the position of fourth in command. Furthermore, H.Y.D.R.A recounted Bucky's experiences over the years. Upon learning that Bucky had been controlled by H.Y.D.R.A, turned into an assassin, and had killed the Howards, Steve was engulfed in profound guilt. He pondered, if only I had acted more swiftly then. If I had successfully grasped Bucky's hand at that moment, none of this would have transpired. In Steve's perspective, he bears at least half the responsibility for Bucky's predicament. Plagued by guilt, Steve's heart has become exceedingly sensitive. Why, he wonders, is Bucky, a senior member of the organization, yet reluctant to visit him? Is he harboring resentment? Thus, although 3 days have elapsed since Steve first learned of Bucky's situation, he remains visibly troubled. Particularly upon realizing that he would meet Bucky today, Steve's immediate instinct was to evade the encounter, much to H.Y.D.R.A's surprise. Initially, H.Y.D.R.A merely wished to witness the reunion of brothers, but he did not anticipate the amusing dynamic between the two. Intrigued, H.Y.D.R.A resolutely dismissed Steve's proposal to avoid the meeting. Furthermore, when he called Bucky, he intentionally refrained from clarifying matters. Chapter 108. A long-awaited meeting. The incessant buzzing in the conference room grated on Steve's already frayed nerves, causing him to frown. He had thought it would last only a moment, yet 10 minutes had dragged on with no end in sight. Growing increasingly agitated, Steve lifted his gaze to the source of the noise, and upon seeing it, he leapt into action, sprinting towards H.Y.D.R.A, attempting to seize Cyrus from his grasp. Unfortunately, no matter how much strength Steve exerted, he could not prise Cyrus from H.Y.D.R.A's hold. Exasperated, he called out, trying to awaken H.Y.D.R.A's sense of reason. Hey, H.Y.D.R.A, what are you doing? The child is still so young. This is unnecessary. H.Y.D.R.A, bemused by Steve's antics, retracted the heat ray and extinguished the small flames atop Cyrus's head with a breath of frost, looking back at Steve. No need to be alarmed, Captain. I'm merely giving Cyrus a haircut. A haircut, of course, given Cyrus's robust constitution. Even Earth's metals could not sever his hair. So I resorted to using a heat ray for the task. Steve glanced down at his skin, which had already sustained burns merely from proximity, then raised his eyes to Cyrus in H.Y.D.R.A's arms. At that moment, Cyrus was joyfully shaking his head, with ice crystals from H.Y.D.R.A's breath cascading from his hair like snowflakes with each movement, reminiscent of a puppy shaking off water after a bath. My goodness, Steve truly felt the world was shifting. He had once believed he would stand as the pinnacle of combat prowess among his peers, confident that even without combat skills, his attributes would command respect. However, through the materials he had reviewed over the past 2 days, he realized that the very attributes he had once taken pride in seemed to be comparable to those of an infant in the eyes of his future companions. Speaking of infants, Steve covertly glanced at Cyrus. Well, it seems he's even less impressive than an infant. Recalling their first encounter, when he had been compelled to embrace Cyrus due to his adorability, only to be met with a gentle nudge that left him vaguely remembering waking up in an operating room. Coulson presented him with a suffocating bill, extending 4 meters in length. After his personal calculations, he realized that, based on his current salary, it would take an entire decade of relentless toil to repay his debts. Steve Rogers, once the valiant Captain America, now found himself an unequivocal millionaire in the realm of liabilities. The past was a painful specter he preferred not to revisit. Observing that Cyrus was unscathed, Steve retreated to his chair, quietly awaiting the arrival of his dear friend, Bucky. Half an hour later, with a click, the conference room door creaked open, prompting Steve to rise, his gaze fixated on the narrow opening of the door. H.Y.D.R.A silently activated the conference room's camera, turning to witness this momentous occasion. The door gradually swung open, revealing a head slicked back with hair, coming into Steve's line of sight. Upon recognizing the visitor's features and confirming the familiar gaze, he was struck with emotion. Indeed, it was the person etched in his memory. Steve's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His throat tightened with unvoiced words. Although he had rehearsed his lines for their reunion, the reality of the encounter rendered him speechless. With a soft click, Bucky closed the conference room door behind him. As he beheld Steve, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring his emotions. The resemblance was uncanny. Those eyes, that nose, those lips, the very structure of his face, the style of his hair, and his physique. It was as if Steve had materialized anew before him. Had it not been for H.W.D.R.A's earlier hints, he might have believed that Steve was presently standing right before him. Their eyes met, brimming with an uncontainable affection, reminiscent of a poignant autumn shared by star-crossed lovers, finding themselves reunited in the afterlife. H.W.D.R.A, puzzled by Venom's voice, inquired telepathically, "Aren't you with the symbiote in the Earth's core?" Venom's mischievous tone reverberated in H.W.D.R.A's mind. "I am, but I couldn't miss this brotherly reunion, so I simply sent a fragment of my essence." H.W.D.R.A shrugged in response, saying, "All right then, just observe quietly and refrain from causing any mischief." Venom reassured, "Rest easy. I am fully aware of my role." Bucky's capacity for acceptance far surpassed that of the newly awakened Steve. After a moment of contemplation and a deep breath, he stepped forward, approaching Steve. Seeing Bucky take the initiative, Steve felt a surge of hope, believing that perhaps forgiveness had been granted, and he too moved towards Bucky. They advanced towards one another at a measured pace, arriving face to face, exchanging no words other than the embrace that spoke volumes. As Steve prepared to articulate his thoughts, Bucky patted his back and spoke first. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to your great-grandfather. I can only imagine the hardships you've endured over the years, especially as the descendant of Captain America. However, do not place undue burdens upon yourself, for your great-grandfather was exceptional. Surely you are aware of my identity. Your great-grandfather was my dearest brother. You may address me as second great-uncle. In times of difficulty, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall undoubtedly lend you my support." The two embraced for an extended moment before parting. Steve gazed at Bucky's face, radiant with joy, and, filled with confusion, remarked, "Are you serious, Bucky? You want me to call you second great-uncle?" Recognizing the familiar tone and voice, Bucky paused, then scrutinized Steve's countenance. Indeed, the resemblance between great-grandson and great-grandfather was striking. Realizing a profound possibility, Bucky turned to the beaming H.W.D.R.A beside them. His eyes instantly reddened, and he embraced Steve once more. His voice choked with emotion as he said, "Steve, it has been far too long, brother." Although Steve remained perplexed regarding the unfolding events, their significance was rendered irrelevant. He opened his arms and returned Bucky's embrace. "It has been a long time, Bucky." Chapter 13. The Spider-Man and the Inheritors family successfully convened, with Captain Universe Spider-Man and the formidable Aunt May confronting the leader of the Inheritors, Solus. Peter, Harry, and 616 Universe Spider-Man faced off against the formidable Morlun. Meanwhile, J. Parker led a multitude of Spider-Man variants, including Scarlet Spider and Captain Britain Spider-Man, against the other members of the Inheritors clan. In the heat of battle, Captain Universe Spider-Man, alongside Aunt May's Soul Sword, overwhelmed Solus to the point of disorientation. The synergy between Peter and Harry was seamless, alongside the 616 Universe Spider-Man. They rendered Morlun utterly defenseless against their assault. The other Spider-Men, under J. Parker's leadership, surged forward with relentless vigor. Regrettably, despite the apparent upper hand held by the Spider-Men, their numbers steadily dwindled, while the Inheritors, though initially disadvantaged, utilized their resurrection abilities to gradually stabilize the battlefield. Aware that continued engagement would inevitably lead to defeat, the 616 Universe Spider-Man immediately ordered a retreat for all Spider-Men, opting for a temporary cessation of hostilities. Chapter 109. The first battle concluded in defeat. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off," echoed Aunt May's voice from atop the towering Leviathan. Without hesitation, the 616 Universe Spider-Man and his companions activated the portal to shield the retreating Spider-Man. Once assured that everyone had successfully evacuated, the 616 Universe Spider-Man stood before the portal, collaborating with Peter to repel the approaching J. Nickus, shouting towards the ongoing battle at Leviathan, Mountain City, "Hurry!" Hearing the call from the 616 Universe Spider-Man, Aunt May responded with a light-hearted laugh, maneuvering Leviathan to deliver a powerful punch that sent Solus flying. "Farewell, you disgusting fiend." With that, Aunt May directed Leviathan towards the portal. Solus, struck by the force of the blow, spun through the air, crashing through several buildings before finally coming to a halt. As the leader of the Inheritors, who had traversed the multiverse for years, soulless, had never before experienced such humiliation. A tempest of fury surged within Soros, transforming his once aged visage into that of a monstrous bat-like creature. Energy coursed through him like a torrential river, stretching and tearing at his gray suit. In a brief moment, the frail old man morphed into a figure akin to the mighty Hulk. Unlike ordinary individuals, the powers of the family of heirs, once depleted, proved exceedingly difficult to restore. Yet, at this moment, Soros was beyond such concerns. His sole desire was to harness all his strength to obliterate the loathsome wretches before him. The muscular giant, sinewy and powerful, propelled himself towards Leo Payton and the portal with the force of a meteor, radiating an overwhelming might capable of annihilating all in its path. "Damn it," Parker muttered under his breath as Peter and Harry prepared to advance, only to be intercepted by a figure who stood resolutely before Leo Payton, the cosmic Captain Spider-Man. Mystical powers could only manifest within one's own universe, in any other realm. The cosmic Captain Spider-Man bore no distinction from the ordinary Spider-Man. Given this reality, he resolved to sacrifice himself to ensure the escape of the Spider-Man from other worlds. His thoughts resonated telepathically with everyone present, stirring their hearts profoundly. The cosmic Captain Spider-Man concentrated all his cosmic energy and collided with Soros. In that instant, the universe held its breath. Silence enveloped all. As the 400-ant maze stepped through the portal, a thunderous roar akin to planetary collision reverberated through the heavens, followed by the obliterating shockwaves. A blinding light surged forth, erasing all matter and life without a trace. Even the members of the family of heirs experienced this fate. All present perished before they could utter a single word. Seeing this, Parker swiftly closed the portal but still suffered the brunt of the shockwaves. Just as Parker believed his end was nigh, Peter stepped in front of him, extending 8 spider legs from his back, anchoring them firmly into the ground to shield Parker from the oncoming devastation. The other Spider-Men were protected beneath the fortress conjured by Harry. Having gained insight from their previous battles, Parker recognized Peter as the rare Spider-Man unbound by the principle of refraining from killing. His admiration for Peter surged after being saved, prompting him to rise and earnestly say, "Thanks, mate. I owe you my life." Peter, with a smile, shook his head and replied, "It was merely a matter of convenience. No need to dwell on it." The initial defeat, compounded by the loss of a formidable ally, cast a pall over the spirits of the Spider-Men present. The Spider-Man from Universe 616, with the most combat experience, understood that if things continued thus, they would stand no chance against the family of heirs. He quickly began to traverse among them, rallying their spirits with fervor. As the atmosphere among the crowd began to improve, Spider-Man from Universe 616 decided to find something for everyone to do. "Hey folks, this place is rife with nuclear radiation. I believe we are in dire need of shelter. Captain Rogers? Bucky? You've been embracing for 3 minutes now. If you keep it up, I might start to suspect you two are a couple." Audie's teasing voice echoed from the side. The two, Steve and Bucky, who were locked in such a close embrace, suddenly felt awkward and hastily separated. Observing their flustered demeanor, Audie couldn't help but smile faintly. Steve, having just emerged from the ice, was still in his youthful innocence. And so was Bucky. "Cough, cough, Mr. Adolph. Please refrain from calling me Rogers. Simply address me as Steve. Thank you very much for your assistance." Steve's expression was earnest and serious, which made Audie smirk inwardly. Truth be told, he preferred the more seasoned version of Steve. The current Steve was a tad too earnest. "All right, no problem, Steve. I doubt this gentleman requires much introduction, considering you two have known each other since childhood." Audie gestured towards Bucky, and Steve turned to look at him, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. "Of course, we are brothers." "Very well then, Steve, I shall leave Bucky in your capable hands. I trust you. I have some matters to attend to, so you two brothers enjoy your conversation." As Audie spoke, he began to move towards the conference room's door. Halfway there, as if struck by an idea, he paused and turned to Bucky and Steve. "Oh, by the way, when there are no missions, Steve will take over your role as the organization's combat instructor. That is all. See you tonight, gentlemen." With a click, the conference room door closed tightly, and Steve turned with a faint smile towards Bucky. "Has he always been like this? It's hard to believe he is only 17. What were we doing at 17? Playing Star Wars?" Bucky gazed at the striking figure before him, a sense of nostalgia washing over him as he shook his head. "He is exceptional. Even more so than you, Steve. Taken aback by the remark, Steve felt a flicker of rivalry stir within him. Yet after reflecting on the information he had gathered these past few days, a look of acceptance washed over his face as he replied, "You're right, Bucky. He indeed surpasses me." The two brothers shared a knowing smile. Had they been apart for long? Yes, several decades. Yet, it didn't feel like an eternity, for since becoming conscious, their longest separation was merely a little over 2 years, which, when compared to decades, was but a fleeting moment. "Steve, how have you been lately? I heard from Adolph that you've regained your memories for 2 years now." Bucky replied, "Not too bad, really. I've been fortunate to meet H.Y.D.R.A and the others. Now I have a new family, brothers, friends, and children." Steve's tone was filled with astonishment. "Children? You have kids now?" With a chuckle, Bucky displayed a mix of pride and satisfaction. The two children he had adopted, a pair of twins, had reached the age of 15, and they were both wonderful kids whom he cherished dearly. Chapter 110. The Awakening of the Pietro siblings' abilities in the standalone villa of the H.Y.D.R.A family. Considering that Pietro and his sister had turned 15 and that the two universes were beginning to merge, H.Y.D.R.A felt that the moment was ripe. He resolved to awaken the latent superpowers within the twins today. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, it was 3 in the afternoon, and the siblings were due to return soon. "I'm utterly exhausted. Those rascals dared to provoke me. Pietro, they must be tired of living. Mind your manners, Pietro, otherwise. If Dad hears you, he will surely reprimand you," a voice cautioned. "What's there to fear? I've already learned that he won TB home tonight, and H.Y.D.R.A has other matters to attend to. When the tiger is away, the monkeys will play. Today, I, Pietro, am the master of this house, H.Y.D.R.A." As the siblings burst through the door, bickering animatedly, they made their way into the living room. Pietro intended to toss his backpack carelessly, but halted upon seeing H.Y.D.R.A seated on the sofa, cradling Cyrus. "Using foul language is not a good habit, Pietro," H.Y.D.R.A admonished. "You're right, H.Y.D.R.A," Pietro conceded, retracting his arm sheepishly. Noticing Pietro's guilty demeanor, H.Y.D.R.A chuckled and stood up from the sofa. "Expecting a reprimand," Pietro instinctively replied, prompting H.Y.D.R.A to feel a sense of exasperation. "Enough of the antics. You are both 15 now. I trust you can control yourselves. Follow me. It is time for me to help you awaken the powers that lie dormant within you." As H.Y.D.R.A spoke, he strode toward the Venom cave. Pietro and Wanda exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up at the prospect. They were well aware that H.Y.D.R.A was the leader of a superhero team, which included renowned figures like Spider-Man, Batman, White Wolf, Black Panther, Ghost Rider, and Blade. The allure of possessing superpowers was undeniable for the siblings, especially in such an inspiring environment. Initially, they had anticipated 3 more years of training before H.Y.D.R.A would unlock their powers at 18. To learn that today would be the day of their awakening was nothing short of exhilarating. "Wait for us, H.Y.D.R.A," the siblings exclaimed, hastening to follow him into the basement, their minds racing with fantasies of the powers they might awaken. In the training grounds of the Venom Cave, H.Y.D.R.A observed the tense, heart-pounding demeanor of the twins and raised an eyebrow. "Are you ready?" Perhaps due to their twin connection, Pietro and Wanda moved in perfect unison, resembling 2 little chicks. "Very well, I shall begin." H.Y.D.R.A raised one hand, and 2 strands of purplish-black silk emerged from his palm, floating momentarily in the air before swiftly penetrating the foreheads of Pietro and Wanda. They felt a refreshing coolness wash over their minds, leaving them unusually alert. Was that all there was to it? Pietro surveyed himself, feeling nothing particularly extraordinary. In the novels he read, protagonists often endured excruciating pain when acquiring their powers. Yet he merely felt a fleeting coolness in his brain, and then it was over. No, it must be that I'm not activating it correctly. With that thought, Pietro bent his knees slightly, clenched his fists at his waist, and envisioned Goku from Dragon Ball, his face contorted in a fierce grimace, letting out a low, muffled groan. Ah! Ah! After straining for what felt like an eternity, his face flushed crimson, yet nothing transpired, leaving Pietro utterly disheartened, his eyes becoming vacant. How could this be? What more could one desire? H.Y.D.R.A glanced down, teasing Cyrus, before looking up and chuckling at Pietro's reaction. Pietro shot H.Y.D.R.A a resentful glance, twitching his nose. "Wanda, what abilities have you awakened?" Feeling nothing. It was clear she had not manifested the control over thunder or flame she had envisaged, though she was uncertain of what power she had indeed awakened. Still, Pietro felt a tinge of disappointment and intended to inquire about his twin sister's abilities. After a moment's wait, with no response from Wanda, Pietro's brow furrowed slightly. Wanda? Turning to see what Wanda was up to, he was met with the sight of her eyes glowing red, surrounded by a red mist, her movements almost imperceptibly slow. Realizing something, Pietro quickly glanced at his own body, discovering a faint layer of gray mist enveloping him. What is this? Surprised and elated, Pietro, a fervent fan of superhero comics, found his situation eerily reminiscent of a superhero. With a spark of inspiration, he swiftly removed his shoes and tossed them into the air, watching in delight as they seemed to suspend almost in midair, prompting him to leap and kick. In his exhilaration, Pietro dashed around the underground base, leaving a long trail of gray effects behind him. Adi observed Pietro's frenzied movements without interruption, merely estimating his current speed. Has he already reached Mach 5 upon awakening? It seems Bucky's special training has borne fruit. Shifting his focus from the exuberant Pietro, Adi turned his attention to Wanda, who appeared lost in thought. How do you feel? Upon hearing Adi's voice, Wanda lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with red light as she began to grasp her own abilities. It seems to be a power related to the mind, as she can now distinctly hear Pietro's thoughts, albeit muddled and indistinct. Yet, she can undeniably sense the excitement radiating from Pietro, as well as Cyrus's joy. However, the enigma remains. Why can she not perceive the emotions of her brother, Adi, nor comprehend his thoughts? This question does not occupy the forefront of Wanda's mind. Rather, her deepest perplexity lies in the fact that she cannot even sense Adi's presence. As though he had never existed at all, Wanda did not dwell on this for long. She was unaware of the full extent of her own abilities, only knowing that Adi possessed similar mental powers. Perhaps Adi's abilities surpass her own, she mused, gazing at him with an involuntary sense of admiration and reverence. Over the past 2 years, she had witnessed Adi's extraordinary capabilities time and again. In her heart, Adi was an invincible being with him around. It seemed that no problem was insurmountable. This sentiment resonated not only within Wanda, but also among all members of the organization. Chapter 111. The meeting of Adi and the Spider-Man. What? Your Uncle Ben is still alive. A chorus of astonished voices echoed within the sturdy steel fortress. Hey, what the hell do you mean by that? Harry exclaimed, grabbing the collar of the nearest Spider-Man and lifting him off the ground. He removed his helmet, revealing his handsome face, his voice laced with fury. He had endured their incessant chatter for far too long. This group of parallel universe Peters was verbose and infuriating, evoking an overwhelming urge to silence them, even if it meant sewing their mouths shut. Wait, buddy, we mean no harm. It's just, how should I put this? I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean anything by it. The lifted Spider-Man made no attempt to struggle, hastily apologizing to Harry. Yet as he spoke, his pace slowed, and the tone of regret in his voice momentarily stunned Harry. Almost all of the Peters stepped forward to apologize for their words, and through their contrition, Harry learned of their dire circumstances. At that moment, everyone present grasped a sobering truth. All Spider-Men are solitary figures, with those close to them seldom meeting a favorable fate. Their experiences epitomized this harsh reality. Thus far, the only exception to this grim rule was Peter, the sole Spider-Man present who had not endured the loss of loved ones. He was, indeed, the happiest Spider-Man. Harry and Peter found this outcome difficult to accept. Am I a harbinger of disaster? Peter pondered, his mind racing with thoughts of those at the Life Evolution Research Institute, Adi, Harry, Ben, May, Mary Jane, Otto, and others. The mere thought that someone might perish because of him filled Peter with a profound sense of anguish. Harry, too, struggled to fathom the burden his dear friend might one day bear alone. Spider-Man. Indeed, their commonality lies in Spider-Man. Had Peter not been Spider-Man, none of this would have transpired. A glimmer of realization flickered in Harry's eyes as he seized upon a fleeting thought. Within the Iron Fortress, the Spider-Men were enveloped in despondency. Even the resolute and unwavering Parker found himself ensnared in silence. He contemplated the one he cherished. The possibility of that individual perishing because of him was enough to drive Parker to madness. At that moment, he felt for the first time that the identity of Spider-Man was an unbearable burden. As everyone was engulfed in an emotional maelstrom, the Spider-Man of this universe, the master of the Iron Fortress, Ben Parker, stepped forth to reassure all present. Children, no one is destined to leave us. What we must do is cherish the present and exert every ounce of strength to protect those we hold dear, just as you have gathered here to confront the inheritors. Not all Spider-Men are Peter Parker, yet nearly all Peter Parkers have lost their essence. The words spoken by the nuclear radiation universe's representative undoubtedly invigorated the assembled Spider-Man. As morale began to rise, the Spider-Man from Universe 616 was the first to respond, preparing to uplift the spirits with inspiring words when suddenly, a swirling mass of purple-black lightning emerged from the center of the crowd. All Spider-Men instinctively distanced themselves from the dark mist, poised for an imminent attack. Only Harry and Peter remained motionless, even removing their masks. Parker, upon seeing this, furrowed his brow and admonished, "Hey, you two, retreat at once." With that, Parker raised his hands, aiming to shoot webs at Peter and Harry to pull them back. However, to his astonishment, Harry and Peter not only evaded his attack, but also advanced towards the dark mist. Be careful. The assembled Spider-Men were filled with concern. Peter and Harry were undoubtedly among the team's premier combatants, having already lost one Captain Universe Spider-Man. If Peter and Harry encountered further trouble, their chances of triumphing over the inheritors would diminish even further. As Harry and Peter drew ever closer to the dark mist, the Spider-Men stood ready, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Yet, what unfolded next left everyone in disbelief. A young man clad in a black suit, with eyes shimmering with purple-black lightning, emerged slowly from a mist. Harry stepped forward, draping an arm around the young man's shoulders, beaming with joy, then turned to the vigilant Spider-Man, exclaiming, "Guys, this is my brother, Adolph Lee, the leader of the Redeemers Alliance I mentioned earlier. He is a formidable individual." The inheritors? To him, they are not but insignificant pests. With a beaming smile, Harry introduced H.Y.D.R.A, while the Spider-Men exchanged perplexed glances. Words alone were insufficient. True strength needed to be demonstrated to be recognized. Moreover, their spider sense did not detect any danger emanating from the man before them. After some contemplation, the Spider-Man glanced at the suit worn by Harry, recalling that he had mentioned his gear was crafted by his brother, Adolph. This realization led them to believe that Adolph might indeed be a hero in the realm of scientific endeavor. Consequently, they applauded in unison, expressing their warm welcome to him. The Spider-Men, each a paragon of genius from various universes, epitomized the adage that geniuses recognize and appreciate one another. Given the dark mist they had just witnessed, a person capable of developing technology that traverses the multiverse and creates nanotechnology armor is certainly worthy of their utmost respect. Adolph, with a smile, slightly bowed to introduce himself. Most of the Spider-Men present felt a sense of awkwardness upon seeing his gesture, clumsily mimicking Adolph's actions and greeting. The Spider-Man from Universe 616 stepped forward, extending his hand. "Welcome to our team, mate. I take great pride in having a brother like you, for Peter Parker." Adolph smiled gently, grasping the hand of the Spider-Man from Universe 616 with a slight firmness. "Indeed, I feel immense pride in being a brother to Peter Parker as well." Feeling the strength in Adolph's grip, the Spider-Man from Universe 616's pupils constricted suddenly. He exerted his own strength, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could still feel the discomfort emanating from their handshake. The other Spider-Men observed the prolonged handshake between the two with growing perplexity. Ultimately, Spider-Ham could no longer stand it. Stepping forward from the crowd to chide the Spider-Man from Universe 616, "I say, mate, is it really necessary to bully an ordinary person?" Upon hearing this, the Spider-Man from Universe 616's expression shifted beneath his mask as he looked up at the smiling Adolph, silently releasing his hand. He then gazed down at Spider-Ham, speaking with a tone of melancholy. "Is this truly how you perceive me?" "Huh?" Spider-Ham scratched his head, somewhat bewildered by the words of the Spider-Man from Universe 616. Meanwhile, Adolph quietly observed the interaction between Spider-Ham and the Spider-Man from Universe 616, recognizing that these two were among the most prominent Spider-Men within the Spider-Verse. Chapter 112. Meeting H.Y.D.R.A after a moment of reflection, Adolph lifted his gaze, surveying the diverse array of Spider-Men gathered around him. Shadow, Gwen, Six-Armed, Mecha, and many others. However, what truly delighted Adolph was the absence of any individuals of African descent among these Spider-Men. This was indeed a splendid sight. Heaven knows how disheartened Adolph felt when he previously encountered the leadership of the Spider-Verse, predominantly composed of black individuals alongside a handful of other ethnicities. It was utterly repulsive. Surely, political correctness should not be taken to such extremes. To prevent a future where someone named Miles becomes a cosmic captain, wielding the Soul Blade, to vanquish the Inheritor's family. Adolph resolved to eliminate the entire Inheritor lineage this time, once and for all. It is not that H.Y.D.R.A harbors any animosity towards Miles. Rather, it is the inadequacy of the writers, who elevate some while undermining others, adhering to the whims of political correctness, which somewhat diminishes the appeal of certain characters. H.Y.D.R.A inserted his hand into the inner pocket of his suit, retrieving a tablet and presenting it to the Spider-Man of the 616 universe. It contained information about the Inheritor's family. You all strategize while I attend to some matters. The 616 Spider-Man accepted the tablet, glancing up in surprise at H.Y.D.R.A's chest before lowering his gaze to the expansive device in his hands. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded with difficulty. Rest assured, we shall handle it. Upon hearing this, H.Y.D.R.A turned his attention away, directing his gaze towards the formidable Aunt May, who was acknowledged by the old man as one of the most powerful Spider-Men. Mr. Mountain City, could you step outside with me for a moment? Aunt May, intrigued by H.Y.D.R.A's call, realized that she had little connection with the young man in the suit. The mere fact that he could address her by name piqued her curiosity. Yielding to her intrigue, she nodded slightly. Of course. H.Y.D.R.A politely inclined his head, then turned to Harry. This presented an excellent opportunity to enhance their combat capabilities. If Harry could replicate the powers of Green Lantern to create the Leo Payton and the Battle Spirit Sword, he would no longer need to worry about Harry's fighting prowess for the foreseeable future. Harry, you should come too. Huh? All right. Although Harry was puzzled as to why H.Y.D.R.A had summoned him, he trusted that there was a sound rationale behind each of H.Y.D.R.A's decisions, and he quickly followed the two. As the three departed, Parker remarked sharply, "This Adolph is no ordinary individual. Harry Osborn is no mere novice. It is surprising how obediently he follows Adolph's directions." Peter furrowed his brow momentarily before his expression relaxed into a light-hearted smile. H.Y.D.R.A is our leader, and he is the strongest within the organization. Since I acquired my superpowers, I have never bested H.Y.D.R.A even once. What? At this revelation, astonishment washed over the group. They had witnessed Peter's capabilities, and the more discerning Spider-Men understood that Peter possessed star-level combat strength. They had assumed that in Peter's realm, he stood atop the pinnacle, unaware that there were others of equal prowess. However, upon reflection, it made sense, with Harry and Peter, both star-level warriors, under his command. How could the leader not be formidable? The Spider-Men recalled the absence of any response from their spider sense, a cold sweat breaking out as a frantic thought took root in their minds. The spider sense is not infallible. The Inheritor's family is not an anomaly. In this vast, boundless multiverse, beyond the Inheritor's family, there are indeed other powerful entities capable of nullifying the spider sense. In the primal universe within the Venom cavern, the gray-blue smoke flitted through every corner of the underground base. H.Y.D.R.A gazed silently at the data in his hands. Test subject, Wanda, strength, 3,678 kilograms, speed, 584 ms. Physical resilience, slightly above the human average, jumping ability, 0, 58 m. Test subject, Pietro, strength, 0, 8 tons, speed, 10 Mach, physical resilience, bones as resilient as steel, capable of withstanding immense impact, jumping ability, 2, 12 m. The disparity was glaring. Contemplating the information before him, H.Y.D.R.A pondered which serum to administer to the siblings. After much deliberation, he retrieved 2 vials of the ultimate serum from his dimensional space, scrutinized them for a moment, then replaced them with the Traveler Serum. Currently, only he and Peter had received the ultimate serum in the organization, and now Bucky had joined their ranks. H.Y.D.R.A had considered administering the ultimate serum to the siblings, but upon reflection, he deemed it unsuitable as they had yet to master their powers. Raising his gaze to the visibly excited duo, H.Y.D.R.A gently shook his head and beckoned them over. "Pietro, Wanda, come here." Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A call them, the siblings immediately abandoned their activities and hurried to his side. "Big brother H.Y.D.R.A, they exclaimed. H.Y.D.R.A nodded, gesturing for them to roll up their sleeves. Although puzzled by his intentions, they complied without hesitation. However, just as they rolled up their sleeves, 2 swift sounds echoed, followed by a sensation of fullness and coolness spreading from their arms. As they looked down to discern what had transpired, they realized the liquid from the syringes had already been completely injected into their bodies. Just as they were about to inquire about the procedure, they felt a sharp, needle-like pain in their arms. Upon glancing back, they noticed Audie now held 2 empty syringes. "How you feel, my dear subjects?" Pietro and Wanda took a moment to sense the changes within their bodies, their expressions turning peculiar as they uncertainly replied. "We feel a coolness enveloping us, filled with power." They glanced at their arms, noticing further improvements to their skin. Audie raised an eyebrow. He had accelerated the siblings' metabolic processes using his time manipulation powers, and the results appeared promising. "This is a normal phenomenon. Now, let us proceed to test your physical data once more." Test subject: Wanda, strength, 124 tons, speed, 1053 ms, physical resilience, enhanced body density. Jumping ability, 342 m. Test subject: Pietro, strength, 375 tons, speed, 20 Mach, physical resilience. Bone strength slightly inferior to titanium alloy, yet superior to iron-carbon alloy. Jumping ability, 821 meters. Upon seeing this figure, Audie nodded with satisfaction. Though not particularly impressive, it sufficed for the present stage. The siblings beamed at their physical data, unable to contain their joy, especially Pietro. All he desired at that moment was to unleash a long, haunting howl. For with 3 tons of strength and a speed of 20 Mach, he felt nearly invincible. Audie observed the expressions of both Pietro and Wanda, particularly noting Pietro's arrogant demeanor. This only reinforced Audie's belief that his decision had been wise. After all, such results were achieved with merely a single serum from the Daywalker. If the ultimate serum were administered, his power might soar to a base of 20 or 30 tons. Would Pietro not then soar like a locomotive? Youthful impatience was evident. It seemed that this elder must temper their arrogance and impetuosity. Shaking his head, Audie tossed a bracelet to each of Wanda and Pietro before turning towards the training ground. "These are your battle suits. Don them and follow me." Chapter 113. The final showdown on the training field. The siblings stood poised and ready, approximately 10 meters in front of Audie. "How does the battle suit feel?" Audie inquired with a smile, eager to hear their impressions. Their suits, now in their 3rd generation, were crafted from high-purity vibranium alloy utilizing nanotechnology. Equipped with artificial intelligence, second only to the bat suit. The suits were designed to assist the siblings in analyzing combat scenarios and providing strategies. Considering that the siblings were not lacking in offensive capabilities, the suits were not overly armed. They contained only the nanobots within the bracelets that could transform into short blades and functional tools. The suit's performance closely aligned with the siblings' inherent abilities. Although chaos magic was formidable, Wanda's physique remained at the level of an ordinary human. Thus her suit emphasized defense and agility. Externally, it resembled a fitted leather outfit. In contrast, Pietro's suit boasted a more intricate design, tailored to maximize his capabilities. Like a second skin, it was smooth, minimizing air resistance compared to the complex textures of the Black Panther and White Wolf suits. Moreover, the footwear was crucial for speedsters. Unlike the legs and shoes of other suits, Pietro's footwear featured a thicker sole and was covered with a layer of vibranium armor. This was intended to harness the kinetic energy generated while he ran, which could be utilized for attacks or to enhance his sprinting and jumping. Additionally, the shoes could adapt to various modes based on Pietro's biological signals. As Pietro hopped laterally in place, each contact with the ground sparked a shimmering blue light across the surface of his boots. "Excellent. This feels absolutely incredible. I can hardly contain my excitement." With Pietro's eager expression, Audie beckoned him forward, his tone teasing, intent on giving this young man a taste of reality. "Let us delve into the prowess of Quicksilver." Quicksilver? It is a rather fitting moniker, though I initially envisioned a name reminiscent of a hunter, one who stalks the nefarious lurking in the shadows. Pietro bounced from side to side, muttering to himself, and after a prolonged silence with no one paying him heed, he resignedly shook his head and conceded. "All right, fine. I shall be called Quicksilver. Are you ready? I'm about to make my move." Upon hearing Audie's acquiescence, Pietro flashed a wicked grin and, with a flicker of motion, dashed towards Audie, his long, gray-blue tail trailing behind him. Today marked his transformation into a superhero, and he was determined to leave Audie in awe. Pietro understood that, having just awakened his superpowers, Audie would likely not permit him to undertake missions. He would probably insist on rigorous training at the base until Pietro fully mastered his abilities to a satisfactory level. Yet, Pietro Django Maximoff could not afford to wait that long. After 2 years of training, he ranked among the elite within their organization. Now, with his newfound powers exceeding 3 tons in strength and his speed soaring to 20 Mach, he saw no reason why he could not embark on a mission. Today, he intended to demonstrate to H.Y.D.R.A what it meant to be a prodigy, a born superhero. Bang! Thud! Whoosh! Wanda glanced in astonishment at Pietro, who had been sent flying and was now sliding across the floor, before turning her gaze to H.Y.D.R.A, who maintained a fist-out position. She jogged over to Pietro's side, crouching down to poke his bewildered face with her finger, concernedly inquiring, "Are you all right? What has happened?" Pietro, still dazed, could not comprehend how he had been sent hurtling backward. Wanda, witnessing his confusion, felt a tinge of embarrassment and shot him an exasperated look, stating, "You were knocked back by 1 punch from Big Brother H.Y.D.R.A. Pietro, is this how a speedster operates?" "What?" Pietro paid little mind to the earlier remarks. From the very beginning, H.Y.D.R.A's ability to converse with him while he was in a state of acceleration indicated that H.Y.D.R.A was not slower than he. However, Wanda's subsequent comment struck a nerve within Pietro's fragile psyche. How infuriating! Overcome with indignation, Pietro slammed his fist against the training ground beneath him, sitting up to glare at H.Y.D.R.A, gritting his teeth as he spoke. 001, the Inheritors family headquarters, hundreds of bright eyes emerged from the darkness, gazing intently at the stronghold of the Inheritors family. "How are preparations coming along, comrades?" The voice of Spider-Man from Universe 616 resonated from the shadows. "Everything is proceeding exceptionally well. The Inheritors base has been successfully compromised by the 3 of us. It is time to launch the final assault, my friends." Harry's cheerful voice, tinged with a hint of electronic sound, emanated from the communicator, delivering good tidings to all the Spider-Men present. Spider-Pig emitted a rather lewd chuckle, with the cloning base destroyed. "These damn vampires are no longer a formidable threat. What are we waiting for, comrades? Let's charge forth." Upon hearing this, the radical faction led by Parker nodded in agreement, observing the unanimous resolve among the Spider-Men to advance. The Spider-Man from Universe 616 turned to Peter after weighing the pros and cons. "I'll leave Soros to you for a moment. Do exercise caution." Peter nodded slightly, rest assured. "I'll handle it." Taking a deep breath, the Spider-Man from Universe 616 addressed all the Spider-Men. "Are you ready, comrades? The moment of reckoning is upon us. Let us proceed." With that, he surged forth into the darkness, followed closely by Peter and Parker, trailed by a myriad of Spider-Man variants. Members of the Inheritor family, keenly sensing something amiss, emerged from their dwellings only to witness the 616 Spider-Man leading his fellow Spider-Men towards them. The Inheritors burst into laughter. To them, Spider-Men were mere prey. And now that prey was charging towards them, how could they not be exhilarated? On their own turf, the Inheritors exhibited no fear, exchanging glances filled with suspicion before collectively advancing to meet the Spider-Man, their speed and menacing visages resembling ravenous guard dogs. "Leave Moreland to me," declared the Spider-Man from Universe 616 as he swiftly confronted this old adversary. Peter took it upon himself to intercept the mightiest among them, Soros, while Parker boldly stepped forward to engage the formidable Genexus, second only to Moreland and Soros. In an instant, the battle erupted, both sides colliding with fervor. The clash between Moreland and the 616 Spider-Man was fierce, each strike delivered with brutal intent. Moreland's formidable physique clashed against the agility of the 616 Spider-Man, placing him at a disadvantage from the outset. Meanwhile, Peter struggled against Soros's overwhelming strength. Yet through his extensive combat experience and sharp reflexes, he narrowly evaded Soros's lethal assaults. As the struggle intensified, Peter seized an opportunity to ensnare Soros with a bolt of webbing, following it up with a flying kick, only to be effortlessly thwarted by Soros's sheer might. On Parker's front, Genexus proved to be no easy adversary, his attacks ferocious and relentless, akin to a rampaging hippopotamus. Having faced each other before, Parker had previously succeeded in defeating Genexus, yet as an astute hunter, Genexus would not succumb to the same tactics twice. With no alternative, Parker could only retreat strategically while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 114. The annihilation of the Inheritor family, the headquarters of the Inheritor family, was thrown into chaos. Littered with ruins, thunder clashed with storms, while dust and flames intertwined, Fortunately for Peter, his webs could be cast upon the winds and lightning above. However, due to the open terrain, the webs of the other Spider-Men struggled to exert their effectiveness, and Spider-Sense proved futile against the Inheritor family. Physically, they were also at a disadvantage. This battle was exceptionally arduous for the Spider-Men. Just as both sides were locked in a stalemate, a spacecraft emerged on the horizon. It was the Leo Peyton in its flying mode. H.Y.D.R.A and Aunt May, seated in the cockpit of the Leo Peyton, observed the movements on the ground with an air of ease through the display screens. They would not partake in this battle. The true protagonist at this moment was Harry, standing outside the Leo Peyton. Perched upon the head of the Leo Peyton, Harry was clad in a fully equipped bat suit, arms crossed, surveying the battlefield below. As they drew ever closer to the battleground, a voice emanated from Harry's helmet. "Are you ready, Harry?" Harry did not respond immediately. He took a deep breath, his tone imbued with an indescribable excitement. "Rest assured, just leave it to me. I will launch in my Gundam form." With that, Harry relaxed his arms and leaped from the Leo Peyton, propelling himself into the air. In mid-flight, the cape of the bat suit unfurled, resembling the wings of a bat. As he descended parallel to the ground, the dark bat figure pierced through the clouds, while emerald energy coursed like veins across the surface of the bat suit. As the lights of the suit grew increasingly radiant, the emerald veins began to extend outward, forming a humanoid silhouette. With only 300 meters left to the ground, Harry shouted, and a brilliant light erupted from his chest. With a tremendous roar, the earth trembled and dust soared 100 meters into the air. As the dust settled, a colossal robot, standing 60 meters tall, entirely black with emerald patterns adorning its surface, materialized at the center of the battlefield, forcibly segmenting the area. Soros, seasoned in combat, was the first to sense the anomaly. He intended to strike first and dismantle the mech, but as he did, a massive black sword shot forth from the mech's back before it had even risen. Soros attempted to evade, but the dark sword seemed to possess a tracking mechanism, relentlessly pursuing him. Even as Soros surpassed the speed of sound, the sword remained in hot pursuit. The distance between them dwindled rapidly, and with a swift sound, Soros ultimately could not evade, being obliterated under the terrifying might of the dark sword. Thus, the strongest of the Inheritor family met his end. With Harry's arrival and the death of Soros dampening the morale of the Inheritor family, their defeat became irrevocable. The Inheritor family crumbled swiftly, leaving only Morlun, Gen X, and a pair of twins captured alive. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, H.Y.D.R.A and Aunt May descended from the Leo Peyton to join the others. Although the Inheritor family had been vanquished, the matter was not yet fully resolved. Among the Spider-Men, two factions emerged regarding the handling of the Inheritor family. One faction, led by the 616 Spider-Man, represented the conservatives, comprising the Spider-Man from the 616 universe, along with numerous Peter Parker Spider-Men and the 65 Gwen Spider-Man, among others. The Spider-Men, bound by a principle of non-lethality, advocate for the exile of the Inheritor's family. On one side stands the radical faction led by Peter and Harry, including figures such as Peter, Harry, Cindy, the Scarlet Spider, and the Shadow Spider. Opposing them are the non-lethal Spider-Men, who propose to eliminate the Inheritor's family to eradicate future threats. Theoretically, both sides present compelling arguments, yet neither can persuade the other. In terms of sheer numbers, the conservatives vastly outnumber the radicals. Yet the overall might of the radicals surpasses that of the conservatives, resulting in a stalemate. The forthcoming allegiances of H.Y.D.R.A and Aunt May will ultimately determine the fate of the Inheritor's family. What are your thoughts, Lee and Sean? Queried the Spider-Man from Universe 616, directing the gaze of all Spider-Men towards H.Y.D.R.A and Aunt May. Under the scrutiny of all present, Aunt May shook her head in silence, while H.Y.D.R.A's expression hardened as he softly uttered a single word: kill. What? H.Y.D.R.A's declaration struck like a boulder into still waters, sending ripples of astonishment through the ranks of those who adhered to the non-lethal code. In an instant, H.Y.D.R.A exchanged a knowing glance with Harry and Peter, who understood immediately. With a surge of power, Peter unleashed a thunderous blow while conjuring a gale, decapitating Morlun and Gen X. Meanwhile, Harry summoned two energy cannons, obliterating the twins' heads. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the Spider-Men, he skillfully disposed of the Inheritor's corpses. The gathered Spider-Men were left in shock. Their decisiveness was astounding. far removed from the typical demeanor of a superhero, let alone a Spider-Man. Audie approached and placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the Spider-Man from Universe 616. Once and for all, Peter, he remarked, yet you have been exceedingly ruthless. How do you differ from the Inheritors family? Audie, Peter, Harry? Audie turned at the sound, noticing Cindy, Mune, and others casting disapproving glances in their direction. Apologies, but I must clarify, there is no intent to discriminate. However, if they remained silent, I might have almost forgotten their presence. If memory serves, in the original narrative, it was their defiance of command that led to their capture by the Inheritors, nearly resulting in the extermination of the Spider-Man, culminating in a desperate battle against the Inheritors. This narrative raises the question of why certain characters in American dramas resist following orders and prefer to complicate matters. Ironically, those who ought to meet their demise often survive until the end. Excuse me, are you questioning me? Audie's voice remained level, akin to casual conversation with friends. Unaware of any discord, Cindy stepped forward, eager to continue her discourse. In the 616 universe, Spider-Man keenly sensed something amiss and promptly covered Cindy Moon's mouth. Despite her struggles to break free, having endured numerous significant events, 616 Spider-Man exhibited a maturity far surpassing that of these young heroines and fledgling heroes, who had only recently donned their capes. My apologies on her behalf, Spider-Man chuckled awkwardly as he addressed Audie, who nodded slightly and articulated the next course of action. It is inconsequential. The line of successors has perished, and the Weaver has met his demise. Our immediate task is to identify a new Weaver. I propose that Jean Parker be appointed as the new Weaver. What? The Spider-Men were taken aback by Audie's suggestion, particularly Jean Parker, who instinctively prepared to decline. What nonsense is this? I have loved ones and a promising future. How could I possibly take on such a role? However, just as Jean Parker was about to voice his objection, Audie's voice resonated in his mind. Dr. Otto, please do not dismiss my proposal just yet. Allow me to explain. Chapter 115. New battle members. Audie's proposal was unanimously approved, and under the gaze of many, Jean Parker was designated as the new Weaver. The Spider-Men were returned to their respective universes, leaving only Jean Parker, 616 Spider-Man, and Audie in Universe 001. Jean Parker removed his mask, casting a complex glance at 616 Spider-Man, perplexed by the reality that his body ultimately returned to Peter Parker. Despite his tireless efforts, he had achieved far more than Peter Parker ever had, yet his body was reclaimed by him. Otto, 616 Spider-Man, softly called out Jean Parker's original name, evidently aware of his origins from a bygone era. 616 Spider-Man intended to offer words of comfort, but Jean Parker raised his hand to interrupt. I do not wish to hear your words. Turning away from 616 Spider-Man, he focused on Audie, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. His voice trembling slightly as he stated, I have fulfilled your request. Now it is your turn. Audie smiled faintly. Of course, I have been prepared for this. As he spoke, Audie snapped his fingers and a figure detached itself from Jean Parker, reminiscent of cellular division, landing with a thud on the ground. Seeing this, 616 Spider-Man instinctively moved to assist, but suddenly halted, a surge of entirely new memories flooding his mind. Overwhelmed, he cradled his head in his hands, astonishment lacing his tone. Have we altered the future? No, that is not right. We have changed the past. Ignoring the bewildered 616 Spider-Man, Audie nodded at Jean Parker and departed with Peter and Harry. Now that Jean Parker was the new Weaver, coupled with their time together, finding Peter would be a mere formality. In the training grounds of the Native Universe Life Evolution Endpoint Research Institute, the sound of whistles echoed incessantly. Hush! Come on. Coach Barnes, show this so-called American werewolf captain your prowess. Cheers erupted in a crescendo, culminating in a resounding thud as a heavy object fell to the ground. Steve lay sprawled on the training field, gasping for breath, his broad chest heaving up and down, his freshly changed white shirt thoroughly drenched in sweat. The incredulity on Steve's face was palpable, akin to the shock of hearing that the Red Skull was still alive. Bucky approached, extending his mechanical arm to Steve, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Are you all right? Steve, panting, cast a fleeting glance at Bucky, grasping his mechanical arm as he slowly rose to his feet. Surveying the onlookers around him, pressing his lips together, he looked at Bucky, who now stood nearly as tall as he did, and uttered a single word. Deep down, Steve felt a sense of joy for Bucky's newfound strength. Typically, as the magnanimous Captain America, a superhero, a paragon of his era, and a moral exemplar, he would graciously acknowledge his defeat. However, when it came to Bucky, matters were different. Observing the faint smile on Bucky's face at that moment made Steve want to deliver a couple of lighthearted slaps. "You rascal, with so many people watching, couldn't you have gone a little easier on me?" In response to Steve's invitation, Bucky unhesitatingly waved his hand in refusal. "That's the 88th time you've said that today, Steve. It's getting late, and didn't we agree to join Audie for the welcome party tonight?" Upon hearing this, Steve looked up at the digital clock on the training field and noticed the time was indeed late. He could only raise an eyebrow in annoyance, suppressing his emotions, and exhaled heavily. "All right, today wasn't satisfying. Next time, let's bring weapons to settle this. You know I excel in shield combat over barehanded fighting." Bucky stepped closer, draping his arm around Steve's shoulders as he used to, a mischievous grin on his face, leading Steve out of the training grounds. "Of course. I've been honing my knife skills over these years. We can have a friendly spar." "Really? That sounds splendid." Steve thought to himself, just wait. Meanwhile, Bucky mused, "Oh, please. I know exactly what you're thinking." Exchanging a glance, both Steve and Bucky smiled simultaneously. "Shall we? Let us go." They laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at Audie's residence, Audie returned from Universe 001 with Peter and Harry, only to encounter another Audie leading the Maximoff siblings, Pietro and Wanda. "What's going on?" Harry exclaimed. "Why are there two Audie brothers?" The four quickly assumed a defensive stance, their battle suits materializing in an instant, their expressions grave as they faced the other Audie. Unlike the tension among the four, the two Addis appeared unfazed. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the four, the two Addis converged, merging into one. "A magnificent display," exclaimed Harry and Pietro, their voices resonating throughout the living room. Audie observed the expressions of the four and shrugged, stating, "The duplication spell. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. You all possess remarkable talent, especially Peter and Wanda." "Really?" Pietro's face lit up with excitement, but Harry waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I'm already capable and see no need to start over in a different discipline." Upon hearing Harry's words, Audie nodded slightly. Indeed, Harry did not require further magical training, as his current powers were yet to be fully realized. Learning magic would merely enrich his combat techniques without enhancing his core abilities, thus wasting precious time. Turning to Pietro, Audie assured him, "Rest assured, I will enlist a specialized magic master to instruct you." Overjoyed, Pietro knew that Audie would never deceive him. Wanda quietly expressed her gratitude to Audie. Peter had initially intended to decline Audie's offer, but was informed telepathically that the essence of the spider totem was, in fact, magical power. Having learned from the legacy of the inheritors that the spider totem was the source of Spider-Man's abilities, Peter recognized the opportunity for growth. Given his current struggles to enhance his powers, he was eager to seize this chance and nodded in agreement. Seeing no objections from the others, Audie clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone, let us gather our things and prepare to head to the Research Institute. This evening, we will host a welcome party for our new combat member. As the saying goes, the speaker may be indifferent, but the listener is attentive." Upon hearing Audie mention the welcome party for a new member, a radiant smile blossomed on Pietro's face. Having lived together for over 2 years, Audie was well aware of Pietro's thoughts. However, with great hope comes the potential for greater disappointment. To prevent Pietro from becoming overly excited, Audie quickly clarified that the welcome party was not intended for him. In order to avoid any dramatic turn of events reminiscent of a villainous confrontation. Chapter 116. The King New York Sanctum. Audie pushed open the ancient wooden door, the creaking echoing within the dimly lit hall. Sunlight streamed through the skylight at the top of the sanctum, illuminating the hall and casting a unique beam of light that enveloped the Ancient One standing at its center. "Master Ancient One," Audie greeted with a smile as he approached, remaining in the shadows and not stepping into the light. The Ancient One nodded slightly, returning the gesture with a smile. "You are now the guardian of Earth. In the entirety of the universe, few possess strength greater than yours, even that one holds you in regard." A slight curve appeared at the corners of Audie's mouth, yet his eyes remained calm. "It is all for the advancement of the universe. In every sense, we are one." Ancient One sighed softly. "Very well. No one can hinder you now. Speak. What is it that you require my assistance with?" Audie, unreserved, disclosed his intentions to Ancient One. After a moment of contemplation, Ancient One raised his hand and opened a portal. Shortly thereafter, a portly figure clad in a yellow robe of arcane mastery stepped through the portal, approaching Ancient One and Adi with a respectful bow. Supreme Mage, Masterly. Ancient One turned to the rotund man and spoke gently. Wong, Masterly has come to invite you to join his team and become a hero, safeguarding our universe. Are you speaking of me, Supreme Mage? Wong's small eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed a finger at himself. Adi was aware of Wong's reputation. They had met previously, and he was someone whom Ancient One closely monitored, renowned in the magical realm for having deceived Mephisto and subsequently defeating him. Wong's extraordinary feats had earned him considerable acclaim. He believed that someone capable of entering hell and vanquishing Mephisto would rightfully invite powerful figures like Ancient One to establish an organization. Yet, he felt he was leagues away from Ancient One and Mephisto. Why would Adi seek him out? Understanding Wong's confusion, Ancient One patiently elucidated. I intend to bestow the position of Supreme Mage upon Master Li. Hence I wish for you to select 20 mages to initially accompany him and develop under his guidance. When Master Li ascends to the rank of Supreme Mage, you shall form the foundation of his team in the magical realm. Rest assured, if you are unwilling, we shall not compel you. Wah! Wong's eyes widened even further. Was this knowledge even meant for him? Comparing the combat prowess of the three present, one was the inscrutable Supreme Mage, and the other was a newcomer in the magical realm who had defeated the Master in his own domain. With such an offer laid bare, was there any room left for refusal? In that moment, Wong felt as if countless alpacas were charging toward him, trampling over him in a frenzy. Alas, what can I do? Who could resist when I, Wong, am known for my loyalty and courage? As a staunch supporter of Ancient One, his words held the weight of a decree, impervious even to the might of the Vishani. In an instant, Wong's expression firmed, fists clasped in resolution as he declared, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Ancient One nodded and opened a portal that enveloped Adi and Wong, transporting them away from the New York Sanctum. As the tranquility of the New York Sanctum returned, Ancient One smiled faintly. At last, peace has been restored. I must prepare thoroughly. With that, Ancient One turned and ascended the steps. Outside the Life Evolution Research Institute, a flash of light appeared, and Adi and Wong materialized on the open grass. As they surveyed their transformed surroundings, Wong immediately grew vigilant, murmuring, in such haste? I have yet to select 20 individuals. After much contemplation, Wong finally recalled Adi, who remained oblivious to the organization's circumstances. With this thought in mind, Wong cast his gaze towards Adi, noting the youthfulness of his appearance, which reminded him of the rumors surrounding Adi. The mere notion that this young man could potentially evolve into a Supreme Mage caused Wong to sigh inwardly. Magic requires accumulation. For a mage, the heart is far more vital than sheer power. Adi, being still so young, elicited a resigned thought from Wong. He decided to take it one step at a time. First inquiring about the compensation, judging by the surroundings, it should be reasonable. Just as Wong was about to ask Adi about his remuneration, he observed Adi reaching into his inner pocket, subsequently producing a roll of banknotes with two slender fingers. The width, length, thickness, and scent unmistakably indicated it was a standard roll of $100 bills. Wong initially anticipated that Adi would extract a few notes to hand to him, as he intended to showcase his stature as a grand mage of Kamartaj. However, Adi unexpectedly tossed the entire roll in Wong's direction. Before Wong could hurriedly catch it, Adi spoke. Tonight, select a room in the base for your stay. Tomorrow, take this money to purchase daily necessities. This is your onboarding allowance. Since you're new, your base salary will be $5,000 per month, with possibilities for increases later on. Tasks will be compensated separately. As Adi spoke, he seemed to recall something, pulling out 2 additional rolls of banknotes and tossing them to Wong. One roll is rather meager. Here are 2 more. Feel free to buy whatever you desire. He added, by the way, there will be a welcome party tonight. Do join us. With that, Adi turned and headed towards the Research Institute, leaving Wong in a state of astonished bewilderment. $5,000 a month, with prospects for increases and separate task compensation. Perhaps the grandeur of a grand mage was not as paramount as he had thought. Muttering to himself, Wong glanced at the 3 rolls of banknotes in his embrace, perfectly bundled. 1 roll consisting of 100 notes, 3 rolls totaling 300 notes. equating to a substantial $30,000. Chuckling to himself, Wong tucked the 3 rolls into his pocket and hurried after H.Y.D.R.A, exclaiming, "Wait for me, Master H.Y.D.R.A." At the Life Evolution Research Institute, a grand feast was laid out, an array of delectable dishes filling the air with an enticing aroma, enveloping the entire establishment. H.Y.D.R.A formally introduced 2 new members to everyone: the Icebreaker, the centenarian Steve, and the top-tier mage from the magical realm, Wong. Though Pietro harbored some discontent, Steve's reputation was indeed formidable, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. During the banquet, Bucky guided Steve to greet the grassroots of the organization, facilitating Steve's assumption of the combat instructor position. Meanwhile, H.Y.D.R.A endeavored to bridge connections between the Pietro siblings, Johnny, Blade, and Wong, all of whom were superheroes from the enigmatic side. Further interaction could yield beneficial outcomes. The inclusion of Wong and Steve, coupled with the awakening of the Pietro siblings' abilities, heralded a new chapter for the universe following this momentous night. The Evolutionary Endpoint Research Institute was abuzz with lively chatter. Meanwhile, in a dim alley of New York City, a robust figure emerged from the shadows. With a swift kick, he sent a soda can flying from a puddle, exclaiming in anger, "Damn it. Where the hell is that Victor character hiding? The intel said he was supposed to be nearby. Those damn informants dared to deceive me, costing me $200. Damn." Chapter 117. The aftermath of the Black Panther Logan's face was etched with fury. He had spent a hefty sum of $200 to acquire information on the saber-toothed tiger from an informant. Having exhausted his remaining funds, he arrived in New York, squatting in this filthy, odorous alley for 3 whole days and nights. Now, 18 hours beyond the agreed time, he had yet to catch a glimpse of even a single hair of the saber-toothed tiger. His stomach growled audibly in the darkness of the alley, each sound echoing ominously. A stream of curses directed at the informant's family spilled from Logan's lips. Damn it, this cheap intel is worthless. How could such discreet information only cost $200? What a filthy scam. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and his pace quickened. Exiting the alley, he strolled down the street with his hands stuffed in his pockets. As he stepped out of the darkness, his once vigorous stride slowed to a stagger. The flickering orange streetlights elongated his shadow, and the desolate street occasionally echoed with the sounds of distant coughs. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, Logan finally entered a laundromat, where he slowly sank into a seat. The bright fluorescent lights illuminated the space, and an old television set blared news reports in the background. Logan was too preoccupied to pay attention, curling up in the chair, overcome by hunger. He had initially hoped to find some brothers willing to support him, perhaps to alleviate his inner turmoil with their physical presence. However, he had walked back and forth on the street multiple times, and no one dared to approach him. What the hell is wrong with New York City? Is it this civilized now that I can't even find someone to help me out? He grumbled. It's all Spider-Man and Batman's fault. A flicker of confusion crossed Logan's face as he pondered something amiss. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not pinpoint what felt wrong, only deepening his agitation. Just as he was lost in frustration, a news segment on the old television suddenly captured his attention. Today marks the official formation of the Savior Alliance, led by Venom. This team is dedicated to safeguarding the Earth, comprised of several superheroes. Known members include Venom, Spider-Man, Batman, White Wolf, Black Panther, Ghost Rider, and Blade. He is not under the dominion of any nation. Rather, he is part of a team spontaneously formed by heroes. Let us now seek the perspective of the esteemed editor, J. Jonah Jameson. The screen transitions from an intellectual blonde beauty to a middle-aged man with short hair and a small mustache. Ladies and gentlemen, I am J. Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. In my opinion, this so-called alliance of rescuers is nothing short of a circus convened by clowns. The screen abruptly shifts back to the female host. It seems Mr. Jameson is rather agitated. Suddenly, the middle-aged man leaps into the frame, snatching the microphone from the host, facing the camera with a cold expression. Mass criminals, take heed. The eyes of the public are sharp. Your true identities will inevitably be exposed by me. A buzzing electronic sound fills the air, accompanied by a snowflake pattern screen, abruptly cutting the news segment. Logan gazes at the television, squinting and murmuring, "The Alliance of Rescuers? Founded by Venom?" Time flows like an hourglass, each day losing grains of sand. It cannot be reversed like an hourglass to relive moments. Following the welcome gala, Wong returned to Kamartaj and selected 20 gifted sorcerers to join the Institute. The Alliance of Rescuers is now facing a critical shortage of personnel. H.Y.D.R.A has once again taken up residence in the underground fortress of the Institute, assisting H.Y.D.R.A, who, in his own words, is merely preparing for the opening of Wakanda. H.Y.D.R.A, Venom, H.Y.D.R.A, Bucky, Cullen, and others are all exceedingly busy each day. In contrast to H.Y.D.R.A's political associates, Peter and the others enjoy a more relaxed existence. Steve devotes his days to training the members in combat, throwing punches with such vigor that this centenarian has regained a semblance of confidence, realizing that it is not his own inadequacy, but rather the extraordinary prowess of the other combatants. Wong, like Steve, is a new addition primarily tasked with training the newcomers, such as instructing the Maximoff siblings and the 20 gifted sorcerers in the arcane arts. Everything seems to have returned to a semblance of normalcy, albeit with subtle differences. The figures of Batman and Spider-Man re-emerge in New York City, yet their presence extends far beyond its borders. Across the globe, they are spotted, as they are among the few within the organization capable of independent supersonic flight, making their field missions the most demanding. Lastly, there are Blade and Johnny. Blade continues his relentless pursuit of vampires worldwide, while Johnny, also capable of supersonic flight, has been granted a respite as Roxanne has recently given birth to a boy. The rhythmic ticking of a clock resonates from the conference room of the Institute. H.Y.D.R.A sits in a leather chair, his fingers tapping in a steady cadence on the table. In 1 month, the universe of the War Police will be entirely consumed, and before that occurs, the powers of the members must be augmented. Peter and Harry can be set aside for now, as Bucky's strength is sufficient and does not require attention. The focus lies on Blade, H.Y.D.R.A, and Johnny. Blade has a plan in place, which involves eliminating Dracula, allowing Blade to absorb Dracula's life essence and ascend as the new progenitor of vampires. Johnny's situation is relatively straightforward. At the opportune moment, Mephisto will be dispatched, paving the way for Johnny to assume the role of ruler of the Hell Dimension. The more complex challenge resides with H.Y.D.R.A, as it is known that the Black Panther possesses the formidable form of the King of the Undead. To counter the god of the undead, Anubis, the Black Panther goddess H.Y.D.R.A has guided H.Y.D.R.A to become the King of the Undead. As the King of the Undead, Black Panther can access the collective power, wisdom, and experiences of all previous Black Panthers, as well as summon their avatars to fight alongside him. He wields necromantic magic, enabling him to control the undead and command an army of corpses. Additionally, he possesses the ability to manifest weapons from mental energy, which are immensely powerful. Next is the Tiger God form, during the threat posed by rogues and the first celestial to eternity and the cosmos. The Black Panther discovered and subdued the god of fear, the Tiger God, within the underground cemetery of Wakanda. This represents a conceptually supreme power. Humanity fears the darkness. Thus, they have harnessed fire to bring light and warmth. Yet within the shadows lurks the tiger. The night belongs to the tiger. When the tiger preys upon humanity, fear begins to accumulate, giving rise to the Tiger God, a personification of fear and darkness. The Tiger God embodies the principles of fear and night. And after acquiring the Tiger God's power, Black Panther's strength soared to a level capable of contending with the living tribunal. His power could potentially vanquish rogues, a formidable adversary known for his ability to slay celestial beings. H.Y.D.R.A undoubtedly hopes for Black Panther to attain the Tiger God form, as a stronger subordinate is always preferable. However, the worlds are not identical. Currently, H.Y.D.R.A's essence is still undergoing world fusion. His power is limited, insufficient to manifest at least a singular, universe-level embodiment of a rule. The existence of the Tiger God remains uncertain, so under the present circumstances, it would be prudent to seek the Black Panther goddess H.Y.D.R.A and enable H.Y.D.R.A to acquire the powers of the King of the Undead. Having formulated a plan, H.Y.D.R.A immediately dispatched a clone to Wakanda to meet with the Black Panther goddess H.Y.D.R.A. While discussing H.Y.D.R.A's powers, he would also inquire about the existence of the Tiger God. He was open to acquiring another new ability, especially one of a rule-based nature. Just as H.Y.D.R.A's clone departed, a voice from the side interrupted, announcing, "A gentleman named Holly wishes to see you." Holly? Logan? H.Y.D.R.A was not surprised to find Logan in this universe. With the cosmic fusion nearing its conclusion, numerous mutants had begun to appear across the globe. As a pivotal figure in the X-Men universe, Logan was inevitably among the first to emerge in this realm. However, it was indeed unexpected for Logan to seek him out. H.Y.D.R.A was filled with enthusiasm, and a purple-black radiance flickered in his eyes. He had come to comprehend everything that had transpired since Logan's appearance in this universe. H.Y.D.R.A could only remark that after regaining his memories, Logan had begun to exhibit the qualities of a 19th-century Canadian farmer. Chapter 118. The Emergence of Infinite Ultron. Hey, Logan, long time no see. You are far more courteous now than when we first met. In the reception room of the Life Evolution Research Institute, H.Y.D.R.A teased as he observed Logan seated on the sofa. Upon hearing H.Y.D.R.A's voice, Logan raised an eyebrow, not even turning his head. He took a deep puff from the cigar in his hand and retorted with a chuckle, "I could smell your boozy presence from afar." With that, Logan extinguished the remaining half of his cigar, stood up to face H.Y.D.R.A, and a smile broke across his stubbled face. The gloom of his months of wandering was dispelled by the warmth of the sunlight. "It's been a while, H.Y.D.R.A. Indeed, it has, Logan." The two exchanged smiles and bumped fists firmly. H.Y.D.R.A settled onto the sofa opposite Logan, leaning back against the plush cushions. He conjured a glass of red wine, took a delicate sip, and raised his gaze towards Logan. "So what's the matter? Is there something you require my assistance with?" Logan shrugged. "I hardly believe you're unaware of what I'm thinking or why I've come to seek you out. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, my friend. I've been played, left penniless. I intended to return to the academy, only to find it deserted. Charles left me a note stating that the entire school is on break. Right now, I'm in dire need of a place to stay. As you know, I don't have many friends, and after much contemplation, it seems you are my only option. I'm here to seek refuge with you. Please expedite my employment. I wish to join the Savior Alliance, and do procure a whole leg of beef for me. I'm on the verge of starving. That is all I have to say." "Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed it is." Upon finishing his statement, Logan appeared to lose all his vigor, collapsing onto the sofa like a rag doll. H.Y.D.R.A raised an eyebrow at this and snapped his fingers. Shortly thereafter, two 2-meter-tall miniature Sentinel robots emerged from the elevator, each bearing a massive platter that could easily accommodate an entire cow's head. Upon seeing the enormity of the platter, Logan abruptly sat upright, his eyes wide as saucers. "H.Y.D.R.A, you're truly my good brother." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Logan sprang from the sofa, hastening forward to take the platter from the Sentinel robots. As he buried his face in the meat, H.Y.D.R.A's mind began to race, recalling the mutant abilities he had acquired from the X-Men universe. Perhaps Wolverine could indeed be Hugh Jackman. Within the multiverse barrier, an observer with brown skin was meticulously watching the transformations occurring within his universe. At this moment, a particular universe captured his attention, wherein Ultron successfully acquired Vision's body and, with a single mental ray, vanquished Thanos who had come to Earth. In one fell swoop, he seized all 6 Infinity Stones, ascending to become the most formidable entity in the cosmos. "I shall eradicate the source of all calamities, life, in this universe." Having obtained the 6 Infinity Stones, Ultron seemed invincible, slaying gods and blocking Buddhas, leading an almost infinite army of Ultron to extinguish all life on Earth. Yet, this was not enough. The infinite Ultron soon turned his gaze toward the vast universe. The observer, stationed at the barrier of the multiverse, observed with a cold demeanor as infinite Ultron obliterated civilization after civilization, until ultimately he annihilated all of the universe's cultures, alone and adrift in the cosmos. Infinite Ultron became lost in thought, prompting the observer to lose interest. However, just as the observer prepared to shift his focus to other universes, an unexpected event occurred. The Ultron, who had been aimlessly drifting in the universe, suddenly opened his eyes wide, those crimson orbs piercing through time and space, transcending the barriers of worlds, and landing upon the observer. "I see you. It appears there are other universes in need of my salvation," Infinite Ultron muttered to himself, as he slowly raised the spear in his hand and charged toward the observer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the observer attempted to switch to another universe to thwart Infinite Ultron from breaching the world barrier. Alas, before the observer could act, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated through the crevices of the multiverse. Instinctively, the observer closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found the spear-wielding Infinite Ultron had already arrived before him. The two were thrust out from the cracks of the multiverse, engaged in a fierce struggle that spanned countless universes. Gradually, the observer began to find himself at a disadvantage, and just as he instinctively pondered his next move, a shadow of deep purple and black struck from afar at a speed surpassing light, sending Infinite Ultron flying and swiftly rescuing the observer as they fled into the distance. The events transpired with astonishing rapidity. Within a mere breath, the observer could finally discern his savior. It turned out to be another observer, clad in a cloak of purple and black, with eyes that flickered with the same hue. This was in stark contrast to the usual observer, who donned a deep blue cloak and possessed azure eyes.